A genius with full innate attributes is called a waste. Just because I awakened the worst Taoist profession in history when changing jobs. Even the prestigious school that paid a lot to recruit me treated me as a disgrace. But what they don't know is that on the day of the job change, I awakened the divine-level celestial master system. As long as I memorize 3,000 Taoist scriptures, I can become a purple-robed celestial master. Now, 3 years have passed, and amidst countless taunts from my classmates, I finally completed the task. At this moment, a golden light descended from the sky, directly onto me, and the system's voice rang in my mind. At the same time, 3 little figures with different skills appeared in front of me. The first figure was radiating a dazzling golden light, the golden light divine spell. The figure in the middle had white lightning swirling around its hands, the thunder shock spell. The last figure was sitting cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by a rotating Bagua Chi Men array, the Chi Men Dun Jia technique. All 3 skills were incredibly powerful, but I was only in my teens and could only choose one. However, with the college entrance exam in the outer city just 3 days away, I had to become stronger in a short period of time. So, I ultimately chose the golden light spell. As I began to cultivate, the stagnant level 10 that had lasted for 3 years finally loosened, and I made rapid progress, successfully reaching level 14 on the day of the exam. The exam was straightforward: slay the alien beasts, with each beast representing a different score. Accumulating enough points within 3 days would secure admission to the corresponding university. When my classmates saw even a loser like me participating in the exam, they all showed disdain and mockery in their eyes. However, what happened next shocked them. The 2 campus beauties unexpectedly invited me to team up with them at the same time. Song Xinrui is a level 15 summoner with strong abilities, while Xin Yue is a level 16 hidden profession moon elf priest. When everyone saw this scene, the look in my eyes was full of disdain. With this lineup, even a tied-up dog could close the business. Even the teachers were completely shocked when they saw this scene. Song Xinrui and Xin Yue could easily join a good team and focus on the key points without any problem, but they insisted on bringing a drag. Indeed, now that several hours have passed since the exam started, the 3 of them still have 0 points. What they don't know is that I have already planned a route to score points. First is the bloodthirsty rat's nest. Song Xinrui randomly summoned a tusky wild boar. Under mental control, the wild boar walked towards the rat hole. In an instant, 6 or 7 bloodthirsty rats the size of calves rushed towards us from the strange rocks. I burst out instantly, running ahead. The leading rat was immediately slapped high into the air, flying far away. The remaining bloodthirsty rats stopped and looked at their companion flying high in the sky. The powerful force brought by the pioneer who practiced the golden light spell was perfectly displayed by me. Several rats were quickly dealt with. I glanced at the points, and the 3 of us had accumulated an average of 60 points. In this way, we continued to attract rats with the wild boar. After a few back and forth, the 3 of us had accumulated an average of 200 points. Finally, the bloodthirsty rat king realized something was wrong. It drilled out of the chaotic stone cave, with a body covered in blood-red fur, several times stronger than ordinary bloodthirsty rats. As soon as the bloodthirsty rat king appeared, he saw the bodies of his minions all over the ground. Instantly enraged with eyes blazing red, he charged straight at me without a word. I quickly formed a spell with my right hand, softly chanting, "Heaven and Earth Profound Sect, the root of all energies, cultivating through countless eons, proving my divine abilities. Within and beyond the 3 realms, only the Tao is revered." A golden light enveloped my body as I finished speaking, my eyes turning golden in that moment. Facing the charging bloodthirsty rat king, I planted my feet firmly. Boom! At the moment of impact, dust filled the air, the sound of fists hitting flesh and the rat king's roar echoing. Soon, as the dust settled, the 2 women could finally see the situation of the battle. Their eyes filled with shock. They witnessed me holding down the bloodthirsty rat king with one hand, while the other hand, radiating golden light, continuously struck down. The 16th level rat king was completely powerless to resist. In the next moment, the massive body of the bloodthirsty rat king slowly fell to the ground, completely lifeless, and several teachers from the first middle school of Linchuan City were somewhat shocked to see the scores of the 3 individuals rising like a rocket, directly pulling ahead of everyone else by twice the score. After clearing the bloodthirsty rat's nest, we used the same method to clear the reef snakes in the swamp forest, and with the cooperation of the 3 individuals, we even managed to kill a level 21 reef snake. At the same time, the entire Ningxuan Education Bureau was incredulous as they looked at the students' points list on the leaderboard, with the top 3 scores being exactly the same at 369 points, while the 4th place had just 259 points, pulling ahead by a whopping 100 points. As time went on, in order to achieve higher scores, we decided to head to the hunter fish port in the range of exotic beasts. Faced with these human-faced fish beasts, I have no fear in my eyes, only excitement for the battle. But as more and more fish appear here, a larger shadow slowly swims towards us. Shen Yue, a moon elf priestess, has a special perception of the natural environment. Sensing something wrong, she immediately transforms into her moon elf form and flies upwards. At first glance, she clearly sees a huge shadow over 10 meters long at the bottom of the lake, slowly approaching the battle with the human-faced fish beasts. The moment she sees that huge shadow, even Shen Yue suddenly feels a threat like death. Her face full of panic, she rushes into the lake at the first moment. Upon seeing this scene, Song Xinrui also realized that something was wrong. She instinctively looked at the red button on the points device on her wrist. Just as she was about to press the red button on the points device, both I and Shen Yue suddenly emerged from the water. At this critical moment, a huge fish beast resembling a catfish also rushed out, opening its huge mouth and swallowing the two of us in one gulp. I exerted all my strength, flinging Shen Yue to the shore. Then I myself fell back into the lake with a splash. With a thud, I was swallowed whole by that huge mouth and disappeared. Shen Yue and Song Xinrui watched this scene, finding it hard to believe. Everything happened so fast that they couldn't react. Song Xinrui no longer hesitated and immediately pressed the red button. She didn't care if she would end the college entrance examination early, as long as it could save me. In the distance, the rescue team that had just arrived at the alien beast territory received the signal from Song Xinrui's device, their faces changing color. Orders were given from above, and they must ensure the safety of those 3 children at all costs. They rushed towards the hunter fish port like a whirlwind. The 2 women stood stunned on the shore, unable to comprehend what to do. At that moment, the Type B rescue team of 5 arrived. After understanding the situation, they quickly headed towards my location. At that moment, I was inside the belly of the big fish, running out of oxygen in the chest cavity. Moreover, the arm sac was filled with corrosive liquid. Only the golden sword could break the arm sac. As the sword tip extended a 3-foot clear wind, the surrounding corrosive liquid quickly enveloped my whole body. Only the pants were quickly decomposed, and my skin began to feel a burning sensation. At this critical moment, I took a desperate gamble, using all my strength to stab. In an instant, I cut open the cyst, and the viscous organs and fresh blood mixed and squeezed out. However, I did not stop. With my golden eyes exuding a majestic aura, I directly wielded the clear wind sword, relentlessly cutting through the internal organs in front of me, step by step charging forward. The giant catfish monster immediately began to shake its body in pain, blood spraying from its mouth. Seeing this scene, the rescue team did not hesitate and all jumped into the water. When they reached the underwater, they finally saw the huge catfish monster, over 10 meters long, which was a level 30 catfish eater, no less than a 3rd-rank exotic beast. Then, to the astonishment of everyone, I emerged from the belly of the catfish eater with a golden sword in hand. I had cut a hole directly in the belly of the catfish eater, destroying almost all of its internal organs. After the swallowed catfish struggled violently for a while, it finally lay in place, motionless and completely dead. It never thought that it would be killed by the food it swallowed. In an instant, Yi Xiang's scores for the 3 of them skyrocketed at the same time, and the score of the level 30 alien beasts directly quintupled, with the 3 of them accumulating to 600 points at the same time. When he saw the crowd, he couldn't help but stare. Why were there so many people? But now was obviously not the time to talk. He flew upstream, and when the crowd saw this, they hurriedly followed. Soon, Yi wanted to surface, took a long deep breath, looked at the blue sky and white clouds, and surprisingly had a feeling of being out of this world. He swam towards the rowboat and everyone else swam up, looking at the teenager with odd faces. A few minutes later, the crowd returned to the shore. Yi wanted to also change a rescue suit. Shen Yue and Song Xinrui, 2 women's pretty faces a little red, apparently saw something that should not be seen. Instead, the rescue team was not surprised. The rescue leader Wang Li looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Good boy, you're this." Wang Li gave a thumbs up. Being eaten by a swallowed catfish and still being able to come out alive was the first time he had seen it, not to mention that he had also killed that big fish monster back. I don't want to be eaten either. The feeling in there, it's unpleasant. Yi wanted to shake his head. The whole thing was a little nauseating when I recalled the slimy, fishy odor from earlier in the fish's belly, but I had been thinking about getting out at that point, so I didn't feel it as strongly. It's good that it's okay. You kid, should be the first one. The high school decapitated 30 level foreign beasts of the people. After no one cannot be sure, but in front of so many years, there is no one. The crowd couldn't help but nod their heads, seeing Yi Xiang walk out from the belly of the big fish monster with their own eyes. That scene, they probably couldn't forget it. So Captain, what does that say now? It's reasonable to say that applying for support would rule that the college entrance exam ended early. A rescue team member couldn't help but ask. Yi thought blankly. I didn't press support. Ha! It was me who pressed. Song Shinrui said softly. She looked at Leafy Thinker. I pressed it when you were eaten. It's fine. Anyway, this score has passed the first book line, and I'm happy with it. She laughed lightly. It's probably true that it's fate that you don't get into the top colleges. Wang Li frowned slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he directly shook his head and said, the purpose of your request for rescue was to save someone, but this guy who needed to be rescued, got saved by virtue of himself, so this rescue doesn't count, and you can continue to participate in the entrance exam. The crowd froze. Captain, I don't remember this rule? That rescue team member couldn't help but say. Wang Li directly kicked him. Marred. This is my rule. I will write a report to the top. There is a responsibility I will take. As long as you guys can get into the top colleges. Ha ha, it's worth it. Yi Xiangshin Yue and Song Shinrui looked at each other and nodded coincidentally. They were absolutely confident. Are you guys still going to be in the area? The other female rescuer couldn't help but ask. Yi Xiang nodded without hesitation. Well, there shouldn't be many foreign beasts in the outer city area. Wang Li had a bit of a headache. It's still true. Tomorrow is definitely going to be a lot busier and the day with the highest mortality rate. There are quite a few students who will choose to take the same risk as you guys and enter the realm of the alien beasts. You wanted to look at the surrounding scenery for a long time before saying, this is how it should have been. If we are all afraid to go forward, when will we be able to rebuild these places into homes? The crowd froze. They really didn't think that these words could come out of the mouth of a 15 or 16-year-old. After the rescue team left, Yi Xiang's trio took a little rest and continued to fish for bait in the hunter's fishing harbor to attract the Sphinx beasts to come closer. The biggest bosses under the entire lake had been brushed away, and there was no longer much danger here for them. Meanwhile, in the tutor's tent of Ningchuan No. 1 middle school, when they learned that nothing had happened to the 3-member squad, and that Yi Xiang had even killed a level 30 swallowed catfish by himself, they couldn't help but fall into chaos once again. Since the invasion of the foreign races, the college entrance examination has been over 70 years, and there has never been a student who has decapitated a level 30 foreign beast during the college entrance examination. A tutor muttered, if this were a hunter, it would be certified as a D-class hunter, right? A student who hasn't even graduated from high school becomes a D-level hunter. They now have a score of 625, and it's only the second day, so if they continue at this rate, they'll probably break the highest high school score in history. The highest record for a historical college entrance exam score was 879 points by Luo Zhuan, the heavenly king who had established the ace chopper team nowadays. The old principal looked at the scores of the 3 Yi thinkers and couldn't help but smile. He had a premonition that these 3 would go farther and farther. And the starting point, it was from this college entrance exam. There is a long road ahead and I really hope I can see that day. Sunset afterglow. He wanted to surface with the small rotting snake swimming behind him, and as soon as he threw up the 4 Sphinx beasts' corpses, he looked at Xin Yue and said, there aren't many Sphinx beasts left in the water, so we'll change the location tomorrow, and we'll rest here tonight. Good. The 2 women were completely fine with it. He wanted to put on his clothes and kick the tusked boar in the ass. Why are you still frozen? Go and stroll around the forest. The tusked boar looked aggravated, but sat up and headed over to the surrounding forest. But it wasn't stupid. It was very wary and hovered right at the edge, not daring to go in too deep at all. As expected, in no time, a group of foreign beasts came out following behind it, and these foreign beasts had been hiding around, staring at Yi Xiang's trio for the whole day. The fragrant boar, which had been delivered to the door, could not resist the temptation to rush out. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang couldn't help but smile. This more than 600 points. The boar's credit is really not small, attracting another wave of points out. Xin Yue skillfully added a layer of moon god blessing to it, and the boar, which was already pouncing very quickly, accelerated even more and ran even faster. A group of differently graded foreign beasts had just caught up with them, and the 3 people who had already prepared for this quickly made their move. Song Shinrui commanded the carrion snake to take the lead and rushed out. The other head had not yet recovered, but it had already displayed the aura of a ferocious foreign beast. Xin Yue also switched into her moon elf form, her wings unfolding as she followed Yi Xiang into the group of foreign beasts. Almost all of these alien beasts were in the teens or even a few levels, with only a few individual level 20 alien beasts, and with the 2 of them joining forces, they easily killed them all. You wanted to strike almost always to find the weakness of the foreign beasts and kill them with a single blow, and with the strong power brought by the human immortal body, foreign beasts of the same level could be directly slapped to death by him. Strong physical fitness is even less of a need for deliberate defense. The moonlight sword in Xin Yue's hand is also very sharp, cutting through the head of the beast. Over a long time are not blood marks. With the feathers behind her, dexterity is incomparable. the tusked boar also finally got a hard-on. Two tusks disliking a large spider with a deadly grunt. The female spider was refusing, but was soon laid dead on the ground with the pair of sharp fangs running through her stomach. The battle quickly ended, and Song Shinrue suddenly let out a cry of surprise as a faint glow emanated from her body. You wanted to keenly feel that her aura had gotten a little stronger. It seemed to have been upgraded. As expected, the little corrupt snake and the tusked boar also rose to level 16 at the same time, and the little corrupt snake directly molted, and not only did the second head grow back, but the long horns on his forehead finally grew out as well. The body size steeply became quite large, turning from a small rotting snake into a mature two-headed auger snake, and the battle power increased quite a bit. Congratulations! Shin Yue looked at Song Shinrue and smiled. Song Shinrue was a bit embarrassed. I'm the one who has to say thank you. The summoning beasts can still feed spiritual energy back to the summoner. They eat too much. Yi wanted to nod his head. No wonder it was said that the summoner was no less than a hidden profession. It was just a bit resource-consuming. After all, not every family could afford to eat so much exotic beast meat every day. There were some dilapidated wooden huts near the hunter fishing harbor, built by those hunters in the past, barely enough to rest in. After lighting the campfire, just like last night, the two summoned beasts kept watch while the three rested. Without practicing, he wanted to close his eyes and prepare to carve the human immortal patterns, but he was abruptly startled that the sixth immortal pattern had already finished carving a large part of it. But he quickly reacted that it was mostly due to the fact that he had been running his human immortal body at full strength in the belly of the big fish monster during the day, and under the stimulation of those corrosive liquids, he had actually accelerated the process of immortal pattern branding. It was worthy of being the top body refining method of the Tao sect. He wanted to intend to directly engrave this sixth time in one breath, and directly entered the cultivation state seriously, and the human immortal pattern seal gradually appeared on his body. These mysterious and powerful ripples fell in the eyes of Shin Yue and Song Shinrue. Both of them were very curious, and for some reason, after staring at these ripples for a long time, they also felt that their bodies were very comfortable, and the speed of their meditations was also much faster. Is the Taoist profession really a waste? The night passed quietly. The lake rises up in a mist of water, like a fairyland, and the beauty of nature is shocking. Shin Yue got up and walked out of the wooden house. As a moon elf priest profession, she loved the feeling of intimate nature, which was a feeling she had never had in the city. In this environment, it was as if she didn't need to deliberately cultivate. Her spiritual power was being invisibly enhanced. Song Shinrue woke up at some point as well, and touched the auger snake's head, which had already grown very large, and said softly, "It seems like you like it here a lot." Shin Yue nodded. "Well, it's a pity that such a good place is in the Fey domain." Song Shinrue looked at the beauty in front of her like a fairyland, but shook her head. "I have seen some photos recorded 100 years ago, where humans survive. In fact, very few of these natural scenery, after the invasion of the foreigners, although they occupy most of the land, but they instead let nature be restored. Some people in the country are not also put forward, human beings compared to the foreigners. In fact, it is the foreigners are more suitable for the world to the idea of survival." Shin Yue fell silent. The world of 100 years ago, she had read about it in a book. Skyscrapers abound, and steel technology is like a vampire, devouring Blue Star little by little, never ending. But the foreign race and the human race, in this world, only one can exist. If they don't die, our human race will be extinguished. Yi Think said at this time as he walked out from the wooden house. The divinity in his eyes was internalized, deep and penetrating, and it was obvious that his strength had risen another level. With the combination of combat and meditation, the human immortal body broke through again and leveled up to level 16. The foreigners have only one idea for us humans, and that is to decimate us and completely become the master of this world. It's not that humans haven't communicated with the foreigners, but the other side would only treat us as animals and slaughter us wantonly. There's no point in saying this, Yi wanted to say calmly, with a bit of hatred in his eyes. His parents, who died at the hands of the Fae. Shin Yue looked at Yi Qian with heartache. She knew that he must have missed his parents. She couldn't help but walk up and pull his hand to comfort him. Brother Yi, this isn't something we should think about. Yi wanted to nod his head. He knew very well what he should do. At the moment it was natural to get into the top colleges first. He himself was only level 16, and even if he wanted to become a hunter, he would need to be level 25, and there was still a long way to go. After packing up a little, the trio left the hunter's fishing harbor and headed into the jungle to hunt. The old rule is to let the tusk-raising boar act as bait, and 3 men and a snake will ambush it. In a jungle clearing, the boar tearfully rubbed its back against a tree, its skin so thick it was on the verge of spitting out its skin. But this action, in particular, was a signal for the beast to think that it had let its guard down and could sneak up on it. It had already seduced a dozen or so fae with this maneuver. As expected, a patch of grass in the jungle shifted steeply. In the next moment, a hideous black-striped cheetah violently rushed out from that location at a very rapid speed. Ow howl, it's too early to die. When the tusked boar saw it, it let out a terrified squeal and turned around without saying a word. It was actually a level 22 shadow leopard. This was a fey beast that belonged to a very vicious attack within level 20 to 30. This time, even with the boar's speed, it almost bit it, but it didn't run for a few steps before it was slapped out of the way and slammed hard into a boulder. Before the boar could struggle up, it was viciously pounced on by the shadow leopard. Its thick and powerful claws stepped heavily on it, and without saying a word, it opened its bloody mouth and bit down directly on its neck. Just as the tusked boar was about to be buried in the shadow leopard's mouth, several moonlight blades rustled and flew over, instantly turning their eyes. But the shadow leopard reacted quickly, and it had already jumped away violently before the light blade even came close. All the blades of light cut directly into the trees behind it, leaving deep scarring marks. The shadow leopard looked ferociously at the direction the light blade flew from. His eyes were fierce, but he was also very vigilant, and his sharp eyes were filled with wisdom. The tusked boar took this opportunity to get up and run back in a hurry. He almost peed himself just now. Shadowpaw didn't even look at the boar, more wary of the danger before him than the prey. Prepare to strike. Yi Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately said, this shadow leopard looked bad to deal with, but it wasn't impossible to clean up. Xin Yue and Song Xinrui nodded and prepared their skills as Yi Xiang directly rushed out. Without any lightheartedness, he executed the human immortal tattoo and the golden light mantra. A lion fighting a rabbit was still using its full strength, not to mention that a few people were still challenging a shadow leopard at a cross level. The familiar moon god's blessing fell on his body, making up for the lack of speed disadvantage. He wanted to quickly come to the cheetah's heel and slammed his fist down. The shadow leopard let out a low roar. Seeing that it was a human, it first exploded, but there was no fear in its eyes. Instead, it looked like it was teasing as if it was seeing prey. This 100 years, the human race has long since withdrawn from the top of the biological chain, and even in a certain period of time, when the human race has not yet awakened to transmigration, it is even closer to being between the remnants of extinction. At that time, all the hot weapons and technological means on which survival depended were all useless, and even a group of mutated ants could bring a terrible disaster to mankind. The shadow leopard's speed was very fast, and a backward jump easily dodged Yi Xiang's attack. Then it flew and ran around him, along with its speed getting faster and faster. The naked eye could only see its black residual shadow. He wanted to take a deep breath, sheltered by the golden light, without half a bit of panic. There was no doubt about the defense of the human immortal body, not to mention that there was also the golden light mantra to add to it. His current defense could easily withstand the attacks of all the fey beasts below level 20. As expected, the shadow leopard also seemed to sense that Yi Xiang had no drawbacks and no longer dawdled. Directly sneaking in from behind, hissing and snarling, he charged. Yi Xiang's golden pupils flashed. He turned his head violently, and his right hand threw his elbow directly towards his back. Ow! The elbow landed precisely on Shadow Panther's jaw, smashing him directly into midair. Teeth chipped off, full of confusion. A level 16 human teenager. Why would he be so strong? Yi Xiang stomped his feet hard and quickly chased after him. His face was flat and calm, one hand deadlocked around the shadow leopard's neck, and underneath his golden pupils was the ruthlessness of the celestial master. Without any hesitation, very decisively, he pressed down on this foreign beast and smashed it hard into the ground. Boom! Dirt crumbled and Shadowpaw sprayed a mouthful of blood as he was thrown to the ground. Song Xinrui quickly appeared by her side, pressed one hand on the shadow leopard, closed her eyes, and her beast taming skill was activated. You wanted to think that this time would not be successful. After all, Song Xinrui was only level 16, wanting to control a level 22 shadow leopard. The level difference was too big, but again, there was no need to control a weak foreign beast at all. But to his surprise, along with a strange rune appearing in Song Xinrui's hand, it managed to penetrate into the shadow leopard's body. Seeing this scene, Song Xinrui couldn't help but stare in disbelief as well. Chang! Succeeded? Xin Yue also opened her mouth slightly, surprised. Yi Xiang also couldn't help but smile. I'm suddenly a bit envious of your profession. Not only can you summon, but you can also tame beasts. Your profession is too comfortable. Surprisingly, he had tamed a level 22 shadow leopard. Knowing that taming was different from summoning, after successful taming, not only did he follow orders just like a summoned beast, but he also didn't consume spiritual energy to maintain the contract. Song Xinrui was also incredibly excited. Yi Xiang loosened his hand at this time, hiding the golden light and human immortal pattern on his body, and as expected, this level 22 shadow leopard was lying on the ground, kneeling and licking Song Shinrue's palm, without any hostility. But, we're missing the experience of a level 22 alien beast, Song Shinrue said with some embarrassment. She originally did not expect to be able to tame it, but only borrowed the skill to confuse the shadow leopard's spirit so that Yi Xiang could kill it. Shinrue, taming a level 22 Fey beast can be much more valuable than a level 22 Fey beast score, Shen Yue said helplessly. Yi wanted to nod his head. There was no doubt that she, who already possessed a double-headed auger snake, when paired with a level 22 shadow leopard, he was feeling tricky. As for the tusked boar thing, other than eating a lot, it really didn't count as much of a combatant. It's fine. With the shadow leopard around, our hunting ability has definitely improved again. But how many heads can you tame at the same time? Yi Xiang couldn't help but ask. Currently, only one can be tamed, Song Shinrue said. The number of taming can only be raised after level 20. Second turn. Yi Xiang nodded. Yes, if she could tame it without limit, then there was simply no upper limit to her profession. Keep working. You wanted to kick the boar out of habit to get it started. The tusked boar glanced at Shadowpaw with some trepidation. Obviously it was the first to come. But why has it been at the bottom? Wailing and very self-conscious, he came out into the clearing again and started fishing for law enforcement. As expected, this jungle would have no shortage of exotic beasts, but even less quality prey like the tusked boar. Soon a few more foreign beasts set their eyes on it, and just as they were about to make a move, a few figures arrived at their side and directly laid down their cruel hands. In the next moment, all of these alien beasts became credits. With this pace of fishing, the trio scored over 800 points even as a team. In the tent at the entrance of the outer city, all the tutors looked at the results of the trio of Yi Xiang, Shen Yue and Song Shinrue on the screen. 836 points. Directly shrugged off the fourth place Gao Yang close to 150 points. And the most outrageous thing is that the three were teamed up in a way that their scores were tied for first place. The end time of the college entrance examination was 9 p.m. There was no doubt that the three could definitely get into top colleges and universities, and might even surpass the highest score recorded in the college entrance examination. Yi Xiang and the others still hold the number one spot in the country. The second place score is currently the number one on the Kyoto side with 776 points. That's throwing off too far, a tutor murmured. The heads of the admissions offices of the three top colleges are said to be heading our way. The mayor was here yesterday afternoon. The scores of students are naturally kept secret during the entrance exams, but only for the average person who performs well in the exams. But this class is also the most bloodthirsty in all these years, with many of the high achievers choosing to leave the outer city area and enter the alien beast realm. The death rate is also 2 to 3 times that of previous years, and the rescue teams are already too busy. A mentor sighed helplessly. But there is nothing to be done. Mankind wants to take back their homeland, and these children, as the future pillars of the country, are destined to experience battles of blood and fire that cannot be avoided. The jungle in the realm of the Fae. He wanted to stomp out the bonfire and got up. It's time to go back. We definitely have enough points now. The two women nodded. They were used to him doing whatever he said. He wanted to look at the map of the outer city area, and his eyes landed on an icon. Silent Forest. The Silent Forest was a bit more dangerous than the Swamp Forest, and the map information showed that there were quite a few mutated tree demon monsters inside. At first it was a small city that simulated an ecological environment, but when the foreigners invaded, too many people died, and the blood and corpses all became nutrients for those rare plants. There were quite a few that had evolved into bizarre bloodthirsty tree demons, and the entire forest was half alive and invisible. Very quiet, so it was also known as the Silent Forest. Almost all students subconsciously ignored this location. No one in their right mind would choose to target this place. Not only was it dangerous, but the tree demons were very hard to kill. Each life force was almost as good as a full point, and a few people working together would have to kill them for half a day. That's why very few students will target the Silent Forest. Only for those who wanted to get into the top colleges. The tree demon levels here were on the high side, and it was easy to find a level 20 tree demon, not to mention that if one was willing to spend the time to grind, one could grind a tree demon monster to death. Only after resolving the threshold of the top tier colleges, they would also give up on this place because killing a tree demon was just too time consuming, and it completely outweighed the benefits. The score was a point system. A level 20 tree demon was only 20 points, and even less when divided equally, so it wasn't as cost effective as taking the time to kill a few more level 10 or so alien beasts. However, he wanted to look at the map, and after a moment of contemplation, he directly said, "Head to the Silent Forest on the way back. You should still be able to brush up another wave of scores." "Well, Brother Yi, actually our scores are already very high," Shen Yue said softly. Yi wanted to raise his head, his gaze deep. "I know, but this is not our limit. The breeze blew through his long hair, which had never been cut again since the moment he read the doxology 3 years ago. The Tao doesn't fight to win, but why should he give in when it's his? The three of them set off to leave the jungle, killing foreign beasts along the way and returning to the outer city area, the sight of some students at once. Apparently, it was the third day, and now the entire outer city area was filled with students who really didn't want to let go of a single rabbit. Yi Xiang's trio returned from the Fey realm and immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. But soon, they looked at the several foreign beasts behind Song Xinrui in shock. Level 16 tusked boar, level 16 two-headed auger snake, level 22 shadow leopard. What's the origin of this line of people? Crap, I'm not mistaken, am I? A level 22 shadow leopard? Summoner? Go up and take a look. It's awesome. With this beast, aren't we walking sideways? At that moment, many students couldn't help but curiously come over this way. Yi wanted to frown slightly. He didn't want to be delayed by these guys. He looked at Song Xinrui and said, "Ride the shadow leopard and go." Song Xinrui nodded, and the shadow leopard was also very understanding as it prostrated itself on the ground, and the three of them sat on it, a bit cramped, but barely able to sit down. In the next moment, the shadow leopard suddenly ran wildly. His figure was like black lightning, quickly disappearing from the sight of everyone. All they could do was stare in awe at the scene, which was too handsome. The three of them were lying on the shadow leopard, and the sound of the whistling wind came from their ears, and their speed directly broke through 200 yards per hour. Xin Yue sat at the front, close to Yi Xiang's arms, her pretty face slightly red. Song Xinrui, on the other hand, was concentrating on controlling the shadow leopard. Her face was very happy, as long as she properly cultivated the shadow leopard. At least within level 30, she wouldn't be afraid to face an opponent of the same level, even if it was a hidden profession, originally close to a distance of more than 20 kilometers, under the speed of the shadow leopard. Even if it was carrying 3 people, it only took more than 10 minutes to arrive at the outskirts of the silent forest. The shadow leopard slowly stopped. As a fey beast, it keenly sensed the danger of this forest. The silent forest, also known as the forest of death, was a place where not even a single bird or bug could be seen, but the woods grew extremely lush. This bizarre scene was much more appalling than the swamp forest. Earlier, students could be seen everywhere, but here, half of them were nowhere to be seen. He wanted to jump down from the shadow leopard and patted the shadow leopard's head, very satisfied. The speed was really fast. The shadow leopard lowered its head in awe. Although it had been tamed by Song Xinrui, a large part of the reason for the taming was because of this teenager in front of him, who had hardened it. He wanted to look at the silent forest in front of him, and without any hesitation, he took the lead and walked ahead. Xin Yue and Song Xinrui followed closely behind, and the tusked boar relied on the side of the Jiao snake with some trepidation. This forest in front of it was like a horrible nightmare that would strip its skin and eat its flesh. He wanted to see it in this state and walked over to kick it in the face without any goodwill. "When will your pig guts rise a bit? You're level 16. Why are you still afraid of everything?" The boar looked hopelessly piggish. All natural enemies. What could it do? He wanted to take the lead into the silent forest. Although the words, but he did not let down his guard. The human immortal pattern on his body faintly emerged, apparently ready to fight at any time. In the jungles of the Fey realm, he had already seen the remains of several student bodies, all killed by the Fey before they could rescue them. If you want to graduate from the high school, it's easy, just be good and grab monsters in the outer city area. There's almost no danger. But if you want to get a high score, then you have to take a risk. Every year there is a deathline in the college entrance examination, almost always controlled around 200 or 300%. But the number counts. The same session of tens of thousands of candidates. The number of deaths more than a few hundred people. The number of people injured and disabled is even more than 1,000, which is a bloody statistic. He wanted his gaze to fall on the surrounding trees. The evolved tree demon could disguise itself as an ordinary tree, and it was difficult to distinguish it with the naked eye. This is the way the other side preys, camouflaged to the extreme. In a thunderous strike, few prey can escape in the hands of the other side. However, the attack method is monotonous, and can only rely on the branches of the tree vines to attack, and cannot move itself yet. However, it was because of their tough bark defense and strong vitality that these tree demons seemed difficult to kill. Yi Xiang once again pulled out some talismans from his pocket, still the most basic purification talismans, which still had a detection effect on these tree demons. The tusked boar was relieved to see this scene, and thought he was going to be asked to rub the bark of a tree again. Almost every time he wanted to get close to a tree, he would directly fling out a talisman and steadily stick it on the tree. After posting a dozen talismans in a row, he actually didn't encounter a single bloody tree demon. Just as Yi wanted to be a little surprised, A talisman in his hand was casually thrown on an inconspicuous tree far away. With a poof, the purifying talisman just pasted on suddenly emitted green smoke, and then burned steeply. A pair of fist-sized blood-red eyes opened steeply on that tree, staring at Yi Xiang and his party of 3. Without saying a word, extending dozens of branches swiftly flung towards them, the huge force directly cut out a shocking explosion in the air. However, this distance was easily dodged by several people. The serpent contracted up, and the shadow panther even made a backward jump. Ow howl! The tusk-raising boar suddenly howled in pain, only to see the tree root cane accurately whip on its buttocks. The 4 small short legs couldn't even jump up to avoid it, and suddenly let out a miserable pig squeal. You wanted to look at the boar helplessly. This guy was really wasted. Human immortal ripples flared up on his body, and his entire body quickly rushed up, yanking the tusked boar's tail and flinging it towards the back with force. Pop! There was another air explosion, and several rattan strips slashed towards Yi Guan. He wanted to advance instead of retreating. His eyes flashed with a refined aura, quickly dodging several rattan whips. His hand pinched up his sword finger. Golden light surged out, transforming into a 3-foot green blade, directly executing the clear wind sword technique. Between his dashing figure, he made a quick sword strike, and in the blink of an eye, he chopped off all the vines that came close. The roiling vines fell down around Yi Xiang's circumference, and at this time, he also arrived in front of this bloodthirsty tree demon and stabbed in with his sword. The bloodthirsty tree demon couldn't dodge and was rooted in place, so once it got close, it could only be beaten passively. The golden light longsword only felt slightly obstructed before it directly pierced through the surface of the bloodthirsty tree demon, as if it had stabbed into the flesh, making a poofing sound. A stream of thick blood then erupted out along the golden light longsword. Seeing this scene, the tree demon went completely crazy, staring at Yi Xiang to death, as if it could speak. It even wanted to roar him to death. However, without blinking an eye, Yi Xiang turned around and stabbed another sword in. Just then, the ground steeply grew dense blood-red vines, many of which had some bones attached to them. These blood-colored vines quickly wrapped around Yi Xiang's ankles and extended up a little bit. When Xin Yue saw this scene, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious, and hurriedly transformed into the appearance of a moon elf, with a moonlight longsword appearing in her hand, and flapped her light wings to quickly fly over. Each sword fell like moonlight, and all the vines broke once again. Yi Xiang did not stop from the beginning to the end, and the golden light longsword in his hand completely disappeared into the bloodthirsty tree demon. The corner of his mouth curled slightly. It was written in the Taoist book that under the golden light god, ghosts and demons lost their guts, and elves and monsters died in their forms. Against this kind of elf, the golden light mantra was quite restraining. As expected, the golden light longsword exploded steeply inside it. Put, 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 put. A beam of golden light exploded crazily from the bloodthirsty tree demon's body, and sticky liquid splashed all over the sky. Yi Xiang had long since drawn back and tugged Xin Yue back. It was almost unrealistic for this tree demon to be slashed to death from the outside, but it only took a single blow from the inside. As expected, this bloodthirsty tree demon withered quickly, and all of its originally lush green leaves became charred and yellow, and then it was like ashes, floating in the sky. A level 21 bloodthirsty tree demon was thus resolved and became credits for the trio. That was why he had chosen the silent forest. Dealing with these elves could be far easier than dealing with other fey beasts. Good kills, and high level. Let's go. Look for the next head. No surprises. We can break through to 900 points today, Yi Xiang said. Song Xinrui nodded blankly as she stared blankly at the miserable state of the tree demon. He's, now, getting really good. The old rules, Yi wants to see the tree to dump a talisman, even if it is not. It has not retracted, so he can distinguish it and save time. Over the past 3 years of high school, he had either been reading Taoist collections or drawing talismans, and he didn't even know how many he had saved himself. Just then, another talisman affixed to the tree burned steeply, and the net talisman reacted. This time, the 3 of them reacted quickly. The tusked boar wailed and ran towards the back, while Shadow Leopard and Yi Xiang moved forward at the same time, cupping the golden light incantation with one hand and transforming it into a long sword. As expected, this bloodthirsty tree demon was planning to pretend for a while, but when he saw this scene, he hurriedly waved countless vines to fall down. This tree was much bigger than before, and the number and distance of vines were obviously a lot more. Level 25 bloodthirsty tree demon? He wanted to lick his lips and turn it into credits. The Shadow Leopard, under Song Xinrui's command, scurried to Yi Xiang's body, and its sharp claws quickly chopped off a number of vines. Unfortunately, there were too many vines, and it was quickly wrapped up in countless vines. Taking advantage of this gap, Yi Xiang had already arrived in front of the tree demon, and the golden light longsword instantly stabbed into the tree demon with a poof. A pair of large, bloodshot eyes opened and gazed at him wildly. But it was all over. The golden light exploded violently inside it, and with a loud boom, the golden light densely penetrated from the inside, densely covering the entire body of the tree. The next moment, it exploded precipitously. The crown of the tree, like before, quickly withered and fell off, and the leaves in the sky even turned scorched in the blink of an eye. The shadow leopard broke free from the withered vines and looked at Yi Xiang with eyes that became more reverent. In this way, one by one, the trees lined up and passed, quickly resolving 6 more bloodthirsty tree demons. Almost all of them were tree demons above level 20, and the scores accumulated very quickly, and after only 2 hours had passed, the trio scores had already come to 889 points. As long as we find 2 more tree demons, we'll be over 900 points. This speed of brushing points, without a doubt, had far exceeded the speed of brushing points of people of the same age. 900 points. Even a level 25 hunter wouldn't necessarily be able to do this in 3 days. Another hour later, they finally walked out of the silent forest, followed by 3 mighty foreign beasts. The tusked boar followed the shadow leopard and the 2-headed scaly snake, and its bottom line was not normally sufficient. By now the time had come to 6 p.m. 3 hours before the high school exam ended at 9 p.m. But the scores were sufficient, and there was no need to brush them up. The 3 of them talked and laughed all the way back slowly, and the setting sun's afterglow stretched their silhouettes. After re-entering the outer city gate, the soldiers guarding the gate were first startled at the sight of the 3 foreign beasts, but quickly reacted. Seeing them walk over, he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Classmate, there's still more than an hour before the end of the college entrance exam. Won't you try harder for a while?" Song Xinrui smiled. "The score is enough." "Where is the score enough? Isn't the higher the better?" The soldier, with the notion of a man who had been there, was just about to say more. His eyes glared as he suddenly noticed that the scoreboard on Song Xinrui's wrist showed a score of 915. "I thought I had blinked, but I wiped my eyes, and the numbers still hadn't changed." "Sir, there's no need to look. We already have enough points and want to end the entrance exam early." He wanted to open his mouth and said, "Crap, you're all over 900 points?" The soldier opened the gate in shock, then watched in disbelief as the trio walked away, a long time passing before he came back to his senses. He seemed to realize that he had witnessed an unparalleled miracle. Yi thought that the 3 of them had just walked into the gate, and from afar, they saw that all the tutors of Ningxuan No. 1 middle school had long been waiting not far from the gate, silently looking at the 3 students. Yi Xiang looked calm, walked step by step to the old principal, took off the integrator and handed it to him. Without saying another word, he simply turned and left. "All you need is a grade, so I'll give you 1. Seeing this, Xin Yuwei also hurriedly took off her meter and followed. Xing Yulu looked at the backs of the 2 men as they left with a complicated expression. An hour later, the National College entrance examination ended simultaneously. All scorers stopped counting, and scores were networked and entered into the data archive at the same time. It was also at this time that the names and scores of the 3 students began to sweep in wildly. Xin Yuwei caught up with Yi Xiang's figure and ran up, asking curiously, "Brother Yi, which college are you planning to go to? What for?" Yi wanted to glance at her. "After all those years of following me, you're still going to follow in college?" The breeze ruffled Xin Yuwei's bangs. The fair and clear face is more and more moving. Unconsciously, the previous little girl who was a follower, have grown up like this. "Can't I? I'm going to follow Brother Yi." Xin Yuwei hugged Yi Think's arm. "Haven't thought about it yet. Let's wait until we receive the notice." Yi thought helplessly. It was true that he hadn't given much thought to the 3 top colleges. Warlord High School is the college with the most combat professions, the military institutional system, so it is also militarized, and likewise the college with the most boys. Trial colleges, which are more comprehensive and have all kinds of careers, will basically admit anyone who meets the scoreline and meets the requirements. St. Chimes High School, where many meditation mage-type professions or support professions choose to go, so girls are in the majority. Once the entrance exams are over, there is no need to stay on, and all students can go straight home and wait to receive their diplomas and college acceptance letters. Although Yi wanted to grow up with Xin Yuwei, she moved out when she was in high school. "Brother Yi, come up to the house for dinner tonight. My mom was still chanting about you a while ago, saying that you haven't come for a long time," Xin Yuwei suddenly said. Without much hesitation, Yi Xiang nodded. "Okay, I'll go back to the dormitory and pack my bags first." Xin Yuwei's parents are very good to him, but after all, Yi wanted to understand too early. There is no way to treat the 2 as parents, so they have been treated as elders. After returning to the dormitory of the middle school, Yi wanted to pack up his luggage and got up to take a look at this dormitory that he had stayed in for 3 years but had no warmth, and there was no half-hearted attachment in his gaze. What he had heard the most in the past 3 years was mockery, disdain, even from his teachers, who had made him transparent. He wanted to just walk out the door, and saw a few roommates walking back with a smile and laugh, seemingly doing well on the exam. When they saw Yi Xiang, who had already packed his bags, they couldn't help but stare, and then mockingly laughed. Yo, back so soon. You didn't even meet your graduation marks, did you? Ha ha, what else is a 10th level Taoist profession to participate in the college entrance exam? Man, it won't be the same way later. Guess how many points I scored? He wanted to calmly look at his 3-year roommate, smiled faintly, and asked, how many points? The three looked at each other and smiled smugly. Brother 645. I'm not too low. 628. I'm 653. We have a dormitory 3 people all got into the first class line. You want you how many points? It can't be less than 200 points, right? Also, even a wind wolf can't be killed. Alas, it's really a pity. If you're with us, maybe we can still help you kill a few heads. Looking at the 3 of them with a fake look on their faces, you wanted to nod seriously. Well, you guys are right. It's true that we won't be all the way from now on. Lifting his suitcase, he walked past them with a bland face, not really able to talk to these 3 goods. When Yi Xiang walked away, the 3 of them looked at each other in bewilderment. What's wrong with this guy? Is it hard to be mad because you failed the entrance exam? The group scores have been tallied, so let's see how many points this guy has. One of them took out his cell phone and opened the class group, and as expected, the scores of all the people had been tallied. The 3 subconsciously looked at the bottom of the report card, the past results of each subject. You wanted to be in the bottom of the first place at a glance, but this time, surprisingly, it wasn't. This guy couldn't have failed the test, could he? A person next to him couldn't help but say, it's possible. The guy more than likely just didn't show up for the test. No, I saw him go, but also with Xin Yue and the next class of Song Xinrui with the team to come. Looking upwards, should be let these 2 girls with points to bring up the estimate. However, as they got higher up, after all the people saw their own names, none of them saw Yi Xiang's name, and they could not help but look puzzled. Crap, you 2 look up there. Li Hua suddenly pointed at the top of the report card and shouted. The 2 of them sniffed and looked, and froze in place, their faces full of shock. Yi think, 915 points. Xin Yue, 915 points. Fake, right? Over 900 points? How is that possible? At the same time, more and more people in the class noticed Yi Xiang's grades, and the first thing they did was to disbelieve if the class teacher had made a mistake in the statistics. Perhaps too many people had inquired, and Qing Yulu replied directly to the group. Student Yi Xiang's results are true, tied for first place in the country with Xin Yue, and Song Xinrui from class 2 next door. A simple sentence that completely blew everyone up. Number 1 in the country? Meanwhile, major national media news outlets broadcast live the announcement of the scores of this year's high school students. A middle-aged couple is busy working on a sumptuous dinner in an ordinary neighborhood household. Mother Shin was a bit worried. The college entrance exam is already over, and I don't know how many points these 2 children can score. Shin father nodded. I'm not worried about Young Wei. His teacher told me before that it's not a big problem for her to get into a top college. But this kid, Yi Xiang, it's going to be a bit harder. Shin mother sighed helplessly. Even if you can't graduate, it's okay. Change another school to continue to study. Really can't. Just go to your workshop to work or not. Shin's father nodded his head without half an opinion. The reason why they adopted Yi Xiang was, in fact, more than anything else, to return the favor. Yi Xiang's parents had saved their family of 3 before they sacrificed their lives. So after learning that Yi Xiang had been orphaned, the 2 did not have any hesitation in choosing to adopt. Just then, the news hostess on the TV said, I believe that everyone is looking forward to this session of the high school candidates. This year, this session, indeed gave us too many surprises. No one would have thought that this year's college entrance examination top students actually have 3. Yes, everyone has heard correctly. There are 3 top students in this year's college entrance examination. 3 years of hard study, day and night struggle and training, the hope of the future of mankind, are pinned on these children, and this year's tied for the first place in the country of the 3 students, all from the first middle school in Ningchuan. Upon hearing the familiar name of the school, the 2 couldn't help but look up at the TV. Aha, you go to the same school as the kids? The next moment, they saw on the screen, 2 familiar faces appeared. It was Yi Xiang and Xin Yue, and there was also a girl who also looked quite clean and smart side by side. Yi Xiang, level 16, profession Daoist, score 915. Xin Yue, level 17, hidden profession Moon Elf Sacrifice, score 915 points. Song Xinrui, level 16, profession Summoner, score 915. Just then, the door to the room opened and Xin Yue said with a happy face, Dad, Mom, I'm back. The two parents turned their heads at the sound, their faces full of dumbfounded shock. 3 days later, Yi wanted to return to the middle school and came to get his graduation certificate. On the high school, the banner bears the names of 3 high school seniors, but as if it had nothing to do with him, as before, he calmly walked through the door to the classroom, where a number of people looked up and gazed at him. Even after so many days had passed, the crowd still found it hard to believe that the top student of the college entrance examination would be him. Wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. In the class, it seems that the only one close to him is Xing Yue. Xing Yulu walked in at this time with a bunch of graduation certificates and looked at the crowd, nodding slightly. 3 years, in the twinkling of an eye, or the past. I hope that all of you in these 3 years of hard work have got a satisfactory answer, but do not slacken. You just took the first step. There is still a long way to go in the future. Come up here and get your diploma if your name is red. Minnie Lee. Soon, almost all of the people had received their graduation certificates. Only Yi Xiang and Xing Yue had not yet read them. Xing Yulu looked at the 2 graduation certificates in her hands with a complicated face. Actually, I am very lucky to personally accompany you through these 3 years. Your wings are full and spreading. Yi Xiang, Shen Yue, if you come to that point in the future, I hope that you will be able to lead the human race and go a little farther. But please be careful to cherish your free time right now as well. Shan Yue. Xin Yue stood up at the words and walked up with a foggy light in her eyes and gently took the diploma. Got it, teacher. Yi Xiang stood up at the sound. Not only was everyone in the classroom looking at him, outside the classroom, there were also many students curiously watching. All of them were freshmen and sophomores, wanting to take a look at this senior high school top student's senior sister. Qing Yulu quietly looked at Yi Xiang, handed him the graduation certificate and said, I've seen all the 3 years you've been reading Taoist books. Your persistence and perseverance have actually proved your potential long ago. And in you, the teacher has also realized the truth that even the most ordinary occupation cannot curb a person's growth. You're the one who's taught us a lot these past 3 years. Dao Shu, is there anything good you want to share with your classmates? He wanted to receive the graduation certificate, turned around, and looked at his 3-year classmates with a calm gaze. There's nothing to say, guys, keep up the good work. Xing Yulu immediately had a head full of black lines. Get down there. There is no doubt that soon, the 3 top colleges and universities have sent acceptance letters to Yi Xiang and Xing Yue, and in the past 2 days, Yue's parents have answered the phone and received numbness. After Yi wanted to think seriously for a while, he finally chose the weakest of the 3 top colleges, Holy Chime College. Ahem, naturally, is not running to the beauty of more than one choice, entirely because of the celestial master profession. Is the path of meditation branding, late even if it is the transfer of internal cultivation, mastery of the thunder method, the thousands of spells in the Qimen Zhuanjia, or refining weapons, refining array alchemy, all need to meditate to spend a lot of time. In the short term, joining the War God High School would allow one's immortal body to be upgraded very quickly, but in the long term, the loss would outweigh the gain. After Xin Yue learned that Yi wanted to choose St. Chime High School, she followed suit without saying a word. With a happy face, Brother Yi, we're going to be classmates for another 4 years. Yi wanted to be a bit helpless, but her profession was also suitable for Holy Chime High School. He suddenly remembered Song Xinrui. With her summoner profession, she would most likely choose judgment colleges, right? We're going to report to Kyoto in a month, so let's cultivate properly first and level up. Yi wanted to say, aha, don't worry, I won't drag Brother Yi down, Xin Yue said with conviction. In the middle school, level 16. 17 might be one of the best, but for the top colleges and universities, level 16 was actually just the threshold, and quite a number of talented characters, who upgraded fast, had even reached level 18, and by the time this summer vacation was over, when the school year started, there might already be someone who had reached level 20. It was important to know that after level 20, the profession would evolve again, and the strength would naturally increase quite a bit. For example, Song Xinrui's summoner profession would allow her to summon an additional summoner beast to cultivate, and by the way, she could also tame an additional fey beast. Xin Yue would also boost her moon elf form after her second turn, and her aura of assistance might be an additional one as well. Yi Xiang naturally had some expectations. After the second turn of the celestial master, he should be able to choose the thunder technique, right? Mastering the thunder law was equivalent to transferring to the most powerful thunder mage profession, and it would also allow for an additional cultivation path. And when the time came, the level could be raised a bit faster. Thinking of this month he wanted to start practicing hard. During the day, he entered the Void Mirror realm to challenge different alien beasts, all of which were set at a level 5 levels higher than his own. but the intensity of the battle was still not enough. There was no way around it though. The arena could only pick up to a maximum of 5 levels above one's own fey. As quality failed, quantity came to the rescue. You wanted to start trying to fight 5 level 21 twin-headed auger snakes at the same time. Once that was over, the meditation on branding the human immortal pattern continued into the evening. As the difficulty of engraving behind the human immortal patterns became greater and greater, over the past month, he finally got stuck on the 10th human immortal pattern. Right now, after a day of cultivation, the progress of the human immortal tattoo was only 0.1%, and it would currently take at least one more week to complete this last repeat of the human immortal tattoo and break through to level 20. He had just opened his eyes when a knock sounded at the door and a familiar voice shouted crisply, "Brother Yi, it's time to go." Yi Xiang stood up at the words. These days he had risen 3 levels in a row, and his human immortal body made him grow a few centimeters taller once again, and his physical qualities had become much stronger as well. Even if he didn't use the golden light mantra or the human immortal body right now, the power contained in his body could easily slap a Jiao snake of the same level to death, which showed the power of the human immortal body refinement. Opening the door, the Xin Yue that met her eyes seemed to be much prettier again, white as if, glowing skin smooth and incomparable, bright eyes clear as a star, exquisite features, moving posture, and like the moonlight icy temperament. You wanted to react quickly and couldn't help but ask, "You're at level 20? By you. I just made a breakthrough last night," Xin Yue said happily. "Not only do I have more skills, the moon elf form has also evolved. You brother want to take a look? Oh, awesome. See you next time." You wanted to say very perfunctorily. Xin Yue instantly pouted. What an uninteresting person. There wasn't much to pack. So Yi Xiang also quickly organized himself and went out with Yue. Just downstairs, I saw Shen's father's car downstairs had been waiting for a long time. He looked at the changes in Yi Xiang's body, and couldn't help but nod his head. Not bad. Full of spirit. Shen mother was also very satisfied looking at Yi Xiang, although not her own son, but had long treated him as a son, and now that she saw that both of them were so good, the smile on her face these days had not disappeared. Yi Xiang, when you go to college, you should also keep an eye on Yue. She's too simple, Mother Shen habitually admonished. It was a familiar scene, as it was 3 years ago when I was in high school. Yi wanted to nod. Got it, auntie. Seeing Yi Xiang so understanding, Shen mother could not help but feel a little emotional. If Yi Xiang's real parents saw that he was so good now, they must be very happy. Shen father sat in front and drove the car. Looking at the 3 people in the rearview mirror, the corners of his mouth slowly spread a smile. Both children are outstanding. How could he not be happy? However, just as he was waiting for the traffic light, Yi Xiang suddenly frowned, his eyes looking at the sidewalk not far away. There, a group of people were waiting for the green light. Yi Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly. After turning into a celestial master, his senses were very sensitive, and what he felt just now could not be wrong. He sensed very strong hostility. The eyes were very hateful, as if they wanted to kill him immediately. But when he looked over, it disappeared in a flash. What's wrong? Mother Shen noticed Yi Xiang's expression and couldn't help but ask. Yi wanted to shake his head. It's fine. I'm just a bit hungry. I forgot to eat breakfast. Mother Shen slapped her head. Really? I was rushed over earlier by Yue all the time. I forgot to bring you breakfast. Xin Yue apologized a little. I'm sorry, Brother Yi. I was a little excited. Yi Xiang smiled. Just eat whatever you want when you get to the high-speed train station later. His eyes glanced at the pedestrian traffic light location again. His gaze deep. The human immortal patterns on his body were ready to be cast, and his right hand had already pinched up the spell. Just now, in between speaking, he felt that very hateful and hostile look again, and made sure he felt it correctly. No matter what purpose the other party was coming from, this kind of look was definitely not good. Xin Yue looked at Yi Xiang suspiciously, and suddenly a glint of intelligence crossed her eyes. 3 days down the road from the entrance exam, some of the details of how you wanted to enter the fighting state were more than familiar to her. What was around that made you brother tighten up all of a sudden? At the thought, she reached out and carefully touched him. You wanted to look down at her and nodded imperceptibly. The two had grown up together and some understanding was still there. No matter who the enemy is, prioritize the protection of Shen's mother and father. Although they had level 30, they were actually all secondary professions. For example, Mother Shen was a pharmacist and Father Shen was a mechanical repairer, and both of them did not have much combat power. Seeing that there were still 20 seconds left on the red light, and the crosswalk street light on the side began to turn green, the group of people suddenly came this way. You wanted to purposely not look that way, and as expected, the hostile eyes stared over again, right in the middle of this crowd. You wanted to try to use the afterglow to see, and soon confirmed the target. A thin and tall looks like a young man. But this hot day, with a sweatshirt hat, still cannot see half of the face. Wearing quite trendy, the man blended in with the crowd. Coming this way at a step-by-step point, Yi Xiang lowered his head. The golden light divine mantra spell in his hand had been pinched and was ready to be used with it. And underneath his clothes, the arcane human immortal pattern was faintly visible. He who has taken the high school entrance examination and he who has not taken the high school entrance examination have invariably completed the first layer of metamorphosis. That's blood and vigilance. Shun's father was oblivious and just stared at the traffic light silently. Shun's mother seemed to realize something. She looked at Yi Xiang and Yu Wei suspiciously. Why were these two children a bit odd? Right at this moment, the young man finally came in front of the sedan, looking like an ordinary face, but in an instant, countless terrifying bone spikes erupted from his body, instantly piercing through the windshield and stabbing towards the four people inside the car. Shun's father and mother looked at this scene in horror, completely unable to react. Right at the moment of crisis, Yi Xiang's body erupted with brilliant golden light, and in a fraction of a second, he broke Shun's father's seat hard toward the back. When Shun's father froze, Yi Xiang's body had already blocked in front of him, emanating human immortal pattern branding in golden light, and his golden pupils were majestic to the extreme. Shun's father stared at him blankly. With a pfft sound, a bone splinter pierced through the golden light, pierced through the human immortal pattern, and directly passed through Yi Xiang's chest. He wanted to look at the frozen trio and shouted, "Yu Wei, go!" Xin Yu Wei looked at Yi Xiang's bloody chest. Since she was a child, it was the first time she had seen her brother Yi injured, or such a serious injury, but she knew that now was not the time to be heartbroken. The moonlight enveloped her body and she quickly changed into a moon elf-like appearance, and what was originally just ordinary light wings turned into supple feathers. She hugged her parents and rushed out in a huff, banging on the car door. When you wanted to see this scene, he was slightly relieved before he puffed out a large mouthful of blood, but luckily, he could feel that the bone spur didn't hit the vitals. It just went through his ribs and back out again. The golden light transformed into a long sword and cut off the bone spikes with one hand. Seeing that Yi Xiang could still move, the humanoid monster in front of him with bone spikes erupting all over his body was obviously stunned. Not dead? He wanted to also recognize the guy in front of him, only to see that the face had changed from human to alien in a weird way. Surprisingly, it was a level 40 bone fae. How is that possible? When did the fae have the ability to disguise themselves as humans? Has some meaning. The bone skeleton fae let out a hoarse and unpleasant sound and stared at Yi Xiang dead in the face. This alien race is the same as the human race, has wisdom, has a complete inheritance system. The alien race is divided into 12 major races. The bone skeleton alien race is one of the races, but no one expected that a foreign race would lurk in Ningchuan City. At this moment, he wanted to cover his chest, gasping for air and staring at this bone skeleton alien race. This guy's bone spikes had broken through his golden light spell and human immortal body in a split second, which was clearly too much of a disparity in strength. In the distance, Xin Yu Wei saw the monster in front of Yi Xiang, and apparently also recognized it as a foreigner, and was a bit disbelieving. When Shen's mother saw the bone spurs pierced through Yuan's chest, she was incomparably heartbroken and was on the verge of crying. Quickly call the police. The people around them saw the scene and hadn't reacted to what was happening. At this time, this head of bone skeleton alien also no longer cover up. As soon as the body was removed by countless bone spikes pierced clothes, the next moment, an upright humanoid skeleton monster into the eyes of the crowd. The people around them were incomparably alarmed and fled in a hurry. This foreigner in front of him did not have the slightest bit of flesh and blood on his body. His body was made up of all bones. His bones were tough and still strong. His pair of blood-red eyes were very strange. He gazed at Yi Xiang and Xin Yu Wei with a strange smile spreading from the corners of his mouth. List of human geniuses, Yi Want, Shen Yu Wei, confirmed target. Hearing these words, Yi wanted to finally understand, and after glancing back at Xin Yu Wei and aunt and uncle, he gritted his teeth and violently ran towards the other side. The bone face saw this and quickly followed him with great speed. Shin father immediately understood that you want to face this terrible monster alone. Gritted his teeth. Yu Wei, go and help Yi Want, but none of you are allowed to have any accidents. Understand? Aha! Shin Yu Wei fiercely flapped her feathered wings, and her entire body swiftly flew over in the direction of Yi Guan and the foreigners. At the same time, a piercing alarm sounded at the inspectorate. Alarm! Alert! Fae have appeared on Zijin Street. There are foreigners on Zijin Street. All inspections froze in disbelief, realizing that unless there was a major invasion of foreigners, how could there be foreigners in the city? For a moment they thought they had heard wrong. At this time the door was violently kicked open. A ponytailed woman wearing an inspection uniform walked in, looked at a group of people in the room, and shouted in a cold voice, "What are you still waiting for? Didn't you hear the alarm? Immediately, action! If we can't catch this foreigner, all of you will wait for your departure." He wanted to dart through the alleys, quickly turning corners and jumping around. With his familiarity with this place, this foreign race could not catch up with him for a while. Just as he passed by a fork in the road, Yi Xiang got up and jumped, steeply disappearing from the spot. The skeletal alien looked around suspiciously and suddenly raised his head towards the top. As expected, the talismans drifted down steeply in the sky. You wanted to know that he definitely couldn't outrun his opponent by just running, so he might as well let go. Seeing so many talismans, the bone alien subconsciously raised his hand to cover it. Where did he think that these were the lowest level of purification talismans? And with a huff, they all burned. The moment he obscured his vision, Yi Xiang held a golden longsword and performed the clear windsword technique to stab directly at him. Clank! Yi Xiang still underestimated the other party. A level 40 foreigner. Whether it was battle power or reaction ability, it was not something he could imagine. A mere bone spur was easily blocked. The bone skeleton Fei looked at Yi Xiang with disdain and mocked. Unconscionable. It manipulated the bone spikes to condense a bone knife in its hand and slashed down hard at Yi Xiang. He wanted to subconsciously raise his longsword to resist, but the golden light longsword instantly shattered the moment it touched the bone blade. The golden light spell still couldn't block the other party's attack and directly shattered. However, in the moment of shattering, it was still slightly hindered. Yi Xiang didn't retreat. Instead, he followed close to the skeleton alien, and his golden pupil exuded a shocking majesty. For some reason, the bone skeleton Fei couldn't stop trembling inwardly when he saw these golden eyes. At this time, Yi Xiang had already utilized his human immortal body to the extreme, and the golden light mantra was also condensed on his right fist. With a thud, the fist slammed hard into the bone Fei's jaw, sending it flying high. A golden aura flickered in Yi Xiang's eyes. It was so hard to catch the opportunity. He naturally would not stop. His feet stomped hard and quickly chased after him. The terrifying power with the golden light mantra was even more powerful, and his double fists kept landing on the other party's body. Boom! The final punch, hard, slammed the skeletal alien into a wall, setting it deep. It could be imagined how powerful Yi Xiang's power was today, far exceeding that of an ordinary third-turn warrior profession. In particular, the power of a human immortal body could not be limited to strength, but rather the enhancement of the quality of the entire body. He slowly pulled out the bone spikes on his chest. The sharp pain made Yi Xiang's head clearer and clearer, and the moment the blood burst out, it hurt so much that he almost fell to one knee on the ground. After gritting his teeth and tapping a few large acupoints on his chest, the bleeding quickly stopped. This was all something he had learned on the Taoist collection. The human body contained meridian points that were amazing. Soon, as the human immortal ripple emanations surfaced on his body, the bloody hole in his chest was slowly recovering as far as the eye could see. Xin Yue flew over at this time, came to his side without saying a word, and raised her hand to drop a holy moon cure. In the next moment, the wound on Yi Xiang's chest directly recovered intact under the double enchantment. Barta. At this time, the bone skeleton alien slowly walked out from the wall, his blood-red eyes gazing at the two men in death. His body was almost intact as before. The crazy attack from Yi Xiang earlier did not hurt the other party at all. The characteristic of this bone skeleton alien race was its strong defense and regeneration ability. As if it was immortal, it was difficult to kill it. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang tightly frowned. Go! No longer entangling with the other party, Yi Xiang decisively chose to leave. Want to run? The bone skeleton Fei cocked its head, and countless bone spikes abruptly erupted from its body, covering the sky and destroying all the surrounding buildings as if they were passing through tofu dregs. In an instant, the bone spikes enveloped the entire surrounding area of hundreds of meters, so that not even a fly could fly. He wanted to slam his fist hard on the bone thorn wall, but there was a steep recoil. This bone thorn contained some kind of power, and could not be broken by brute force. The bone skeleton Fei walked over without any panic at all and opened his mouth to mock. Are the geniuses of the human race this weak? Perhaps our judgment was wrong. There is no need to pay such a price to strangle you so-called geniuses. Xin Yue unfolded her wings and quickly condensed a dozen moonlight blades in front of her body, flying quickly towards the skeletal alien. However, the other party merely swung the bone blade with force, and all the moonlight blades suddenly shattered all at once. The bone skeleton Fei was just about to continue taunting when Yi Xiang charged up once again. More to come? Seemingly wanting to deliberately abuse Yi Xiang, he disarmed the bone sword and raised both fists to fiercely blast against Yi Xiang. Boom! The moment their fists collided, powerful air currents erupted out. But obviously Yi wanted to lose completely. The whole person directly backed up a dozen steps, and his arm was even directly dislocated by the smash. And the bone skeleton alien race did not move. Only the blood-red eyes crossed a trace of surprise. At level 19, to exert the power of a level 30 Fey beast close to level 30, this human genius was really surprising, but it was still weak. That's all. Yi Xiang's expression remained unchanged, and as soon as he restored his dislocated arm, the human immortal patterns on his body were stimulated with full force, exuding arcane and mysterious pattern imprints. He charged up towards the Bone Fey once again. Seeing this scene, Xin Yue was filled with heartache as she saw this and reached out her hand, adding another layer of lunar god blessing on Yi Xiang's body. The bone skeleton Fey still did not hold back, and the sparring match between them and Yi Xiang was completely one-sided. Yi Xiang had to take 3 punches each time, spewing out a large mouthful of blood each time, before one punch barely landed on his opponent. But soon, the bone skeleton alien realized that something was wrong. He felt that Yi Xiang's power was getting stronger little by little, and that weird pattern on his body was also changing rapidly. He grabbed Yi Xiang's neck in a death grip and lifted it up fiercely. At this time, Xin Yue rushed behind the bone skeleton alien, and an icy longsword appeared in her hand, aiming to chop down his neck. The bone skeleton alien was a little impatient as he smashed his fist towards his back, and the ice-glittering longsword also instantly shattered, and his heavy fist ruthlessly landed on Xin Yue's shoulder. She spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang's eyes widened as if he had touched his reverse scales, and he roared violently. Stop! The bone skeleton alien was full of disdain. He slammed his fist hard on Yi Xiang's stomach, then threw it out heavily and quickly approached Xin Yue. Seeing this scene, Yi wanted to fill his eyes with anxiety. It was so close. It was still so close. Break me! Yi wanted to roar, and in an instant, he broke through the shackles of the first layer of the human immortal body, and a powerful force instantly swept through his entire body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for arriving at level 20 and reaching the second turn of the Celestial Master. Please select the following skills as the second turn skills. In the next moment, a familiar pattern of little people appeared in front of him. The first one was the villain with 2 hands of thunder spells, followed by the villain with the Chi Men Bureau surrounding his body, and the last villain was holding a small golden book in one hand, with one finger pointing to the sky, and a word of Tao on the tip of his finger. Positive Thunder Law, Chi Men Dun Jia, the book of the great Tao of heaven and earth. However, this time, Yi Xiang did not have any hesitation and directly chose the positive thunder method. Confirmation of the transfer skill, Zhang Lei Fa, accompanied by the system's words. In an instant, Yi Xiang's body was steeply surrounded by golden light, and feeling the might behind him, the bone alien couldn't help but faintly freeze and turn his head to look, only to see that all the golden light on Yi Xiang's body was suppressed to the limit, crackling and turning into white lightning patterns flickering. Boom! Yi Xiang's figure abruptly disappeared in place, and in this instant, he was like a thunderbolt that could not be captured by the naked eye. Stab! Piercingly brilliant thunder light appeared at first glance, and once again, a fist ruthlessly bombarded on the bone skeleton alien. The tyrannical thunder law smashed on his body, sustaining rampant destruction. The bone skeleton face surprisingly couldn't control his body for a moment, and all the connections between his bones and skeletons were paralyzed. Lei Fa exuded a terrifying luster that erupted on him, and at this moment, the bone Fey unexpectedly felt the threat of death. It looked at Yi Xiang incredulously, its face filled with horror. Thunder Law? How is that possible? How could this human teenager in front of him, who was only level 20, use thunder magic? Is this kind of power, at the very least, only for human level 50 plus mage professions? As a bone skeleton alien race, it was most afraid of lightning, and was completely restrained. Yi wanted his figure to reappear in its original position again. The original golden eyes had long been transformed into white pupils, and his body radiated majestic thunder intent. With his long hair flying, the heavenly master was majestic. He only saw his hands quickly pinching up the Tao symbol, and his eyes were cold and deep. An even more powerful thunder aura coalesced in his hand, snapped, and instantly blasted out. Palm thunder, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. The terrifying power of lightning exploded on the bone Fey, and he screamed in agony, unable to believe that this was a skill that a level 20 teenager could emit. The bone skeleton Fey was directly blasted out. Half of his body was shattered and mutilated in a miserable manner. After Yi wanted to unleash this lightning move, his chest was like a wooden box that had broken the wind, and he was panting violently. Thunder spells should be used with the inner alchemy aura. Now that I have just switched jobs and haven't begun to cultivate the inner alchemy, relying solely on the base of the golden light divine mantra, any further releases will require a loss of life expectancy. He stared dead on at the location where the skeletal alien had fallen, and a golden longsword reassembled in his hand as he took a step towards him. The bone skeleton alien was still trying to stand up, looking with disbelief at the human teenager who was approaching him step by step. How could he, a level 40 Bone King, be defeated by a human teenager? He still wanted to stand up, but with the lightning law in his body wreaking havoc in a frenzy, he couldn't climb up at all. The powerful recovery ability was completely restrained by the thunder method. Yi Xiang held a golden longsword and took a step in front of him as he began to overdraw his life and use his lightning method again. The golden light longsword transformed into a bright white sword, and the berserk lightning power was compressed to the extreme. Looking at the foreigners in front of him, he wanted to feel as if he had seen his parents who had died tragically in front of him, and saw a scene from back then when countless foreigners had broken through the city and caused bloody killings. The bone skeleton alien stared at Yi Xiang's eyes in death as he realized what kind of terrifying enemy the alien race would face in the future if he didn't kill this teenager. A man and a different man looked at each other, but their eyes revealed the same hatred of killing. Xin Yue covered her mouth and couldn't believe the changes in Brother Ye's body. He had, surprisingly, actually beaten a level 40 Bone Fei. Remember my name, White Armor. The skeletal alien closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. Yi Xiang's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he sensed something, and a faint smile spread across the corners of his mouth. He took a quick step forward, but stopped abruptly. In an instant, like a white lotus flower blooming, countless blood-colored bone blades surrounded the white armor in full bloom. This last plot of his own was completely seen through by this thoughtful teenager, and white armor completely closed his eyes. On your way to Hades, report the name of this heavenly master. Yi Xiang. You wanted the thunder sword to chop down on that stunned and ugly face. The bony head of the skeleton was suddenly raised high, and a red hazy blood spirit drilled out of its corpse. He wanted to reach out his hand, grabbed it, and without hesitation directly opened his mouth to eat it. This is the fundamental reason why the human race and the alien race are immortal. The human race can devour the blood beads of the foreigners to increase their level, and the foreigners can devour the spiritual power to strengthen themselves after killing the human profession, and even have the probability to get the profession skills mastered by the human race. The moment the bone skeleton alien died, the bone spikes that resembled a semicircle steeply collapsed and fell, one piece falling from the sky above. As for Yi Xiang, after eating the blood bead, his body instantly erupted with a terrifying aura. He forced himself to endure the severe pain that his body was about to be burst, and clenched his teeth. There was still a tiny sound seeping out of the cracks of his teeth. Xin Yue came to his side, full of worry and anxiety, but did not dare to touch. Detecting huge energy, please choose the direction of second turn cultivation as soon as possible. Dharma cultivation internal refinement. 9 revolutions violet gold pill. Yi Xiang immediately chose. In the distance, a group of inspections flew over this way, and when they saw this scene, several people were all in shock. Isn't this year's top student, Yi Xiaoyan? They glanced down at the corpse again and sucked in a breath of cold air. Level 40 skeleton Fei. Dead, and at this time, in Yi Xiang's mind, there were cultivation techniques about the inner elixir that came flying out, and with the 3000 Dao caches as a base, he instantly learned them. He sat down on the ground and pinched up the spell, quickly channeling the energy of the blood bead in his body that was almost about to burst into flames. He devoured and dissolved the energy of the blood bead little by little. Invisibly, it also drove the second layer of human immortal pattern branding. I don't know how long it has passed, the kind of violent breath on Yi Xiang's body has long disappeared and vanished. The whole person completely entered the state of stabilization. In the sea of qi in the dantian, a purple gold dam the size of a fingernail cap, dripping and spinning, a spiritual energy was bred from it, wandering around the body for a circle, growing 1 point before running back into the purple gold dam, and the cycle began again and again. His body senses gradually returned, and he heard soft breathing around him. When he opened his eyes, his violet essence burst forth, but it was more contained down, collecting his breath. After consuming all of the level 40 blood bead energy, Yi Xiang's level jumped to 25 in one whole leap. Detecting the host's level has reached 25. Do you want to extract the skill? Yes. Successful extraction. Acquired Taoist skill, Tongtian Talisman. In an instant, arcane Taoist runes appeared steeply in Yi Xiang's mind, and then all of them were engraved in his bones, which he could not forget for the rest of his life. Tongtian Talisman can directly use the incantation, seal, Spirit 3-in-1 condensed air drawing talisman. The power is even far more than the talisman drawn by the runic paper. Unfortunately, he had only attempted to draw pure talismans at the moment, and other than this basic talisman, the rest of the talismans required spiritual energy to support them, which he hadn't had before, so naturally he couldn't learn. But now, since he had spiritual power, together with the Tong Tian talisman, he might be able to ponder some talismans out properly. Yi Xiang, who had memorized the 3000 Taoist collections, knew very well that the talisman alone could be a top combat profession. Yi wanted to open his eyes, but saw Shin Yue asleep on his lap. No wonder the legs are numb from the pressure. Yi wanted to have a black line on his head, but he didn't wake her up and looked around. It was late at night, and the surroundings were all cordoned off, with tents set up around his perimeter. Seemingly sensing that Yi Xiang had woken up, a beautiful woman wearing an inspector uniform walked in, looked at him and said, "You woke up, TSK, level 25 at the age of 16. You're too scary. But yeah, I heard that you were level 10 upon awakening at the age of 12. That talent, I'm so envious." Today there were simultaneous incidents of alien lurking and sneak attacks all over the country. 2 in Ningchuan, 9 in Kyoto, 4 in Yuhang, 3 in the northeast, 1 in Guangdong and Hong Kong, 2 in Jiyu and 1 in Hainan. And the target was very clear. It was the outstanding talented students in your class of college entrance exams, premeditated and organized. The alien race intends to strangle the human geniuses before they have grown up. This is something we have overlooked. The casualties are high. According to the news, there are a few scholars in the top 20 of the college entrance examination rankings who have been killed. Shinya said softly. There was a look of shocked anger in her eyes. This was the first time in 100 years that the Fae had done this, and they couldn't even find a clue as to how these skeletal Fae had gotten mixed up with the humans. Yi thought for a moment. 2 cases in Ningchuan, and 1 is. Steeply, the image of Song Xinrui appeared in his mind. His eyes widened slightly in a bit of disbelief. She's fine. The Fae attacked her just as an A-class hunter was healing in her home and was killed in turn, Zhenya said. Yi Xiang then breathed a sigh of relief. The strength of a level 40 foreigner was terrifying, and it was all a coincidence that he could win. Bone Fae were very much restrained by lightning. It was mentioned in the school books that lightning could paralyze the muscles where their bones were connected, making them unable to move. Unless it was a Bone Fae above level 60 who advanced to the Black Bone King level and was immune to lightning paralysis, it would be restrained below level 60. How did they sneak in? You wanted to ask with a frown. There is a department above that has begun a special investigation into this incident. You don't need to worry about that, but this is something that you need to keep secret. The news will cause a panic if it gets out. Actually, there's one more thing. I guess a lot of people are starting to wonder. Are you still a Taoist profession? Shinya asked as she looked at Yi Xiang curiously. Ever since Yi Xiang appeared in the public eye, the crowd was more curious about his occupation as opposed to his high score. How could a Taoist who was reduced to a wasted profession be so powerful? There were still some people in the country who had awakened and turned into Taoist priests, but even if they upgraded to the later stages, they could only draw talismans and refine pills every day, and they had almost no combat power. Not to mention the long time it takes to make pills. There's also a chance that a pot will be scrapped. So this kind of profession is simply not useful. Facing Chinya's question, Yi wanted to shake his head. Not anymore. Upon hearing Yi Xiang's affirmation, there was no surprise in Chinya's eyes. Second awakening? It's not only hidden professions that are top geniuses. Some people awaken 2 different professions to complement each other. Although upgrading would be much slower this way, the strength exerted was even stronger than some hidden professions. Neither. He wanted to shake his head again. He didn't hide it and said directly, I memorized the 3000 Taoist collections, and the Taoist profession has additional thunder skills. Memorizing? Zhenya froze, and she frowned slightly. Never mind. You're going to report tomorrow. Right. Don't worry. You won't be late. Our inspector will send you to St. Chimes High School on a special flight tomorrow. You wanted to nod. Okay. After Chinya finished speaking, she hurriedly turned around and left. For this incident of a lurking invasion by a foreign race, it was necessary to find the cause. After all, no one knew whether there were still foreign races in lurking or not. It's like a bomb that no one knows when it will explode. At this time, Shin Yue opened her eyes in a daze, just in time to see Yi Xiang looking at her, and could not help but be surprised. Yi brother, when did you wake up? Just now. Come on, go back. Yi wanted to pull Shin Yue up and out of the tent. Not far away, Shin mother Shin father saw the two, rushed to come up and down to look at Yi wanted for a long time, to determine that it is all right, before a long sigh of relief. It's good to be okay, it's good to be okay. Yi wanted to see Shin's mother's frightened look and laughed. Don't worry, I'm fine. They want to kill me. It's not that easy. Shin's father looked at the broken hole in Yi Xiang's chest and said with a complicated expression, this dress on you definitely can't be worn to school. Yi wanted to take a look at the clothes. A little helpless. No way. After the fight clothes how can be fine? I have a friend who is a level 55 enchanted sewer and can enchant attribute bonuses on clothes. How about making a set for each of you? Shin Yue's eyes lit up, but soon hesitated a bit. Dad, enchanted clothing is so expensive. One piece needs at least 100,000 or so, let alone a set. It's too expensive. Yi Xiang also nodded. Clothes are just for wearing. Enchanted clothes don't help much. Shen's father's demeanor, however, boarded up his face. Listen to me. If I say to do it, do it. Yi Xiang and Shen Yue looked at each other helplessly. Uncle's stubbornness is back. As long as he decides something, 10 oxen can't pull it back. What Shen Tianyang actually wanted was simple. To do his best to bring these two children to the next level. Possessed clothes, which were only used by hunter-soldiers or mercenaries who traveled frequently on missions, were indeed too early to prepare for students. But after this experience, Shen's father would not hesitate. The two kids were lucky to escape the crisis this time. But what if there's a next time? The always frugal mother Shen pursed her lips and did not object. She seemed to remember something and explained. The two of you scored a good grade. And the St. Chime High School and the middle school side combined gave $800,000 in scholarships and grants straight away. So you don't have to worry about not having enough money. Seeing Shen's mother say this, Yi wanted to say nothing more, but just keep this intention in his heart. He looked up at Shen's father's back as he smoked in the distance, and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. What's wrong with uncle? Shen's mother said softly, child, when you gave up your life to save him in the car, that look, as when your parents saved us back then, was very similar, really too similar. Speaking here, Mother Shen couldn't help but shed tears. We're really worried that if even you die because of us, what face will we have to see your parents in the future? Shen Yue saw her mom shedding tears and couldn't help but shed tears as well. The family was very emotional. Yi wanted to shake his head. Auntie, you guys are thinking too much. I am confident in myself, even if I have to do it again. Brother Yi, Shen Yue rarely got a little angry and pinched him. Yes, 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 there is no next time. See my ravenous mouth. After Shen father finished a cigarette, he walked to Yi Want. Although the two men are not father and son, but after so many years, there is still some tacit understanding. No one said anything more. Let's go and order a better looking dress. It did not take long. Yi Xiang and others quickly came to a luxurious to the extreme store, which is full of enchanted clothes. Light is more than 100,000, moving hundreds of thousands of dollars. Shen Yue have become careful. Dad, I haven't heard that you have such a luxurious friend? Shen Yue asked with some curiosity. Shen's father smiled confidently. If your father hadn't been injured more than 10 years ago and couldn't control the force in his right hand, he might have been mixed up with the state supervisor mecha designer by now. Not to brag, Shen's father's profession was a mechanical repairman, which sounded popular. But it was important to realize that over the years the country had been going down the path of integrating technology and transmutators together to make them more powerful. For example, exoskeleton mechs, armor, and other such things require mechanical professions to work with scientists to research them. Although mechanical repairers were an auxiliary profession, their number was very rare, almost no less than the number of hidden professions. If it wasn't for the incident of the alien massacre a dozen years ago, which caused Shen's father to suffer permanent nerve damage in his right hand, he wouldn't have been reduced to working as a small foreman in a lathe room. At this time, a chubby but very spirited middle-aged man walked out, and when he saw Shen Tianyang and his party, his eyes lit up. Old Shen? Crap, it's really you. Seeing this guy in front of him, Shen's father couldn't help but smile. You've gained weight again. Young Wei, Yi Xiang, this is Uncle Zhong. Young Wei and Yi Xiang sniffed and knowingly called out Uncle Zhong towards this middle-aged man. When Zhong Liyang saw Yi Xiang and Yue, he could not help but freeze for a moment and reacted violently. Aren't these two kids this year's high school seniors? The corner of Shen Tianyang's mouth curled slightly, a little bit of small satisfaction. Well, the two children are still very competitive. Zhongli Central is really shocked. Old Shen you this is really meaningless a lifetime than you. School that time the grades are not as good as you. You also married the school flower. Now you two children are so competitive. Mother Shen rolled her eyes. What's the point of talking about this in front of the child? Only then did Zhongli Yang react. Ha ha, okay, have you eaten yet? Why don't you simply eat at my place tonight? Shen Tianyang shook his head. The child is going to report to St. Chimes High School tomorrow. Coming over at this point is mainly to trouble you to make a set of enchanted clothes for the two children. Zhongli Yang understood and directly nodded his head in agreement without half a moment's hesitation. Don't say a set. In the future, if you have a need for enchanted clothes, just come to me. This Uncle Zhong will not let the two children call him for nothing. Seeing his old friend being so forthcoming, Shen Tianyang couldn't help but smile as well, but also said seriously, how much it should be is how much it should be, business is business, and fellowship is fellowship. Zhongli Yang was a bit helpless and looked at Shen Mother and said, how did you stand his stubbornness for so many years? He knew that if he didn't agree to take the money, he might as well turn around and take the men with him. Mother Shen smiled and didn't say anything. Wasn't it Shen Tianyang's stubbornness that she liked back then? Only then did Zhong Liyang turn to look at Yi Xiang and Xin Yue. He couldn't help but nod his head. Both children were very energetic and not bad-looking. TSK, the kid looks good and has a few moments of your Uncle Zhong's style back then. Zhong Liyang smiled and complimented. In front of the elder's relatives. You wanted to look a bit mute and could only stand dumbly, not knowing what to say. Zhong Liyang glanced at Xin Yue and nodded even more. Look, another beauty embryo. I bet that young Wei will be the school flower even if she goes to Holy Chime High School. Alright, save time. It's not useful to talk about these has-beens, Shen Tianyang said with a bit of impatience. Zhong Liyang bristled. You, after all these years, that bit of acuity hasn't changed a bit. He turned to look at Yi Xiang and Yue and said, what style of enchanted clothing are you planning to make? Any ideas? Xin Yue shook her head after thinking about it. She never thought of making enchanted clothes. It was too expensive mostly. Yi wanted the same. Shin father's family is average. Hundreds of thousands of things do not even dare to think. Zhong Liyang looked at the two so understanding and well-behaved. Helpless sigh. My child. A little bit of no competition. Not to mention the top colleges and universities. A line are not necessarily on the line. You two children really the more you look at the more people are jealous. Don't pretend. That child of yours is also a hidden profession you think I don't know. It's just that it's still at the age of juggling. After 2 years it will be fine. Shen Tianyang said. Zhong Liyang hemmed and hawed. And then his expression became serious as he looked at Xin Yue and Yi Xiang and asked, turn on the professional status, and I'll see how I should customize the enchanted clothes for you. Xin Yue nodded and directly transformed into the moon elf sacrifice state. A pair of white, perfectly feathered wings unfurled from her back, her body emanating a hazy moonlight, her feet off the ground. At this moment, she was like a moon god, holy and pure. Zhong Liyang all looked dumbfounded for a while before he came back to his senses and turned his head to look at Shen Tianyang and asked, Old Shen, if this daughter of yours is willing to marry, I'm willing to pay a bride price of $3 million. Scram, Shen Tianyang said directly. You wanted to also be a little helpless. Shen father so serious and serious people. How could he have such a comical friend? But the person is really good. After some careful observation, Zhong Liyang nodded. Alright, come down. I've got an idea. No problem. I promise to make you a set of enchanted clothing that fits you perfectly. Thank you Uncle Zhong, Xin Yue sweetly shouted after she regained her normal appearance. Ouch, that really shouted into my heart. Can you not be so disgusting? Shen Tianyang was really a bit unable to resist the urge to kick him. Zhong Liyang ignored old Shen, turned his head to Yi Xiang and continued. I actually have an impression of you. 3 years ago Ning Chuan was full of news about you. Innate full attribute level 10. Taoist profession. Not easy able to go this far. Calm character. Well, really the more you look at it, the better you feel. Yi Xiang nodded. Thank you Uncle Zhong. You're welcome. That fae that showed up this morning wasn't after you two kids, was it? He asked curiously. The appearance of a foreign race in the morning was quite a commotion, and it was later heard that it was after 2 geniuses who had been ambushed. Yi wanted to nod. Well, I slaughtered its head off later. Good. There's bloodiness. That's what boys should be like. After Zhong Liyang was dumbfounded for a moment, he couldn't help but heavily tap the table in excitement. Damn. It's only because I'm a support profession. If I were a combat profession, I would have also fucking killed a foreigner a long time ago. I'm afraid that it's running faster than anyone else. Shen Tianyang couldn't help but mock a sentence. Back then, I don't know who it was that was scared by a level 20 alien beast that scared his pants during the college entrance exam. Zhong Liyang's neck and face suddenly reddened. Old Shen, are you idly panicking? Shen mother looked at her old partner as if he was a different person, and did not have the good sense to twist the flesh of the waist. Shen Tianyang then quieted down. There was no way around it. The two had grown up together and were used to fighting. They just hadn't had much contact since that incident over a decade ago. After years of not seeing each other, their friendship has actually not diminished. Kid, reveal your moves against the foreigners for me to take a look, or I can customize the enchanted clothes. Zhong Liyang said as he looked at Yi Xiang, his eyes filled with curiosity. You wanted to hesitate a little and couldn't help but look at Shen's father. Shen's father nodded, signaling that Zhong Liyang could be trusted and didn't need to hide it. Good. Then Uncle Zhong, stand farther away. I'm afraid of hurting you. Yi Xiang said softly. Zhong Liyang was a bit curious. Although he was a support profession, he was at least level 55. Could he be hurt by a small child? However, when the aura on Yi Xiang's body steeply became majestic and terrifying, he decisively took a few steps back. Yi Xiang cupped the spell with one hand and silently recited the golden light divine mantra. In the next moment, majestic golden light surged from his body, and his eyes turned golden. The gods and ghosts are not easy to resist, and all evils do not invade. Zhong Liang surprisingly found that he did not dare to meet Yi Xiang's eyes, and his heart became more and more shocked. And at this time, after Yi wanted to start suppressing the golden light divine incantation on his body to the extreme, a crackling sound, white thunderbolts appeared in a shocking manner. The electric lights on the entire floor began to flicker brightly and darkly, while Zhong Liang's face froze the moment he saw the lightning spells revealed on Yi Xiang's body. Lei, it's surprisingly Lei, a powerful force that only mage professions above level 50 could master. And this kid knew it? And there's no need to recite any incantations, just transform it out? Splendid and piercing thunder light flashed around Yi Xiang's body, and between his hands, 2 clusters of furious thunder slowly coalesced. Even though several people were standing a few meters away, they still felt that creepy paralyzing feeling all over their body. This kind of powerful thunder method was palpitating and intimidating. Zhong Liang thought Yi wanted to talk about finally slaughtering the heads of the foreigners with the help of the inspectors, but now it seemed as if he realized an answer he couldn't believe. That is, this kid was really defeating a level 40 alien with his own hands and decapitating it. Thunder power, the most domineering power in this world. Zhong Liang naturally knew that the Bone Fei was the force most restrained by lightning. It was hard to believe that this kid, alone, had counter-killed a level 40 Fei. Pop, there was a sound, and a light bulb exploded precipitously. Enough is enough. Zhong Liang saw this and said in a hurry, truly afraid that he would not be able to control himself and directly blow up the entire store. Only then did Yi Xiang slowly retract his might. The lightning aura on his body quickly dissipated, and his eyes returned to normal. Zhong Liang had already fully recognized the potential of the teenager in front of him. Mastering the thunder law, even if he was only in his 20s now, he was already considered to have stepped into the ranks of the strong. He nodded after a moment of contemplation. I've already got an idea for the enchantment. Do you guys have any requests for clothing styles? Xing Yue shook her head. Uncle Zhong, I like white. Okay, that's it? Well, I think all of Uncle Belle's designs look good. Just look at the style of the hall. Hearing Xing Yue's praise, Zhong Liang was genuinely relieved. Don't worry, the enchanted clothes I make will definitely make you look better. What about you? Yi think? He looked at Yi Xiang and asked. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xiang said, it's on the Taoist style. After all, my profession is Taoist. Zhong Liang raised an eyebrow. The guru's kind of design with a lab coat? What about the color? Well, purple is fine. Yi wanted to not ask for much. Okay, after all, Zhong Liang was a professional enchanted sewing artist, still over 50 levels, and his mind quickly got an idea, nodding his head. You guys sit down first, it will take a bit of time. Zhong Liang said. Trouble you. Mother Shen couldn't help but say. Hey, that's a particularly unusual thing for you to say. Really? Zhong Liang walked into his studio and closed the door, not letting anyone disturb him. Yi Xiang and Xing Yue glanced at each other, still with some anticipation. A set of enchanted clothing could increase a professional's battle power by at least 10%, but it mainly depended on the effect of the enchantment. An enchanted sewing master of more than 50 levels, enchanting out an effect that would have an effect on even a 4th turn professional. Time passed little by little. When it came to 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, the door of the studio room finally opened. Zhong Liang somewhat tiredly launched 2 puppet models walked out, the puppets covered with cloth, but the look of some complacency and self-confidence. Seems to be very satisfied with their play this time. I didn't expect that this enchantment would also allow me to upgrade, and directly go overboard. 2 sets of clothes, with an additional enchantment effect, are completely enough for you guys to use until the 4th turn stage. In the crowd's expectant gazes, Zhong Liang didn't hold back and directly pulled open one of the cloths. The next moment, only to see a white widely embroidered flowing fairy dress into the eyes. Silk surface of the long skirt lightly wrapped puppet model. The body is like water waves in the flow on the ground. With just a glance, Xing Yue fell in love with this piece of enchanted clothing. Zhong Liang smiled and said, the best aesthetic is still the aesthetic of our old ancestors for thousands of years. How about Young Wei? Aha, it's pretty. Xing Yue nodded. The corner of Zhong Liang's mouth curled slightly. But it's not just about looking good. This flowing immortal skirt is enchanted with 6 effects. Accelerated return of mental energy, mental clarity, 10% increase in light attribute, 10% increase in moon attribute, 20% increase in gliding, and stealth effect. When he wanted to hear these enchantment effects, he couldn't help but marvel a little. It was indeed a tailor-made enchantment effect customized for Young Wei. Even the speed of the feather increase had been taken into consideration. None of the enchanted attributes were wasted. And as for the concealment effect, it was worn on the body and was invisible when not in combat. Don't listen to him blow, try it on first. Shen Tianyang walked over and said. Despite saying so, he was actually very satisfied with this enchanted garment. Aha! Shin Yue sniffed and nodded gently. She grabbed the enchanted garment and walked into the locker room before long. She pulled back the curtain and stepped out. At this moment, all the people were coincidentally stunned by her. It really seemed as if she came out of the moon palace as a fairy, her slender waist and jade belt dancing with the veil of the sky, just like a fairy coming down to earth. Zhong Liang also did not expect that this piece of enchanted clothing would be so beautiful when worn on Young Wei. After ruthlessly pulling out a beard, once again, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Shin Tianyang. Old Shin, I'm willing to pay an $8 million dowry. How about that? I definitely treat her like a precious daughter. Scram! Shin Tianyang directly refused. Shin Yue looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but be a little surprised. It was really beautiful. She hurriedly walked to Yi Xiang, slowly turned in a circle, and asked in a playful and elegant manner, "Does Brother Yi look good?" Yi wanted to nod. "Well, it's pretty." Seeing this scene, Zhong Liang raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he could vaguely tell what was going on. He glanced at Shin's father and mother, who just smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Zhong Liang understood at once and sighed slightly. Got to know the daughter is not like a mother. He can see a little bit, how can they not feel? He sighed just a little bit. Sorry for his stupid son is sort of no chance. Alright, let's take a look at the second one, Zhong Liang said. He didn't rub the stains either, and just pulled back the second white cloth. What met his eyes was a purple bundle-neck long-coated Taoist robe. At first glance it looks ordinary, but the more you look at it, the more you feel it is very simple and atmospheric. Yi Xiang's eyes lit up slightly. He also liked this enchanted garment at a glance. Zhongli Central looked to Yi Wan to say, do not look at not much design, but the enchantment effect is not worse than the Young Wei's, and all the combat aspects of the enchantment effect accelerate the recovery of mental energy, mental clarity, light attribute increase of 10%, lightning attribute increase of 20%. I also deliberately turned over the information on the profession of Taoist, according to the information enchanted with the branding of the 9 words of Taoist truth. You and the release of the Taoist art related to the skills. Spell casting increased by 10%. Stealth effect. Well, satisfied? The Taoist 9 words of truth? A trace of amazement crossed Yi Xian's eyes. From this it could be seen that this Uncle Zhong had indeed tried his best and was dedicated. Thank you Uncle Zhong, Yi Xiang said with a sincere nod. The market price of a set of enchanted clothes with 6 enchantment effects would start at least $500,000, not to mention that it was still tailor-made. Try, Zhong Liang laughed. Aha! You wanted to take this long coat and robe and wear it directly. His profession had changed from Taoist to Celestial Master, but his level was still low, and the Taoist intent on his body wasn't very obvious. But as he put on his long coat and robe, he felt different, like a young Taoist priest who had lived alone in the mountains for many years, with a dusty air. Yi Xiang's hair was tied up casually, so there was again some lazy and dashing intentions. After Shin Mother took a closer look, she finally felt that something was wrong. She came over and helped Yi Wan to redo her hair at the temples. Yi wanted to be somewhat helpless. Shin Yue snickered and made a face at him. Any wooden chopsticks? Mother Shin looked at Zhong Liang and asked. Zhong Liang understood at once. I'll go get it. Soon. He brought over a chopstick, and Shin Mother directly cut off a small section and inserted it into the plate temples to fix it. Seeing that Yi Xiang's entire body suddenly looked a lot more refreshed, she then nodded with satisfaction. Well, now it's like a Taoist priest. Auntie, I was originally a Taoist priest. Yi Xiang said somewhat helplessly, slouching around and looking uninspired. That's how you've always been. That's what makes so many people dislike you. Shin Mother said softly. What do I want so many people to like? I'm comfortable on the line. He wanted to subconsciously put his hands in his pockets, but realized that the robe did not have pockets. You are only a Taoist priest by profession. When will you understand the true meaning of your profession? You will be able to go farther, Shin Father said softly. Yi thinking froze, then nodded and wrote it down carefully. Zhong Liang also couldn't help but nod her head. That's a very true statement. One must understand one's profession. Any path is more than just a name. Alright, hurry back and rest. Old Zhong, we'll go back first, Shen Tianyang said. Zhong Liang yawned a little tiredly. I was thinking of having a couple of drinks, and these 2 sets of clothes do make me whole enough, so it seems that I can only do it next time. As soon as the words fell, Shen Tianyang had already swept the code and transferred $1 million over. He rolled his eyes outright. That's all you are. Very uninteresting. Casually waved his hand. Okay, pay attention to safety on the road. Yi want, Young Wei, study hard. The future burden of the human race, perhaps one day will really fall on you. Uncle Zhong other will not, at least the enchanted clothes. In the Uncle Zhong here, lifelong package. Got it Uncle Zhong. Thank you Uncle Zhong. Okay, I'm closing. After the 4 of them walked out of the store, Shen Tianyang stopped a car and went home. Yi wanted to return home, closed his eyes and meditated on branding the human immortal pattern. Even though he directly raised to level 25 in one breath, he still didn't half slack off. This level, only just to the hunter threshold. Kill that level 40 bone alien, also because of the reason of the thunder method restraint. In other words, other level 40 alien, he and Young Wei, perhaps already dead. The cultivation method of Dharma cultivation in a refining violet gold pill was different from that of the human immortal body, which only required that at the moment of the beginning of the day. An ancient breathing method was used to absorb the unseen Donglai violet chi from the underworld into the abdomen, so there was no conflict with the human immortal body cultivation time, and as long as there was a breakthrough on either side, he could upgrade. This is the comprehensive advantage of the hidden profession Tianshi, refining the body and cultivating the method of refining weapons and formations in alchemy, all of which can accelerate their own upgrade speed. All things are Tao. Tao begets 1. 1 begets 2. 2 begets 3, and the cycle begins again. You wanted to know that he was walking an invincible path, and the 3,000 Tao hidden underpinnings, any one of the veins taken out was a top profession. After 2 hours of practicing, he opened his eyes and opened the door. As luck would have it, it was exactly the moment of sunrise. He closed his eyes and opened his mouth, his belly resonating with his dantian toning breath. Not long after, a strand of hot purple chi was slowly inhaled into his abdomen and surged into the purple dan. The purple dan suddenly spun up quickly, and if you looked closely, you would realize that after absorbing the purple chi, the purple dan and the chi si dantian seemed to have gotten a little bit bigger. 10 minutes later, the sun rose fully and the purple aura disappeared. He wanted to slowly open his eyes. The whole person's essence was indescribably refreshing and very spiritual. At this time, a helicopter gunship flew in front of him in the distance, and the female inspector that he had met yesterday walked down, looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Have you packed up yet? It's time to send you to Kyoto St. Chime High School." Brother Yi. Xin Yuwei also poked her head out, apparently picking her up first. Yi Xiang had nothing to clean up and directly stepped up. The teenager memorized the Daozang for 3 years, hibernated for 3 years, and shocked the 4 wilds once the college entrance exam was like a submerged dragon coming out of the abyss. The heavenly master was majestic, his golden eyes were merciless, his thunder law was terrifying, and his heavenly talisman technique was astonishing, sweeping the geniuses of the 3 top colleges. Shin Mother Shin Father looked at the distant Shin Mother has become a small black spot of the inspection plane. Although reluctant, but also know that the child is going to Kyoto to study, is a very rare opportunity. In 4 years, I don't know how far a child can grow. Shin Tianyan lit a cigarette and said softly, "I'm relieved that Young Wei has you want to take care of her, but this child has never forgotten what happened back then, and I'm worried that the killing heart is too heavy." Mother Shin raised her eyebrows and pulled the cigarette out of his mouth in a bad mood. "Less excuses to smoke. Letting you smoke one yesterday was already giving you face, and you're still addicted, aren't you? You wanted the killing heart all over the foreigners. What's wrong with that?" Shin Tianyang, "But he's a Taoist priest. Taoism is natural. Nowadays foreign beasts are also a kind of all things. How do you expect him to get past the Taoism hurdle in the future?" Mother Shin fell slightly silent, suddenly thought of something and said with some doubt, "Is this child still a Taoist profession?" Shin Tianyang was stunned, and there was also a moment of suspicion in his eyes. "It's true, I forgot to ask. St. Chime High School." Almost all of the top mage department auxiliary department genius girls from all over the country had gathered at this college. At a glance, it was almost all girls, and it was rare to see more than a few boys. The complete opposite of the gates of the War God Academy, a mile away from each other. It was almost all boys, with a few girls completely out of sight. Only the trial college side is more even, with a similar number of male and female students. Song Shinrui was followed by 3 glowing foreign beasts behind her, looking at the gate of the trial academy in front of her, her eyes incomparably looking forward to the life of the university. The gates of the 3 colleges are like triangles on a map, with neighboring schools next to each other. Just then, a special inspection plane flew from the sky and landed in front of the gates of Holy Chime High School, and the surrounding students couldn't help but look over. Everyone knew that many talented students had encountered alien assassinations yesterday, so they had arranged for a special airplane to escort them, and the people who sat on it were at least the top 20 top geniuses of this session of the college entrance examination. The next moment, only to see a fair and absolutely beautiful young girl walked out from the special airplane. Pure and elegant temperament was displayed on her, with a light smile on her face, just like a fairy out of the dust. Following close behind her down the hall was a handsome, languid teenager, sparsely dressed in the usual blue sweatshirt, with long hair tied back. Although very handsome, but the whole person feels just very lazy and tired, as if not waking up in general. Eyelids are not seriously raised. Yi wanted to put his hands in his pockets, casually looking around. Worthy of being a top college. A summer vacation passed. A glance at the new students are almost all around level 20. Brother Yi, didn't mom say to let you be more spirited? Xin Yue couldn't help but say. Well, Auntie isn't here. It's fine. Yi wanted to nod his head. With that, the two walked side by side into S.A. Chimes High School. This scene immediately triggered the surrounding students. Naturally, everyone recognized at once that these two were the top students who had made the news and broken the historical scores of the college entrance exams, and rumor had it that they had even decapitated a level 30 alien beast. I didn't realize they chose Holy Chime. The two had just walked into the school and attracted a lot of attention. At that moment, from the reception, two people came rushing over, a man and a woman, wearing student union tags on their sleeves. The girl with a tall figure looked at Yi Xiang Xin Yue and said, "Ha ha, finally waiting for you guys. Yue schoolmate, let me take you to the dormitory." The boy nodded his head and looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Student Yi Xiang, my name is Lin Feng. I am in charge of this student enrollment reception. Your dormitory has been arranged. Come with me?" Yi Xiang couldn't help but be stunned. Xin Yue wanted to say something, but she was pulled away by another schoolmate, who was very enthusiastic. Lin Feng, however, looked at him suspiciously. "Senior, where's your luggage?" "Not much luggage, just a backpack," Yi Xiang said. Lin Feng stroked his chin. "Then you'll have a lot to buy later. But there's a department store not far outside the school. Sheets and bedding and all that." Yi wanted to nod blankly, a little confused by this sudden appearance of the senior. Soon, Lin Feng brought him to a single apartment building and looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Your dormitory is right here. Log into the Sacred Chime campus network and enter the student number from your acceptance letter to see your dormitory number and departmental faculty class. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. I'll get busy." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he directly turned around and left. There was no feeling in the slightest that Yi Xiang would give any special treatment just because he was this year's top student in the college entrance examination. Leaving a messy face, he wanted to stand in front of the apartment building. "This senior, come and go quickly ah." He wanted to take out his cell phone to log into the Holy Chime campus network, and after entering his school number, his information profile did appear. The dormitory is on the third floor in the second room. He looked at the separate apartment dormitory building in front of him, and then at the surrounding dormitory building full of girls. That's a bit of a difference between men and women, Yi thought without much hesitation, directly walked up to the dormitory building, and after coming to the third floor, he saw a room of 302 in front of him. It should be here. Just as he was about to reach out and push the door open, the door to the room pulled open steeply and a pimple-faced fat man came into view. He couldn't help but stare when he saw Yi Xiang. He felt so handsome at the first glance, and familiar at the second. Suddenly his eyes widened. "Crap, you're Yi Xiang?" There were barely a few students in this class of college entrance exams who didn't recognize Yi Xiang. Yi wanted to nod politely. "Well, I am. Oh, hello, my name is Feng Miaochuan." He hurriedly stepped aside, and Yi wanted to walk in with his backpack. "I thought it was similar to a 4-person dorm room in high school, but when I came in, I realized that wasn't the case. It was surprisingly not small inside. A 4-room layout with a teeny tiny single room for one person." Feng Miaochuan hurriedly said, "I just randomly picked this one. The others haven't arrived yet. The rooms are randomly picked." Yi wanted to nod. "Okay." He casually opened a room that contained nothing more than an empty paneled bed and a table and a closet. Just after putting the backpack down, a message popped up on his cell phone from young Vivian. "Brother Yi, I'm going out to buy something. Together? Okay, I'll be right down." Aha! At that moment, a message came over the campus network. "First year auxiliary law class 1 invites you to join. Do you agree?" You wanted to check the information before he saw that he was assigned to the auxiliary law department. It seems to be right. After all, his occupation is a Taoist. It is estimated that this is the reason for the automatic assignment. After clicking agree, he directly joined the class group, which was small, only about 20 people, but he saw that people were continually being added to it. Then he put his cell phone in his pocket and got ready to go out. Feng Miaochuan walked over and asked with some curiosity, "Brother Yi, are you going to report to your class now?" Yi Think shook his head. "Just call me Yi Think. The high school score is just luck. I'll go downstairs to buy something." Of course Feng Miaochuan didn't believe it. The luck of being able to get the top grade and exceed the highest score of all time, decapitating a level 30 alien beast? However, he did feel that Yi Xiang seemed to be quite talkative and did not have that kind of arrogance that was unique to geniuses. "It's just as well. I also need to buy something. Let's go together," Feng Miaochuan immediately said. What he wanted was to make a good relationship with Yi Xiang. This face value, this strength, after becoming buddies, In this Chimes High School, can there be fewer girls? Feng Miaochuan thought secretly. Without thinking too much, Yi Xuan nodded. Okay. The two walked out of the dormitory and headed downstairs, passing the stairway just in time to see a lanky teenager walking head-on. He wanted to glance at him and noticed that his eyes were filled with hostility and displeasure. And surprisingly, there was a hint of oppression. Unable to help but raise his eyebrows slightly, worthy of being a top-tier college geniuses were truly plentiful. That burly teenager also glanced at the two of them, Yi Xiang and Feng Miaochuan. A trace of disdain crossed his eyes as he took a step and continued up the stairs. Only after he walked away did Feng Miaochuan resist swallowing a mouthful of water. I didn't expect him to choose Holy Chime as well. Wouldn't it be more appropriate for this guy's career choice of War God High School? What's the origin? Yi wanted to ask. The number one in the Yuhang area. Chen Wanyan, 833 points in the college entrance exam. Hidden profession. Dragon Battle Mage. A profession that is strong in both melee and lawfare. Yi wanted to stroke his chin. It did sound powerful. And the people all looked fierce. After the two of them walked downstairs, Yi wanted to take out his cell phone and send a location to Yue. What the two don't know is that the lanky teenager who went up earlier kicked open 302's dormitory room, and one of the teenagers who had just arrived in the room was startled by him, and just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by the other person's violent eyes, not daring to say anything at all. Chen Wanyan glanced at him, snorted coldly, and casually pushed open a room to enter, then violently threw out a backpack out and flung it on the ground, spilling some documents and acceptance letters inside. The teenager in the living room was too scared to breathe, inwardly wailing how could he be assigned to such a ruthless person in a dormitory. The teenager didn't even dare to go and help pick the backpack up, and in his heart, he could only mourn a minute of silence for the owner of this backpack. Downstairs, Yi Xiang and Feng Miaochuan waited. Just then, Xin Yue walked over from the distance and hurriedly shouted, "Brother Yi!" Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but look in that direction at the sound. When he saw Xin Yue, his eyes lit up. What a beautiful young girl, completely fairy level. Wait, isn't that Xin Yue? You wanted to notice Xin Yue's side. Also followed a small beauty, posture on the upper side, but the body is quite good, chest bulging plump. Xin Yue walked in front of her and looked at the little beauty on the side and introduced herself. She is my roommate in the same dormitory. Going shopping with us. The young girl with a blown-up body looked at Yi Xiang, a little constrained, and nodded. Hello, my name is Songya. Hello, my name is Feng Miaochuan. Feng Miaochuan also hastened to take the initiative and said. He felt more and more that his idea of following Yi Xiang and mixing was simply too smart, and it was only for a while that he had seen two such moving sisters. Yi wanted to nod to Songya. Well, let's go then. The four of them got to know each other and left towards the school. This shopping took 2 hours and everyone came back with a ton of stuff. Brother Yi, I'll call you to come out for dinner tonight. Don't forget. When they parted, Xin Yue looked at Yi Xiang and said. Yi wanted to nod. Okay. Xin Yue left with Songya beside her with a happy face. Yi Xiang turned his head to look at Feng Miaochuan and couldn't help but smile. This is discouraging? At this moment, Feng Miaochuan had a breathless look as he sighed long and hard. He naturally knew that there was no chance for a fairy-level maiden like Xin Yue, so he had been courting Songya all afternoon. Yet the other party didn't pay much attention to him at all. Brother Yi, am I really bad? He couldn't help but raise his head and ask. Yi wanted to nod seriously. Lose weight. Good skin care. There are so many girls in Chimes High School. You can always find a suitable one. He could actually tell that Songya was disgusted, and it wasn't easy to keep putting up with the other party all the way. Feng Miaochuan immediately regained his confidence. That's right, with so many girls, I'll definitely be able to get rid of my singleness. He wanted to frown slightly. Having experienced the assassination of the foreigners, he actually didn't really understand why he was thinking about this kind of thing after he got into the university. But without saying anything, he carried the sheets and bedding and some household items upstairs, opening the dormitory room. He wanted to meet his backpack and its contents spilling out all over the place. When Feng Miaochuan saw it, he couldn't help but stare. The teenager who had been sitting on the couch fuming was so excited to see someone finally arrive that he was on the verge of tears. Hello you, guys. My name is Wang Jun. Suddenly he looked at Yi Xiang for a second and recognized him at a glance. You're Yi think? Yi Xiang didn't say anything, he just put down the things in his hand, looked at the backpack on the ground and asked Wang Jun, what's going on here? Wang Jun couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. This guy was really Yi Xiang. This class of high school seniors? I'm asking you what's going on here. Seeing this guy froze, Yi Xiang slightly frowned and asked again. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Jun pointed to the door of the room and said, it's the way you see it. Thrown out. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door to the room slammed open, The lanky teenager who had met on the staircase earlier walked out and looked at the several people impatiently and droned. What are you guys arguing about? Keep your voices down for me, will you? Yi Xiang raised his head and looked at him quietly, a cold aura flashing in his eyes. Did you lose my backpack? And I chose this room first, didn't I? Chen Wanyan glanced at the backpack and smiled disdainfully. I lost it. So what? And who told you that the one that came first is yours? You wanted to laugh. Wang Jun and Feng Miaochuan both couldn't help but look at each other at once, feeling the atmosphere in the dormitory suppressed to the extreme in this instant. A top student in the college entrance exam. A top student in Yuhang. Hell, two big brothers dislike each other on the first day of school? Yi Xiang walked step by step to Chen Wanyan, who was even more unafraid to look at him. He suddenly smiled disdainfully. I said, why does it look so familiar? I remembered you. Rumor has it that the top student of the college entrance exam who relied on girls to team up. A waste of a Taoist profession. Is that you? Yi Think looked at him with calm eyes. I'll give you two choices. Pick your stuff up, apologize, and walk out of my room. Ha, no need to say it. Who are you scaring? Old me just won't pick it up. What do you want? Chen Wanyan mockingly laughed. Feng Miaochuan and Wang Jun immediately had an ominous premonition. As expected, Yi wanted to nod. Then he violently raised his hand, pinched Chen Wanyan's neck, and with a thud, ruthlessly pressed it to the ground. It's because you think I'm a Taoist priest by profession, so it's good to talk, right? Yi Xiang said softly. Then you guessed wrong. Laozi read the Tao collection for 3 years just to suppress this violent temper. As soon as the words left his mouth, he exerted a fierce force, easily yanking up his body and flinging it out towards the balcony as soon as he could. Chen Wanyan did not have time to react, and his entire body was thrown out directly from the balcony by Yi Xiang. Many people instantly saw a figure fly out from the third floor, and with a thud, it ruthlessly smashed into a tree. Yi wanted to clap his hands, but also thought how much ability. 21 level garbage is so horizontal? The current him, even if he didn't use the human immortal tattoo, Yi Xiang's current human immortal body power far exceeded that of an ordinary second-turn warrior. The sound of Chen Wanyan's furious roar and growl came steeply from downstairs. He was steeped in red flames and huffed and puffed his way towards the dormitory. Feng Miaochuan, who saw this scene from the balcony, couldn't help but get apprehensive. Yi Xiang, you can't fight. You'll be disciplined. Oh, it's fine. I'll go read next door if I'm expelled, Yi Xiang said without a care in the world. Wang Jun, is this the bottom of the barrel for high school seniors? Without waiting for Chen Wanyan to come up, Yi Xiang's eyes crossed a golden aura, and the human immortal patterns surfaced on his body, as he jumped directly from the balcony. The height of the third floor is not half as bad. Dang, a sound that crashed to the ground. Chen Wanyan couldn't help but turn his head when he heard the commotion, and when he saw Yi Xiang in front of him, the corners of his mouth spread into a sardonic smile. Wasted Taoist, what balls? A hideous armor that was blood-colored like dragon scales slowly emerged on his body, and he wanted to recognize it as enchanted clothing at a glance, which looked quite exquisite and expensive. Roar! He let out a roar to the sky, and the dragon flames on his body burned even more crazily, and all the students around him couldn't help but rush towards the side when they heard the commotion. To have this kind of aura at level 21, there was no doubt that Chen Wanyan was of the top human race's heaven's pride caliber. Yi Xiang did not have any expression on his face, and he also pressed on with no intention of using the enchanted clothes. After experiencing the level 40 Bone Fiend spell, this kind of battle, which only had anger and no strong killing intent, didn't seem to raise too much interest. Seemingly sensing Yi Xiang's contempt, Chen Wanyan laughed coldly. Then I'll take a good look at how deep the water is in your Gaokao scholar. He stomped violently. The figure suddenly exploded over, instantly arriving in front of Yi Xiang, the full set of dragon armor covered with hideous spikes, ruthlessly smashing down on his face. Dragon Battle Mage, with a pretty scary melee ability. If this punch was solid, it would break his face for sure. Seeing this scene, the surrounding girls couldn't help but gasp in shock and recognize these two as well. A college entrance exam top student, Yi Xiang, and a first-place winner in Yuhang, Chen Wanyan, Youngwei Dormitory. A girl could not help but scream when she saw the group frantically swiping the video. The top student of the college entrance exam, Yi Wana, fought with someone, and the other party is also a powerful person. One in Yuhang, Chen Wanyan. Sangya couldn't help but raise her head to look at Xing Yue and realize that she was as good as nothing, even though it was just less than a day together. She could tell that Xing Yue cared a lot about Yi Xiang, but seeing that she wasn't nervous at all, she couldn't help but ask, aren't you worried? Xing Yue was a bit puzzled by what she heard. Why worry? Is Chen Wanyan very powerful? Another girl nodded seriously. Definitely powerful. I used to be a lieutenant colonel with him, Chen Wanyan is a hidden profession. Dragon Battle Mage. Strong in both melee and long-distance attacks. Is that as powerful as a level 40 Fey? Xin Yuwei asked again. A few people fell silent. Did they need to think about it? After all, it was only level 21. So how could it beat a level 40 alien? Xin Yuwei smiled faintly. Then it's fine. Brother Yi slaughtered all the heads of the foreigners. Gulp. Songya couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She was a bit in disbelief. That gentle and elegant-looking teenager would have such a scary side? The battle under the field. Originally, Chen Wanyan thought that this punch of his could at least make this waste of Taoist occupation guy eat some bitter. How could he know that his powerful punch was easily caught by his opponent? He wanted to just raise his hand and grab his fist. A pair of pupils exuded a pure golden color and looked straight at him. Is that all the strength you have? Didn't you eat? Looking at this pair of majestic and icy eyes, Chen Wanyan couldn't help but tremble in his heart, not waiting to react. As previously thrown down generally, irresistible force passed over from the other party's hand. Boom! Chen Wanyan was once again put down, and he wanted to use his knee to press hard on his neck, lifting his fist to slam it directly into the back of his heart. Boo! A layer of air waves spread out, and everyone present felt a tremor under their feet. Pust! Chen Wanyan was hit and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, but his powerful physical qualities were not crushed by the punch, and he still attempted to struggle as flames erupted all over his body. However, these flames could not burn at all under the golden light on Yi Xiang's body, but instead felt warm and comfortable. A little bit of strength and you like to pretend, right? Like to bully your classmates? Why don't you go out of the outer city to kill foreign beasts, or maybe go to the front lines to kill the foreigners? You wanted to slam a hard fist down his spine with every word. Each time a punch went down, Chen Wanyan sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Your pride is laughable in my eyes. You wanted to stand up and viciously kicked him out. Chen Wanyan crashed into a ginkgo tree. Directly collapsing a ginkgo tree, a few girls were scared to get out of the way. Chen Wanyan once again sprayed out a mouthful of blood, looking at the teenage Taoist priest with a face full of horror. He couldn't believe that a waste of Taoist priest profession. His strength was even stronger than his own, who had mastered the battle dragon physique. And this guy's level, surprisingly, was 25. How did you get up so fast? He hissed again, and an ancient incantation came out of his mouth, like a dragon's whisper. Yi Xiang slightly frowned. This guy also knows dragon language magic? Indeed it was worthy of being a hidden profession. Dragon language magic developed to a later stage, almost comparable to forbidden spells. But is that release rate a joke? Looking at Chen Wanyan standing still, the aura and fluctuations on his body were climbing rapidly. The golden light on Yi Xiang's body also began to suppress crazily, and in a few moments, blinding lightning erupted from his body. The splendid and stunning thunder method made the crowd's eyes shift from Chen Wanyan to Yi Xiang. And everyone couldn't believe that this was Lei Fa. Chen Wanyan also couldn't believe that this waste of a Taoist priest could even know thunder magic. Wasn't this a skill that could only be mastered by level 50 plus mages? Jabla! In a flash, Yi Xiang wrapped the thunder light and instantly disappeared in place. His speed was extremely fast. Chen Wanyan was simply too late to react. He couldn't even capture his sight, and with this viewpoint, he could only see a beam of lightning approaching him. At this moment, he also finally realized that this guy, not at all he can beat. Yi Xiang instantly arrived in front of Chen Wanyan, and his fist, which was emitting a piercing lightning aura, was only a few centimeters away from his face. The berserk lightning power scalded his hair. This terrifying power made Chen Wanyan's eyes reveal fear as he felt the threat of death. This punch will fall and he will die. He looked at Yi Xiang's cold and merciless white thunder-colored pupils and slowly fell to his knees, completely out of the fight. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang however frowned instead. The thunder aura on his body slowly dissipated, and finally, without wanting to say a word, he directly turned around and left. This is the pride of the human race this term? He thought back to his own level 40 Fey that he had tried to kill, and the survival between the races only got bloodier and more brutal. But if all the heavens' pride are like this, how long can the human race hold out? Chen Wanyan knelt on the ground, his battle spirit completely gone, his face bewildered. The guy didn't say a word, but it was more like a sharp blade that stabbed him hard in the heart. Dragon War Mage hidden profession. 16 years old, 21 levels. Yu Hang first. All kinds of honorable achievements. In front of him, as if fragile like a piece of paper, from beginning to end were suppressed. Even the ability to resist. The other party can even easily kill him. Hey, are we really just going to watch? Don't we have to do anything? What are you asking me for? Isn't that your brother? In the crowd, the two student council members who had previously transported Yi Xiang Xin Yue. Seeing this scene, the girls could not help but ask. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled slightly as he looked at Yi Xiang's figure going up the stairs. Chen Wani rolled her eyes. I don't give a damn. The top is also deliberately arranging them in the same dormitory room, right? Just to see the strength of our top student. What do you think? The girl said directly without thinking. Very strong, very strong. His occupation is definitely not a Taoist, just the lightning method alone. It's impossible. I've never heard of a Taoist who knows lightning. Lin Feng stroked his chin. Looks like I'll have to go to the library to check. Has a profession that can use lightning magic at level 20 ever appeared? Chen Wani smiled. Don't forget to tell me when you found out. There's not much point in hiding it alone. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. There's actually a faster way. Why don't you just go ask him? TSK, the campus network is probably going to explode. Lin Feng flipped through the campus network and found that it was covered in videos of Yi Xiang hanging Chen Wanyan. But I have to say, this Taoist student fighting is really handsome and ruthless. Wow, so much love, so fierce, gosh, from today onwards, Yi Xiang is my male god. Lay fa, it really is a thunder spell, and it's obviously completely different from mage thunder spells above level 50. It doesn't need to be recited, it can still be attached to the body, and at this speed, it simply doesn't give you a chance to recite the spell. Worthy of being a high school student, it seems that the rumor of killing a level 30 Fey beast isn't false. I heard that you wanted to encounter a level 40 alien attack, but that alien ended up being decapitated. That can't be right. It should be the inspector helping out. At this time, the campus network was almost entirely filled with topics of Yi Xiang. Chen Wanyan knelt on the ground in a sorry state, but there weren't too many people mocking. Everyone could see Chen Wanyan's strength, but it was obvious that Yi Xiang was stronger. Chen Wani came in front of Chen Wanyan at this time, and with a stern face, she coldly shouted, "Our Chen family doesn't kneel down even if we die in battle. Get up for me, still not ashamed enough?" Chen Wanyan raised his head in bewilderment, and when he saw that it was Chen Wani, the tears finally couldn't help but fall. "Sis, I lost." "Serves you right. Who made you usually have no one in your sight?" Chen Wani rolled her eyes. As an older sister, as much as she wanted to gloat, she felt a little sorry for herself that it was her own brother, after all, and that he had been beaten so badly. "Alright, stand up. If you lose this time, just fight back next time. Your hidden profession will become more powerful in the later stages." Chen Wanyan, after all, is still a teenager, has not experienced blood and fire, even if it is a college entrance examination. It is also a crushing strength to push across, and has almost not encountered a few powerful foreign beasts. But compared to Yi Xiang, there was a huge difference in both experience and effort. However, under Chen Wanyi's comfort, Chen Wanyan quickly pulled himself together and stood up from the ground with a resolute face. "Well, I'm going to beat him. What if we lose again?" Chen Wani asked. "Then fight again. What if we can't beat it all the time?" Chen Wanyan really fell silent this time, for a long time, before saying, "Then let him be a brother-in-law. I am convinced." "Chen Wani?" Chen Wani was instantly furious and grabbed him by the ears and lifted him upwards. "Say that again for me." At this time in Xin Youwei's dormitory, several girls screamed repeatedly, and Sanya couldn't help but stare at the screen with wide eyes. Yi Xiang radiated thunderons all over his body and instantly came to the moment when Chen Wanyan's fist was close to the other party. It was simply handsome to the extreme. She couldn't help but raise her head to look at Xin Youwei. No wonder she was so confident. It turned out to be really strong. Was this the strength of the top student of the college entrance exam? Xin Youwei was still organizing the betting, with a light smile at the corner of her mouth. She never doubted that Brother Yi would lose. He was certainly the best. Sanya couldn't help but come over and asked quietly, "Youwei, Yi Xiang is your brother, so does he have a girlfriend?" Xin Youwei was slightly stunned and shook her head. It seems like there isn't. She also didn't expect that in high school. So many people disliked Brother Yi, and on the first day of college, so many people liked him. The other side. Yi wanted to calmly return to the dormitory. Feng Miaochuan and Wang Jun both looked at him with a dumbfounded face, not knowing what to say. Chen Wanyan was easily taught a lesson by him. Just how strong was this guy? "I'm convinced, Brother Yi. From now on, you're my brother. In times of trouble, we'll share the same blessings." Feng Miaochuan immediately hugged his thigh and shouted. Yi wanted to roll his eyes, lifted his backpack in bedding, and said faintly before entering the house, "Crawl." The door to the room slammed shut. Yi wanted to go into the house and spread the bedding, then put down the backpack, closed his eyes, and sat on the bed to brand the human immortal pattern, not letting a bit of cultivation time go by. The human immortal pattern branded each layer the first few times very quickly, but the later it got, the slower it got, and after fighting with Chen Wanyan, although he didn't give himself half the pressure, but he realized one thing, he had increased his strength too quickly and had not fully adapted to his current strength, which was a very fatal loophole if he was in a fight that was going to kill him. It was getting dark. I don't know how much time had passed when the cell phone suddenly rang. Yi wanted to open his eyes. The arcane human immortal patterns were hidden under his skin. He looked down at his cell phone and found that it was Young Wei who called. Brother Yi, don't forget to eat come down. Waiting for you downstairs. Good. Yi Xiang simply responded before hanging up the phone and getting up to go downstairs. Under the boys' dormitory, many boys couldn't help but look straight after seeing Xin Yue. What a fairy girl. Who's she waiting for? Soon. However, they knew the answer. Just seeing a long-haired teenager walk out of the stairway entrance, Xin Yue took the initiative to run over, just like a little elf, and said happily, "What is Brother Yi going to eat tonight? How's the hot pot?" Yi wanted to ask. It feels like the hot pot in Kyoto isn't as good as ours in Ningchuan. Xin Yue beamed her little mouth. Yi wanted to be somewhat helpless. Then what do you say to eat? Whatever. Yeah, whatever. Yi wanted to turn around and walk back directly. Okay, not eating then. Put. Come on. I'm kidding. I want a barbecue. Leaf wanted to think about it and nodded. Okay. Sonya watched this scene between the two and became more and more envious. It would be great if she had such a brother. She was a bit surprised though, and felt again that the two seemed a bit less like brother and sister, and more like a couple instead. The trio jerked off right near the school, attracting the attention of many passers-by. The military training will be tomorrow. I heard that this time it's a joint military training of 3 schools together for a month's time. Sonya said. Ah, that would be tanning, right? Xin Yue was a little surprised. I'm sure you will. You're not allowed to put on skincare products yet. Yi Xiang didn't dare to be interested in these topics and quietly ate the barbecue. Taking a sip of his drink, he looked up, glancing slightly at the 4 or 5 boys in front of him who had been looking this way. It seemed to be a student from the War God High School, and his gaze looked at the two of Yue and Sonya with an unbridled lewdness. Sonya obviously noticed their sight as well and frowned slightly. Let's go. Change the box to eat. Yi Xiang calmly said. Aha. The 2 women had no comment and headed inside with their plates. What they didn't expect, however, was that they hadn't been in the box for long when the boys pushed open the door of the box and jostled and teased each other. Finally, out of a very pretentious boys over, organized a hairstyle at the same time, but also sneak a glance at Sonya's surging breasts after. Cannot help but swallowed his mouth, walked directly to Xin Yue, opened his mouth and said, Sister, give a V letter how? Brother 180. Xin Yue raised her head and looked at him in disbelief. No way. The boy froze. Why? Because by giving you V letter, I don't have one ya. The boy had a black line and turned away with a defeated look on his face. Sonya gave Xin Yue a thumbs up, and Yue smiled lightly. For his part, Yi Xian was already accustomed to it, and since junior high school, there were countless people who approached Yue to strike up a conversation. After simply eating some, the 3 of them returned to the school dormitory. When he returned to the dormitory, he wanted to see Chen Wanyan sitting on the sofa. When Chen Wanyan saw Yi Xiang come back, he hesitated for a moment before walking over and saying, I'm sorry, but when I'm level 25, I can definitely beat you. Oh, then you cheer up. Yi Xiang nodded casually. Anyway, they are all in the same dormitory. Head up, head down. Their own temper is sometimes bad. Pull out to beat up is also fine. Feng Miaochuan and Wang Jun looked at each other in dismay. It felt like there was so much pressure to share a dormitory with these 2 big brothers. At night, he wanted to enter the Void Mirror realm. The database automatically connects to ST. Chime High School's virtual network and skillfully enters the arena. But this time it's finally not ancient Rome, but an elegant Greek temple on a snowy hill. The level limit was also raised from a maximum of 5 to a maximum of 10. The selection of hostile image data was no longer limited to alien beasts either. You wanted to even see alien races. A trace of amazement crossed his eyes. Truly worthy of being a top-tier college. This authority is different. Looking at one of the Fey panels above, he noticed that there were only 9 of the 12 Fey in this one. The remaining 3 belonged to the royal family among the foreigners and were not among them. Is there no way to include the data, or do you think it's too powerful? Yi Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly. These 9 alien races were the Bone Skeleton alien race, the Pupil Nightmare alien race, the Inferno Slaughter alien race, the Horned Ghost alien race, the Serpent Shah alien race, the Blood Beast alien race, the Twin Life alien race, the Ice Demon alien race, and the Six Eyes alien race. After thinking for a moment, he randomly chose a Horned Ghost Fey, level 35, still capped. The next moment, a humanoid alien appeared in front of him. He had a bloody horn on his forehead and was tall with strong limbs. The muscles of his body were even more like a rock, entangled and combined, and the moment he saw Yi Xiang, a cruel smile spread out from the corner of his mouth. Without saying a word, he charged directly towards him. He wanted to instantly use the human immortal body, and golden light surged out. After all, He had fought a level 40 bone Fae, and he felt confident facing a level 35 Fae, but soon he realized how wrong that idea was. The moment the two fists were opposite each other, the terrifying power instantly blasted Yi Xiang out, and on the Void Mirror Realm character data, the blood bar was directly reduced by half, the equivalent of a punch that almost seriously injures. Level 40 Bone Skeleton Alien. Powerful is the Bone Spur's extension and regeneration ability, but he gullibly Yi want, actually thinking of melee abuse, finally by the Thunder method to restrain the regeneration. Melee forced to kill him. There is no opportunity to use the power of this clan. The Horned Ghost Fae in front of him was different. The force itself was immense, and was second only to the Ghost Shure Imperial clan among the 12 Fae clans, even if he wanted to have a refined human immortal body. But beyond the gap of 10 levels, it was impossible to hard brute over the 10-level gap. Not being hammered by the Horned Ghost's fist and still standing up, it was already incredible. Feeling the power of the Horned Ghost, Yi Xiang's mouth but the corner of his mouth spread a smile, and his golden pupil eyes flooded with merciless majesty. Every Fae is really powerful. Ah, a completely different oppressive feeling from the Fae. Can the human race still have hope of reclaiming their homeland? Boom! Eye-piercing thunderons erupted as Yi Xiang's figure flashed, fearless, and once again killed towards the Horned Ghost Fae. Anyway, you won't die in the Void Mirror Realm. Blood data to the end is considered a failure, and if you fail then you'll start again. Just like that. For the first half of the night, Yi wanted to frantically pick a foreigner 10 levels above him to fight. There were losses as well as wins, utilizing the speed of Thunder possession to instantly cut them down. However, if it didn't work out and after the other party used their abilities as well, Yi Xia would be killed, his blood level directly bottoming out, and life and death would be in a split second. Only when fighting against the Bone Skeleton alien race, the Thunder method perfectly restrained the regeneration ability of the opponent. Even if it was 10 levels higher, Yi Xia could still win steadily. The Void Mirror Realm battle lasted the latter part of the night before stopping without a moment's hesitation. Closing his eyes, he began to meditate, branding the human immortal body. As the human immortal patterns on his body loomed large and the divine power spread through his limbs and bones, he was getting stronger little by little. The human immortal patterns engraved in the mind were far more complex than the first layer. The first layer was only engraving the body limbs, but this second layer, it included the face, the soles of the feet, the palms of the hands, and the eyes, and these positions were very detailed, and the difficulty of engraving them was increased by quite a bit. However, the previous battle still allowed the speed of engraving the human immortal pattern to accelerate quite a bit, and in one night's time, 2/10 of the progress was branded. At this rate, it would probably take about 5 days to upgrade. At the moment of dawn, he wanted to open his eyes refreshingly and walk straight out of the room to the balcony. As expected, he just walked out, just like an alarm clock timed, just stuck at the moment of sunrise, utilizing Taoist internal alchemy breathing techniques with abdominal resonance. Not long after, a strand of scorching violet chi was inhaled into the abdomen, and the violet dan in the sea of chi rotated rapidly, swooshing the strands of violet chi to be eaten up in one go. Then it settled back down and spun steadily. He wanted to touch his chin. There is a record in the Tao collection that after the 9th turn of the violet gold dan, it will form a yuaning. I don't know if it's true or not. How many levels does it have to be? Ending his cultivation, he happened to see Wang Jun walking out, and after noticing Yi Xiang's sight, he smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Did I disturb your cultivation? No. Yi wanted to shake his head. After some shuffling, a message from the class group popped up on my phone. At 10 a.m. Come to the classroom and meet Su Mengmeng. At the same time, Wang Jun and Feng Miaochuan, who had just gotten up, also received this message, and Feng Miaochuan was a bit surprised. Hua, our mentor is actually this one? What? Wang Jun was a bit puzzled. Su Mengmeng, level 48, 22 years old, profession holy priest, one of the 3 goddesses of the last holy chime. I didn't realize that she was choosing to stay on as a mentor after graduation. Feng Miaochuan explained. You guys, it's real pretty. You want to also some curiosity to come up. Found that it is indeed very beautiful. Goose egg face, beautiful and gentle. The value of the face, although a slight gap with Xin Yue, but the mature body and temperament completely make up for it. It was also good to be strong at level 48, and an auxiliary law tutor close to the 5th turn was only in his early 20s. Yi, any ideas? As long as you're bold. The mentor takes maternity leave. Feng Miaochuan joked. Yi wanted to roll his eyes, and Wang Jun couldn't help but laugh. Are you an adult? Just think about this. Feng Miaochuan hemmed and hawed. It's nothing. At this time, Chen Wanyan also walked out. After yesterday's incident, his character has changed a lot. Losing is losing. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Lifting his hand and touching the back of his head, he looked at them and said, "Yesterday's incident, I am indeed very sorry. I am a bit impulsive in my temper, and I promise that I will not commit the crime again in the future. 4 years in college. It's still a long time. It's fine," Yi wanted to say flatly. "Alright," Chen Wanyan nodded his head in a hurry. He was truly convinced of Yi Xiang's strength and was worthy of being his brother-in-law. "Brother Yi, do you lack a girlfriend? How about I introduce my sister to you?" The trio took a look at Chen Wanyan's physique, and the three of them automatically brainstormed the image of a muscular woman, and immediately shook their heads. Ugly refusal. Chen Wanyan couldn't help but nod his head as well. "That's also true. My sister is nothing but big boobs." The other side of the girls' dormitory, Shui, Chen Wan-yi, who had just gotten up, couldn't help but sneeze at once, and her roommate directly flung a healing aura over. "Don't catch a cold, Sister Wan-yi." Chen Wan-yi looked suspicious. "I suspect that someone is bad-mouthing me." The four of them went downstairs together to the classroom, and on the way Chen Wanyan and Yi Xiang attracted a lot of attention. A little curious. Yesterday they were fighting. How come today they are getting along? When they finally found the classroom, the clean-cut girls looked up. In an instant, Feng Miaochuan felt that he had come to a chime in the right place. It was full of girls, but he didn't notice that almost all the girls' eyes fell on Yi Xiang, after the four of them casually found a seat. Not a moment later, Shen Yue and Sonya also walked in, and after looking around, they quickly found Yi Xiang and hurriedly walked over. The moment Chen Wanyan and Wang Jun saw Shen Yue, they couldn't help but look dumbfounded. What a beautiful and innocent girl. The two didn't react until they came up to the front of the room. Shen Yue and Sonya sat down next to Yi Xiang on the other side. "Brother Yi, have you had breakfast yet? I brought you little buns and milk." "Not yet. Just no. Always not eating breakfast. Mom has said you several times," Shen Yue said. Feng Miaochuan on the side looked on with a blear-eyed expression. "Goddess Shun, I haven't eaten either." "Me neither." Chen Wanyan followed suit and said cheekily, "Won't you guys buy it yourselves?" Sonya couldn't help but roll her eyes and said. At that moment, a woman in a white halter dress walked in the doorway, with long white hair and gold-rimmed glasses, looking much better than in the photos, especially with an almost perfect body. She is none other than Su Mengmeng. She came to the podium, looked at the crowd with a slight smile, and calmly said, "Everyone should be here all right. I'll introduce myself first. My name is Su Mengmeng, 48th grade holy priest. No surprise, I will be your mentor for the next 4 years. It's your first time stepping into the university, and it's my first time to be a mentor. So I hope that in the next 4 years, you will all make progress together, and work hard together." After listening to Su Mengmeng's self-introduction, the classroom resounded with applause. Almost no one would hate such a good-looking and beautiful teacher who was also so powerful. Su Mengmeng smiled lightly, then her gaze glanced at the four people behind her. "Yi Xiang, Chen Wanyan, tell you what, let's just start with the boys introducing themselves, so we can all get to know each other. And by the way, say your height and weight, and I'll take notes, and then bring over your uniforms for military training." As soon as the words fell, Feng Miaochuan hemmed and hawed, immediately stood up and opened his mouth to say, "My name is Feng Miaochuan. Occupation Rot Spell Mage. 16 years old this year. Single. Cancer. Height 171. Weight 80 kilograms. Contact information is 956. Like me must contact me ah." After talking a lot, Feng Miaochuan finally sat down. All the girls in the classroom froze. Even Su Mengmeng slowed down for a long time. You wanted Chen Wanyan and Wang Jun's trio now wanted to stay away from this guy. It was simply too social death. However, this guy's profession was actually rumored to be the most disgusting curse auxiliary profession, and although the damage was not high, it was quite unbearable with one curse aura added on. After it was Wang Jun's turn, he stood up somewhat coyly and said, "My name is Wang Jun. My occupation is a junction master. If you are in danger, you can come to my side. My height is 170, and my weight is 65 kilograms. The girl's eyes immediately lit up. It was actually a boundary master, a rare pure defense support profession. The degree of rarity was no less than a hidden profession, and Su Mengmeng couldn't help but be a little surprised. That's an unusual occupation for both of these boys. One curse, one pure defense. The combination is kinda nasty, obviously. Feng Miaochuan also realized this and looked incredulously at Wang Jun with a hefty smile. "I didn't expect that. We're quite suitable." Wang Jun shook his head. "My mom said she only let me protect my sister." Feng Miaochuan instantly blacked out. "I can't possibly go and have a sex change, right?" At this point, Chen Wanyan stood up and talked about his profession, which he used to be very proud of. However, since being hung up by Yi Xiang once, he realized what it was like to be outside of people. So he said calmly, "My name is Chen Wanyan. My occupation is Dragon Battle Mage. My height is 175. And my weight is 76 kilograms. The crowd couldn't help but applaud. This guy lost the fight yesterday, but it didn't mean it wasn't powerful. That dragon language magic hadn't even been used yet to make people feel the pressure. It was a very powerful profession. Su Meng, however, is a little puzzled. This is obviously a powerful combat profession. How will it come to the auxiliary law department? The meaning of the above? Her gaze fell on Yi Xiang, and at that moment, the whole class fell on him. Obviously quite a few people were very curious about Yi Xiang's occupation today, whether he was still a Taoist or not. After all, the various manifestations he had shown were completely unrelated to Taoist priests. Yi Xiang stood up. Because of cultivating the human immortal body, he was already taller than his peers. Yi think, professionally. You wanted to be silent for a moment before a trace of thought crossed his eyes. From the incident of the alien attack, he had more vigilance that he hadn't had in the past. That is, even here in the human race, it is not absolutely safe. And up to now how the alien race mixes in is currently not revealed. The biggest possibility is that there is a traitor in the human race. While it's possible that this is overthinking things, it's good to leave yourself some cards to play regardless. He wasn't sure if there had ever been a celestial master profession before, but if there were any records of it, he would undoubtedly reveal quite a bit of his own strength. He wanted to hesitate for a moment before looking at the crowd and saying, I'm a Taoist by profession, and I've read books for 3 years to learn the thunder method. The crowd was at a loss. So it turned out that one could still learn lightning techniques by reading a book? Brother, do you want to hear what you're saying? Su Meng held her forehead a little helplessly, but still nodded. What about height and weight? 180, 73 kilos. Su Meng nodded. Very standard height and weight. Next it was Xin Yue's turn. She stood up and smiled lightly, instantly mesmerizing the girls and making them feel good about themselves. My name is Xin Yue. My occupation is Moon Elf Sacrifice. 168. And my weight is 52 kilograms. Height and weight is a girl's secret, but Xin Yue doesn't care about that. One by one, after taking turns to introduce themselves, everyone got to know each other briefly. Alright, you guys are free to move around first. I'll go get your military training uniforms for you. Yi Xiang, Chen Wanyan, you two come over here and help me. Yi Xiang and Chen Wanyan could not help but nod their heads and got up to follow. The closer you get, the more you can feel the charm of this teacher, and there is a light fragrance that smells good. Chen Wanyan followed behind Su Meng, and his eyes would always involuntarily stare at her ass. Yi Xiang, on the other hand, walked calmly, his eyes rippling calmly. Perhaps it was the reason that reading the Tao collection for 3 years had matured his mind all quite a bit. Perhaps sensing Chen Wanyan's line of sight, Su Meng helplessly turned around, looked at the teenager in front of her, and flirted. Although the teacher is very good looking, you can't think of something shibboleths. Oh, you know? Ahem. No, teacher, absolutely not, Chen Wanyan immediately said, but his face betrayed him, and straight away he couldn't help but go a little red. Su Meng, on the other hand, looked at Yi Xiang and realized that his eyes were clean and clear, worthy of being a Taoist profession. This hardiness with another awakened profession. No wonder it would grow so fast. Soon, the three came to the school's warehouse, where a large pile of military training uniforms were stacked, and Su Meng handed the organized information to the warehouse manager. The warehouse manager took it, nodded, and greeted a few people who quickly sorted out dozens of uniforms. The three of them took a part of it one by one and carried it back. And on the way back, Chen Wanyan seemed to want to show himself, and he ran as fast as he could in 3 trips, leaving Yi Xiang and Su Meng both walking slowly behind. Seemingly remembering something, Su Meng couldn't help but ask, Classmate Yi, that level 40 bone skeleton alien, did you kill it alone? Your lightning spells are very strong, and level 40 bone fey also happened to be restrained by lightning spells. So, Yi Xiang did not give an answer. He just smiled lightly. Teacher, is it important if I killed him alone? What's important is that he's dead and I'm still alive. Su Meng froze slightly at his words, and his gaze became deep and complex as he looked at Yi Xiang. Your heart is really similar to those warriors on the front line, so I'm really looking forward to your future performance. So you're also only 22 years old, teacher, and a level 48 ordained priest. You can save more people on the battlefield, right? Why did you choose to become a mentor? Yi Xiang also asked simply. I went up. Su Meng said softly. Yi Xian froze, not understanding what it meant. I went to war as soon as I graduated, but was targeted by the Fey and ambushed, she said softly. Speaking here, Su Meng reached out her hand, took off her glasses, and then directly used her finger to point at the pupil of her right eye. Find anything? You wanted to look into her eyes and instantly felt something was wrong. This eye is dead, uninspired. is this eye of yours fake? As expected, Su Mengmeng removed this eye in the next moment, revealing a black hole in the eye socket. Those eyes, which had been beautiful and moving, were destroyed in an instant, and even more than a little horrified. Yi Xiang stared at this scene in a daze, and his heart inexplicably ached. Su Mengmeng explained, "This eye of mine was cursed by a level 66-eyed foreigner and went blind. So the above told me to come back and stay at the school to teach the students, which I was actually very reluctant to do, because there are a lot of soldiers who have been injured more seriously than me, but they are still on the front line. You know, just now on campus, every second of peace and quiet is bought with the lives of the soldiers on the front line." You wanted to fall silent. "I'm sorry, teacher. I shouldn't have questioned you." Su Mengmeng gentle smile, "Nothing shows that you think a lot of it, but you are now only a freshman. The level is also still low, and there is no doubt that you must be the same as me, but also on the alien genius attack list. Once on the battlefield 100% will be targeted. Good luck. Like me can still come back. If the luck is poor, but it will be dead. First properly cultivate and upgrade it." After saying that, Su Mengmeng had already put that fake eye back on, and said with some slight playfulness, "This is a secret between you and your teacher. You can't tell anyone else about it." Leaf thought for a moment and nodded. Once the two returned to the classroom together, they began distributing military uniforms. After determining that the sizes were all fine, Su Mengmeng looked at the crowd and said, "Tonight, at 8 o'clock, gather at the playground and begin the month-long military training. This military training is for all the new students of the 3 schools together, traveling to a military base in the outer city of Kyoto to be trained." The crowd nodded at the words, indicating that they knew. "Well, these are the things today. Everyone dismissed. Experience these 4 years of college life." Oh, Su Mengmeng laughed. "Woohoo! I love it. I really love this teacher too much." Feng Miaochuan said as she covered her heart. "Can you not make it so disgusting?" Chen Wanyan was somewhat speechless. "Brother Yi, what are you going to do later?" Xin Yue looked at Yi Xiang and asked. "Recently learned a new skill. Meditation room to skill up." Yi Xiang said truthfully, "I'll go with you." Xin Yue immediately said, "Mind if I join you?" Sonia said with a smile. Chen Wanyan stroked his chin. "I'll go too." He had to catch up with Yi Xiang's footsteps. This guy was working so hard he couldn't afford to slack off. The result was that they all went to the meditation room. Each class has 3 venues. A classroom venue where classes were previously held, a meditation room for cultivation, and the Void Mirror Realm cyber classroom. The meditation room was large, over 200 square feet, enough for dozens of people to move around at will to find a spot to meditate. There is a cloth ball on the floor that will be much more comfortable to sit on. The entire meditation room was specially set up so that as long as the door was closed, no sound from outside could penetrate in without the slightest disturbance. Here, all can meditate and cultivate to their heart's content. After Yi wanted to casually find a seat, Xin Yue also sat down on the right side of a cloth ball at an interval. Seeing this, the people did as they were told and quieted their minds to meditate and cultivate. However, Yi wanted to come here, naturally not to meditate, but to learn a new skill, the Tong Tian Talisman. The inner Dan spiritual energy is the foundation. Together with the incantation, the seal and the spirit condenses the air to draw the talisman. With a slight movement in his hand, in the blink of an eye, a transparent purification talisman surfaced in front of him. It was easily simple. After all, the talisman had taken 3 whole years to draw, and a perfect purification talisman floated to the surface. But not for a moment. The purification talisman dissipated automatically. Losing the support of spiritual power, the talisman would disappear. This was considered the only drawback of the Tong Tian talisman. It couldn't be preserved for a long time like the talisman paper. There are many types of talismans, but they are roughly categorized into 3 classes. There are 3 types of charms: human, earth and heavenly. With his current inner Dan cultivation, he could only use human talismans at the moment. In the 3000 Taoist collections, there are quite a few Taoist books recorded that have information about talismans, and the reason for the Taoist profession. You wanted to remember them all clearly, without forgetting a bit. In the human talisman category, there were scorched young talismans, locked talismans, heavy water talismans, 1000 actions talismans, and so on, and there were many of them, each of which had a different effect. You wanted to carefully recall the incantations and strokes of the scorched sun talisman. Soon, he raised his hand, his fingers emitting aura, faint lines coalescing in front of his body. Not long after, a scorched sun talisman slowly coalesced in front of his body, and with a huff, hot flames burned away. Yi Xiang could regulate the spiritual power of the Tong Tian talisman. So this scorching sun talisman was like a fireball after it was used. Fully exerted, the power was at least about 10 times more than that. Yi Xiang nodded with satisfaction. The diversity of talismans made up for at least some of his combat skills and details. It was a very practical skill. It's just purely a bit of a drain on spiritual energy, and the inner Dan cultivation is still too low. But yes, after all, it belonged to spell-like skills, completely different from the human immortal tattoo which relied entirely on physical strength. Sure enough, no matter what the profession is, it's still strong to refine the body in the early stages. You wanted to try the rest of the several talismans, familiar with the speed of condensing air to draw talismans, with the speed getting faster and faster. Later on, it was completely possible to draw several or even a dozen talismans out in an instant. The talismans can be combined with each other to bring out greater power. In this way, for the whole afternoon, Yi Xiang had been consumed with the Tongtian talisman until, in an instant, 3 scorched yang talismans were drawn in the condensed air in front of him. The blink of an eye turned into a small fireball raging up. You want to know that this is their own limit. After all, the level is still low. Also do not know a lift. The sky is full of spirit symbols have to win to realize. The crowd had long since stopped cultivating and silently watched Yi Xiang's Tongtian talismanic means with curiosity. It looks like a Taoist talisman, but it actually feels amazing that you can draw it without using traditional talisman paper. Yi Xiang stood up and looked at the crowd and laughed. What's the point of just looking at me? Don't you guys cultivate? Xin Yue touched her stomach. Brother Yi, all hungry, didn't even eat at noon. It's almost evening. Okay, so what's for dinner tonight? Feng Miaochuan immediately came over and said, how about hot pot? Yesterday I saw that the cafeteria still has hot pot, and it's cheap. After thinking about it, Yijin wanted to nod his head. Okay, that's fine. After all, it was crowded, and the group headed straight over towards the cafeteria. Found it quite busy, but it was almost all freshmen. The older students were cooking for themselves in their dorms. After choosing a table, the crowd had just sat down when they saw Su Mengmeng also walk into the cafeteria. Xin Yue's eyes lit up and she hurriedly got up and shouted, Teacher, come this way. Many students looked up at the sound and saw 2 beautiful girls with similar styles but 2 completely different types in the distance, and they felt that their meals smelled a lot better. After waiting for Su Mengmeng to take her seat, Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but ask, does teacher also like to come to the cafeteria to eat? Su Mengmeng nodded. Yeah, I've been eating here for 4 years. I'm used to the taste. What, can't you? Of course. Feng Miaochuan hemmed and hawed, looking at a couple of great beauties in front of him. The meal was delicious. A few people dipped into the hot pot and talked and laughed until halfway through the meal. Songya couldn't help but ask, Teacher, what is our military training this time? It's surprising that we have to have 3 schools join together. Su Mengmeng shook her head. I'm not too sure. In previous years, military training was in their respective schools. This is also the first time to go out. The military took over with full authority. The confidentiality is done very strictly. Even I'm not sure. Then will the teacher follow along? Wang Jun asked. Of course. I'm your mentor. I definitely need to go over together. Su Mengmeng laughed. Teacher the smile, as if laughing into the heart of Wang Jun. He was a little shy and bowed his head. Did not dare to look more. But then again, it's understandable. After all, the students from the 3 top colleges of your term went out together. It's for your own good not to leak the news. If something goes wrong, the human race will lose too much. Su Mengmeng nodded her head. He wanted to eat his maw, and when he heard these words, he couldn't help but think of being attacked by the foreigners. Indeed, if it wasn't kept a secret, with all the talented students of the human race gathered together in this session, it was estimated that the foreign race would definitely do everything they could. No matter how much it cost them, they would still do it. Alright, take a little rest after eating and gather at the playground. Su Mengmeng said as she got up after simply eating a little. Everyone nodded their heads in the affirmative. What kind of military training do you guys think it is exactly? Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but speculate curiously. Chen Wanyan was half concerned. Who knows? The purpose of military training is just to cultivate our discipline and some fighting sense. It's nothing difficult. Wang Jun nodded. Military training was indeed like this in the past. Feng Miaochuan stroked his chin and couldn't figure out what kind of setup it would be this time. There's no way we're going to be allowed to go to war our freshman year. Is there? He joked. Yi Xiang, who was lazily eating the hot pot, heard these words and raised his head all of a sudden, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Xin Yue helplessly held her forehead. Brother Yi, you're in the spirit as soon as combat is mentioned. Yi wanted to smile. Battles could escalate himself faster. Of course he was kind of looking forward to the battlefield. Only 1 alien was killed, and it wasn't enjoyable at all. After a hot pot everyone ate enough, got up and went back to the dormitory to simply clean up a bit, then changed into military training uniforms, together to the playground. Not to mention, The crowd was obviously quite refreshed after putting on their military training uniforms. The time came a little after 8 o'clock, and soon the auxiliary law class 1 was assembled. Just then, the school gates opened and a green heavy truck drove in, coming to the crowd to the astonishment of all the freshmen. A soldier came down and walked over to Su Mengmeng and nodded his head in salute before looking at the students in front of him and shouting, "All of you, get on the bus." The crowd froze. Is this the time to leave? As expected, the playground, which was all bustling with activity, became empty all of a sudden as each individual got into his car. A heavy military truck arrived fast and departed even faster. The night road was dark and no one knew where it was going. Xin Yue somewhat nervously grabbed Yi Xiang's arm. Yi wanted to touch her head, knowing that she had been a little afraid of the dark since she was a child. This was why the campfires had been lit even in the Fey realm during the previous gauntlet. Su Mengmeng suddenly remembered something, patted her brain, looked at the students of this class in front of her, and spoke. "Sorry, I forgot. We haven't chosen a class president yet, right? Is everyone planning to vote or nominate themselves?" Everyone froze, and then subconsciously turned their gazes to both Yi Xiang and Xin Yue. With 2 high school seniors here, what else is there to think about? "I'm not interested," Yi Xiang said directly. "The shift supervisor has a lot on his plate, and he's a pain in the ass, and he's delayed." Su Mengmeng was a bit helpless, so she could only drop her gaze on Xin Yue and said softly, "Yue, considering being the class president?" Under the crowd's expectant gaze, Xin Yue didn't know how to refuse, so she could only nod her head. Everyone applauded at once, and naturally they had no problem with her coming in as class president. Yu wanted to also cannot help but laugh. Youngwei has been the class president since childhood, but also really used to it. The truck was still moving. The atmosphere gradually eased, and at Su Mengmeng's invitation, everyone began to sing. Cheerfulness gradually filled the air, but it was as if time had turned at this moment, because the military training that will greet this class will be hellish, for both men and women. The reason was that just half a month ago, several of China's border defenses fell at the same time, and tens of thousands of soldiers all died, though emergency support from behind brought the border back. But this already indicated a signal that the foreign races were planning to attack the human race in a big way again. This defensive line attack was definitely not an attack that a certain alien race could organize. Several border defenses instantly fell, and it was too late to even rescue them. Time passed little by little, driving close to 7 or 8 hours, came to 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. The heavy truck stopped. Empty thunk. The rear door opened. Bright lights shone in, and the soldier from earlier approached, his serious face instantly putting them on edge. The warrior looked at the students in the car and spoke. "You can come down now." The crowd sniffed and got out of the car in turn, their sights opening up steeply, as if they had come to an arms factory. Everyone couldn't help but stare. "I'll go. It's so big here." Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. As more and more students came down, they realized that it was densely packed with people, numbering close to tens of thousands of people. Obviously all the freshmen from the 3 top colleges had gathered together. At that moment, tens of thousands of densely packed electronic devices that looked like balls flew over and landed in front of every student. The crowd froze. Wasn't this the auxiliary intelligence exclusive to military fighters? What the hell is going on? Soon, an auxiliary intelligence also flew in front of Yi Xian. After that electronic eye scanned Yi Xiang from top to bottom, the intelligent voice said, "Number Auxiliary Law Department 0713, Binder, Yi Xiang, age 16, level 25, profession Daoist, binding successful. Hello, comrade Leaf Thinker. I will be your auxiliary intelligence for 1 month, responsible for customizing your personal training, missions, attendance and merit ratings. Those with excellent scores will be groomed for the officer system starting freshman year." At this moment, everyone is in front of such auxiliary intelligence. Not a little face-to-face. The officer system? Since freshman year? Isn't that the equivalent of graduating 4 years early and enlisting in the military? Su Mengmeng look became serious. This is a good opportunity. If seized, the equivalent of saving 4 years. It is possible that once graduated, already mixed in the system in a good position. But she was also well aware that not everyone was suited to the officer system, and that despite the current tensions between the human race and the Fae, the most basic social system had to work. But if you really can't even defend your home, the end result can only be a universal war. Realizing this, Su Mengmeng immediately guessed that something must have happened at the front line, probably in order not to cause panic in the country. The events on the front line were not communicated, but they certainly could not be hidden for long. She looked up at the entire underground training ground with a slightly complicated expression. This is directly out of a military base to these freshmen military training. These children really withstand it? Meanwhile, on the uppermost level of the base, sat an old man with gray hair. He looked at the screen with an unchanged expression, and in the screen, it was the 10,000 freshman, who represented the top future talents of this class. This is an old man that everyone in the country knows. It is the chief of the current was, Chowan. At that moment, the door to the room opened and a secretary general walked in, looked at the old man and nodded. Chief, it's all ready. Elder Zhou slowly closed his eyes as he sniffed, and there was intolerance, helplessness, and persistence on his face. Finally nodding. Then start channeling, and hopefully these kids won't hate me in the future. The Secretary General pursed his lips and reached up to click on the screen to confirm the submission. Buzz. Ding ding. All of the auxiliary intelligences beeped and casually extended an electronic eyeglass from the inner wall and put it on Yi Xian's face. The auxiliary intelligence prompted. Open military training mission 1, log into the Void Mirror Realm. Within 10 minutes, kill the target. Auxiliary professions can team up with combat professions, but the target will be increased accordingly. The first 500 to complete it will receive 1 point. As soon as the words fell, Feng Miaochuan decisively sent a team request to Yi Xiang first. Although he was fast, soon, the teaming requests were densely stacked over, and almost half of the girls in the class chose to team up with Yi Xiang in the first place. Xin Yue pursed her lips. This time she didn't choose to team up with Yi Xiang. Instead she looked at Songya and said, "Why don't you team up with me? I remembered that you are a wood mage and only have control and healing skills." Sonia nodded. Aha. Xin Yue again dropped her gaze on the two purely auxiliary girls and took the initiative to invite them. Since she didn't know what the targets were yet, 3 people counting herself made a total of 4 targets, which shouldn't be too much of a problem. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xiang agreed to the 5 applications to form a team, while rejecting Feng Miaochuan outright. "Don't, brother Yi, help me." Feng Miaochuan cried without tears when he saw that he was rejected. Yi wanted to roll his eyes. "You are at least a curse mage, which is also considered a combat profession. Go find Wang Jun to form a team." Oh, Chen Wanyan's side didn't even look at them and directly agreed to form a team with all of them. The whole 6. Time is up. Please begin logging into the Void Mirror Realm to complete your quest. The words of assistive intelligence went black. In the next moment, he entered the Void Mirror Realm. The environment was still in this military base, but there were only 5 people around him. All of a sudden it seemed very empty, and those 5 people were the 5 sisters who had agreed to form a team earlier. They looked at Yi Xian with a slight sigh of relief. You wanted to notice that there was a 1-minute countdown in front of him, with 54 seconds left. Straight away, he said, "A brief description of your class profession should be starting the quest soon." Level 20 Phantom Pupil Master. A girl with purple eyes quickly said. The remaining 4 girls immediately followed suit. Level 23 Statistician. Level 19 Water Auxiliary Mage. Level 20 Detectorist. Level 20 Hidden Profession. Spirit Stripper. Yi Xiang raised his eyebrows and his gaze fell on the last girl, who seemed to be a bit timid and didn't dare to look him in the eye. I didn't realize that there was a hidden profession. The Spirit Stripper is a very powerful hidden profession. All the attacks work on the spirit. There is almost no means to defend. It's just that it's weaker in the early stages. But put it on war later on, a group soul dialing spell is thrown out, and it just puts down a whole bunch of people. You guys stand together, pay attention to the surrounding. The first time the target appears first ensure your own safety. Just leave the rest to me. Yi wanted to say. The 4 women nodded at that. After all, a statistician and a detectorist. These 2 were not combat professions at all. As the final 10 seconds of the countdown ticked down, the auxiliary intelligences of the 5 appeared data mined beside them and began to record. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, 5 alien races appeared steeply in front of them. They were covered in blood-red skin, hunched over and crawling on the ground, gazing at them with bloodthirsty, hideous faces. Yi wanted to narrow his eyes. Blood Beast Fae. All level 22, is the average level of the 5 people? A few girls also seemed to have seen such a terrifying alien for the first time, and were instantly scared a little, but quickly reacted to the fact that they were now in the Void Mirror Realm, and wouldn't really be hurt. Fought a level 35 Blood Beast Fae twice last night, very fast and half disabled with a berserk status. Either they don't hit each other, or they have to kill each other with a single blow, or they go berserk and only get abused. Without any hesitation, Yi Xiang pinched his hand and a layer of golden light quickly surged on his body, compressing the golden light to the extreme again. With a piercing sound, a piercing thunder aura instantly blossomed out on Yi Xiang's body. Before a few girls could react, Yi Xiang was like lightning, directly rushing up. The instant the lightning flashed, the heads of all 5 Blood Beast Fae heads were split apart, blood spraying all over the place. Challenge over. Challenge time 12 seconds. Auxiliary intelligence said. As soon as the words fell, several people forcefully exited the void mirror realm and returned to reality. A few girls did not come back to their senses at all and stood dumbfounded, still in the midst of Yi Xiang's terrifying strength. At the same time, the intelligent aide beside Yi Xiang opened his mouth and said, "Student Yi Xiang, your challenge time for this time is 12 seconds, and you are the first place for the time being." Yi Xiang naturally didn't hold back and used the most powerful lightning method at the first time, directly killing the 5-level 22 blood beast Fei in seconds. Soon, the names of different people began to appear on the leaderboard, down to the exact number of classes in the school faculty, and Yi Xiang's name was still in first place. After automatically exiting the team, Intelligent Assist looked at Yi Xiang and said, "You have completed the first quest. Do you wish to continue?" Yi wanted to nod after seeing that Xin Yue had also completed her task. "Continue. Physical fitness test. Please proceed to target testing room," Intelligent Assist said. Soon, it pointed to a location and flew that way. Yi wanted to follow immediately, and it didn't take long to arrive at a sci-fi-filled training room. "Please stand here," Intelligent Aide said as he came to a stand. Yi wanted to stand up, and the next moment, a blue light scanned from the top of his head to the bottom. Physical fitness, strength 139, stamina, 89, cell strength, 3 stars, overall score, class D warrior, eligible for driving privileges. You wanted to know what kind of data this is. Sure enough, it is the measurement of physical data. D-class warrior belongs to the military, a comprehensive combat strength determination standard. But this meets the driving authority is what it means. To know that a level 25 combat profession is only considered a level E warrior. It means that his physical quality has already reached level 30 or above. And that's without using the human immortal body degree. Test completed. Opening the second mission. Lurking, please enter the void mirror realm again. Student Yi Xiang, the auxiliary intelligence said. Yi wanted to nod his glasses. Data linking the neural brain. But this time, for some reason, the connection was slow this time. It was dark before his eyes, and all he could see was a long string of data. Loading. 1%, 12%, 55%, pulsing slowly. He wanted to frown slightly, but he didn't suspect too much. Meanwhile, above the base, a dozen scientists' gazes fell steeply into the screen. A student has passed the test and is already linking mech warriors in the synchronization port. Data in transit. Yi Xiang, is it this year's top student in the college entrance exam? That's outstanding. It's actually level 25 already. And the physical fitness test actually requires matching a level 30 mech puppet? It's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? An elderly scientist looked up at the words, his eyes glittering with wisdom. He was none other than the top person in the field of science in China today. The top mechanical neurosurgeon of grade 89, Yang Huiming. Test the status of the student's condition and make sure the link is stable. Don't think that the broken robotic dolls will only cause a little mental burden to the students. Any accidents we can't have. The many scientists nodded seriously at the words. Neural connections stabilized. Robocouple activation stabilized. The student is in stable condition. Nuclear source energy conversion stabilized. The crowd looked at the state of Yiwana on the screen, and on a fully titanium-built robotic puppet thousands of kilometers away. Yi wanted to watch the data loading in front of him come to 99, and the next moment, it finally jumped to 100%. Link loaded successfully. As soon as the words fell, Yi wanted to open his eyes into the eye but found himself somewhat puzzled by the fact that he seemed to be in some military warehouse. Just then, an intelligent aide flew over, looked at him and said, "Comrade Yi, think, please head to the location marked on the map, lurk, and wait for an alien squad to approach." Yi wanted to sniff and understand, then noticed that there was a communicator on his arm at some point, and after tapping on the small red dot on the screen, a map came into view. After confirming the target, there was no hesitation and they started off straight away. When he stepped out of the military warehouse, the scene in front of him immediately surprised him a bit. The desolate, blood-red earth, the abandoned base, the ground littered with corpses, both alien and human. Looking at the scene in front of him, for some reason, obviously subconsciously feeling that it was just a scene simulated by the void mirror realm, he was still a little sad. He wanted to probably guess the way of military training, mostly using the virtual mirror realm to simulate the real battlefield to sharpen them? No wonder it loads so slowly. It's a little too real. Without too much hesitation, following the coordinates of the map, he directly took a step and flew towards that location. Without running for long, he suddenly remembered something and directly used the Tong Tian talisman, emitting spiritual light from his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he drew 1,000 lines talisman that landed on his feet. As expected, the speed had steeply accelerated by more than double, and the body also clearly felt lighter. Soon, he came to where the landmarks guided him, in an abandoned building, with the auxiliary intelligence flying beside him. Not a moment later, not far away, a small group of 7 Fae appeared in sight, only to see that these 7 people were covered in a body like magma stone, and when they walked, magma flames would burst out from time to time, and their body size was close to 3 meters, like small giants, and they were very strong. The face was square, and the eyes were like lava-colored pupils. Yi Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly. Yen 2 foreigners, material defense law defense are high outrageous. Is in addition to the skeleton foreigners most difficult to kill foreigners, especially the fire mage profession encountered Yen 2 foreigners, like a natural enemy, the other side directly immune. 7 Inferno Slaughter Fae that averaged 30 levels didn't seem to be impossible to deal with. Thinking of this, he wanted to raise his head and look at the auxiliary intelligence and said, the mission requirement is to lurk. What about the back? Target has been sent to the rear. Awaiting instructions, the auxiliary intelligence said. Yi Xiang frowned. Isn't this a test? What's the point of even sending the rear? He looked at these 7 Yen 2 foreigners in front of him, and the human immortal patterns slowly surfaced on his body, clearly not intending to wait for the laborious instructions, and directly choosing to take action. Along with the 7-headed Yen 2 alien race getting closer and closer, the auxiliary intelligence finally reacted. Mission changed to send a squad over. Please wait in place for an opportunity to ambush and surround the alien squad. Comrade Yi Xiang, the auxiliary intelligence said. No need, I'm sure I can deal with it. Yi Xiang directly responded. Without any hesitation, he landed his gaze on the last Yen 2 alien. This guy had the lowest level, only level 28. After killing one first, the pressure would be much less. In the next moment, the human immortal pattern on Yi Xiang's body was completely revealed, covering his entire body. The pupils of his eyes also gradually transformed into gold, and the golden light surged into a long sword that fell into his hands. Thousands of kilometers away within the military base, the commander in charge of this group of students in the rear noticed this scene and couldn't help but frown. The so-called instruction was the very one he had issued. Currently, you wanted to be the only one to link the mechanical puppets to start moving, and he also happened to be watching this guy. Seeing the movement of his you wanted and the long sword in his hand, the corners of his mouth flooded with helplessness. Then he said with a serious expression, are all students so reckless these days? Even if he thought it was the void mirror realm that wouldn't really die, what's the point of being so reckless? At the end of the mission, directly give me a judgment of low score. Even if it's a high school student, he won't give him face. Another subordinate of the commander helplessly shook his head. A mech puppet is worth millions. It's just ruined. Alas, the most important thing is that there aren't many mech puppets in the front line itself. There are only 500 of them at the moment. Obviously, everyone could see that you wanted to make a move. But could a level 25 Taoist still deal with 7 heads of average level 30 Yen 2 foreigners at the same time? Really treating the battlefield as the kind of children playing house during the college entrance exam? As expected, you wanted to make a move. The speed of the outburst was quite rapid, and in this scene, many commanders couldn't help but nod their heads. This senior high school student was still a bit strong. At this time, Yi Xiang had already rushed behind the last Yen 2, and the other party obviously sensed the movement and quickly turned around. But what came into view was a talisman. The moment the heavy water talisman landed on it, it exploded like a waterfall, and with a boom, the massive water impact directly heaved the opponent to the ground. With a piercing sound, like cool water falling on a frying pan, thick white smoke rose from the Yen 2 foreigner's body. Without waiting for this Inferno Slaughter alien to get up, Yi Xiang directly executed the Qingfeng sword technique, and all of the powerful sword light landed on its body, revealing a trail of sword marks. Each sword would leave behind a strand of golden light in the opponent's body. This was a slight change that extended after the golden light mantra advanced to the second level. In an instant, dozens of swords were slashed out, and Yi Xiang walked past this Yen 2 foreigner with a calm face, slowly pinching the spell in his hand. He softly chanted, "There is thunder within, and the god of thunder is hidden in name." As soon as the words fell, the golden light sword chi remaining on Yen 2's body behind him emitted a piercing luster. It stared at its body in a daze, not yet realizing what was happening. In the next moment, with a steep boom, its body was directly blown to smithereens. The magma in the sky was scattered like a smallpox. At this moment, not only did the remaining 6 Yen 2 foreign races fail to react, even the group of commanders several thousand miles away couldn't help but froze at the sight of this stunning scene. This kid is too handsome. A female commander couldn't help but cover her face, filled with amazement, especially in that moment when the magma turned into starfire and exploded. It was simply beautiful, so the battle could still be so beautiful. And all of this was just the beginning. The beginning of Yi wanted to conquer the battlefield. Facing the remaining 6 Yen 2 foreigners, Yi Xiang's left hand condensed the air and drew a talisman. eyes downcast. Edict. Rosemary's Mess. The talisman cracked, and the few Yen-2 foreigners in front of them saw 4 or 5 identical figures of Yi Xiang's figure appearing violently, dazzling the eyes. Simultaneously, they attacked together towards these foreigners in front of them. The golden light long swords in their hands were powerful, and they all executed the Qingfeng sword technique at the same time. Naturally, only one of them was real. You wanted to come in front of a level 30 Inferno slaughter alien and slash down heavily with his sword. This Yen-2 directly spewed out a mouthful of magma flames without saying a word, gushing out towards Yi Xiang as scorching heat swept over. You wanted to actually feel this clearly, and could not help but be a little staggered. This military's virtual mirror world can be quite a bit more real than the top colleges and universities. Without too much distraction, Yi Xiang sidestepped, the golden light longsword in his hand spread out, transforming into golden light covering his entire body, directly carrying the flames hard. He came in front of this inferno slaughter, and smashed his fist down fiercely. Boo! This head of Yen-2's face was directly smashed by the huge force. A piece of stone rock flew out. The whole stone head was smashed a little bit. What strength? Is the other party a horned ghost? Yi Xiang didn't stop, smashing out punch after punch. The terrifying power of the human immortal body, which weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, coupled with the golden light mantra. The level 25 Yi Xiang was like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. In an instant, he blasted out a dozen punches, hardening this Yen-2's head. There are 5 heads left. Yi Xiang turned on his feet and attacked while once again condensing the air in his hands to draw talismans. Once a spiritual talisman is completed, then he flung himself towards those few Yen-2. The level 30 Yen-2 foreigner, apart from resisting resistance, would only be able to spit fire, and the rest relied on a highly hardened magma body as an attack, with very few means. The main focus is the Vanguard meat shield. A locked talisman landed on them and directly shattered apart, transforming into long chains of spiritual energy that wrapped and bound them all together. These 5-headed Yen-2 warriors were so furious that they raised their hands and hissed as they were about to rip them off, which knew that in the next moment, a violent force steeply blossomed out on Yi Xiang's body, instantly causing a few Yen-2 to be terrified. They raised their heads, their faces full of disbelief. Thunder spells. After Yi wanted to compress the golden light to the extreme, with a piercing sound, the thunder method surged madly, and the moment the white thunder bloomed, he condensed it between his hands, aiming in the direction of the remaining 5 Yen-2. His eyes were extremely cold. Palm thunder. Boom! Berserk balls of thunder burst out from his hands, instantly landing on Yen-2. Time was like a standstill in this moment. Before the extreme heat of the thunderball could explode, the rocky tissue on the Yen-2 warrior's body was rapidly melting into glass. But as the thunderball exploded with a roar, the berserk thunder law directly exploded. The 5 Yen-2 instantly exploded and collapsed, collapsing out with the dust, all of them decapitated. After doing all this, Yi Xiang let out a long sigh of relief. The spiritual energy in his body was almost exhausted, and the lightning aura on his body slowly dissipated. In mid-air, the auxiliary intelligence silently filmed it all, stunning the group in the command room. A level 25 student who wiped out an average level 30 alien squad? Chief Commander Zhou Jing also slowed down for a long time before he came back to his senses and immediately issued orders. The auxiliary intelligence quickly said, "Comrade Yi, think. You have completed your mission, killed 730 foreigners and gained 210 credits. Now please return to the military warehouse on the same route immediately." You want to be a little puzzled. Directly offline is not good at the whole so troublesome to do. But then realizing that this was supposed to get them used to the battlefield, he nodded and was just about to turn around and go back the way he came. 7 blood spirits emerged from the dispersed smoke, and Yi Xiang could not help but stare. Subconsciously, he walked over and extended his hand to touch it, yet the blood spirit was not absorbed, touching his head. Also, this is all fake. How can it be absorbed successfully? Some regret. If these 7 blood spirits are real, it is estimated that it is enough to ascend a level. Without much hesitation, Yi wanted to turn around and return the same way. On the way back, however, they encountered a squad of 5 human warriors averaging 35 levels. They couldn't help but freeze for a moment when they saw Yi Xiang, and one of the older men was slightly stunned. A mechanical puppet? It seems to be a high-tech recently sent over from the rear. I heard it's quite an expensive one. Captain, the mission was suddenly cancelled, a teammate behind him said in confusion. I see. Bei nodded first. He walked over towards the armored puppet and spoke. I'm Special Ops, Pei Xian, in charge of coming in for support. Has the mission target been erased? Yi Xiang also couldn't help but froze. Did this simulated battlefield have to be so real? I can't believe there are even NPCs? He nodded. Well, have completed clearing the target and are now returning. Pei Xian nodded. It seems that the newly researched mechanical puppets in the rear are quite useful. In his eyes, at this moment, Yiwana was the mechanical puppet model, and in Yiwana's eyes, he was the data mine simulation of himself, so the two had no trouble communicating. Pei Xian saluted towards Yi Xiang before turning to leave. There wasn't too much dialogue. In a real battlefield, every second wasn't an easy breather. Now that a round of fighting had just ended, those foreigners were sending scouts non-stop to investigate the specific situation on the human side. The seven-headed Yen-2 that you wanted to eliminate just now was one of the foreign races sent out. On the way back, you wanted to look at the hideous corpses all over the ground, his expression getting heavier and heavier. At some point, it had walked back into the military warehouse and, guided by the auxiliary intelligence, into a strange one-man high pod. Congratulations to student Yi Xiang. This mission has been completed. Today's mission is over. The credits have accumulated 211 points. Today's assessment is excellent. Rewarded 10 points. Please continue to work hard tomorrow. Intelligent assistants looked at him and said. Yi Xiang calmly nodded his head and said, exit the void mirror realm. As soon as the words left his mouth, he blacked out and exited the link. Oddly enough, slow to come into the link and very slow to exit. After waiting for a long time before completely exiting, he wanted to take off his glasses and look around. He was still in the quiz room, but this time the void mirror realm felt like a world away. Getting up, he pushed the door open and walked out. At this time on the big screen, the top 500 students had already been selected, and both Xin Yue and Chen Wanyan had successfully entered the top 500. Yi Xiang, on the other hand, was still in the first place, only that the word 221 credits had been added to the back of his name relative to the others. However, what Yi Xiang didn't know was that his previous battle results were wildly sweeping the human military hierarchy at this moment. A level 25 freshman boy, controlling a level 30 armored puppet, wiped out a level 30 Yen-2 alien scout. Student Yi Xiang, this is your dormitory. Today's mission is over. Please rest well and gather at the square at 6 tomorrow morning. Led by the auxiliary intelligence, Yi wanted to come to the dormitory area, and the door of the room opened automatically after authenticating the identity information in front of it. You wanted to walk into the house to see. Then the college dormitory bedroom is half smaller. Just barely fit a bed and a nightstand. Not bad for military training. These are really strict conditions. The auxiliary intelligence stopped flying when it was finished and landed at a fixed point on the wall that seemed to be reserved specifically for it. You wanted to glance at the time. It was only 1 a.m. And his mission was over? This military training feels so. Close your eyes and cultivate. Branding the human immortal pattern. As the alchemist immortal body became stronger and stronger, Yi Xiang also felt that his battle power was steadily increasing as well. The golden light spell could be increased, and the burst of speed brought about by thunderbolt possession was actually a heavy load on the body. In his former self, he would not have been able to withstand such speed. However, as the human immortal body progressed and his physical qualities improved, his speed would only increase under the thunder law possession. The true speed of lightning is far beyond sound. However, if one wanted to really do it that fast, one didn't know how many layers the human immortal body would have to be practiced to do it. Along with refining the body of a human immortal body, refining the method of the violet gold dan, the skills of the golden light mantra, the thunder method, and the Tong Tian talisman, none of them seem to be related, but in fact all of them are. The stronger the human immortal body, the more effective the use of the golden light spell and thunder law would be accordingly. Not to mention the inner elixir. The more abundant the spiritual energy, the more many techniques there were about the Thunder Dharma Dao collection could also be used. Not so much that you can only use one palm thunder now. Tong Tian talisman is also the same. The more familiar you are with talismans and Taoist scriptures, the faster you will be able to draw talismans. And even if you only take the talisman path in the future, you will be confident that you will not be weaker than any of the mages. What's more, there's the chimera behind it. Yi Xiang's eyes drew a hint of anticipation. All kinds of strange arts and techniques. Divine. You should be able to take it on the third turn, right? Without thinking too much, he discarded his distractions and began to meditate on the branding. The human immortal lines on his body appeared and disappeared, and suddenly he realized that the speed of his meditative branding today was far greater than in the past. He wanted to be somewhat surprised. Usually also in the virtual mirror world fighting foreign beasts. How this time also faster? It feels almost as good as fighting for real for a bit. Time passed little by little. The night passed very fast in cultivation, and halfway through the 6th human immortal pattern branding, Yi Xiang suddenly opened his eyes. He got up and looked at the intelligent aide and asked, "Can you go out for a moment? I need the moment of sunrise for my cultivation." The auxiliary intelligence opened its electronic eyes at that. "It has provided you with feedback on your cultivation. Please wait a moment. Soon. It flew up and said, "The military base is a SSS class hidden base, and it is not allowed for any students to go out." Yi Xiang frowned slightly. Without a way to absorb the purple chi, wouldn't the progress of inner alchemy cultivation be delayed by a month? But student Yi Xiang, an exception can be made for you. Please follow me. The auxiliary intelligence's words changed. It came to the door and the dormitory door opened automatically. A trace of surprise crossed Yi Xiang's eyes. When he heard SSS level at first, he thought that it was definitely not possible, but he didn't expect an exception to be made. Through the long corridor, surrounded by dormitory rooms, after walking around for a few minutes, there was not a soul in sight, not even the officers. Soon, the auxiliary intelligence led Yi Wana to an elevator. After flying in, it scanned at the keyport before an electronic sound came from it. Traveling to the top floor requires authorization. Authorization successful. Buzz. Yi wanted to clearly feel the elevator rising rapidly, not knowing how long it lasted. The elevator doors opened slowly. The moment it came into view, he realized he was standing in a very ordinary warehouse. Facing the warehouse door, the view opened up steeply as the doors slowly opened. He saw two warriors standing at the gate, staring straight ahead without looking away. Without waiting for a response, a glimmer of sunrise chased away the darkness, like a little golden light, bringing hope. Yi Xiang immediately operated the inner Dan breathing method, slightly opening his mouth and resonating his abdominal cavity. In a few moments, several strands of searing violet chi poured in from the mouth and nose, falling into the dantian. That purple Dan began to spin up rapidly, quickly absorbing these few strands of falling purple chi, accompanied by a steady stream of purple chi falling down. The speed of the purple Dan rotating and devouring also became faster and faster. Just at this moment, the purple Dan steeply shook. A mysterious breath spread all over the body, and the moment the Tao rhyme enveloped the body, Yi Wan's eyes transformed into purple pupils. Spiritual energy rushed straight to the spiritual platform. The 3,000 Tao collections that he had once read in his mind seemed to be reopening at a rapid pace. He had indeed memorized all 3,000 Tao collections, but less than even 1 in 1,000 could truly read and understand the reasoning therein. But this is a blessed moment. Many of the Tao scriptures that were previously not understood were steeped in clarity at this moment. In particular, there were Taoist scriptures about the Golden Light Mantra, Thunder Method, Human Immortal Body, Tongtian Talisman and Inner Dan, which were understood quite a bit more clearly. He even understood the meaning of some of the lines of the Human Immortal pattern. The process seemed to go on for a long time, but then again, it seemed like it was just a moment in time. The sun was fully up in mid-air by the time he came back to his senses again. It was warm and cozy. The purple Dan broke through a layer, directly allowing him to rise a level. After Yi wanted to take a look at the time, he realized that only less than 10 minutes had passed, but that feeling just now was really too amazing. It could be clearly felt that the spirit power contained in the inner Dan had been completely restored, not to mention that it was also a lot more than before. He was just about to turn back around when a pale, familiar figure stepped out of the elevator. With a vicissitude and tenderness in his eyes, he looked at Yi Xiang and smiled faintly. Looking at the old man in front of him, Yi wanted to really freeze, although it was the first time they met, but it was definitely not unfamiliar. He subconsciously straightened his chest, his lazy air dissipating. "Young man, you fought beautifully yesterday. You have to cheer up next as well." Chief Zhou looked at Yi Xiang and laughed. Yi wanted to hold back the excitement in his heart and nodded seriously. "Got it." Zhou nodded with satisfaction. "The more children like you, the more China will have a future. You can come up in the elevator every morning without having to worry too much." Yi Xiang was a bit bewildered. He was only level 26 now. It was a bit hard to believe that he could actually meet this one himself, but on one condition. "Your old man, please speak," Yi Xiang said without being humble. Zhou nodded slightly. "This child's heart is also very good. You're a Taoist profession. You can teach me Tai Chi. My body and bones are getting worse by the day," Zhou Lao said with a smile. In front of this person, Yi Xiang rarely blushed a little. "I haven't learned the skills of Tai Chi yet." He really didn't know how to do it. It did seem a bit unreasonable that a Taoist profession wouldn't be able to do Taiji, but it was true that he hadn't learned it and didn't have the skill to comprehend it. "Oh, that's fine. I'll wait for you to learn." Elder Zhou nodded, unconcerned. After going down in the elevator, Yi Xiang's heart was still beating fast. No wonder it was a SSS level hidden base. "I didn't expect this one to actually be here." Upon returning to the dormitory, I found everyone starting to gather in the plaza. With Yi Xiang's appearance, all the freshmen's gazes couldn't help but fall on him, their eyes full of envy and marvel. Not bad for a high school senior. You wanted to also notice the credits on the big screen. The first 500 can only enter the physical examination test. The rest is to arrange some simple training tasks. And only later did he know that the first 500 turned out to be the task of entering the virtual mirror world to simulate the real battlefield. And on the big screen, second place is only 132 points. It was Mu Qingyun from War God High School, also a hidden warrior profession. Third place went to Chen Wanyan with 105 points. Fourth place went to Xin Yue with 102 points. And with a score of 221, he straight up crushed everyone, especially since a number of them still have negative scores. That's why the mission wasn't accomplished and you were killed on the battlefield. That battlefield was simply too real. It would have been all newborns, but it also felt like it was fighting with real foreigners. And that threat of death was simply too terrifying. In the command room, Zhou Jing looked at the data in his hand with a headache on his face. And his face was really unattractive. This is our top genius from this session of Huaxia. Look at what fucking bullshit data this is. Just 500 people. More than 300 failed missions. 120 dead. More than 200 armored puppets severely broken. More than 100 were directly scrapped. And military training my ass. Anyone who died yesterday will be beaten straight back and retrained for the test. Looking at how angry Zhou Jing was, the rest of the commander's assistants didn't dare to speak. This achievement is indeed far beyond their prediction, and can simply be said to be unwatchable. It's mainly a matter of career fit. Some people's careers aren't suitable for solo action. Yesterday they were all individually linked mechanical puppets. The data needs to be readjusted, and the mission accuracy has to be perfectly in line with each student in order for it to work. A level 65 career analyst raised his head and said. Zhou Jing frowned at his words, and it was true. He nodded. Adjustments to missions and personal data matching will still be able to action the mech puppets for group deployment. By the way, although that Yi Want is a Taoist priest of the auxiliary law department, the database gives me a direct change to the combat department. This guy is so powerful in melee attacks. What auxiliary law department is reported really? Boss, didn't you also enroll in Holy Chime for your sister in the past? This kid is more than likely the same. A commander couldn't help but laugh. Get out. How long does it take to resupply the mech puppets? At the end of the first day only half of them are operational. I'm embarrassed to post that statistic. 300 brand new armatures will be resupplied to the front line tomorrow, and the damaged 100 will take a week to repair. The other commander looked up. After Zhou Jing vented his temper, his eyes fell deeply on the screen, put on his hat, adjusted his mood, and then began to assign tasks suitable for each student. While doing this, he also kept an eye on the progress of the frontline battlefield. A cold smile suddenly spread across Zhou Jing's face. Still nice sending scouts. How many scouts you come today? I'll eat them all for you. In the square, the class assembles. After Su Mengmeng comforted some of the students, she opened her mouth and said, this military training is different from everything in the past, and I believe that everyone has noticed this. So complete the tasks according to the auxiliary intelligence plan and strive to meet the requirements of the online. When the crowd heard this, they all couldn't help but look with envy at the trio of Yi Xiang, Xin Yue and Chen Wanyan. Currently they were the only ones in the class who had met the online requirements, and they were all still in the top 10. It couldn't be helped. Although the top 10 list was nice to look at, most of the top 500 online qualifications were actually at the God of War colleges and judgment colleges, and there were only 100 or so students online in the entire Holy Chime, and their class was still just the auxiliary law department, so they basically had no online chances in the early stages. Su Mengmeng came to Yi Xiang, Xin Yue and Chen Wanyan in front of the three of them at this time, and said with a serious gaze, work hard. This is a great opportunity. Seize it. Yi Xiang calmly nodded his head, and Chen Wanyan nodded his head enthusiastically and grinned. Don't worry, teacher. I won't disgrace our class. Only Xin Yue was slightly worried, and with her careful heart, she seemed to have discovered something. Mr. Ip Man, please go to the test room and log into the Void Mirror realm. The assignment has been given. At that moment, the auxiliary intelligence on the side said. Yi Xiang nodded and walked straight towards the quiz room, a little excitement radiating from his eyes. Soon after, he walked into the quiz room, put on his virtual glasses and started linking. As expected, it was just as slow to enter as it was yesterday, and the 100% readout was close to going for 3 minutes before it finished. Finally, with a sound of successful link loading, Yi Xie opened his eyes once again, got up and looked around. Nothing had changed from yesterday before he went offline. Thousands of miles away in the command room, Zhou Jing stroked his chin, thinking about whether or not to arrange teammates for Yi Xiang. This guy is strong, but a little bit disobedient to instructions and ready to make risky moves. A team could have just been wiped out. Never mind. Let him go solo for a few days and then we'll see. Comrade Yi think. Today's mission has been issued. Station yourself at that coordinate and do not spare any of the foreigners. Intelligent aide spoke up. Yi wanted to open the map upon hearing this, and after determining the location, he nodded his head, indicating that he knew. He walked out of the warehouse and realized that the scene outside hadn't changed much from last night. It was still the same as yesterday. It was just that many of the human corpses were organized and all disappeared, leaving the maroon earth devastated. No matter how many times I see it, I can't help but feel saddened by the scene and atmosphere in front of me. You wanted to be unable to understand. Is this a scene that once happened? Was it simulated down by the void mirror realm? It is too real. Without much stopping, he gradually passed in the direction of the mission coordinates. On the route forward, some silent human warriors were also seen, carrying the corpses on the ground without stopping, their faces numb and full of hatred. Comrades were dying one after another, and perhaps soon it would be his turn. But if they don't go on, who can? You wanted to walk past them silently, looking at the bodies of those brutally murdered warriors, unable to bear to look at them. He thought back to his parents once again, and a hint of hatred and endless coldness crossed his eyes. The pace of the forward march quickened, with intelligent aid following along, flying around as if scouting the surrounding terrain and situation. Soon, he came to the location of the coordinates that the map stated and looked around. It seemed that this place had just experienced a bloody battle, and the ground was covered with the corpses of foreign beasts and humanoids. The blood flowed together. He wanted to watch the scene silently, and kept telling himself that none of this was real. It was all a simulated scene. Until, that is, he noticed a warrior who had fallen on the corpse of a blood beast, and his hand, which seemed to move slightly. Yi Xiang thought he was mistaken at first, and only after he saw the hand faintly move again did he confirm that he was not mistaken. He rushed up and carefully turned over the bloodied warrior. Turning around was a young warrior with a bloodied and tired face. It looked to be only in his 20s, and his eyes were a little dull. The young warrior looked at Yi Xiang, his numb eyes slowly focusing. He tried to open his mouth, but nothing came out. Yi Xiang's heart trembled slightly. Intelligent aid flew over and after quickly scanning the young warrior, he spoke. Physical functions have decreased by 80%. Activating the emergency rescue program. It opens the inner wall and pulls out a green potion that is pumped into the young warrior's heart. A hint of redness showed on the young warrior's pale face after he took a long, deep breath. The life potion seemed to do something, but fell silent as the intelligent aide scanned it once more. The young warrior reached out his hand, grabbed Yi Wan's hand, and said through clenched teeth, "Guard, guard, help me, guard this place. The Sharp Knife Company does not dishonor its mission." Yi wanted to grasp his hand, nodded silently, and said softly, "I know, leave it to me." The young warrior glanced at the blood beast Fei he had fought to death with his life, and a slow smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Eventually that hand let go. He wanted to take a deep breath as he looked around at the corpses full of humans. He finally reacted to the fact that this wasn't the simulated void mirror realm at all. This is the front line, the real human front line. He carefully lowered the young warrior and took a step toward the front. Intelligent aide watched his figure silently, without explanation or words. The matter itself could not be hidden from some intelligent people, let alone this scene. Zhou Jing looked at this young warrior on the screen, his expression silent and grave. Wang Chang, Sharp Knife Company, C-rank fighter, level 36, 22 years old, 4 years of enlistment. Last night, we were ambushed by a blood beast alien position, and the entire company was killed in action. Even in the face of the attack, the position was not lost. You wanted to come to the forefront of the front line of the position, his gaze looking straight into the distance, his eyes incomparably cold. Time passed little by little, and after an unknown amount of time had passed, there was finally a blood beast face squad slowly advancing this way. Watching this scene, Yi Xiang did not move and remained prostrate on the ground. There were 12 whole blood beasts in this squad, and they walked on all fours on the ground like blood spiders, crawling very quickly, and on their humanoid-looking heads, they spat out long tongues from time to time, looking very disgusting and wary. Target detected. Blood Beast Scout Squad. Average level 28. Requesting support? Intelligent Assist inquired. No need. He wanted to open his mouth and said. His current level was already 26, and although these blood beasts in front of him were numerous, the strongest was only a level 30 blood beast Fei at the head. Its size was a bit more powerful than the rest of the blood beasts. Its gaze was ethereal, and it walked in the forefront. Was walking a little bit towards Yi Xiang's side. He wanted to stick close to the ground. His body gradually flooded with human immortal lines, and his left hand silently drew a talisman in the condensed air. Just a dozen meters away, the level 30 blood beast Fei realized something violently and stopped in place. It looked around suspiciously. Just a moment ago, it felt a haunting threat, eyes carefully scanning the surrounding area, leaving no corner untouched. Soon, it saw Yi Xiang, but in its gaze was a very peculiar titanium humanoid machine. What's this? Did the humans come up with some weird weapon again? At this point, the command room, Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath, wondering what Yi wanted to plan to do, only to see this blood beast step by step towards the arm puppet. Yi wanted to keep his head down. Just when it was still 5 meters away, dozens of strands of blood silk violently extended from the blood beast's body, flying and flinging themselves towards him. Right at this instant, Yi Xiang violently stormed up and directly threw out several talismans. Phew! Hot flames exploded around the blood beast, and all sight was obscured. Yi wanted to pinch up the spell in his hand, and a long sword of golden light coalesced on his sword finger, instantly passing through the talismanic flames and piercing through the blood beast's neck, cutting and chopping down. Pust! Blood splattered high as the blood beast's head fell straight to the ground. The remaining 11 blood beasts stared dumbfounded at this scene, not reacting at all. The captain just died? Hiss! The 11 blood beast Fae frantically rushed up and surrounded and devoured Yi Xiang, which knew that the next moment, along with the golden light spread, and then quickly compressed. In an instant, the piercing thunder appeared, filling the surrounding 1-meter range. The 11 blood beasts in this range were instantly electrified and numbed, and their miserable screams rang out in succession. With a loud boom, it all exploded steeply. There are no bones left. Kill 12 blood beast Fae. Gain 348 points. The intelligent assist spoke. At the same time, in the military base, many of the students who were still painstakingly participating in the assessment also noticed that Yi Xiang's score had skyrocketed again. This guy, what a monster! A student from the War God Academy couldn't help but lament. It's too fast. I only scored 22 points yesterday when I went through a lot of trouble to settle a foreigner. Just how strong is this, you think? In the command room, Zhou Jing's eyes crossed with shock as he watched Yi Xiang directly kill 11 blood beasts with thunderstorm in seconds. Even if Yi Xiang's level had exceeded many students of the same grade, but level 26 crossing over to kill 11 level 28 blood beasts in seconds, even a well-trained king of soldiers warrior couldn't do it easily. A lightning technique that can only be mastered at level 50 or above. At this stage, this kid is almost invincible. A commander spoke up. The crowd nodded their heads. The root cause was still here. Thunder Law's attacks were too dominating and terrifying. Nope, you guys. Look, another 24 blood beast targets have been detected, and 2 scouts are rapidly passing towards him. An attentive female commander suddenly said. The crowd looked at the map radar, and as expected, 200 meters away, 2 blood beast scouts were rapidly approaching the frontline position. Zhou Jing frowned slightly. This scout had just been wiped out and the opposite side reacted so quickly? He maneuvered his intelligent aide to scan the corpse of the level 30 blood beast that you wanted to kill at the beginning, and quickly discovered that the head of this blood beast had been decapitated though. However, those blood filaments of it were still active, and were frantically devouring the blood and flesh of the surrounding corpses, and also emitting an undetectable odor as a signal fluctuation to spread out. Intelligent aide looked at Yi Xiang and said, Third-turn blood beasts possess the ability to revive with odor signal fluctuations. There are 2 blood beast scouts approaching. Please quickly evacuate this area. Yi Xiang froze at the words, turned his head to look at the blood beast body, and steeply condensed a ball of lightning in his hand, directly flinging it over. Boom! The corpse of this blood beast was directly blown to smithereens by the lightning method, and a charred odor filled the air. How about this? He wanted to look at intelligent assist and asked, Death has been confirmed. Yi Xiang nodded and opened the map coordinates. What met his eyes was a dense mass of more than 20 red dots that were flying towards him. He subconsciously tried to tie his long hair back, but quickly remembered that he wasn't here in his original form. Craning his neck slightly, his gaze calmly looked ahead, waiting for the blood beast to arrive. Intelligent aide watched the scene from the sidelines, didn't say anything, and let him be. Anyway, the number of Fae he had decimated was enough to maximize the value of a level 30 armored puppet. In the command room, seeing this scene, Zhou Jing quickly said, Tell the scientific research side to keep an eye on Yi Xiang's mental link status. Got it. Soon, with the intelligent assisted view, the 24 blood beast alien scout squad flew towards the side at an extremely fast speed. 6 level 33rd turn blood beasts, and the rest are all ranging from level 25 to 29. Intelligent assist analyzed. Yi wanted to nod. Small problem. He opened his hands and used the Tong Tian talisman skill. The left and right hands started drawing charms at the same time. All locking charms. A talisman was suspended in front of his body, and soon, 2 blood beast scout squads had surrounded Yi Xiang. Yi Xiang still didn't stop, his hands drawing fast. A talisman coalesced in front of his body, writing 10 in one breath, directly consuming close to a third of his spiritual energy. The 6 level 30 blood beast face slowly crawled out, and they stood up weirdly, their bones making clicking sounds as they stared at Yi Xiang suspiciously. What has never been seen before and what has mankind researched? In the next moment, A purple Dao robe silhouette slowly surfaced on Yi Xiang's body. His pupils glowed with golden light, and the corners of his mouth spread with a smile. Aren't you going to do it? Is it a human? It's a bit interesting. A level 30 blood beast said slowly. The several blood beasts looked at each other and their bodies steeply erupted with dense blood filaments flying towards Yi Xiang. It's fast, and there's a lot of it, and it's almost impossible to avoid. And Yi Xiang didn't intend to hide. He directly threw out 10 spirit talismans. The moment they were dipped in blood, the talismans cracked and a spirit chain sprang out, directly binding the 10 blood beasts. The other end of the spirit chain was in Yi Xiang's hand. The human immortal body erupted with a powerful force and pulled with force. The 10 blood beasts could not control their bodies at once, and all of them were pulled to Yi Xiang's heels. Countless blood filaments ran directly through their bodies, and the plopping sounds were endless. These 10 blood beasts were all confused, filled with pain and hissing, trying to break free from the spirit chain on his body. He was unable to move under the binding of the blood threads and the spirit chain. The faces of those blood beasts changed, and they hurriedly retracted their blood threads, their claws becoming strong and sharp as they hissed and pounced. He wanted to look at this scene calmly. After making sure that he was really on the frontline battlefield and that these were all real alien beasts, the state of mind is completely different. If earlier with the feeling of playing the game, now there is only one idea. That's how many come and how many are killed. One hand pinched up the spell, and golden light quickly surged out of the sword finger, transforming into a golden longsword. With a flash of sword light, the heads of the 10 blood beasts in front of him were all chopped off at once. Yi Xiang still didn't stop, performing the Qingfeng sword technique. The roiling blood beast corpse pieces mixed with blood and water fell and rushed out. A level 30 blood beast Fei was the first to charge in front of him, its sharp claws slamming into the golden light longsword. The strengths were not comparable, and each bounced away. It opened its bloody mouth. Its fangs densely covered maw aimed at Yi Xiang's neck and bit down. He wanted to take a step back and kick it out with a high kick, but was greeted by more blood beasts approaching. In the next moment, the human immortal patterns and golden light surged all over his body. And with his powerful strength and defense, he unexpectedly resisted all of the blood beasts' attacks. Seeing this scene, all the people in the command room and the research room all couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The blood beast's sharp fangs and claws don't even break defense? What kind of skill is this? Is this kid a Taoist or a meat tank? A cold smile spread on the corner of Yi Xiang's mouth. As the purple Dan broke through a level, the spiritual power would also increase and purify, which made the strength of the golden light spell much stronger. Not breaking defense didn't surprise him at all. Abandoning the golden light longsword and merging into the golden light on the surface of his body, he raised his hands and pinched the necks of the 2 blood beasts with a fierce grip. That fragile body, in his hands, was like a small chicken, directly twisted off. Throwing himself on the ground, he stomped on the blood beast's head. Yes, this was sadism. Sadism that definitely exceeded the strength of these blood beasts. It was also the absolute power and defense he wanted to bring about by activating the human immortal body and the golden light mantra. Zhou Jing watched the scene in a daze, his eyes suddenly crossing a trace of doubt. Purple robe, golden light, thunder law. It seems like I once saw a similar skill description in some very old book. He looked up at the data analyst and asked, what are the other professions of the Taoist family besides Taoist priests? The female commander, who was a professional data analyst, looked up with a sniff and directly used her skills to tap quickly on the screen in her hand. Soon, a few occupations were identified. The 100 Years database shows that in addition to Taoist priests, Taoist-related occupations include Maoshan practitioners, Dan masters, artisan smiths, and Qigong masters, all of which are very average, belonging to the middle and lower reaches of the same category of occupations, as well as. The female commander frowned in sudden disbelief. Oddly enough, the people who switched to these professions often mentioned a profession that never existed in their later years, and said that the reason the daimyo hadn't risen to the occasion was because it hadn't existed yet. What occupation? Zhou Jing asked. Unsure. The female commander looked up. There's nothing in the database about the celestial master profession, but in ancient sources from 100 years ago, there were celestial masters in the Taoist sect. Find all the information about the heavenly master from 100 years ago, Zhou Jing said without hesitation. Finally, I know why I'm a little impressed. He had a level 60+ uncle who had been into Taoist scripture culture in his early years, and had later similarly switched to a Taoist-type profession. In his later years, he spoke often of the divine master. Found it. The female commander identified photos of some rare and ancient books from the database. The way the information was written down 100 years ago, and these books are full of books with sayings about the divine master. Purple robe and long coat, leader of the Taoist sect. Seeing this, Zhou Jing couldn't help but stare at Yi Xiang in the screen with wide eyes. This kid, the second awakening, is it really this legendary hidden profession that hasn't appeared in 100 years? The Heavenly Master? After a moment of contemplation, he immediately said, "File and seal all of this information, and do not inquire without the highest authority, including us." The female commander froze for a moment before nodding. The human race had been fighting the foreigners for so many years, but there had been several betrayals among them. Some people would rather go into slavery as dogs than take up arms and fight back, like the incident a while back when the Fae infiltrated the city to attack and kill geniuses. It has been tentatively determined that it is within the human race that there is a problem. It seemed incredibly quiet in the command room and in the research room, including the chief's office on the top floor. On the big screen, a teenager clad in a purple Dao robe shadow, with one hand of golden light and one hand of thunder spells, gazing into the air to draw talismans from time to time. A blood beast pounced on him ferociously, blood threads flying in the sky, all of them attacking him. Every blood beast's level was higher than Yi Xiaoyan's, and even though the blood beast Fae were the weakest category out of the 12 major Fae, they were also Fae, mastering the existence of Fae arts, and were no weaker than the combat professions. In such a scene, any human warrior would be like being in a desperate situation and dying. This teenager, however, was slaughtering. Yes, it was a massacre. No blood beast could last more than 3 seconds in front of him. A punch exploded his head, and the thunder method even exploded the blood beast. The scene was bloody and vicious. But this is the battlefield. This is the front line. If you don't hit hard, the other side will take your life. In a few moments, only 4 level 30 blood beast Fae remained that were still surrounding Yi Xiang. They stared at Yi Xiang dead in the face, their blood-red eyes glaring ferociously. But Yi wanted a pair of golden eyes. They couldn't see half of their emotions, and even when they looked straight into these eyes, it actually made them rise from the bottom of their hearts with fear. It's like the feeling you get when you're facing royalty. So they can't believe what the heck is going on with this strange machine that humans have come up with. The blood threads of the 4 level 30 blood beasts were intertwining with each other, exchanging some information. In this instant, 2 of the blood beasts began to retreat, while the other 2 chose to continue attacking Yi Xiang. Seeing this scene, the commander in front of the screen immediately guessed that the 2 blood beasts here were trying to escape to bring back the information from the side. The auxiliary intelligence spoke up. They're planning to escape. Yi wanted to understand and nodded. I know. Facing 2 level 30 blood beast Fae, he stood still and did not move. Only the golden light of his entire body was steeply compressed to the extreme, and in an instant, he lost the shelter of the golden light curse. Seeing this scene, the 2 level 30 blood beast Fae thought it was an opportunity, and their mouths grinned a cruel smile as they flew up even faster, which knew that just in the moment when they were close to Yi Xiang, brilliant and piercing thunder ons bloomed out abruptly. The 2 blood beast Fae pupils abruptly lost Yi Thing's figure and only saw a blinding white light reflected in their eyes. Then he felt paralyzed and unconscious. His eyes went steeply black, and he knew nothing else. Boom! The bodies of the 2 blood beast Fae directly exploded. The white light that was so swift to the extreme traversed out from the corpse pieces and turned into a line, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up with the 2 blood beast Fae that were planning to escape. The thunder ons emitted a piercing sound and instantly passed through their bodies. The moment Yi Xiang's figure was rescanned by the auxiliary intelligence, the heads of the 2 blood beast Fae behind him flew up high, their bodies directly shattered by the lightning method. Yi wanted to gasp for air. The spirit power of the inner elixir in his body had been exhausted, and the thunder aura on his body slowly disappeared. Instead, the research and command rooms resounded with unmistakable applause. Even the lifelong scientific research scientists can't help but feel hot after watching Yi want to fight. Their blood is burning, and their epinephrine hormones are soaring. All of them are a bit eager to carry a wrench and rush to the front line of battle. In the chief's office, Elder Joe couldn't help but crack a smile of satisfaction. Unsurprisingly, the human race would see an incomparably shining star in the near future. That golden light and piercing thunder method couldn't help but give people a sense of hope rising whenever they saw it. Still a teenager in front of him, what he represents is the future of the human race. Level 26 decimated more than 20 blood beast scouts that averaged level 28. A battle record that shocked everyone. The young teenager had already shown a vigor comparable to that of a soldier king. At the same time, in the military base, the score of the first place in that leaderboard once again soared, instantly breaking through to 1103 points, and second place is now just over 200 points. The top 500 students couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they looked at the score. Anyone who has been on the front lines knows that those are actual terrifying foreigners, and it takes a life to kill one. Those 1,000 points. How many Fae has this guy killed? A dog-playing massacre? Chen Wanyan looked at the score of the leaderboard in a daze, and after clearly recognizing the gap, he slightly clenched his fists. He still had to work hard. He was a hidden profession, Dragon Battle Mage. There was no reason why he couldn't beat a Taoist, and at this moment, Yi Xiang, who had just finished resolving the battle, did not choose to go back. but instead carried the heads of those two blood beast Fae and took a step towards that young warrior. In the command room, the excitement of the crowd grew silent, looking at the bloodied bodies of the warriors all over the ground. The miserable and incomparable attack last night. All of them hated each other again. You wanted to carry the two heads and place them in front of the young warrior's body, salute, and then silently turn around and leave. He also wanted to help carry the body back, but he knew that someone would come and take care of it, and he had to recover as soon as possible to do so now that he was depleted of his inner spirit energy. Instead of going back to the warehouse, he walked back to the battlefield just now and sat down on the ground to run the purple Dan and recover his spiritual energy. The auxiliary intelligence didn't give any new commands either, but simply operated the radar at full scale under the commander's operation, searching for any movement of the alien race in the vicinity. Zhou Jing stared at the radar on the full front line. One command sent out. One by one, the mechanical puppets entered the front line under the control of the students. But compared to Yi Xiang, the rest of the students were in small groups of a few people. But with less than 200 mech puppets left, it was only possible to split up into 20 or so teams and head to different frontline areas. As he said, as many scouts as the Fae came, he ate them all, giving the warriors time to rest. There was a good chance the Fae would attack again at night. Thinking of this, he took the time to look at the Leaf Wanta screen. The rest are topographic maps on the red dot blue dot under the command, but also only this guy's special care a little bit, has been open video staring, but they were all students, after all, and he fixed his frame roughly. While the rest of the commanders were responsible for keeping an eye on each team individually, the arm puppet on the screen was sitting on the ground, and a few thousand miles away on this side of the test room and the military base, Yi Xiang was also sitting on the ground, rapidly recovering his spiritual energy, the invisible spiritual energy in nature, surging into the Dantian Purple Dan, recovered quickly. You wanted to find out long ago that he recovered very quickly, most likely also because the Purple Dan absorbed the aura without picking it. Other professions such as fire and water mages can only absorb natural fire or water elements, and it takes time just to sense them, let alone absorb them. And he was different. Yin and Yang, 5 elements. As long as it was the spiritual air in this heaven and earth, he could absorb and transform it. So this recovery is also exactly 5 or 6 times faster than others. Half an hour later, Yi Xiang opened his eyes. His essence was internalized and his eyes were deep, already back to full strength. He stood up and looked up at the auxiliary intelligence and asked, "Any other tasks?" The auxiliary intelligence turned its head at that. "There are no remaining instructions. Please continue to guard this place, Comrade Yi think." At this time, Yi wanted to hear movement coming from behind him. He turned his head to look and noticed that at some point a group of logistics fighters had arrived, organizing the remains of their fallen comrades. With numb faces, the logistical warriors lifted the remains of their comrades and turned to leave. They also noticed Yi Xiang, an armored puppet. You can see them occasionally these days, but they're hardly useful, and I don't know what the rear is doing sending these armored puppets to the front, and spending manpower to retrieve them back. No one came up to greet them, and Yi Xiang didn't bother them. Just then, the auxiliary intelligence lit up with a steep burst of red, and a circle of amplitude spread out quickly. On the map, a dense red dot appeared in a flash. Retreat immediately. Thousands of blood beast Fae have been detected rapidly approaching, the auxiliary intelligence said abruptly. At the same time, alarms sounded simultaneously on the wrists of those warriors behind them. Their faces froze, then without saying a word, they hurriedly picked up the remains of the dead warriors and dragged them towards the rear. Yi Xiang frowned slightly. These logistics warriors were at most no more than level 30, and they were also all auxiliary professions, hardly any combat power. Still carrying the body? Is it too late to retreat? Comrade Yi think, please retreat immediately, the auxiliary intelligence reminded again. Yi wanted to nod, stood up and turned back to help lift the last few remains of the fallen warriors. He knew that those blood beasts could devour flesh and blood to strengthen themselves. These remains left here would only be devoured by them. He was so strong that he had no trouble lifting the remains of several of his comrades, helping to place them on a stretcher, and spoke, "Go ahead, I can hold them off for a while." A couple of logistics fighters stared slightly, and one girl nodded. "Be careful then. It's fine. It won't really die. You guys hurry up," Yi Xiang said calmly. "Aren't you a robot?" The girl got curious. Yi Xiang smiled and did not say much, only turning his head to look into the distance. As expected, quite a number of blood beast Fae could already be seen, dashing towards this side. Meanwhile, in the command room, Zhou Jing gazed at the screen and gave orders quickly for the nearest troops to rush here for support. No wonder there were consecutive scouts. These things actually chose this place to attack. He glanced at the large map and frowned slightly. The foreigners were obviously planning to quickly break through the defense line on this side and go around to encircle the main human battle force on the other side of the battle line. Also, not too surprising as evidenced by the blood beasts far higher than usual troop count last night, Zhou Jing chose to let Yuan to come to this location. That is, he guessed that the blood beast alien race that had been hidden and immobile would focus on attacking this place, and had long since allowed that army to come this way, along with those 300 brand new armored puppets. But there's a chance this logistical squad of a dozen or so won't be able to run away. However, when he saw Yi Xiang helping the logistics warriors organize the remains of the fallen warriors, his eyes crossed with a hint of surprise. This kid. Soon, the logistics fighters drove toward the back, leaving Yi Xiang standing alone on this blood-red frontline battlefield. The slanting sun was high in the sky, drawing his shadow long. The girl who spoke to Yi Xiang earlier couldn't help but stare at Yi Xiang's back. Could he really block it? Thousands of blood beasts madly pounced towards the figure, cruel and vicious. The next moment, a golden light, like a hot sun, brightly erupted. Even from a distance, you can see it clearly. The dozen or so people in the car remembered the flash of gold profoundly. Yi Xiang didn't need to look for a target. His golden eyes were majestic, and he performed the human immortal body and golden light mantra to the extreme. After frantically hammering and killing the first few blood beasts that came in front of him, he fiercely raised his hand and pinched the necks of 2 blood beasts, and with a jump, the whole person suddenly rose up in the air. The dozen or so people in the car were stunned when they saw the flash of golden light jumping into midair, and in the next moment, the golden light abruptly disappeared. In just a few moments, a more radiant and brilliant white thunder boom appeared in the air at first. Thunderbolt! The girls in the car couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He wanted to condense all the thunder-ons together with both hands, and the 2 blood beasts that he brought up were blown to pieces in an instant. A cold smile spread across the corners of his mouth as he looked at the group of uncountable blood beasts below. Here's a good one for you. Palm Thunder! The 2-handed thunderball erupted and flew towards the bottom. All the blood beasts felt the terrifying thunder pressure and were filled with fear, but they were simply too late to dodge and squeeze out. Boom! The berserk lightning method exploded, and the blood beasts below were instantly drowned in white light, being cooked and roasted by the lightning bolt. A large pit emptied out directly below, and a palm lightning killed close to 100 blood beasts. Clear a vacuum. Yi wanted to fall down, pinching up the sword finger in his hand. The golden light longsword coalesced, and the human immortal body and the Qingfeng sword technique were executed at the same time. Sharp and stern. In the military base, many people steeply noticed that Yi Xiang's score had risen again, and it had risen horribly. You guys, look, this pervert has started swiping points again. Crap, what the hell happened? Surprisingly, the score doubled in a split second. It's still going up. Man, so fast, 100% up in a few seconds. Aha, I'm going crazy. I've died twice and it's only 2%. This Yi wants to be hung up, doesn't he? Is the Void Mirror Realm hung up? War God Academy. A student couldn't help but shout after all. In an instant, it resonates. Some people were still suffering for 100 points. More people were not even qualified to go online. And this guy in the first place had already swiped close to 3,000 points. Seemingly sensing the restlessness of the students in the military base, a female commander couldn't help but worry. These students seemed to be suspicious. Zhou Jing's gaze was firmly fixed on Yi Xiang's screen, and when he heard these words, a cold smile spread across the corners of his mouth. I'm just taking too much care of them. If I show them this kid's performance, all of these guys who think they're geniuses are going to be groundless. It's better to take care of some of them and save yourself the blow. So now, simple, just hide Yi Xiang's score from them. Won't it be enough? TSK, they are also pitiful. Being in the same class as this perverted Taoist, very sad indeed, Zhou Jing said with some emotion. The female commander nodded at that and turned away to operate. At this time in the military base, almost all the students and instructors were staring at the score behind Yi Xiang's name. Even Su Mengmeng was a little skeptical if this guy was really open. The very moment that score broke through to 3,000, the score abruptly disappeared into thin air. Everyone couldn't help but stare. What's going on here? And at the same time, on the frontline battlefield, Yi Xiang, who was killing madly, the spirit power of the inner Dan was soon exhausted again. After all, the level was still low. The Thunder Law could not support him to squander it at will. At the end of the day, with the second layer of the human immortal body, he was still whacking away recklessly. His powerful body strength allowed him to grab a blood beast and tear it apart. Time and time again, he was tackled to the ground and got up again. It was simply crazier than a blood beast, more powerful than a horned ghost, and more terrifyingly meat resistant than a yen too. Right at this moment, a hunched and incomparably swift blood beast, holding a bone blade, instantly closed in, ferociously and accurately penetrating through the human immortal patterns and piercing through Yi Xiang's chest. In another instant, another limb is chopped off. The speed of the attack was so frighteningly fast that Yi Xian did not have time to react, and his body lost control and collapsed helplessly to the ground. In the afterglow, he finally saw the blood beast alien with a fierce smile at the corner of its mouth. It was slender and withered, but covered in blood, and its head was oval and long and disgustingly shaped. At the first sight of it, Yi Xian felt incomparably evil, terrifying, and bloody. It's like an evil spirit. Level 55. The Ace Elite of the Blood Beast Fae. The Blood Spike King. Yi Xiang did not flinch as his golden pupils stared at it dead-on. Soon, incapacitated, he was rushed up by countless blood beasts to tear his body apart, and the Research Institute side reacted quickly, cutting the link a step ahead. Yi Xiang only felt a blackness in front of his eyes and couldn't see anything. Soon, however, he reopened his eyes and found himself back in the quiz room. The auxiliary intelligence flew to the front of the body. Comrade Yi think, you have completed the mission perfectly. Rated excellent. Credits plus 10. Yi wanted to fall silent, his mind constantly recalling the remains of those fallen warriors, those hideous blood beasts. Even more so, there was that terrifying blood beast elite, the Bloodthorn King, that ugly and ferocious appearance that he wouldn't forget. Without saying a word, he sat down on the ground and quickly began to recover. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes burning. He looked at the auxiliary intelligence and said, I demand to be online again. The tone of his voice was decisive and unquestionable. The blood beasts that were close to thousands had apparently broken through the front line, and the dozen or so people didn't know if they had escaped. Seeing this scene, Zhou Jing couldn't help but smile helplessly. This kid. Instead of responding to Yi Xia's words, the auxiliary intelligence opened a light screen, and in the video, after his armored puppet had been shattered, thousands of warriors hurriedly marching had approached this battle line to fend off the blood beast's charge. Although Yi wanted to fight for not much time, he did manage to achieve a critical delay. Otherwise the dozen logistics fighters would not have survived, and this battle line would have been lost, and it would have been more costly to try to get it back. It could be said that a level 30 mech puppet, in Yi Xiang's hands, had already exerted a value that far exceeded the prediction. The cost of construction is just millions, but the benefits that come with it are far more than that price. That's a dozen, if not 100 lives. He wanted to stare closely at the screen and quickly noticed that there were three very powerful characters among the fighters. One of the Earth Mage professions, an Earth Plague, even directly collapsed a range of tens of meters in a circle, just like an Earth Dragon turning over. Instantly hundreds of blood beasts were submerged in the ground. There was also another one who was clearly of the warrior profession, wielding dual swords with blood aura rising from his body as he crazily killed the blood beasts. The last one was almost hiding in the darkness of the shadows, covered in black robes, hardly drawing attention to himself. Only a pair of icy and absolutely stunning eyes were revealed, gazing at the level 55 blood spur king among the blood beasts in death. In the next moment, her figure abruptly disappeared in place, like a ghost. When he reappeared, he had already come to the back of the Bloodthorn King, and two sharp daggers appeared in his hands, like a cross-black cut. With a poof, that Bloodthorn King's back was pierced through two bloody holes. It came to be aimed at the neck, but the other man was obviously not slow to react and barely dodged it. A powerful earth elemental mage, a berserker, and a shadow assassin. You wanted to guess the identity of these three people at once. The Ace Decimator team, the elite unit of the human race. Those who could enter it were all top experts without exception, and were responsible for hunting the strongest among the foreigners. For example, in front of him, this level 55 Blood Spur King, under the siege of three people, the Blood Spur King quickly fell into passivity. Even if the level was slightly higher by a few people, it was still unable to break free. The three of them worked very well together. And finally, after the Berserker man shouted, his dual swords directly chopped off the ugly head of the Bloodthorn King. Blood sprayed all over him, but his face looked extremely excited as he charged even more frantically towards the other blood beasts. A few minutes later, thousands of blood beasts were cleared. The three choppers turned away without a word. Yi Xiang stared at the screen in a daze, slightly clenching his palms. So strong. When did he get this strong? The Ace Chopper team. Almost every young man in Huaxia dreamed of wanting to join the special force, which was undoubtedly filled with strong human beings. These 10 years had created too many battles and glory, especially the leader of the Ace Chopper team, the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, who was a generation of legend. After the auxiliary intelligence closed the video, it looked at Yi Xiang and said, Comrade Yi Xiang, take a good rest and prepare for tomorrow's mission. Yi Xiang nodded and didn't say anything more. He got up and walked out of the quiz room, and the moment the door barn opened, there was a flurry of eyes from everyone. Yi Xiang's eyes carried a few moments of icy coldness, and a faint killing intent emanated from his body. He swept a glance at the crowd and collected his killing intent. Then he asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but pounce up and said with a sigh of admiration, "Brother Yi, you can be my brother. Are you hung?" "What hang?" Yi wanted to be filled with doubt. Feng Miaochuan directly pointed to the leaderboard. "Look, your score was directly gone after it previously exceeded 3,000 points. What the hell did you do, Brother Yi?" Yi wanted to raise his head to look at the screen, and really couldn't see his score anymore, but it was still in first place. "Nothing much, just killing the Fae." "How many were killed?" Feng Miaochuan subconsciously asked. Other people are not clear about the strength of Yi Xiang. Feng Miaochuan is very clear. Chen Wanyan, that guy is already very strong. Yi Xiang can hang and fight. This guy's college entrance examination is not at all rumored to be brought up. "Didn't count. Almost 200 or so," Yi Xiang said. For a moment, everyone around them fell silent, staring blankly at the big screen. More than 200 heads of foreigners? And after seeing the performance of those three choppers, Yi Xiang didn't feel that it was anything to be proud of. He himself is still far from it, and the significance of these credits seems as if he is bluffing a child. You wanted to take a look at Young Wei on the leaderboard and realized that she had already scored more than 600 points and was still online, ranking second, making rapid progress. It looks like it should be upgraded again. Chen Wanyan followed closely behind, and the rest were all people from the War God Academy and the Judgment Academy, and the overall number of people on the line from Holy Chime was quite a bit worse. But another 300 people passed their driving qualifications today and will be ready to go live tomorrow. "Brother Yi, have you eaten yet?" Feng Miaochuan asked curiously. "Not yet." Feng Miaochuan heatedly smiled. "My treat. Brother Yi, you're absolutely firebombed right now. All the students of the three top colleges are just staring at you. A lot of girls have come over to me in the past 2 days to ask for your contact information." Yi wanted to roll his eyes. "Let's go. After fighting 2 battles in one morning, I do feel hungry." The two of them came to the cafeteria, and before long, quite a few people noticed Yi Xiang, and then quite a few people directly surged over. Finally, a boy with the War God Academy school logo couldn't help but walk over and looked at Yi Xiang and directly opened the door. "I'm very skeptical of your scores. Even if you're level 26, you're only a Taoist by profession, and from the college entrance exam scores to the current leaderboard scores, they're all extremely untrue." Yi wanted to just finish his meal, nibbling on an apple in his hand. And in his casual state, he became extremely lazy. This caused many people to wonder more and more if this guy was not a fake. And only the students of Holy Chime didn't think too much about it. After all, quite a few people were the ones who saw the scene of Yi Xiang hanging Chen Wanyan in the beginning, although that video was quickly deleted by the student union. However, the lightning method Yi wanted to cast out undoubtedly proved his strength. Looking at the boy from the War God Academy in front of him, Yi wanted to nod his head. Well, then what? The student from the War God Academy in front of him had completely not expected Yi Xiang's attitude to be like this. You admit it? What did I admit?" Yi wanted to spread his hands helplessly. "Your scores are fake." "Oh, then what?" Yi Xiang continued to ask. "Xu Yong, why do I feel like I can't talk anymore?" But soon, he felt like he was being tricked, and immediately looked furious, stared at Yi Xiang dead in the face, directly took off his gloves, flung them in front of him, and said loudly, "War God Academy, Freshman Sword Battle Department, Xu Yong, level 22, challenges you." At this moment, everyone around them was confused, including Feng Miaochuan, who couldn't help but stand up. "Brother, are you crazy? Do you know what the consequences of challenging the school are?" The three top colleges and universities have been more than conflicted since the beginning of their existence. So then colleges decided that no off-campus or on-campus students should be allowed to seek private trouble. And if there was a conflict that could not be reconciled, then a formal challenge would be made. Bet your future, bet your strength, and lay down your war chest. You wanted to look at the gloves on the table, and the laziness in his body slowly disappeared, still carelessly nibbling on an apple. But at this moment, everyone felt that this Taoist teenager, his aura was different. He slowly stood up. Because of his cultivation of the human immortal body, his height had long been about as tall as an adult, and slightly lowered his head to look at the boy from the War God Academy in front of him, and flatly said, "I accept." He accepts that the reason is simple. It's just a response. Grabbing his gloves, he strides out of the cafeteria. Xu Yon looked at the change in the guy in front of him and instantly regretted it a little. But the words had already been said and the other party had agreed. Then it's a fight if you don't. He gritted his teeth and followed directly. The two came directly outside the cafeteria, where the crowd formed a circle, leaving plenty of room for the two. When the rest of the people saw this scene, they walked up curiously, wondering what was going on. Soon a message went out to all. Someone from the War God Academy challenged Yi Xiang, who was at the top of the rankings. Aside from Saint Chime, Judgment and Wargot, almost all the students were doubting Yi Xiang's strength and achievements. A Taoist priest. How could it be? As more and more people came over, the mentors and officers drew attention to the situation, and many of them frowned after understanding the cause and effect. It's nonsense. Yi wanted the results to be impossible to be fake. It was not to suspect him, but to suspect those commanders. In a circle of tens of meters, Yi wanted to put his hands in his pockets and looked at Xu Yong in a flat manner. Come on. I'm still in a hurry to get back to practicing. Xu Yong gritted his teeth and directly raised the longsword at his waist. As a sword warfare transmigrator, one was qualified to carry a weapon with them. He wanted to glance at the longsword and raised an eyebrow, not caring in any way. He stood right where he was, as if he was covered in weaknesses, and more students thought that this guy was probably really vain. At this time, Song Xinrui was also in the crowd, and when she saw the scene, she couldn't help but frown. Knowing what happened, she knew the outcome. Having gone through the college entrance exam with Yi Xiang, she knew very well how strong this guy really was. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have been able to get into the top colleges at all. At that time, he was only level 16, and now that he was level 26, his strength had definitely risen into more. But at that time, Yi Xiang had reached a strength not weaker than that of a top-tier college student, let alone now. Xu Yong looked at Yi Xiang, who was covered in cracks. Without hesitation, his body inspired a layer of faint white fighting chi to come out, and his long sword also coiled with fighting chi. The whole person's aura was also steeply changed and sharp. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't help but nod their heads. The people from the War God Academy still had strength. Now let's see how much the guy at the top of the list really weighs. Xu Yong took a step and dashed towards Yi Xiang with great speed. In the blink of an eye, he came to Yi Xiang's body, and his long sword stabbed straight at an even swifter speed, all appearing as a stump. As for Yi Xiang, he was still standing in the same place, as if he was stunned. But just as the long sword was about to pierce through his chest, many girls couldn't help but cover their eyes and didn't dare to look. Yi Xiang just calmly raised his hand and clamped the opponent's long sword with both fingers. On the back of his hand, faint human immortal patterns emerged, so powerful that the opponent was unable to advance any further by the slightest bit. Is that all? Yi Xiang looked at Xu Yong and couldn't help but ask. Xu Yong's face was full of shock. He tried his best to draw his sword, but he realized that he couldn't draw it out at all. It was like it was clamped to death, welded between the other party's fingers. Disdain, mockery, humiliation? All sorts of emotions surged to his heart. Xu Yong roared. His body's do chi exploded, and a sword aura penetrated out from the tip of the sword, which was extremely harsh, but he quickly realized that it was bad, and that it could potentially kill the other guy. In fact, Xu Yong had overthought it, and he quickly realized that he had overthought it as well. He saw that the moment Yi Xiang's eyes turned golden, a terrifying celestial master's majesty unfolded from him. Snap! That white sword mane was directly dispersed by the golden light divine spell without any effort. With this kind of strength, it would be difficult to kill even the most ordinary blood beasts. Yi wanted to direct a knee to the top, ruthlessly topping Xu Yong's abdomen. Xu Yong was instantly filled with pain and sprayed out what he had just eaten, collapsed helplessly to the ground. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang's expression couldn't help but become icy cold. Everyone felt his dreadfulness at this moment. The previous lazy teenager seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. He wanted to lift the hair of the guy in front of him as he questioned. You can't stand up after being kicked once? Do you know what happens when you can't get up on the battlefield? Do you know what it means to fight for your life? Get up! He shouted as he yanked Xu Yong up. Upon hearing these words, the mentors and officers who had wanted to stop the battle stopped in their tracks. The officer watched the scene in silence. As it happens, this high school student, more than likely, found out the truth. Stimulated by Yi Xiang's chants, Xu Yong gritted his teeth and stood up, lifting his longsword and rushing towards Yi Xiang once again. However, just as he got close, he was slammed to the ground with a heavy punch. And you take on the enemy with such a flimsy sword? You think you're cutting a watermelon? Where are your skills? Where's your fighting spirit? On the battlefield, any blood beast can easily kill you. If you lie on the ground, the other side won't kill you? Stand up. Yi wanted to drink again. The students didn't understand why Yi wanted to do this at first, and thought they were being abusive. Most people, after all, don't even qualify to be online right now. But upon hearing about the Fae, there was an instant silence. Ah! Xu Yong steeply roared, his eyes covered in blood, and his fighting aura exploded all over his body. Surprisingly, he really forced out his potential, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands and instantly chopping out a cross-sword chi, swiftly and incomparably chopping towards Yi Guan. But the next moment, he just calmly drew a talisman in the air in front of him. The moment the cross-sword chi touched the talisman, it was viciously crushed by the heavy water and instantly dissipated. Xu Yang unbelievably half-kneeled on the ground, already exhausted. He clearly recognized what a terrifying gap existed between himself and the other party. From beginning to end, it was exactly like a scene of a senior educating a junior. Yi Xiang took a step in front of him without mocking or ranting, just said in a calm tone, "If you really want to drop out, I won't stop you, but you'd better have the qualifications to be worthy of the teachers and parents who cultivated you. 10 heads of Fae for one human genius. I even think it's the Fae who earned it. Besides, does my score matter to you? So what if it's real? So what if it's fake? How does it change anything for you? If you have time to think about all this nonsense here, why don't you find a way to go kill one more foreigner?" Yi Xiang didn't continue, but directly turned around and left. The crowd silently looked at his back. No one would question Yi Xiang's strength now. Su Mengmeng also looked at Yi Xiang's back as he left, the corners of his mouth spreading into a nice curvature. He seems to have been assigned a great student. Feng Miaochuan hurriedly followed up at this time, looking at Yi Xiang with a face of admiration. "Yeah, I think I'd be in love with you if I were a girl." You wanted to take a look at his chubby physique and face full of pimples and silently pulled away. "Brother Yi, you dislike me too." Feng Miaochuan immediately looked aggrieved. Yi wanted to roll his eyes. Military training didn't even make you lose weight. How many times a day do you come to the cafeteria to eat? Breakfast, lunch, late night snacks, 4 meals, what? I feel a strong need to react to a teacher or an officer about this. Crap. Brother Yi, or you're still ruthless. I'll go. Feng Miaochuan was filled with grief. After Yi wanted to return to the dormitory, the door to the room opened automatically and the auxiliary intelligence flew in with it. Without wasting any time, he began to close his eyes to meditate on branding the human immortal body. Although he had easily defeated the students of the War God Academy, Yi Xiang was well aware that his strength was not enough. Far from it. He still remembered how powerless he was in front of that level 55 Bloodspur King. Perhaps it was because of the extreme battle in the morning. The speed of branding the human immortal patterns had once again accelerated quite a bit in the period between the afternoon and the evening. However, cultivating the human immortal body was also very consuming. After cultivating until midnight in one breath, the whole person was suddenly starving. Yi Xiang opened his eyes and walked out of the dormitory, heading straight towards the cafeteria. The military base became noticeably quieter after nightfall, though there were few rules here as long as they completed the tasks of the auxiliary intelligences. When Yi wanted to come to the cafeteria, he saw Feng Miaochuan was huffing and puffing and eating a late-night snack, his hands full of kebabs. When he heard the movement behind him, he turned his head and was speechless. "Yi, you still have the nerve to talk about me. I didn't eat dinner." Yi wanted to roll his eyes. Straight away, he hid a large bowl of rice and sat down in front of him to eat furiously. Since cultivating the human immortal body, he hadn't eaten less than Feng Miaochuan, or even more. Feng Miaochuan, who was watching, was filled with astonishment. "Yi, it's still you. Eat you." Yi wanted to raise his head and suddenly look towards the leaderboards, only to find that Young Wei was actually still online, and could not help but frown slightly. What kind of quest goes on for a whole day and doesn't end? "Brother Yi, I passed the test today and I can go online tomorrow as well. Do you have any experience to impart?" Feng Miaochuan asked while jerking the skewer. Yi Xiang lifted his head at the words and after a moment of thought, he asked, "What are your curse skills?" The curse mage class is still said to be pretty nasty. Mentioning his curse skill, Feng Miaochuan instantly became a little smug. There are currently 4 skills, which are Erosion Corruption, which reduces defense by 30%, Goddess of Death's Favor, within 10 minutes. There is a 5% chance of inflicting a certain death blow. Soul Vine summons ghost vines to control the opponent, and also inflicts soul thorn stinging damage, and Nightmare Erosion, a spiritual curse, which can cause the opponent's spiritual condition to drop by 50%. He wanted to nod his head pertinently. "You're not strong in this profession, but it's indeed disgusting." Hearing Yi Xiang's compliment, Feng Miaochuan heatedly smiled. After Yi Xiang finished eating it in 3 or 2 batches, that feeling of hunger brought about by the cultivation of the human immortal body also finally disappeared. Lifting his head, he looked at Feng Miaochuan and said, "Curse me a bit to try the effect." "Ha!" Feng Miaochuan froze. "Don't worry, it's fine. There are also Fae that specialize in curses, like the 6-eyed Fae with the Serpent Sha Fae and the Pupil Nightmare Fae. And he wanted to try the Golden Light Divine Curse to see if it could resist the curse. It was recorded in the Taoist collection that the Golden Light Divine Mantra had the effect of keeping all evils at bay and repelling gods and ghosts, so it should be effective against curses. Good. Feng Miaochuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Start now," Yi Xiang said directly. Feng Miaochuan wiped his mouth with his sleeve and raised his head to look at Yi Xiang. "Then Yi, I'm coming." Yi wanted to nod. In the next moment, Feng Miaochuan's body was filled with black aura, and his eyes turned pure black, with not a bit of eye white visible. Yi Xiang was really almost shocked. This guy was no better than a foreigner. Feng Miaochuan cupped his hands in an odd gesture, and in the next moment, a black aura clearly visible to the naked eye was quickly placed over him. The moment this black aura touched him, it immediately activated the passive of the human immortal body, and the human immortal patterns quickly surfaced. Feng Miaochuan looked at the arcane and mysterious runic patterns all over Yi Xiang's body and was curious. Yi, how do you feel? Yi Xiang also felt the changes in his own human immortal body and nodded slightly. This is erosion and corruption, right? Right. This curse is what weakens the defense, Feng Miaochuan said. Yi Xiang stroked his chin and indeed felt that the defense of the human immortal body had been weakened, and the human immortal patterns that surfaced were not as obvious as usual. Nerfed defense by about 20%, not 30. It seemed that the human immortal tattoos still had a certain amount of resistance to spell damage, but it wasn't that obvious, and the biggest effect was still to increase one's strength and defense. Suddenly, Yi Xiang's eyes lit up. This erosion and corruption was somewhat similar to the feeling in the stomach of that swallowed catfish back then, and the human immortal patterns were actually branding themselves on their own. Yi Xiang raised his head and looked at Feng Miaochuan and said, "You can try other skills again." Feng Miaochuan was a bit hesitant. "Brother Yi, why don't we solve this curse first before trying the others? I'm afraid of hurting you." Yi wanted to roll his eyes. "Just come on, grind it out." Feng Miaochuan touched his nose, then raised his hand once again, and a black hexagram formation appeared under his feet, and behind him, the silhouette of a goddess of death appeared. Just looking at it was ominous. Yi Xiang raised an eyebrow. This curse should be the goddess of death's favor, right? As expected. Feng Miaochuan pointed at Yi Xiang once again, and a black feathered aura flew down on him. Yi Xiang immediately felt that his body was enveloped in ominousness, and the experience was indescribably unpleasant. The human immortal pattern was also suppressed once again, and the erosion corruption was turned up to the maximum, completely weakening the defense by 30%. Go on. Yi Xiang remained steadily seated on the stool and opened his mouth. Okay, be careful brother Yi. In case the curse of certain death is really triggered, I won't be able to undo it in time. Feng Miaochuan rubbed his nose and said. Yi wanted to nod. Although this curse only had a 5% chance and a time limit, and seemed almost useless, it was indeed the easiest skill to flip out of his 4 skills. Once the condition of certain death is triggered, the goddess of death descends, which can be called the god of death. Feng Miaochuan began to continue chanting, the black mist on his body getting stronger and stronger. Without paying attention, he thought it was an evil ghost. Yi wanted to wait quietly. The mage's common problem. This chanting speed is really slow. A random warrior profession can fight a set in this time, but not too slow for the curse to take effect. A dark curse spell formation steeply corresponded to appear under his feet, and countless hideous gray vines twined up. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around the whole body, and the thorns on the vines seemed as if they could penetrate the flesh and pierce on the soul, and a dense tingling came from all over the body. That's right, it's crunchy, not to mention a little cozy. In particular, the imprinting of the human immortal pattern had sped up quite a bit again. It was a bit faster than if he had deliberately cultivated himself. Feng Miaochuan, on the other hand, looked at Yi Xiang somewhat nervously. Brother Yi, how is it? It's very comfortable. Yi wanted to say truthfully. Ha? Feng Miaochuan directly froze in place. Comfortable? How can being stabbed directly in the soul by thorns be comfortable? Well, it's really comfortable. Yi wanted to nod his head. He understood what was going on. The way to cultivate the human immortal body is to meditate on the human immortal patterns branded on the soul, and then there will be a strange power to strengthen the physical qualities as it surfaces through the human immortal patterns. In other words, the human immortal body was cultivating both the soul and the body at the same time, without any dead ends. So this bit of soul attack felt absolutely nothing to him. Feng Miaochuan froze for a long time before believing what Yi wanted to say. Yeah, you're such a pervert. Don't ink. Go on. It was still within the tolerance range, and that was without using the golden light divine spell. Good. Feng Miaochuan completely lowered his heart. Having already prepared the last curse, he raised his hand and a purple chaos aura flew over. Yi Xiang remained standing in the same place, the halo falling on his head. A pair of weird and unimaginable eyes suddenly appeared in his mind, staring at him dead in the face. As if there was a layer of black fog, it began to erode the entire brain, and in the blink of an eye, his head felt foggy and his reflexes dropped rapidly. These 4 curses cumulatively, it could be said that they completely weakened more than 50% of one's battle power, especially the status, which was weakened by nearly 80%. Worthy of being a curse mage, stacked all over the curse buff chain who are difficult. The only disadvantage is that there is no powerful skills, even if the curse to such a point. Feng Miaochuan also has no way to kill any enemy, or perhaps will be forced to kill the other side. but when paired with a teammate, the results are completely different. After the experience was almost complete, Yi wanted to nod his head. Not bad, there's still something there. Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but heave a smile when he heard Yi Xian's compliment, but in the next moment, his smile froze and he looked at Yi Xian with a face full of incredulity. He only saw Yi Xiang pinching the spell in his hands, and his eyes were flooded with golden eyes. The moment the golden light appeared on his body, all the curses all cleared away in one go. The human immortal patterns on his body also shone brightly, and with the golden light divine incantation, the entire person was divine and transcendent. Crap! Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He could clearly feel that the curse he had wasted most of the day's effort in placing was all gone. He wanted to stretch his back, and sure enough, there was no surprise. Curse-type skills could be resisted by the golden light divine spell, but there should be a level limit. He stood up and patted Feng Miaochuan's shoulder in a comforting manner. That's fine. Get a good upgrade. Feng Miaochuan's face was full of tears. Brother Yi, I'm devastated. This meal is on you. Of course he knew what that meant. As long as Yi wanted the golden light to open, there was no difference between himself and an ordinary person in front of him. Okay, my treat. Yi Xian nodded helplessly. Hearing him promise, Feng Miaochuan's frustrated face cleared, and he hurriedly ran to the cafeteria window to fix 2 more chicken legs. Leaf think. After checking out and walking out of the cafeteria, he subconsciously glanced at the leaderboard, and Young Wei showed that she was still online. Unable to help himself, he frowned and turned his head to look at the auxiliary intelligence in midair behind him. May I know what Xin Yue's mission is? Assistive intelligence decisively refuses. No. Each student's information after going to war is strictly confidential. The auxiliary intelligence responded. He thought back to the time when he was assassinated by the bone skeleton alien race and nodded slightly. Indeed it should be so. Turning around, he returned to his dormitory and continued to cultivate the human immortal body with his eyes closed. According to the current cultivation progress, there were still 3 days left before the human immortal pattern should be able to break through the 6th time, and by then, he would be able to ascend another level. The inner Dan could only rely on the purple chi to cultivate. The progress was relatively slow, and it would probably take another half a month or so to break through, but actually counting, the speed of his upgrading was already quite fast. Body refinement and NEI Dan were not conflicting at all, and he was currently maintaining 1 level up a week. And just as he entered the dormitory with his front foot, the door to one of the quiz rooms opened, and Xin Yue walked out with a tired look. Feng Miaochuan also happened to walk out of the cafeteria with a chicken leg and happened to see her. He couldn't help but laugh. Coincidentally, Yi just returned to the dormitory. Xin Yue glanced at the scores and suddenly noticed that Brother Ye's score wasn't displayed. How come Brother Ye's score is gone? It's hidden. Right. Yi said that he killed more than 200 foreign races and estimated that the credits have broken through 4,000. For fear of hitting other students. Feng Miaochuan said. In fact, he felt okay. What kind of person is Yi? The top student of the college entrance examination. One hand hangs Chen Wanyan. The level is even 26 levels, on average, leaving behind the same class about 5 levels. It's catching up to the sophomore seniors. Xin Yue didn't have any surprises on her face. Ever since she saw her brother Yi personally decapitate the head of a level 40 bone alien, she felt that he was really different from before. Why did you stay online for so long? Feng Miaochuan asked curiously. At that moment, Sonia also walked out from the quiz room, her chest majesty shaking. So tired. Feng Miaochuan looked at Sonia incredulously. When did you go online as well? Sonia smiled lightly. Of course it's because of Yue. I passed the examination on the first day. This mission was too tiring, and that army was too short on recovery, so it was a long day of tossing and turning. Sonia sighed helplessly. Xin Yue smiled faintly. I think it's good. We saved 1 person. There's 1 more point of hope. Those are NPCs. You're still so serious. People are getting numb. Xin Yue hesitated for a moment, but still didn't tell the truth. Having Sonia truly realized that it was the bloody frontline battlefield would still have an effect on her. The reason why she accepted it so quickly was mainly due to the influence of Brother Yi. He who had decapitated the foreigners that day had no hesitation whatsoever. After eating briefly, Xin Yue walked in the direction of the dormitory, and when she passed by Yi Xiang's room, she hesitated slightly before turning around to leave. It's better not to disturb Brother Ye's cultivation. Time passed quickly, and he wanted to open his eyes on time and get up to go out. Assistive intelligence silently recorded Yi Xiang's life planning, and 2 days down the line, he was never seen slacking off. He wanted to walk to the elevator. This time there was no need for the auxiliary intelligence to apply for authorization. After he pressed the top floor button, the elevator quickly went up. The elevator opened, and it was the usual setup. A sliver of sunrise surfaced and appeared just outside the gates, instantly blossoming into thousands of rays of light. He wanted to close his eyes and run the breathing method, his abdomen resonating and absorbing the purple chi. After 10 minutes or so, the inner alchemy was over. He wanted to open his eyes. His eyes internalized his essence, and a wisp of purple intent flickered. Full of spirit, he was now in peak condition. Turning to walk back to the elevator, he was just about to close the doors when a burly man in military uniform came straight from outside. He wanted to look up and see him, and his whole body could not help but freeze. It was actually the heavenly king Luo Zhuan. Just as he approached, an aura like a mountain of blood and a sea of corpses surged and swept over him. Yi Xiang's pupils couldn't help but shrink, his back heart chilled, and a cold sweat broke out all over his body. This powerful and terrifying aura. But in an instant, these auras disappeared, and Luo Zhuan looked at Yi Xiang with a smile and said, "You're a new student in this class, right?" Yi wanted to take a deep breath and nodded. "Aha, kid is good. Have the chance to come to my decapitation team after graduation." Luo Zhuan nodded his head in satisfaction. A teenager actually overpowered his aura. It was indeed a good seedling. After Luo Zhuan pressed the 27th floor, the elevator began to descend, and it didn't take long for it to reopen. He walked straight out, and he wanted to silently look at his majestic and strong back, keeping it in mind. The heavenly king, Luo Zhuan, appeared out of nowhere more than 20 years ago when the frontline battlefield was nearly rotten and collapsing, leading a decimation team to directly kill through the entire frontline battlefield, even pushing across into the alien race. 6 months later, he returned carrying the heads of 2 alien thrones. The nation was shocked. 12 racial foreign races, only 12 thrones. Luo Zhuan was equivalent to killing through 2 major foreign races and decapitating their thrones. As long as Luo Zhuan was still around, he was equivalent to a pillar supporting the hopes of the human race. You wanted to see Luo Zhuan so close for the first time. 2 days before and after seeing 2 big names in China, he is really a little confused. The elevator continued its descent and soon returned to the military base. Auxiliary intelligence looked at him and said, "The mission has been updated. Please come online immediately." Comrade Yi think. Yi wanted to return to his senses, nodded, stepped out of the elevator, went straight to the quiz room, put on his glasses, and went online. 27 floors. Luo Zhuan pushed open the door to the chief room. When Zhuan saw him, he couldn't help but laugh. "Xiao Luo ah, you can be even busier than me. Sit down first." In China, the only one who is qualified to call Heavenly King Luo Zhuan Xiao Luo is the chief in front of him. Luo Zhuan saluted first, then sat down and said directly, "Chief Zhou, this time on the front line I suspect there is a throne on the move." Zhouan's expression was heavy for a moment, then he let out a long sigh. "The Fae are not going to give us humans a break." Luo Zhuan nodded as he stood up, his eyes becoming deep and cold. "I intend to enter the Fae once more, and I will slaughter the throne when he comes." "Nonsense. That injury from more than 20 years ago has not recovered until now. Are you going to take your life for it?" "Ahem." Upon hearing Luo Zhuan's words, Zhouan was infuriated and coughed. Luo Zhuan fell silent. More than 20 years ago, he was seriously injured and broke his foundation, and his rank hadn't risen for a long time. Forcibly decapitating the throne relied on the hidden profession's forbidden skill, and using it once would require him to pay an unimaginable price. Knowing that he was just under 50 this year, still a powerful human transmuter, but already growing gray hairs, he didn't know if he could come back alive after another spell on the throne. "Don't worry, it's still useful for you to fight to give Huaxia more than 20 years. Don't be anxious," Zhouan said comfortingly. Luo Zhuan nodded silently, hoping so. He raised his head and looked at the screen, but was a little surprised to see that it was the same teenager he had met earlier. This teenager? Zhouan couldn't help but smile as he looked at Yi Xiang on the screen. "Yi want. Very good child. 26 level Taoist. Yesterday connected 30 level armory in the front line to kill 200 quantity of blood beasts. Also like you back then. Is this year's senior high school student?" Speaking of mechanical puppets, a trip over to the research center might give you a surprise. On the screen, the image shifted and a mechanical puppet slowly opened its eyes. "Link successful. Mentally stable. Comrade Yi think. The order has been given. Please man this fort," Auxiliary Intelligence said as it flew over to the armored puppet. Luo Zhuan watched the scene with interest, and Zhouan couldn't help but smile in anticipation of Yi Xian's performance today, which had put a lot more smiles on his face in the past 2 days. He wanted to open his eyes from the darkness and turned his head to look around. Realize you're not the same military warehouse you were before. As well, the last Mechadol body had been destroyed by the Bloodthorn King. He stepped out of the rest cabin and out the door. As soon as he entered, he saw a number of soldier warriors. They also looked at him with curious gazes. Relative to the entire front line, even after resupplying 300 armored puppets. There were quite a few people who hadn't seen this special troop type and were speculating whether it was an intelligent robot. After Yi wanted to take a look around, he followed the route guidance of the auxiliary intelligence to move forward. After about a few minutes, he climbed the stairs through the long hallway, and a couple of narrow restrooms. The scene that met his eyes took him a little by surprise. It was a bluff, surrounded by cliffs of white snow, where the entire fort was stationed. Below this cliff was a wide icy river, the surface of which had long since been frozen over. And then, across the river, the alien realm. Seeing the scene in front of him, he wanted to immediately guess where he was. It's the forefront of the northern edge of the Chinese realm today, the city of desert. Back then, Luo Zhuan was the one who led the decimation team, killing the alien realm from here, and returned half a year later, carrying the heads of 2 thrones. Shocking the nation, the Fei had to retreat back. At this time this side is falling a blanket of snow. Sight cannot see far, but does not affect the auxiliary intelligence. It flew around and scanned the area before flying back. Only a moment later, it was already covered in a layer of snowflakes. You wanted to walk out of the fortress and came to a warrior standing guard, also silently standing beside him. At this time, the temperature in Desert City reaches 42 degrees below zero, and a breath of air will quickly turn into frost. And this warrior beside him, gazing across the glacier without looking away. This fortress, which had fallen no less than 100 times in 100 years, had to be snatched back, no matter what the cost. Because here, it's the bottom line of the Wachovia. Once Desert City was lost, the foreigners could attack the entire northern part of China in a big way and encroach on it. He wanted to station himself with the warriors on the side, his eyes quietly looking at the glacier. It was as if he could see the boiling blood of the warriors under the glacier, the hideous corpses of the foreigners, layer after layer, with nothing to do. He wanted to suddenly close his eyes and try to meditate on branding a human immortal, and found that it really worked. But I don't know if it's because of the connection to the mechanical puppet. The speed of meditating on branding the human immortal pattern is very slow, only half the usual speed. Time passed little by little, and the morning passed quickly in cultivation. At that moment, another warrior came out of the exit of the fortress behind him. Prepare for a change of guard. The warrior who had been motionless finally turned around and the 2 men saluted each other to change guard. To Yi Xia's surprise, the 2 warriors also saluted him. In his meditative state, his perception of his surroundings was far more perceptive and clear than what his eyes could see. After freezing slightly, he immediately opened his eyes and also bowed slightly in return. Not a salute, but the bowing seen in the dozo. The left hand holds the right hand in an arching salute. The 2 warriors saw the strange movements of the armored puppet in front of them. Their expressions were a bit surprised, but they didn't ask too many questions and nodded their heads. And after the alternating change of guards was over, the one who had stood guard before returned to the fortress. Everything became quiet again. All that could be heard was the whistling of the wind and snow. He wanted to close his eyes and continue to meditate on branding the human immortal pattern. Without any surprises, the day after tomorrow, he would be able to break through the 6th upgrade. Time continued to pass, practicing from 1 o'clock until dark. There were also 5 extra men on guard duty at once, and it was clear that the night was far more dangerous than the day. 7 out of 10 attacks by the Fei have been at night. Those Blood Beast raids you wanted to encounter earlier were entirely the Blood Beast side's intention to take advantage of the gap in the defense line and quickly break through. However, it was detected by Zhou Jing, who had long ago deployed his army all the way over, and even had 3 elite members of the Ace Chopper team help out. At this time, in the command room, Zhou Jing made himself a cup of coffee after a busy day, stretched his back, and then switched the screen over to Yi Xiang's side of the viewpoint. Found that this kid is still standing guard, eyebrows slightly raised. This age, patience is good. Just then, the screen lit up with a steep red glow. The auxiliary intelligence quickly sounded an alarm, and an infrared ray quickly scanned towards the surrounding area. In just a moment, on the map coordinates, the glacier appeared densely packed with red dots, numbering no less than thousands. Alert! 3,000 numbers of Ice Demon Fei detected. 500 numbers of Serpentosa Fei. The reminder from the auxiliary intelligence instantly made the 6 warriors react. An ear-piercing siren sounded throughout the fortress base, and all the warriors immediately rushed out. Yi Xiang had also opened his eyes long ago and looked into the distance. The snow was still flying, and in the darkness of the night, nothing could be seen in this condition. But just then, there was an empty thud, and the fortress base steeply lit up with high beams, illuminating everything underneath the glacier, all in a clear light, only to see a head of Ice Demon Fei, covered in azure-colored hideous armor and with thorny double horns on its head, was darting towards this side at a rapid pace. These ice demons were even larger than the Yen Tu Fei, all about 3 meters in size, holding half-waist-high ice-spiked wolfsbane rods. It gives the impression of being lanky, scary, and demonic. Among the thousands of ice devils, some snakeshaw fae figures could still be seen. They were like mages, hiding behind the ice devil fae, their eyes like snakes and scorpions staring at this side of the desert city fortress. War, a touch and go. The average level 30 or higher ice demon fae, and these snakeshaw fae were even all level 35. Watching a bar of data fly to fill the screen, Zhou Jing's gaze was deep as his hands flew to give a command. By the way, request to have all the members of the nearby Ace Chopper team out. 27th floor of the military base. Luo Zhuan saw this scene on the screen and couldn't help but frown. There were only 2,000 fortress warriors. Even if they resisted on the basis of their geographical advantage, they would still die and be heavily injured. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. What's this kid up to? Only to see the screen. He wanted to rip the green windbreaker off of the arm puppet. A purple Dharma enchanted garment slowly emerged on his body, and his eyes emitted majestic golden light. In the gaze of all the warriors in surprise, he actually jumped right off the cliff face. Is this guy crazy? Zhou Jing couldn't help but frown. The female commander who was not far beside him raised her head. As early as the day before yesterday she had read all the information on Yi Xiang. The female commander looked at Zhou Jing and said softly, 10 years ago, his parents died in the ice demon fae invasion of South City. He wanted to glide down the more than 10-meter high cliff face at a fast speed. The moment he saw the hordes of ice demons, it was as if he had returned to 10 years ago. Seeing those ice devils step through the walls and seeing their parents killed by the ice devils, a pair of golden eyes couldn't help but diffuse pure killing intent at once, and his sword fingers pinched up. In the next moment, a golden longsword appeared in his hand, and then it was violently compressed into an extreme white mangled thundersword. A layer of golden light permeated his body with it, and it also dimmed steeply. The purple Dao robe could be vaguely seen as it steeply erupted with piercing thunder awnings. Come on up and turn on full power. He wanted to be as fast as he could be, thunderously penetrating into the ice demon fae, and his sharp thunder sword cut off the heads of more than a dozen level 30 ice demon fae in an instant. They didn't even react, they just saw a wave of white light. By the time they reacted, the white light had already sliced through their necks, and their huge heads flew high into the air. Because it was nighttime, the splendid thunder spells on Yi Xian's body were very conspicuous. The warriors in the desert city fortress stared at the scene in bewilderment, their faces full of confusion. I haven't heard of a level 50 mage coming over. Besides, has a mage ever taken the initiative to go down to melee? Jabla! A thunderbolt exploded again. With a loud boom, a large hole was abruptly blown out of the chest of an ice demon fae without a speck of flesh and blood. Yi wanted to quickly turn around. The thunder sword in his hand had long been transformed into a palm lightning, implicitly not firing. In just a few days' time, with the help of the 3000 Taoist collections, his utilization of the thunder law had once again improved quite a bit. In conjunction with the thunder blast steps, just like lightning in fire, he once again came behind an ice demon fae. The palm containing palm lightning pressed against his back. Boo! Thunder on sprayed out, and before this ice demon could turn around, it was pierced through the chest and slowly fell to the ground. The ice demon fae is far more powerful than the blood beast fae, just because of its size and great strength, and is immune to ice magic. But the downside is that it moves slowly. He wanted to cooperate with the human immortal body in thunder law possession, and his speed was so fast that he couldn't even be captured with the naked eye. After killing an ice demon fae with ease once again, Yi Xiang fiercely sensed a hint of danger and quickly retreated, which knew that it was still a step too slow. The 6 snakeshaw fae had unknowingly surrounded them, a snake-bodied demon face covered in dark veins, with long, thin eyes and a mouth that grinned wide, revealing sharp teeth and serpentine letters. All of these serpentosa fae were level 35. After they surrounded Yi Xiang, their violet black eyes quickly radiated a demonic luster as they looked towards him. Yi Xiang instantly felt his body gradually stiffening up. It's the petrification curse, and it's petrified from the inside out. After reacting, there was no panic on his face. Instead, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but spread a disdainful smile as he lifted his hand and pinched the spell. The body has a golden light that covers my body. In the next moment, the lightning method on his body quickly dissipated, and a layer of piercing golden light steeply blossomed out. It was like a small sun, very radiant. A few heads of snakeshaw fae instantly covered their eyes in misery and tears of blood flowed out. The moment the golden light dimmed, it transformed into a golden 3-foot blade. He wanted to perform the Qing Feng sword technique, his body dashing and floating as he weaved up and down. The tip of his sharp sword instantly pierced through the heart of the Serpentessa fae and penetrated out. 6 level 35 snakeshaw fae were killed by him in the blink of an eye. In the command room, the commanders who saw the scene couldn't help but stare. The golden light on his body seems to be immune to the petrification curse of the snakeshaw fae. A commander was filled with surprise. Zhou Jing could also see this. there really wasn't an easy skill for this kid. Most of all, you wanted to also know the characteristics of the Serpentosa phase fear of sunlight, and directly turned on the golden light to the maximum, stabbing their eyes. It seems that even when guided by hatred, the heart is still calm. If he really rushed up to avenge his parents' deaths, he would have lost a lot of points. How many credits does he have? Seemingly remembering something, Zhou Jing looked up and asked. 5,200 points. The female commander on the sidelines said quickly. Zhou Jing nodded his head after a moment of contemplation. Let him be. Then, what was expected was 1,000 credits to top the maximum value of a mechanical puppet. This kid is still earning. Has the other party's leader been found? Zhou Jing asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. Not yet. Zhou Jing frowned. The Ice Demon phase IQ was about the same as the Inferno Slaughter phase IQ. There was no way that they would still arrange for 500 level 35 Serpent Sharp Fei to be there. The lineup was very skillfully matched. There must be an alpha in command behind it. And at this moment on the glacier battlefield in Desert City, it seemed as if it had become Yi Xiang's personal show. No Ice Demon Fei could catch him at all. And by the time the hideous and terrifying ice-spiked wolfsbane rod came down viciously towards him, Yi Xiang had long since walked away. Instead, there were a few Ice Demon Fei that were stupid enough to accidentally smash through the ice and fall directly into the desert river. Thousands of troops were actually stopped in their tracks because of one person. But at the same time, Yi Xiang's spiritual energy was also depleting at a horrifying rate. After all, the 9 turns purple gold pill was still at a low level, and it simply couldn't last long. As expected, after the lightning aura attached to his body couldn't be maintained, his figure was revealed all of a sudden, exposed to the eyes of the Ice Demon Fei. The surrounding ice devils who had long been furious to the extreme roared, carrying their ice-spiked wolfsbane rods and madly rushing towards Yuanyang. On the Desert City Fortress, thousands of warriors saw this scene and couldn't help but tense up. What's the matter with this armored puppet? If you can't fight anymore, hurry back. 27 floors. In the chief's office, Zhou sighed slightly as he looked at the screen. The boy is still impulsive, and it's time to go back when the physical exertion is gone. He also knew about Yi Xiang's life, whose parents were martyred at the hands of the ice demon. However, Luo Zhuan shook his head slightly. Not necessarily, this kid should still have means. From the beginning to the end, you wanted to use the lightning method, although the explosive damage looked terrifying. It was also consuming. However, during this day, through various data and information, Luo Zhuan realized that this kid, the most powerful thing was not Thunder Law. Rather, it was his body that was covered in mysterious lines. He wanted to raise his head and watched as a head of angry and roaring Ice Demon Fei rushed towards him with their ice-spiked wolfsbane sticks held high. There was nothing but calm in his gaze. The gradually forming majesty of the Heavenly Master unfolded from Yi Xiang's body, his purple robe flipping and his long hair brushing his forehead, only to see an Ice Demon Fei arrive in front of him, and without hesitation, he slammed the ice-spike wolfsbane down. Boom! There was a click, and the ice instantly cracked. This ice demon in front of him, however, froze, because Yi Xiang didn't know what was going on, and not only did he dodge the wolfsbane attack, but he also stood lightly on top of his wolfsbane. A lazy smile spread across the corners of Yi Xiang's mouth. That's it. Ha! Not waiting for Ice Demon to react, he violently raised his leg and directly kicked heavily on Ice Demon's jaw, ruthlessly kicking him out, and then his body utilized the force to flip backward in a circle and landed on the ground in a dashing manner. Then without saying a word he condensed the air and drew a divine traveling talisman and stuck it on his leg, turned around and ran. Spiritual energy and stamina are nearly depleted. So what the hell? Come back when you recover. The few ice demons around them froze for a while before reacting. This shameless human is pretending. Wow, he even runs so handsomely. A female commander couldn't help but be flushed with nymphomania all of a sudden. Luo Zhuan on the other floor was filled with black lines, not wanting to look at Chief Zhou's flirtatious eyes. Although he didn't have the Thunder Law attached to his body, but relying on the speed and explosion of his human immortal body, Yi Xiang's speed was still not slow. However, right at this moment, a huge ice demon Fei that had been hidden under the water of the glacier slowly opened its eyes. Compared to other ice devils, it was more massive, with a more hideous and complete ice devil armor, and a blue cloak behind it. A pair of azure-colored eyes were dead on Yi Xiang, who was running fast on the ice. For some reason, Yi Xiang also instantly had an ominous premonition, as if he was being stared at by something terrifying. Yet there was no alert or reaction from the auxiliary intelligence behind him, but it still didn't feel right, and he wanted to subconsciously pinch up Xiao Lunan. When he first looked at the 3000 Taoist collections, he realized that the little 6 nuns were particularly good, easy to pinch, and practical. Soon, it seemed that he had calculated something, and Yi Xiang snapped his head down. A head, larger than the others, was seen rushing steeply out of the ice. The meter's-thick bed of ice crumbled and cracked, and a giant hand grabbed at him. It was so fast that it even blocked off all the directions he could dodge. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang gritted his teeth and tried his best to drain the inner Dan and squeeze out a little more spiritual energy. In the next moment, a trace of thunder uncovered his legs, and his body jumped violently, coming into mid-air. And at that moment, all commanders locked on to analyze the Ice Demon Fae beneath the surface. Level 59. Ice Demon King. This alpha is so shady that it has been hiding underneath the ice bed to avoid searching. The female commander beside Zhou Jing couldn't help but frown. It was reasonable to say that there was no way that these big, burly Fae would have the brains to think of something so detailed. Boom! The level 59 Ice Demon King leapt out of the bed of ice in a single bound, displaying a breathtakingly huge body. He once again stretched out his big hand and grabbed at Yi Xiang, who was still in midair and hadn't landed on the ground, gaze locking onto the humanoid steel. A pair of cold eyes couldn't help but frown. Is this the same shit that killed so many of its own kind? On the desert city fortress, there were warriors who couldn't help but want to rush down, but the military order was here, and no one could leave the fortress. A few scientists from the Scientific Research Institute shook their heads helplessly. How was this kid specialized in being targeted by such a terrifying alien race? Last time it was a level 55 Bloodthorn King, this time it's a level 59 Ice Demon King. Prepare for a forced link break to prevent mental damage, Yang Huiming said helplessly. However, right at this moment, the auxiliary intelligence suddenly stretched out two steel claws, grabbed Yi Xiang's shoulders and threw them with force. That Ice Demon King's giant hand suddenly grabbed empty. You wanted to be confused for a moment. This auxiliary intelligence still has this technology? Thousands of miles away, in the command room of the military base, the female commander who was previously flamboyant was incomparably happy at this moment. Brother Yi, you still need to rely on your sister to help you. Zhou Jing, on the other hand, was helplessly holding her forehead. Yi Xiang's auxiliary intelligence was her responsibility for observation, and really almost forgot that the auxiliary intelligence's mechanical arm could carry 300 pounds of weight. Yi Xiang's reaction was not slow, quickly adjusting his stance and stepping on the Ice Demon King's arm all the way up. The Ice Demon King raised his hand and slammed it down on him. However, Yi wanted to walk deftly, easily dodging the attack and quickly approaching to come to the Ice Demon King's shoulder. Leap! In mid-air, his eyes, once again, glowed with a golden light. The last trace of spiritual energy surged out in his hand to transform into a golden dagger, and he quickly flung it out by aiming it at its eyes. Pust! The golden daggers all disappeared into the Ice Demon King's eyeballs. A smile spread across the corners of Yi Xiang's mouth as he quickly pinched up the golden light divine incantation spell. There is thunder within, and the god of thunder hides his name. As soon as the words fell, the Ice Demon King's eye, which had been pierced with a golden dagger, radiated a golden light from its depths so steeply that it even covered its original azure color. Shasta! With a bang, the eye exploded precipitously. The Ice Demon King, who had originally tried to grab Yuana, immediately tore his heart and lungs out in pain, covering the burst eye and screaming furiously. This moment stunned all the warriors of the fortress, including Zhou Jing in front of the auxiliary intelligent projection screen. This kid actually injured a level 59 Ice Demon King? You wanted to land steadily on the ground, glanced at the auxiliary intelligence, and gave a thumbs up while flying towards the direction of the desert city fortress. By the way, he also glanced back at the Ice Demon King who had gone crazy behind him. Unfortunately, the level difference was too great, and there was no way to kill the opponent. After there was no obstruction, he wanted to smoothly come to the bottom of the cliff wall, and a rope was immediately thrown down from above. He wanted to climb up the rope. Thousands of pairs of eyes brushed towards him. The warrior's gaze was both amazed and admiring. Hiss! Damned humans! In the distance, the Ice Demon King roared and shouted angrily in this direction. With only one eye left, he looked even more hideous and ferocious at that moment. All of the warriors were immediately on standby, their gazes fixed in death on these Ice Demon Fae below. The war is not over. However, just as the Ice Demon King was planning to lead the Ice Demon Fae to charge, a tall human-like Fae appeared at the back of the Ice Demon Grate. On her white and delicate face was a pair of cunning violet eyes. The diminutive body wore only thin, revealing armor, as if it couldn't feel the cold icy domain. On her sexy white back, there was also a pair of wings that were pitch black with blood-colored runes. Her appearance caused both Zhou Jing and Luo Zhuan, who were in the large rear, to change their faces at the same time. This sexy-looking female Fae was the fallen Phantom Royal Clan, one of the 3 royal clans. Nail watched the armored puppet at the desert city fortress with interest. What fun things had the people tossed up again? She opened her mouth as if to whisper something. The originally incomparably berserk Ice Demon King suddenly quieted down. He turned around and without any hesitation, he actually went back. The warriors on the desert city fortress were a bit confused. What was the situation this? No more fighting? Thousands of foreigners came in force and left very suddenly. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the glacier and ran wildly away. However, Zhou Jing, who was the commander, did not hesitate and immediately gave a dozen orders. After decades, the three great royal clans of the foreign races had reappeared. As the most noble and mysterious existence of the foreign race, the number of times the three great royal families actually appeared under the public's line of sight was actually very small. On the opposite side of the glacier, the enchanting female royal lazily stretched her waist, displaying her curves perfectly. However, the ice demon Fae and snakeshaw Fae around her didn't dare to meet her eyes at all, and they didn't even dare to raise their heads. Among the Fae, the hierarchical racial system is rigid, not to mention the fact that the one in front of him was royalty. The corners of Nail's mouth curved up nicely, revealing sharp tiger teeth, and her pair of violet eyes quietly looked at the human fortress on the opposite side. It feels like the human race is interesting, and I wonder how Father's plan is going. It would be a shame to kill all of them. Go away, big guy, Nail said, looking up at the ice wraith. The ice demon king nodded, kneeling on one knee and slowly extending his hand. Nail stood on his hand with her leg raised, petite as a human, but containing a terrifying strength and heritage. The ice demon king lifted his hand and placed her on his shoulder. Nail comforted. Aya, don't be angry. Go back and I'll ask my sister to help you recover. She cultivated a human priest some time ago. After killing her, she was able to gain the human's recovery skill. The ice demon king's mind immediately conjured up a very scary female figure, and he immediately shook his head in fear. No need. Nail rolled her eyes. Why are you so timid when you've grown so big? It's not like she's going to eat you. Sister. A large and a small figure accompanied thousands of foreigners returning to the foreigner realm. It seems that this war, for them, is just a game. Ding, Comrade Yi think, please return to the cabin and disembark immediately. Just as you wanted to watch from afar as those foreigners inexplicably disappeared from sight, auxiliary intelligence flew in front of him and said, you wanted to frown slightly, can I refuse? Comrade Yi think, you are now a soldier, please execute the order. The auxiliary intelligence said, you wanted to be a bit helpless, but still nodded and turned around to walk out of the cliff defense line, heading back towards the fortress. It wasn't the body here, but he was really enjoying the feeling of the battlefield. Back in the rest cabin, you wanted to close his eyes. Down the line, Link lifted in. With a blackout, a value popped up in front of his eyes, slowly pulsing. Slow as always, just as you wanted to think wildly. A purple pattern that looked like a flower on the other side of the river appeared in front of him. In the next moment, a flirtatious and sexy to the extreme voice steeply sounded in his mind. Little brother, you're doing well. I'm looking forward to your growth. You must grow up quickly. Yi Xiang snapped his eyes open. Meanwhile, in the research institute, only one person noticed the mental fluctuation when you wanted to go offline, which seemed to have jumped a bit, delaying the data a bit, but just for a moment, it was restored. That scientific researcher frowned slightly and carefully examined Yi Xiang's spiritual data and ontological condition, and only let go of his heart after realizing that there was no problem. And the moment Yi wanted to wake up, his gaze was incomparably vigilant as he gazed around. But the quiz room was empty. But that voice just now was definitely not an illusion. Who is it? Yi Xiang couldn't help but have some heart palpitations. Quickly closing his eyes, he first meditated on the human immortal body. The human immortal ripple quickly covered the entire body, from the soul to the physical body, meticulously, without finding any problems. Yi Xiang took a deep breath and operated his inner elixir, recovering his spiritual energy quickly. Auxiliary intelligence flew over without interrupting. Half an hour later, the inner elixir spirit power was restored to its fullness. Without any hesitation, Yi wanted to quickly pinch up the spell and his eyes steeply emitted a golden aura. The golden light spell covered his entire body and his eyes were majestic. However, Yi wanted to frown again. It was strange, and it wasn't a curse, but how on earth did that voice just now reach his ears? What is this kid doing? Luo Zhuan looked at Yi Xiang in the screen suspiciously. Zhou En, on the other hand, frowned as the imperial clan reappeared. It had been many years ago. He wanted to toss and turn for more than 10 minutes to make sure that there was nothing strange on his body before gradually letting go of his heart. The emotions had stabilized. Although there was no way to explain the voice that had appeared in his head earlier, he himself mastered the inheritance of the celestial master system and memorized the 3,000 Taoist collections. Whatever it is, if it dares to come, let's do it. He wanted to get up and walk out of the quiz room. Just coming to the cafeteria, I didn't expect to meet Feng Miaochuan, Wang Jun and Chen Wanyan. The three of them also noticed Yi Xiang. Feng Miaochuan hurriedly walked up and said with a fawning face, "Hello brother Yi, You wanted the first time to feel that this kid was overly attentive, pretended not to hear, and played his own meal. Yeah, have a fart. Feng Miaochuan looked aggrieved, then chucked a chicken leg over. Yi, have a chicken leg. You wanted to have a black line on his head, and inexplicably had the feeling that he really wanted to kick the tusked boar. After a large plate of rice was typed up, it was seated in front of the trio. It was the first time that Wang Jun and Chen Wanyan saw Yi Xiang eat so much. Their eyes could not help but widen. Crap! Chen Wanyan looked at Yi Xiang's physique with a suspicious face. This guy upgraded so fast. Was it because he ate a lot? Brother Yi is awesome. Wang Jun directly sighed in admiration. Brother Yi Feng Miaochuan hugged Yi Xiang's arm and cried out delicately after the girl's model. Bang bang! Yi wanted to retract his foot silently. Blessed infinite heavenly father. Moved and angered. Feng Miaochuan climbed up from the ground with an aggravated look on his face. You wanted to look at him without good humor and said, if there's something, just say it directly. It's time to eat. Don't fix these disgusting things. Brother Yi, I can't finish a mission. Dog intelligence gave me a mission that I can't do at all. Feng Miaochuan was bitter. It says that I'll be allowed to team up first, and if the mission isn't completed, I'll be disqualified from going online again and retested. In the command room, a male commander who had stayed up all night looking helplessly at the fat man who was cursing him on the screen. You wanted to glance at Wang Jun and Chen Wanyan, so you called the two of them over to help you? Well, Brother Yi, you're offline just in time to help me. Feng Miaochuan hurriedly nodded. Let's start with the mission. Yi Xiang asked. Feng Miaochuan sighed. When I got offline this evening, auxiliary intelligence scanned a group of bone skeleton aliens. Not a large number, but high level, average level 30 or so, has been ambushed at the edge of the front line. Then Dog Intelligence arranged a mission requesting me to form a team to solve these aliens. Although the number of people is unlimited, but isn't this mission a pitiful one? Upon hearing the bone skeleton alien race, Yi Xian's eyes slightly lit up. When does the mission start? He asked as he plowed through his food. After Feng Miaochuan froze for a moment, he was incredibly happy. Yeah, you promise? Tomorrow morning at 7. Okay. Yi wanted to nod his head. In the command room, the male commander slightly grimaced. He knew that this fat man would let you think about teaming up. After all, Thunder Law perfectly restrained the Bone Fae. Giving the order for him to form a team was purely a reason for Yi to want to complete this mission. He raised his head and looked at Zhou Jing and said, Sir, the instruction has been conveyed. Zhou Jingjing nodded his head and rubbed his temples. A bit tired from staring at these students and the entire front line for the past 2 days. But really half a point cannot be negligence neglect. The first day of negligence. More than 200 sets of armored puppets directly gone. He always felt that if he didn't pay the slightest attention, these students would really play the game as if they were not staging a total wipeout simply not to be satisfied. 600 brand new mech dolls were resupplied to the front line today, but 136 were beyond repair yesterday. Another commander looked up and said. Zhou Jing rubbed his temples and took a look at the breakage ratio. There were only the top 20 ranked students who were barely passable in the combat profession. On the contrary, most of the mech puppets that were not broken were basically auxiliary law professions. There's no way around it. The cost of an armored puppet is too high. The resources consumed by just one military training are already astronomical. There are also top researchers in the country behind this. And it's a test that starts a little bit with the students. If the role of the mech puppets becomes more and more important, then the human race will truly be able to take a breather. Alright, break in shifts. Zhou Jing looked up and said. The crowd nodded and half of them got up to leave. After Zhou Jing poured himself a cup of coffee, his eyes flooded with a bit of starry mental energy, using his skills to recover his tired nerves. After adjusting your form, once again give your full attention to the screen. For them, the commanders, the real battlefield lies in the myriad of data on the screen. Every piece of data has the potential to affect the entire frontline battle. Personnel deployment, resource deployment, supplies, alien population, etc., etc., etc. Guarding China is never a simple slogan. It was countless people who swooped forward and gave their lives in exchange for the hope of a respite in the Great Rear. In Zhou Jing's eyes, the constantly refreshing data and instructions all represented vivid lives. He glanced at the military base on the screen, his eyes burning. Oh teenagers, grow up a little faster. Yi Xiang returned to his dormitory at this time and closed his eyes to meditate on branding the human immortal body. After one more battle, the 6th human immortal tattoo was near the end. Time passed little by little, and at the moment when it was about to dawn, the human immortal tattoo on his body steeply bloomed with arcane light. A strange power stretched out from the soul to the body. A deathless and comprehensive enhancement. Successfully broke level 27. It was a day sooner than expected. He wanted to open his eyes, and in his eyes, there was also a human immortal pattern hidden down. getting up from the bed. It was obvious that the physical fitness had once again strengthened considerably. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a gravity room in the base to test his body, so he would go and try it out later after the end of his inner alchemy cultivation to see. Open the door, cross the aisle, and board the elevator to the top floor. Ever since cultivating the inner Dan, Yi Xiang realized that he had a very keen sense of the impending sunrise. As the elevator doors opened, looking in the direction of the main entrance, just as thousands of strands of golden light blossomed and rose from the mountain, Yi wanted to run the breathing method, and between the resonance of the abdominal cavity, wisps of purple yang qi were inhaled into the mouth and fell into the dantian. The purple gold Dan flew to devour the purple yang qi and spun up, getting a little bit bigger day after day, just not too obvious. The inner elixir is about nourishing the bottom of the qi, and at the time of the ninth turning, perhaps it is true as Daozang said, the three flowers are gathered together, and they are immortalized. 10 minutes later, Yi Xiang opened his eyes, and his eyes escaped a touch of purple energy. Glancing at the time, he turned to head back to the elevator. He subconsciously glanced at the front door. There shouldn't be any big shots today, right? After making sure no one was coming, he closed the elevator. As the elevator began to descend rapidly, he wanted to look up at the auxiliary intelligence and asked, "Where is the gravity room?" "The upper level of the military base," the auxiliary intelligence responded. It flew to the button and pressed the penultimate level. Soon, the elevator opened. What came into view was a room full of black protective clothing. The auxiliary intelligence quickly flew to a stop in front of a protective suit that fit him based on Yi Xian's size. Once you put on the suit, you can enter the gravity layer, and the adjustable meter on your wrist can switch the gravity multiplier, but it is recommended that the first time you experience the gravity chamber, it should not last more than an hour or more, the auxiliary intelligence said. Yi wanted to nod, put on the protective suit, and stepped in front of the closed iron door. The door of the room opened automatically, and what met his eyes was a wide space close to hundreds of square meters. He wanted to think that he had walked into a fitness room, as almost all of the common fitness equipment was reflected in his eyes. There were close to 100 or so students and they're working on their upgrades, and almost everyone was sweaty and hot. He wanted to step into the gravity layer, and in an instant, he felt his body doubled in weight. Feeling it slightly, it quickly adapted. Feeling nothing. He glanced at the tuning meter and to his surprise it showed the number 1. Lift your hand and adjust it directly upwards. 2x. 3x. In an instant, he wanted to exert all his muscles, finally feeling the oppressive feeling of gravity. After taking a deep breath, he began to adjust to the rhythm of gravity. Each layer of gravity is the last double the increase superimposed. Triple gravity has been the range of the third turn warrior profession. Yi Xiang walked straight to a single bar and slowly raised his hands. Next to him was a good-looking young girl, obviously a warrior profession, for although she was well-built, her muscles were all delicate and contained no small amount of strength, and her skin took on a healthy wheat complexion. She had just finished a set of pull-ups, and with a long sigh of relief, she wiped the sweat away with a towel. I can't help but turn my head to look at the little brother beside me and realize that he's quite handsome and actually has long hair and is white. Wait, the young girl's eyes snapped open. Yi think? She got a little curious. Wasn't this guy a Taoist priest? Why was he running the gravity room? Bai Yun curiously glanced at the numbers on Yi Xiang's wrist and keenly noticed a number of 3. Once again, she was confused. She was looking at it wrong, wasn't she? It must be a misreading, right? She was barely adapting to 2x gravity as a level 20 combat profession. How could a Taoist profession withstand triple gravity? Bai Yun really couldn't hold back her curiosity and walked over to Yi Xiang's side. Just about to speak, he wanted to suddenly jerk a force, jumped on the bar, and flew to do cause upward. That athletic body with terrifying explosiveness. Good fierce. Bai Yun couldn't help but cover her mouth and almost drooled. You wanted to do dozens of pull-ups in a row. Finally felt the limit of the body. Triple the weight. At this time it feels like 1,000 pounds each do in the fall of the foot. Bai Yun also thought that he was about to lose his grip when the skin exposed on his hands and face suddenly surfaced with mysterious human immortal tattoos. In an instant, he wanted to be like a full-blooded resurrection. And once again, he easily did dozens of them. And after getting enough for 100, he let go and crashed down. He looked to Bai Yun. Is something wrong? No. White Roo shook her head dully. Is this the strength of a high school senior? Strength is scary. I've heard that he also knows lightning magic that can only be mastered by a level 50 mage. It's unimaginable. Yi wanted to nod. Turning around, he walked to a quiet and remote place. And as the human immortal tattoos on his face became more and more conspicuous, the human immortal tattoos had covered his entire body. Without half a second's hesitation, the gravity multiplier was adjusted directly upwards. 4x gravity. In an instant, a terrifying gravity swept through his entire body, and his body suddenly hunched over, almost half kneeling on the ground. However, with the human immortal body being fully exerted, Yi Xiang slowly straightened his body. It was a gravity that only a level 40 combat professional could withstand, and he withstood it. Yi Xiang's eyes suddenly brightened slightly. He didn't expect that under extreme oppression, the human immortal body was autonomously branding the human immortal pattern. After breaking through the 6th time, the difficulty of the 7th time likewise doubles again, slowing down the further back you go, but often in extreme circumstances or battles. The difficulty of branding the human immortal pattern was as if it had been unlocked, and even if one subconsciously didn't have to care about it, it would still be branded on its own. As time passed little by little, half an hour later, Yi Xiang was drenched in sweat. It was covered in hot, white smoke. Finally, he lowered the gravity multiplier and restored it to 1 level a little bit. Close your eyes and meditate. And as expected, the results of half an hour topped the speed of your own meditation for an hour. And you should know that this is still the 7th time of branding. Unfortunately though, as with combat, stamina runs out and needs to be recovered. He wanted to walk out of the gravity room, take off his protective suit and throw it into a basket, then walk into the washroom next door. When he had changed his clothes, half-warm hot water sprayed out of small holes around the walls, rinsing his entire body and relieving his earlier exhaustion. It had to be said that the facilities of this SSS-class military base were quite top-notch, but unfortunately the permissions were too low, and except for the bottom 3 floors, the rest could not be left. The 3rd floor was the recreation room, but with the high-pressure training at the moment, not many people were free to go up there, and all the new students were trying to improve their strength as much as possible so that they could meet the examination standards. After cleaning up, he wanted to put his clothes on and walk out of the room. After practicing all night plus the previous half hour to adapt to the strength of his body, he had long felt famished. This human immortal body cultivation consumption is getting bigger and bigger. Going downstairs to the cafeteria, without caring about the gazes of the people around him, he hit a plate full of rice and ate it quickly. The food wasn't too bad, but the amount of food was really shocking. Zhou Jing, who had just finished working, subconsciously glanced at the state of Yi Jiangwo, and seeing the plate full of rice, he couldn't help but smile. Damn, it's making me hungry. But soon, he realized something, and after a moment's thought, he turned his head and knocked on a side table. The female commander had long been asleep without realizing it, when 2 sudden thuds woke her up and she looked up blankly. What's wrong? It's already dawn. Letting you go back to sleep, you don't go to sleep, Zhou Jing said as he looked at her helplessly. If you don't go back, team leader, how dare I go back? Curtin spat out his tongue. Okay, stop being a jerk and go get some military nutritional potions. Kuting froze. Team leader, you don't need to eat that even if you're hungry? Zhou Jing rolled his eyes, his gaze falling on the screen as he explained. I should have realized this a long time ago. This kid eats a lot every time he finishes his cultivation. It should be that his way of cultivation requires a lot of energy consumption. Curtin understood and got up to leave in a hurry. Soon, a few white potions were brought over, which contained rich energy, and when drunk, it could support a warrior's body nutritional needs for 3 days. This kind of nutritional potion, a perfect solution to the frontline food supply needs. Zhou Jing took the hand and nodded after carefully inspecting it to make sure it was okay, subsequently giving commands over on the screen to Leafwing's auxiliary intelligence. You wanted to glance at the assistive intelligence that suddenly flew away and didn't think much about it, continuing to eat. Soon, the auxiliary intelligence flew back again and took out 3 nutrient potions from his storage bag and handed them to him. Yi thought and looked up. What is it? A military nutritional potion that can support the nutritional needs of a warrior for 3 days. The auxiliary intelligence responded. Leaf think. What? You're worried I'm going to eat my way out of the cafeteria, aren't you? Not really. Normal food nutrition can't keep up with your consumption anymore, and you can always replenish it when you run out of the 3 nutritional potions, the auxiliary intelligence said. Yi wanted to understand, picked up a nutritional potion, and after glancing at it, he directly opened the bottle and gulped it down. It was obviously a liquid, but the energy and nutrition contained in it seemed to be active, and as soon as it entered the stomach, it quickly spread all over the body, and the previous feeling of hunger quickly disappeared. Nodding, it tasted good, vanilla milk tea flavor. Feng Miaochuan invites you to join the Void Realm team. Do you agree? At this point, the auxiliary intelligence inquired. You wanted to look at the time. 6:45. This guy online so early? Glancing at the half of the meal still available, he didn't waste it and ate it all in one gulp. Granted, food is not tight right now, but not wasting it is an attitude. He wanted to eat and get up towards the quiz room, put on his glasses and looked at the auxiliary intelligence and said, okay, to team up. Team up successful. Link team target nearest mech puppet. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Think's eyes went black, watching the values pulsing in front of him. He waited silently. A few minutes later, there was a successful link. He opened his eyes straight away. What came into view turned out to be an almost abandoned military warehouse, ragged and breathable all around. He got up from the pod and looked around, noticing 3 other identical mech puppet energy pods. Didn't see any other mechanical puppets though. Just then, the map coordinates popped up on the arm. First come and meet here. There were 3 blue markers on the coordinates, and it was obvious that it was Feng Miaochuan Wang Jun Chen Wanyan in them. It's not too far away, a few kilometers. You want to walk out of this abandoned military warehouse. Turn your head to realize that the location of this warehouse is very hidden. Do not pay attention to see, basically cannot see. Even if you see, this appearance of such a broken situation is a normal person will feel that this base warehouse has been abandoned. You wanted to raise an eyebrow. The coordinate position he had just paid attention to was at the forefront of the front line, which meant that the foreigners would appear here at any time. Choosing to place a mech puppet squad here is quite astute indeed. Yi, hurry over, just waiting for you. On the map, Feng Miaochuan sent a caption saying, Wang Jun. On the other hand, sent over a picture of the 3 of them hiding in a corner, while on the opposite side, there were surprisingly more than 30 bone skeleton aliens. They were kneeling in a very odd position with their hands raised to the sky and their heads tilted almost to a plane, not moving a muscle. You wanted to take a look at the photo and frown slightly. The auxiliary intelligence said at this time, their behavior like this is similar to human cultivation, where the whole clan upgrades together. You wanted to understand. Raising his hand, he drew a talisman out of thin air. Stick it on his leg. The talisman immediately rolled up a gust of wind in general, and Yi Xiang's entire speed violently became more than twice as fast. A few minutes later, he arrived at the coordinates marked by Feng Miaochuan and saw the 3 of them from afar, cowering and hiding on top of a large dead tree. After all, the 3 of them only had the highest level. Chen Wanyan, who had recently risen a level, and was only level 22. Feng Miaochuan and Wang Jun were both only level 20. So if they were discovered by these bone skeleton aliens who were averaging level 30, the only thing that would happen was to be forced to go offline. Brother Yi is here. Wang Jun had been staring at the map Yi Xiang's coordinates, and when he saw him approaching, he turned his head to look behind him. As expected, at a glance, he saw Yi Xiang darting over very ethereally and quickly, coming before and after the trees. With the help of the talisman and his body strength, he easily jumped onto the dead trees. Brother Yi, it's been half a day waiting for you. Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but complain. You wanted to glance at the time. Just 7 o'clock. Isn't that what you said? Have a sense of time. Pretty boy. How do we do it? Chen Wanyan asked impatiently. The 30 or so bone skeleton foreigners in the distance clearly looked like they were defenseless, and Chen Wanyan felt like he could strike at any time. Yi Xiang's gaze also fell on those bone skeleton foreigners, and after pondering for a moment, he looked at Feng Miaochuan and asked, there are no other bone skeleton foreigners in the vicinity? Feng Miaochuan froze and rubbed the back of his head. Not really. He wanted to nod his head and looked at their auxiliary intelligence. Let's rule out the surroundings first and see if there are any other alien races. The 4 auxiliary intelligences flew high directly in each of the 4 directions, infrared and radar searching carefully. It didn't take long, but it flew back quickly. No remaining targets have been identified. 4 auxiliary intelligences responded simultaneously. You wanted to clap his hands and jumped directly from the tree. Feng Miaochuan was confused. Yi, what are you doing? Yi Xiang looked back at him. What else can I do? Doing tasks. Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but stare in disbelief. But Chen Wanyan quickly reacted and his eyes lit up. Yi Xiang knows thunder magic. These bone skeleton foreigners are completely restrained by him. Thinking of this, Chen Wanyan did not hesitate and hurriedly jumped down after him. Feng Miaochuan and Wang Jun then reacted. Earlier their minds were thinking about how to solve against these bone skeleton foreigners who were 10 levels higher than them, completely forgetting that they were afraid of thunder spells. Yi Xiang didn't care about the 3 people behind him, and his gaze calmly fell on these bizarrely posed skeletal aliens. One step at a time, he just walked towards them, and on his body, purple shadow vestments emerged, and his eyes transformed into golden eyes. In just a moment, the Heavenly Master's majesty rose majestically. This scene not only shook the 3 people behind them, but the commanders and researchers in front of the screen grew more and more surprised. This teenager was growing so fast, not only in rank, but also in aura. The previous him didn't have this kind of aura, and now he actually had a sense of composure and unfathomability. Keep in mind he's still only level 27. Luo Zhuan, who had become somewhat addicted to observing Yi Xiang over the past 2 days, could not help but see this scene, and his eyes couldn't help but glow with essence. This kid, after experiencing a battle where one person charged through an army of ice demons, has actually cultivated a unique strong aura on his body. Yi Xiang's left hand pinched up the spell, and his right hand's sword fingers slowly condensed a golden glowing green blade. 3,000 Dao collections, purple robes and golden eyes. I am the only one who leads the way, and I am the heavenly master. A surging golden aura also surged steeply on Yi Xiang's body, not caring about his footsteps at all, and with sufficient spiritual energy, he did not aggravate himself at all. The bone skeleton aliens turned their heads to look at him, a skeleton face with a hollow nose hole, and under the deep eye sockets were faint red dotted eyes, all of them staring at Yi Xiang in death. People, humans, kill. In the next moment, the 30-odd bone skeleton foreigners rose from the ground, erupting into patches of bone-clicking sounds, bursting out a bone spur coiled together, turning into a bone armor covering the whole body, looking hideous and terrifying. If the present setting were to become a graveyard blackout, these skeletal aliens would seem even more fitting. In the early days of the bone phase birth, they crawled out of countless skeletons, in that bottomless abyss of bone, permeated with the scent of death, yet always managed to gather a flame of life. The scene of more than 30 bone skeleton foreigners coming towards Yi Xiang was not comparable at all to the scene of thousands of ice devils rushing over last night. Without any hesitation, the golden light on his body began to crazily compress to the extreme, and his golden eyes transformed into white pupils. The golden glaive in his hand also steeply transformed into a thunder law longsword. With a piercing sound, berserk and terrifying white ons of thunder law erupted from Yi Xiang's body. After Lei Fa possessed him, his figure steeply turned into a white aura and disappeared in place. As for those bone skeleton foreigners, as early as the moment they saw the thunder spell, they all stopped in unison and turned around without saying a word to run towards the back. One of the more fluent-speaking bone fae even cursed as he ran. Cunning human! A level 50 mage is even disguised as level 27. However, with their speed, how could they possibly outrun Yi Xiang in the state of thunder law possession? With his thunder sword in hand, he was like a white light running through the battlefield, and the 30-odd bone skeleton fae simply couldn't run. The moment the bone skeleton alien that you wanted to catch up with him touched the lightning method, he suddenly stiffened and couldn't move. Fishy red pupils, full of despair. Damn the lightning method. In a flash, the thunder sword cut his head. The head of the bone skeleton alien spun in midair, and in the last seconds of his death, he saw that the figure had swiftly decimated several of his fellow tribesmen, all with one sword. It's not a fight, it's a massacre. There was no doubt that Yi Xiang, who had upgraded to level 27, dealing with these level 30 bone fiends was a complete massacre, and in contrast to the ice demon fiends, it was as simple as brushing up his score. As soon as Lei Fa touched the opponent, he was paralyzed in place and unable to move, and with a lift of his hand, the thunder sword easily decapitated the opponent's head. Feng Miaochuan stared blankly at this scene and swallowed hard. He turned his head to look at Chen Wanyan and said, I still admire you more. At least Yi used several punches when he hit you. Chen Wanyan immediately had a black line. How could he not know that this was a flirtation? You wanted to be the one to come up and use the thunder method. He himself was even inferior to these bone skeleton foreigners. Yi Xiang's lightning method was not only powerful, it didn't even need to recite incantations. He wondered if his old sister was lying to him. Did he really have a chance to beat Yi Xiang in the later stages? At least for now. Before level 50, Yi wanted to casually hang him. It seems like there's nothing for us, Wang Jun suddenly said. He's still a bit more spontaneous. After all, he's a purely auxiliary junction master. Never wanted to hit output. He raised his hand, only to see a boundary rise steeply at the far end. The junction master, of course, is more than just defense. The transparent light blue boundary instantly blocked all the retreating paths of the bone skeleton alien race. Up. Chen Wanyan also stopped watching. After all, it was a group status. The final credits of the foreigners that you wanted to kill would be equally divided among the four. He knew that you wanted didn't care about this point, but he himself wasn't willing to be happy about it. Thinking of this, a dragon-scale battlesuit silhouette also surfaced on his body, emitting hot flames all over his body like a humanoid fire dragon as he directly rushed towards a bone skeleton alien race. Even if there was a difference of 8 levels, as a hidden profession, he was undaunted. Fatty! Chen Wanyan suddenly shouted. Coming! Feng Miaochuan nodded his head in a hurry. He raised his hand and directly a corruption erosion curse was placed on the skeletal alien in front of Chen Wanyan. Chen Wanyan raised his fist, and as he whistled, a fire dragon coalesced in his hand, and with a whistling sound, he slammed his fist fiercely onto the bone skeleton alien. Bang! With the powerful flame attack force coupled with the weakened 30% defense, Chen Wanyan blasted the opponent's body apart with a single punch. Straight up decapitation. The two had cooperated with the group a few times during this time, and they had a lot of tacit understanding. At this moment, Yi wanted the thunder sword in his hand to dissipate as he killed the 16th alien. Both hands quickly drew talismans in front of his body, so fast that he drew 4 talismans in the blink of an eye. The 4 talismans steeply transformed into imaginary long swords. Yi wanted to pinch up the incantation. Edict, Thunder Sword. As soon as the words fell, his eyes surged with white aura, and the 4 shadowy long swords quickly condensed into thunder swords, bursting out and flying out. It was only like a flying sword that kept piercing through the skull of the bone skeleton alien race at an extremely fast speed. Yi thought and didn't think that this would really work. The sword talisman is combined with the Tongtian talisman to make the talisman shapeshifting manipulable, and then with the lightning addition. Just like that, an ordinary sword talisman directly erupted with a terrifying killing power just like the royal sword technique under the superposition of the double buff. Crap! Feng Niaochuan happened to see this scene and his eyes went wide. Only 4 thunder swords flew out, directly decapitating all of the bone skeleton foreigners around Yi Xiang. Then it coiled around him and slowly dissipated. Don't be too handsome. Yi Xiang let out a long sigh of relief as the spiritual energy in his body was directly consumed. This Tongtian talisman plus the thunder law, plus the spiritual power to drive the thunder sword to fly, although it was powerful. But the speed at which the spiritual energy was being consumed was simply terrifying. However, even after his spiritual power was depleted, Yi Xiang could easily deal with these level 30 bone skeleton aliens with just his human immortal body now. When the last few bone skeleton foreigners saw the thunder light dissipating from Yi Xiang's body, they thought that their chance had come. Surprisingly, he took the initiative to rush up. Dozens of sharp bone spikes violently erupted from his body to penetrate over. Very fast, aiming straight at Yi Xiang. Yi Think couldn't help but laugh. Are you guys thinking you're good again? He stood his ground, half-heartedly trying to hide. Watch as the bone spikes fall on him. In the next moment, the powerful human immortal body directly collapsed all the incoming bone spikes. He had long since stopped being level 19, and his opponent wasn't a level 40 bone king. Stepping swiftly forward, he raised his hand and yanked a bony alien by the neck, pressed it down, then lifted his knee and slammed his head. Bang! The white bone head of the bone skeleton Fei directly exploded. Without any hesitation, Yi Xiang turned around and blasted his fist at the other bone skeleton alien. The opponent's chest also directly burst open. Soon, there was only one bone Fei left on the field. He was trapped in place by the king's army with a boundary that he couldn't break for the time being. He wanted to slowly walk towards him, and the bone skeleton alien looked at him with a face full of despair and roared in horror. Humans, the throne will surely trample on you. What? 20 years have passed and you guys have thrones again, right? He wanted to suddenly narrow his eyes slightly and asked. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan had decapitated 2 throne heads that year. Among them was the throne of the Bone Fei. Over the past 100 years, there wasn't just Luo Zhuan who had decimated thrones. There were still many amazingly talented ancestors who had done so. It was later discovered that whenever the throne of a certain alien race was beheaded, then that one would become much weaker in a short period of time, and there would be a minimum interval of 35 years before a new throne would appear. But only 20 or so years had passed since the last bone throne was killed. He wanted to realize that something was wrong and was just about to ask after it. The skeletal alien in front of him abruptly opened his mouth wide, and his fishy red eyes became hollow to the extreme. In the next moment, he unexpectedly smiled wryly. The fishy red eyes turned into pure soul flames as the opponent burned his own soul fire. In the blink of an eye, a level 30 bone Fei surprisingly burned into a few rotting bones and crashed to the ground. Feng Niaochuan looked a little creeped out. What the hell is this? Wang Jun was also puzzled. He had never seen it before. The bone skeleton alien race would also commit suicide? Chen Wanyan, on the other hand, was a bit sorry that this head 30 bone skeleton alien race suicide seemed to have no credits. Yi Xiang slightly frowned, although there was a guess in his heart, but this guess was a bit appalling. Shaking his head. However, that scene just now had been transmitted to the command room by the auxiliary intelligence. Zhou Jing had been watching Yi Xiang's fight the entire time. So naturally, he had also seen the scene just now. It was a moment of pondering. There was only one existence that could make the souls of the Bone Fei spontaneously combust, and that was their thrones. But it's only been 20 years since then, and the Bone Fei throne has reappeared. The key point is not that the opposing thrones appeared. The question is, why did the other side shorten the time? The Bone Throne reappears. So what about the Horned Ghost Throne at the other end? Zhou Jing realized the seriousness of the matter. Although throne was terrifying, what was even more terrifying was that after decapitating a throne at a huge cost, what if another throne appeared immediately on the other side? There's no reason to break the 35-year limit. Something must have happened to the Bone Fei. Thinking about this, Zhou Jing became more and more unable to sit still. Immediately, he compiled his projections with unmeasurable and terrible things and submitted them to the top 27 floors. Luo Zhuan also saw what happened. The hands of the intelligence data sent up. After reading the steep rise, looked at Zhou Lao said, Chief Zhou, I am a specialized mechanical puppet? Zhouan nodded. Go, the research room side is ready for you. Luo Zhuan didn't hesitate and immediately walked out the door towards the elevator. After pressing the floor button for the research room, the elevator flew down. Ding! Soon, the elevator doors opened. Luo Zhuan walked straight into the scientific research room, his eyes looking towards Yang Huiming, and asked, Elder Yang, where is my mechanical puppet? Yang Huiming was not surprised by Luo Zhuan's arrival. He smiled and said, been waiting for you for a day or two, and now you're here. Why, can't you sit still? Said the man, handing over a mechanical puppet glasses that channeled mental links. The assistant on the side looked at Luo Zhuan and said, Mr. Luo, this is a level 65 mechanical puppet. The data can't be raised any further. You don't want to play more than the energy range of this mechanical puppet at level 65, or else, how about otherwise? Luo Zhuan asked. It'll blow up, the assistant said sincerely. Luo Zhuan frowned slightly. He thought there would be a mech puppet perfectly suited to his level. Only level 65? But level 65 was 65. And with his play, decimating a level 70 alien beast wasn't too difficult. Okay. Luo Zhuan put on his glasses directly without saying anything and prepared to go online. Soon, Yang Huiming had Luo Zhuan's physical characteristics and mental condition in front of him. When he saw that half of Luo Zhuan's heart was in a pitch-black state, he sighed slightly. It can't be reversed. It can't be cured. No one could imagine how much Luo Zhuan had paid for the human race. Mental link stabilized. Robocouple status stabilized. Loading. Thousands of miles away. On a deserted flatland, a level 2 hare was being chased by a level 16 eagle. When he saw that he was about to grab it, a big hole appeared in the ground steeply, only to see a mech-doll whose size was obviously a circle larger than ordinary mech-dolls jump out of the hole. The frightened eagle flapped its wings and fled. Luo Zhuan glanced around, not needing to look at the coordinates to instantly know where he was now. After glancing back at the hatch that was gradually closing behind him and reverting back to grass, he couldn't help but nod. Then his eyes fell on the stunned rabbit on the side, and he knelt down and reached out to flick its ears, then got up to leave. The little rabbit then came back to his senses and rushed to escape into the hole. 10 minutes later, Luo Zhuan arrived at a military fortress, and after scanning and authenticating, the gate opened. One of the oddly dressed youths inside suddenly looked toward him, and the crowd couldn't help but stare. A mechanical couple? Luo Zhuan looked at the people in front of him and flirted. What, can't you recognize them? Sir? Hearing this familiar tone, the dozen or so people instantly reacted. Luo Zhuan nodded and spoke. Prepare to enter the Bone Fey realm. A simple sentence instantly agitated a dozen people. Boss, really? That's going. These people in front of them were the elite members of the Ace Chopper team, the top combat elite of the human race at the moment. All hidden professions, average level 50 or higher, and under 25 years old. Soon, a dozen or so people, all fully armed and ready, followed Luo Zhuan through the front line, killing through the defenses very smoothly and entering the other side of the alien field. The overall strength of the human race was unquestionably disparate compared to the foreign races, but the Chinese human race, this Ace Sharp Knife Force, any foreign race meets must tremble with fear and trembling. Feng Yuan, 23 years old, level 53 hidden profession, Berserker, usually big-headed, fights like crazy, and the more he bleeds, the crazier he gets. Zheng Shi, 24 years old, level 56 hidden profession, Earth Mage, calm and conscientious personality, the team's greatest refuge. He's got it, 22 years old, level 50 hidden profession, Wind Whisperer, the team's fruit of joy, loves to laugh and tease her teammates with the Wind Wizard. Imo Xiao, 25 years old, level 59 hidden profession, Gunnery Expert, old geek, gun tech, with independent weapon space skills is loaded with astringent photos of his ex-girlfriend. Li Qin, 21 years old, level 51 hidden profession, Shadow Assassin, always wearing a face-covering mask. Her personality is cold and unassuming, but she is actually cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and cares a lot about what others think of her. Lin Jun, 25 years old, level 58 hidden profession, Soul Swordsman, humorous and funny personality, seemingly scummy, hugging the girls' drawing magazine every day, often exchanging ideas and experiences with Imo Xiao. Zhang Guan, 23 years old, level 54 hidden profession, Puppeteer, magician status, enjoys specializing in different magic tricks every day, slightly neurotic, always thinks his puppet skills are alive. Ing Zio, 24 years old, level 57 hidden profession, Diviner, gentle in nature, goddess-like in appearance, and under a sheet of cloth, covering a pair of moving eyes that can see everything that passes in the world. Ning Yuan Mei, 20 years old. Level 51 hidden profession, magician. Tough, defiant personality, can host spells in a grimoire ahead of time. Instantaneous skills. Zhuang Chu, 25 years old. Level 60 hidden profession, heavy armor master. Not a good talker, doesn't like to communicate, prefers to be alone, but when it comes to fighting, you can always trust him. Lu Yan, 25 years old. Level 58 hidden profession, sublime spiritualist. Sexy charm big sister, but longing for pure love. Of course, you cannot slag sister is really can put your heart. Steal out. Zhang Jun, 22 years old. Level 56 hidden profession, hell summoner. Nicknamed the General. His only hobby, deconstructing alien races. Dreams of catching a fallen phantom royal. Deconstructing. Is a total pervert, and usually likes to talk about neurotic topics. For example, is the bullwinkle a yak? Or a buffalo? Or a yellow bull? Zhao Jie, 21 years old. Level 52 hidden profession, ice knot master. He has just joined the Ace Chopper team not long ago, and has a solitary and cold personality, with a snow-white robe that is full of force. Half a month later, a dozen or so people returned with serious injuries, bringing back news that was near incomprehensible to the top echelons of China. An 18-year-old human boy becomes the new throne of the Bone Fae. He perfectly inherited the strength of the Bone Throne, and immensely hate the human race. In order to divine the origins of this teenager, Ingzai took off the gauze and opened her time-veiled eyes, wanting to see the teenager's past. Surprisingly, it was the mysterious fallen phantom royal clan that raised him up. The woman was enchanting and sexy, with black wings on her back, and her body hand picked up the teenager's chin and whispered, "It's actually quite simple to eliminate the human race. Wouldn't it be better to use the human race?" "Yes, master," the teenager responded calmly. The new throne of the Bone Fae clan turned out to be a human teenager. The news swept across the country as if with wings, and everyone could not comprehend it. There have been incidents of human traitors, but that was the throne. Lead the throne of the Fae. The Fae had actually allowed a human teenager to become the Bone Wreck throne, perfectly inheriting the power and legacy of the Bone Wreck Fae. There were already smart people who had vaguely sensed that there was a problem on the front line of the human race. Guess there will be thrones on the fritz. Can't it be this newly emerged human skeleton throne? In the chief conference room, the top people in almost all fields within Huaxia were gathered together. Eyes fell on the white-haired chief. The news brought back by the Ace Chopper team would not be doubted by anyone, and Luo Zhuan's initial suspicions were confirmed. But this time, their enemy turned out to be one of their own. The chess move made by the foreign race is very desperate. Not only is it putting pressure on us, it's also killing us. An old man slowly frowned with a grave expression. He was covered in medals and ranks. The man known as the God of War decades ago, and the principal of the War God Academy today, God of War Evergreen. However, after getting older, he had no choice but to withdraw from the front line, so the frontal battle force over the years had been the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan topping the frontline war. But the next generation that can support Luo Zhuan's position has not appeared so far. Although the group of elites from the Ace Chopper team were all excellent and outstanding, there was still a huge gap between them compared to their predecessors, the God of War and the Heavenly King. To arrive at level 60 at the age of 25 could be considered the top heavenly pride of the human race, but the God of War and the Heavenly King, at the age of 25, went to level 70, carrying the responsibility of the top pillar of the human race in one fell swoop. This was a rank killed by killing foreigners, not cultivation. Luo Zhuan was silent and didn't say anything. In his mind, he kept recalling the scene when he met that human teenager. He sits on the throne of the skeleton, defying all living beings, and facing his own kind without the slightest hesitation to lay down his hands on them. If Ingzai hadn't been able to divine the way of birth, then most of them will have to stay in the Bone Fae territory this time. That teenager's strength was not at all weaker than the previous Bone Throne, and was even stronger. If he had known this, he would have gone over. Even if he had to fight to the death, he would have slaughtered that kid. Thinking of this, the murderous aura on Luo Zhuan's body couldn't help but reveal itself. The surrounding people were slightly alarmed, but after all, none of the ranks here were low, so it wasn't very difficult. What can be ascertained so far is that the main battle force of this alien attack is the bone skeleton alien race, and the rest of the alien races didn't move, but only symbolically cooperated to support some troops. Zhou Jing raised his head and said softly, "But there is one thing that has not yet been identified, and that is the appearance of the royal family." On the screen, the fallen phantom royalty that had been filmed that day appeared. The imperial clan has always been mysterious, but every time it appears, it represents a shift in the pattern, and this time it appears again. Perhaps it's connected to the human juvenile bone skeleton throne. The crowd nodded silently. Zhou Jing, As a top data analyst of the young generation, thought of the big picture and reasoning ability did catch up with the old-timers. Joan looked at Zhou Jing and nodded appreciatively. The other old man frowned. The current situation is that the Bone Fei, while tending to attack, have been simply testing the waters and have not searched for a large number of troops in this time, with the exception of a sudden and large attack just before last month. At most, it was only the 3,000 Ice Demon Fei that the Desert City Fortress encountered half a month ago, wasn't it? The old man who spoke was the director in charge of all the city inspection agencies, the so-called Wuhou's Shangpai. It was also a highly respected old-timer, second only to the god of war Hong Cheng in the beginning. It had to be said that there were far more top human combatants a few decades ago than there were now, but it was also because of that time that too many good men were sacrificed on the battlefield and were beaten to break the generation. If it wasn't for the appearance of Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, it's very likely that China wouldn't have been able to withstand that crisis more than 20 years ago, which was a joint attack by the two great thrones. This kind of thing is extremely rare. Foreign races and foreign beasts have the same law of survival, which is about the weak and the strong, and there is no tacit understanding of cooperation. Everyone wanted to eat the big cake of the human race, but none of them wanted to watch the other eat it. There were also many disputes and frictions between each other, and it was in such a general environment that the human race had room to breathe. Have you found out about the attack on the genius? Zhou suddenly raised his head and looked at Shang Pei and asked, dozens of high school geniuses were attacked this year? This matter? The impact cannot be said to be not big, although it is the first time in 100 years, but so brightly lurked in so many foreigners, it is still difficult for people to understand. Shang Pei nodded. It's being lined up, and I suspect that the Fei have infiltrated our system organizations. Before the big battle, make sure all the dark nails are pulled out, Chief Zhou said in a rare harsh tone. Yes, even Shang Pei couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle as he hurriedly responded. Once Chief Chao is angry, he's really angry. Especially after seeing Yi Xian's performance, the more so, if such a good seedling had been stifled, he would have been heartbroken for a long time. Not much was said at this high-level meeting, and it ended quickly. However, not long after that, all the mages or lightning-related professions in the country that were over level 50 received a message from the state. The corners of the mouths of the people who saw these messages could not help but spread a cold smile. Bone Fei? Ha! If the nation is called upon, then let us fight. In the third-floor gravity room, Yi Xiang was radiating human immortal pattern branding all over his body. The seventh time was twice as difficult as the sixth, but with the help of the gravity chamber, it turned out to be a breakthrough before Naiden, and he broke through again 2 days ago, upgrading to level 28. The human immortal pattern also started branding the second layer for the 8th time, and not surprisingly, the difficulty of branding was once again multiplied. The inner Dan also has a hint of fullness these days, and it is estimated that it will also break through in the next 2 days. He had come down for the past half a month, coming offline to the gravity room at the end of his mission, and returning to his dormitory to continue his meditation and cultivation when his physical strength ran out. A military nutritional potion when you're hungry. Other fighters have one for 3 days, but he has 3 for 1 day. He thought that he doubted that this human immortal body of his would really eat himself into poverty if he cultivated it to the later stage. Auxiliary intelligence had done the math for him. Military nutritional potions were close to $5,000 a stick, and he was now eating 15,000 a day. However, credits can be credited, and 3 credits can be exchanged for 1 military nutritional potion. Otherwise you really have to eat yourself alive. You wanted to look at his credits that had been refreshed to 8,600 and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He himself couldn't remember how many Fei he had killed in this half month, and they were still basically all level 25 or above. But he realized that scrapping a mech puppet would reduce his credits by 1,000 points accordingly. That means these credits of his are equivalent to tens of millions of resource exchanges? You wanted to slowly get up. After branding the 7th time of the human immortal pattern, it became easier to bear this 4 times gravity at this time. It was completely possible to carry it for about an hour, and his intuition told him that if the human immortal body could break through to the 3rd layer, might as well try the 5th gravity myself. This gravity multiplier was within the range of physical fitness that belonged to a level 50 warrior. Of course, for some powerful warrior professions, when they were over level 40, they would also try 5 times gravity, but just like Yi Xiang at this time, it could only last for a while, not all the time. After slowly adjusting his gravity, he stepped out of the gravity chamber, removed his suit, and walked into the rinse room. Rinse the sweat off your body and walk out refreshed. Although physically exhausted, it was a really comfortable feeling, and each day I could feel my strength increasing. After raising his hand and drinking a bottle of military nutritional potion, his physical strength quickly began to recover. Comrade Yi Wannabe, mission orders have been issued. Please come online later to complete the mission. Auxiliary intelligence flew to heel and said. You wanted to nod his head. As his strength increased, the ordinary cleanup squad missions would not satisfy him at all. It was only when he encountered a great battle that he could feel some sense of combat. Over the past half a month, not only was he making rapid progress, but all the students of the 3 colleges in this session had made a sizable improvement. More than 4,000 armored puppets have been placed on the front lines, and while the number is still not half the number of students, almost everyone has a chance to be on the line with the shift scheduling of assignments. At a meeting, the chief also spoke bluntly about the importance of credits. Many pieces of military equipment can be redeemed, limited of course to those that can be used by students. For example, in a gravity chamber, it costs 1 credit point per hour of double gravity on, 2 points for 2 times gravity, and so on. There's also the assistive intelligence that follows around, which can be redeemed for 400 credits and isn't taken back at the end of military training. But most of the current warrior professions are very embarrassing, because their credits are basically negative. Killing a foreigner is only 20 or 30 points, but if you scrap a mech puppet you deduct 1,000 points. Many students, who are doing the task are paying off their bills and are still exhausted. Many people have begun to envy the auxiliary professions, where they can easily complete tasks and earn credits. Of course all the quests for the students of the supporting professions take a long time, while the students of the combat professions only need to complete the quests before they can go offline and then use the credits to speed up their cultivation. As it is a fully enclosed military training, there is not even a cell phone signal here, and numerous students are not aware of the news outside. Take the elevator back to the training base and head straight towards the quiz room. Just then, however, a handsome teenager came his way. The two of them glanced at each other, and Yi Xian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Who is this guy? The hostility is so obvious. Since turning into a celestial master, you wanted to be able to sense the emotions and aura of some people, and it was the perception of killing intent that made him first realize that the Bone Fey attacked in the first place. Just when he was about to sidestep and walk through, he didn't know that the other party was blocking in front of him and looked at Yi Xiang and said, a Daoist profession, taking the top spot in the college entrance exams, and scores that are even better than those of your classmates. Yi Xiang, I've actually always been very curious about you. Yi Xiang frowned slightly. I'm in a hurry to do my mission. Don't waste my time. The handsome boy couldn't help but stare. You don't recognize me? Why should I know you? You wanted to look at him with a strange face. The handsome teenager's expression was stunned as he looked at Yi Xiang somewhat incredulously. You faked it, didn't you? I'm pretending your ass. This guy's probably got a hole in his head. He's got to get out of here. Yi Xiang shook his head helplessly and inclined his body just to walk over, which knows that this brain more than half pits of the teenager violently raised his hand. A face as if suppressing anger, lowered his head, a word by word said, you, really do not recognize me? Are you nuts? Do you need me to call a psychiatrist for you? Yi Xiang said with slightly narrowed eyes. The teenager raised his head and looked straight into Yi Xiang's gaze. My name is Mu Qingyun. Oh, and then what? You wanted to look at him and asked. The name does sound familiar. Like I've heard it somewhere before? Oh, come to think of it, I think that's the name of the guy who was second on the list. It's you. You wanted to suddenly realize. Anything? Mu Qingyun frowned and was just about to speak. You wanted to raise his hand, calmly, and put his arm down, and blandly said, young man, don't always be so impulsive. It's not good, is it? Mu Qingyun was just about to dismiss, when he abruptly realized that no matter how hard he tried, there was no way he could break free from the hand that was grabbed by Yi Xiang's arm. Mu Qingyun frowned and subconsciously used his Do Qi. However, Yi Xiang's wrist just surfaced with the human immortal patterns, suppressing him once again, and easily pushed him away and pressed him against the wall. After doing this, Yi Xiang shook his head helplessly, stuck his hands in his pockets, glanced at him with a lazy look, and said softly, such a wide corridor. Really, it's not enough for 2 people to walk. Mu Qingyun looked incredulously at his departing back, and then at his slightly trembling right hand. He had just clearly used his full strength, yet he was fully suppressed, not even capable of struggling at all. This guy's power was simply terrifying. How could a Taoist profession do this? You wanted to walk to the quiz room, completely unconcerned about the earlier episode. Mu Qingyun was indeed a genius carefully cultivated by the school, but he was not a warrior, not even close. Even if you go to the front line, there are some concepts that have not been transformed because of the mechanical coupling. In his eyes, both Mu Qingyun and the previous Xu Yong seemed incredibly childish. Ever since seeing an ace chopper team fight once, Yi Xiang already had a goal in mind. Put on your glasses and link the mechanical puppet. Thousands of miles away, a mechanical puppet opened its eyes and rose from its pod. What mission? You wanted to look at the auxiliary intelligence and asked. Scouting scout mission. Search the range for aliens, the auxiliary intelligence said. After saying that, a map area coordinate was refreshed on Yi Xiang's arm. After a quick glance, he nodded and stepped out the door. What came into view was a clear, massive lake. The mountains and forests in the distance were white and foggy, and the sun was covered by clouds that colored the entire sky into a golden curtain. Seeing this scene that looked like a fairyland, you wanted to subconsciously try to take a deep breath before reacting to the fact that he was now in the state of a mechanical puppet. It's a shame that such a nice place isn't in person. Where is this place? Yi Xiang couldn't help but ask. This doesn't seem to be in China. Fei realm. This is not in Huaxia, but it once belonged to Huaxia territory. The auxiliary intelligence responded. Yi wanted to understand. He couldn't help but think of Hunter's fishing harbor. The environment of that area, it was also very quiet and beautiful. How do you look at this place? It doesn't look like there are foreigners here. It's mostly the southern realm, isn't it? Yi wanted to frown slightly, but still took a step up. Auxiliary intelligence flying high in mid-air, scanning a circle. 12 kilometers in a radius of the range of creatures all appear on the map, point of the map, but also can be enlarged to establish the body of the. After the scanning on this side was over, Yi Xiang drew a talisman with condensed air in his hand and pasted it on his leg. A direct jump followed, stomping through the canopy and flying off in other directions. The area is extensive, tens of thousands of square meters. After being divided into 6 zones by the auxiliary intelligence, they were run through and searched one by one, but all that were searched out were the Fei, and there was not half a Fei in sight. Further ahead is the Qinling Mountains. The terrain is treacherous. The foreigners want to cross directly from the Qinling Mountains to attack the abdomen of China. This difficulty is not much worse than attacking from the front north. After an hour of work, the area was explored. Command task completed. The auxiliary intelligence quickly uploaded the data. Yi won a blank face. This mission, it could easily be done with a random assist coming through. Right, and it would take longer at best. Are there any other command tasks? Yi wanted to inquire. No more, Comrade Yi think. Auxiliary intelligence said. Excellent rating today. 10 bonus credits. Yi wanted to be speechless. For the first time there was a feeling of going through the back door, and it was still a bit uncomfortable. The quests in the recent period were all very simple, also because of his own leveling up. The battlefield was filled with level 30 Fei on average, which was hard to deal with for other freshmen. But for Yi Xiang, the spiritual strength and stamina was enough to kill at will. There were a few times in the back when they just couldn't help themselves, so they took the initiative to challenge the aliens of level 50 or above at the alpha level, and the result was that they were abused. One time he didn't get away, and was straight up busted out of the mech puppet, with 1,000 credits deducted. He then wondered, didn't the Fei have a level 40? Later on, the auxiliary intelligence gave the answer that these level 30 Fei that were in the battlefield nowadays were almost all useless wastes among the Fei, reaching the limit of their potential and unable to break through again. And the Fei that can grow to level 40, those that are the backbone, are not yet ready to take the field. After all, no one had expected that just after the start of the school year, Yi Xiang's strength had already far exceeded that of his class by many. When he was about to return to the warehouse to get offline and go to the gravity room to cultivate, in his line of sight, he steeply noticed a thatched hut. The thatched hut was so inconspicuous, and there were so many trees around it, that you would hardly notice it unless you paid attention. But the presence of a thatched hut in a place like this was clearly not right. Is there anyone in there? You wanted to look at the auxiliary intelligence and asked. The auxiliary intelligence sniffed and scanned the area before shaking its head. No signs of life were detected. You wanted to be a bit puzzled. Could it be that a hunter had once come here and built a thatched hut? Just as he was about to walk over, the door of that thatched hut's room suddenly opened, only to see an old man in a Taoist robe walk out of the house. Yi Xiang stopped at once, raised his head, and looked at the auxiliary intelligence. And at this point the auxiliary intelligence had some arithmetic out of whack and was flying with a lurch. Yi Xiang could not help but narrow his eyes slightly and silently looked at the old Taoist in front of him. As expected, he also noticed something was wrong. Obviously the eyes could see each other, but perception didn't. Perception is just empty there. But at that moment the old Taoist was holding a broom and calmly sweeping the dust. As Yi wanted to look at it, he suddenly had a flash of light, and a Tao scripture record appeared in his mind. Man follows the law of the earth. The law of the earth follows the law of the sky. The law of the sky follows the law of the road, and the law of the road follows nature. This is the celestial unity realm? No wonder technology and perception can't feel each other. You wanted to be a little shocked that someone would reach this level. The old Taoist master's face spread a smile, raised his head, looked at him and said, "It's been a long time since anyone came here, fellow Taoist." You wanted to understand. This person in front of him was a Taoist priest just like him, and it's a very high-ranked Taoister. To be able to achieve the celestial unity realm as recorded in the Tao collection, one's rank would be at least a 70-level Taoist. He had never thought that there would be Taoist priests who could cultivate to level 70. Seeing that Yi Xiang had been in a daze, the old man, however, seemed to see a red heart of morality from that mechanical appearance, and smiled in relief. I didn't expect that I would really be able to meet the Heavenly Master in my lifetime. He bent over slightly, as if a junior meeting an elder, and said softly, True Martial Observatory Qing Yunzi, meet the Heavenly Master. At this time, Yi Xiang, too, was just like the auxiliary intelligence, stuck in a shell. After a long delay, he reacted and hurriedly walked forward, helping the old Taoist master. The kid wouldn't dare. The old Taoist master shook his head and finished his salute before looking up at Yi Xiang with an emotional expression. In fact, the profession of Taoist priests isn't weak. It's just that 100 years ago, when the foreigners descended, all the seniors of the Taoist sect went out to meet the enemy, and the inheritance was pretty much broken. Later on, the heavenly Tao Recluse won. Recluse is the lineage of the Taoist sect. The Taoist sect is not visible, the inheritance of the Mang lack. So nowadays, in the eyes of the world, the profession of Taoist priests can only draw some simple talismans and refine some elixirs that don't have much effect. It's been waiting for 100 years, just waiting for the Heavenly Master to appear and re-emerge the Taoist sect, so that the legacy of the Taoist profession will be replenished. Every word the old Taoist priest said was like a deep water bomb that exploded in Yi Xiang's heart with a roar. Senior, the Zhenwu Guan you mentioned, how come I've never heard of it before? Yi Xiang couldn't help but ask. 3 years ago, when he himself was transformed into a Taoist priest, he had tried to find the Taoist priest's inheritance by all means. Because all professions have inherited skills, only the Taoist's inheritance is only talismans and alchemy. No matter how many levels you go up, there won't be any changes. That's why the Dawn Guard profession has always been described as a waste profession. Not to mention level 10, even if he was level 20, with his bare hands, he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat a level 10 Wind Wolf. The true martial temple is right here. Qing Yunzi pointed at the place and laughed. Here? Yi wanted to look around dumbfounded. There was absolutely no aura of the human race having survived here, but he quickly realized, was it 100 years ago? Yes, there was once a true martial temple here. Qing Yunzi nodded. Later on, this place was destroyed by the foreign races and occupied by the foreign beasts, and time has changed so much that there is no longer any semblance of what it once was. He wanted to look around and suddenly raised his eyebrows. He suddenly understood why the auxiliary intelligence had given himself such a casual task. Did someone see his career as a celestial master, and then give instructions through the auxiliary intelligence to come here and meet with this old Taoist master? While Yi Xiang was pondering, Qing Yunzi did not interrupt, but only watched him quietly. I didn't realize that the celestial master had appeared after 100 years, even though he was still too young. However, as long as one was a Taoist priest, one could clearly feel the Taoist intent in Yi Xiang's body. The Heavenly Master's majesty was hidden, overriding the 3,000 Tao intentions. Senior, how long have you been here? Yi Xiang asked curiously. Qing Yunzi smiled faintly. So why do you think I call myself the true martial view? You wanted to be a bit dumbfounded at once. Senior you. Qing Yunzi nodded. I am over 100 years old and have witnessed those darkest years of the human race. Have a seat over here. Qing Yunzi came to the extremely old Bagua stone table in the courtyard and looked up to ask. You wanted to subconsciously follow over. From the appearance of this old Taoist master, there was hardly a word that didn't shock him. After taking his seat, the old Taoist priest poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yi Xiang. A lake in the mountains, and tea trees that I planted. Taste it? You wanted to look at the tea in the cup, relative to the profession, as if this old Taoist master in front of him was like a real heavenly master. He himself had memorized 3,000 Taoist collections, but it was more like swallowing them whole, not knowing a single thing about the meaning of the Tao. Senior, Heavenly Tao Transportation 1. What does it mean? Yi Xiang asked with some doubt. Qing Yunzi looked ahead with a complicated expression and pondered for a moment before asking. What do you think of the foreign races? At the mention of the foreign race, killing intent surged steeply on Yi Xiang's body. Without having to answer, Qing Yunzi understood and nodded slightly. The sternness and majesty of the celestial master has manifested itself in you. He raised his head, his gaze deep and long, and said slowly, the number of the great diffusion is 50, and its use is 49, and the heavenly Tao reclines one of them, and as early as 100 years ago, my Taoist sect figured out that this heaven, earth, and earth were a catastrophe. 100 years ago Heavenly Master Zhang and dozens of highly accomplished Taoist masters attempted to shield the heavenly Tao and stop the invasion of the foreigners. Yet they failed. When the foreigners invaded the world in force, the Taoist sect raised a world-raising formation to seal the foreigners in Kunlun. the Greek god mountain, and the two polar regions. Later you can guess. All lost. Taoist lost completely. The alien race in the royal family is incredibly powerful. Will be the heavenly yin and yang shift. Reversing Qian Kuan. Say these estimates that you do not hear too much understanding. Bluntly, is the other side of the game of rogue? The dog days of them to the sky to change. Yi Xiang watched dumbfounded as the old Taoist in front of him rapidly transformed from the image of a tall man to an angry little old man. It means that the astrological signs you see now are all fake. Not only is the Taoist sect's thousands of years of inheritance broken, it's unusable. These motherfuckers, ahem. Senior, you don't get excited first. You wanted to see that he was too excited and couldn't help but comfort him. Cheng Yunzi drank a mouthful of tea, and after easing this breath, he continued, but this 100 years passed, the heavenly Tao runs back, and that recluse one of the Taoist lineage, eventually returned to the human race. Elder, you calculated it? Yi Xiang could not help but ask curiously. Aren't you right here? What else am I? Cheng Yunzi asked with some surprise. It turns out that, as a heavenly master, you have a heavy burden on you, far heavier than you can imagine, and even the future of the human race may be in your hands. Cheng Yunzi said with an incomparably serious expression as he looked at Yi Xiang. Yi Think's expression also gradually became serious. Really? Senpai? Really? 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 Let's give the position of heavenly master to you, senior. I don't want to be. Yi Xiang said with some helplessness. The laziness is back. Mainly because this thing sounds like a pain in the ass. Cheng Yunzi directly spat out a mouthful of tea when he heard this and glared at Yi Xiang. Is this celestial master something you can't do if you want to? No. Can't. Leaf think. Cheng Yunzi also had a bit of a headache now. How come it was so hard to wait for a heavenly master? How come he was of this nature? Alright, you're still at a low level, so cultivate properly first, and when you reach level 50, I'll teach you the celestial unity method and the true martial state of mind. Yes, Yi Xiang immediately nodded his head. Aren't you going to teach me anything? Cheng Yunzi asked rhetorically. Yi Xiang touched his head. Then what do you want to learn, senior? What do you know? Golden light divine incantation, positive thunder method, human immortal body, 9 turns violet gold pill, Tong Tian talisman, and Qingfeng sword technique. Yi Xiang said truthfully. Cheng Yunzi almost pulled his beard off. The first 4 were all secret techniques of the heavenly master lineage, and although he was already sure of this kid's identity, he couldn't help but be a little excited when he heard this, but soon after frowning again, he shook his head. Only the Tongtian talisman and the Qingfeng sword technique are not secret techniques of the heavenly master's lineage, so cast it for me to see. Okay. Yi wanted to raise his hand, and between his hands, he drew a talisman in condensed air, extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he drew 6 scorched young talismans, his speed much more familiar than half a month ago. In an instant, the 6 talismans transformed into 6 balls of fire. Cheng Yunzi couldn't help but nod his head at the sight. Pure scorched young talisman. Haven't seen it for a long time. It can also condense air incantation sealing spirit to draw talismans in unison. This Tongtian talisman is indeed good. He suddenly raised his hand, as if there was a cloud of soft entangling strength, and even directly rolled the 6 balls of fire over. When you wanted to see this scene, he was a bit dumbfounded. Elder, what is this hand of yours? Cheng Yunzi froze, a little unsure of himself by the look on his face. This, Tai Chi ah? Yi Xiang couldn't help but stare wide-eyed and immediately said, Senior taught me. The corners of Cheng Yunzi's mouth twitched in some disbelief. You, a celestial master, don't know Tai Chi? Can't work? Soon. The courtyard of the thatched hut. Cheng Yunzi began to teach Yi Xiang Tai Chi Quan, starting from the most introductory one movement to a whole set, containing the chest and pulling the back, with an imaginary collar and top strength. Match the breath naturally, one void to the other. Keep your legs pressed down and turn at the waist, knees, hips, waist, and feet, with the mind and body following each other, using the mind and not the force to concentrate. Under the old Taoist master's guidance, you wanted to learn the complete Tai Chi Quan in no time. Itself Tai Chi Quan on the introduction is not difficult. The difficulty is to understand the yin and yang two strength, cloud palm continuous, the strength of the road and for the avalanche like a mountain to rely on. Cheng Yunzi nodded, worthy of being the heavenly master of this generation. It's a fast learner. I got started the first time, and by the second time I had gotten the hang of it. After Yi Xiang fully learned, Cheng Yunzi began to feed him moves. The speed steeply accelerated by quite a bit, and Yi Xiang immediately realized that this senior in front of him was really strong. Tai Chi Quan together with the momentum, the rhythm is completely carried by the other side. The more you use brute force, the more you are beaten more miserable. Senior, how many levels are you? Yi Xiang couldn't help but ask curiously. Ranks are not the most important thing for Taoists. Qin Yunzi shook his head slightly. The most important thing is the Taoist heart, a higher rank. Without the Taoist heart, is like a handful of sand that can't be made to work. Yi wanted to think for a moment. This sentence was a bit like the one that Shen's father had said. Be sure to understand your own career to go far. Although he had been converted into a celestial master, his essence was still that of a Taoist priest, which was nothing more than monasticism. Dawn Guard? He turned his head to look at the wonderland-like landscape in the distance, and for the first time he began to ponder the question. He finished memorizing the 3,000 Tao collections. Countless Tao scriptures surfaced one by one in his mind, and as the pieces rolled over, the words seemed to fly out and surround him. In an instant, his entire pause in place was immediately surrounded by a dense Tao intent. Seeing this scene, Qin Yunzi's eyes almost glazed over. This is enlightenment. This is enlightenment? He himself had been enlightened twice in his life, realizing the unity of heaven and man and the true martial mind respectively. But at this moment, the Daoi on Yi Xiang's body was completely no weaker than his own Daoi when he first realized the Tao. What Tao would this kid realize? And if Qin Yunzi could see the scene in Yi Xiang's mind, he would only be even more shocked. At this moment, Yi Xiang had ignored time and heaven and earth, as if he were a god traveling in the void. 3,000 Tao collections, countless Tao meanings along with the words revealed the most essential state of mind in front of him. Goodness is like water, doing nothing. Virtue, emptiness of heart. Quietness is the right thing for the world. Taoism is the law of nature. Heaven and mankind are one. He wanted to feel these Tao intentions of mind one by one, and he realized that there was no way for him to grasp so many Tao intentions at once. You can only choose the Taoist intention that is most relevant to you at the moment. Under the 3,000 Tao intentions, he wanted to finally find the Tao intent that suited him. Heaven and earth are unkind and take everything as ruminants. Boom! A terrifying Tao intent steeply erupted from Yi Xiang's body, merciless and palpitating. Qin Yunzi, who had been helping Yi Xiang to protect the law for a day and a night, couldn't help but open his eyes in shock. He looked at this Tao intent revealed in Yi Xiang's body and instantly understood what he had comprehended. Heaven and earth are not kind. Is this the Tianchi Dao of the declining era of Taoism? Generations of celestial masters. The basic choice to comprehend the Taoist law of nature or the unity of heaven and man is the best. Can accelerate the speed of cultivation by a factor of 2, or multiply the spiritual power. And this kid comes up and is heaven and earth unkind? After lasting for a few moments, the Tao intent on Yi Xiang's body gradually converged and slowly opened his eyes. His own level remained unchanged, but you wanted to know that his battle power had risen by a straight line one notch. Heaven and earth are not benevolent to the Taoist intent, and all Taoist powers are doubled. The first thing Yi Xiang did when he woke up was to respectfully bend over to Qin Yunzi as a salutation. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Qin Yunzi smiled. Although as a heavenly master and master of the secret laws, I originally had some concerns because of your nature, but now that you have comprehended the heaven and earth's unforgiving Tao intent state of mind, I do see hope for the rise of the Tao sect. It's already possible. You've been enlightened for a day and a night. When I first became enlightened, I was over half my age. When you wanted to hear this, he couldn't help but be stunned and hurriedly checked the date. And as expected, a whole day had really passed. But he felt like only a moment had passed. This feeling of cultivation was completely different from previous cultivation experiences. How? Cool. Senior, let me teach you the Tong Tian talisman. Yi Xiang said. Good. Qin Yunzi nodded. Yi Xiang then said all of the mind techniques and phrases, and drew talismans with both hands at the same time as a demonstration. And this time, in a flash, he directly drew 12 talismans, neatly encircling his body. Mastering a Tao intent heart realm directly doubled his addition to these Tao techniques. The talismanic affiliation shattered for a moment, like a heavy waterfall descending. Boom! Heavy water flooding in general. Directly to the yard fence rushed clean. That inherited 100 years of gossip stone table, but also the first of them, steeply covered with dense cracks. Don't! Qin Yunzi was in a hurry and raised his hand, and an invisible stream of qi instantly isolated the heavy waterfall. But it's still a step too slow. Next moment, stone table crumbles and shatters. Qin Yunzi looked at this scene dumbfounded. The things passed down from the old ancestors. This stone table is all that is left but now, is gone. You want to also realize that he seems to be in trouble. He touched the back of his head, carefully said, Senior, sorry, I didn't think that my strength rose into so much. That, well, old not go new not come well. I'm on this first go back next time to see you again. Without waiting for Qin Yunzi to react, he directly turned around and ran. Qin Yunzi looked helplessly at Yi Xiang's fleeing back inside slightly, then smiled in relief. There's hope for the Taoists. After a moment of silence, he suddenly raised his hand and mobilized his spiritual energy with one hand. In an instant, dozens of true martial demon-slaying talismans coalesced in front of his body. Qing Yunzi frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied, and lifted the talisman. In the next moment, the old man's brow emanated the Dao Heart Seal, and the true martial mind realm was fully opened. If he wanted to still be here at this time, he would be able to see the scene that he had been longing for, only to see thousands of talismans coalesce densely in front of Qing Yunzi, covering his body. Thousands of true martial demon-slaying talismans unexpectedly simulated the shadow of a true martial emperor, which appeared behind the old Taoist master. If he breaks through one more level and ascends to the 9th turn, the old Taoist is confident that he can cut down the throne. 100 years of self-cultivation by groping, and 2 epiphanies of enlightenment. Taoist 8 turns, level 89. Even in the flourishing Dao sect 100 years ago, anyone who could realize the Dao was already the most top-tier demon, not to mention enlightenment twice. After returning to the cabin and going offline, you wanted to open his eyes and wake up. The auxiliary intelligence flew over and handed over a military nutritional potion out of habit. You wanted to take the potion and open the bottle to gulp down a few mouthfuls. Thinking back to his earlier enlightenment, he still felt a bit incredulous as the sensation was just too marvelous. It clearly felt like only 10 minutes had passed, but I woke up to find that more than a day and a night had passed. He's been online for nearly 2 days cumulatively this time, but the whole thing was in indescribably good shape. Comprehending the unkind Dao heart of heaven and earth, the power of all Dao techniques multiplied. Although the level remained unchanged, it was still level 28, but you wanted to be completely sure to challenge level 40 or above foreigners now. Even if it wasn't a bone skeleton alien, there was still a certainty that it would be decapitated. You wanted to walk out of the quiz room and raised his hands to stretch. There were quite a few students in the entire base, and for the most part, almost everyone's mental aura had changed quite a bit over the past half-month, and their grades had risen even higher. Almost everyone had risen a level, some were even close to 2 levels, and the combat professions were in contact with those foreigners almost every day. At first they were abused to death, but after the team's cooperation, they instead exerted more powerful strength. The whole front line, with the help of the mechanical puppets, is gradually improving the situation. The military fighters also found it much easier during this time, and many of them even had their positions of standing guard and scouting filled by armored puppets, and they found these mechs quite interesting, always ignoring them as fighters. But a few of the mechs chatted amongst themselves instead and seemed to be quite animated. Only the mouth kept saying things like how many credits were different in rankings, which made the group of fighters very dumbfounded. You wanted to glance at the score on the screen without any surprise. He's still in first place, only the score has been hidden. Mu Qingyun in second place with 3,200 points. The third place winner, Chen Wanyan, with 2,870 points. Shen Yue, who was originally in fourth place, also dropped to fifth place, and was replaced by a man named Wang Lei from the Trial Academy. As a hidden profession, Yue's own battle power as a moon elf warrior in combat form was not low. However, because it is a secondary spell system, there are some quests that are automatically scheduled as secondary quests, so there are a lot fewer credits, but still 400. There were only 4 people from ST Chime on the top 20 list, excluding Yi Xiangxin Yue Chen Wanyan. It was the spirit stripper girl Yi Xiang met at the beginning, who just happened to be ranked 20. The rest were all War God Academy and Judgment Academy, even the top 100. You wanted to touch his chin, and had to admit that the overall strength of freshman St. Chime was quite a bit worse, but it couldn't be helped that the Warlord Academy was almost exclusively combat professions, and the Judgment Academy was more comprehensive. Only the Holy Chime side in addition to the mage is the auxiliary. There is no way. After all, the mage profession pre-damage is not high. Self-protection ability is still insufficient. Some ranged or high damage skills are even later in the game. As you wanted to turn around with the intention of going to the gravity room to cultivate, the auxiliary intelligence suddenly said, Comrade Yi wanted, Chen Wanyan, Wang Jun, Songya, and Feng Miaochuan teamed up to invite you to join the team. Yi Xian could not help but stare. The auxiliary intelligence unfolded the light screen, and on the screen, only 5 people were seen surrounded by hundreds of level 30 blood beasts. Chen Wanyan was at the front, and Xin Yue spread her feathered wings and kept attacking and dodging. The 3 of them, Songya, Wang Jun, Feng Miaochuan, were holding back, but the blood beasts were too numerous, and they obviously couldn't hold out for long. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang did not have any hesitation and turned around to walk back to the quiz room. Agreed. Walked into the pod, put on my glasses and started loading straight away. In the command room, the female commander, Curtin, couldn't help but frown. Over 300 blood beasts averaging around level 30. The nearest army will take 15 minutes to arrive. It's too late for support. Zhou Jing didn't say anything, looking at the screen and narrowing his eyes slightly. He was looking at not only a few people caught in the siege, but also some data changes in the surrounding area. You wanted to encounter thousands of numbers of blood beasts here last time as well, and this time there were several hundred more. Is the blood beast determined to rush here and attack, or is it just to draw attention to itself? The thought made his heart thump inexplicably. It's not right. Zhou Jing violently pulled the entire frontline data apart, and without any hesitation, he directly used the skill, his mental power prompting his brain to run fast. All the data fell into his mind without a single hitch, and soon, he realized something was wrong. The front line didn't seem to have changed much though, with the Fae sending scouts when they should have, and small raids when they should have. The fighting gradually evolved into a small, sporadic pattern. But one thing, the Bone Fae disappeared. For 2 whole days, there was no set of data on the Bone Fae. Not even a head was seen. The fact that the frontline data remained almost exactly the same for a few days, yet there were flat-out fewer Bone Beast Fae showed that the other side had already made a move. Otherwise there was no need to keep the offense the same, and even deliberately threw out something like hundreds of Blood Beast Fae to attract attention. Zhou Jing tapped the screen quickly with both hands to retrieve the data information. As expected, every day for the past 2 days, there were on average a dozen waves of sudden attacks similar to the blood beasts with hundreds of heads like this. It caused no effect, but it kept all the fighters throughout the front line from letting their guard down. After combining all the other data, Zhou Jing stood up violently. The Bone Fiends definitely intend to strike. Is that human teenage throne going to attack China after all? The commanders were startled by Zhou Jing's sudden rise and raised their heads to look over. Somewhat confused, Zhou Jing's eyes were like bright stars, as if he could see through a person's heart with a single glance. Zhou Jing looked at everyone and said, "Investigate all forts, bases, and positions on the front line, not even 1 kilometer. Starting now." The commander's eyes widened when they heard this. "No, group leader, the front edge adds up to tens of thousands of kilometers. All the investigation is not tired of it." A male commander could not help but ask. "Execute the order." Zhou Jing drank in a very stern tone. In an instant, all the commanders realized the seriousness of the matter and bowed their heads, hastily using their skills to investigate the data information of every inch of the front line. Zhou Jing sat down and stared dead at the entire map of the front line. Where would the Bone Fae attack from if they wanted to raise their clan? Without identifying this point, the people are left with a passive defense. Zhou Jing couldn't help but frown, and in his afterglow, he suddenly saw the screen in the upper right corner light up, only to see Yi Xiang, who had just gone offline, come online again. Zhou Jing instantly guessed what he wanted to do. "It's nonsense. Do you really think that hundreds of blood beasts are like bean sprouts that you can just kill?" At this time, he wanted to have activated the closest mechanical puppet to Xin Yue and the others, and quickly rushed out of the warehouse the moment he opened his eyes. His left hand gazed into the air and drew a divine traveling talisman and stuck it on his leg. His right hand pinched up the spell, and his body also displayed the human immortal patterns in golden light at the same time. In the next moment, the golden light transformed into a furious thunder aura. Thunder law possession. Yi thinking was like a thunderbolt, running at a rapid speed, heading straight for the battlefield several kilometers away on the map coordinates. This area of the frontline battlefield had several people trapped in one location at the base of a hill. Out of the way, Chen Wanyan let out a fierce roar. Sizzling flames erupted from his body, and he went out of his way to pick up the 2 blood beasts and bam them on the ground. Feng Miaochuan hastily cast a curse to weaken the defense. Song Ya and Wang Jun, one used wooden vines to combine into a wooden wall with thorns surrounding the surface, while the other directly cast a boundary to block off another opening in front. A double layer of defense left a passageway that could barely pass 1 or 2 blood beasts. This would not only allow these blood beasts to choose this place to crowd like crazy, but it would also reduce other attack losses. But even so, there were still too many blood beast Fae. The spiritual energy of both Wang Jun and Songya was depleting very quickly. Only Xin Yue could fly. These blood beasts could barely attack her, but she didn't dare to go down casually. She could only selectively sneak attack the target. At this time, Feng Miaochuan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Hang on, Yi is coming over on the line. It's fast." Xin Yue sniffed and glanced at the map, and indeed saw that a coordinate was flying over this way. She also finally stopped holding back and threw out the longsword in her hand. Hands together. In the next moment, the silhouette of a wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress emerged on her body, and the moment the moonlight radiance was added to her body, she stood in midair like an angel. The longsword quickly split into 16 scimitar-like moonlight beams and flew down against the location at the mouth of the passage where the most blood beasts and Fae were gathered. Swish swish swish. In an instant, the moonlight was intertwined, and blood was intertwined with broken limbs and legs. It's a bloody and beautiful image. This outburst of Xin Yue directly reduced the pressure of the crowd. Wang Jun gritted his teeth. At this time, he only had some of his last spiritual power left. When the hands are joined together, the index fingers and thumbs of both hands form a rectangular shape. In an instant, a rectangular boundary steeply slammed through the passageway and crashed out hard. The moment the knot crashed out, it shattered open and steeply erupted into dozens of sharp knots, like hedgehogs exploding. But the idea was good. The attack was much weaker. Even if this place was cut into chaos by Shinyoi's moonlight, there were only a few blood beasts that were stabbed in the vitals and fell to the ground with serious injuries. The level was really much worse. And in the past half a month, with high-pressure intensity training and actual combat, Wang Jun had only risen 2 levels. The strength of a level 22 boundary was still insufficient compared to a level 30 blood beast Fei. After using this move, Wang Jun gasped for air and half-kneeled on the ground, his head aching, obviously the aftermath of exhausting his mana and spiritual power. Losing the layer of boundary shelter, the wood vine defense also quickly became untenable, and was quickly broken by the blood beast's frantic clawing. Sonya also collapsed helplessly to the ground, her chest bouncing heavily, and she couldn't help but attract Feng Miaochuan's attention. A distraction, and the curse of corruption that had just been cast halfway through the spell directly dispersed. Fatty! Chen Wanyan shouted in no good humor. Waiting half a day in front and realizing that the curse behind him didn't follow, he turned around and realized that this guy was staring at others all the time. Oh hoo! Feng Miaochuan came back to his senses. He hastily cast a curse. Although his level was not the highest, the curse consumed a lot less mana than Wang Jun, Sonya and the others, so he had persisted until now. At this moment, everyone was well aware that in front of hundreds of blood beasts, once they were caught in a closed circle, with this huge number, they would be killed in an instant. As expected, after losing the wooden vines and the boundary, all the blood beasts went up in a single wang. Just then, with a piercing sound, a thunderstorm boomed and exploded, and the blood beasts that surrounded the crowd were instantly killed and injured, and the smell of paste filled the air. The crowd looked over with a face of surprise at this familiar lightning method, only to see a purple-robed, long-haired teenager emanating thunderous light all over his body, rushing over like nobody's business and coming to the front of the crowd. Thunder magic was very consuming of spiritual energy. You wanted to release a palm thunderbolt, plus the consumption of the previous thunder possession to catch the road. The inner Dan spiritual energy in his body had already been consumed, so the thunder light on his body gradually dissipated. When the crowd was about to drown in the blood beasts again in front of him, Yi Xiang raised his hand and 12 talismans appeared in front of him. The talisman shattered and instantly transformed into 12 spirit chains, locking all the dozens of blood beasts in front of him tightly together. He pulled on the end of the spirit chain with one hand, his eyes revealing pure ruthlessness. Heaven and earth are not kind. Divinity occupied his mind. Then without hesitation, he yanked hard, and with a poof, dozens of blood beasts were all squeezed out, dying a miserable death. And this, it's only just begun. Complex human immortal patterns surged from Yi Xiang's body as he began to frantically hammer and kill the blood beasts, no matter how many there were. At this level, none of the blood beasts could harm him, unless the force collapses. But he quickly reacted. Hadn't he just learned Taiji Quan? What happens when you match a human immortal body? Thinking of this, Yi wanted to do a Taiji starting stance, and his fighting style abruptly shifted, and quite a few blood beasts had not yet reacted. A head of blood beasts had just rushed over, when they were unloaded by the powerful soft force, and before they could react, they were steeply pushed away. A yin-yang Taiji diagram's shadow emerged around Yi Xiang's body, just like a domain. A blood beast, no matter how ferocious it was, could not rush in at all, but when he got close, the blood beast was pulled over at once, and without reacting at all, his neck was slapped by the palm, one after the other. You can't lean in, but you can't hide. From the time he wanted to enter the arena until now, no less than hundreds of blood beasts had died in his hands, and every time he took a step forward, a level 30 blood beast fell to the ground. This time, Chen Wanyan couldn't help but be filled with shock as well. This guy, he's gotten so much stronger. Level 30 blood beast aliens posed no threat to him at all, and those bone skeleton aliens from last time were still understandable. After all, they were targeted by Yi Xiang's thunder law, and this time, he was utterly crushed by his strength, and it was useless to have more numbers. At this time, Yi Xiang was completely immersed in the unforgiving Taoist intent of heaven and earth. No sadness, no joy, no waves. Taiji Quan turns its hand to the clouds and its hand to the rain. Step by step, bloody corpses, showing the Tianqi's solemn killing intent. More than 300 blood beasts were frozen and killed through by Yi Xiang alone, without even utilizing his lightning method. It was simply the human immortal body in conjunction with the golden light mantra performing Taiji Quan, in conjunction with the heaven and earth unkindness Taoist intense state of mind. The killing of these blood beasts was filled with fear. This scene was not only seen by the few people behind him, even Zhou Jing, who had always been fairly calm, couldn't help but stare. This kid, he had actually been very high on Yi Xiang, a level 28 celestial master profession. Although it was a hidden profession, but it was important to realize that all of the people in the Ace Chopper team were also hidden professions. But at this time, Yi Xiang was like a metamorphosis. Although his rank hadn't changed, this aura and battle power that far exceeded his rank. In Zhou Jing's mind, he couldn't help but pop up the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan or even the farther away war god Hung Qing Oldtimer. The figures of the two seniors, that invincible aura, slowly merged with the screen. Yi Xiang's figure. Right, that's what it feels like. Zhou Jing couldn't help but get excited, but the skill effect quickly calmed him down. It made him realize that now was not the time to focus on Yi Xiang, but to find out the movements of the bone skeleton alien race as soon as possible. Right now, the entire frontline battlefield, not a single bone skeleton alien could be seen. The commanders who were informed of this data, each of their faces became ugly to the extreme. There isn't a single person sitting here who isn't smart, or else they wouldn't even qualify to be part of the commander's staff. They had guessed that terrible speculation. The Bone Fae are going to attack. This quiet is like the calm before a storm. On Yi Xiang's side of the battlefield, a blood beast was decapitated at his feet, and the blood gathered into a stream and spread out. Finally, when there were 100 or so blood beasts left, they finally felt the fear. Not daring to return, he hurriedly ran. The blood beast Fae were like wild beasts, yet they were killed with fear. So one could imagine how terrifying Yi Xiang's battle power was nowadays. In the past, Yi Xiang might have chased after him, but at this time, under the Daoi's state of mind, he just watched them flee indifferently, his gaze too deep to fathom. Feng Miaochuan walked over to Yi Xiang at this time, and for some reason, Yi Xiang at this time, it made him feel scared and chilled as well. Heaven and earth are unkind and take everything as ruminants. At this time, Yi Xiang was like a divinity, completely lacking the lazy and casual feeling he had before. Yi wanted to turn around at the words. His indifferent eyes gradually recovered, and after withdrawing from the heaven and earth's unforgiving Dao intent, the corners of his mouth slowly spread into a smile. Well, show or not, Feng Miaochuan let out a long sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what had changed in Yi Xiang, but it was good to change back. He immediately gave a thumbs up. To Shoei, my brother. Brother Yi, you are my god. I want to give you children. Roll. Yi Xiang instantly had a black line on his head and couldn't wait to kick this guy. Chen Wanyan looked deeply at Yi Xiang. If before he still felt that he could beat him at a later stage, now there was no idea at all. Screw it, even if he was level 30 with 3 turns, there was no way he could beat the current him. I guess I really need to find a way to persuade my oldest sister. And I can't. Older sister is no longer worthy. Well, get off the line and get some rest. He wanted to look at the crowd and said. A few people were just completely exhausted and depleted. Everyone nodded and returned to the warehouse together, going offline. It's really exhausting. The moment Wang Jun opened his eyes, he was weak as if he had done it a dozen times a night, and he couldn't even stand up. Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but laugh. This little body of yours is too weak, isn't it? Wang Jun rolled his eyes and didn't bother with him. The boundary itself covered a large area and had to be maintained all the time, so the mana and spirit power naturally depleted quickly. Feng Miaochuan subconsciously glanced at the score and suddenly his eyes glared. Crap, I'm in the top 50. The score went up by 12,000. Wang Jun also couldn't help but glance at the score when he heard this, and realized that he too had risen to the top 50. Chen Wanyan's expression was very flat and said, you wanted to kill too many blood beasts and foreigners at once. Even if we averaged it out, each of us shared more than 1,000 points, and 1,078 would make it to the top 50. Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Sure enough, following Brother Yi, even soup tastes good. At this time, you wanted to walk out from another test room, and happened to see Xin Yue also walk out. Thank you, Brother Yi, otherwise I would have gotten points deducted. Xin Yue laughed adorably. You wanted to take a look at the leaderboard and found that Young Wei was back in the top 3. Shaking his head. It's fine. Why didn't you invite me just now to form a team? He noticed Young Wei's level and realized that she was already level 23. Xin Yue was a bit hesitant. I was thinking of scrapping a mechanical puppet at most and deducting credits. I don't want to disturb Brother Yi's cultivation. And when I was online before, I saw that you've been online for more than a day. Brother Yi. He wanted to helplessly touch her head, just like when she was a child. Opened his mouth and said, straight up next time. After bouncing young Vivian's brain crash, he turned to leave. Xin Yue stared blankly at Yi Xiang's back as he left, not knowing why. It felt as if Brother Yi had changed a lot. Yi Xiang returned to the dormitory, closed his eyes and sat down to start recovering his spiritual energy. After some fighting and then recovering, the feeling of that consummation overflowing from the inner Dan was becoming more and more obvious. and he wanted to estimate that he would be able to make a breakthrough tomorrow morning when he practiced. Half an hour later, Yi Xiang, who had recovered to a perfect state, got up and headed over towards the gravity room, continuing to practice without stopping for a moment. The moment he comprehended the Tao intent heart realm, he inexplicably had a feeling. There was not much of the Tao intent left in this heaven and earth. In the final analysis, the problem still lies with the foreigners, who have invaded the world, and heaven and earth are changing, and as time dragged on, the less chance the human race had to struggle. This was the reason why he was in a hurry to upgrade now, even wanting to actually walk onto the battlefield and kill foreigners to devour blood spirits to upgrade. Coming to the gravity room, putting on the protective suit, under 4 times gravity, you wanted to start meditating on branding the human immortal body. Students at the top colleges are only qualified to actually go into battle if they are level 40 or above, like the elite alien at level 40 of the alien race. Not until the moment of the duel, has not yet grown up. It is impossible to really let these children on the battlefield to take to consume. The 3 top colleges add up to tens of thousands of elite students in each session, the foundation and backbone of the future of China. The difficulty of the 8th branding had once again multiplied, and if it wasn't for the 4x gravity grinding down, it would have taken at least a month or so to break through in normal times. But even with the help of the gravity chamber, it would take half a month to do so. But the problem was that there was only a week left in military training. 1 month is coming to an end. 2 hours later, he wanted to open his eyes. His body came to the limit, drenched in sweat, and his physical strength was once again exhausted. He got up and adjusted the gravity down and then got up and walked out of the gravity room. However, he had just stepped out when a piercing alarm sounded abruptly throughout the military base. The auxiliary intelligence flew over and quickly said, "Comrade Yi Think, please prepare to go online immediately." The same scene happened to the top 5,000 students on the leaderboard. In the command room, Zhou Jing calmly commanded, "According to the mech puppet locator warehouse, every student will drink a nutritional potion and collectively patrol all the clues of the Bone Rec Fei online within 3 days. Form a squad and head to the Bone Fei to explore." Ku Ting was a bit hesitant. "Team leader, the entire Ace Chopper team has not yet recovered from their serious injuries. Did I say to let them go?" Zhou Jing's gaze fell on the top 50 ranked list. After thinking for a moment, he quickly picked the list on it, and soon, a professional squad, similar to the Ace Choppers based on the Ace Choppers, was picked. These 12 are directly connected to a hidden warehouse on the border of the Bone Fei, where there are exactly 13 armored puppets, allowing them to enter the Bone Fei realm. No credits will be deducted for mission failure or broken armored puppets, but 5,000 credits will be awarded to each person who investigates the movements of the bone skeleton alien race, and they will be directly enrolled into the special officer system at the end of military training. Ku Ting couldn't help but stare at this condition. She was all heartened. The special officer system, however, is directly linked to the training class of the Chinese Ace Forces. Even if they couldn't get into the Ace Choppers, the remaining few Ace Troopers weren't far behind. "What are you still fuming about?" Zhou Jing asked, looking at her. "Oh, good. Why are only 12 of the 13 armored puppets prepared?" Koden looked at the list and suddenly reacted. Zhou Jing rubbed his head. "There's another one booked long ago." He wanted to frown slightly. What is the situation this is? All online? There was no time to regain his strength, but after all, it was different from spiritual energy, so if he lay down and rested for a while, his strength would soon be restored as well. After taking a sip of the nutritional potion, he walked straight into the elevator to descend the stairs. Who knew that when the elevator door opened, he saw 2 familiar figures, Zhou and Chief Zhou, and the heavenly king Luo Zhuan. The 2 of them could not help but freeze for a moment when they saw Yi Xiang, then nodded and let him in. "Just finished training?" Luo Zhuan asked. "Aha." Yi wanted to nod his head. "Would it hurt to go online urgently now?" "It can wait for you to recover for a while," Zhou Lao said as he looked at Yi Xiang. Yi thought for a moment, then shook his head. There must be something serious going on for the whole crew to come online urgently, right? "It's okay, I'll get my strength back soon." Chowan let out a long sigh of relief. "You should have already known that it was a real frontline battlefield, right?" Luo Zhuan asked suddenly as he looked at Yi Xiang. He wanted to be silent for a moment before nodding. "Aha. You saw the foreigners, and you also saw the sacrificed warriors. Do you think the human race will win?" Luo Zhuan asked softly, but the words asked were heavy. Yi Xiang couldn't help but clench his fists and raised his head without hesitation, looking straight into Luo Zhuan's eyes. "Why can't we win?" Heavenly King Luo Zhuan couldn't help but laugh and chuckle. In Yi Xiang, he saw the likeness of his own teenager. As the teacher, War God Hong Chang, asked him this question, "Why can't the people win?" He raised his hand and placed it heavily on Yi Xiang's shoulder. I watched that blood beast battle you fought earlier. It was well fought and exciting. And it was at level 40 that I realized the true meaning of the profession. Career truth? A trace of doubt crossed Yi Xiang's eyes, but he quickly realized that it was referring to the Daoist state of mind. He suddenly recalled the words of Shen's father and Uncle Zhong that he must understand the true meaning of his profession. Ding! The elevator doors opened. At this point almost all of the cadets who could get online were already waiting in the cabin. Students not on the line, meet in the plaza. The appearance of Zhou and Luo Zhuan immediately shocked the students. The chief and the diva. What's the situation? At the same time, those students who were waiting online were stunned as the image appeared. Chief Zhou walked step by step onto the stage. His gaze calm and amiable as he looked at these future pillars of China in front of him. Slowly speaking, he said, "This closed military training experience for most of the month is indeed different from the past days. The mechanical puppets that you are manipulating are the new generation of weapons developed by countless researchers who have put their heart and soul into researching and developing them. And the tasks and commands that you are doing are all real." Hearing this, all the tutors were not surprised. They had long guessed this, but after all, the students were still young, and accepting a bloody and cruel scene on the front line all of a sudden, there would definitely be a lot of people who couldn't withstand it, and could only be brought in with a game. The students, however, were shocked. Crap, it's true? Man, I told you, how could a game be that real? So technology is already this advanced? It's even possible to remotely link the mech puppets? Ha, then if I break 3 of them, won't I really have damaged 3 precious mechamancy devices? The students burst into a clamor. Yet along with Chief Zhou slowly raised his hand. The scene was quiet for a moment, as if a pin could be heard if it fell to the ground. Zhou continued. Next, you will take turns carrying out mission orders. You will always need to be on standby. Demand yourself as a soldier. Motivate yourselves with your mission. Everything you do is for the human race. Take the oath with me. My life, loyal to China. My faith, 10,000 lights. The students who were already on the line heard these words from the chief. I felt the hair on my body stand up in sweat and my blood boil. Everyone couldn't help but roar along. I swear, my life, loyalty to China. My faith, 10,000 lights. In the next moment, 5,000 people came online at the same time, dispersed in various locations along the front line. The eyes of these children, who were still students, became determined. The frontline fighters also instantly noticed the change in these mechanical puppets. They actually learned to salute. Not bad for an AI. Progress is so fast. And at this moment, on the mechanical puppet world panel, where the exchange of experience used to be, various hot-blooded but middle-of-the-road pop-ups kept appearing at this time. Hands together to become your own god. Hands open side by side to the gods. I'm going to die secretly and then amaze everyone. The time to honor our ancestors has come, brothers. Starting today, the genealogy begins with my name. Grass. I'll have my name recorded in the county records. 2. I'm off. Mom. Oh, I'm going to be the shrine C-suite. Can you guys calm down a bit? Even if it's a real frontline battlefield, you can't die. A bunch of guys who have lost their minds. Upstairs. Are you Han Jie? The honorable thing to do. You actually hesitated. I'm going to be brave. I'm going to be the champion of the 3 armies. I'll drink from the Sea of Han. I'll make a name for myself in history. Make a name for myself. I will live forever. I'm not asking for much. All I want is a plaque for a national pillar. Luo Zhuan, the heavenly king who had just gone online, looked at these pop-ups and couldn't help but laugh. National pillar? It just so happens he has one. Serialization success. Yi wanted to open his eyes. Rising directly from the cabin, he glanced around and realized that it was pitch black. But the next moment the entire warehouse lit up. People, known and unknown, rose from the cabin. Mu Qingyun, Wang Lei, Chen Wanyan, Shen Yue, Li Meng, Wang Jun, Bai Yun, Su Ziping, Feng Miaochuan, Zhang Feng, Ji Wanmian, and the heavenly king Luo Zhuan. The 12 people couldn't help but freeze when they saw heavenly king Luo Zhuan. What's going on here? Yi Xiang, on the other hand, noticed that almost all of these people were in the top 50 of the rankings. Luo Zhuan first adapted to the energy tolerance of the mechanical puppet, and then frowned slightly. Can the limit of a level 30 armored puppet only reach this energy tolerance range? Luo Lord, what is this situation? Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but ask. Luo Zhuan lifted his head and looked at several people with a smile and said, people have arrived. Briefly talk about the mission instruction. Next we will sneak into the field of the bone skeleton alien race and observe their whereabouts. The mission is very simple, and there will be no deduction of credits after the mission fails. You guys just treat it as a test. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the one in front of him was the heavenly king Luo Zhuan. Saying that he wasn't nervous was definitely a lie. Mu Qingyun's eyes flashed a hint of fire. If it is an exam, or the heavenly king Luo Zhuan personally led, does this mean that if you pass the exam, is there a chance that you can enter the King of Heaven Luo Zhuan's ace chopper team? Okay, it's a rush. Introduce each other and all that. We'll talk about it on the way. Now let's go. After saying that, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan directly walked towards the gate. With the gate slowly opening, what came into view was the dark tunnel. 13 people followed one after the other, invisibly, having split into 3 groups. Mu Qingyun followed closely behind Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, and behind him, beside him, were Su Ziping and Bai Yun. All 3 were students of the War God Academy. In the center were the long-haired glasses girl, Ji Wanming, Wang Lei, and a mute-looking Zhang Feng. The 3 were students at the Trial Academy. Yi Xiang and the others were at the end. Feng Miaochuan, Wang Jun, Shen Yue, Chen Wanyan, and Li Meng together. Li Meng was the same hidden profession spirit stripper that Yi wanted to bring in the first place, and now after upgrading to level 22, she also showed no weak potential. The dark tunnel wasn't too long, and soon the light was visible. The moment they stepped out of the hole in the ground, their sight became clear. But what came into view was an unbelievably desolate zone. Dead branches and wasteland. White bones laying everywhere on the ground. A foot can make a clicking sound. The entire domain of the bone skeleton Fae was as creepy as a snowy field when looking at it. Here, on the edge of the bone Fae's territory, it was the first time that many students had seen this scene in front of them, and they couldn't help but be a little shaken up. Is this the realm of the bone Fae? Several people had never actually seen such a scene, and it was hard to imagine that the bone Fae lived in such an environment. But yeah, they can do that without eating or drinking, and can survive for a long time by just devouring the souls of creatures. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan turned his head to look at several people and said, "The mechanical puppet has a camouflage function. You guys tap the screen on the arm, and among the 9 small icons in the lower right corner, there is a skull logo." A few people sniffed and looked down, and there it was. It seemed like it wasn't there before. Otherwise it was impossible that so many people didn't notice it. Just press it. Mu Qingyun took the lead and pressed, and in the next moment, the mechanical puppet surprisingly began to transform its color, its parts combining towards a skeletal shape. In the blink of an eye, a living skeleton alien appeared in front of the crowd. A few people couldn't help but be a little awestruck at once, not being able to see any difference from the other bone Fae at all. Luo Zhuan nodded with satisfaction. This function of the mechanical puppet was based on the suggestion he had made towards the researchers after he returned from his last trip into the skeleton realm. I didn't expect to get it done so quickly. The camouflage is so good that it's barely noticeable. However, in the camouflaged state, you can't make a move or the mech puppet will lift the camouflage. Several people saw this and pressed the camouflage button, and soon, all 13 of them took on the appearance of the bone Fae. Alright, you can act now. Remember, you can't do it easily as a last resort. If you want to do it, you have to solve the other party instantly. Got it? Luo Zhuan said as he looked at them. The crowd nodded their heads in the affirmative. The 13 followed the designated route and entered the bone Fae realm completely. But as they got deeper and deeper, it became obvious to several people that something was wrong. Normally, on the battlefield, one bone skeleton alien could be seen every now and then, but now that they had been walking for more than half an hour, they hadn't seen a single head, which was obviously not right. Yi Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly. Another emergency online assembly, and another heavenly king leading a team to the Bone Fiend realm to scout for movements. What the hell happened? Is the skeleton Fae completely going to war with the human race? However, just as he thought of this, his pupils shrunk violently and he immediately raised his head to ask, is it the Bone Fiends who are going to attack Huaxia? Heavenly King Luo Zhuan stopped and turned his head to look at Yi Xiang. Everyone was also shocked by this idea of Yi Xiang, but after careful consideration, it seemed really possible. Otherwise how could the chief and the heavenly king appear at the same time and say those words? It is possible. Luo Zhuan spoke up. Are you afraid? He asked rhetorically. The crowd subconsciously shook their heads. That won't do. What's the point of thinking so much? Let's go. Luo Zhuan said calmly. Yi Xiang suddenly raised his hand, his hands gazing into the air, and quickly drew 12 divine traveling talismans, which landed on everyone's legs. Then they drew one for themselves as well, and everyone sped up quite a bit, stepping over white bones along the way. He finally arrived at the first city of the skeleton Fae. Call it a city. This might as well be Skeleton City. Everything about the style is white bone pavement and skulls all over the place. It looks weird and creepy. Without much hesitation, the crowd stepped into the skeleton city with cautious expressions and vigilant gazes. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan looked into the air and said, the auxiliary intelligence scanned and searched separately. The crowd nodded. The auxiliary intelligence had been following them, only utilizing optical refraction transparency to look as if it was hidden. At first they thought the auxiliary intelligence wasn't following. There is no doubt that the mech puppets have evolved to be more and more suitable for the battlefield. There was no doubt that the Fae were stronger than the humans. The Bone Fae only needed to devour souls to stay alive. Ice Demon Fae, Yen Tu Fae, these powerful Fae that were nearly not living beings, had even longer lifespans. Human babies, on the other hand, are very fragile from birth and have to wait until they are 12 years old to awaken. In terms of innate conditions, it is weaker than the Fae. But the human race was strong in its potential. Any one of them could explode with unimaginable potential. Unlike the foreign races, from the moment of their birth, the difference between the potential of the ordinary, the elite and the chiefs or even the thrones was determined. The more powerful the strength, the more it needs to be accumulated. This is why it takes 35 years for a throne to be killed and for it to reappear. Precisely because it takes 35 years of accumulated time for a new generation of alien thrones to emerge, even if it wasn't a combat profession, but just an ordinary profession. Taken to the extreme, it could bring about a change in the destiny of the human race. For example, the initial test results of the mechanical puppets developed by countless researchers with great dedication and effort have completely proved that in the future, the human race on the front line can greatly reduce the attrition of warriors. Since the average warrior is around level 20 to 30, the first generation of mechs were actually developed for them, and the mechanical puppets can continue to be developed until the second and third generations, utilizing the human race's own awakened abilities to exert even greater power. A multi-million or even multi-million-dollar build is expensive, but compared to a life, that's worth it. A dozen auxiliary intelligences were instructed to quickly disperse and fly high into the sky, scanning and searching in separate areas. Bone Fae have different life traits than other Fae, and scanning requires infrasound and other means of exploration. Otherwise they're pretty much indistinguishable from a field full of skeletons. Skeleton City wasn't too big or too small, and after waiting 10 minutes or so, the auxiliary intelligence flew back again, not exploring any of its targets. Knowing this answer, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan frowned. It could basically be confirmed that the Bone Wreck Fae had indeed made a big move. Otherwise it would be impossible to not be able to find one head. He tapped on the map, centering on the Bone Fae realm. If the other party wanted to attack the human race, they would either choose to go north and unite with the Ice Demon Fae race, attacking in the direction of Desert City, either go south and attack Yuhang through the Seaside Pass Lock. So it looks like we'll have to split up for now. If the other side really attacked Mo and encroached on it from the north, the situation of the human race would indeed look very dangerous. But the subconscious mind told Luo Zhuan that the other party would not choose to do so. The northern defense line is not so easy to break through, even if it is broken. But the other side wants to attack the Yuhang defense line. It is even more difficult. Not only there are layers of sea customs locks, but also the great rear lifeline of the human race. Human resources are all piled up there, but if we really attack this place, the great rear will be lost, and the foreigners will move north again. Then the entire human defense line, along with Kyoto, will be completely lost. Luo Zhuan had graduated from the War God Academy when he was young, but having fought all his life, his brain wasn't as fast spinning as those professional commanders, but his intuition was spot on. As expected, the commander, after getting the information back from the frontline search team, Zhou Jing quickly gave new orders. But instead of 2 ways, the split was 3. All the way north, all the way south, all the way directly to the lair of the Bone Skeleton Fae. After receiving the instruction, the Heavenly King's gaze looked towards Yi Xiang and Mu Qingyun, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, Ji Wanmian, Zhang Feng, and Li Meng, the 3 of you are with me. Mu Qingyun, Bai Yun, Su Zipping, and Wang Lei, you guys head to the northern domain to continue searching for traces of the Bone Fae. Yi think, the rest of you follow you deeper into the Bone Fae to continue lurking. Is there a problem? Chen Wanyan Wang Jun Xin Yue Feng Miaochuan looked at Yi Xiang, his gaze full of trust. Yi wanted to nod. Yes, okay, keep in contact at all times. If you find a target, don't act rashly and upload the data first. Luo Zhuan said. The crowd understands. Without wasting too much time, after splitting into 3 teams, they separated one after another with this skeleton city. Yi Xiang's few people, on the other hand, continued to go deeper into the field of the bone skeleton alien race, and with the help of the divine walking talisman, they didn't walk slowly, but it was outrageous that not a single bone fae had been found since the beginning. It was as if the entire bone fae race had been cleared out. On the screen, those hot-blooded mid-screens had slowed down, and everyone was carrying out instructions and tasks in silent earnest. In the command room, a barrage of data, far more than ever before, was uploaded and fed back in its entirety, without any detail. There were already starting to be commanders who couldn't hold out and fell down in front of the screen in exhaustion, filled with a deflated look. Another had hung up on glucose. Hands flying across the screen. The inability to find the bone fey was like a dangling sharp blade across the heart of the commander's gate. Don't dare to slack off at all. In the high-level wards of the big rear, a few seriously injured members of the Ace Chopper team were bored and brought their armored puppet classes to experience the armored puppet mode. This kid can ordered by heaven. Both life and eternity dare to say. Feng Yuan couldn't help but laugh after taking off his mechanical puppet. Hiss. Accidentally pulling on the wound. Feng Yuan immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. His body was covered in surging muscles, and under his hard exterior, he exuded a strong aura. And even though he was now heavily injured, his state was still exhilarating. That's the only downside to the berserker profession, I guess. On the side, Emoshio repaired the damaged psychic firearms and didn't bother to talk to him. In the ward, it was all a few old men, and only a few girls in the next ward. After experiencing the mechanical puppets, all of them couldn't help but be amused by all the behavior of the freshmen. Hiyuaru's eyes suddenly lit up. You guys, look, the first boy on the leaderboards named Yi Xiang is actually a Taoist profession. Hey. A few women sniffed and looked over, realizing that it was true. Can Taoist priests get into top colleges too? It seems like it's never been done before. Lu Yan also couldn't help but get curious, and after clicking on the profile, a clear and handsome face came into view. Woohoo! Very good looking little brother and long hair. My favorite type. Li Qin didn't pay attention to this, silently looking at the lights. Her mind kept going back to those mistakes in the previous battle. As a shadow assassin, either you don't strike or you strike is deadly. Ying Zai's eyes were wrapped in white gauze, and because of the backlash from forcibly divining the strength of the throne, she wouldn't be able to use her abilities or open her eyes for half a month. So there's some curiosity about wants to be, too, Taoist priests? It seems that like her, she can project and divine things. What the heck? It's just a little kid, only 16 years old. Can you guys pay a little attention? Ning Yuanmei said somewhat helplessly. I don't know. I thought you guys were female hooligans. Ying Zai said softly. The Taoist profession is actually not weak. In the early stages of the alien invasion, it was the Taoist sect that bought precious time for the human race, or else at that point in time, the human race would already be gone. But all this information is hidden and involves secrets that ordinary people don't know. Hiyuaru gave a thumbs up. It's still our sistering who's great and knows just how much. Li Qin suddenly frowned. Her keen sense of perception and hearing allowed her to hear Feng Yuan's loud voice next door through the wall. It's annoying. It was too much to bear. So he got up directly from the hospital bed, endured the pain, and went to the door of the next ward. Boom boom. A foot slammed the door to the room. Li Qin said with a frosty face. Feng Yuan, shut up. An icy chill swept across the male ward. Feng Yuan froze in place and couldn't help but shiver. Ningchuan girls are really fierce. Meanwhile, as the three squads separated, Yi Xiang led a few people to continue to go deeper into the Bone Fiend. As they passed through Skeleton Hollow City after Skeleton Hollow City, after getting used to seeing it, Feng Miaochuan also got a little used to it. Kicking off an unknown skeleton, he asked in boredom. Yi, how long do we have to walk for? At least to the Bone Abyss. Yi Xiang said directly. Chen Wanyan grinned. Entering the Bone Abyss of the Bone Fey at less than level 30. Who would dare to believe it in the past? Only the elite experts of the human race would dare to try it. Xin Yue nodded without comment. Feng Miaochuan stroked his double chin and clicked on the map, finding that there were at least 100 kilometers away from the Bone Abyss. It's so boring. I feel sorry for my country for being so idle. Alright, I'll let you go first when I encounter the Bone Fey later. Yi Xiang said. Ha! I'm kidding. I'm a mage. Chen Wanyan looked at him contemptuously. I'm also a mage. Crap, still you're tough. Xin Yue couldn't help but smile as she watched them snicker at each other. Just then, one of the skeleton piles in front of them trembled steeply. Shit, what the fuck? Feng Miaochuan jumped backward in shock. In the next moment, only a humanoid skeleton slowly stood up from the pile of skeletons. In his eyes, he slowly ignited the soul fire. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly. Was this the way the Bone Fey were born? However, the Bone Fey born on the edge of this is pitifully weak. Only level 5. And needs to hunt creatures to devour souls in order to be strong. You're really good. Being intimidated by a battle scum skeleton soldier. Chen Wanyan said helplessly. Saying that, he was about to go forward to hammer and kill this freshly born bone skeleton alien when he was about to go forward to hammer and kill this freshly born bone skeleton alien. Yi Xiang, however, called out to him, wait. Chen Wanyan froze, a little puzzled. The next moment, he understood why. After this level 5 skeleton minion, blankly glanced around. Suddenly, it was like he knew something. The hole mechanically went over in one direction, shaking and going so slowly that the thin-armed skeleton was afraid it would be thrown off. Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but stare. Crap, where is it going? The auxiliary intelligence said steeply. The bone phase method of communication is a soul-spreading method. One order from the throne will be carried out by the entire bone fei. Yi Xiang and Xin Yuwei glanced at each other and instantly understood. This direction is south. Without Yi wanting feedback, Zhou Jing, who had been paying attention to the movements of the three squads, quickly dispatched a large number of drones towards the southern edge of the battlefront. But there was no movement at all seen on this side of the bone fei, and the natural waters were undulating. Strange. Zhou Jing frowned as his gaze was also fixed on the level 5 skeleton soldier. Following the map straight over, it was indeed the South Sea domain. But soon, he snapped to attention, his eyes flashing underwater. Historical data shows that the bone fei have never gone down to attack, but that doesn't mean they won't. Especially this time the throne, or a human teenager, could not be thought of with conventional thoughts. Meanwhile, on an unnamed island in the South China Sea, several warriors stood guard and patrolled as usual. Suddenly, the rippling sea spat a large bubble out, catching the attention of one of the warriors. He looked down but saw nothing. What? The warrior on the side couldn't help but ask. Nothing. I think there was a big fish just now. The warrior looked at it for a moment before shaking his head. However, in fact, underneath the seabed beneath the reef of this small island were densely packed skeleton aliens. They walked neatly under the bottom of the sea, taking one step straight to the Yuhang defense line. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Kyoto, a white-haired teenager who looked 17, 8 years old walked in with a simple smile on his lips. The gatekeeper was a little puzzled after he had rigorously checked his credentials, and the identity information showed the face of a 7 or 8-year-old child. But the auxiliary intelligence to detect the human face indeed belongs to the person. He did not think too much, nodded his head and said, "This ID information of yours is too old. It's time to get it changed." "Ha ha, okay." The white-haired teenager laughed and responded. The gatekeeper warrior looked at the teenagers departing back suspiciously and frowned slightly. South City. Hasn't it been gone for 10 years? How come this kid's ID has never been changed? Somewhat puzzled, he looked at the information on the screen, which did indeed have identifying information, not some unknown agent. After a few moments of hesitation, it was better to upload this message and request a check on the teenager's whereabouts record over the years. Soon, however, he was given a note devoid of any record of the teenager. Seeing this message, the gatekeeper warrior couldn't help but stare in disbelief. How is that possible? He turned around and immediately went after him. The white-haired teenager, who hadn't gotten far yet, sighed slightly when he heard the footsteps behind him. It's no fun. An innocent smile spread across his face as he turned his head towards the warrior running towards him. Why are you looking for death, you say? As soon as the words fell, the young warrior's body was instantly pierced by countless bone spikes. The secondary intelligence also shattered and fell to the ground. The young warrior sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes staring at the teenager's departing figure, before he finally collapsed helplessly on the ground. In the command room, the commanders looked at the vast skeleton alien race on the big screen, and all of them fell into a cold cave. This bone skeleton alien race really intends to invade the whole clan. The number, at least, is 1,000,000, or from the bottom of the sea. They were stunned for several whole seconds, and Zhou Jing was the first to react, gritting his teeth and slamming his fist hard on the table. These beasts, they're really here. Nationwide special alert. All warrior professions above level 30, immediately head to the Yuhang defense line. Keep 10,000 troops in the north for the time being, and the rest of the legions will turn their lines to the South Seas. Yes, without any hesitation, several commanders immediately gave orders to sound the alarm. In the next moment, ear-splitting sirens rang out in city centers across the country. All war occupations are urgently heading to the Yuhanghai defense line. The figures of millions of bone skeleton foreigners were at the bottom of the South China Sea, their armies pressing in. The dozen or so warriors on the nameless island at the beginning had been torn to shreds, their souls devoured clean. It was too late to even transmit the alarm. A level 48 Bone King looked into the distance with a sardonic smile on its lips. Ha, human? Ningchuan City. Shun's father and mother watched the alarm on the TV, and they couldn't help but seize their hearts. This is the second time in 10 years that the Fae have launched a clan-raising invasion. 10 years ago, the north lost its defense and was driven back by the ice demon Fae who fought all the way to the southern city of Huaxia's abdomen. Today, 10 years later, these millions of bone skeleton aliens even leapt through the layers of barriers from the bottom of the sea, directly approaching the border of the Yuhang Sea line. As expected, after learning through the auxiliary intelligence that the bone skeleton alien race had actually chosen to attack Huaxia from the bottom of the sea, Yi Xiang's few people could not help but look at each other. They are now in this position. It must be completely too late to rush over. And on the Yuhang Shang side, there is almost no setup of armored puppets. The greater part of the nation's army was also in the north, and even if an emergency transfer was now ordered, it would be difficult to return all of them in a short time. In the command room, Zhou Jing was staring at the screen. At this moment, these millions of bone skeleton aliens were only less than 100 kilometers away from the shoreline. If they had reacted any slower, the Bone Fae might even have come ashore. He knew he couldn't wait for the other party to come ashore before striking, and the other party's choice of an undersea surprise attack could also be considered a big gamble. That's 100 kilometers to buy enough time no matter what. Thinking of this, Zhou Jing quickly came up with countermeasures in his mind, and a command flew down. All about the thunder profession, water profession, ice profession, earth profession, and especially the mages. All of them headed in the direction of the Yuhang coast. Just because the bone skeleton fae couldn't be drowned didn't mean they couldn't all be buried in that ocean floor. As soon as this directive was given, those who had information about these professions understood it at once. The war, from this moment on, was completely fought. However, the next moment, to everyone's surprise, the northern desert city also suffered a frantic attack from the ice demon fae. None of the commanders who learned of this news were left with their heads in the sand. Fortunately, however, the northern ice demon fae had only come in the number of 10,000 or so, as if it was just to hold back the pressure on the northern side of the human race. It shows that there is not 100% cooperation and trust between these two alien races. After learning this news, Zhou Jing stared at the screen dead on. Fortunately, he had planned to leave 10,000 warriors in the north to continue stationing them at the beginning. However, the ice demon fae were far more powerful than the blood beast fae and the bone fae, and 10,000 people wouldn't necessarily be able to stand up to them. Comrade Yi Think, please head to the north immediately to support Desert City. Auxiliary Intelligence looked at Yi Xiang and said. Yi Xiang froze. Aren't the bone wreck fae going south? Why do they still need to go north? Execute command task. The Auxiliary Intelligence didn't explain. At the same time, Chen Wanyan and the others received the same instruction, and several people looked at each other. No, what do you mean? The bone skeleton fae have all gone south. Why are we going north? Feng Miaochuan was filled with confusion. Is it possible that something has happened in the north as well? Xin Yue said softly. If the north is also being attacked, it's not too late for us to go north, but it's definitely too late for us to go south. And with our rank, we can't actually help too much. Chen Wanyan nodded. Mostly, but it's troublesome. Can you apply for a direct switch with the northern side of the mechanical coupling? Catching up on the road is really tiring. You are linking to a second-generation mechapod this time. Are you sure you want to replace it? The Auxiliary Intelligence asked. What's the difference? Feng Miaochuan bristled. Although the level is still a level 30 armored puppet, the maximum energy limit that can be utilized is level 45, and the second-generation armored puppet is bound to your identity information, so it can only be used by you in the future. The Auxiliary Intelligence explained. Alright, don't ink. You wanted to take a step forward. His strength had naturally exceeded the standard of a level 30 armored puppet, and he had discovered this during that earlier rescue. When using the thunder method, the palm lightning was restricted. Then now the second-generation mechanical puppet is undoubtedly suitable for you. Please wait in place for a few minutes. The helicopters from the Desert City Inspection Bureau are on their way. Yi Xiang's Auxiliary Intelligence then said. Crap, Feng Miaochuan looked envious. Brother Yi, being number one on the charts is different. A special airplane picks you up and drops you off. I'm curious to ask, did that guy Mu Qin-yun? Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but ask. No, the Auxiliary Intelligence replied. There aren't enough helicopters to go around, and almost all of them are used to move troops around. Feng Miaochuan immediately faced a comfortable. He is not used to see Mu Qin-yun, that hanging hair tugging and pulling appearance, is not a 10,000 years old. A face of high and cold paradigm to pretend to whom to see? As luck would have it, it wasn't long before a helicopter hovered over them but didn't come down for half a day. What's going on here? Why don't you come down? What they didn't know was that at that moment, the driver was looking at the coordinates, and then at the 4 skeletal aliens below. In a daze, responding, no mech puppet targets have been located. In the command room, Curtin helplessly held his forehead and alerted directly through the Auxiliary Intelligence. Comrade Feng Miaochuan, please remove the state of camouflage. Oh, Feng Miaochuan then responded. I said why don't you come down? Several of the men disengaged their camouflage to resume their mech puppet status. Soon, the helicopter finally flew down, and the 4 of them sat straight up and headed north. 10 minutes later, you wanted to come to the front line of Desert City once again. Here, however, there has been a lot of fighting. Seeing that huge number of ice demon fae, Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but be shocked viciously. These 10,000 or so ice demon fae were so terrifying. What would be the scene with the millions of bone skeleton Fae over in the southern sea? Just as the helicopter was still a dozen meters away from the ground, countless ice demon Fae raised their heads to look upwards. On the side of the desert city fortress fighters, the helicopter was also noticed. Yi Xiang suddenly got up and cupped the spell with one hand. In the next moment, his eyes transformed into golden pupils, a golden light spell sheltering his surroundings. And then as soon as he opened the hatch, he jumped down in a direct leap without hesitation. Shen Yue saw this and hurriedly followed. When he was in mid-air, he directly switched to the moon elf warrior, unfolding a pair of white feathered wings, and the silhouette of a widely embroidered flowing fairy dress also emerged on his body, and he flew down as if he were a fairy. A smile spread across the corners of Chen Wanyan's mouth. Ha ha, I like that too. In the reality pod, the enchanted clothing dragon scale armor also surfaced on Chen Wanyan's body. So on the mechanical puppet, the same energy was used to simulate the virtual image of the dragon armor. The moment he ignited the raging flames, he fell straight down like a humanoid fire dragon. Seeing the three of them jumping out of the airplane one after another, Feng Miaochuan helplessly rubbed his nose and turned his head to look at the pilot. The pilot also looked at him a bit puzzled. Strange, why didn't this last mechanized puppet jump down with him? Big brother, don't look at it, I am a mage, Feng Miaochuan said helplessly. Oh who? The driver understood. Facing a height of more than 10 meters, Yi Xiang had no fear in his eyes, raising his hand to gaze into the air and quickly drew 12 talismans, and under the activation of spiritual power, they instantly transformed into 12 rolling balls of scorching fire. It was like a meteorite sweeping down from the sky. Against the ice demon Fae, the best way to attack was to use fire and light, and the thunder technique and scorching sun talisman, both of which could be restrained. It was a scene that really shook up a lot of soldiers and students. Boom boom! The 12 balls of fire simultaneously crashed down on the location where the ice demon Fae gathered the most and exploded with a loud bang. Scorching heat instantly will take the brunt of a dozen or so ice devils melted away to eliminate. The surrounding ice devils are even more miserable screams. By the scorching sun talisman stained, either the arm is broken or the legs melt away. All of this, however, has only just begun. Yi Xiang crashed to the ground, his golden appearance incomparably conspicuous on the battlefield. Without any hesitation, he directly entered the heaven and earth unkindness Tao intent. The aura on Yi Xiang's body steeply became palpitating. The surrounding ice demon Fae reacted with a roar, frantically raising their ice-spiked wolfsbane sticks and smashing them towards him. Yi Xiang just calmly raised his head, and under the golden light, the human immortal patterns had already covered his entire body. Seeing this scene, Shen Yue directly added a moon god blessing on Yi Xiang. The hazy moonlight matched the golden light, and at this time, Yi Xiang looked incomparably divine. The hideous and horrifying ice-spiked wolfsbane smashed down, but was easily caught by Yi Xiang with his hand. The power that was enough to easily hammer a level 30 ordinary warrior was nothing more than that in Yi Xiang's hands. A kick to the ice-spike wolfsbane and then a kick to the leg. The ice demon Fae, who was close to 3 meters tall, couldn't control his body at once and fell down. Not waiting for it to stand up, bright golden light covered the eyes in this late night. Snap! An ice demon's head was hardened and shattered, scattering ice slag all over the sky. He wanted to perform Taiji once again, and the yin and yang polar silhouettes surfaced in front of his body. With a palm cloud hand, the several-meter-tall ice demon steeply lost its center of gravity and fell to the ground. A palm collapsed strength, and the ice devil body, which was as hard as a rock, and a layer of ice armor, was also given a hard blast. On an average level 30 battlefield, even the ice demon Fae were not under any pressure for Yi Xiang, although there were many in number. Because of that huge body of the ice demon Fae, there were only a handful of 6 or 7 that could rush to him at the same time. You wanted to know that this was a vicious battle. Even if the heaven and earth were not benevolent under the dominance of the Tao intent, he only used the human immortal body and the golden light mantra, and his spiritual power was hardly consumed. On the other side, Chen Wanyan, who looked like a humanoid fire dragon, even though there was a level difference of 6 levels, under Long Yan's suppression, he was surprisingly able to suppress a level 30 ice demon Fae and bombard it. Feng Miaochuan then cooperated with the helicopter and worked with Chen Wanyan in the sky to cast the curse. With corruption erosion plus nightmare erosion, an ice demon exerts at most 50% of its attack, combined with weakened defense. In less than a minute, Chen Wanyan blasted an ice demon to pieces. Chen Wanyan, who had already upgraded to level 24, couldn't help but look towards the figure of golden light in the distance. That pervert was exactly like an ice demon reaper, blasting one with a single palm and looking extremely terrifying. Shen Yue wasn't idle either. With the help of her feathered wings, there was almost no way these ice devils could attack her as well as the blood beasts. Quite a few ice demon Fae were staring at her dead on, and in the end, they actually didn't even want to use their weapons. as they flung the ice-spiked wolfsbane in their hands and threw them at her with a whistling sound. Xin Yue dexterously dodged the attack, put her hands together and recited an incantation. In the next moment, 23 channels of moonlight swept down, enveloping Yi Xiang's surroundings. Star and moon baptism. Although he didn't decapitate the ice demon Fei, he instantly disorganized the ice demon Fei that were charging forward and backward towards Yi Xiang. Taking advantage of this gap, Yi Xiang's hands quickly condensed the air to draw 12 sword talismans. Golden light covered them, instantly transforming into 12 golden long swords. Edict. Evil Breaker Sword. He wanted to control these long swords with his spiritual power through the Tong Tian talisman, and with a swoosh, they all exploded out. In an instant, each of the 12 ice demon Fei stabbed into their eyes, not waiting for them to hiss and growl. Yi Xiang had already transformed the spell in his hands and softly recited, "There is thunder within, and the god of thunder is hidden in name." In an instant, the heads of the 12 ice demon Fei that had their brains pierced by the golden light radiated a steep golden light. Boom! It all exploded with a bang. The 12 ice demon bodies fell to the ground with a simultaneous thud. The armored puppets in the distance stared blankly at Yi Xiang's figure. Is this the strength of the top of the charts? This is too scary. They have to several people team up to deal with an ice devil alien race, and also need quite a lot of time. And the other party killed 12 ice devil alien races in an instant. What kind of gap is this? Right at this moment, Yi Xiang's auxiliary intelligence suddenly reminded. Comrade Yi, think. 6 level 40 ice demon generals have been detected rapidly approaching. Yi Xiang's eyes moved slightly as his gaze fell ahead, and as expected, he saw several ice demon monsters that were a meter taller than normal ice demons were flying towards him. What he held in his hand was no longer an ice-spiked wolf's toothstick, but an ice weapon that looked like a giant scythe. Seeing this scene, even being under the unkind Tao heart of heaven and earth, there was a slight fluctuation. Finally coming to level 40, the golden light spell on Yi Xiang's body steeply grew a few points stronger again, and without fear, he directly rushed up towards those 6 level 40 ice demon generals. On the ice scythe, a ghostly light glowed, combined with that innate powerful strength. These level 40 ice devils holding scythes were like the god of death on the battlefield, crazily harvesting the lives of the warriors. It was far more appalling than an ordinary ice demon wielding a giant ice-spiked wolfsbane. This guy is crazy about killing and is actively charging towards the level 40 ice demon general? Some students couldn't help but frown, not understanding why Yi Xian wanted to do this. However, with the moment the purple Dao robe shadow also emerged on Yi Xiang's body, the soldiers of the Desert City Fortress finally recognized this fellow. Wasn't this the same guy who injured the level 59 Ice Demon King last time? This purple-clothed, Dao robe's silhouette was incomparably familiar. As expected, that golden light suppressed to the extreme, steeply erupting with brilliant thunder spells that covered his entire body. His figure steeply transformed into a thunderbolt, and the Ice Demon Fei in a straight line were instantly sliced apart by this white mangled thunderbolt. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of a level 40 Ice Demon General, and the moment you wanted to reveal his figure, his golden eyes had turned into white pupils. In his hand, he even condensed a ball of furious and piercing thunder on's palm thunder. The Ice Demon General's eyes widened as he subconsciously raised his ice sickle to slash at him, but the speed was not half a star slower compared to Yi Xiang. Palm thunder instantly erupted with a boom. This level 40 Ice Demon in front of him would have half of his body explode abruptly. Those armchair students immediately stared at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. A direct move almost killed a level 40 Ice Demon General in seconds. That Ice Demon General was also bombarded with confusion, and the only half of his body that was left began to slowly recover after touching the ice. Ice demons are like that. As long as there's ice, it won't take long to get back in one piece, as long as the brain core isn't destroyed. However, how could Yi think not know this? Casually condensing and drawing a talisman, the edict flung out. The moment it landed on the ice demon's head, it turned into a ball of scorching sun flames, instantly engulfing and melting its head. This coherent action simply stunned everyone present. Even the warriors were inspired by Yi Xian's aura. This armored puppet is too strong. Between the flip of his purple robe, a long sword of golden light appeared in Yi Xiang's hand. Performing the clear wind sword technique, he stepped on the dashing sword steps. Several sharp sides grazed his circumference, and the female commander in the command room, who had been paying attention to Yi Xian, watched with trepidation. It always felt like he would be decapitated at any moment, realizing that the ones surrounding him were all level 40 Ice Demon Generals, which already belonged to the elite warriors of the Fey. Yi Xiang's eyes were emotionless and desireless, and his Taoist heart was unperturbed. The movements of his hands were incomparably silky and coherent. After dodging the sides of the 5 Ice Demon Generals, the golden light long sword in his hand dissipated, and he raised his hand to quickly condense the air to draw a talisman. In the blink of an eye, 12 talismans surfaced in front of his body. 12 spirit chains instantly erupted and landed on the sides and the hands of each of these 5 ice demon generals. He yanked on the end of the spirit chain with one hand, and his human immortal body exploded with full force. The powerful force hardened and yanked the 5 ice demon generals closer, crashing them together. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang did not have any hesitation. The tyrannical lightning method infested down, following the spirit chain instantly, and the 5 ice demon generals all covered. Several ice demons tried to separate, but they were paralyzed and absorbed together by the thunder. One hand is raised to draw a rune. 5 talismans were drawn in the air. It then transformed into a long sword and stood in front of him, and the moment the lightning aura attached itself to the sword, the entire sword suddenly became bright. Yi Xiang tightly tugged on the spirit chain and pinched the spell with one hand. Edict. Thunder sword. Shoo 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 shoo. The 5 thunder swords erupted with ear-piercing thunder whistling sounds, instantly bursting out and flying out. The line of sight could not even catch the long swords before they directly penetrated through the heads of the 5 ice demon generals. Thunder Law not only possessed a powerful destructive force, but also carried the same extreme high temperature. Before the 5 thunder swords dissipated, Yi Xiang ignored the depletion of his inner elixir spirit power. His eyes flashed with white thunder aura, and he manipulated the 5 thunder swords with all his might to wreak havoc through the surrounding foreigners. Before a head of ice demon Fei could react, it was pierced through the head, killing it with a single blow. In the blink of an eye, Yi wanted to control the thunder sword to kill dozens of ice demon Fei once again. After exhausting its last ounce of spiritual energy, the thunder sword finally dissipated in mid-air. At this moment, Yi Xiang's hidden score had accumulated to a terrifying 30,000 points. Especially the scene where he killed the 5 ice demon generals made all the surrounding ice demon Fei not dare to approach him anymore. The battlefield froze and Yi wanted to kill a vacuum. He stood alone on the glacier. Even though the golden light and thunder spells on his body had dissipated, the aura on his body climbed to the peak. Invincible at the same level. Crossing levels still kills in seconds. At this moment, many people seem to see the figure of the heavenly king war god from Yi Xiang. They are equally so invincible on the battlefield. But right at this moment, a familiar giant hand broke through the surface of the glacier and grabbed towards Yuana. Humans. Familiar. Massive faces emerged from beneath the glacier. It was the level 59 Ice Demon King from before. His right eye had already recovered well, and his azure-colored eyes looked at Yi Xiang with incomparable hatred, as if he couldn't wait to skin him and eat him alive. That purple robe and golden light was instantly recognized as that kid from last time. It's not a serious injury, but it's a shame. Yi Xiang had actually been paying attention to the leader of the Ice Demon Fei for a long time, and when he realized that the other party hadn't appeared, he guessed that he would be hiding under the glacier. As expected, this old Inbi really didn't change his routine, and every time he waited until his spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Facing the huge giant hand, under the heaven and earth unkindness Tao mind, Yi wanted to not be half panicked. When all the warrior students thought that Yi Xiang would end up in the hands of that Ice Demon King, he quickly condensed the air and drew a talisman. Vertigo Phantom. In an instant, 5 identical Yi Wants appeared, directly separating and escaping in all directions. Snap! The giant hand hard slapped 2 of them apart, and the remaining 3 didn't even look back as they continued to run forward separately. But without waiting for the Ice Demon King to catch up, 2 more Ice Demon generals raised their sides and instantly decimated the remaining 2 doppelgangers. With only 1 target left, the Ice Demon King stepped on his huge body and charged straight towards Yi Xiang. Yi are in danger. Feng Miaochuan hurriedly looked at the pilot and said, "Big brother, fly over there." Good. The driver didn't hesitate and nodded his head in agreement. There was no fear in his eyes, while Feng Miaochuan immediately reacted with some regret. If something happened, he was a mech, and even if he was destroyed, he wouldn't die. This warrior would. No need, or forget it. Yi will be fine. The pilot warrior laughed. You should all be backstage personnel at the controls, right? It's okay. It's just one life at the end of the day. In 18 years I'll be fucking these aliens again. After saying that, he directly increased the throttle and drove the helicopter quickly towards the Ice Demon King, and soon came to the position above the Ice Demon King, where he could grab the helicopter with a single lift of his hand, at a very dangerous distance. But surely you can't be too far away from the Ice Demon King or you won't be able to curse the target. Feng Miaochuan didn't hesitate as his eyes flooded with black mist. When he raised his hand, the shadow of the goddess of death appeared behind him, transforming into a circle of light that directly enveloped the Ice Demon King. Without waiting a moment, another corruption erosion curse plus soul vine was snapped on. The speed of the Ice Demon King steeply slowed down, but because the difference in level was too great, these cursed auras appeared incomparably dim. Seeing that Yi Xiang managed to escape, the Ice Demon King raised his head and roared angrily at the helicopters in the sky. In an instant, A cold to the core frost erupted from his mouth towards them. The pilot warrior was no fool, and immediately lifted off. But it was still a step too slow, and the frost hit the tail, and the rear tail pulp was frozen directly, clicking and shattering into ice slag. The entire helicopter became shaky at once, and even plummeted toward the bottom. Run, run, run! Feng Miaochuan was almost scared to death. The pilot warrior was silent, doing his best to be at the controls of the plane, heading towards the desert city fortress. But I don't know if there was a problem with the power unit, but the helicopter couldn't pull up no matter what, and it was even lowering a little, obviously unable to fly to the fortress. The pilot warrior gave a sprightly smile and turned his head to Feng Miaochuan and said, "Sorry comrade, I've done my best, so hurry up and jump out of the plane." Feng Miaochuan nodded after a moment of silence. Okay, there were still 6 or 7 meters of height left, and with the defense of the mechanical puppets, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. At that thought, he jumped straight out of the airplane. When he landed, he was just about to look up into the sky. He came down, but what about that pilot? The next moment, he saw that the pilot did not jump out of the aircraft. Instead, he maneuvered the helicopter and crashed it straight towards an ice demon alien. Boom! The explosion instantly flooded the ice demon, as well as the plane. Feng Miaochuan stared blankly at the scene, his mind still recalling the face of that straight and resolute warrior. He doesn't even know the name. What the fuck are you gawking at? Run! Chen Wanyan rushed up, yanked up Fatty and flew towards the front. Soon, several people arrived on the desert city fortress, and all of them couldn't help but frown as they looked at the terrifying level 59 Ice Demon King. It was not that Feng Miaochuan had not seen warriors sacrificing their lives, but he used to look at them as game NPCs. But at this time, after the concepts shifted, he looked at the brazen warriors below. That sadness in his heart couldn't help but rise. The level 59 Ice Demon King on the battlefield was simply a bug. No one could stop him. The attacks of the warriors were not painful to him at all, while the other party became a puddle of mush when they slapped him down. Feng Miaochuan looked on with tears on his face, but he could do nothing. Yi Xiang, on the other hand, sat down on the ground, grasping the time to revolve his inner elixir and recover his spiritual energy. Just then, however, he seemed to feel something and looked to the south. "Young Wei, keep an eye on it for me," Yi Xiang said. "What's wrong?" Chen Wanyan couldn't help but inquire even after hearing this. "I'll go offline and level up." After Yi Xiang finished, he directly went offline, leaving the frozen trio behind. This guy is already level 28. Wouldn't another upgrade be level 29? And level 30 totally belongs to the sophomore stage. How long has it been since school started? In the quiz room, he wanted to open his eyes and take off his glasses. Without any hesitation, he immediately got up and walked out of the quiz room and towards the elevator. Over at the Desert City Fortress, people are dying every minute, every second. The Southern Sea defenses, too, are about to erupt into an even more terrible war. Rows and rows of mages and warrior professions were ready to go into the water, stopping the Bone Fae from coming ashore at all costs. A level 59 Ice Demon King has reappeared in Desert City. "We need ace troop support." A commander raised his head and said. Zhou Jing's gaze moved slightly, and after a moment of silence, he shook his head. "Let them hold out for a little while longer. All the ace troops must all head to the southern waters for support." Zhou Jing knew very well which was more important. Leaving 10,000 warriors on the northern front was already the limit. With another 5,000 or so armored puppets, it might last longer. "You want to go offline?" that commander said again. Zhou Jing frowned. "Is the second generation mechanical puppet damaged?" "No, he went offline of his own accord." Zhou Jing pulled up the screen and found Yi Xiang taking the elevator to the top floor. He was instantly a bit puzzled. He cultivated every day, but at this critical moment, must he still cultivate? With Yi Xiang's current strength, as long as he didn't face alpha-level foreigners, ordinary foreigners and elite foreigners couldn't do much with him. The elevator doors opened. Yi wanted to step out of the elevator, into the eyes, but saw an old man, also stood in front of the door, his eyes like a ghostly well watching the darkness before the dawn. "Chief," Yi wanted to respectfully shout as he walked up. Zhouan returned to his senses, and after noticing that it was Yi Xiang, an amiable smile spread across his face. "It's you, Yi, come to practice?" "Aha." Yi wanted to nod his head. "I won't disturb you, right?" Zhouan couldn't help but ask. "No, Chief." Yi wanted to shake his head. Seemingly remembering something, he was silent for a moment before saying, "Chief, I want to actually travel to the battlefield, where I can become stronger faster." However, Zhouan shook his head. "I know. Once upon a time, we thought the same thing, to raise a group of top-notch powerhouses out of war. They are a group of very good kids, the most talented group of kids from the 3 top colleges combined. and if they can grow up, we, Huaxia, will be much stronger than we are now. The chief didn't continue, just let out a soft sigh. He thought that he probably knew that 10 years ago, when the ice demon alien race raided and invaded Huaxia, that group of Huaxia's best and outstanding young men, all of them died in battle on the front line, and none of them were willing to retreat. If it were up to him, he might not want to step down either. The only way to die on that tragic battlefield was to die in battle, and if he escaped in defeat, then he would suffer for the rest of his life. At that moment, thousands of strands of golden awns emerged from the end of the sky. Yi Xiang subconsciously closed his eyes, matching the ancient breathing technique with his abdominal resonance. Wisps of purple qi were absorbed by him, as well as the surrounding spiritual energy pouring in as much as it could. With the help of the purple qi, in just 10 minutes or so, the inner Dan was filled with spiritual energy and restored to perfection. Steeply, the inner Dan shook. A golden Dan pattern slowly appeared on the purple Dan, and in an instant, the inner Dan's spiritual power multiplied, bursting out with powerful spiritual power fluctuations through the body. Yi Xiang's body emitted a violet radiance around him, matching the sunrise's golden radiance falling on his body. At this point it just feels like the whole body is refreshed and clear. The inner Dan finally broke through to the first turn. This divine scene made Zhouan unable to help but smile. It looked like this child was about to break through the ranks again. When the realm stabilized, Yi Xiang slowly opened his eyes, and the purple mist in his eyes slowly hid down. The state is once again back in peak condition. Chief, I'm going back. Yi wanted to look at Zhouan and said. Zhouan nodded. Well, by the way, have you learned Tai Chi yet? Hearing these words, Yi wanted to react at once. That time the one who arranged himself to meet that old Taoist master. Could it not be that it was the chief? Learned. Zhouan smiled. Good. It's good to learn. Go ahead. It's fine to teach me Tai Chi later. Aha! Yi wanted to nod and turned to take the elevator to leave. The old man watched Yi Xiang leave with anticipation and relief in his gaze. He understood the urgency in the boy's heart, as one person had previously killed 6 level 40 ice demon generals, already recognized by the god of war Hong Cheng and heavenly king Luo Zhuan. Yi Xiang had the qualifications and potential to become the top pillar of Huaxia, so Zhouan was hoping that he could grow slowly and build his foundation a little more solidly. Although devouring foreign blood spirits could speed up upgrades, it was likewise consuming talent, and sometimes, leveling up too quickly didn't mean good things. Moreover, the former has not yet stepped onto the stage, which is the turn of the younger generation to play the bully. A helicopter gunship is flying rapidly from Kyoto to Mochang. Inside the airplane, a white-haired old man in military uniform was polishing a program-sharp tanged sword and speaking softly. Old buddy, I'm sorry for the commission. We'll only slaughter a level 59 beast this time. Leaf wanted to re-enter the quiz room and put on his glasses to relink the load. The patiently waiting load succeeded, and when he opened his eyes again, the whole of the desert city below the fortress was already in a white-hot battle. One warrior was hammered by the ice demon Fei, and one armored puppet was broken. Despite adding up to 15,000 people, the overall strength of the ice demon Fei was more than enough to surpass them, not to mention the fact that there was also a level 59 ice demon king. At this time, Yi Xiang, who had recovered to his peak state and had also broken through the first turn of the purple Dan, had his inner Dan spirit power multiplied. Without any hesitation, he pinched his knuckles with one hand, and surging golden light surged through his body. Crap, brother Yi is online? Feng Naochuan was a bit surprised. Join me and stall the ice demon king. Yi Xiang opened his mouth and said. Feng Naochuan couldn't help but stare blankly. Brother, you're not kidding, right? That's a level 59 big boss. Even if you upgraded, you're still only level 29, a full 30 levels behind. Going up is death. How can we play? Chen Wanyan also couldn't help but nod his head. He knew that Yi Xiang was very strong, but that Ice Demon King definitely couldn't be won by numbers. Just stall. You guys don't have to go on. Yi wanted no explanation and saw that the Ice Demon King grabbed 3 human warriors and with a poof, directly crushed them. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang's eyes directly flashed golden eyes before instantly switching to white pupil thunder eyes. With a piercing sound, the raging thunder law possessed him, and the human immortal pattern emerged. With a roaring sound, far more than double the previous speed, Yi Xiang directly rushed into the battlefield. Along the way, the level 30 Ice Demon Fei were instantly killed through their bodies, terrifying to the extreme. He wanted to enter the Dao intense state of mind. The power of his body's Dao laws multiplied, and the thunder laws themselves served as the most tyrannical attacks, and with the Dao mind's enhancement, the thunder laws became even more terrifying in terms of power. Seeing Yi Xiang's courageous scene, Feng Miaochuan swallowed his saliva, but still followed and jumped down. It wouldn't really die anyway. Chen Wanyan also recovered well at this time, stood up, his body lit up with dragon flame, and chased after him. Xin Yue pursed up her lips, and as early as the moment Yi wanted to rush over, her feathers unfolded and her body radiated a bit of moonstar light. Look at this one handsome and dominating halo. Feng Miaochuan smiled helplessly. Forget about it. His own rot spellcaster, himself belonged to the dark profession category, without a care in the world. A repulsive darkness emanated from his body and his eyes turned pure pitch black. Along the passageway that Yi wanted to punch through, he followed straight up. The rest of the warrior armatures saw the figures and understood at once that they had recovered well. The aura steepened and opened up a counterattack. Kill. Undaunted, the combat profession warriors surrounded the 3-meter-tall ice demon alien and charged. The ice demon king looked at the lightning figure that came in the twinkling of an eye, and the corners of his mouth flared up in mockery. A war avalanche stomped down towards him. Fast. Once stepped on, everything will be reduced to slag. Yi Xiang's eyes moved slightly, and his right hand quickly drew a divine traveling talisman and stuck it on his leg. The speed violently soared again, directly traversing through that giant foot. Boom boom, giant feet trampled down heavily, only to see a layer of ice surrounding that giant foot instantly crumble away and disintegrate, and all of the hundreds of meters in a radius shattered. Many ice devils and humans, who were simply too late to react, were directly dropped into the bottomless ice crevices. A human earth mage immediately arched up the sand and soil, arching up the warriors who were about to fall down. Xin Yue quickly flew over and pulled them up. Then a group holy moon heal. Moonlight fell on dozens of warriors, quickly restoring the wounds. Like a moon goddess fairy, she instantly made the somewhat panicked warriors settle down. Xin Yue didn't stop and flew directly towards the direction of the Ice Demon King, and immediately threw over a moon god blessing after capturing Yi Xiang's figure. Yi Xiang's speed once again accelerated a little. After dodging the Ice Demon King's trampling, he jumped straight up and leapt into the Ice Demon King's lap. Opening his hands, 18 talismans instantly appeared in front of him. After the inner Dan breakthrough, Yi Xiang's control and quality of spiritual energy had once again improved a lot. With a clattering sound, 18 spirit chains were bound to the Ice Demon King's legs. The body transformed into a thunder aura and flashed again, circling up in a circle. Although the Ice Demon King's power and strength was terrifying, the fatal thing was his speed. The Ice Demon King couldn't even catch Yi Xiang, who had mastered the Thunder Law. So every time, he waited until Yi Xiang's spiritual power was exhausted and he could no longer use his lightning method. Don't underestimate the intelligence of high-level foreign races. They aren't much worse than ordinary people, especially the higher the rank. The more cunning and insidious the foreign race is, even more than the human race. In the blink of an eye, the spirit chain entwined the Ice Demon King all over his body. You wanted to naturally not expect the spirit chain to be able to trap the other party. The difference in level was too great, and the other party would be able to collapse the spirit chain with a single exertion. What he wanted was just to guide the thunder spell and cover the Ice Demon King's entire body. Tugging at the long spirit chain in his hand, his eyes exploded with lightning spells. Not waiting for the Ice Demon King to collapse the spirit chain, wild and splendid thunder spells blossomed out from his body, and then swept up as fast as they could through the spirit chain. All the Ice Demon Fae and warriors were attracted by the blinding thunder light at this moment. Turn your head and look over. Even though the early sun had already risen by now, Yi Xiang at this moment was even more piercing than the scorching sun. Everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes slightly, but they didn't blink at all. This scene must have rocked the world, regardless of winning or losing. A 16-year-old level 29 teenager, facing a level 59 Ice Demon King without fear. In an instant, the thunder power swept over the Ice Demon King's entire body, and the nearly 12-meter-tall Ice Demon King suddenly roared madly, as the powerful thunder law carried a scorching temperature and penetrating power, injuring him. Lei Fa, a power that could only be mastered by a level 50 mage, penetrated the Ice Demon King's meter-thick ice armor in one go, reaching straight into his body. The Ice Demon King at this moment was as if he was lit up, his body transparently glowing. It was clearly seen that the terrifying thunder power was wreaking havoc and destruction within his body. Yi Xiang didn't hold back a bit. All the spiritual power of the first turn purple gold Dan was transformed into thunder law, and all of it was channeled on the Ice Demon King through the spirit chain. Countless ice-cracking sounds resounded from the Ice Demon King under the powerful thunder force. Click 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 click. Sheepishly, under this terrifying lightning method, all the Ice Demon Fae could not help but stare in disbelief. Feng Miaochuan finally arrived close and flung a corruption-weakening curse onto the Ice Demon King. Once again was weakened defensive resistance of the Ice Demon King, the entire huge body steeply half-kneeling on the ground. That body ice crack traces densely packed, covered the whole body. Thunder spells deal damage that stacks twice. Yi Xiang could not help but look at Feng Miaochuan and suddenly reacted. This guy's curse skill seems to be quite suitable for boss fights. Feng Miaochuan didn't stop, and without saying a word, he closed his eyes and recited the incantation. and the silhouette of the goddess of death appeared behind him. At that moment, an ice demon Fei saw this and charged towards him. Chen Wanyan ignited a flame without saying anything, and the dragon fist in his hand roared as he directly disliked it. The moment the ice demon giant fist collided with the flame fist, Chen Wanyan took several steps back, and that ice demon Fei also took a step back. At that moment, Feng Miaochuan raised his head, and a death goddess curse with small black feathers quickly flew towards the ice demon king. Then without stopping, he cast Soul Vine again to wrap around the ice demon's feet. His current level was simply too low for him to be able to do it to the extent of wrapping around his entire body. Layer upon layer of curses, although weakened and weak by the level difference, stacked up, it still very much affected the ice demon king's status. The berserk thunder law raged madly and destructively on his body, and the dense ice cracks became more and more numerous. But right at this moment, the ice demon king erupted steeply, and a layer of the extreme cold domain unfolded. Yi Xiang's pupils shrunk. The ice demon phase level 50 ranged skill, absolute 0. He quickly retreated back without saying a word as a thunder mantle, not forgetting to drag the two of them, Feng Miaochuan and Chen Wanyan, dragging the ground and running wildly. The whole thing ran away for hundreds of meters before stopping. A few people turned their heads to look, only to see that the 100 meters around the Ice Demon King were all plunged into a terrifying silence. All the Ice Demon warriors were all frozen into ice sculptures, and even the core of the Ice Demon was frozen hard into ice, unable to be revived. Undifferentiated domain skills were incomparably terrifying. Under the white frost rising mist, an inch of spirit chain turned into ice slag and fell off. Spiritual energy was also frozen. In the white mist, the massive shadow slowly rose. The Ice Demon King's gaze was gloomy to the extreme as he gazed at Yi Xiang in death. As the Ice Demon King, it was a disgrace to be injured once again by this abominable brat at one time. He came over with great strides, his absolute 0-degree field still on, completely ignoring the rest of the ice demons, and wherever he passed, they were all frozen out and shattered. Under this terrifying power, the warriors also had to retreat and flee. The situation, after all, cannot be flipped. The cracks on the Ice Demon King's body were recovering little by little, intact as before. Even if he wanted to master the Thunder Law, with a full force outburst, he still couldn't cause too much damage to him. However, to be able to force out the opponent's domain skill, Yi Xiang was already good enough. On the battlefield, every warrior was instructed at this point to retreat altogether. With the rank-crushing, absolute sub-zero ranged field, whoever went up there would die, even if it was the Ice Demon himself. Yi Xiang silently watched this scene. If there was no support, this front line of Desert City would definitely not be able to hold. Chen Wanyan chanted in a low voice at this time, although he preferred melee combat and utilized the mighty strength of the battle dragon. However, he was also a hidden profession mage who had mastered dragon language magic, and hot magical fluctuations spread out from around him. Xin Yue also chanted in a low voice, her body radiating a gentle moonlight glow. Soon, not only the two of them, but all of the mages in the front line, all closed their eyes and chanted, radiating colorful radiant magic. After the warriors glanced at each other, they blocked in front of them, using their lives to stop the charge of the Ice Demon Fei. In an instant, countless magic swept up, instantly drowning patches of Ice Demon Fei. The role of the mage profession on the battlefield is very large. High-level mages, but also a person top hundreds of people. At this time, Xin Yue also finished reciting the chant and her body was suspended in midair. The ice sword in his hand turned into moonlight, bright and icy, and flew towards the Ice Demon King. Chen Wanyan also snapped his eyes open at this moment, raising his hand and pointing it at the Ice Demon King. Dragon magic, grip of flame. Hot crimson flames swept up under the feet of the Ice Demon King, like a giant hand of flames opening up and tugging. However, the Ice Demon King only looked down slightly. The giant flaming hand was then frozen into an ice sculpture. Lifelike. Chen Wanyan couldn't help but crack up. Grass. This absolute 0-degree field is too perverse. Not only his giant hand of flame, even Xin Yue's moonlight and the rest of the magic locked towards the Ice Demon King were all frozen into ice as soon as they entered the field. Comrade Yi think, please retreat. The Ice Demon King's absolute 0 field only has 30 minutes. The auxiliary intelligence reminded. He wanted to understand that once this desert city fortress was lost, if he wanted to fight his way back, he would need to pay exponentially more in casualties before he could do so. But if we don't retreat, everyone will die here. Still unable to stop the Ice Demon King. Thinking of this, he patted Xin Yue's shoulder. Let's go. Retreat. This command, naturally, was conveyed down by the rear commander. A momentary retreat to involve the Ice Demon Fei. Wait for the Ice Demon King's absolute 0 skill to end. Then counterattack. But retreating wasn't a haphazard backward run. Someone definitely needed to stay here and hold the Ice Demon Fei at bay. The warriors at the forefront had already been mentally prepared, and none of them hesitated to draw their standardized weapons. Kill! The warriors bravely rushed forward, and the rest of the mages and warriors couldn't bear to look at each other for more than a moment as they turned around and evacuated the desert city fortress. This land of black and red defenses is covered in layer after layer of blood. Year after year, day after day, the blood had long since soaked several feet deep. Of the 10,000 warriors, only 5,000 remained in the end, and more than 3,000 armored puppets were scrapped. The overall number of Ice Demon Fae, on the other hand, was only about 2,000 less. The difference in strength is too great. Not only the Ice Demon King, those level 40 Ice Demon generals are also very scary. Where the scythe passes, it cuts in half. How could the Ice Demon King allow the humans to retreat? Coldly shouting, he took large strides to catch up towards them. When you wanted to see this scene, he raised an eyebrow, and his body once again radiated a brilliant thunder aura, directly running in another direction. The Ice Demon King's line of sight was suddenly directed towards him. The one he hated the most right now was this kid, and without saying a word, he chased after him. The Ice Demon King turned to leave, and the pressure on the frontline fighters was too easy all of a sudden, cooperating with the mages to hold them back. When all the auxiliary law professions retreated, all the warriors suddenly ran back with all their might as one of the officers bellowed, "Why don't you run if you can live?" Just as they ran, they all couldn't help but look at the figure that was being chased by the Ice Demon King. Rafa possessed the speed as if he were toying with the Ice Demon King, staying right on the edge of the absolute field. Humans! The Ice Demon King was furious, but also realized that this guy's strength had risen into a lot, and the thunder method was so consuming of spiritual energy that it hadn't even been exhausted yet. With a fierce growl, he thrust his hands into the glacier. He wanted to have an unsettling premonition, and as expected, an extremely sharp icicle erupted from underneath his feet. Yi Xiang's figure exploded with thunderous flashes and quickly left the original spot. Looking back at the hundreds of icicles behind him, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Luckily he reacted quickly or he would have been zapped through the heart. Just when there was more provocation to be done, a familiar voice appeared steeply in his mind. "Little brother, we meet again so soon. Wow, you're improving fast. I really can't help it." Yi Xiang snapped his head up to look not far away, only to see an incomparably seductive and sexy figure slowly walk out from the edge of the Ice Demon Fae's domain. Underneath the thin armor, it was as if it was not for defense, but to cover key areas. A flirtatious and sexy body, pale skin, long, slender and smooth legs, and a pair of black wings covered in blood-red veins. On that exquisite face, a pair of violet eyes that seemed as if they would seduce people's hearts, quietly gazed at Yi Xiang. Although you wanted to have never seen the Imperial clan before, but with just one glance, he was incomparably sure that the other party was the most mysterious Imperial clan in human. Fallen Phantom. Looking at the incomparably sexy woman in front of him, Yi Xiang was instantly a little creeped out. The Imperial inhabitants were incomparably mysterious and unfamiliar to the human race. Even the three top colleges didn't have much information and data on the Imperial clan, but every appearance of the Imperial inhabitants represented a change in pattern. The Ice Demon King had already chased after him at this time. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang's eyes flooded with thunderous light. Just as he was about to turn around and run, Nail said in a cold voice, "You can't hit him, big guy." A simple sentence instantly caused this Ice Demon King to stand in place. He stared at Yi Xiang dead on, his azure-colored eyes feeling angry and on the verge of spitting fire. The lightning aura on Yi Xiang's body slowly dissipated and he sighed faintly. It's so unplayable. A level 59 Ice Demon King, and a fallen Phantom Royal who couldn't tell his level at all. Forget it, I'm just an armored puppet anyway, so if it's gone, it's gone. He turned his head to look in the direction of the desert city fortress, and realized that the human race had pretty much withdrawn, and after losing the pressure from the Ice Demon King, the warriors were still holding up against the rest of the Ice Demon Fae. "Why don't you hit me?" You wanted to look at that fallen charmed inhuman and directly opened the door to ask. The absolute zero field on the Ice Demon King didn't disappear, yet this fallen phantom inhuman in front of him was within the Ice Demon King's field, yet he was completely unaffected by it. Nail looked at Yi Xiang and smiled lightly. Secret O. Yi Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly as he recalled the voice that suddenly appeared when he went offline earlier. It was more than likely this fallen phantom inhuman in front of him. "Are you a throne? How strong is a throne?" Yi wanted to ask. Nail looked at Yi Xiang. "Of course I'm not a throne, but the throne, well, probably have you now. Over 1,000 times so strong it?" Yi Xiang stroked his chin. It was indeed very strong. "Then where is that junior bone throne?" Yi Xiang asked casually. He did have some curiosity. After all, millions of bone skeleton foreigners attacked the human race, and it was impossible for that teenage throne not to have made a move. "Him, guess what?" Nail teased. Sister has a reward if you guess correctly. She reached out her finger slightly and gave it a little nudge. Yi Xiang couldn't help but stare in disbelief. He just now had a steep feeling of being touched on the nose. Listening to the other party's tone, that bone human throne had definitely already made a move. Guess? Not with the army. But if you have to guess, it's certainly not that simple. A throne that wants to do the most damage to the human race, that's bound to be Kyoto. Yi Xiang's pupils shrunk. Kyoto covered 3 top colleges. Almost all the geniuses in the country gathered there. Once the throne appeared there, the consequences were unimaginable. Despite the fact that all of the king's troops were in Kyoto, and Tenno Luozhuan was there, almost everyone's attention was definitely on the southern sea defenses right now. Geez, how come little brother is so smart? Nail teased as if she could read minds. Yi Xiang could not help but be on guard once again. This fallen phantom inhuman was truly a bit terrifying. Was that voice you last time too? Of course it's me. Is there another woman who misses you? Nail said flirtatiously as she licked her lips. A pair of violet eyes stared straight at Yi Xiang, and in the next moment, another purple pishy flower steeply surfaced in front of Yi Xiang. Yi Xiang jerked back and cupped the spell with one hand. Cave wisdom intersects the 5 airs. The golden light appears quickly and covers my body. This time, the golden light divine spell covered his entire body from the inside out. But he still didn't find anything wrong with him. A mysterious smile spread across Nail's lips. Little Taoist, there's no need to be so nervous. It's not like sister will eat you. As soon as the words left her mouth, she jerked her head around to look at the blue sky behind her. A pair of flirtatious eyes narrowed slightly. This old guy, can he still lift a sword? It's no fun. Nail turned her head to Yi Xiang and said softly, Little Taoist, cultivate well. Sister is looking forward to you. As soon as the words fell, she unfolded her feathered wings and flew onto the Ice Demon King, and said softly, I didn't expect to catch a big fish over here. Big guy, you have to be careful. That old man is very powerful. The Ice Demon King smiled disdainfully. How powerful can a human whose chi and blood will run out be? Okay, whatever. The moment Nail turned around and disappeared, she didn't forget to give Yi Xiang a flying kiss. Bye-bye little Taoist. At that moment, the helicopter gunship slowly landed and an old man stepped down from it. Yi Think couldn't help but turn his head to look. When he saw a white-haired old man in a military green robe, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. No wonder that fallen phantom imperial clan would just leave. This one who came, was actually the god of war, Hong Cheng. The old man carried a 1.5 meter long tang sword in his hand, and under his green robe, the pale figure carried a rivaling aura. One step after another, he walked towards Yi Xiang and the Ice Demon King. The Ice Demon King looked at the approaching old man with a sardonic smile at the corner of his mouth. 40 years ago, I was just an Ice Demon General and witnessed you decapitating my clan's throne. I didn't realize how long has passed. You've already aged into this. The old man couldn't help but laugh. 40 years for you to get to this point? The Ice Demon King's gaze was gloomy. The human race is just so fragile. Even if they grasp great power, they are only 100 or so years old. The old man nodded. Well, that's right. Goods like you wouldn't have qualified for me to draw my sword 20 years ago. Kid, know how to use a sword? Hong Qing asked as he turned his head to Yi Xiang. Yi wanted to shake his head. Want to learn? The old man asked. Yi thought for a moment before shaking his head. Evergreen. Are all the juniors so faceless these days? What's so fun about all that fighting magic? Forget it. I really can't get on with all this old school stuff. He raised his head, his pale and deep gaze slowly falling on the Ice Demon King, and said softly, Kid, watch this cut. As soon as the words fell, the old war god's back steeply straightened. A terrifyingly sharp blade intent rose up to the sky, and even the clouds in the sky were sliced under the sharp aura. The Ice Demon King looked at the old war god without any fear, and with the absolute zero realm still intact, he roared and charged directly towards the old man. This kind of incident would definitely attract a lot of attention in normal times, but right now, almost everyone's attention was focused on the southern sea line. With the northern desert city, people are dying every second, and the data and information about the sudden disappearance of a person in the city seems insignificant at this point. And now, except for the inspectors who maintain the basic order of Kyoto, the rest of the combat professions have gone to the battle line. If that teenage bone throne had really sneaked into Kyoto, then there was only one target for him. 3 top colleges. Zhou Jing frowned. But now the only person in the entire human race who can deal with the throne is the heavenly king Luo Zhuan, and he can't help but sit in the South Sea. The old god of war, Hong Cheng, was even unable to make a move a long time ago, and previously hiding his departure from everyone had already caused many people to have palpitations in their hearts, and they were truly afraid that this old-timer would die on the battlefield. That would be too much of a blow to the human race. A few generations down from the top, the god of war, Hong Cheng, and the heavenly king, Luo Zhuan, had become the support of the human race, and as long as they were still alive, they would give people the feeling that there was still hope. Zhou Jing searched the screen quickly for the missing warrior's previous data. Although the auxiliary intelligence was destroyed, all the data uploaded would be recorded in the centralized library. Soon, Zhou Jing saw a very old ID card. On it was the face of a boy who looked 7 or 8 years old, by G, a native of the south side. The second profile, on the other hand, was a picture of a white-haired teenager who looked at the camera with a slight smile. Innocent and refreshing-looking teenager with a harmless look. Yet it was this photo that, for a moment, gave Zhou Jing an incomparable chill. At the first moment, his intuition told him that this teenager was that one human teenager Bone Throne. Today, 10 years later, he was exactly 17 or 18 years old. And this kid's identity information was almost the same as that of Yi Xiang. And the same was that his parents had both died in the South City. But Yi wanted to be lucky enough to be taken in by the Shin family. And the boy disappeared then. The entire South City had been destroyed. And the number of missing and dead was countless. Not to mention the fact that it had been so long ago that a missing child was a completely insignificant blip in the mammoth data. And it was this small dot that, 10 years later, became the throne of the Bone Fiends. Even attempting to destroy Huaxia, he wondered what had happened to the teenager in the last 10 years. But at this point, he absolutely could no longer speculate on what this teenager was actually thinking from a human perspective. Bang! Zhou Jing couldn't help but slam the table in anger. But commanders around him were taken aback, wondering what had happened again. Zhou Jing didn't explain. He just sent this information to Heavenly King Luo Zhuan. As the commander-in-chief, he could send important information directly to Heavenly King Luo Zhuan. Zhou Jing was an auxiliary profession, but was a representative of the younger generation as an outstanding and steady one. Otherwise, he wouldn't have that much power to take over all the data and commands of the front line with full authority. And any command he gave represented a warrior moving forward to the front line without fear. They believe in the commander behind them, in their country, and in the faith of China. The human race will not lose. Luo Zhuan, who had already arrived at the South Sea defense line, looked at all of Zhou Jing's data with a morose gaze. Good boy. How dare you sneak into Kyoto? Do you really think the human race is a soft target? I know. Just let me know when you find the target. Luo Zhuan replied. Zhou Bing nodded his head and split the screen into two interfaces, his mental power fully open, observing the battle underwater in the South China Sea while observing all the corners of Kyoto, especially the nearby establishments of the 3 top colleges. He had expected the teenager to go into hiding and find a chance to act in secret. However, what Zhou Jing had not expected at all was that this teenager was sitting in a milk tea store, drinking milk tea and staring blankly at the gate of S.A. Chime High School. Bai Ji's mind recalled many memories from his childhood. These memories had never appeared before, as if they had been sealed. But when he came to Kyoto, images of memories that he could not remember long ago kept appearing. Mom, I'm going to get into S.A. Chime's high school just like my sister. Dad, what profession do you think I can awaken? Is it a mage like my sister? The teenager thought back, but no matter what, he couldn't recall the appearance of his parents, and his sister's appearance was even more difficult to remember. Later, I only remembered that the walls of the southern city shattered and countless savage and terrifying ice demons rushed in, killed his parents, killed his sister, and was about to kill him too. The hostess showed up. She was like a dark angel and saved herself, gave himself great power and made himself king of the Bone Fae. The teenager opened his hand slightly, knowing full well that he was human. So what? Mistress's orders are still to be carried out. After all, she promised that she could bring back both his parents and his sister. At that thought, the teenager put down his milk tea, felt all over his body, found an old baba with stale bloodstains for $10, put it on the table, and turned to walk out the door, straight towards S.A. Chime's high school. However, before they could take a few steps, dozens and hundreds of auxiliary intelligences suddenly flew out from the surroundings, and dozens of Kyoto inspectors gazed at the harmless-looking teenager with incomparable vigilance. The inspectors didn't know the identity of the teenager, but the orders were given to suspect an extremely dangerous target, with surveillance and delay being the main concern. Bai Ji looked at the inspectors in front of him with a calm gaze. Uncle Inspector, what can I do for you? A female inspector put away her weapon, raised her hands, and approached the teenager step by step. Hello, I'm the head of the Kyoto Inspectorate 2nd Unit. Can we talk? Bai Ji nodded. Of course. The female inspector breathed a small sigh of relief. Would it be enough to stall for time as instructed? Though she didn't see anything threatening about the teenager, she did as instructed. What's your name? She asked. Bai Ji's gaze fell on the female inspector and suddenly said, I remember you. You used to come to my house with my sister to play. An image of the female inspector in front of him did appear in the teenager's mind's memory. Again 10 years ago. Li Yuting couldn't help but stare. Your sister is? White frost face. Li Yuting's pupils shrank, and at the same time, the auxiliary intelligence beside her queried by Shuangyan's information all at once. Looking at that familiar face, Li Yuting's body couldn't help but tremble. 10 years ago, during the college period, Bai Shanyan was exactly her best friend. The two of them talked about everything, but when the bad news suddenly happened, this good sister of theirs was no longer visible at once. Li Yuting couldn't help but walk towards the teenager. From his features, he could indeed see some shadows of his sister, especially those eyes, which were almost identical. Please do not approach easily. The target is suspected to be the Bone Throne, the auxiliary intelligence warned. Li Yuting could not help but turn her head and laugh. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. I remember him. He is my good sister's younger brother. At that time, he was very cute. How could he be the Bone Wreck King? Pust. A bone spike instantly went through her chest and pierced her heart. All the inspectors present didn't react, staring at the scene in front of them with wide, unbelieving eyes. Li Yuting also stared blankly at her chest, a ghastly white bone spur piercing through her heart and staining her blood. She didn't understand and slowly turned her head to look at the teenager behind her. Blood keeps coming out of his mouth. 4. Why? Bai Ji retracted his bone spike silently and said softly, I've actually always hated my sister, hated everything about her, including you. Parents are proud of her. Got into St. Chime. Everyone is happy. No one cares about me. Ever since I was a little girl, she's overpowered me and taken what was rightfully mine. Why do you think that is? You miss her so much. Go be with her. Li Yuting's eyes gradually lost their expression and she half kneeled on the ground. The surrounding inspectors looked on in unbridled anger. An inspector snapped, Stop the target. Several warrior professions quickly rushed towards the teenager as the auxiliary intelligence flashed piercing alarms. The rest of the auxiliary inspectors began chanting spells and casting magic as well. However, the next moment, it was like a white bone hell, presenting itself to the world. The terrifying strength of the throne was displayed. The entire earth crumbled, the buildings collapsed, and dozens of inspectors were instantly killed in seconds, all of them being stuck on bone spikes and hanging high. Blood dripped down the bone spikes. The white-haired teenager had no expression on his face. Having survived the Fae for 10 years, he had seen too much life and death. Emotions are unnecessary. The only way to get stronger, the only way to get the job done. It's the mistress who will reward him, who will resurrect the family and then tell them, your sons aren't bad, they're better than anyone else. Boom! The 100-meter-long bone spikes instantly broke through the holy chime gate. Skeletal armor crazily surfaced around the white-haired teenager, and in the blink of an eye, a tens of meters huge skeleton throne giant appeared in the center of Kyoto. The great commotion caused the students to poke their heads out. All the students couldn't help but stare in disbelief when they saw the tens of meters tall bone skeleton giant. The Bone Throne? How can it be? The president of Trial High School and the president of Holy Chime High School immediately reacted, and on both of their contacts, a message quickly came through. Principal Lin, Principal Chang, try to stall as much as possible. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan is on his way. Have all students evacuate, the Kyoto Inspector General said. Boom boom. The bone skeleton throne slapped a building in Holy Chime directly through, but fortunately it was a freshman school building, and nowadays all the freshman students were heading to the military base to receive fully closed military training, and no one was in the school building. Inside the skeleton, the teenager is in control of a powerful force, destroying everything in sight with impunity. It was everything his sister had, and he was going to destroy it all. Soon, Principal Chang of St. Chime High School arrived in front of the Bone Wreck throne with a dozen or so high-ranking teachers. Raising his head to look at this tens of meters tall skeletal giant, any other person would feel helpless and desperate. For any throne, the level is 100. As for them, the highest was only Cheng Xianhua, a level 81 water mage, and the rest of them ranged from 50 to 60 levels. She raised her hand, and in an instant, countless streams of water condensed out of the air and wrapped around the body of the skeletal giant, binding it. Seeing this, the rest of the teachers immediately started chanting attack magic without saying a word. Holy ruling, sleeping spell, ice seal technique, thunder spell. A dozen or so powerful magical forces fell on the bone throne, while the auxiliary law teacher enchanted their status. Meanwhile, outside Holy Chime High School, President Lin of Judgment High School and War God High School also arrived with a group of senior teachers. Seeing the scene in front of him, without any hesitation, he directly prepared to make a move. Warrior professions charge and slash, summoner curse and so on, all kinds of winding paralysis skills all used. As teachers, they all knew very well that with their rank, even if they were outnumbered, it would be impossible to decimate a throne. All that could be done was to trap this thrall and stall for as long as possible. In the blink of an eye, the Bone Throne's body was densely filled with various elemental binding skills. At that moment, a student walked out of St. Chime High School. It was the student council president, Lin Feng. His eyes gradually turned grayish-white, and his hands flew to paint a complex magic, level 45 time mage. In an instant, a massive time hexagram array appeared at the feet of the Bone Throne. Lin Feng's eyes instantly gushed out blood, but instead of stopping, he held on until the spell was cast before falling to the ground, his mental energy and mana fully loaded. The effect was remarkable though. The Bone Throne's movement slowed down twice as fast. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and bitterly. A time seal that was exerted at full strength was reasonably capable of suspending the flow of time around his body at the same level. However, acting on the Bone Throne merely only slowed the flow of time, and he himself was nearly backfired and didn't complete the spell. Principal Lin couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng. What a good seedling. Lin Feng withered and smiled. Headmaster, the time spell can only last for 10 minutes. Cheng Qianhua nodded. That's fine. You now hurry up and organize the students to evacuate Sacred Chime. A paraprofessional dropped a spiritual recovery magic, Aurora, on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's state recovered quite a bit at once. He nodded and hurriedly got up and turned around to leave. However, just as Lin Feng's front foot hadn't gone far, and he had thought that he would be able to hold out for at least 10 minutes, the white bone boundary that covered the sky and swept away crazily. The blinking edge enveloped the entire Holy Chime High School. Inside the Bone Wreck throne, a cold smile spread across the corners of Baiji's mouth. He slowly raised his hand, and the Bone Throne giant also slowly raised its head, and in its hand, a ball of bone gradually coalesced. It was thrown down quite casually. Principal Chang and Principal Lin's faces changed, but right at that moment, the teacher of the War God High School steeply bellowed. One by one, they lifted their massive, heavy shields, their power galvanizing and spreading out in front of the many law teachers. On St. Chime's side, it was Cheng Qianhua who cast a great magic, the 1,000 rippling water curtain defense. The rest of the teachers were very quick to add layers of defense, earth shields, light boundaries, only to see that bone ball land on the ground. It steeply erupted into sharp bone spikes that looked like spears, crazily attacking everything around it. Yet it was such a seemingly ordinary attack that exploded with terrifying damage. Several Battle God Academy's heavy battle teachers gritted their teeth and held on, roaring in anger as they erupted their fighting chi and formed a formation to hold on together. On the other hand, thousands of bone spikes pierced through the ripples of Qianhua's water curtain, slowing down with the naked eye, but not stopping, passing through layer by layer. Some of the bone spikes were blocked, and some of them met the weak points of the water curtain ripples and eventually penetrated out, breaking through the earth escape, light curtain, and multiple defenses again. With a poof, the bone spikes instantly penetrated the abdomen of one of the teachers. The long bone spike sent her flying over the top and nailed her hard to the wall. On the other side, outside the school gates, a heavy combat teacher couldn't resist the pressure either. The moment a bone spur broke through a cut, that heavy battle teacher used his body to block in front of him, but he was instantly run through his entire body by countless bone spikes and crashed out. Soon, another heavy battle teacher was knocked out, and along with several teachers behind him, all of them were penetrated by bone spikes. The death toll began to expand rapidly. However, right at this moment, a green-robed old man appeared in the middle of the crowd at an unknown time. He slowly unfolded his hands, and the Taiji Yin Yang shadow emerged around him, instantly pulling the countless bone spikes over and playing with them. Seeing this scene, all the teachers couldn't help but stare. So awesome! Who is this? A Taoist priest? The green-robed old man's hands shook, violently shattering all the bone spikes into powder and dissipating. The Taoist robes vibrated, showing the style of a patriarch. He looked at the throne of bones and whispered, "Poor Taoist, Zhenwu Guan Ching Yunzi." In front of the tens of meters high bone throne, that green-robed Taoist chief was as small as a mole cricket, but the aura on his body was surprisingly not weak at all. The bone skeleton throne opened its mouth, and flames that could burn souls spewed out from the sky. Qing Yunzi's gaze was calm, and the Taiji Yin Yang shadow on his body steeply expanded by tens of times, enveloping the crowd high in the sky. Those soul flames landed on the Taiji Yin Yang diagram and were steeply transformed into white awns, shedding into white petals and dissipating away. Watching this scene, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. This old Taoist monk, he even easily defused the Bone Throne's attack with just his own strength? When did Huaxia have such a powerful Taoist priest? The next moment, however, they would see. 100 years ago, the peak battle power of the Dao sect. Qing Yunzi cupped his hands into a spell while his entire body merged into the heavens and earth once again. Everyone froze, as if the old Taoist priest had suddenly appeared, and all of a sudden they could not perceive it again. As expected, The old Taoist priest's entire body also steeply disappeared. The crowd turned their heads to look around, and abruptly realized that in the sky above, they didn't know when the densely packed talismans actually appeared. Thousands of talismans spread the entire white bone domain. The old Taoist priest was suspended in mid-air. Seeing this scene, all couldn't help but stare. 9 turns. Only the professions of the 9th turn could achieve air-breaking flight. The old man was dressed in Taoist robes and his white hair was tied up in a Taoist crown. Countless talismans flipped in an orderly combination. Soon, a true martial emperor no smaller than the Bone Throne reorganized with talismans appeared. That was thousands of true martial demon-slaying talismans, condensing out the shadow of a true martial emperor. Qing Yunzi's brow enlightened the true martial mind realm. All of a sudden, at this moment, he was like the swinging demon ancestor himself, blending into the true martial emperor composed of thousands of talismans. The majestic Taoist intent and the aura that was like the presence of an immortal were deeply reflected in the hearts of the principal and the many teachers, and the students were even staring at this scene in a daze. Everyone guessed the old Taoist master's occupation, but that was precisely why it was impossible to believe. The human race actually had a Taoist priest who could compare to the throne. In the command room, all the commanders looked at the screen with shocked faces, at the huge shadow of the true martial emperor. Qing Yunzi cupped his hands and looked at the bone wreck throne indifferently and mercilessly. Edict. Slay the devil and cut down the demons. The last 4 words were like the true martial emperor behind him was vocalizing, booming and shaking his ears like heavenly thunder. True martial emperor held a demon-slaying true martial sword composed of countless talismans in his hand and directly chopped down towards the bone wreck throne. Inside the bone wreck throne, Bai Ji also came back from his surprise, and without fear, he slammed his fist up hard. There was a loud click. Bone Throne's arm was directly severed. Unhindered, countless true martial demon-slaying talismans began to dissipate. Qing Yunzi didn't hesitate, and once again, his sword fell. Bone Throne tries to step back and block with his other arm. With this sword, another arm was chopped off. Without any hesitation, Qing Yunzi fully activated the true martial mind realm. Taking a step forward, he raised the true martial demon-slaying sword high. It chopped down hard at the Bone Throne's head. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but stare in awe, as if they were witnessing history. After more than 20 years, is it hard to believe that the scene of the sword beheading the throne will happen again? Boom boom, the demon-slaying sword fell. All the true martial talismans all dissipated, falling, along with the head of the massive throne of bones. Qing Yunzi leapt forward and yanked out the teenager in the skeletal throne's body with one hand. Losing support, all the bones instantly decayed and sanded, just like white sand dust, and when the wind blew, they all dissipated, as if he had used up all his strength. Bai Ji did not struggle in the old Taoist master's hands. The next moment, he suddenly let out a giggle, laughing out loud like a madman. All dead for good. Seeing him in this state, Qing Yunzi frowned slightly, pinched up his spell and fixed his brow. The teenager fell silent all of a sudden. His eyes were lifeless, like a pool of stagnant water. Chen Qianhua couldn't help but walk over to the teenager with a wary gaze. Taoist master, don't you want to kill? Qing Yunzi shook his head. He is not the Bone Throne. He just possesses the power of the Bone Throne. Every time he uses it, he will be eroded by that power until he dies. In the end, he is just a pawn being used by the foreigners. Numerous teachers came up and frowned. Senior, if we don't kill him, what should we do if he transforms into the Bone Throne again? A male teacher asked. After I recover a bit, it's fine for you guys to place a direct seal on him. He won't transform again in a short period of time, Qing Yunzi said. The crowd didn't have an opinion, and had already admired this senior of the 9th turn of the Taoist priest. Even if the bone skeleton throne was flawed, it was still a solid 100 level. Principal Chang and Headmaster Lin, who were both at the same 80th level, were simply powerless to fight back. Qing Yunzi sat down on the ground and began to recover his spiritual energy. The students of St. Chime came out boldly after seeing the crisis lifted. Seeing the Bone Throne disappear, first they were not happy, but when they saw their teacher's corpse, they were sad. Soon, everyone's gazes were incomparably hateful as they looked at Bai Ji within the ceiling boundary. It was this teenager in front of him that made millions of bone skeleton foreigners attack the southern defense line, and countless warriors spilled their blood on the sands. He even invaded Kyoto, intending to kill all the geniuses of the human race this term. At that moment, a figure flew down from the sky above, and as he watched the small half of the campus turn into ruins, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan's gaze instantly locked onto the teenager in the seal. Without saying a word, he walked directly towards him, a palpitating aura unfolding on him. Qing Yunzi opened his eyes at this time and looked at Luo Zhuan. Heavenly King, there's no need to be so angry. Senior, how do you think I'm not angry? Do you know how many people are dead in the South Sea right now? Luo Zhuan said in a cold voice. He stared at the teenager in death. It was this teenager in front of him that had almost put Huaxia in a crisis. For this old Taoist master in front of him, Luo Zhuan actually knew Chinese 5,000 years. Some of the underlying heritage has been just experienced 100 years ago the invasion of foreigners. In addition to the Taoist sect, the rest of the heritage is almost hidden from the world. Those inherited professions were as if they had completely disappeared into history. Hearing Luo Zhuan's words, Qing Yunzi sighed slightly, his gaze falling on the teenager. I'm going to force the skeleton throne blood spirit out of his body, and without the throne's command, those bone fey will retreat. Speaking of this, Qing Yunzi slowly got up and walked over to the teenager. With the end of the seal, the teenager slowly opened his eyes. There was no expression on his face, and his eyes looked at everything around him with a blank stare. Looking at the young man, Qing Yunzi softly recited, true and constant response to things, true and constant attainment of nature, constant response to constant tranquility, constant purity carries on. As soon as the words fell, his fingertips condensed a cloud of yin and yang 8 trigrams, instantly striking into the teenager's brow. At once, the teenager looked up hysterically and hissed. The 6 orifices were hollow, and a terrifying might emanated from his body, the throne aura reappearing. Aside from Luo Zhuan and Qing Yunzi, the rest of them couldn't help but retreat back and forth, thinking that the teenager was going to turn into the bone throne again. Steep, the shadow of the previous generation's bone skeleton throne, which had been beheaded by Luo Zhuan himself, surfaced on the teenager's body. He growled and roared unwillingly towards Luo Zhuan and Qing Yunzi. People, kill. Back then, although Luo Zhuan had beheaded this fellow, the blood spirit had strangely disappeared, and now it seemed that at that time, the imperial clan had begun to make a move. Qing Yunzi's expression remained unchanged. It was reasonably impossible for the teenager to absorb the blood spirit of this bone wreck throne. Only level 90 could do so, but he didn't know how the foreign race had managed to do so, and had actually incorporated this terrifying power within the teenager. It even makes him available. Seeing this scene, Luo Zhuan's gaze steeply became incomparably morose. If that was the case, then it would explain why the bone skeleton alien race had suddenly appeared in the human race. But even if that was the case, it must have required someone from the inside to plant a match. Otherwise it would have been impossible to confirm the location of those geniuses so accurately at that time. But there's only one place where genius information can be fully monitored. Looking at the hysterical teenager in front of him, Luo Zhuan dialed up Zhou Jing's communication and spoke. Have you got a clue about what you've been asked to look into before? Zhou Jing, who had been staring at the screen, heard these words and his eyes instantly became deep, his sight unconsciously glancing at a position in the corner of the command room. There's a clue, Zhou Jing said softly. Luo Zhuan nodded. That's fine. Watch yourself. This matter, the chief is also very concerned. Well, I know that. The moment the communication hung up, a huge blood spirit was violently knocked out of the teenager's body by Qing Yunzi. Qing Yunzi lifted his hand and rolled it, and this massive blood spirit was directly rolled over. Just as he was about to pinch his fingers to count some clues on this blood spirit, the blood spirit abruptly collapsed. A purple woman's shadow emerged from the blood spirit, and she looked at the old Taoist with interest. I didn't expect there's still an old immortal in your Taoist sect. Fallen phantom royalty. Luo Zhuan narrowed his eyes. This fallen phantom void only said such a sentence before dissipating along with the blood spirit. At the same time, all of the bone skeleton foreigners in the South Sea defense line stopped their movements and looked towards the direction of Kyoto in silence. Soon, as if on command, it faded as quickly as the tide. When the human race saw this scene, although they didn't know what was happening, how could they let the other side retreat just like that? Ice mages. Fucking freeze all water within 100 kilometers. Earth and water mages. Control the sand vortex to cement these skeletal aliens, and use their bodies to make a great wall of the sea. A senior officer shouted angrily. After the bone skeleton Fei chose to retreat, tens of thousands of mages were fearless and directly chased after them, each one running faster than the warriors. Who says mages don't have melee hearts? Under the countless fluctuations of magic power, on the surface of the sea, a tsunami was steeply set off. The water mages were frantically controlling the tsunami regardless of their mental power, slapping more than 100,000 bone skeleton aliens directly back. The rest of the earth mages quickly took control of the sand and earth, wrapping around their surfaces and pushing them all up into a thick wall of mud and bone, along with water to solidify them. Soon, a skeleton defense line that looked like the Great Wall was built. Some of the warriors saw that some of the skeletons still had to struggle out, and without saying a word they went up and chopped off their heads, full of excitement. There was also a moment of silence when the bodies of the fallen warriors were seen. A large portion of the bone skeleton alien race had run away, and the human side had paid tens of thousands of lives. Because of the urgency of time, the first to run to the battlefield, in addition to the warriors who were originally stationed here, It was the people on Yuhang who rushed to support them, of all professions, and responded to the call. So when they rushed to the front, there was no fear. Soon the command room tallied a specific casualty figure. The defense of the Southern Sea, a total of 37. 127 men were sacrificed. Northern Desert City Defense, 4. 120 casualties. The number appeared on the big screen, and the countless densely packed names instantly plunged the nation of China into grief. Desert City Fortress. Yi Xiang stood on the cliff, his gaze deep into the sunset, and tightly clenched his fists. The string of numbers on the screen, he saw it too. The above is the number of fatalities and does not include the number of injuries. Even if they win, it will be a bad win. The sun was about to set, shining down on miles of ice and snow as if it would never see the shadow of melting. The old war god Hong Chang, who had drunk the tonic and slightly recovered his state, slowly walked to Yi Xiang's side, his vicissitudes of eyes looking ahead. After a long time, he said, "The human race, in fact, doesn't have much time left. You should be able to feel it after you comprehend the true meaning, right?" After a moment of silence, Yi Xiang nodded his head. Aha! Hong Qing seemed to remember something and couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Now some of the hidden inheritance must also be unable to sit still. They have closed their doors for 100 years, sitting and watching the vicissitudes of change on Earth, thinking they are high up, but they have long since lagged behind. A new era is always on the young. Yi Xiang could not help but cross a trace of surprise in his eyes. Hidden sect? He couldn't help but think of Qin Yunzi, but he knew that the Taoist sect wasn't reclusive, but the legacy was truly broken. There's no way to do it even if you have the will to do it. Not to mention those guys, the thought of it is distracting. Boy, thanks for the tonic. I didn't think I could live on for a few more years. Hong Qing laughed. Old senior, if you don't make a move, I think you should still be able to live for more than 10 years. Yi Xiang said helplessly. This old-timer had really reached the point where he had run out of gas and couldn't make any more moves. Ha ha! Hong Qing smiled brightly. Being a war god and dying in a hospital bed is what makes an old man sad. Yi Xiang rubbed his head with some headache. Then, old senior, wait for some more time. When I turn 3 and can refine pills, I will try to refine the 4 turn 9 yang return pills. As long as I can refine it, I don't dare to guarantee that it can heal senior, but at least I can play my strength normally. Good, I believe you. Hong Chang smiled and nodded in agreement. He originally didn't believe it, but when you wanted to take out that pair of tonics and drank it, it really made him like a dead tree. His body surged with a trace of vitality. This was something that none of the top healing auxiliaries could do, and I didn't expect to let a little Taoist priest do it. Hong Qing looked at Yi Xian with slight emotion. Oh Taoism, too bad. As a strong member of the human race, he was still clear about some past secrets. It is indeed too bad for Dawnguard. Right, when you have time, you should also give Luo Zhuan a look. The problems on him are not small. Hong Chang then remembered and opened his mouth. The Heavenly King is also seriously injured? Yi Xiang could not help but stare. Good guy. To make half of the top of the Chinese war power 1-1 mixed so miserable? As far as I could remember, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan really didn't feel that there was anything wrong with him other than some white hair on his head. Evergreen sighed and nodded. More than 20 years ago, he had only just broken through the 9 revolutions, and the price he paid for consecutively decapitating 2 throne heads was unimaginable to the world. You wanted to understand. Okay, have a look at it sometime. He asked with sudden curiosity as his gaze fell ahead. Senior, with the foreign races invading the world, are we the only ones left of the human race in Huaxia? I read in the history books. Didn't the human race have many countries 100 years ago? Hong Chang laughed. That's a question that you'll know when you're qualified to join the ace team. Hearing these words, Yi Xiang squatted on the ground somewhat helplessly. Really mean. Cultivate cultivation. Cultivation is Jiang Road. Ha ha ha. Young man, why worry so much? Just cultivate your Tao properly, isn't it? Looking at the little Taoist priest in front of him, Hong Qing was relaxed from the bottom of his heart. At least the future of the human race. There is hope. Although this kid's personality seems to be a bit random, but this month of military training down, he should do as much as not less, even do it better than anyone else. The more he looked at Yi Xiang, the more satisfied Hong Qing became. After all, I couldn't help but ask, little Taoist, are you really not willing to learn the sword? My sword technique, although not as good as your Taoist inheritance for many years, but still some years old. The power you also see, fierce or not. You wanted to hold the back of his head with both hands. His eyes looked towards the ice peak that the old-timer had cut down earlier, only to see that it was flat and smooth. A nod and a thumbs up. Fierce, learn or not. Evergreen rose in anticipation. No learning. Evergreen. The 3 of them, Chen Wanyan Feng Miaochuan Wang Jun, who had been watching the show from the back, were all a bit numb. Look at that. That's how high school seniors are treated. Old-timers like the god of war beg Yi to let him learn the sword. Really not learning? Hong Qing couldn't help but ask again. Really don't learn. Yi Xiang sighed helplessly. Senior, I already have quite a lot to learn. He didn't make excuses. The 3,000 Dao collections in his head were really endless to learn. Alright, Hong Chang was a bit regretful, but it was nothing. After all, this sword technique of his had already been passed down to Luo Zhuan. Former seniors, I want to learn. Is it okay? Chen Wanyan couldn't help himself and cheekily came over to ask. That slash on the battlefield that scared the ice demon Fei out of their wits. Chen Wanyan is beyond envious. Hong Qing was a bit surprised after he turned his head and sized up Chen Wanyan. Aren't you a mage? No, I can be a warrior. Chen Wanyan hastily shook his head and, oh no, you're old Chen's grandson. Right. Your Chen family has quite a lot of stuff. Learn shit. That old kid tried to steal from him when he was young. Chen Wanyan was embarrassed, but it seemed like he had heard the secret message. At this time, Yi Xian's auxiliary intelligence flew over, looked at him and said, Comrade Yi Xian, military training has ended. Please return to the cabin and disembark. At the same time, all the mech puppets in Desert City Fortress got such a message. The students looked at each other before carefully saluting the soldiers around them. The will to fight and experience of their predecessors was something that would benefit them for the rest of their lives. Most of the fighters, in fact, realized that there was a real person behind these mechanical dolls, and they all returned the greeting one by one. A few minutes later, he wanted to open his eyes and get up from the cabin. It's a bit surreal to look around and really feel like you're out of this world. The auxiliary intelligence inquired about Yi Xiang's status before handing over a nutritional potion. Comrade Yi Xiang, military training has been successfully completed. Please gather at the base square, the auxiliary intelligence said. Yi Xiang nodded and got up to walk out of the quiz room. It's been a month where it feels like a lot has happened, but time still feels fast. With all the students assembled in the plaza, the freshman's temperament had been transformed after a big battle. After all, even the military hadn't expected that these students would catch up with a major war, and had only intended to let them learn about combat awareness in advance on the front lines. At this time, on the big screen, the long string of sacrificial figures appeared once again, and all the students could not help but fall silent. They knew that the string of numbers was not the number of game deaths, but more than 40,000 fighters. Picture after picture crossed the line, almost all of them of soldiers on the front line braving death. These were recorded by the auxiliary intelligence of the fallen warriors, and these pictures will be preserved forever in the history of the human race, remembering every warrior who sacrificed his life. At this point, the siren of silence sounded. All students bowed their heads in silence. Not only the military bases here, but all the cities in China, all sounded the sirens of silence, and all bowed their heads in silence for the 40,000 warriors who sacrificed their lives. Some of them are the children of their parents. Some of them are the breadwinners of their families, or even the fathers of their children. But for the sake of Xia, someone has to stand up. At that moment a familiar green truck drove in from outside, and all the students immediately realized that military training had indeed ended. Su Mengmeng walked over, her gaze glancing at Yi Xiang before giving a slightly deep and faint smile. Feng Miaochuan, who was on the side, was immediately unable to stand it. Yi, see, MS. Mengmeng just smiled at me. Wang Jun couldn't help but say, Brother Quan, the teacher seems to be looking at Yi Xiang. Just then, there was a sudden gasp from the students in front of them. A few people couldn't help but wonder what was wrong. Chen Wanyan looked towards the sight of those people and suddenly froze, only to see that on the leaderboard, Yi Xiang, who was the first place, had no more hidden scores. Crap, bullshit my brother. Feng Miaochuan also noticed the screen and couldn't help but stare. That whole 60,000 credits made everyone look dumbfounded. Ye think one person is worth 60 armored puppets? The second place, Mu Qingyun, only had over 5,000 points. But this time, no one questioned Yi Xiang's strength and questioned his Taoist profession. The scene of him dragging down the level 59 Ice Demon King by himself was clearly seen by many people. And with this strength, if he didn't bother with the Ice Demon King and only brushed the Ice Demon Fei, there was no doubt that Yi Xiang's score would only be higher. If it wasn't for him, the warriors of the northern defense line would only have sacrificed more, and it was even possible that they wouldn't have been able to hold out until the arrival of the War God Elder. And it was only then that the crowd noticed that Yi Xiang's levels had all reached level 29, knowing that the average level of sophomores now was only 28. At this point he wanted to completely apply for a grade jump. A green truck drove up, got out, and it was the same familiar fighters. He looked at the class of students in front of him and saluted carefully. This time, all the students subconsciously and immediately returned the favor. neatly in unison. The soldiers shouted, "All aboard!" Yes, the students shouted. There's no such thing as a closing speech, because the people didn't really win this one. No one was happy, because the present peace was the result of 40,000 human warriors, who had exchanged their lives for it. And the name Yi Xiang appeared in the eyes of all the top executives in China. A future top boy recognized by both the God of War and the Heavenly King. What was even more inspiring was that after 10 years, the human race had once again appeared to decimate the throne. Only this news, which was completely blocked down, concerning the mysterious imperial inhabitants that could use blood spirits to change the human race. This news would cause quite a stir if it was distributed. And that old green-robed Taoist who had suddenly appeared also disappeared. Kyoto, SSS class felon prison. Meet one of the youngest juvenile felons in history. The white-haired teenager looks at the camera with a dumbfounded giggle on his face. Click. The assisted smart shot recorded. By G, 18 years old. Occupation, unknown. In 2146, war was waged. Identity, bone thrown. Sentence, life imprisonment. When the Holy Chime freshman returned to school, everyone was confused. What's going on? Where's the school gate? No. How come there's not even a school building? Soon after, a shocking piece of news came to them. The bone throne appears. But then he was defeated and beheaded by a mysterious old Taoist priest. When he heard this, he wanted to subconsciously think of old Taoist master Chang Yunzi. But being given the order, there was absolutely no semblance of information about the bone throne and the old Taoist master on the campus network. Just this day, Su Meng, who learned the news, one I suddenly read, her former mentor, died in yesterday's battle. The girls went up to comfort. You wanted to be surrounded by, and followed by auxiliary intelligence. After the military training, the first 500 students, all entered the reserve officer system. Credits are converted into battle contribution values, which can be exchanged at any time for some of the resources you normally need. The top 10 students, such as Chen Wanyan and Xin Yue, advanced to the rank of first-class intermediate officer, meaning that once they graduated, it would be a start as an intermediate officer. The officer system is not complicated and is categorized into junior officers, intermediate officers, senior officers, special officers, captain officers, lieutenant officers, and general officers. Each class is also divided into 1, 2, and 3. An ordinary warrior who wanted to accumulate the merits of a mid-level officer on the battlefield would need to serve honestly for more than 3 years before being qualified to become a mid-level officer. With military merits of course being another story. After 10, before 50, advance to third-class junior officer. 100 before advancement to junior officer second class. Before 500, advance to junior officer first class. The rest of the students sadly missed out on entering the officer system, as only the first 500 students, who basically made it to the value of a mechanical puppet, and the rest basically didn't reach 1,000 points. However, the results of the mechanical puppet test are satisfactory to the military and frontline fighters. In addition to a certain chance to cause mental load and a long-time online body paralysis, almost no side effects. A few $1 million of the cost of the mechanical puppet, for a warrior's life, is not important, and Yi wanted 60,000 credits. After converting them into battle credits, the rank skips directly between middle and senior officer and advances to first-class special officer, without any examination. Yi wanted to already have the qualification to enter the Ace Extraordinary Unit's internship based on his rank alone. It can be said that as long as his age matches, he has already stepped into the Chinese ace troop with half a foot. This treatment was once only done by war god Heng Qing and heavenly king Luo Zhuan when they were young, and Yi wanted to go even earlier. Freshman year, into the Ace Force system. Comrade Yi think, please choose the Ace Force internship. Green Dragon Troop, specializes in surprise attacks and strong assaults. Vermilion Bird Troop, specializes in fire suppression. Tang Snake Troop, specializes in gathering assassination intelligence. Xianwu Troop, specializes in protection operations. White Tiger Troop, specializes in maneuvering support. And Decapitation Troop, specializes in decapitations. Yi Xiang froze and was a bit surprised, not expecting there to be so many. These ace troops, the top elite troops in China today, were all under 25 years old and above level 45 to qualify for entry. The threshold requirement of the chopping force was even stricter. It needed to be level 50 or above to be able to do so, and even the reserve members were required to be level 40 or above. So it could be said that it was completely making an exception for Yi Xiaoyan. Yi wanted to recall the early stage of military training. Those 3 members of the decapitation team, cleanly resolving the 50-plus level blood beast alien blood Spur King. Without much hesitation, he said directly, choose the decapitation unit. As soon as the words were spoken, the auxiliary intelligence had submitted its determination. Soon, It unfolded the light screen and the image of the heavenly king Luo Zhuan appeared in front of Yi Xiang. Looking at him, he laughed. Kid is good. 16 years old on the special grade officer. TSK. ITU this rank have been 18 years old. 2 weeks after the decapitation team has a mission. As a reserve member is also to act. Will notify you at that time? Usually you stay in the school to cultivate on the line. Yi wanted to nod. Okay. Luo Zhuan was a bit suspicious. Why do you feel that your kid isn't excited at all? Anyone else who could join the chopping team would probably be jumping all the way up. Oh, so I'll bounce it for you? Is 2 meters enough? Yi Xiang helplessly held his forehead and said, Luo Zhuan, you kid. No wonder Elder Hong came back to you as both complimented and disliked. Chatting with you thief tiring? Good cultivation. Early third turn. Need to cultivate resources. You can always mention it with the auxiliary intelligence. Aha. Yi wanted to nod his head. After the communication hung up, Yi wanted to return to the dormitory and closed his mind to meditate on branding the human immortal pattern. After a few consecutive extreme battles, the 8th time of the second layer of the human immortal body had been branded to more than half. The rest of the degree of branding will probably take another half a month or so. His current level had far exceeded the freshman stage. The 3 top colleges and universities. Mu Qingyun, who was ranked second, was only at level 25, while he was now at level 29, and after half a month, he would break through to level 30 for the third turn, which belonged to the middle tier, even in the sophomore stage where the school year had just begun. Then Yi Xiang didn't have any slack and came back just to continue cultivating. Wang Junfeng, Miaochuan, Chen Wanyan, 3 people watched Yi Xiang enter the house and could not help but look at each other and had to admire. Such a high level of strength still doesn't have the slightest bit of slack. Brother Yi deserves to be Brother Yi. Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but feel some emotion. If I were half as capable as Brother Yi, why would I worry about finding a girl in this holy chime? After Wang Jun took a look at his physique, he eventually couldn't help but ask, Brother Quan, why does it feel like you've gained weight again after a month of military training? Chen Wanyan glanced at Feng Miaochuan. This guy has 4 meals a day. It would be a hell of a thing if he could be thin. At this moment, Yi Xiang was just about to settle down to meditate when he suddenly remembered something, raised his head, looked at the auxiliary intelligence and asked, is there a gravity chamber resource for cultivation? If there was a quadruple gravity chamber to aid in cultivation, although it would consume physical strength, it could still speed up the time quite a bit if it was sustained. Holy Chime High School doesn't have a gravity room to aid in cultivation since they're all auxiliary methods. Only Battle God High School has one. The auxiliary intelligence responded. Yi Xiang frowned slightly. This was a bit troublesome. He couldn't run to the War God High School to cultivate, right? As you are a first-class special officer authority, your cultivation opinions have been fed back to the university. The auxiliary intelligence suddenly said. Yi Xiang's eyes glazed over. It could still be like this? Does the officer system smell so good? As expected. The next moment, the light screen opened and what came into view was a not-so-familiar face. It was the principal of St. Chime High School, Cheng Qianhua. As she looked at Yi Xiang, she couldn't help but smile with satisfaction and asked directly, Student Yi Xiang, this side has received feedback. Do you need a gravity room to work with your cultivation? He wanted to hesitate for a moment before nodding his head. Well, I have a somewhat special way of cultivating, so if I have a gravity chamber to assist me, I can speed up a bit, but if it's troublesome, there's no need. Cheng Qianhua shook his head. The resources that can assist the students are not troublesome. It just so happens that the freshman teaching building is being rebuilt. Later I'll apply for a set of gravity chambers from the military. They should arrive tomorrow. Is it expensive? Yi Xiang couldn't help but ask curiously. Cheng Qianhua couldn't help but smile and raised his hand. This number, $50 million? Yi Xiang couldn't help but be a little surprised. I didn't realize gravity chambers could be so expensive. However, Cheng Qianhua shook his head. What are you thinking? It's 500 million. That's just the price of a normal doubled gravity chamber. For every layer of gravity stacked upwards, the price of the gravity chamber will increase by 100 million. Yi wanted to keep quiet. Headmaster, it's better to forget about it. I'll just apply to train in the gravity room of the War God High School. Cheng Qianhua glared at him at once. Don't you dare. If such a good ceiling was snatched away by the War God High School, she would probably hit her doorstep herself. Well, you don't have to think about it too much. The school side had planned to configure the gravity room, because after this battle, we realized that no matter if it's a mage or an auxiliary profession, a certain level of physical fitness is still necessary. So in the future, the gravity room will be added to the daily physical fitness course. Yi wanted to understand and nodded. Thank you, Headmaster. How many times can you adapt to gravity now? Cheng Qianhua asked curiously. Yi wanted to hesitate for a moment before still saying, 4 times gravity, but it can only last for 2 hours. A hint of essence crossed Chung Qianhua's eyes. She knew very well that 4 times gravity was representative of the physical quality of a level 40 warrior profession. Alright, I know. Then apply for a 7 times gravity room. That's enough for you to cultivate, right? Cheng Qianhua couldn't help but laugh. 7 times? It was already equivalent to a level 70 combat physical quality, which in the current China, already belonged to a top-tier combat profession. For a holy chime with a predominantly mage support profession, 4x gravity is actually perfectly adequate for a student. You wanted to touch his nose. 7 times the cost of the gravity chamber cost equivalent to 1.2 billion. He really felt that he was not worth the price, but after all, the principal said that it was for the entire school students to use. Then it seemed to be nothing. Well, it's totally enough. Good. If you need anything you can just say it. St. Chimes High School will definitely not let you down. After hanging up the communication, he wanted to settle down and meditate to start branding the human immortal patterns, and his body flickered with complex and mysterious human immortal patterns. What he didn't know was that just because of this feedback from him, it made countless future sisters who chose holy chimes suffer immensely. Trial colleges don't even have gravity chambers, so why would a top college full of mage support professions have such a physical fitness course? It wasn't until later that people saw the mage assist that ran no slower than a warrior that they suddenly understood and marveled at the long-term vision of St. Chimes High School. Long-range magic even if you can't catch up with it? On the other hand, inside the school, under the ability of heaps of earth and wood mages, the damaged freshman campus buildings and the gate greenery were all restored to their original appearance, and even improved a lot of facilities. The next day, several heavy trucks carrying 100 square meters of gravity chambers slowly rolled onto the Holy Chime campus. Comrade Yi think, the gravity chamber has been built and can be used at any time. The auxiliary intelligence flew over and looked at Yi Xiang and said, by the way, he handed over a military nutritional potion. These daily cultivation supplies were often used by the War God Academy as well. Sacred Chimes side directly brought over several boxes. Enough for both Yi Xiang and Chen Wanyan. Yi Xiang sniffed and opened his eyes, picked up the nutritional potion and drank it. The further back the human immortal pattern went, the speed of branding by meditation alone was really slow. He got up and walked out the door, only to see Wang Jun and Feng Miaochuan discussing something in the living room as they swiped the campus network. What are you guys discussing? Yi wanted to be a bit curious. Brother Yi, you finished your cultivation? This year, the 3 top colleges in conjunction with the remaining 10 colleges are going to start competing for rankings again, and also to promote progress among students. A competition will be held at the War God Academy in a month's time. He wanted to understand that there was naturally competition between colleges and universities, and there had been every year since the opening of the school. Many people across the country will be watching, and when parents watch their children's performance, it is a great joy and pride, and clearly shows the future of the Chinese human race. However, since experiencing the battlefield, you wanted to be completely uninterested in this kind of. With this amount of time, it would be better to cultivate for one more day. Where's Chen Wanyan? He went to the gravity room to practice. Wang Jun said, go together. Yi Xiang nodded and said. Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but raise his head. Brother Yi, we're mages. Ha! However, Wang Jun stood up knowingly. Feng Miaochuan. 3 days down the road, freshman classes begin. Many people were also silently paying attention to this demonic freshman, Yi Xiang. It was soon discovered that his horrendous practice schedule was planned. After an hour of class during the day, Yi Xia basically cultivated in the meditation room, or went to the gravity room to cultivate, with the gravity multiplier on the protective suit reaching a terrifying 4 times. According to Feng Miaochuan, a self-proclaimed teenage friend in the same dormitory, Yi wanted to meditate and practice even at night, and woke up on time in the early hours of the morning. It went on like that for a whole week or so later. During the night, the human immortal tattoo on Yi Xiang's body steeply blossomed into an even brighter light than before. The human immortal body broke through again. The strange power quickly spread all over his body. His body strengthened again. Feeling the changes in his limbs and bones, Yi Xiang was incomparably enjoying this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for arriving at level 30 and reaching the 3rd turn of the Celestial Master. The host is requested to choose the following legacy as the 3rd turn. The system that hadn't appeared for a long time finally reappeared. 3 small human patterns also appeared in front of Yi Xiang once again. A small person was surrounded by various formations, coiled around it, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to cultivate itself. All sorts of strange magical equipment floated in front of the second villain, and the one that shone the brightest was the ancestral seal of the Heavenly Master. The last little man was surging azure-colored flames in his hands, countless medicinal herbs gradually refining into pills in his hands, completely eliminating the need for a Dan furnace. These three inheritances corresponded to array refining, artifact refining, and alchemy. Without much hesitation, Yi Xiang directly chose alchemy. After all, he had promised the war god Hong Qing that if he wanted to heal his injuries, he had to be able to refine pills. In the next moment, that last little man stood up, and surprisingly, after performing the Ziwu skill to Yi Xiang, he flew directly into the center of Yi Xiang's eyebrow. Countless experiences in alchemy immediately sprang up in his mind, and the 3,000 Dao collections corresponding to alchemy also flew through the pages, all of them melting together word by word. He wanted to close his eyes and comprehend, feeling the vastness of the Dan Dao lineage. I don't know how much time passed before I opened my eyes, and thousands of Dan powder shadows emerged from my deep eyes before they all disappeared in the end. Ding! Due to the host's choice of Dan cultivation, he will automatically comprehend the third turn skill, Samadhi True Flame. The system's voice sounded again. As soon as the words fell, the spells of Samsara fire surged into Yi Xiang's brow, and the corresponding Taoist scriptures floated in front of him. The mind without dwelling is called the cultivation of nature, and the thought without leaving the body is called the cultivation of life. The intention is not to leave the bones and real fire is born, and the light of real fire penetrates the white bones. The white bone flows with blood like jade, and the square name refines the essence and transforms the true chi. Samadhi fire is also known as essence fire, only to see that at this moment within Yi Xiang's body, a little bit of blue star points gradually began to converge. In the next moment, blue fire patterns violently surfaced around him, quickly spreading out. Phew! Samadhi flame appeared around Yi Xiang and then all coalesced in the heart of his right hand. The azure-colored flame blazed in his hands, and yet, you can't feel half the temperature. Samadhi True Fire, specializing in burning the souls of all things in the world, can also be used to make pills. Using it not only consumed spiritual energy, but also essence, and after using it for too long, even if the spiritual energy recovered, the person would still be tired. However, as one of the divine flames of the Dao sect, the power of the Samadhi True Flame was naturally very terrifying. If for the Bone Fei, thunder law is what they fear the most, then the Samadhi True Flame that he himself had mastered would be able to make the ice demon Fei fearful. Thinking of this, Yi Xiang could not help but have a thought. If one were to use the Samadhi True Flame as the source and use the Tongtian talisman to draw a scorching young talisman, would it be more powerful? Thinking of this, Yi Xiang didn't have any hesitation and directly raised his hand to draw a talisman in the air. It turned out that drawing talismans with the Samadhi True Flame origin was several times slower than usual, and only one was drawn. Soon, a searing sun talisman that was azure in color was presented in front of him. He wanted to directly pinch and release. In the next moment, the talisman bloomed open, and a raging ball of Samadhi flame was like a fireball, pulsing in the air. Yi Xiang's eyes flashed with essence, not expecting it to be really useful. Through the Tong Tian talisman, although the spiritual energy did not change too much, if one wanted to directly use such a massive Samadhi flame, it would definitely consume quite a bit of essence. However, the only pity was that the scorched sun talisman could only fix the fireball's appearance, whereas if one used the Samadhi True Flame, one could control it with one's mind. But it's good to have one more way to use it, depending on the situation. He wanted to nod his head with satisfaction. It was finally the third turn. Although he couldn't learn the heartfelt Chiman Duanjia, but this Samadhi True Fire wasn't too much weaker than the positive thunder law. Most importantly, after he inherited the Dan Dao, he could refine some pills to aid his cultivation. In the 3,000 Taoist collections, all the inheritances seem to be divided into many, but when you look at them as a whole, they are actually all connected, complementing each other. It is ultimately the path to its fulfillment. For example, in the Dan Dao, there were several types of pills that could aid in the cultivation of the human immortal body, such as the marrow cleansing pill and the ice condensation scattering. It could be taken while cultivating the human immortal body to speed up the speed of meditating on the human immortal stripe branding, but only if one endured the pain caused by the elixir. There were also elixirs that could aid in inner Dan cultivation, such as the barrier-breaking elixir, which could be used when a breakthrough was imminent to break through the inner Dan barrier in one fell swoop. There was also the spirit recovery pill, which, when taken, could restore quite a bit of spiritual energy, which was still useful when fighting. What Yi Xiang needed the most right now was the elixir to cultivate the human immortal body, which could speed up the cultivation speed of branding the human immortal pattern. Now that the human immortal tattoo had come to the 9th time, the difficulty of branding had once again doubled, and as long as he broke through the 3rd layer, then the progress of the human immortal body cultivation could be quite a bit easier again. Yi Xiang raised his head and looked at the auxiliary intelligence and said, I need 10 100-year-old Hishawu, 10 300-year-old ginseng, 10 blood essence grass, 10 chalcedony cheese and 10 drops of magnolia dew. The auxiliary intelligence quickly began searching the treasury for the corresponding herbs and quickly spoke. Yes, a total of 26,000 battle points are required. You wanted to not be a little staggered. Actually so expensive. It seems that the 60,000 battle credits will not be used for a long time. But it is also true that the medicinal herbs that he needs are not cheap. What he just said were the herbs needed to refine the marrow cleansing pill, and the ice condensation scatter could also be tried. And it would be a good idea to use them differently. Prepare another 1,000 light grass, celestial green flower, Xian ice flower, and night spectre lotus seed, 10 equal portions. The auxiliary intelligence quickly found the corresponding materials. 24,000 battle credits are required, totaling 50,000. Could be. The auxiliary intelligence immediately uploaded the data, and after it passed the audit, it looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Comrade Yi Xiang, the herbs you need will be delivered within 3 hours. Please wait." Yi wanted to nod his head, indicating that he knew. I have to say that this secondary intelligence does come in handy, especially after gaining rank and holding certain permissions. It works quite well. Walk out the door and onto the balcony to catch a breeze. Several people in the dormitory were still sleeping, but it was not known if they were influenced by him. The three of them were seriously cultivating these days. Feng Miaochuan is back to eating 3 meals a day, so you can imagine how hard it is. Yi Xiang just stood still, silently looking up into the night sky. It was just before dawn and the night was incredibly dark. The sky that could not see half of the stars seemed to be swallowing up everything in heaven and earth in a desperate manner. This was the dark age of the human race, the time when the inheritance of the Tao sect was broken. Yi Xiang suddenly thought of something. Even if he had learned all the means of the heavenly master, could he really win? Before the heavenly change, the Taoist sect had already lost. Not to mention after the heavenly change? Forget it. Don't want to think about it. Think about these have-nots is still too far. He himself is only level 30. Even if the sky collapses, there is still a high top. Yi Xiang folded his sleeves with both hands and silently looked into the distance until a flash of golden light surfaced. In an instant, thousands of lights dispelled the darkness of the earth. You want to suddenly seem to have a clear understanding. That old-timer also said. The sky change also has reincarnation, yin and yang phase rotation. Without continuing to be dumbfounded, he immediately operated his breathing technique, resonating his abdominal cavity and absorbing the violet qi. After breaking through the first transformation violet gold dan, the amount of violet qi absorbed was far more than before, and the violet dan within the dantian was also much larger than before, having gone from the size of a finger cap to the size of a thumb, especially after breaking through the first transformation violet gold dan and surfacing the golden dan lines. Not only did the spiritual energy within the violet dan multiply, it also became much more condensed and pure than before. Not only did it enhance the power of the Tao, but it was also more durable. Just 10 minutes later, the purple dan slowly stopped spinning and ended its cultivation. Yi Xiang opened his eyes, and his pair of violet eyes slowly returned to normal. He now realized that by cultivating the inner elixir every morning, not only did he grow his spiritual energy, but his eyes and senses, at the same time, were becoming a little clearer at the same time. At this time, the auxiliary intelligence flew over and looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Comrade Yi Xiang, please head to the coordinate location to gather at 9 in the morning." Yi Xiang nodded at his words. He remembered that Heavenly King Luo Zhuan had said earlier that he had a mission to act together. With that, he directly tapped on the screen, and when he saw the coordinates, he couldn't help but stare. The location was actually in a nearby cafe. Is this where the ace choppers meet? 4 young men sit on a couch in an ordinary cafe, gossiping about getting high. One of the men with dyed yellow hair, inches of hair, studs, and a flamboyant but muscular demeanor glanced helplessly at the clock. Feng Yuan couldn't help but look at the handsome youth wearing glasses to the side and spit out, "This little preparatory member of ours. Are we late?" The youth pushed up his glasses, and although his attention was on the spirit gun design drawings in his hands, he still responded, "It's not that he's late, it's that you, the bogeyman, came early." "Shit, Mashio, you're looking for a fight, aren't you?" Another youth covered in a casual suit smiled, with the same somewhat tawdry temperament as Feng Yuan, but behind him, he had been carrying an ancient sword with him. Alright, it's not easy to come out. What's wrong with just relaxing for an hour?" Lin Jun stretched his waist, his eyes fell on the Holy Chime School gate not far away, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Alas, back then, if I had chosen Holy Chime like my elementary school brother, I wouldn't have been single until now. Feng Yuan sighed. It's still true. The term of our war god high school. Forget it, don't mention it. It's not easy to come to a girl. It's all in a nutshell. Of the 4, the only one on the far side was a very mature-looking man who was quietly looking at the magazine in his hand. Feng Yuan couldn't help but look at Zhuang Chu. Brother Chu, I still envy you. You're all married. And the one you picked up is still the schoolgirl from the trial session. Zhuang Chu raised his head, took a look at his hair, knocked on the table and opened his mouth. Go back and dye your hair color back. Just come out for a day. Are you tossing your hair all night? I refuse. You're being biased. Why don't you talk about Lu Yan and the others? It's been a day out. And it's all about shopping and perming and shopping. And I can't even dye my hair. Feng Yuan said with some aggravation. Ace Chopper Team. Direct Heavenly King Luo Zhuan. And naturally, the captain was also him. But usually the Heavenly Kings had too many things to do. And most of the missions were led by Zhuang Chu. At 25 years old and 60 levels, he is very convincing, both tactically and in terms of ability. Zhuang Chu didn't say anything, just raised his head and looked at Feng Yuan quietly. Feng Yuan instantly conceded. Okay, I'll go dye it back okay. And the earrings? Moshe reminded coldly. I just saw that he has a tattoo on his right chest. Zhuang Chu, Feng Yuan already belongs to a serious disciplinary offense. Lin Jun couldn't help but laugh. Feng Yuan. Shit, that's a sticker. Stickers, not a tattoo. I'll give you 20 minutes to recover. Or go back and accompany me for an extra night of training. Zhuang Chu said calmly. Feng Yuan's face changed and he ran out of the cafe without saying a word. An hour of extra practice with this cultivation fiend was torture. And a night of extra practice would probably result in a breakdown. St. Chime High School. Inside dormitory 302. Yi Xiang sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands emanating samadhi flame, wrapping a large pile of precious medicinal herbs. It was visible to the naked eye that the herbs were gradually melting into liquid, the essence all coalescing and sublimating. After obtaining the Dan Dao inheritance, Yi Xiang felt like he had refined pills countless times and was very comfortable with it. In the blink of an eye, these liquids gradually divided into 10 pills with fragrant pills. The samadhi flame disappeared and the 10 reddish-brown pills fell into his hands. He wanted to pick them up and smell them. He couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. Not bad. First refining is top quality. The marrow cleansing pill belonged to the second turn pills and was not difficult to refine. Yi Xiang did not stop and used Taiji to roll up the herbs for refining the condensed ice scatter to land in front of him. Eyes emanating greenish-blue color. The samadhi flame suddenly surged out of his hands once again. Wrapping up these herbs, the speed of refining was still very fast, far faster than previous attempts to use a pressure cooker to refine pills. Soon, a puddle of liquid that looked like ice crystals was refined. After the samadhi flame disappeared, this liquid solidified in the blink of an eye, like a piece of ice, very cold to the touch. He wanted to hand over the marrow cleansing pill and ice condensing scatter to the auxiliary intelligence for storage, and after glancing at the time, he realized that it was already 8:30. Not forgetting to meet at the cafe and rubbing a slightly tired brow, getting up and changing into a St. Chime school uniform, a decent white formality that looked good on, but wasn't as comfortable as casual sportswear. When he washed up and went out, he had planned to tie his hair casually, but after seriously thinking about it, he still took out the half chopsticks that Shin's mother had helped him tie and coiled his long hair up, glanced at herself in the mirror. Gee, still looking like a slacker. Forget it, can't change it. He wanted to leave the dormitory and walked straight out of the school gate. Along the way many student girls were looking at him. Their eyes were curious. I heard that the first place teenager of this freshman year is very mysterious. Is it this clean-cut teenager in front of me? He wanted to put his hands in his pockets and walked on foot in the direction of the cafe, glancing at the coordinate location, only a little more than a kilometer away from St. Chime, so he didn't take a taxi. It wasn't long before he saw the cafe. It was also just in time to see a couple of pretty older sisters, carrying a bunch of shopping bags, walk into the cafe. He got a little puzzled after looking around curiously. Our elementary school brother hasn't come yet? I've bought all the gifts to welcome them. Lu Yan stepped on a pair of slender thighs and found a seat. So tired. My feet are sore from walking. Who made you have to go out in a high heel? He got to flirt. You wanted to touch his nose, and instantly realized that these people in front of him were most likely the members of the Ace Chopper team. Hesitating for a moment, he was just about to step in. The young lady with silver hair and gauze covering her eyes turned her head, a light smile on her lips. The people have arrived yet. You wanted to look at her with some curiosity, obviously invisible, but the first to spot him. The crowd had their eyes on Yi Xiang. It was like the gaze of a group of big brothers. Yi Xiang was really feeling a hint of oppression. These people in front of us are the top elite aces of China. A few girls couldn't help but light up when they saw Yi Xiang. So clean looking, He Yuaru took the lead and walked to Yi Xiang, nonchalantly reaching out to pinch Yi Xiang's face. Woohoo! Little brother is so cute, like you. I used to go to St. Chime's high school, so call me sister, okay? Yi Xiang looked at the woman in front of him somewhat helplessly, but still nodded. Senior sister. So good. Nah, this is a gift for you. See if you like it? I had it customized. He handed over a shopping bag. Yi wanted to open it and look at it, and found that it was a green-colored lab coat. His eyes couldn't help but light up. It was indeed his favorite style. Thank you, sister. Everyone was curiously sizing up Yi Xiang. Zhuangchu put down his magazine at this time and got up, walking over to Yi Xiang. Calmly, he said, "My name is Zhuangchu. I'm the vice team of the chopping team. So if you have any problems during the day, you can talk to me. Little brother, if you have any troubles in life, you can also tell me about it. Don't hold it in." Lu Yan couldn't help but flirt as well. The crowd couldn't help but puff out a laugh. Looking at such a simple teenager like Yi Xiang, it's true that anyone else couldn't help but want to tease him a bit. It's really too cute. Zhuangchu looked at Yi Xiang and nodded. This time is mainly to get acquainted and understand clearly your strength. There are still a few people in the team who are practicing, so they didn't come over. Yi wanted to nod his head to show that he understood. Let's go. Take you to the base, Zhuangchu said. He got up and headed toward the back of the cafe, and the crowd got up to follow. Yi wanted to follow everyone's pace, went out of the back door of the cafe, pulling open the wooden door to reveal a thick layer of titanium steel door. The heavy titanium steel door slowly opened after Zhuangchu took out an identity card and stuck it on it. What met his eyes was surprisingly an underground base of several hundred square meters. Yi Xiang could not help but freeze, completely not expecting that the chopper team base was really behind this ordinary cafe. Kid, stunned, right? Feng Yuan reached out his hand and patted Yi Xiang's shoulder, and could not help but say with some smugness, "I looked me over when I first got here back in the day, too." After Zhuangchu brought Yi Xiang to a boxing ring similar to a boxing ring, he turned his head to look at him and said, "Let's start now. After I have an understanding of your strength, I will make a mission plan with your strength later." Yi wanted to nod. The two walked onto the stage together. The rest of the people just watched curiously from the stage, wanting to see just how good this elementary school student was to make Heavenly King Luo Zhuan make an exception and recruit him. It was important to know that they were all level 40 before they were selected as reserve members in the first place, and Yi Xian was only at a mere level 29 now. No, this kid has broken through again? Feng Yuan was suddenly a bit surprised. Nice guy, 16 years old and 30 levels? Mo Xiu looked at him with a look of idiocy. You're the only one who hasn't been noticing, aren't you? Zhuangchu looked at Yi Xiang and said, I am a level 60 hidden profession heavy armor master. Very good at defense. You can attack without worrying that I will be injured. Yi wanted to sniff a little staggered. Worthy of being the vice team of the Ace Chopper team, actually level 60. Good. Yi Xiang nodded his head. He was also relieved that he had no intention of holding back. With the boundaries appearing on all four sides of the ring, Zhuangchu looked at Yi Xiang and said, It's ready to go. He took a step forward and instantly entered a combat state. A black ancient heavy armor steeply emerging on his body. There were no tattoos on it, but just for a moment, it unexpectedly gave Yi Xiang a kind of flawlessness without any dead ends. A powerful aura swept over, as if every step he took could give people a terrifying sense of oppression. Zhuangchu's eyes flashed with precision when he saw Yi wanted to resist his chi. It's good enough that level 30 can hold its own against the air of level 60. Feng Yuan, who was below, sighed helplessly. Choose defense. It's really insurmountable. The last time he hardened himself against the level 70 Black Bone King's furious beating, all of them were only lightly injured. Mo Xiu nodded. His most powerful spirit gun heavy armored sniper couldn't even break through Zhuangchu's defense. It's safe to say that everyone who first arrives has to go through such a handful of times that they're literally tortured out of a shadow. It can be easy to face Zhuangchu with a sense of weariness and numbness or even despair. That's when the opponent stands still and there's no way you can even hurt him. Defense stacked belongs, but you'd be even more wrong to think that Zhuangchu only defends. Once the heavy armor master attacked, it was also at the level of a shocking wave, a shield charge, almost drying that level 70 Black Bone King to the ground. You wanted to see Zhuangchu ready, and did not hesitate, directly pinching up the spell. His eyes turned into golden eyes. An atmospheric purple robe floated on his body, and a pair of golden eyes were majestic. Zhuangchu looked at that pair of eyes and actually had a palpitating feeling. In the next moment, a surging golden light erupted from Yi Xiang's body. After breaking through the third turn, the golden light divine mantra also had substantial changes, and could manage to manipulate the golden light air flow away from the body. In an instant, the golden light transformed into a sharp edge instantly slicing towards Zhuangchu. Similar to light spell damage, no less strong than a level 40 mage, but golden light is a first. The indifferent girl standing beside Lu Yan said softly, as a hidden profession magician, Ning Yuan Mei knew quite a few spells by heart. Lu Yan nodded. It's pretty good. Haven't you noticed that he doesn't need to recite a spell at all? The golden light on his body can be driven at will. It should be attackable and defensible. The sharp golden light landed on Zhuangchu's body, and in the next moment, a faint layer of black barrier instantly appeared around Zhuangchu. When the sharp golden light fell on it, it didn't even vibrate for a moment, gradually being corroded and dulled, then disappearing. You wanted to raise an eyebrow. This vice squad really wasn't that simple. It was even a heavy armor of both magic and martial arts. This curtain of light could absorb disintegrating attacks and then add defense. If the attack wasn't enough, the opponent could easily drain any enemy, effortlessly. Cognizant of Zhuangchu's strength, Yi Xiang no longer stayed his hand. All the golden light on his body swept up, instantly enveloping Zhuangchu's entire body. Squeeze up the spell. Inside, there are thunderbolts, and the god of thunder is anonymous. With a roar, all the golden light steeply exploded altogether. The ring boundary, which could easily withstand level 50 and above, unexpectedly began to shake violently. Everyone on stage, at once, couldn't help but be surprised. This attack, was it even close to a level 50 spell strength? But everyone wasn't worried about Zhuangchu at all, and when the golden light dissipated, Zhuangchu looked as if nothing had happened, still standing in the same place. It was only the black light barrier on his body that became quite dim. Zhuangchu nodded and looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Is this your spell damage? It's not bad. It's quite out of my expectation to be able to do this at level 30. Thank you, Captain, for the compliment. You wanted to be somewhat helpless. The defense of the lieutenant in front of me is truly sick." The golden light divine mantra cast at full strength, but it didn't break the defense. But yes, after all, the difference between the two levels is too big. The other party is still good at defense. Heavy armor master did not break the defense as also expected. Zhuangchu looked at Yi Xiang and continued, "I've read your information. Besides this golden light, you are also very good at refining the body, right?" "Well, sloppy." Yi Xiang nodded his head. "Try." "Good." Arcane and mysterious human immortal patterns gradually emerged on Yi Xiang's body, raising his hands to directly draw two talismans respectively, a divine walking talisman landing on his legs, and a 1,000 June talisman landing on his arms. After advancing to the third turn, there were quite a few more talismans that could be drawn in his mind. With a hard stomp of his feet, his body quickly rushed in front of Zhuangchu, and his fist covered in golden light blasted out with a straight punch. Boom boom! A powerful force erupted, and that black light barrier finally shattered. But in the next moment, a huge black giant shield blocked in front of Yi Xiang, and with a thud, the powerful recoil ability shook him back a few steps. Zhuangchu quickly analyzed Yi Xiang's body strength and power through this punch, surprisingly close to the physical quality of a level 40 warrior profession. The explosive strength is even level 45. This kid is only level 30 now. This strength is really over the top across the board, but this level is still a bit short of getting into the Ace Chopper team. Zhuangchu looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Try your lightning technique." Hearing this, the crowd also became interested. After all, it was really the first time to see someone who could use thunder magic at less than level 50, and that was the one thing that everyone cared about Yi Xiang. Yi Xiang sniffed and nodded his head. The body resurfaced golden light. Surging golden light appeared at first. All people couldn't help but close their eyes. The golden light was slightly blinding. The moment the golden light was suppressed to the extreme, there was a piercing sound, and brilliant thunder spells appeared on Yi Xiang's hands. The beauty of Thunderbolt is in the berserkness. White lightning appears at first, purple robes flipped, and a pair of golden eyes transformed into white pupils at this moment. The sense of oppression brought about by the Leifa was immediate. The expressions of the few people under the stage steeply became serious. The lightning technique that this fellow had mastered was actually real. Moreover, this raging power didn't seem to be weaker than the lightning spells cast out by chanting incantations. Yi Xiang, who had mastered the thunder law, could be fully regarded as a level 50 mage. Zhuangchu nodded slightly as he felt the lightning method on Yi Xiang's body. "Come on, try it." "Good." Yi Xiang's aura was in full swing at this moment. The white thunder in his hand was frantically condensing, and in an instant, the lightning method that had condensed to the extreme burst out. Palm thunder. Boom! The palm lightning roared and exploded directly on Zhuangchu's huge shield. In this instant, the ring's boundary also directly shattered, and Feng Yuan couldn't help but stare in disbelief. This had completely illustrated the power of Yi Xiang's lightning strike. The power of the lightning outburst was fierce, but Zhuangchu, who was a level 60 heavy armor master, still stood very still, and the black armor on his body didn't seem to be harmed in any way. However, the attentive Lu Yan noticed that the position Zhuangchu was standing in, compared to a moment ago, was a step back. Her eyes couldn't help but flood with flashes of surprise. Actually really shook Zhuangchu? It was important to know that even Feng Yuan would not necessarily be able to shake a step against Zhuangchu. Who was on full defense? Ying Zio couldn't see what was going on in the ring, but she could sense it clearly. She said softly, "The lieutenant used the immovable underworld, or he would have had to take a few steps back." Shit, seriously? This kid is so fierce? Feng Yuan was truly stunned. Lin Jun was silent for a moment before he also couldn't help but say, "This kid is truly perverted." Immovable Underworld is Zhuang Chu's 5th turn defense skill, directly weakening 50% of his attacks and enhancing his defense by 50%. Ying Zio explained. It was used only after taking a step back, not before attacking. "Oh, you almost scared me to death. I thought that this kid could break Chu's immovable underworld." Feng Yuan was instantly relieved. You couldn't help but clap his hands. "My elementary school brother is really fierce. What's up, are you going to have a sibling relationship?" Imo Shou couldn't help but ask. After Hiyuaru couldn't help but think about it for a moment, she instantly covered her face in shyness. Dami dash. Imo Shou couldn't help but have a black line. In the ring, the boundaries are reinstated. Zhuang Chu looked at Yi Xiang and nodded. "Not bad. How many times can you use such a lightning method?" "About 10 times. Yi wanted to say bluntly. In the past, it was at most 3 times, but now after the Violet Dan broke through the first turn, casting Palm Thunder 10 times was not much of a problem, and the power had been increased by a lot. However, the Zhuang Chu in front of him gave him a feeling that he was even more untouchable than the Ice Demon King, and even the Thunder Law could not break the other party's defense. It's too powerful. Zhuang Chu nodded. "You already have the qualifications to enter the decapitation team, so be serious next, just as if you were on the battlefield. You don't have to be so moderate and try to kill me by all means." Yi thought for a moment. Does it have to be like this? Zhuang Chu's gaze was deep, looking straight into Yi Xian's eyes. "So you think I'm kidding you? Next, I'm going to get serious too. Every member who joins the team, I need to know his limits. It's a responsibility to the team." As soon as the words fell, a heavy Xian iron giant sword appeared in his hand. Zhuang Chu, however, easily raised it up, pointing the pen straight at Yi Xiang. "This is reality, not a mechanical puppet, or the virtual mirror world. Seriously, if you don't want to be laid up in a hospital for days." Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but turn their gazes towards Feng Yuan. "Grass, what are you looking at me for?" Feng Yuan immediately faced bashful. How long has this fucking passed? Still mention this. A year ago, when he had just joined the chopping team, because he was too arrogant and unselfish, he was severely beaten up by Zhuang Chu during the test of his combat power, and he lay in the hospital for several days directly afterward. After a small interlude, Yi Shui nodded his head and became completely serious. Thunder spells appeared on his body once again, and his figure steeply transformed into a ray of thunder and disappeared in the same place. Hiyuedi couldn't help but stare in disbelief. So fast. The crowd couldn't help but nod their heads. How in the world did this lightning method work? This speed. It was indeed terrifying. Knowing Yi Xiang's level, which was only level 30, it was impossible to ignore this level. Boom! In an instant, Yi Xiang had already arrived behind Zhuang Chu, and his fist, which was flashing with lightning spells, combined with the Tai Chi fist, viciously pounded down, with the waist as the axis. Force and intention follow. Bam! A loud thud sounded steeply. Zhuang Chu had only just turned around at that moment, and Yi Xiang had already disappeared in place. When it reappeared, another thunder fist fell. The figure of that purple robe mixed with the white light that appeared at first glance had already caused several people from the Ace Chopper team to be deeply shocked. Surprisingly, he was able to press Zhuang Chu to beat him up. This kid is afraid of going against the heavens. I have a feeling that the Vice Squad is going to use that move. This kid's speed is truly terrifying. My eyes can barely keep up, Feng Yuan said as he rubbed his chin. As expected, the words fell. A rune similar to heavy steeply surfaced on Zhuang Chu's brow, and in an instant, his aura steeply became grave. Even the space around the surrounding meters became distorted. The ring was just this big point, and he wanted to be directly covered in it. At once, he felt a gravity far more terrifying than quadruple gravity fall on his body. The figure flashed out steeply, and under this terrifying gravity field, even the Thunder Law possession could not be driven to accelerate. A few people quietly looked at the stage to see how much he wanted to be so much, especially he had. His palms tugged tightly. Her wind spells were completely abused to the point of being ordinary under the Vice Squad's gravity field. You wanted to look at Zhuang Chu's brow mark and instantly realized that the other party was using something similar to the Dao Intent state of mind, which was also known as the true meaning of profession. Fruity is horrible. Zhuang Chu carried his heavy sword and approached Yi Xiang step by step. Level 30 is pretty good to force out my true meaning skill. You can always recognize it now. He suddenly stopped and looked at Yi Xiang with an incredulous gaze, because on the other party's body, a completely different and terrifying aura also violently surfaced. A mark also emanated from Yi Xiang's brow. His eyes steeply became indifferent, and his entire body was filled with divinity. He's arrogant, cold, powerful, and emotionless. Admit defeat? Vice team. It's still a bit early. You wanted to say softly, heaven and earth are unkind and take everything as ruminants. Boom! Yi Xiang steeply displayed a powerful aura, directly crushing Zhuang Chu's gravity field away. He re-straightened his spine, bent by gravity. The moment the purple robe flipped over, even more splendid thunder spells once again erupted from his body. At this moment, all the members of the Ace Chopper team understood why Heavenly King Luo Zhuan would directly make an exception for a level 30 little guy to join in. This guy, surprisingly, has also comprehended the true meaning. Level 30 mastery of truth? And the true essence skill that he had comprehended was even so powerful that it could forcefully punch away Zhuang Chu's gravity domain. This kid is open, isn't he? Feng Yuan said with a face full of incredulity. Several people couldn't help but nod their heads as they heard this. This kid was too demonic. Under the enchantment of the Taoist mind state, not only did Yi Xiang break through the gravity field, the power of the Tao was doubled. The thunder law that surged from his body became even more terrifying, and underneath his merciless white eyes, he silently watched Zhuang Chu. Seriously, Zhuang Chu himself had never expected to feel a sense of oppression from a small level 30 Taoist, not to mention the crowd off stage. They're all staring in awe. Okay? Feng Yuan said in a heavy tone. In the future, my little brother asked me to take orders above level 30. I won't take them. Lin Jun rolled his eyes. That shitty organization of yours hasn't been disbanded yet? At this moment, he wanted to raise his hand. The 12 talismans instantly surfaced in front of his body, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into 12 long swords, and the moment the lightning method was attached to the swords, all of them flew towards Zhuang Chu with a swoosh. So handsome, he couldn't help but exclaim. The skill of controlling 12 thunder swords was indeed a sight to behold, just like the legendary imperial swords of old. However, Zhuang Chu did not hesitate in the slightest and charged directly towards Yi Xiang with his giant shield. Holding the Xian Iron Giant sword in his hand, he easily chopped a few thunder swords into pieces, but there were still a few thunder swords that landed on Zhuang Chu's body, erupting with a powerful lightning utility. Yet under that heavy armor, it was as if it was not affected in the slightest. He spat out his tongue. The vice team is also perverted. This magic resistance is too high, Yi Xiang's level is too low, and Lei Fa still can't break through the defense. The crowd nodded. There was actually nothing to be ashamed of, as none of them could break it either, unless they fought with their lives, and perhaps there was a slight chance. Seeing that Zhuang Chu was about to hit Yi Xiang, he once again transformed into a thunderous white light and disappeared in place, easily dodging Zhuang Chu's charge. But in the next moment, Zhuang Chu threw out his huge sword directly without looking back, surprisingly anticipating where Yi wanted to dodge. The terrifying giant blade sliced head-on. Yi Xiang was truly feeling the threat of death, urgently stopping his body. The moment his figure was revealed, Zhuang Chu grabbed Yi Xiang's arm. Fast, little Taoist? Saying that, he was about to press Yi Xiang to suppress him on the ground, which knew that in the next moment, azure-colored flames abruptly erupted from Yi Xiang's body. Samadhi. The moment he touched the Samadhi flame, Zhuang Chu violently retracted his hand. Just by touching it for an instant, Zhuang Chu felt the burning pain in his arm, but it was clear that there was no injury on the surface. Yet it directly injured his divine soul? Ying Zai off stage couldn't help but let out a soft eep as well. This flame, it seems like it can hurt Zhuang Chu. Really? Feng Yuan's face suddenly changed. Can he hurt Zhuang Chu? What kind of weird skills did this kid show? Phew! The Samadhi flame on Yi Xiang's body quickly erupted, and the moment he stood up, a long azure-colored dragon made up of Samadhi flame whistled and rushed out towards Zhuang Chu. The power of the Samadhi flame was also twice as powerful with the Taoist heart's enhancement. Yi Xiang did not forget the reminder and said softly, Samadhi True Fire, specializes in burning the souls of all gods in the world. Lieutenant, watch out. Zhuang Chu's eyes narrowed slightly. It really was a skill that attacked the divine soul. Shit, isn't this a real injury? Feng Yuan's eyes widened. This little Taoist's skills, are they fully developed? Strong physical body, mastery of thunder law, also has golden light that can attack and defend. And now there is also the flame skill that burns the divine soul. TSK, newcomers these days, are all so perverted? Lin Jun also couldn't help but frown as his gaze fell on Yi Xiang, who was emitting blue flames all over his body. The long, fiery dragon, whistling. However, the crowd wasn't worried about Zhuang Chu, the deathless defense. That was because Zhuang Chu also mastered the defense skills in terms of the divine soul, only to see him placing his huge shield heavily in front of his body, with a dense black light emerging from his body. At this moment, he was like a judgmental knight of the Dark Ages. The trial is final. The terrifying darkness was like a tidal wave covering the entire ring. Heavy Armor Master. A powerful skill of the 6th turn. Zhuangchu was clearly in the darkness, but as bright as the light stood ahead. The fire dragon formed by the samadhi flame rushed into the darkness and began to burn up quickly, but the burning darkness was quickly filled, and in a few moments, the samadhi flame gradually disappeared and drowned. It's not that the samadhi fire doesn't work, but it's the level difference, which is like a rift in the sky. If it was under the same level, Yi Xiang felt that there was still a chance that his samsara fire could break through this dark end. This move of the Vice Squad has finally come. Let's see if this kid can survive it. Feng Yuan suddenly hemmed and hawed. Judgment End, not an ordinary divine soul defense skill, was also a very terrifying torture for the enemy. In the next moment, you wanted to fall into absolute darkness. No presence could be felt or seen. Everything perceived was all in darkness. It was as if the whole person had lost all perception. Mo Xiu, you and Zhang Shi were the ones who lasted the longest in the first place. How long do you think this kid can last? Feng Yuan looked at Mo Xiu and asked. Mo Xiu quietly watched everything wrapped in darkness in the ring, and after pondering for a moment, analyzed, he comprehended the true meaning of his profession. He should be able to hold on a little bit longer, at least better than your 10-minute descent into berserkness anyway. Feng Yuan bristled. Back then, I was at least over level 40. This kid is only level 30. That kind of perception is probably going to be shielded even more thoroughly. I think he'll be 5 minutes tops. Yuedi sighed slightly and turned her head to look at the silver-haired girl. Sister Ing, can you see Yi Xiang's state? Ing Zai shook her head. I can't see it yet. The Vice Squad's judgment end is much stronger again. She wore a veil to cover her eyes, yet she was able to see more and more clearly than normal. Lu Yan lazily stretched her waist, her hands clasped around her arms quietly looking at the scene in the ring, and said, how long I don't know, but I think the penis is at least 10 minutes longer than Feng Yuan's. Feng Yuan rolled his eyes. My profession is berserker. The madder I get, the stronger I get. What do you guys know? You all just know how to talk about me. A little bit of time passed, the darkness in the ring didn't disappear, but the naked eye could see the darkness become a little bit dimmer. In Judgment End, time is blurred, and every second in it is an imperceptible idea of time. At first, Feng Yuan felt like a lifetime had passed, but in fact, only 9 minutes had passed since he came out. However, for the crowd it was like a nightmare of the end of the trial. He wanted to try and couldn't walk out, so he simply sat on the ground and meditated to recover. It turned out that this darkness also shielded the spiritual power and could not be recovered. No way. He had to sit on the ground and close his eyes to look through the 3,000 Taoist scriptures in his mind. Ever since he had turned into a heavenly master, Yi Xiang had not read a Taoist book for a long time. Not to mention, I found quite a few more insights this time I rewatched it. A little time passed, the 10 minutes were soon over, and it came to half an hour again. Feng Yuan was silent for a long time before suddenly saying, how about a barbecue? Consider it a welcome for this kid. Agreed. Dui's eyes instantly lit up. I'll get the beer, Moxie said. Soon, a few people on stage were already grilling up barbecue and drinking beer, already ready to welcome new members. An hour passed. A few people have had their fill, and the pitch-black barrier in the ring hasn't ended yet. Sister Ing, you can see it now, can't you? What's the situation inside? He couldn't help but ask. Ing Zio couldn't help but smile at his words. He seems to be sleeping. Ha! Feng Yuan was instantly filled with stupefaction. Can you sleep with that kind of darkness encroaching on you? Lu Yan smiled. It seems our little brother is really something. The crowd nodded at the words. To be able to be seen by the heavenly king Luozhuan to make an exception to join the ace chopper team at level 30. In fact, at first, everyone still had some opinions. After all, everyone was a warrior, not a babysitter. And letting a level 30 come in and join them on a mission wasn't a help. It was a liability. Even if it's a reserve member, that has to be done to be helpful to the team. The ace decapitation team performs decapitation missions, and the slightest mishap will result in the total destruction of the team. But now that he saw Yi Xiang's performance, although his rank was still low, there was no doubt that he had the qualifications to join the ace chopper team. At that moment, the judgmental finale in the ring disappeared into thin air, and the two figures reappeared. The heavy armor and giant sword and shield on Zhuangchu's body disappeared, and he looked at Yi Xiang with a puzzled expression, never having seen one that could sleep in peace in his judgment end. After all, it was just a test of how long he could last, so he didn't do anything, but the more he looked at him, the more he felt that something was wrong, and the kid seemed to be really sleeping. He wanted to feel the sensory recovery at the first time as well, and couldn't help but open his eyes and look around. Then he got up while stretching. It's like you've really just woken up after a good night's sleep. The crowd was speechless for a moment. You kid has something sleeping? Zhuangchu couldn't help but ask. Even the heavenly king Luo Zhuan would be affected in his mindset when he was within the range of his judgment end. But this level 30 little Taoist in front of him was completely unaffected. Reading a book, Yi Xiang said truthfully. The crowd froze. Where did the book come from? Wait, how can you read a book in peace when you can't even sleep in judgment's end? Are you not affected by the darkness encroachment? The torture of shielding the five senses is not something that ordinary people can torture. Nothing can be seen, heard, felt or touched. Feng Yuan couldn't help but ask. Well, I know, but it's fine. I'm reading from my brain, so if I can't perceive it, I can't perceive it. Yi Xiang pointed to his head and explained. The crowd couldn't help but stare in disbelief. It could still be played like that? Zhuangqiu couldn't help but smile. Count this kid as having passed the test. He extended his hand, looked at him and said, Yi Xiang, welcome to the Ace Chopper team. Yi wanted to nod solemnly. Aha, what's that fire called? It's very special. First time I've seen a flame that specializes in burning divine souls. After Yi Xiang and Zhuangqiu walked out of the ring, Lin Jun couldn't help but ask curiously. Before Yi Xiang could say anything, Ying Zai had already raised her head and said, of the divine flames of the Taoist sect, the only one that burns the divine soul is the Samadhi true flame. Is it the Samadhi true flame? You want to hear the words cannot help but be surprised to look at the silver hair with a veil of beautiful girls, to know the Taoist heritage broken so many years, but there are still people who know the Samadhi true fire? Ying Zio seemed to know that Yi Xiang was looking at her and turned around to explain. There is an elder in my family whose profession is also a Taoist priest, and in his house, there are a few tattered Taoist books, on which it has been recorded that there has been a Samadhi true fire, which specializes in burning the divine soul. Yi Xiang nodded. Well, it's Samsara fire. Is that elder of yours still around? Already passed away. Ying Zio shook her head slightly. I saw those books when I was organizing my belongings. Yi wanted to fall slightly silent. He suddenly had an impulse to copy down the 3,000 Dao collections in his head. If other Taoist professions can see the complete Dao heritage, even if there is no celestial master system, he can still learn something useful from it, right? But I've been reading it myself for 3 years just looking at it, and it's going to take years and years to copy it down. Alright, let's eat barbecue, Zhuangqiu said as he looked at Yi Xiang. He wanted to return to his senses and nodded. However, when their eyes landed on the messy barbecue grill, a few people couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. It seemed that they had accidentally eaten too much, and they had eaten up the barbecue party that had been prepared for Yi Xiang. Feng Yuan immediately got up and said, Lieutenant, I'm going to go cultivate. Imo Shou also rose calmly. I have drawings to make. He hugged Lu Yan's arm. Sister Lu, didn't you say earlier that you wanted to teach me makeup? Teach me now. Lin Jun rubbed his nose. I'll go collect the clothes. Soon. Several people all ran away on various excuses, leaving Ying Zai alone. I didn't eat it. I don't like spicy food, Ying Zio said softly. Zhuangqiu had a helpless face. I'm really convinced of these guys. They're obviously preparing to put together a meal for Yi Xiang. It's fine. I'll just eat something random outside. Yi wanted to shake his head. That's fine. Does Zio want to come along? Zhuangqiu looked towards Ying Zio. Aha. After the three of them walked out of the base and returned to the cafe, the receptionist lady glanced at them and nodded slightly. Yi wanted to not ask more questions. The cafe served as a cover for the chopper's base. Then the waiters here. They should all be from the military. After the three of them came to a Chinese restaurant, Zhuangqiu looked at Yi Xiang and said, your comprehensive strength has completely reached the standard of the reserve member of the decapitation team. So the next action of the decapitation team will take you into consideration, but you yourself should be psychologically prepared. It is the real battlefield. There will be danger. For the time being, how about defining you as a mage position, so you can also use thunder possession to back up a bit at critical moments? Okay. Yi wanted to nod his head. He didn't have half a bit of pride. It was indeed unexpected to be able to enter the Ace Chopper team, although Zhuangqiu was the vice team. But from his strength you could see the strength of the other several members. All he could do was to try not to drag his feet on it. After a meal was quickly finished, Zhuangqiu looked at Ying Zio and said, are you planning to give Yi Xiang a divination? Ying Zai faced Yi Xiang, nodded her head, and directly opened the door to ask, would you mind? Zhuangqiu looked at Yi Xiang and explained, Ying Zai's occupation is a level 57 diviner. The chopper team has come back from the dead several times because of her divination ability. You can trust it. Divining which aspect? Yi Xiang asked with some curiosity. Being a Taoist priest, he had learned a few small tricks of fortune telling from the Taoist collection, but he was not too skilled at the moment. Divination is hazy and connected, and no one knows the answer to the riddle or its true meaning. Ying Zio said softly, the destiny of the inevitably known is never there. Can't understand. Yi Xiang said very directly, Zhuangchu couldn't help but nod his head. He had been unable to understand it as well. Ingzio smiled faintly as she took out and went to a stack of cards. 6 of them were placed on the top and bottom, and under the veil of silver hair, a mysterious and hazy aura was abruptly revealed from Ingzio. You can pick any one you want. You wanted to look at the 12 strange cards on the tabletop, and after thinking about it, he suddenly pinched the little 6 ninjas. Ingzai gave a shallow smile. It's not you I'm counting on, it's actually myself. Your pinching doesn't affect fate, it just uses you as a medium to see how it affects the fate of those around you. You wanted to finally hear something. Sorry, get used to it. That being the case, he picked the first deck. In fact, whether it was him or Ingzio, for things like divination, the moment the cards fell, they knew what they wished to go with. So the first card, whatever it is the one that reads good. Ingzio nodded as she too reached out her hand and took out the last card in front of her. She softly chanted, Tarot astrological sign, is to the image of all beings. In the next moment, a huge and mysterious hexagram formation quickly spread out around the two of them. The tarot cards in the hands of the two illuminated countless star points and scattered. In a flash, Yi Think was as if he had come to the starry sky, surrounded by countless stars. Ingzio slowly raised her head at this time, the gauze on her face disappearing at some point, revealing a pair of eyes that looked like starry sands. It was impossible to describe the eyes. They were indeed beautiful, but they were also intimidating, as if they were not eyes that a human being could possess. The tarot star points in her hand gathered more and more, and behind her, the figure of a priestess slowly appeared, and behind Yi Xiang, it was blurry and uncertain. It was as if all the stars were shielded in him. Ingzio couldn't help but stare. She had never encountered such a thing before. It was reasonable that his level exceeded Yi Xiang's by more than 20 levels, so how could there be a failure in divination? Yi wanted to turn his head at this time, in the hazy stars, but he seemed to see something, seemed to have a clear understanding. Looking at Ingzio, he asked, the starry sky here, is it real? Ingzai shook his head. It can be said to be both real and fake. This is what I have manifested based on the star spectrum counter-reflections left behind by the human race 100 years ago. You have comprehended the true meaning. You should know that there has been a heavenly change. So that's how it is. Yi Xiang nodded his head. Then pleasing senpai continue to maintain this state. I have a better way similar to divination. What? Ingzio was a bit puzzled. Inside view. Yi Xiang's eyes steeply exuded golden light. As expected, he was now really in the spiritual world with the help of Ingzio's divination ability. Then according to what Dao Zhang said, as long as the yin and yang and the 5 elements were localized, he would be able to enter the inner view. He sat down on the ground and utilized this 100-year-old astrological sign to locate himself, and as expected, it really worked. In 100 years, the astrological changes are not really that great. Surging golden light steeply displayed on his body, his hands quickly pinched up the spell, and a yin and yang gossip and 5 elements slowly emerged around him. Although his own mastery of the Chi-Men was still sketchy, he could barely enter the inner scene, but it was because he was in Ingzai's spirit world, and he needed to allow her to enter the inner scene with him in order to do so. Senior Sister Ing, give me your hand. Yi Xiang raised his head and said. Ingzai looked at the priestess's astrological sign behind her and nodded slightly. Good. She stretched out her hand and handed it to Yi Xiang, and in the next moment, the surrounding stars began to operate. No longer as rigid as before, and that's what it really was. 100 years ago in the sky, you wanted to also finally feel. 100 years ago, the feeling of the Taoist sect's use of heavenly phenomena to calculate nothing. It was really a bit mesmerizing. It was as if he could do anything in this world of the inner landscape. Ingzio couldn't help but look around curiously, feeling that nothing had changed, yet everything had changed. Where is this place? She asked as she looked at Yi Xiang. This is my inner world. Whenever there is any doubt, you can think of it in your heart and then break it in the inner world. You can know the answer. Yi wanted to say. Meanwhile, in the real world, Yi Xiang and Ingzai's auras climbed to the peak, one covered in golden light, the other emitting hazy starlight. It appeared to be unrelated, but if one felt it carefully, one would realize that the two people's chi were intermingling with each other, and their spiritual fluctuations were completely reunited. Seeing this scene, Zhuangchu couldn't help but frown slightly. Ingzio had never made such a big noise in the past. So what was the situation with these two people? You can't even tell if something's going to happen? Ingzio was a bit disbelieving when she heard Yi Xiang's words. Can you know anything? Yi Xiang nodded. Well, that's what the Taoist books say. But one thing to be careful about is that you shouldn't be attracted by the problem of not being able to break it. Or else you'll be immersed in the inner landscape for the rest of your life and won't be able to get out. The greater the impact on a person's destiny, the more relevant the problems caused. I understand. Similar to the cost of divination. Ing Zio nodded slightly. Is this the Taoist way of divination? Ing Zai looked around. Being able to know the future answer with certainty was nothing short of incredible for divination. She slowly closed her eyes and asked a slow question in her mind. In the next moment, in front of her, an orb more than one person high appeared. Since this was Yi Xiang's inner circle, he instantly understood Ing Zai's question. That's what he did to the crowd when he joined the choppers. It's not small. Yi Xiang stroked his chin. Will breaking it reveal the answer? Ing Zio asked as she looked at him. Yeah. Ing Zai understood and slowly raised her hand. The hazy starlight quickly surging into the blue ball of light. Yi Xiang also did not idle. Raised his hands, countless golden light together reflected into the ball of light. In the real world, as the two of them powered up, the powerful aura steeply blew the entire room out of control. Zhuangqiu held his forehead a little. Ugh. The boss who walked in saw this and couldn't help but stare. Sir, this. Zhuangqiu got up, took out his papers and said, sorry boss, I'll pay for the damage here later. You take the people and don't come near here. His voice was flat, but it carried an undeniable tone. Upon seeing the credentials, the owner understood at once. Okay. Zhuangqiu rubbed his head and looked at the two men suspiciously. What the hell is this tossing around? As a little bit of time passed, both Yi Xiang and Ing Zai could see that both of them were consuming a lot, and their foreheads were covered in sweat. Zhuangqiu was not someone who was prone to messing around with his thoughts, but this, it really makes you want to mess around a bit. That wasn't right either. Ing Zai was a full 8 years older than Yi Xiaoyan, and this teenager wasn't even an adult yet. In the inner world, under the efforts of the two men, the blue ball of light in front of them finally showed a hint of rising and breaking. As expected, it didn't take long. The blue ball of light steeply and densely sprung cracks, and the next moment, with a bang, the ball of light exploded. Two blue points of light appeared inside and flew into Yi Xiang and Ing Zio's minds respectively. All of a sudden, he saw the future scene after Yi wanted to join the choppers. In the blink of an eye, dozens of scenes caused Ing Zio to be unable to help but be a bit shocked. In the images, Yi Xiang was growing very quickly. Basically with every image that passed, there was a change in his level. In the beginning, Yi Xia was the one who appeared in time to help when everyone was in the most danger. And in the end, the decapitation team actually turned into using Yi Xia as the main force to cooperate with his actions. In the final image, it was Yi Xiang in a purple robe, covered in golden light, standing in the realm of the pupil nightmare Fey. At this time, he was far more mature than now, and although he was still young, the temperament on his body, compared to now, was completely different, and in front of him was a pupil nightmare throne. However, its fearful pair of eyes were actually snapped off alive by Yi Xiang. This final scene made Ing Zio unable to believe it. Is this Yi Xian's future? Looking at this scene, it seems to be fighting the Hitomi nightmare throne alone. But where are the others? Yi wanted to also look at his future curiously, with a very strange feeling. It was as if he was reading a story, especially the last scene, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised that he was able to fight with the throne and button down his eyes. TSK. The next moment, both of them opened their eyes at the same time. Yi Xiang laughed. Even if it's an internal view, there are chances that things will change in the future. There's no need to take it too seriously. As you said, nothing is inevitable. That's enough for today. Ing Zio was still a bit caught up in shock and subconsciously nodded her head. Aha! He wanted to look at everything in the interior scene and eventually calmed down. He knew that the question he had asked was, so far, impossible to break. Yi Xiang raised his hand and pinched the spell. The familiar yin and yang, 8 trigrams and 5 elements of Qi Men unfolded and wrapped around the two of them for a split second before disappearing. Entering the inner landscape is only a very basic skill for Taoist warlocks. You wanted to try it for a long time, but because of the heavenly change, he had not been able to accurately locate the directions of the 8 trigrams and 5 elements, so there was no way to enter the inner view. Unless one learns Qi Men Dun Jia and calculates the true position of the 8 trigrams and 5 elements after the heavenly change, so that one can enter the inner landscape at will. The two opened their eyes again and their consciousness had returned to the body. Zhuangqiu couldn't help but sigh in relief as he watched the two finally wake up. You too, I'm really convinced. What have you divined? You're making so much noise. Ing Zai couldn't help but look at Yi Xiang. Can you say what you saw in the inner view? We are only seeing the side of the future that is most likely to be discovered, rather than the answer to the question that is to be wanted to know. The future will actually be affected by the factors of the present to change. To say or not to say is actually not accurate. Yi wanted to explain. Zhuangqiu looked puzzled. Who the hell are you? Divining for whom? Ing Zio smiled faintly. Her eyes were recovered by the gauze as she faced Zhuangqiu and said, Lieutenant, the scenario as I see it is that you wanting to join the chopping team will not do us any harm. Zhuangqiu nodded. He didn't doubt Ing Zai at all. That'll do. He looked at Yi Xiang and continued, "Alright, tomorrow after the cultivation is over, come to the cafe when you have time. I will put your ID at the front desk, so you can come over any time in the future. After all, you're still in school, and the rest will not interfere with you except for an action mission." Got it. Yi wanted to nod his head. Looking at the table full of a mess, Chuang was somewhat helpless, had known to eat first before letting the two divination. "By the way, Yi Xiang, the war god will hold a school competition in half a month. Have you signed up yet?" As he was leaving, Zhuang Chu suddenly asked. Yi Xiang froze, then shook his head. "Team Chu, I'm only a freshman now. Isn't the big competition every year for juniors or seniors?" Zhuang Chu smiled. "Then I'll give you a task in advance." The corners of Ing Zai's mouth couldn't help but purse up into a smile at his words, as if he had guessed what the mission was. As expected, Zhuang Chu said, "Is there pressure to go and win this year's big game?" Yi Xiang looked helpless. "Can I refuse? There is a war effort." "How much?" Zhuang Chu said. 10,000 battle credits if first. 5,000 battle credits for second. No reward for third place. The members of our chopping team have all participated in college competitions, and their rankings are among the best. 10,000 battle merit was not much, but he wanted to know that he needed to work with pills in order to accelerate the speed of human immortal body cultivation, and these 20,000 battle merit could almost refine 10 more body refining pills. Okay. Yi Xiang nodded his head and agreed. The fourth stage of the university is generally around level 40, but one still has half a month. With the elixir, the human immortal body breakthrough to the third layer is not a big problem, and the physical quality is completely able to reach the level of a 40 or 50 level combat profession. But we're all at least at the junior stage when we participate in the college competition, so you shouldn't have too much pressure, Zhuang Chu said with a smile. Looking at Yi Xiang's back as he left, Zhuang Chu couldn't help but touch his chin, turning his head to Ing Zio and asking, "This mission isn't too difficult, is it? This kid's strength is completely over level 40. Ing Zio smiled faintly. "If it's him, there's no problem." "Oh, so sure? What exactly did you two divine?" Zhuang Chu was really a bit curious. "I saw that the future him took the eyes of the pupil nightmare throne and snapped them off," Ing Zio said softly. "And I'm thinking of a deadline that's within his 4 years of college." The ever-steady Zhuang Chu couldn't help but stare wide-eyed when he heard this divination result. The pupil nightmare throne, who specializes in curses, would be in such a bad situation? After Yi wanted to return to the college, he directly walked into the gravity room and began to meditate on branding to cultivate the human immortal body. After taking out a marrow cleansing pill from the auxiliary intelligence, he directly ate it in one bite. The elixir instantly melted in the mouth, turning into a cloud of cool medicinal power sweeping through the meridian points of the entire body. In a flash, there was still a hint of tingling comfort in the body, but soon, the tingling pain started to come from the meridian points all over the body and rapidly strengthened, and Yi Xiang instantly clenched his teeth. He almost couldn't help but scream out in pain, but as the medicinal power stimulated the meridians and acupoints, he could feel that the human immortal body actually began to brand itself, and human immortal lines gradually surfaced on his body, and the locations of those brands were almost all duplicates of the acupoints and meridians stimulated by the marrow cleansing pill. Yi Xiang forced himself to endure the pain, and his body was covered in veins. He knew that this was just the beginning, and how could a human immortal body want to progress even faster without suffering a bit? Press the suit's gravity multiplier, and as usual, go straight to 4x. Soon, the body is being stressed inside and out. He hadn't even started actively meditating on the branding yet, and with the combination of gravity and the marrow cleansing pill, the speed of the human immortal stripe branding had already exceeded the usual speed of cultivation. Yi Xiang could not help but grin at the corner of his mouth. This suffering was not in vain. He then took out the condensed ice scatter and placed it in his hand. After his spiritual energy triggered it, the condensed ice scatter was like ice, emitting blue ice gas visible to the naked eye, sweeping the whole body a little bit. Yi Xiang took a deep breath at once and almost didn't top it. Gravity oppression on the body. The surface of the skin was covered in cold, and the body was stimulated by the marrow cleansing dan to stimulate the meridian points. It was very tingling and burning. The whole person was like the feeling of ice and fire, but the effect was remarkable. The speed of the human immortal pattern branding, once again, accelerated. You wanted to know that the effects of the elixir had a time limit of only about 3 hours. He immediately sat on the ground, closed his eyes, shielded his mind from distractions, and after feeling all the subtle changes in his body, he began to meditate on branding the human immortal pattern. The 9th human immortal pattern was twice as difficult as the 8th, branded much deeper, as if it was going to pierce through the soul. The human immortal patterns on his body were exquisite and arcane, but this time, the speed of the branding was as fast as when he branded the human immortal patterns for the 5th time. A little bit of time passed, and 3 hours went by in the blink of an eye. The effects of the elixir ended and Yi Xiang also opened his eyes, already drenched in sweat. Physical strength nearly drained. He slowly stood up after adjusting his gravity to normal. Just 3 hours of time, completely catching up with the effect of 3 days of usual cultivation. The 9th time of the human immortal pattern had directly progressed by 1/10. The only pity was that one could only use pills once a day, and it was written in the Taoist scriptures that excessive use of pills would make the foundation unstable, and might even damage the meridian points. Once a day is just right. However, such a speed was also very fast. At this rate, 10 days would be enough time for one to break through to the 3rd layer of the human immortal body, getting up and walking out of the gravity chamber, a standard with the base. He took off his suit and rinsed it off before walking out the door. Thinking of the task Shuang Chu had set for himself, Yi Xiang sighed helplessly. But still, he opened the class group and made sure to contact Su Mengmeng after finding her avatar. Soon, Su Mengmeng picked up. The screen appeared her appearance. Interestedly looking at Yi wanted to say, "What's up, busybody? I want to enroll in this year's college competition," Yi Xiang said directly. Su Mengmeng froze and thought she had heard wrong. What? College grand competition which has freshmen to participate in. Are all the senior stage to go? Basically are above level 40 to be able to do so. Su Mengmeng explained. The mission given to me by the decapitation team. I also want to refuse. You wanted to say with some headaches. Su Mengmeng was instantly shocked. Wait a minute, you joined the decimation team? That's right. Your rank is already a special grade officer, so you can make an exception and join the Ace Elite Force. But, the chopper team. Su Mengmeng slowed down for a while before reacting. That's so true. Okay, I'll apply for you and see. Well, trouble teacher. You wanted to thank. Su Mengmeng rolled her eyes. Still she couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. Are you really sure? How could the decapitation team give you such a task? The college competition is a real battle. It's very easy to get injured. You wanted to spread his hands. The vice team said that every member of the chopping team had taken one of the top rankings at one point in time. So I was told to take one down as well by the way. Su Mengmeng shook her head. Your decapitation team is really perverted. The mission is also perverted. Then you do well to cheer up. My side can help you declare, but surely won't help you to determine the quota just because you're a special officer. 10 quota on the side of SA. Chime had already determined a good candidate, and now if I help you to declare it up, I need to relinquish one of the candidates again, and there would be some people who would be unconvinced. You wanted to understand and nodded. Okay, I know. That person I'm replacing. I'll beat him up until he's convinced. Su Mengmeng. Have teenagers who have gone through military training become so direct in their tone of voice now? After hanging up the communication, Su Mengmeng directly declared Yi Xiang's application to participate in the college competition, and make it clear that Yi Think was requested by the mission of the decimation team. School board. A dozen board members and senior teachers are meeting for the next big college competition. After all, Chime has been ranked 3rd for 5 consecutive years. And if they don't come up with some results, they will really be regarded as a 10,000-year-old 3rd. Cheng Xianhua suddenly received a message from Su Mengmeng, and after seeing the application information, he thought for a moment before zooming right in. Seeing this application, do you have any comments? A few of the dozen or so people on the board immediately frowned when they saw the message. Isn't this nonsense? What's the idea? Letting a level 30 Taoist freshman participate in the college competition. An old board member shook his head helplessly and said, even if you wanted to show his prominence and strength in the military training, but that was just a freshman military training. The college competition was a battle between top colleges. Yi Xiang's occupation was only a Taoist after all. Cheng Xianhua quietly glanced at the director who had spoken, a smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. Does anyone else have any ideas? This mission does seem a bit hokey, and this decision could very well affect the fact that we'll be at the bottom again this year. Another old board member couldn't help but nod his head and said, it's a Taoist profession after all. However, the remaining 7 or 8 senior teachers did not speak. They were all involved in the previous bone throne attack. If they still thought the Taoist priests were weak, then they could take a block of tofu and run over it. 3 swords to kill a throne. This kind of battle achievement, even a heavenly king wouldn't be able to do it, right? There was no doubt that Principal Chang actually had an answer when he decided to show them the information. Now ask that on purpose. Mostly, it's going to be a shuffle. Thinking of this, several people's gazes fell on the 3 old directors who had spoken earlier. Being the top university in China, the ideas of these people may no longer be suitable for this position. They were once a teacher, but now, they are more of a businessman. As expected, a few old directors looked at Cheng Xianhua just about to speak, intending to reject the application. Cheng Xianhua said directly, I believe in the ability and vision of several people, but I'm actually wondering if it's not time for several people to reflect on this as well. There are some things I don't want to say in the open, but it can't keep going on like this. Just on the list of college nationals for the past few years alone, there are at least 4 or 5 people on it each time that are somewhat related to all of you, right? The faces of those 3 old directors were suddenly gloomy. Principal Chang, the strength of the person we recommended is absolutely sufficient, so if you have anything to say, just say it, yes? Cheng Qianhua couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth as he directly raised his hand and clicked on one of the students on the list of 10. Jiang Shui Kai, 20 years old, profession water mage, level 41, Elder Jiang. Don't tell me you don't recognize this kid, right? In Holy Chime, he's not exactly at the top of the list as a water mage. The old man whose name was called slammed the table. Principal Chang, statistics of one's strength is not just based on one's rank and occupation. This kid is calm and steady-minded, fits well with his occupation, and may even touch the edge of the true meaning of his occupation. Where is the harm in that? Then didn't you just use rank and occupation to dismiss Yixiang earlier? Cheng Qianhua asked directly in return. After that old director froze for a moment, he then looked at Principal Chang with some incredulity. Do I need to negate a level 30 Taoist profession? Cheng Qianhua smiled helplessly. Elder Jiang, Elder Lin, Elder Su, what have the 3 of you been doing all this time? Is it that you haven't paid any attention to the front line at all? The 3 directors couldn't help but look at each other with furrowed brows at the words. It's true that they usually don't inquire about school matters, let alone the front line. And at this age, what's the point of paying attention to that? Seeing the appearance of these 3, Cheng Qianhua's face also turned cold all of a sudden. You should have retired long ago. Cheng Qianhua, do you know what you're talking about? When you first took the position of principal, it was only because you had our support that you sat there. Director Jiang stood up at once. However, this time, no one agreed with them, and all the senior teachers all looked at them indifferently. Being the top university in China, would it really be a disadvantage to keep the position of director all the time? If it was before, they were still considering it. After all, there was no way to get around the directors in terms of funding, resources, school rules and so on. Of the 3 top colleges, only the Trial and Holy Chime colleges have remained directors for 100 years. The warlord colleges direct military, pressed into service, did not have this system. Perhaps, it really should change. The atmosphere in the conference room became frozen all of a sudden as the 3 angry old directors looked at Cheng Qianhua who had been watching them. A woman of the world, but it made them a little scared. As an equally water mage, or an 8th turn, Cheng Qianhua was naturally incomparably aware of Jiang Shui Kai's strength. Realizing the true meaning of a career? Give him another 10 years and he won't even get the chance. From now on, Sacred Chime no longer needs the directorship system. You 3, just retire for good. Cheng Qianhua calmly said. The meaning is clear. The 3 of them, fired. The directorship, no longer needed. The 3 old board members looked at her in disbelief and tried to say something. The 2 senior teachers had stepped forward and looked at the 3 board members and said, Please, Cheng Qianhua, sooner or later, St. Chime High School will be ruined by your hands. Do you really think that no one can cure you? Elder Jiang was so angry that he pounded the ground with his walking stick. Cheng Qianhua just looked at them indifferently and didn't say anything. St. Chime High School, which existed 100 years ago, when it was with Trial High School, as the top college in China. After the alien invasion, both of the top colleges made quick adjustments based on the changes in the awakening transitions, but some of the systems, basically, remain from the times of a century ago. Take for example these old directors, generation after generation, who are simply unwilling to give up the rights and resources in their hands. There is no doubt that the development of St. Chime's colleges and universities has been seriously hampered. It was important to realize that from the beginning of the establishment of the War God High School until now, only 60 years had passed, and nowadays, it had firmly become the college with the deepest heritage. Despite being straight out of the military, this rise is still incredibly fast. So fast that both Judgment High and Holy Chime High couldn't react in time. After the 3 directors left, Cheng Qianhua directly began to adjust the list. Within the 10 people, 4 people were directly called out, especially Jiang Shui Kai. Cheng Qianhua did not hesitate at all. Soon, a brand new list appeared, and Cheng Qianhua didn't hesitate to add Yi Xiang to it. Do you all have any other comments on this list? I don't think there's a need for Yi Xiang to be in such a hurry. He can wait until next year to participate as well. A female teacher couldn't help but say, Yi Xiang's potential is high, so he can give this opportunity to other students. Cheng Qianhua nodded. Well, that's what I thought at first, but he thought it was required by the Ace Chopper team's mission. The crowd came down speechless. So what else does that say about the background? Now that's what I call context. The Ace Chopper team itself was the top elite in China, not to mention the heavenly King Luo Zhuan behind it. If those old directors really want to do something to Yi, the many teachers couldn't help but look at each other. They could only hope that those old guys wouldn't be so stupid. No comment. Agreed. Well, I'm all for it. One day later, 13 colleges and universities across the country, along with the announcement of each school's 10 contestants. Without a doubt, when the 10 people on the Holy Chime side were announced, it was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, shocking the teaching world. The first freshman ever to appear to represent a college in the big game. Sacred Chime is crazy, isn't it? If you play like this, aren't you afraid you won't be able to keep the third place? This Yi Xiang, a level 30 Taoist profession? What kind of joke is this? Change me. One punch 10 okay? Did the Holy Chime side get the list wrong? Even those who were juniors and seniors at St. Chimes High School were very puzzled, and they had left messages on the campus network to brush up their screens. A level 30 Taoist can go to the national college competition? This is some kind of joke. However, only the freshmen who had participated in the freshman military training knew how perverted this guy called Yi Xiang was. Without waiting for a response from the school, just half a day after the announcement of the list, the members of the Ace Choppers, en masse, parachuted into the Holy Chime campus network. Big brother bubbling fish fry. Ace Chopper Team 3rd Lieutenant Lu Yen, little brother. My sister is looking forward to your performance. Make sure you push hard. Ace Chopper Team 1st Lieutenant Feng Yuan, fuck them up. Ace Chopper Team 2nd Lieutenant Lin Jun, Yi Xiang. I'm optimistic about you. Just like me back then. Charm a bunch of fangirls. Ace Chopper Team 1st Lieutenant He Yuade, he. Of course there's me. I have to cheer for my little brother too. At once, the whole internet went numb. At this moment, it was a fool who understood that this Yi Xiang was actually a reserve member of the Ace Chopper team. Some were shocked, some were envious, but more were still jealous and incomprehensible. They didn't understand what qualifications a freshman with a level 30 Taoist profession had to be able to join the Ace Chopper's reserve members. But the Ace Chopper team didn't bother to give them an explanation, let alone Yi Xiang, the cultivation maniac. Even those who knew Yi Xiang could barely find anyone else, not to mention people who don't know him and don't see him at all day long. The wind and clouds of the major campus networks are in ruins, and these things are not half as disturbing to Yi Xiang. If you're going to take first and second, then go for it. What's the point of thinking about it? When you wanted to return to the dormitory, he saw the three people in the living room looking at him with unbelievable faces. Feng Miaochuan jumped up at once. Brother Yi, I also want to join the Chopper's reserve members. Can you help? Yes, just beat me. Yi Xiang said calmly. Feng Miaochuan, Brother Yi is awesome. Wang Jun also couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said, no one ever joins the Ace Special Forces in their freshman year, let alone still the Choppers. Chen Wanyan was also envious, and the one he wanted to join the most was also the Choppers. Brother Yi, I heard that there are especially many beautiful women in the chopping team. Is it true that there are many? Feng Miaochuan asked curiously. Chen Wanyan looked at him with a look of contempt. Shallow. Yi Xiang, are you sure about the college competition? You should know that the students competing are all above level 40. I don't know. We'll see. Having just experienced the inhuman torture of cultivation, at this time Yi Xiang was very tired, and after casually waving his hand, he walked into the dormitory and closed his eyes to meditate to recover his energy. After the three froze for a moment, they couldn't help but glance at each other. They suddenly realized that it had only been more than a month since the start of the school year, and the gap between them and Yi Xiang seemed to be getting wider and wider. From being barely side by side in the beginning, it didn't seem to take long before they could only watch his back as he marched alone in front of them. Time passed day by day, and all the students in the first class of the auxiliary law department also knew that Yi Xiang would represent one of the places in the Holy Chime High School and participate in the college competition. But what was even more shocking was that he joined the Chopper's reserve members. This qualification is what is truly enviable, and the way a few of the boys were practicing hard these days had inspired a lot of the girls, who were almost always staying at home in the meditation room to practice. At this time, War God High School had already begun to set up the venue for the big competition, and all the students of War God High School were incomparably exuberant after learning that you wanted to join the Chopper team. They naturally wouldn't question the choice of the Ace Chopper team, but because of this, everyone's goal now had gradually changed from taking first place to defeating Yi Xiang. The aura of the Ace Choppers is something that all young men aspire to join. That's the equivalent of national certification. The most outstanding top group of talented elites. No one would think to satirize the Choppers. The contributions they had made were visible to countless people. But for a 30-level Taoist profession can join, to be honest, how can serve? In the base of the Ace Chopper team, Dai was lying on the sofa while brushing the campus network, and couldn't help but ask curiously, Are we doing too much fire? It feels like there's a lot of pressure from the elementary school brothers. Feng Yuan smiled. A small thing. Heaven sends down a great task to a man. But first he must suffer his heart and mind, labor his bones, and starve his body and skin. Lin Jun raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. You actually know the language? Mo Xiu sat on the other side of the room, as if he had been dealing with spirit gun drawings all day. But still, he could easily be distracted listening to the crowd's discussion. Lifted his head and looked at Feng Yuan flirtatiously and said, "Yesterday, this guy was lazy and didn't train. He was caught by Chu and punished to write that Mingzi tells the tale for one night." He Dewey froze. Isn't that an ancient book? Mo Xiu nodded. Well, the vice squad should be wanting to understand Yi Xian's occupation, and are looking up some information these days. Let's hope that we don't have a mission on the day of the college competition. Maybe we can even go and see how our elementary school brother performs, He Dewey said with great anticipation. Who knew that as soon as the words left his mouth, Zhuang Chu walked down from above. He looked at the crowd with a calm face and said, "Well, it just so happens that there is a mission to inform everyone to gather." He covered his mouth with a helpless face. Soon, all 13 members of the Ace Chopper team arrived. Zhuang Chu calmly looked at them and said, "An order was issued from above to cooperate with the Tang Snake and Xianwu forces to fully search Jingzhou. Our task is to be responsible for clearing out the level 50 or above alien beasts. The foreigners. Immediate action. Jingzhou, more than 20 years ago, was overrun by foreigners, and later fell into a heavenly paradise for foreign beasts. However, at this time, when they heard this order, all of them were not fools and instantly understood what the meaning behind this command represented." Feng Yuan was full of enthusiasm and smiled brightly. "Ha ha, that's right. It's not possible to keep letting those inhumans bully us. It's about time for us to fight back." Zhuang Chu glanced at him and shook his head, uttering a sentence that shocked everyone even more. This time it's not a counterattack. It's the recapture of Jingzhou. From the invasion of the foreign races to the present, for 100 years, the Chinese human race had finally retreated step by step under the powerful disparity of strength. The territory is missing nearly a large portion of it. Zhuang Chu continued. Starting this year, the majority of the nation's legions have been stationed in Ningchuan, and this time, Jingzhou is only the first step. This is followed by Ba County, Tianfu, and step by step, all the southwestern territories will be taken back. The crowd was blown away by the intent of the above. If it really works out, then even if I die, I have no regrets. In the history of the human race, the greatest resistance against the foreigners was the land of Bashu, almost exhausted the whole country in resistance, even knocked out the military power and population of half of the country, but still lost the human race at that time, although they got the power of transmutation. But in front of the foreigners, they are still tender. The entire southwest plunged into the territory of the pupil nightmare Fei. We're moving, don't we need to call our elementary school brothers? He couldn't help but ask. After Zhuang Chu was silent for a moment, the corners of his mouth could not help but spread a smile. It's kind of like we're giving him a meet and greet so he can enjoy college some more. The teenager is just a freshman or it seems cruel. Ha ha, too. Without much hesitation, the Ace Choppers, 13 of them, set off en masse for Jingzhou. As the advance Ace troops, their duty was to pull out all the obstacles to the warriors' advance, one by one, like nails. All of this, Yi Xian did not know. Only to come and wander around the base on the 6th day, only to find no one at all. A little puzzled, but not asking too many questions, he went back inside the cafe and sat down, kind of relaxing himself a little. The human immortal pattern on the 9th time of the second layer had already progressed to a large portion, and without any surprises, there were still 3 days left to make a breakthrough. They went on a mission. The receptionist said at this time as she brought over a cup of coffee. Yi wanted to nod his head, he probably guessed it as well. He just didn't know what kind of mission they were going for. The receptionist lady looked at Yi Xiang with a smile. Recently, many people in China are concerned about the college grand competition. Especially you. The online attention is very hot. Do well to cheer up. Oh. Thanks. After sitting for a little while, Yi wanted to finish his coffee before turning back to Holy Chime. Keep practicing. Only today, having already ended his gravity room training, he returned to his dormitory, put on his helmet and entered the Void Mirror Realm, directly choosing 5 level 40 pupil Nightmare Fei and 5 Horn Ghost Fei as his opponents to begin the battle. In the future scene he saw in the interview, he realized that most of his opponents were the pupil Nightmare Fei and the Horned Ghost Fei, especially the pupil Nightmare Throne in the last scene, which he naturally wouldn't forget. The pupil Nightmare Fei are a few dozen centimeters taller than normal. Most of them are around 2 meters, which isn't very tall. The limbs were not unlike those of a man, the head triangular-headed, and the features were hideous. In particular, A yellow vertical pupil eyeball even larger than his head grew out of its chest. This is the pupil nightmare Fae, and it looks creepy. The level 40 pupil nightmare Fae was known as the Curse Nightmare King, and as the name implied, he was the most specialized in curses among the 12 Fae. The personal curses were endless and difficult to deal with, and although they looked similar to human mages, the opponent's physical qualities weren't weak, and could be on par with those of a warrior profession of the same rank. One-on-one, if you couldn't kill the other party, then one layer of curses would fall down and it would be you who would die. As for the Horned Ghost Fae, the Horned Ghost Fae above level 40 would also undergo a metamorphosis, with the red horns on their heads possessing the Blood Ghost technique, which possessed different special abilities, hence the name Blood Ghost King. Inherently powerful and mastering special blood arts, the higher the rank of the Horned Ghost Fae, the harder they were to deal with. As soon as the battle started, Yi Xiang did not hesitate and directly used the Golden Light mantra with full force. As expected, the layers of cursed aura fell on him and dissipated abruptly. The Golden Light Divine mantra has a perfect curse-removing effect, and all evils are invincible. The battle was imminent, and 10 talismans were instantly drawn in his hands. Edict. Puppet spell. Yi wanted to pinch up the spell. As soon as the words fell, 10 talismans flew out and landed on each of these foreigners. The puppet talisman was considered to belong to the higher-ranked talismans among the human talismans. As the spell was pinched up, the 10 foreigners froze at once, but as the talisman gradually dissipated, their bodies were returning to action little by little. But just this little bit of time, the golden light spell on Yi Xiang's body was madly suppressed into thunder spells. His eyes turned into white pupils, and his hands condensed a ball of thunder ons to burst towards them with a loud bang. The terrifying thunderstorm exploded, and several pupil nightmare Fae and Horned Ghost Fae were directly blasted to death, disappearing into data. The few remaining foreign races recovered and rushed towards Yi Xiang. However, the curse of the pupil nightmare Fae had no effect on him. Gathering his strength and taking care of the remaining 2 horned ghosts first, raising his hand, several sharp streams of golden light and air directly decapitated those pupil nightmare foreigners. He wanted to probably understand why he could see that he would snap the eyes of the Hitomi Nightmare Throne in the future. These 5 level 40 pupil nightmare Fae were simply better for him to kill than a level 16 tusked boar. After the battle, he wanted to try some applications of Thunder Law instead of leaving directly. Currently, he only mastered the Palm Thunder and Tong Tian talisman in conjunction with the talisman Thundersword cast by the Thunder Law, which showed that the Thunder Laws had commonalities. In the next moment, a level 40 Ice Demon Fae appeared in front of him once again. He wanted to look at the Ice Demon in front of him. The moment the Splendid Thunder method reappeared in his hand and his eyes flashed with white thunder, he crouched down and pressed his palms to the ground. Thunder Law ground binding. In a flash, the palm lightning in his hand struck the ground, and it was like a spider's web, running forward recklessly. The Ice Demon didn't even have time to escape before he was bound all over his body by the thunder dots on the ground. However, because of Vanish, the lightning consumption becomes much weaker, but it's not bad as a binding ability that also comes with lightning damage. Yi Xiang's body was possessed by the Thunder Law, and with the powerful physical qualities of the human immortal body, his speed only grew faster and faster. Instantly arriving in front of the Ice Demon, he once again condensed Palm Thunder in his hand, performed Tai Chi, and flung his hand to pound his palm. The moment his palm crumbled onto the chest of the level 40 Ice Demon, boom! The lightning method directly blasted out a large opening, and the Ice Demon in front of him collapsed helplessly to the ground, disappearing into data. As the Purple Dance spiritual power strengthened, the power of the Thunder method also increased. However, in the records of the Tao collection, there are about the 9 heavens in Yuan Thunder Sound Po Hua Tianzuan and the 3 Qing Divine Thunder. That is the real Thunder method, and there is absolutely no need to be proud of this point of Palm Thunder method that you have worked out by yourself. Mostly, I don't have enough levels to use it. Looking at the disappearing Ice Demon Fae, Yi, who had experienced the real battlefield, wanted to know. This virtual mirror world simulated alien race. Just data similarity. Fighting is still a lot of rigid. Can only be slightly familiar with? With the real reality of the alien race, there is still a lot of gap. Try another one. He wanted to unfold his hands and cast the Tong Tian talisman, and in the blink of an eye, 12 talismans appeared in front of him. The legal edict pinched up. The talisman shattered like a waterfall of heavy water raging forward. Yi Xiang's eyes once again glowed with thunder. The thunder spell condensed in both hands combined with heavy water, and 10 level 40 blood beasts alien races were refreshed out of thin air in the distance. Without waiting for them to react, the heavy water and the thunder spell contained within it instantly broke the blood beast's bones, and the thunder spell resurfaced to vaporize it. The 10 blood beast Fae didn't have the ability to struggle at all. The heavy water weighed as much as 1,000 pounds and pressed down on their bodies. They couldn't move, and the water also hid the lightning method. which directly blasted them to death and disappeared as data. The talisman is through the 5 elements. And the thunder method also has 10,000 variations that blend together. It can be used with the human immortal body to use lightning possession, and with the Tongtian talisman to enhance the power of the talisman, and in the future with the refining array. The use of the lightning array is estimated to be even more ferocious. But I wonder if adding lightning power while refining the elixir would refine the elixir more purely? Yi Xiang couldn't help but have this thought pop up in his mind, but quickly shook his head to interrupt this thought. His own little battle merit, the medicinal herbs exchanged, were simply not enough for him to hokey pokey. Yi Xiang's eyes suddenly lit up with another idea. He slowly raised his hands, only to see a cloud of white thunder slowly coalesce in his right hand, and a cloud of azure-colored samadhi fire ignite in his left hand. Then the hands slowly closed in. In an instant, the white thunder directly devoured the samadhi true flame, which could burn the souls of all gods, as if it was innately weaker. Yi wanted to narrow his eyes slightly. No! Yang thunder and samadhi fire, a heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys gushing air. The 5 airs are united to create the thunder law, and the true fire, the air surge of the bone life. As they belong to the same innate chi, there will not be a distinction between up and down by definition. Thinking of this, he looked at the samadhi flame in his hand that was devoured by the white thunder, and seemed to have some enlightenment, not stopping, increasing the samadhi flame, and continuing to let the yang thunder devour it. Just as he felt a bit tired, the yang thunder in his hand changed abruptly, only to see that among the originally pure yang thunder in his hand, after eating a lot of samadhi flame, it steeply transformed into a white and green long dragon that blended with thunder and fire and whistled with a majestic momentum. Yi Xiang couldn't help but be taken aback by the change. Of the 3,000 Tao collections, he suddenly realized one of the Tao scriptures. The true air is 1. The divine power is 10,000. The essence is 1. The subtle use is 10,000. The true nature is 1. And the 10,000 dharmas are in harmony. Samadhi true fire and young thunder are combined. Dragon thunder true fire. He wanted to end his training and directly exit the void mirror realm. Dragon thunder true flame was equivalent to the combination of thunder law and samadhi true flame, which had notable power, but correspondingly reduced the tyranny of thunder law and the purity of samadhi true flame's burning of the divine soul. As a long-range attack though, it's kind of a good move. Just then, Mentor Su Mengmeng sent a message over. Come this way to the 3rd floor of the complex. When you wanted to see it, he sent a received and got up and walked out of the dormitory, straight towards the complex building. On the way not a few female students could not help but exclaim with a look of curiosity when they saw him. He wanted to put his hands in his pockets. Casually they look. Anyway, he will not lose a piece of meat. From the middle school to now, has long been accustomed to all. Soon, he walked to the door of the office at the end of the complex. Knocking on the door, he pushed his way inside and saw 9 unfamiliar young teenagers standing side by side in a row. One of them looking somewhat familiar. The student council senior who had helped him enroll in school and find a dormitory earlier. On the other side were several senior teachers and Principal Cheng Qian, and he wanted his gaze to fall on Su Mengmeng. She looked at Yi Xiang and smiled lightly, pointing to the position beside the 9 teenagers and nodding slightly. When Yi Xiang appeared, the gazes of everyone in the room suddenly fell on him. Yi Xiang also looked at them calmly. 5 boys and 4 girls, without a doubt, all mage-type professions, and the most outstanding ones in the entire Holy Chime at the moment. However, right at this moment, Yi wanted to feel the hostility of one of them. His perception had long been far beyond that of an ordinary person, and his gaze quickly landed on one of the youths around 20 years of age, and it was from the other that the hostility emanated. TSK. With his hands in his pockets, Yi Xiang walked over to Lin Feng and looked at the group of teachers suspiciously. Cheng Qianhua nodded. Everyone is here. I'll say a few words briefly. This year will be a turning point in the fortunes of the Huaxia nation. I'm sure you all can sense that not only in the northern battles or the South China Seafront, our human race hasn't lost in all these years. Likewise, this year is also a turning point for our Holy Chime. No matter what, this year, we must not take 3rd place again. The crowd nodded seriously. Yi Xiang sighed slightly. Did he make a special trip just because of this? Headmaster, it's going to be hard to beat Judgment High School or War God High School. I think, it's hard. After all, we have a backdoor guy. At this time, the youth who had been hostile to Yi Xian earlier opened his mouth and said, Senior, level 43, specialized earth mage, Stone Kin. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the crowd fell on Yi Xiang. After all, everyone was level 40 or above, and only this guy was level 30, but after all, he was a reserve member of the chopping team, so it was hard not to wonder if it was a backdoor way to get on the entry list. This guy's only a freshman. How good can he be? Can't you win a fight by crossing 10 levels? Shi Jian turned his head to look at Yi Xiang. I don't know what method you used to replace my friend Jiang Shueikai's ranking. Yi Xiang, I think you should have the self-knowledge to know better and better give up your entry. Yi wanted to yawn helplessly. After a day of cultivation and a fight in the Void Mirror realm, he was really a bit tired. That's why he looked so lazy right now, not caring at all what Shi Jian was saying. Oh, Yi wanted to respond. He didn't even know any Jiang Shueikai, but after all, participating in the college competition was a task for the vice squad, and with a war reward, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Yi Xiang looked at Shi Jian and asked lazily, "Is it you who is not convinced or is it your friend who is not convinced?" Shi Jian gave a mocking smile. "Is this a matter of serving or not? You're a freshman, participating in some college competition. So, it's you who are not convinced, right?" Yi wanted to rub his eyebrows. "I'm the one who's not convinced of what's going on. You know in your own heart." Shi Jian looked at Yi Xiang back without fear. Su Mengmeng seemed to be able to see that Yi Xiang was not in the right state. Slightly raising her hand, a spiritual recovery skill fell down. Yi Xiang immediately felt a cool and comfortable brain, and his tired spirit eased a lot at once. He looked towards Su Mengmeng and smiled. "Thank you, teacher." After being slightly more refreshed, he raised his head to look at Shi Jian, then turned his head to look at Cheng Xianhua. "Principal, what about things like this in general? The list has been confirmed. It is not going to be changed." Cheng Xianhua said softly. Yet another senior teacher added, "However, the grand competition has not yet begun, and after the list is sent out, students from the same school who have an opinion can choose to challenge it." "That's right." Yi Xiang nodded in understanding. He turned his head to look at Shi Jian and said directly, "How about this? I'll give you a chance. If I lose, I'll withdraw from the tournament and give my position to that what's-his-name friend Jiang Buffalo of yours, and if you lose, go and help me cope with the people who challenged me. How's that sound?" Su Mengmeng instantly frowned and was just about to put a stop to it when Shi Jian agreed without hesitation. "Yes, then don't regret it." Yi wanted to smile. "Don't worry, no regrets. Okay, go to the practical classroom." Shi Jian was afraid that Yi wanted to backtrack, and also afraid that the teacher principal would stop it, so he directly turned around and walked towards the outside. The other teachers and students were dumbfounded, staring at the scene in bewilderment. Despite guessing that this would happen, they didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Coming up for a fight? Yi Xiang followed Shi Jian and soon arrived at a practical classroom. The entire classroom was set up with damage-absorbing boundaries that would not damage the classroom as long as it did not exceed level 50. You wanted to see this kind of classroom for the first time, and the practical courses basically started at the sophomore stage. Freshman year is basically spent learning about the habits and characteristics of the various alien races and picking a specialization that suits your needs under the guidance of your teacher. After the people came to the actual combat classroom, Shi Jian looked at the lazy-looking Yi Xiang and couldn't help but laugh. This kid, there is no need to find such a way to lose people even if you want to lose people. He naturally knew Yi Xiang's outstanding performance on the military training, but that in the end was only the freshman year's military training. For their senior year, isn't it child's play to be more powerful? Begin, Cheng Xianhua said as he looked at the two. She knew very well that the qualifications for joining the reserve members of the chopping team did not just depend on potential. There were many geniuses with potential, but there were only a dozen people in the chopping team. The reason being, not only did it require talent, but it also required a certain amount of strength, which would be helpful to the entire team. The mission of the decapitation team is to decapitate, a task that doesn't even require the tiredness that can only be grown later in life. The fact that he wanted to pass the examination showed that he was strong enough to help the choppers, to be recognized by the choppers at level 30. What kind of strength was this kid hiding? With the principal's words, Shi Jian didn't have any hesitation and directly recited the incantation, and the surrounding earth elements quickly coalesced in front of him. In the blink of an eye, dozens of stone tips coalesced and flew towards Yi Xiang. A very common earth magic, not very powerful, but mainly fast to cast. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Yi Xiang stood right where he was and didn't intend to dodge at all. A few senior teachers could not help but frown. It was also very dangerous for all of this attack to land on their bodies, but they were not going to dodge? The remaining few students also looked at Yi Xiang with some incomprehension, which knew that the next moment, Yi Xiang's body surfaced with strange patterns. Just a few simple lifts of the hand, several stone spikes directly shattered, and other parts of the stone spikes crashed into him, like an egg crashing into a stone, directly crushed. A human immortal body that had been cultivated to this point was no worse than a level 40 combat profession. That hurt. Scratch that itch. Shi Jian's eyes widened when he saw this powerful physical body of Yi Xiang. Isn't this kid a Taoist by profession? How do you have such a high level of physical strength? He was just about to continue reciting the incantation when Yi Xiang raised his hand and instantly drew 3 talismans, 2 Qijun talismans and 1 divine walking talisman. With a movement of his body, he charged directly toward Shi Jian. Shi Jian frowned slightly, but raised his hand. In an instant, several layers of earth walls stood in front of him, each layer half a meter thick and several meters high. Looking very sturdy, he was confident that these walls of earth were enough to block Yi Xiang's footsteps, and very calmly recited a very long incantation, which knew that in the next moment, a layer of earth wall blasted through. Everyone couldn't help but stare at Yi Xiang's behavior with wide eyes, only to see that he was like a horned ghost alien. One punch collapsing a layer of earth wall, and another stomp collapsing another layer, quickly breaking through the defense set up by Shi Jian. Without waiting for Shi Jian to react, Yi Xiang had already broken through the last layer of the earth wall. His body was covered in human immortal lines showing, and his eyes' golden pupils gazed at the earth mage in front of him. Swiftly, he raised his hand and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him high. "That's it, senpai?" He wanted to look at him with an expression of some surprise and asked. This was easier to deal with than a level 30 ice demon. Shi Jian's pupils shrunk, and just as he was about to speak, he was directly thrown out by Yi Xiang, and his entire body was immediately smashed against the wall boundary. His back instantly hurt and he sucked in a breath of cold air, almost unable to get up. He wanted to pat the dust on his hands and shook his head helplessly. It was so meaningless. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Shi Jian angrily climbed to his feet. "Stop, I haven't lost yet. You're not a mage at all. Why didn't you say so as a body refiner?" "Ha? You wanted to look at this guy with amusement. The excuses are real. Meaning you still want to fight, is it?" You wanted to ask. Shi Jian's face is red. I don't know whether it is pinched or bashful. Of course he will not admit defeat just like this. It will definitely be humiliating to spread the word. Just now it doesn't count at all. If I knew you were still refining your body, I wouldn't have been so careless at all. You wanted to look at him with amusement. Okay, go on. Of course. Shi Jian's face became livid. Without waiting for a response, he simply recited the incantation. Yi Xiang instantly felt the floor under his feet steeply become sticky, and his feet began to sink in. Couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Quagmire? Gee, some people are like that. They have to be punched hard, don't they? A smile spread across Shi Jian's face when he saw Yi Xiang being controlled by his Mire magic. You have a lot to learn. He recited the incantation again, and the mud-like humanoid demon club rose from the ground. Ignoring the swamp on the ground, he ran directly towards Yi Xiang. Everyone frowned. Shi Jian's tactics were truly shameless, but it had to be said that this tactic was very good. Su Mengmeng looked at Yi Xiang with some concern, ready to prepare healing magic at any time. Magical summons don't do much damage either, and can be easily injured. However, at this instant, Yi Xiang's body erupted with brilliant lightning. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Boom! Yi Xiang's figure disappeared into a ray of lightning, directly smashing all the several mudmen that rushed over. In Shi Jian's pupils, the white light was incredibly swift and came to him in the blink of an eye. Shi Jian's heart trembled in fear. What a terrifying speed! Luckily, he had prepared his magic, and the entire classroom shook violently as a massive stone giant floated in front of him. Level 40 Greater Magic. Titan. There was just an overwhelming sense of security with this stone giant in front of him. He himself could completely and easily brutalize this guy if he cooperated with controlling him with his magic. A freshman. What's with the arrogance? A smile covered Shi Jian's face, as if he had seen the hope of winning. As expected, he wanted to be forced to reveal his figure by the Titan stone giant. But soon, Shi Jian realized something was wrong. He only saw you wanted to condense a ball of tyrannical lightning in his hand, rose up and jumped, and pasted his palm on the stone giant's chest. In a flash, palm lightning erupted. There was a loud thud. The Titan stone giant roared and exploded, half of its body directly disappearing. Thunder Law. It's just so explosive and powerful. This time, Yi Xiang would not show half a bit of mercy, disappearing in place again. And when he appeared, he had already arrived in front of Shi Jian, and his fist fiercely blasted on his stomach. Pust! Shi Jian stooped down and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Without waiting for the sharp pain to come, Yi Xian threw another punch on his chin, sending him flying high into the air. As the crowd watched Shi Jian about to fall down, they only saw Yi Xian once again condense a ball of palm lightning in his hand and pressed it to the ground. Thunder Law ground binding. With a piercing sound, densely packed lightning raced up from the ground, wrapping a hand around Shi Jian who was about to fall to the ground. Powerful lightning ravaged his entire body, instantly electrifying him with miserable screams. Ah! Shi Jian's screams resounded throughout the complex. The whole person was instantly roasted, covered in charcoal and smoke. His hair blew up, and his school uniform was all torn and tattered. So miserable. He wanted to clap his hands and looked at Shi Jian and asked, "Is it enough to qualify? Do you still want to come?" Jian's face was full of horror. Yi thought, trying to speak, but found that his tongue was paralyzed without perception. He shook his head in a hurry, his entire being struck dumb. Su Mengmeng couldn't help but snicker a little, deliberately not casting healing magic on Jian. Yi wanted to obviously stayed his hand, otherwise that thunder spell just now would have directly killed Jian. A set of takeaway, half a bit of procrastination. Apart from Lin Feng, the remaining few students looked at Yi Xian with incomparable shock. It was worthy of being a lightning method, or a lightning method that didn't need to recite incantations. It was simply too terrifying. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to resting. I'm a little sleepy, Yi thought blandly. With a bow, he turned to leave. In his opinion, defeating a level 43 mage who had grown up in the cradle was nothing to brag about. It is estimated that level 30 Chen Wanyan can clean him up, if he is a little more shameless. On the current Wang Jun with Feng Miaochuan, both of them can play this guy alive. That's the realization of having experienced the battlefield. Not only him, but this freshman class was destined to give the crowd more surprises. You wanted to not feel that defeating a Jian would make the college competition a sure thing. If the college competition was full of this kind of goods, he more or less felt that the future of the human race was worrying. The so-called level 43 geniuses are simply easier to clean up than a level 40 alien. So what else is the human race playing for? Just line up and kill yourself. However, he did have some advantages. After all, the actual classroom was just a little bit bigger, and his lightning speed was so fast that he hardly gave Jian too many chances to cast his spells. If he was really on the battlefield, Jian guessed that he would have gotten that Titanite giant out early. He wanted to shake his head and go back to meditating and recovering his state. As the big college competition gets more and more lively, the national media is paying attention, especially Yi Xiang, as the top student of this session of the college entrance examination, a 16-year-old extraordinarily ranked officer, and a reserve member of the chopper team. With all this aura, it's just too powerful to be envied and jealous of. The atmosphere of the country at this time seems to have washed away the heavy mood of a month ago, at the front. But what the general public didn't know was that the battle between the human race and the foreign race, in the southwest Jingzhou, had already begun to be fought. The 3A special forces acted at the same time, quickly tearing an opening in the Hitomi Nightmare Phase defense line. As long as a level 50 or above alien race or beast was searched by a member of the Tang Snake Force, the coordinates location would be quickly sent to the chopping team. It didn't take long for anywhere from 1 to 3 members of the decimation team to rush over, their powerful battle force instantly decimating the target. At this moment, on a hidden mountain peak, Emoshio was holding a 2-meter-long heavy psychic sniper rifle in his hands. It was silently aiming at a level 50 pupil Nightmare Fae 1,000 meters away. Target locked. Along with his words, the psychic sniper rifle in his hand began to charge up crazily. The next moment, there was a boom. A dark blue psychic energy light bomb instantly exploded out. Boom! The pupil Nightmare alien that was 1,000 meters away was directly exploded, its entire triangular head exploding. Immediately afterward, a gunshot rang out again immediately afterward, only to see another psychic energy light bomb explode the large eye bead. After taking a deep breath, Emoshio slowly stood up, intending to leave. Who knew that just then? Several level 40 horned ghost fae appeared from behind and blocked his path. Emoshio narrowed his eyes slightly, tapped his headset, and said softly, "I've exposed my position. Need help?" The headset replied quickly. One could distinguish that it was He Dai's voice, who was flying in the sky at that moment. As a wind whisperer, she didn't need to reach the 9th turn to fly freely. Originally, she used to be selected by the White Tiger Mobile Force, and was hardened by Luo Zhuan digging the threshold. "No need," Emoshio calmly said. "Just help me keep an eye on the group of pupil Nightmare Fae 1,000 meters away." "Well, I've seen you." High up in the sky in the distance, He Dai's figure had already flown over, just in time to see the scene on Emoshio's side. Emoshio lowered the powerful psychic sniper rifle in his hand and faced the several horned ghost aliens that rushed over. He very calmly pulled out 2 psychic pistols from his belt. Guns, being the hot weapons of the human race 100 years ago, did not do half as much damage to the Fae and the Fae. However, Emoshio was a spiritual gun expert, and the kinetic energy of the firearms combined with the explosive power of the spiritual energy directly made his damage much more powerful than the average profession. The only downside, though, is that it's too dependent on external objects, but that didn't mean he was weak. The twin guns were quickly and frantically pointing at a horned ghost alien in his hands, the psychic bullets blasting into its brain as much as they could, blasting his head off in a moment. Facing the number of horned ghosts that were about to surround him, Emoshio made a sliding shovel and actually took the initiative to rush into the horned ghost encirclement. A roundhouse kick instantly sent several horned ghosts flying. This was the reason why Emoshio was able to enter the chopping team. If one thought that he only had long-range attacks, it was definitely far from enough. His melee ability was equally not bad. After Mo Shou entered the battle state, his brain was like a commander, flying to organize the battle logic. The moment a few horned ghosts lifted up, he lifted a heavy Gatling directly from his exclusive gun space. Come on, barbecue! The powerful psychic bullets swept densely, and several level 40 horned ghost fae were penetrated through their bodies by hundreds of psychic bullets before they even hit the ground. After hitting the finish line, Mo Shou casually flung the heavy Gatling into the gun space. Dewey flew down and looked at him. Those pupil nightmare fae will be here in 2 minutes. Hurry up and go. Mo Shou nodded and turned to shoulder the heavy psychic sniper rifle. Come on, go to the vice squad. On the other side of the battlefield, Zhuangchu was surrounded by several level 50 cursed nightmare kings. Seeing the powerful curse enveloping him, Zhuangchu was very decisive and directly cast Judgment Final, and the Dark Realm unfolded. The cursed Nightmare King suddenly lost Zhuangchu's perception and couldn't see anything. In the darkness, a huge sword chopped, a triangular head was chopped off, and the vertical pupil eyes were even chopped up. When all of the several spell Nightmare Kings were dead, the trial finale was over, revealing Zhuangchu's powerful and composed figure again. He lifted his giant sword and prepared to head to the next coordinate. The pupil nightmare phase lifeforms are complex, and when the head is cut off and the eyes are still there, they don't die and can still cast curses. The eye bursts out, the head is still there and can still move around, only it can't use the curse anymore. But that vertical pupil eye will grow back in a very short time. The pupil nightmare alien's head and eyes must all be destroyed in a short period of time in order to kill the opponent. It could be said that the alien race's characteristic was that its lifeforms were powerful, and no matter which race it was extremely tricky. 3 days later, in the gravity room, Yi Xiang, who had eaten the last marrow cleansing pill, didn't hesitate to trigger the ice condensation dispersal and turn on 4 times gravity again. The 9th traversal of the human immortal pattern on the 2nd level was down to the last 0.1%. After taking the marrow cleansing dan, tingling burning surged from the acupuncture meridians, and the surface of the skin was again eroded by the coldness of the condensed ice scatter, coupled with the fourfold gravity pressing down on his body. This type of cultivation was almost no different from self-mutilation. However, after these 10 days, Yi Shui instead became a bit accustomed to it. The progress of branding the human immortal pattern came to an end a little bit, and after 3 hours, when the body came to the limit of endurance, the second layer of the human immortal body was finally complete. Instantly breaking through the shackles, powerful strange power swept through the entire body from the soul body, like a wave, constantly strengthening the body. Gradually, you wanted to clearly feel that the 4 times gravity on his body became much easier, and was completely bearable. He opened his eyes and took a rising leap, straight up. You should know that he was carrying 4 times gravity on his body, but he was moving around as if he was outside. There was no doubt that after the human immortal body breakthrough, his body had enhanced quite a bit, so at least this 4x gravity could be adapted perfectly. You wanted to look at the gravity adjustment in his hand, and without much hesitation, he intended to try 5 times gravity. In an instant, gravity twice as powerful as 4x gravity slammed down. The first thing he wanted to feel was not heavy, but the eardrums buzzed and went deaf, the internal organs began to ache, and the back gradually pressed and bent. But in the end, he endured, though after only 10 minutes of holding out, his body was once again on the verge of its limits. But being able to hold on for a moment in 5x gravity meant that his physical quality was comparable to a level 50 combat profession. At this time, you wanted to reset the gravity back to 4 times, and his body had long been drenched in sweat, and his level, too, came to level 31. After the human immortal body came to the 3rd layer, the speed of the human immortal strike branding would be much easier in the first few times. Not only that, he had cultivated for the past month, and his purple dan was about to break through a small stage, estimating that it would be just these few days. After the purple dan breaks through the first turn, each turn is divided into 3 small stages, and after consummation, one can attempt to break through the second turn, and so on. This was the benefit of cultivating both body refinement and dharma cultivation at the same time. Both breakthroughs could be upgraded and still not affect the progress at all. Yi Xiang got up and walked out of the gravity room. After rinsing his entire body, feeling the power contained in his entire body, he felt that even if he didn't use the thunder law, just relying on the human immortal body and the golden light mantra, he would be able to easily decapitate a level 40 Fey beast. With the breakthrough of the human immortal body, the speed of the thunder law possession would naturally increase by quite a bit. Getting dressed, tying up her hair, and walking out of the washroom. After the human immortal body breakthrough, his height grew 2 centimeters taller once again, and his features gradually transformed from a youthful teenager's face to a hardened one. But that aura that faintly reveals laziness is something that really hasn't changed at all. It was not easy to make a breakthrough in cultivation. Yi wanted to hold the back of his head with both hands and lazily stretched his waist. The body immediately erupted with crackling and stretching tendon sounds, obviously a Taoist. The body brings a sense of oppression, much more powerful than the same level of the warrior profession. Yi wanted to glance at the time. It happened to be meditation class. Go to the meditation room to recover. The auxiliary intelligence flew over and handed over a nutrient potion. Yi Xiang suddenly frowned after taking a sip. Lifting his head, he looked to the auxiliary intelligence and asked, "Any more?" Where others had one top 3 days, he found himself suddenly unable to top a meal with one, and still a little hungry. The auxiliary intelligence sniffed and once again took out a stick and handed it to Yi Xiang, and also said while doing so, "Comrade Yi Wana, please pay attention to your body consumption. Eating too much is not good. Your one meal of nutrient absorption has already exceeded that of a level 50 Fey beast. Are you connoting me?" Yi Xiang couldn't help but roll his eyes. After this human immortal body broke through the third layer, this consumed even more. As a result, you have to ding even a secondary intelligence. It was only after finishing the second nutrient potion in one gulp that the feeling of saturation flooded in. Upon arriving in the meditation room, I found that most of the students in the class were there, peacefully meditating with their eyes closed. He wanted to sit down in a random location and start recovering. After his energy was almost recovered, he wanted to start trying to brand the third layer of the human immortal pattern. A more detailed and esoteric rune immediately appeared in his mind, and this time, it was no longer the surface that was branded, but the inside of his body. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels are densely packed with human immortal lines, ranging from the heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys, to the stomach, gallbladder and triple jiao, branding these body organs by way of the divine soul. The first time Yi wanted to see it, he felt that this third layer of the human immortal pattern was not good for branding. As expected, the branding started directly from the heart part of the divine soul. As soon as he started, he felt the heart of his real body start to palpitate and ache as well. Even with a divine soul carving knife, it was impossible for such a fragile organ not to be in pain. After Yi Xiang took a deep breath, he concentrated and forced himself to continue branding the human immortal pattern. It was precisely because of the fragility of the organs that the human immortal body needed to cultivate the 5 viscera and 6 bowels as well. Time passed little by little. When you wanted to only completely brand the human immortal pattern in the heart area, the entire heart steeply exuded a strange light. A wave of magical power, allowing the blood to gradually change, and then flowed to the whole body, subconsciously changing the entire body. Yi Xiang instantly realized that the effect brought about by this third layer of the human immortal stripe branding was actually to change the innate physical potential. In other words, even a waste with no cultivation talent, as long as one persisted in cultivating through the third layer, the inferior root constitution would reverse the innate transformation of the spiritual root. This human immortal body is simply heaven-defying. That's only the third level. What's going to be behind it? When he wanted to open his eyes, he realized that it was already dark, but in the meditation room, there were no empty seats. Everyone is continuing to cultivate. Shen Yue, who hasn't been seen for a while, exudes a faint hazy moonlight. After the end of the military training, this month, she has also upgraded to level 26, and her appearance and figure seem to have changed a little bit from before. The temperament also became more and more divine, more and more goddess-like. You wanted to also see Chen Wanyan, Wang Jun, Feng Miaochuan and the others. Chen Wanyan was likewise level 26. Wang Jun and Feng Miaochuan followed closely behind and were now both level 25. Freshmen who participate in the actual military training are far more hardworking than ever before, and subconsciously, they are already planted with the readiness to go to war at any time. This realization, even as a junior or senior, is not there. When you wanted to stand up, the auxiliary intelligence flew over and looked at him and said, "Comrade Yi Xiang, tomorrow you will be traveling to the War God Academy to participate in the college competition. Please get ready first." Yi wanted to nod. The day after tomorrow was the college competition. It was normal to go over a day earlier. Just as he got up, quite a few people opened their eyes in unison and looked at Yi Xiang. Yi Think couldn't help but smile. "Sorry for disturbing you." Feng Miaochuan raised his hand and directly shouted, "Go Yi, dry out them." Aha! Yi want to go for it. Shen Yue also opened her eyes and looked at Yi Xiang, raising her soft razor. "Go brother Yi." Everyone knew that Yi Xiang would be representing one of the holy chime slots to go to the War God High School tomorrow to participate in the grand competition. Chen Wanyan, on the other hand, looked enviously at Yi Xiang, but unfortunately, his level was still too low, so he could only wait until later to participate in the college competition. "Okay, I'll sure." In the face of everyone's encouragement, he wanted to realize that everyone was accompanying him in his cultivation, and his heart was still a little touched, but he didn't show this emotion. He just bent down and respectfully performed the Zi Wuji salute. Everyone also knew that Yi Xiang was a Taoist profession, so they followed suit and stood up, returning the salute one by one. Early the next morning, Yi wanted to stand on the balcony. Not long after he had just finished his purple dan cultivation, a bus had arrived downstairs, and Lin Feng and the other participating students had gone downstairs to gather on the bus. He wanted to glance at the uniform on his body, and after hesitating for a moment, he still changed into the green shirt and lab coat that school sister he had bought for him. This green shirt robes changed into really much more comfortable. After the human immortal body breakthrough 3 layers, his height and body type changes, the holy chime uniform to wear up a lot tighter. Without hesitation, he got up and went straight downstairs. After getting on the bus, he wanted to realize that as long as the bus was full of participating students, there were no teachers. Shijian still had some wounds on his face, but it was obviously much better. And at this time, the eyes of the crowd looking at Yuan no longer had half a bit of contempt. It could be said that anyone who belittled Yi Xiang would only end up like Shijian, being abused quite miserably. When that thunder spell came out, at this stage, no one would not panic. After Yi wanted to casually find a seat and sit down, Lin Feng nodded at him and spoke. I've participated in 2 college competitions, so if there are any questions you can ask me. Lin Feng was no stranger to the crowd as the student council president, a level 45 hidden profession, a time magician, mastering extremely rare time spells. It was only after defeating 3 people consecutively at the college competition last year that St. Chime stabilized at the 3rd ranking, and this year, it was definitely much stronger again. The crowd began to communicate, while Yi Xiang sat down and then closed his eyes, silently meditating on branding the human immortal pattern without wasting a single moment. Battleford's high school is right next door and the bus arrived at the venue in 10 minutes. As soon as Yi Xiang and the others got off the bus, they saw patches of dark green uniformed War God High School students, and at a glance, it was completely different from the atmosphere of Holy Chime High School. Seriously simple architecture with no decoration except greenery. The students are also largely male, with a very few girls occasionally seen. The atmosphere of St. Chime High School is basically full of art and youth. After all, girls make up a large part of it. But in order to change the crowd's impression of St. Chime, when Cheng Qianhua was finalizing the list, he added the boys whose potentials were all still good. Otherwise, if he really ranked them according to the whole school's rank, the top 10 people, except for Lin Feng, would all be girls. Seeing the Holy Chime High School's bus come in, many of the War God High School students rose in anticipation. It's said that St. Chime's high school produces goddesses, so this car must be full of beautiful women. However, the one who walked out was a straight and handsome youth, dressed in a proper white Holy Chime uniform, slim and handsome. It was none other than Lin Feng. After all, he was the one who led the group this time and was the first to walk out. This scene immediately caused many War God students to become disappointed. What the hell? How come it's a boy? Soon, however, the boys who walked out one after the other completely made them boo. What a waste of anticipation. But when a long-haired innocent girl from the mage department got out of the car, cheers immediately rose in surprise. Long black hair, short skirts, cute girls, level 43 hidden profession, illusionist, Violet Lin. He wanted to have no interest in girls, joined the school for 2 months. What the 4 goddesses? Department flower list completely did not care. Soon, another girl got off the bus, and the raging and spectacular wave suddenly made the blood of the warring boys rush again. Sure enough, cuteness has absolutely no comparison when it comes to a sexy body. It was Chen Wanyan's sister, Chen Wan Yi, level 44 hidden profession, light vector archer. Again, then 2 girls get off together. Face value are belong to the superior. That short skirt and long legs directly let the people of the War God High School have a feast for their eyes. Yi Xiang got off last because he was sitting at the very back. When he stepped out of the car in a green robe covered in Confucianism, the students of the first-year department of the War God High School had their gazes fall on him. Leafy thought, the college entrance examination score breaks the highest in history. The military training battle merit reaches 60,000 points, but also to become a reserve member of the decapitation team. From the very beginning, he has been the champion of all the students in a class. Unrivaled. Mu Qingyun couldn't help but squeeze his palms together as he watched Yi Xiang get down from the car. Thinking about the fact that he was only a third-class intermediate officer while the other party was a first-class special officer, he was helpless in his heart. The gap was too big. He didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the college competition, while Yi Xiang had already become a reserve member of the chopping team. It could be said that Yi Xiang alone crushed all the freshmen of the 3 top colleges, all of them, and couldn't even keep up with him. That's when another bus drove down. It was the students of the Trial High School, all of whom were in dark blue standardized uniforms with horizontal stripes adorning the collar and cuffs. and a school emblem symbolized by a long sword and feathered wings on their chests. The styles of the three top colleges can be seen to be completely different, with different teaching philosophies. The students of the three top colleges sized each other up, and soon, all of them coincidentally focused their attention on Yi Xiang. There was no doubt that being able to become a reserve member of the Choppers was the ace unit that these elite geniuses wanted to join the most. But a freshman had managed to bend the rules. It seems like our elementary school brother is getting a lot of attention. Chen Wanyi couldn't help but tease. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. That's not true. Being able to join the ace chopper team makes us all envious. Yi Xiang, why don't I give you the student council president and we'll swap? Chen Wanyi looked at him with a look of contempt. Didn't you submit a reserve application to the chopping team some time ago? Lin Feng spread his hands and sighed. Hasn't there been no news about this? It seems mostly hopeless. Yi Think said at this time, they were on a mission and weren't in. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Really? Then it seems like I still have a chance. Chen Wanyi rolled her eyes and looked at Yi Xiang and said, he's pretending. Some time ago, the Ace Vermilion Bird battle team and the Ace Xuanwu battle team were inviting him to join them, but they were all politely declined by this guy. It should still be no problem to enter the chopping reserve team. As for the reason, naturally, it was because Lin Feng's time spells were having an effect on even the Bone Throne. Knowing that he was also only level 45, being able to slow down by half was already incredible. However, because the news of the Bone Wreck Throne and the old Taoist master was completely blocked, not many people knew how powerful Lin Feng's time spells were. At this time, one after another, many more school buses drove in. The buses of the remaining 10 first-tier colleges and universities. After the people arrived, a teacher from the War God Academy held a black box, walked up to them, and opened his mouth. The grand competition will start tomorrow, and today we will first draw lots to determine the rankings. Every year, the rules of the college competition are very simple. A total of 13 teams, divided into 3 groups. There is also a group rotation. The 3 top colleges are naturally in separate groups, avoiding encounters in the early stages, with the last group not drawn automatically advancing to the first round. Lin Feng nodded and stretched out his hand and casually took 3 orbs out of the black box. The orbs had obvious forbidden boundaries on them, making it impossible to explore the information inside. After taking the orbs out, the teacher from the War God Academy raised his hand and a small spell opened all 3 of them. 3 illusory school emblem motifs come into view, corresponding to the teams of 3 Tier 1 colleges and universities. Yaoyun High School, MT High School, Morrow High School. Hiss, you're in good hands. Seeing these 3 colleges, Chen Wanyi instantly had a black line and couldn't help but spit it out. 10 first-tier colleges, and you picked the top 2 colleges straight up. The rest of the few people cannot help but nod their heads. This luck is indeed no one. Lin Feng was still calm. Well, it's a bit of a creation. Sansan High School. The inheritance history is not shorter than the 3 top colleges. Before the alien invasion of the world, with the War God High School is almost a system. Basically all the combat professions, especially good at physical arts, cannot get into the War God High School of the combat professions of the students, will give priority to choose this college. Sansan High School ranking in the first tier of colleges and universities has always been relatively high, but it is also the school with the smallest enrollment every year, even if it is the Holy Chime, which enrolls 3,000 students in each session. While this Sansan High School is enrolled in the training from the age of 6, there is another one is Morrow High School, is also an extreme. The whole school is full of mechanical professional auxiliary students, but is a real first-tier college strength. They train students to master the ability of homemade armor machinery. In last year's college competition, almost let the trial college overturned. For example, a large portion of the researchers of the mechanical puppets used in military training graduated from Morrow High School. Coupled with the strong support of the state, there has been a hidden trend to become a top college, and the Choppers Mo Show graduated from Morrow, not from a top college. Yaoyun High School is in the middle to lower reaches of the first tier of colleges, middle of the road and not really stressful. Judgment colleges and War God colleges couldn't help but smile when they saw these 3 colleges drawn on Holy Chime's side. Gee, this year's St. Chime, it might really be a flop. Trial one of the older 4th-year seniors teased. The rest of the few nodded. Even they, against Songsan High School and Morrow High School, had to be 102% mental. The experience of almost flipping the car last year was fresh in their minds. First of all, not to mention the Sinluo, just Sansan is full of physical cultivation combat profession students. In the great competition, our more restrained Holy Chime law system. Soon, both War God colleges and Judgment colleges picked 3 colleges each, finally leaving Hongyang colleges with a lucky turn to advance. After determining the grouping, the War God side led the crowd to the temporary accommodation area. After assigning a good dormitory, Lin Feng sat in the living room. Checking the list of participants of the two colleges of Songshan and Sanluo. This information can be searched in the campus network. It is a rank and occupation. The more he looked, the more his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. These two colleges already have the qualification to impact the top colleges. The strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Yi Xiang was in the dormitory at this time, quietly branding the human immortal pattern. After the heart branding was over, the branding started along the lungs. The progress was neither fast nor slow, without the elixir and gravity chamber to cooperate. If one wanted to brand all the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, it would take about half a month. Several students couldn't help but look happy in the dormitory of MT High School. Looks like it's giving us a chance. There's no doubt that the 3 top colleges are the weakest in terms of holy chime, and it's also full of law professions. Seize this opportunity. Our MT can definitely make it out of the lineup. As long as we get rid of that Lin Feng, there's almost no pressure. Not to mention there's a guy who just turned 3. If we take down the holy chime, the presiding officer will be very happy. The uniform of MT High School is a yellow practice uniform, and a few of the boys are also bald. Belonging to the many colleges and universities are very bright features. On the other side of the Morrow High School dormitory, each student carefully and meticulously examined his or her mechanical armor, combing through any small changes in the calculated data. For them, the mechanical armor is their second life, and they will spend the rest of their lives evolving for it. Luo Ping, who was the captain, said, although St. Chime is the weakest on the surface, it's still a top-tier college, so don't take it lightly, okay? Yes, Team Law. The crowd nodded seriously. Over the years, with the help of the state, Morrow's overall strength has risen, and the discipline is much more serious. In fact, it can be seen that the state has been very focused and concerned about training the cradle colleges and universities of the future of the human race. Luo Ping looked at the list in his hand. 1 Lin Feng, 1 Yi Xiang, his gaze pondering slightly. No school would make trouble on this day. All were preparing for the college competition tomorrow. Outside the corridor, a number of media outlets began reporting on the location of dormitories and presenters at various colleges and universities. Broadcast live to national television. Not only colleges, but the whole country is watching the big college race. And in the southwest, the war is gradually coming to the tipping point of the outbreak. More and more alien deaths have attracted the attention of the pupil nightmare alien race. By the time they reacted, tens of thousands of human warriors, who had already pushed into Jingzhou, were steadily and quickly establishing military facilities, forts, defenses, and so on, step by step. We'll get Jingzhou back. In the medical room, several members of the Ace Force were conditioned for serious injuries. After all, the combat targets were all level 50 plus Fey or Fey beasts, and they had to take their lives in almost every fight, especially Feng Yuan. Almost every battle was a berserk one. Wailed and rushed in to kill indiscriminately, not dodging attacks at all. He came back with basically serious injuries, but being a berserker, his adrenaline rose even more for the thrill of the pain instead. The entire Southwest Front, for the entire Chinese human race, was completely unknown to ordinary people. Even students at top colleges and universities hadn't heard a peep. Just then, a bloodied figure was carried into the treatment room from outside. Feng Yuan was shocked when he saw the man. Crap, Lin Jun, why are you so miserable? Lin Jun was still spitting out blood from his mouth. The ancient sword in his hand was broken in half, his left arm was broken, and there was a piercing wound in his abdomen, so his situation was a bit serious. Several doctors and auxiliary mages rushed to help treat Lin Jun, coupled with surgery and medication. That's what eased the situation with the liners. It was also thanks to the fact that Lin Jun was a combat profession himself, with strong physical qualities and recovery. If it were any other profession, it would be impossible for such a serious injury to survive. He slowly opened his eyes, somewhat helplessly. Damn! After being shaded by a level 70 prison pupil king, the pupil nightmare Fae have sensed us and started setting up ambushes to target us. As expected, more and more of the Ace Elite's members came back seriously injured next. Most of them were members of the Tang Snake and White Tiger teams, and despite the commander's quick order to retreat, there were casualties. Being the top elite of Huaxia, the death of a single one was incredibly heartbreaking. The doctors were busy sweating, and a female member of the Tingshui force, whose neck had been almost cut in half, was bleeding profusely, and blood was already flowing all over the place. By this time her heart rhythm had become very weak and she had missed the optimal time for treatment. In the treatment room, numerous members watched her silently, realizing that this comrade, more than likely, could not be saved. It wasn't long before her heart stopped completely and her rhythm stopped registering. Lin Jun stared at her in a daze. This girl was performing that decapitation mission just now at the same time as him. She was in charge of reconnaissance and he was in charge of decapitation. However, The sudden appearance of the level 70 prison pupil king caused him to fail in his mission, and both of them retreated with serious injuries. Salute! Feng Yuan let out a roar. Everyone in the treatment room raised their hands, saluted, and sent the lesbian away. Several soldiers walked in, helped organize the bodies of the fallen soldiers, and left in silence. In the frontline command room, Zhou Jing watched as almost all of the attack points were blocked. His gaze icy cold as an order flew down. After killing their ace elite members, these level 70 foreigners, too, don't want to go back. A uniformed robed figure swiftly rushed up to the sky. That level 70 prison pupil king noticed something and immediately turned his head. A circle of curses locking towards that figure. But soon, its eyes widened abruptly as it recognized who the figure was. Human King. In an instant, a halberd pierced through the layers of cursed aura, and with a swift and thunderous momentum, ruthlessly penetrated the vertical pupillae on its chest. Pust! The prison pupil king was directly pierced through his body by the halberd, and even flew tens of meters away, ruthlessly nailing himself to the rock wall. The heavenly king Luo Zhuan's figure came to it, his eyes full of ice and cold, reaching out to hold the halberd. Powerful force erupted from the halberd, and with a boom, the level 70 prison pupil king was directly blown to pieces, and a blood spirit flew into Luo Zhuan's body. After decapitating a level 70 alien, Luo Zhuan didn't hesitate a bit and quickly headed to another coordinate location. With the appearance of Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, those level 70 pupil nightmare fae who had set up an ambush on the front line immediately tried to flee in terror. Are the people crazy? Their coordinates, however, were almost always traded for warrior lives, and Luo Zhuan would not give them a chance to escape. These level 70 prison pupil kings also belonged to the high-end battle force of the pupil nightmare fae, and it took at least 100 years of accumulation and spanning from level 40 to level 70. However, in just a moment, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan abused more than a dozen heads. Not a single one got away. The entire southwest front climbed another notch. The people will tell the Fae that from now on, offense and defense will change shape. If the enemy can go, I can go. Day 2. All viewers across the country were glued to their television screens as the annual college competition officially opened. He wanted to end his cultivation and received 2 bottles of nutritional potion, drinking them all in one gulp before noticing a few unread messages coming from his communicator. Tapping on it revealed a message from a member of the Ace Chopper team. The screen popped up. Feng Yuan's tugging face looked at Yi Xiang and laughed. Kid, work harder. We are watching your performance. The Vice team is also there. If you don't perform well, be careful of being added by the Vice team. The camera panned out and he landed the image on the Lin army. Ha ha ha, look at this guy. It's so bad. His sword is broken. Although it was only for a second. You wanted to notice Lin Jun's injuries, and the condition of the treatment room. All of them were ace elite players, and he still recognized the Tang Snake and White Tiger uniforms. All of these people lying in the treatment room are basically seriously injured. There's no need to come in with minor injuries, and there's no need to come in dead. Yi Xiang could not help but frown. So many people were seriously injured. What kind of mission were they on? I know. Yi Xiang nodded his head and said. Feng Yuan hemmed and hawed and was just about to hang up the communication when he suddenly saw something. His expression changed and he got up in a hurry. The moment the camera turned around, you wanted to see the scene of that cute and playful senior sister He Yuade, who had both her legs amputated. Without waiting for him to open his mouth to ask, the communication hung up abruptly. In an instant, an icy and terrifying aura steeply erupted from Yi Xiang's body. He looked at the green robe on his body and thought of the scene where he had enthusiastically prepared a gift for him the first time he met He Dai, and his heart exploded with anger. Even the 3,000 Taoist treasures couldn't suppress his emotions. Deep in the heart, it was as if a dragon suppressed in a ghostly well had raised its head violently. However, just then, a knock sounded on the door and Lin Feng pushed it open and walked in. He was just about to speak when he abruptly sensed that the aura on Yi Xiang's body was a bit off, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. What's wrong with you? He wanted to slowly suppress his emotions and shook his head. It's fine. Lin Feng nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He just spoke. Time's up. It's time to go on. Good. Yi Xiang got up and followed Lin Feng out of the dormitory. At this time, the entire square around the college competition was filled with people. A sea of people. Very lively. As soon as the 10 people on St. Chime Hai's side came out of the ring, a cheer rang out. In front of the Ningchuan TV set, the camera fell on the few seconds that Yi wanted. Shen's father and mother were very happy and proud, and the surrounding neighbors were also immensely envious. The two people are completely no less excited than when they saw Yi Xianzhuai get the top grade in the college entrance examination. You know this kid is only a freshman and he's that good. Not bad for a benefactor. Alas, why haven't we seen Yue? Mother Shen said with some curiosity. She's not on top of the list. How can she be seen? Shin's father said somewhat helplessly. Also, saw young Vivian. As the camera panned, the reporter was apparently presenting information about Yi Xian's identity, and when talking about the top student of the college entrance exam, he also shot Shin Yue's figure towards the audience not far away. With her excellent looks and moving body, she has already emerged and stood up. Very attractive. A lot of students and faculty from colleges and universities came out to watch the game today. On the big screen, the upcoming matches appear. They were Holy Chime High School and Yaoyun High School. The second was War God High School and Changtang High School, and the third was Trial High School and Emperor Wei High School. First, each of the top 10 colleges challenged the top colleges, and only after the final end was the battle between the 3 top colleges. Winners and losers are determined by scoring, with 6 wins out of 10 games counting as a win. Soon, on the side of Yaoyun High School, a young man walked out, level 43, holding a standardized longsword in his hand, clearly a warrior profession. Facing St. Chime, Yaoyun High School directly chose to go for the strongest player on the field, thinking to take a point first. Lin Feng frowned slightly. As a representative of the sacred chime, he didn't intend to let the first one go either. But other than him and Chen Wanyi, the rest of them had no surefire chance of winning against this guy. It had only just begun, and the two of them didn't want to show their cards too early. I'll do it, Yi Xiang said at this time, calm but with an undeniable tone. Lin Feng raised his head to look at Yi Xiang. No problem? No. Yi wanted to say back. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. You're on. He had seen Yi Xiang's strength, and that melee strength was not at all weak to a level 40 or 50 warrior profession. Only he vaguely sensed that Yi Xiang was a little bit wrong. If he were to do it normally, this guy would definitely be lazily meditating with his eyes closed, and couldn't wait to not go up. After receiving the consent, Yi Xiang directly got up and took a step towards the stage. A green shirt was the center of attention. The martial arts stage was wide, 200 to 300 square meters, enough for 2 people to play. Yaoyun's youth captain couldn't help but laugh when he saw that Sacred Chime had actually chosen to let Yi Xiang, who was the lowest ranked, come up. Raising his long sword, he said helplessly, pick the most noobish one to fight me? You Holy Chime are too generous, aren't you? Giving away a point straight away? Yi Xiang looked at him without saying anything. His mind kept recalling the scene of the bloody legs of Sister He dies, and his terrifying aura could no longer be held back, spreading out directly. His eyes glowed with golden light, and human immortal lines emerged all over his body as the majesty of the heavenly master swept up. The youth captain was instantly stunned by Yi Xiang's aura. This kid is only level 30. Where did he get such a terrifying aura? The teacher, who was the referee, stepped forward, and after seeing that the two were ready, he briefly stated the rules and raised his hand to announce the start of the match. The youth captain frowned, sensing that this kid was a bit off, and without saying anything, he directly drew his sword and rushed towards Yi Xiang with a flowing pace. Yi Xiang stood still, not moving, his majestic golden eyes gazing calmly at the youth. The more he looked at him, the more his heart palpitated and trembled. What kind of skill is this kid's eye? The moment he rushed up, the young captain couldn't help but have this thought floating in his mind, not daring to meet his eyes at all. But he didn't think he would lose. How could he lose with a difference of more than a dozen levels? Even if one was a genius, it couldn't be that outrageous, right? Which knew that the next moment, he wanted to raise his hand to float golden light, steeply wrapping the youth's arm holding the knife. Control skills? The corner of the youth's mouth mockingly smiled, and his powerful fighting chi directly broke through the golden light and slashed down towards Yi Xiang, which knew that in the next moment, Yi Xiang's body erupted with brilliant thunder light, instantly disappearing from the spot, and when he reappeared, he had already ghostly arrived behind the youth. Without waiting for the other party to turn around, the Taijiquan palm containing the thunder law landed heavily on the youth's back. Boom thud! The powerful thunder aura exploded, and even though it was resisted quite a bit by the fighting aura, the thunder method had a penetrating attribute, and it eventually passed through the fighting aura and slapped the palm solidly. The young captain immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood as the lightning method crazily ravaged his entire body, and his body collapsed out of control. Before collapsing to the ground, he was filled with disbelief as he looked at the calmly green-shirted teenager in front of him. It's fucking level 31. The audience was also silent. It started fast and ended fast, completely unresponsive. Put, ye think really fast. Chen Wanyi couldn't help but snicker. Lin Feng slightly held his forehead. This guy was gullible. Otherwise he wouldn't have lost so badly. Shi Jian silently didn't say anything. The consequences of belittling Yi Xiang. He had already paid a painful price a long time ago. This guy on stage is even more tragic than he is. A skill not yet used, planted straight away. The audience steeply resounded with applause. The young man in front of them showed them the decisiveness of a human genius. regardless of whether the opponent was gullible or not. The scene of level 31 killing level 43 in seconds was truly shocking. Media reporters couldn't wait to report on it. This is our top high school student this year. He is still emerging even when he enters the top colleges. After the referee ruled that Yao Yun had lost, Yi Xiang did not go down and remained standing on the stage. Everyone realized at once that he was going to fight again. What's wrong with this guy today? Chen Wanyi was suddenly a bit puzzled. As a girl, she also vaguely sensed that there was something wrong with Yi Xiang's mood. Lin Feng frowned slightly as he recalled when he entered Yi Xiang's room in the morning. Something should have happened. Not stopping him? Look again. He probably wants to have a good time. Lin Feng said helplessly. A green shirt stood on the martial arts stage. The golden eyes were cold, and the scene of his schoolmate's amputation kept coming back to his mind. Not waiting for the next one to come on, golden light surged up and swept from him, majestic and powerful. Go on. He wanted to look in the direction of Yao Yun High School and said. A few of Yao Yun's students were instantly furious. This guy got one lucky win and he's getting cocky, right? I'll do it. A 40-second grader walks up to the stage. He looked at Yi Xiang and said, Yao Yun, Chu Quan. Yi Xiang nodded calmly. Start. At the signal of the referee's teacher, the second inning began. Chu Quan was still a warrior profession with a standardized chopping axe in his hand, and without any hesitation, he directly used his skills. 3 mighty axe awnings slashed out one after another. 3 long traces appeared on the ground even as the axe mane swept by. Yi wanted to raise his head, and the same 3 golden light fronts greeted him. At the moment of collision, Yi Xiang's body once again exploded with brilliant lightning and disappeared in place. Lei Fa reappeared. Chu Quan, staring at that thunderbolt with a deadly stare. Han's chopping axe rolled up like a storm of axe blade. Ordinary people slightly touch will be split into pieces. See the audience in the gallery. However, that thunderous figure, without any hesitation, slowed down countless times. It could be clearly seen that Yi wanted to dodge all the axe blades. Instantly, he came in front of Chu Yuan and raised his fist. A thunderous aura flashed on his fist as he smashed Chu Quan out with a punch. Teeth mixed with blood and splattered out. His brain shook strongly. Chu Quan directly blacked out and fell to the ground. Feng Miaochuan stared blankly at Yi Xiang. Brother Yi seems to have gotten stronger again. Chen Wanyan nodded. His physical quality is definitely at the level of a level 50 combat profession. Not to mention that it's also coupled with the thunder method, so if you can't react, you'll just be abused. Yi mastered the thunder method. At this stage, you can't judge his strength by rank, and you'll be beaten if you can't keep up with the speed. Wang Jun analyzed. The entire room had gone silent, incomparably shocked as they looked at the little Taoist under the field. This thunder method, it's simply too explosive. Didn't you always say that the Taoist profession was useless? How is this level 30 to master Thunderbolt? After winning 2 matches in a row, Yi Xiang still had no intention of going down, and the students of Yao Yun High School were suddenly ugly. He's not going to pick them all at once, is he? Lin Musen, you're a mage. Try to consume him as much as possible. Thunder Law is a skill that can only be mastered by a level 50 mage. He won't be able to support it for long for a level 30, and you specialize in wood. You're not that restrained against Thunder Law. The Yao Yun youth captain had slowed down by now and said helplessly. The other youth nodded. Good, do your best. Even though I thought I would fight poorly, I didn't expect to be beaten so badly. This kid is so weird. How can anyone master lightning at level 30? The youth captain sighed helplessly. He was also too gullible. Had he known that, he would have tried to fight consumption. Soon, the third student on Yao Yun's side walked up. This time he learned to be smart, and the moment the referee teacher said start, he immediately recited the incantation, and with him as the center, the rattan suddenly densely floated and spread out. These vines were like living creatures, rustling and spreading rapidly. Yi Xiang stood in place, not rushing to make a move, just quietly watching the other party prepare. Professions that specialize in wood mages and earth mages, in the later stages, only have enough time and mental energy to harden a fortress defense. These types of professions are no less than hidden professions on the battlefield. It is too weak in the early stage. In addition to the basic binding spells are only a drop of wooden life healing, the early stage can only be a secondary profession. Soon, the surrounding area densely converged with vines, which turned into all sorts of wooden monsters in the blink of an eye. Cannibals, vines, etc. Although Lin Musen was a bit puzzled as to why Yi Xiang didn't just do it, he wouldn't stop continuing to recite the incantation. It was a matter of Yao Yun High School's honor, so they couldn't really let this level 30 kid pick them all. Thinking of this, he began to recite the last spell. Once this spell came to fruition, even if he faced 3 level 40 Fey himself at the same time, he would be safe and sound. Soon, the playing field steeply erupted with countless green tree vines, which twisted in clusters, and in the blink of an eye, a huge tree man over 10 meters tall was summoned. Seeing this scene, Yao Yun's side finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is this kid finally going to let go? This is a bit of a big release of water. Standing dry and letting Lin Muzin summon the Jedi Howling Tree Man, who can be no less than a level 45 demonic creature, and also has a powerful recovery effect. At this time, Lin Muzin, who had almost exhausted his mental power, looked at Yi Xiang and said, I admit that you are very strong, but you may not know much about my profession, which only has enough time to play. You wanted to look at the dozen meters high Jedi Howling Tree Man, with the 59 level Ice Demon King at the beginning of the difference is not a star and a half. Did not feel any sense of oppression. Are you ready? You wanted to interrupt Lin Muzin and asked. After Lin Muzin froze for a moment, a confident smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Feel free to perform when you're ready. Oh, okay. Yi wanted to nod. The golden eyes returned to normal. There was no golden light or thunder spells. He just took one step towards Lin Muzin. The crowd all looked at this scene with some confusion. From the very beginning of this round, Yi Xiang's behavior was inscrutable. Allowing a specialized wood mage to cast a spell would be mind-boggling. Even Lin Fengchenwani couldn't understand what Yi Xiang was trying to do. Soon, Yi wanted to walk into the field of vines, and countless vines swarmed up and wrapped around his limbs. With more and more rattan entanglements, it was almost no longer humanly possible to break free. What the hell is this guy doing? Just when everyone did not know what was going on in this scene, on Yi Xiang's body, azure-colored flames burned steeply. Samadhi appears. It was true that the wood system was a bit restrained against thunder magic, but the Samadhi true flame, which was used to refine medicinal herbs and divine souls, these vine demons were simply unbeatable in front of it. In an instant, azure-colored flames swept up, burning all the vines in an instant. The vines disappeared too quickly, and the blue flames appeared too fiercely. There was no time to react, and all of the entangled vines were burned to ashes. Yi Xiang just continued to walk towards Lin Muzin step by step. Everyone hadn't expected that Yi Xiang even mastered fire techniques, and this flame was obviously even more terrifying than ordinary flames. Lin Muzin realized that something was wrong and immediately controlled the Jedi Howling Tree Man to attack towards Yi Xiang. The huge tree man flew towards Yi Xiang. The distance of hundreds of meters was just a few steps for it. Yi Xiang looked calm, raised his hand, and drew 3 talismans in the air with Samadhi flame. Squeezing up the spell, he whispered, Edict. In an instant, the 3 talismans transformed into raging burning samsara flames that swept up, blocking off all the locations where the absolute Howling Tree Man was able to evade with the word pin. The moment the Samadhi flame dabbed on it, the Jedi Howling Tree Man instantly let out a hysterical roar that was miserable. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into countless vines and dispersed, finally transforming into a sky full of sparks that fell in spots. Yi Xiang walked to Lin Muzin as if he were walking on a flat surface, looked at him and said, I'm afraid that you'll lose unwillingly, so I'll let you play well. Hearing these words, Lin Muzin looked at Yi Xiang with incomparable despair, because he realized one thing, and that was that in his own life, there was no way he could beat this guy no matter what, even if it was a fire mage of the same level. A Tiankou wood mage wouldn't have one so outrageously, but Yi Xiang just did it. What kind of flame is this? Lin Muzin inquired in place of the crowd. He wanted to collect the Samadhi flame on his body and condense it in his hands. Looking at the azure-colored flame in his hand, he said softly, one of the divine flames of the Taoist sect. The Samadhi true flame specializes in burning the souls of all the gods in the world. Samadhi. Upon hearing the name, the whole room was shocked, then a bit bewildered as it had never heard of it before. However, those hidden heritage people in the country, along with some old Taoist priests who had fallen on hard times, heard these words. He was staring in disbelief at the TV, the flames in the teenager's hands. What a Samadhi! Lin Muzin was silent for a long time before sighing helplessly. I admit defeat. In the end, one could not stop this pervert with all the mana one had used. At the same time, all the colleges and universities had an intention that no matter what, they could never let the wood system profession deal with this kid. It was simply heavenly grams. It was unimaginable that a demonic creature comparable to level 45 was like fire paper in this guy's face. After winning 3 games in a row, Yi Xiang calmed down at this point and walked down with Lin Muzin. At the moment of burning the Samadhi flame, a Tao scripture in his mind also surfaced before his eyes once again. True and constant response to things. True and constant attainment of nature. Constant response to constant tranquility. And constant purity. If you wantonly indulge your heart and your mind, you will breed demons and hinder the Tao. On Yao Yun's side, seeing Yi Xiang finally come down, it was like a heavy release. This guy is just too mean. Winning 3 games in a row. Winning any more and being magnified by the media. Yao Yun High School would surely be disgraced. The great high school race is also a form of publicity among the schools. After all, Not everyone can get into the top colleges, and it is often these top-tier colleges that the most people choose. The top colleges and universities also opt for some letdowns when they cut their teeth on a surefire win. After Yi wanted to come down, Lin Feng looked at him and smiled. Well played. Sorry, I was a bit impulsive. Yi Xiang said softly. It's fine. But what happened? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously after all. Yi Xiang was just about to speak when a call request from Yi Dai Dai came through the communicator. He clicked on it without saying a word. Lin Feng saw this scene and didn't bother. Instead he turned his head to another boy and said, Liang Hua, you're on next. Yi wants to play too hard. Let some water in and let them win a handful of times. Otherwise Yao Yun's side is probably going to explode with anger. Just as a warm-up. Li Lianghua nodded without comment. Okay. As for Yi Xiang's side, after agreeing to the call, Yi Dai Dai's cute and playful face came into view. Ha ha, elementary school brother. You're doing well. I'm watching the fight carefully. Seeing that she was fine, Yi Xiang couldn't help but be relieved, but still remained silent for a while before asking. Senior sister, is your leg alright? He was stunned. How do you know that? Earlier when Senior Feng Yuan spoke to me, he saw it. Yi Xiang said truthfully. He Yueru's face turned icy cold with a brush, picking up the kettle of boiling water on the table next to him and throwing it directly towards Feng Yuan's bed. Ow, pain pain pain. Feng Yuan's miserable scream came out all of a sudden. Grass. I'm sick too. He got it, you're crazy. Yi Xiang touched his nose, not realizing that this cute schoolmate had such a fierce side. Don't worry. I'm fine. The screen shifted, and Yi Dai Dai's face reappeared on the screen. Speaking softly, legs can be replaced with mechanical prosthetics. They will be able to walk soon. It won't affect it. Don't worry about it. Elementary school brother. Do well to take the first place in the big competition. Yi thinking couldn't help but recall the scene in the cafe when he saw Yi Dai Dai wearing a floral dress. After thinking about the possibility of never seeing it again in the future, Yi think couldn't help but frown. Can't you recover? I can't. My leg is hammered. I can only amputate it. The latest medical technology has no way to recover it yet, he said in a pretense of a relaxed tone. But as she spoke, she couldn't help but shed a tear, and she turned the screen to the side, not wanting her schoolmate to see her crying. However, in Yi Xian's mind, an elixir appeared. The 7 treasures congealing elixir. You can be born dead and a pair of legs can grow back completely. However, this pill belonged to the 7th grade. With his current alchemy, he could at most only refine pills of the 3rd grade, and the 7th grade had to wait until at least the 4th turn of the purple Dan before he could successfully refine it. And with his current divine soul and spiritual energy, the Samadhi True Flame could not support the refining of 7th grade pills. Senior sister, don't worry, there is a certainty that you can recover, Yi Xiang said. He Dua appeared on the screen all of a sudden. What solution? I can refine pills. There is a kind of pill called 7 treasures congealing pill, which can restore any part of the body, commonly known as flesh and white bones, Yi Xiang said seriously. On the screen, another familiar voice came from the sidelines. Elementary school brother, can virginity be restored too? Sister Lu Yan, what are you babbling about? You wanted to stay frozen in place. It should be okay. I don't need it, but it's definitely a good elixir to get rich. Surely many people need it. Lu Yan broke the sky with a single word. You want but cannot help but a head of black line. 7 treasures condensation Dan certainly need very precious medicinal materials to be able to, even if the sale, undoubtedly is also very expensive price. Who will someone specialize in spending a lot of money to restore that? Do you know how to refine, junior brother? He asked with incomparable anticipation. She certainly doesn't want to use mechanical prosthetics if she can recover. Yi Xiang was a bit apologetic. Senior sister, not yet. Purple Dan cultivation was slow, accumulating over time, and now it took almost a month to break through a small stage, let alone later. However, the blood spirit could speed up the progress of the purple Dan's cultivation. Thinking of this, Yi Xiang raised his head and said, Tell the vice squad, I also want to go to the battlefield. Haven't I already passed the examination? I won't drag my feet. Hearing that you wanted to not be able to do so for the time being, He Yueru's face didn't have too much disappointment and remained happy. That school sister is waiting for you to refine the 7 treasures. What Dan La, don't need to be in such a hurry to go to the battlefield. Brother Chu said that he will let you enjoy the college life for a few more days, and that you will be allowed to come after the college competition is over. You wanted to understand and nodded. Okay. He breathed a small sigh of relief when the communication hung up. As long as it was okay. The one just now, is he up? Chen Wanyi couldn't help but ask. Well, it's her. Chen Wanyi was a bit emotional. I really envy you. Yi Dai Dai is a very cute and powerful schoolmate. She used to be my idol, and after graduation, She directly joined the Ace Chopper team. I still don't know if I can join the Chopper team after graduation. Yi Xiang also knew that he Dai was from St. Chime, and did not say anything more as he turned his gaze to the martial arts stage. On Yao Yun's side, on the field was a level 42 warrior profession, and Li Lianhua was a level 43 specialized fire mage. Professionally, neither is very dominant. The fight was intense, and Li Lianhua kept casting flame magic. The opposite student kept dodging and trying to close the distance, and if he couldn't avoid it, he used his skills to harden up. It was great to watch the audience get nervous and excited. The 3 previous fights you wanted were all over too quickly, and there was no sense of watching them at all. I don't know how long the fight lasted, but in the end, it was St. Chime's side that ran out of spiritual energy and had no choice but to raise their hands to admit defeat. The Yao Yun side, which had been suppressed for a long time, burst into cheers. It was so hard to finally win one, but we all actually know the outcome. Yao Yun will definitely still lose, but as long as it's not 6-0. For the next match, Yi Xiang did not continue to watch, but closed his eyes to meditate on branding the human immortal body. Many people in the audience were paying attention to the Taoist teenager. Curious that quite a few media reporters also wanted to go up and interview him for a couple of sentences, but after seeing that he was practicing, they were restrained and did not go up. Soon after, St. Chime's side won 2 straight matches in a row before letting another one go, ending the battle between St. Chime and Yao Yun with a final 6 wins and 2 losses. The students from both colleges collectively stood on the martial arts stage and shook each other's hands before the first round was considered over. The audience applauded like thunder. Next up is the match between Warlord High School and Longtang High School. You wanted to look up at Lin Feng and asked, "Today should be over. Can I go back to the dormitory to practice?" Lin Feng couldn't help but stare and said suspiciously, "Don't you care about the war god colleges? You can observe their strength." You wanted to shake his head. There's no need. He was thinking about what was the point of wasting time observing if he could fight, and what was the point of wasting time if he couldn't. Yet the words were heard in their ears as an overwhelming sense of flatness and confidence. Lin Feng thought back to those 3 battles of Yi Xiang and nodded. Yes, cultivate well. Aha. Yi Xiang waved his hand and lazily turned around and walked directly towards the dormitory. Many people in the audience looked at him suspiciously. Where was this teenager going? The corner of Feng Miaochuan's mouth twitched. Brother Yi isn't planning to go back to cultivation, is he? I think it's possible. Wang Jun nodded. Chen Wanyan looked at Yi Xiang's back and was helpless. How can we catch up when we haven't even forgotten to practice? Feng Miaochuan looked at Chen Wanyan with a look of disbelief. You're actually thinking of chasing after Brother Yi? Wang Jun gave Chen Wanyan a thumbs up. The ambition is commendable. I'm number 1 in Yuhang. Oh. Feng Miaochuan took out his cell phone, sharply opened the campus network, flipped through the collection of videos, and without hesitation, clicked on play. What came into view was the battle between Chen Wanyan and Yi Xiang under the dormitory building back then. Couldn't help but comment, well, it's worthy of being the no. 1 in Yuhang, it's still talented. Previously the Yao Yun High School's 43rd level warrior didn't carry a slap from Brother Yi. You carried several punches in the first place. Wouldn't you be even more powerful than that senior? Chen Wanyan immediately had a black line. You slippery fuck. Xin Yue looked at Yi Xiang's back as he left and pursed her lips. She also had to work hard on her cultivation before she could do so. Yi Xiang was just about to go back to his dormitory when he suddenly remembered something and looked up to the auxiliary intelligence and asked, "Can I use the gravity chamber of War God High School?" Comrade Yi think is a first-class special officer, enjoying all the resources within the top-tier colleges. The auxiliary intelligence responded, "How? This way." Intelligent Assist actively flew ahead to lead the way. You wanted to quickly arrive at the gravity room of the War God High School, and the intelligent aide used his authority to directly open the door to the room. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang felt more and more that the intelligent aide was really good, perhaps because they had all gone to watch the battle at Battle God High School. The gravity room was empty. Yi wanted to walk in, and after looking around, he had to say that the God of War gravity room was well equipped, with all the auxiliary equipment. He changed into his protective suit and then raised the gravity 1 step at a time. After coming to 4 times gravity, Yi wanted to take a deep breath, get ready, and directly adjust to 5 times gravity. The powerful gravity suddenly pressed down on his body, and his body couldn't help but hunch down. Without wasting any time, Yi Xiang sat down on the ground and directly closed his eyes to meditate and brand the human immortal pattern in his lungs. Without the stimulus of the elixir, he could easily last 20 minutes in 5 times gravity. The arcane and complex human immortal patterns were rapidly branded on the lungs. 20 minutes had just ended and he happened to finish branding the left side of the lungs. This speed was already equivalent to half a day's usual cultivation progress. After his physical strength was exhausted, he wanted to open his eyes and adjust the multiplier down before continuing to cultivate. Once the stamina was almost recovered, the 5x gravity high-pressure branding was turned on again. The afternoon passed in the blink of an eye, and the battle between War God High School and Longtang High School ended. Without a doubt, Warlord Collegiate crushed Longtang Collegiate, but it still let off a couple of steams, with 6 wins, 1 draw and 1 loss. However, today's college competition still hadn't ended, and the battle between Judgment High School and Emperor Way High School would take place in the evening. Even though the results were already known, the students of War God High School were still incredibly happy. But it's time to eat in practice. The gravity room was flooded with many people, and when the students from the God of War Collegiate School saw Yi Xiang from the Holy Chime Collegiate School, they couldn't help but stare in disbelief. What's this guy doing here? A big fourth-year student frowned slightly and walked straight to Yi Xiang with a displeased face, patting him on the shoulder without a care in the world. First-year student, you're not a student of the God of War. You're not qualified to use the gravity room here. Even the Warlord High School, which was known as the most disciplined, still had some scum. What's more, it was still a crucial time for the college competition, and sooner or later, War God College would have to fight Holy Chime. Yi Xiang, who was disturbed from his cultivation, could not help but open his eyes and calmly looked up at the youth in front of him. I can't use it, can I? The fourth-year youth of the War God University mockingly looked at Yi Xiang. Do you think you're qualified? Yi wanted to nod. So what are you going to do? It's very simple. Give you 2 choices. The first one, leave our War God's gravity room on your own accord now. The second one, get kicked out of the gravity room by our beating. Kid, which one are you going to choose? Yi Xiang couldn't help but laugh. If I remember correctly, your War God students are in the officer system. There are no teachers, only instructors, right? The War God senior youth frowned slightly. So what if it is? Does it have anything to do with you? A Holy Chime guy, coming to use the gravity chamber? Which knew that just as the words left his mouth, he wanted to violently slap away his hand and then press his head with one hand. Sun Xiu completely did not expect Yi Xiang to dare to make a move, not to mention that he would burst out with such a powerful force. The whole person was directly pressed to the ground. Just as he was about to roar angrily, Yi wanted to look at him indifferently and said, then what are the rules in your War God High School for contradicting an officer whose position is higher than yours? The people around them froze, and Sun Xiu was also confused for a moment, then steeply remembered that this guy is still a reserve member of the Ace Choppers, and to qualify as an Ace reservist, the war rank needs to be at least Special Officer First Class. At this time, Yi Xian's auxiliary intelligence looked at Sun Xiu and said, Second Class Intermediate Officer. Sun Xiu, according to the disciplinary school rules of the War God Colleges, Comrade Yi Xian, as a first-class special class officer, is fully qualified to use any resources of the War God Colleges. As a subordinate officer, openly provoking and even having a tendency to strike at a superior officer, you are given disciplinary action and your instructor has been notified to come and punish you. The surrounding War God students looked at this scene dumbfounded. Really? Sun Xiu's eyes were also full of shock and overwhelm at this time. How can a freshman, who's only been enrolled for 2 months, be a first-class special officer? But the words were coming from a secondary intelligence, and there was no way they could be false. The thought of being disciplined and the instructor still on his way. Sun Xiu immediately realized that he was finished and wanted to explain. However, he was ruthlessly pressed to the ground by Yi Xiang and could not move at all. He gritted his teeth when he was about to use his Do Chi without saying a word. Yi Xiang's auxiliary intelligence icily reminded. According to the Battle God High School disciplinary school rules, Comrade Sun Xiu, without any reason to make a move with a first-class extraordinarily ranked officer, you will be expelled from the school. Upon hearing these words, the students who had wanted to go forward to help stopped in their tracks, realizing that there was a big problem. If it were any other college, officer rank might not have mattered, but on the battlefield, the officer rank is the superior. Any order instruction as long as the order is given to be carried out, without any reason excuse. The Warlord High School, as a direct military school, has the same rules, but who would have thought that a Holy Chime freshman would have a military rank? It has always been a hallmark of Battlestar Galactica High School that those who have not yet graduated from college have military rank in advance. At that moment, a teenager from the Great War God's first lineage walked out and helplessly advised, Comrade Yi Xiang, please let the senior go, right? Yi Xiang looked up at the words and couldn't help but smile when he found that familiar face. Xu Yong? Xu Yong touched his nose. Well, he's my senior in the sword warfare department. Senior, he's Yi Xiang. He gains 60,000 battle credits on the front line with his arm puppet during the military training period. It's a real battle credit. There's no watering down. The matter of freshmen fighting on the front lines with armored puppets was already in the secrecy stage, and although it was known that it couldn't be hidden for long, after all, it had only been a short while, and some people still didn't know about these things. Sun Xiao didn't say anything, completely unable to speak. This guy's strength was even greater than his, and he couldn't even get up without activating his fighting chi. He wanted to raise his head to look at the other War God Academy students around him and calmly asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to kick me out?" The auxiliary intelligence instantly flew in front of Yi Xiang and entered a hostile state. These War God students trembled in their hearts and immediately stood upright and saluted without saying a word. "Sir, you wanted to not feel wrong. He at least killed so many foreigners in the front line in exchange for the privilege of rank. Do not use it for nothing. Besides, he was only here to cultivate. Who did he invite? What about you? Is there a problem with me practicing here? Still want to kick me out?" He wanted to look down at Sun Xiao on the ground and asked. Sun Xiao knew that he had reached the point of losing face and buried his face in the ground, silently shaking his head. Only after seeing this scene did Yi Xiang let go of his hand. At that moment, the gravity chamber door opened. A uniformed instructor teacher walks in, having been made aware of what happened before arriving through the assistive intelligence video and report. So before arriving, he first came to Yi Xiang, saluted, then turned his head to Sun Xiao and said, "Butting up against a first-class special officer, a reserve member of the Ace Chopper team, and even with the intention of striking, a disciplinary action will be given. 1 month of confinement. Second-class intermediate officer. Sun Xiao, do you have an opinion?" Sun Xiao looked at the familiar instructor in front of him, opened his mouth, and finally didn't say anything or speak. The instructor was furious when he saw him like this, and his voice rose steeply. "Sun Hua, not saying anything means you have an opinion, doesn't it? If you were on the battlefield, do you know what your behavior constitutes?" Sun Xiao was immediately shocked and shouted, "No comment." Xu Yang was a bit helpless. The senior was still too young. That guy, Yi Xiang, can't be viewed in terms of age, profession or rank at all. Comrade Yi Think, are you still satisfied with the way this was handled? The instructor turned his head to Yi Think at this time and asked. Yi wanted to nod. No comment. After receiving the answer, the instructor nodded and directly led Sun Xiao away. After walking out of the gravity room, Sun Xiao looked at the familiar instructor and couldn't help but say with some aggravation, "Instructor, I really didn't know that he was a first-class extraordinarily ranked officer. I thought at first that he had sneaked in." The instructor silently glanced at him and spoke. "Don't make excuses for yourself. I know very well what kind of nature you have. Go back to direct confinement, and practice well to mix it up until graduation." Sun Xiao couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Instructor, do you really need to be confined? Ye think that rank must be through the back door. How can you be that young and mix up with a first-class special officer?" Hearing this, the instructor directly kicked him heavily and said in a cold voice, "You think I'm kidding you? Is it because you're a big deal because you're 4 years older? Let me tell you how Yi Think got promoted to first-class special officer. The Northern Front alone, he has accumulated 12 decapitations of level 40 Ice Demon Fei, delayed the level 59 Ice Demon King for as long as 10 minutes, allowing thousands of warriors to retreat smoothly, and killed close to thousands of Fei, all of which have been recorded. And what's more, when the South Sea Front discovered that Bone Fei were invading and attacking from the bottom of the sea, it was also a clue discovered by Yuans and the others who went deeper into the realm of the Bone Fei. Can't you use your walnut-sized brain to think about why Yi Xiang is qualified to be a reserve member of the Chopper team? Or you can come up with one. What kind of backstage does one have to need to enter the Ace Chopper team through the back door? The King of Heaven's own son? Hearing these words from the instructor, Sun Xiao's entire body directly froze in place. Is it? It's your ass. The instructor truly felt that this child was hopeless. Suddenly frowning and looking at Sun Xiao with a suspicious face, he said, "How did you get into War God in the first place? Through the back door?" Sun Xiao was instantly a bit weak and quickly shook his head. I'm not. Yi Xiang did not continue to cultivate in the gravity room. After changing out of his protective clothing and taking a shower and coming out, he received 2 nutritional potions and drank them in one gulp. Then he planned to go back to the dormitory to continue cultivating. However, just on the way, he saw a familiar figure, still full of white hair and wrinkles. Yi Xiang could not help but stand in awe as he walked up to him and said with an arch of his hand, "Elder Hung. Ha! You little Taoist." Hung Qing couldn't help but laugh. Listening to the kid's casual grunts does have an intimate feel to it. He carefully surveyed Yi Xiang and nodded slightly. Only a month has passed. The progress is not small. Yi Xiang rubbed the back of his head and spoke. "Elder Hung, your elixir will still take some time. It's fine. The old man won't die that easily." Hung Qing laughed. "Let's go and have a chat." He wanted to nod his head after hesitating for a moment. War God Hung Chang was still the honorary principal of this War God High School, and there hadn't been a second principal since the beginning of its establishment. At this point an old man and a young man were just walking slowly through the campus, saying nothing, having what seemed like something to say. Many smart people saw the scene and suddenly realized something, looking incredulously at Yi Xiang. Back then, when Hongqing was still middle-aged, he had also brought Luo Zhuan like this, wandering around the campus. And now, as if it were a reincarnation, the scene is being played out again. Clad in green military robes, white-haired old man, a simple green shirt and Taoist robes, long-haired young man, Gramps, it's been gone so long, can we talk about things? Perhaps sensing the increasing number of sights looking at them, Yi Xiang finally couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. Hongqing rolled his eyes. What's wrong with accompanying an old man like me for a walk? Well, it's not good for your health to walk that long. Okay, listen to you. Hongqing eventually sat down, raised his head, looked at Yi Xiang and said, really ready to go to war? This time on, it's a lifetime thing. You wanted his mind to come back to the military training, met those warriors who did not fear death, as well as earlier saw the ace elite warrior's seriously injured appearance, nodding firmly, well, always ready. At this time, it was getting dark, and on the night curtain, the lone moon was hazy. Evergreen sighed and said softly, last night the moon was hidden and the wind suddenly arose. The river was silent and the fishing fires were empty. When I lay down in my boat and listened to the rain and the chirping insects, it should be the sound of the green dawn. Leaf think, give some reaction. How's the poem coming along? There's no boat. Context. Oh, didn't feel it. You boy. Cough. Looking at Elder Hang's coughing, which was much more severe than before, Yi Xiang could not help but frown slightly and directly reached out and landed on Elder Hang's wrist, only to find that his body had unexpectedly gotten much worse again. The tonic didn't take? How can the country have so many herbs? But the good stuff is all in the south. Hongqing shook his head slightly and laughed. Then old master tried to put together another one. I'll try alchemy tomorrow. Yi Xiang said. Oh, can you make pills? Breakthrough can be tried tomorrow. Yi Xiang said. Okay. Hongqing raised his head and looked at the auxiliary intelligence at the side and said, hear that? Then try to prepare another one. The assistive intelligence nodded and transferred the data up. As long as war god Hongqing could recover, no matter what the cost, he would try. Huaxia is a vast land with no shortage of anything, but that was in the old days. The most medicinal herbs are found in the south, which today has long since fallen into alien territory. The two of them just sat quietly in the gazebo. He wanted to cultivate with his eyes closed and the human immortal patterns on his body were faintly visible. Hongqing looked on curiously, abruptly realizing that gazing at these lines, the entire person seemed to be much more comfortable as well. This kid, it's like he's covered in treasure. In the distance, there was a steep rise and lively shouts. Obviously today's match was over, and the result was naturally that Trial Collegiate won and Dewey Collegiate lost the challenge. Tier 1 colleges are not ranked among themselves. After all, each has its own strengths. It didn't take long for it to get quiet again. Yi Xiang was still meditating and practicing without being affected in any way. A little bit of time passed, and the night was over. Perhaps Yi Xiang hadn't realized just how significant this significance of being able to have the god of war, Hongqing, personally stand vigil was. This, ultimately, represents a legacy. But in Yi Xiang's eyes, this is an old man sick man. The night is getting darker and darker. The human immortal patterns on Yi Xiang's body also looked brighter and brighter. And Hongqing looked more and more comfortable. And some of the dark illnesses in his body rarely did not work as pain. And his body was soothed. Without realizing it, he actually snored himself to sleep. Evergreen's auxiliary intelligence silently recorded this scene. After decades, I had never seen war god Hongqing sleep so soundly. However, listening to the deafening sound of snoring beside him, Yi Xiang frowned helplessly, opened his eyes, and looked at the sleeping and snoring Elder Hang. Can you have some seniority? Shaking his head helplessly, he had no choice but to continue cultivating, and after another 2 hours had passed, he finally branded both lungs completely. All of a sudden, the breath that was exhaled, and the breath that was inhaled, like the astral wind, vaguely changed in many ways. Yi Xiang couldn't help but take a deep breath and realized that with his lung capacity, he seemed to be able to easily make it for a few hours without needing to catch his breath. Of course he wasn't foolish enough to test it, but subconsciously raised his head and looked into the distance. At this point, it was just before dawn. As expected, in the next moment, 10,000 feet of light was like a golden fish leaping from the sky, and the earth revived. Yi Xiang stood up, running the ancient breathing technique and resonating his abdominal cavity. After taking a deep breath, surprisingly, several times more purple chi than usual surged into his mouth and crashed into the purple gold dan in the chi sea. The amount of this purple chi was so great that it surrounded the purple gold dan and could not be absorbed in a moment. Yi Xiang completely didn't expect that the human immortal pattern branded on the lungs would have this kind of benefit for cultivating the inner elixir. It seemed to feel as if his lungs could hold some more violet chi. and without waiting for the inner Dan to finish absorbing it, he took another deep breath. As expected, the same amount of violet chi surged into the sea of chi again, and the inner elixir could not be absorbed for a while, but could also be stored in the lungs. As the violet gold Dan spun faster and faster, the meaning of consummation became more and more pervasive. In an instant, the purple gold Dan shook and suddenly became a little bigger, and the sea was like a river, directly absorbing all the purple chi in the body. Purple chi spread out from Yi Xiang's body, and the hazy purple chi filled the entire body, fusing with the golden light of the early sun. At this moment, Yi Xiang was covered in purple and gold light, just like a teenage exiled immortal. The purple breath comes from the east. Dao Qi Dao Chang. Hong Qing had long since opened his eyes and saw the scene. Even he couldn't help but be shocked. The end of the heavenly change. Is this the human heavenly master? At this time, Yi Xiang's level also came to level 32, a level that, at the sophomore stage, already belonged to the elite level. The purple aura on Yi Xiang's body slowly internalized and dissipated, opening his purple eyes. As expected, the ability to perceive the kind of meticulousness around him had gotten a few more points stronger, not to mention that his vision was also quite a bit clearer. The leaves on a tree a dozen meters away had their veins become very clear to his eyes. The spiritual energy in the inner Dan had directly increased by a third. Yi Xiang's eyes moved slightly as he raised his hand and cast the Tong Tian talisman. In a flash, 18 talismans were suspended in front of his body in unison. It lasted for a while before the talisman then dissipated again. After the breakthrough, the spiritual energy once again increased in purity, and the power of the Tong Tian talisman, the thunder method and the Samadhi true fire undoubtedly increased a bit as well. He wanted to turn around and look at war god Hung Qing, nodding his head. Elder Hung, you can try alchemy. Good. Hung Qing could not help but smile, but was somewhat curious about Yi Xiang's alchemy techniques. His secondary intelligence brought out the herbs that had been put together. Yi Xiang raised his hand and rolled it, then all the medicinal herbs fell in front of him. The effect of alchemy is completely different from that of tonics. Alchemy is the same as refining all the essence of the herbs, and when it is formed into a pill, it maximizes the effect of the medicine. Compared with tonics, after all, the medicinal effect is greater, and the medicinal poison contained is also minimal, with almost no after effects. At this time, Yi Xiang happened to be at his peak state, and the 4 revolutions 9 Yang Hui Dan would logically require at least a second revolution's purple gold Dan to refine. But Elder Hang's physical condition could not be delayed any longer. Even if he delayed for a few more months, even if he really refined the 4 turns 9 Yang's return pill, there was nothing he could do. Yi Xiang's body steeply filled with azure-colored fire patterns around him, and his eyes revealed the azure-colored mark of the Samadhi true flame. In an instant, deep blue flames burned up in both of his hands. A rare medicinal herb fell into the Samadhi flame, refining the essence. The fire that is grasped in it is different for each herb, and the energy and details that need to be consumed in it are unimaginable to ordinary people. However, he wanted to receive the Dan Dao inheritance from the system's little golden man, and was incomparably familiar with refining pills, as if he was born with it, without any strangers. As the pills melted into essences, the rich medicinal scent filled the air at once. Hong Qing couldn't help but take a deep breath. This medicinal fragrance was soothing to the spirit. However, as time passed, Yi Xiang's spiritual power and mental power gradually ran out. Even though he had just made a breakthrough, taking advantage of the fact that his spiritual energy was complete and in surplus, it was still quite a struggle to refine this 4 revolutions 9 Yang's return pill. Hong Qing also realized this and frowned slightly, somewhat worried. It wasn't that he was worried that Yi Xiang would fail in his alchemy, but he was worried that the consumption would be too severe and hurt the boy's foundation. Right at this moment, Yi Xiang's brow displayed the Dao intent heart realm. The aura of his body changed abruptly, and the power of the Samadhi true flame under his control then multiplied violently. The essence of all the medicinal herbs quickly melted together under the control of the Samadhi flame. Gradually, the beginnings of an elixir gradually took shape. However, the more critical the moment to become a Dan, the more cannot make mistakes. Once it becomes a waste of Dan medicinal properties will become refuted and chaotic. The efficacy is not even as good as a tenth of a bowl of soup medicine. Instead of eating it, you're still prone to problems. Yi Xiang was already sweating profusely at this point, gritting his teeth and continuing to hold on strongly to this last step of alchemy. At this time, the spiritual energy in his body was already almost exhausted, and he saw that he was about to plan to use his lifespan to hold on. Suddenly remembering that this early sun hour was not yet over, his eyes lit up. He had ended his cultivation early because of his breakthrough, and the time had not yet passed. Without saying anything directly matching the human immortal patterns in the lungs, he operated the ancient breathing method and took a deep breath. In the next moment, a few wisps of pale purple chi fell into the sea of chi. Although the number was much smaller, It was also like timely rain, and a cluster of samadhi flame in his hand steeply flourished. In a flash, the dan became complete. A medicinal scented elixir was steadily caught in Yi Xiang's hand. Looking at the 9 yang hui dan in his hand, he couldn't help but frown slightly. There were only 3 dan lines on it, and although he did his best, this fire was still a bit poor, and didn't quite reach the 4th turn. The medicinal power was estimated to be only half that of the 4 turns 9 yang's return pill. Master, the dan has been refined, but my level is still too low. It's not very complete. The medicinal effect is estimated to be only half of the original. You wanted to look up to Hong Qing and said, "Ha ha, the Dao Dan art of seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Old me has had my eyes opened." Hong Qing didn't care at all about the effects of the elixir. He saw something more in Yi Xiang. At this time, Lin Feng sent a communication and said, "Yi Xiang, the match will start soon." "Okay, I'll be right over." Yi Xiang nodded his head. He handed the elixir directly to Hong Qing. "The old man can just eat it directly. I'll go over first." Hong Qing earnestly accepted the elixir and nodded. "Good, go get busy. By the way, if you really plan to go to war, don't you plan to get married first?" "Ha, ha, you wanted to be dumbfounded." Hong Qing took the opportunity to say, "My granddaughter is also quite good, well-behaved and beautiful. Leave your granddaughter to someone else." "Old man, I'm a Taoist priest." You wanted to hit a Xuanjie in a hurry and turned around without saying a word. This old man is really unorthodox. Giving alchemy for nothing and still planning to let him sell his body? Hong Qing looked at Yi Xiang's fleeing figure with a helpless face and suddenly frowned. As a celestial master, is this kid unable to get married? He glanced down at the precious elixir in his hand, and after a moment of silence, he handed it to auxiliary intelligence and said, "Give this elixir to Heavenly King Luo Zhuan. He's too heavily loaded on the front line." The auxiliary intelligence was just about to obey the command and take the elixir, which knew that the background of the auxiliary intelligence changed directly to the commander and opened his mouth. "Elder War God, the Heavenly King's injuries are irreversible. This side suggests that you take it first." Hong Qing frowned, and after a moment of silence, he sighed slightly and swallowed the 9 yang return pill with his eyes closed. The elixir fell into his abdomen and quickly dissolved, like countless yang qi sweeping through his entire body. The blocked meridians quickly began to be repaired, and countless dark diseases gradually dissolved. The old man's face gradually turned from white to red, and he steeply sprayed a large mouthful of black blood on the ground. In the next moment, his face quickly returned to its normal color. His chest was like spitting out a bruise, and his breathing was very comfortable. The original pale twilight color all disappeared, and the injuries all over his body were directly healed by 1/3, and the same, his battle power was also restored to the 3rd layer of his peak period. Hong Qing couldn't help but laugh painfully as a majestic and terrifying aura rose from his body. Approaching 30 years, the god of war style reappeared. The auxiliary intelligence scanned Hong Qing's physical condition, and the commander in the background instantly felt somewhat incredulous. This once top pillar of the human race was truly recovering. A Dao Dan that is so amazing? When he wanted to come to the side of the holy chime seat, he found that the crowd had already arrived. "Sorry, something delayed me for a while." He looked at Lin Feng and apologized. Lin Feng noticed that Yi Xiang's face was a bit pale, obviously a case of overexertion. "Is everything okay?" "It's fine." Yi wanted to shake his head. "You should recover first. There's a chance that it won't be a good fight today," Lin Feng said. Yi wanted to nod. He knew that today is with the Songshan College then. The other party's strength can be stronger than Yao Yuna grade. Although it is a first-tier college, but all win the elite training, the overall strength are not weak, and all of them were also combat professions. Many people didn't think highly of Holy Chime this time. Without wasting any time, Yi Xiang sat down on his seat and began to close his eyes to recover his spiritual energy. However, spiritual energy could be recovered in a short period of time, and it would take a long time for spiritual energy to be recovered. It didn't take long for all of the S.A. Chime auxiliary law faculties to arrive on the scene. Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but be a little curious when he saw Yi Xiang's somewhat disheveled appearance. "What did you do last night? It doesn't feel like you look too good." Wang Jun stroked his chin. "What else can I do at night?" Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but sigh. Alas, young people don't know how to exercise moderation. Su Mengmeng had just passed by the 3 of them, and when she heard those words, she slapped him on the forehead without any good reason. "How old are you? What are you babbling about?" She looked towards Yi Xiang and after a moment of thought, she raised her hand and a recovery spell landed on him. He wanted to instantly feel the spiritual power to recover some, and immediately guessed that it was the tutor Su Mengmeng. After all, he had experienced it once before in school. However, right at that moment, another moonlight glow starburst enveloped down, and not only did the spiritual power recover by 10%, but it also increased by 10%. Xin Yue's eyes were closed, her hands clasped together, and the moon elves chanted blessing spells that fell on Yi Xiang, and a steady stream of moon spirits directly restored Yi Xiang's spiritual power. This blessing is doubled if it is at night. After Xin Yue upgraded to level 25, she also possessed the spiritual power recovery skill. Yi Xiang still didn't open his eyes, but he also knew that this unique moonlight spiritual power was her. However, in the next moment, all sorts of auxiliary auras, all of them landed on Yi Xiang. Almost all of them are wood, water, light, and other recovery skills. Yi Xiang was, after all, a student of the Auxiliary Law Department's Class 1, and in terms of recovery skills, there was no shortage of them at all. The few people around him looked at the dozen or so auras on this kid. Even Lin Feng was a bit helpless. It seems like Yi Xiang is very popular with the girls in the class. Chen Wanyi couldn't help but snicker. Sure, Jianli Lianghua, several people cannot help but be a little envious and jealous. Auxiliary Law Department is really fragrant. This has become a group favorite. If it was on the battlefield, wouldn't a dozen auxiliary mages be enchanting this kid with auras and statuses? However, right at this moment, a pitch-black aura of eroding corruption landed on Yi Xian. The crowd froze. Cursed aura? In the audience, the surrounding girls immediately looked towards Feng Miaochuan. Feng Miaochuan immediately raised his hands to show, I am not also trying to show brother Yi. You want to press the root is not afraid of cursing. Before the words were finished, countless water ball light bullets and other small skills smashed towards him. Wang Jun and Chen Wanyan tacitly stayed several feet away from him, and Wang Jun didn't forget to put a boundary for himself and Chen Wanyan to avoid hurting the innocent. These skills don't do much damage, but they hurt when they hit. A golden light flashed on Yi Xiang's body, and the black light curse was instantly dispersed. Lin Feng's eyes crossed a trace of surprise when he saw this scene. Being the most difficult and unsolvable curse, it was actually lifted so simply? At that moment, the big match between St. Chimes High School and MT. A bald young man in a dirt-colored practice suit jumped up directly from several meters away from the stage. There's still room in the body for agility. He folded his hands together and looked in this direction of the holy chime, slightly bowing his head and closing his eyes. Amit Ba. Lin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Before he came, he had checked some information in the library that had information about MT. It's a real shock not to check. Songsan High School has been passed down for hundreds of years and is very mysterious to the extreme. Many students who attend this college, even after graduation, most of them choose to dive into cultivation. It's even rumored that there's a hidden legacy behind this college, and it's not to be underestimated at all. I'll take the first round. The young man of letters sitting at the end of the room said. Fang Xie, level 43, hidden profession, battle song sword scholar, belonging to the dual profession of magic and martial arts. It is mainly used to empower one's own battle song, and magical skills need to be played with a sword. It was similar to Chen Wanyan, but Fang Xie was more inclined towards the spell aspect. Among the 10 people of St. Chime, Fang Xie's strength was considered to be ranked in the middle and upper class, and his strength was not weak. Lin Feng nodded after thinking for a moment. Yes, be careful. Fang Jie stood up after sniffing and pinching up a spell. Only an azure-colored Dharma sword could be seen coalescing in his hand. Once on stage, the two men took one side each, and as the referee's teacher announced the start, without any hesitation, the bald youth directly rushed up towards Fang Xie with extreme speed. Yellow light air emanated from his body, and his hands formed dragon claws. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Songsan battle technique, dragon claw hand. Fang Xie quickly retreated and pulled back. His mouth began to sing a battle song, and the moment the Dharma sword lit up, he lifted his sword and erected it, and a six-mangled sword formation surfaced around him. The bald youth was fearless and charged straight up. The six-mangled sword light was shattered by the dragon claw, and a punch landed hard on Fang Xie's chest. Fang Jie suffered pain. A trace of unbelief crossed his eyes. How can this bald monk be so strong? He braced himself and stood up, and the battle song formation pattern under his feet emerged, corresponding remotely with the formation pattern that had appeared tens of meters away at an unknown time. In the next moment, Fang Jie's figure steeply appeared after that position, and without a bit of hesitation, he directly recited the battle song to release his big move. In an instant, countless sword lights rushed towards the bald youth like rain falling. Seeing this scene, the bald youth's body steeply emitted Buddhist light, and in an instant, a Vulcan Lohan silhouette appeared behind him. At this moment, the bald youth seemed to transform into a tiger's shadow, and with a leap, he instantly arrived in front of Fang Xie, ruthlessly knocking him out. The powerful collision sound caused Fang Xie to spray out a mouthful of blood and shrivel to the ground. It's amazing how big the difference is for the same level 43. Sure, Jian's few people looked at this scene incredulously. Is the profession of martial arts monks in MT High School so powerful? Even if the pre-warrior profession restrained the mage, it could not be so ridiculously strong. Anyone could see that Feng Xia was trying his best, but the strength of the two was not at a level at all. The bald youth walked up to Feng Xia and recited Umatba Buddha before turning his head to look at the referee teacher. The referee teacher then reacted, apparently also a little surprised, and immediately declared the first victory of MT. After Feng Xia was carried down, he was not lightly injured, his entire chest was bruised, and his ribs were broken a few times. Seeing this scene, Su Mengmeng hurriedly walked over to use healing magic. Is this Sansan High School so ruthless? Chen Wanyi couldn't help but frown. Broken ribs, even if there was a spell to heal them, it would take at least a few days of rest and recuperation to recover perfectly, or else it was likely to break twice and injure the internal organs. That would be a serious injury. Lin Feng raised his head, and as expected, the young monk clearly intended to continue the challenge, silently bowing his head and reciting Buddhist words. It looks unhurried and dignified, but Lin Feng saw the corners of the mouth that were vaguely curled up, so it was obvious that this guy was smug. Top colleges and universities holy chime? It really is nothing more than that. Yi Xiang slowly opened his eyes and looked up on the young monk. Hidden heritage, Buddhism? The referee teacher looked towards them, signaling that it was time for St. Chime's side to take the second spot. What kind of skill is this? It's practically never been seen before? A girl in the team couldn't help but ask. The hidden inheritance from 100 years ago. The Buddhist sect. Rumor has it that their way of transferring is different from ours. As long as they have the right qualifications, they can be directly transferred into occupations such as Lohan Venerable. Lin Feng explained. The skill that the other party performed just now should be the Rohan Buddhist Dharma recorded in the ancient books. Yi Xiang did not say anything. 100 years ago, if the Taoist sect was really strong as the old Taoist master said, then the Buddhist sect might not be weak either. I'll do it, Zirin said softly. As a hidden profession, illusionist, her strength was the strongest person besides Lin Feng Chen Wanyi. Lin Feng thought for a moment before nodding. Be careful, that skill of his tiger transformation is very fast. Well, I know. Zirin stepped onto the stage. Being a beautiful girl with long black hair, she came out with her own popularity and cheers rang out. The young bald man raised his head to look at Zilin, noticing that her eyes were surprisingly purple pupilized, and thought it was very pretty. Chen Wanyi under the stage suddenly couldn't help but smile. He seems to have been hit. Lin Feng nodded slightly, but didn't relax. On the stage, the young bald man couldn't help but smile slightly when he saw Zilin. Poor monk Dharma named Xu Yuan. I hope that the monk will show mercy. He wanted to tilt his head. Monks and Taoist priests are both out of the world. But this young monk seems to be just a profession? The referee's teacher announced the start of the match. This time, the young monk wasn't in a hurry and seemed to be giving Zilin the courtesy of making the first move. Zilin was not polite and slowly raised her hand, only to see that on her right hand, there was a string of purple leaf silver bells. The bell rang as the purple mist surged forth, and in an instant, thousands of illusions filled the air. The young monk looked a little surprised, watching the scene change around him, as if he was peering into his heart a little. Let all of his inner desires and most feared fears come to the fore. Fourth turn illusionist skill, ego illusion. Even if you know that everything in front of you is fake, you will still be trapped. Yet the people in the audience looked puzzled. What the hell? Didn't Mr. Referee say to start? Why are all of them not moving at all? Lin Feng glanced at the time, and when the half minute was over, he nodded slightly. Yes, it should be fine, as long as you fall into a Zirin skill for more than half a minute and don't come out. It's basically impossible to come out. On the side of the Sonshan High School, a few elder monks frowned slightly, instantly seeing the problem. Then he sighed and said softly, Void Bamboo, let Void Yuan come down. Although several children had managed to transfer to Rowan, their minds were still too poor, and if they fell into this level for too long, it would even cause problems with their minds. The young monk in the lead nodded his head at the words and immediately got up and signaled towards the referee teacher to admit defeat. The referee teacher nodded and directly declared St. Chime the winner. Seeing this, Zilin also had no choice but to undo the illusion, and after shaking the silver bell in her hand, the young monk on the stage slowly came to his senses. When he came back to his senses completely, he suddenly looked at Zilin with a horrified expression. This sweet and pretty-looking girl was so scary. That vision was full of the endless hells he had descended into because of his various broken precepts. Su Yuan walked off the stage with a pale face and came to several senior monks, bowing his head silently. Master, sit down and chant the Bodhi Heart Sutra with your eyes closed. Yes. Void Bamboo looked toward the other monk who had been chanting with his eyes closed and spoke. Void Jing, your heart is the best among us. You go on this one. The young monk whose name was Red opened his eyes at the words, nodded calmly, and got up to walk towards the stage. He was wearing a plain monk's robe, which was distinctly different from the other young monks. After the young monk stepped onto the stage, he kept his head down and folded his hands, closed his eyes, and silently recited Buddhist scriptures. Lin Feng immediately frowned. Which Buddhist Lohan venerable is this again? The young monk didn't even look at Zilin when he got on the stage, and this unfathomable aura gave her a feeling that she had nowhere to go. After the referee's teacher determined the start, Zilin took the first few steps back before shaking a string of silver bells on her wrist. However, because the other party wasn't even looking at her, the illusion was much less effective. In just a few moments, void silence stepped out of the illusion, and he finally raised his head, but in that pair of eyes, there were actually dense Buddhist scriptures. In an instant, Zilin realized she had been hit. As expected, she soon found herself trapped inside a golden bell filled with Buddhist scriptures. With a loud thud, dense Buddhist words drilled into her 7 orifices, seemingly forcing her to be sensitized. Ah! Zilin screamed and subconsciously covered her ears. When Lin Feng under the stage saw this scene, his face changed and he immediately stood up, and after realizing that something was wrong, he directly looked at the referee teacher to indicate that he had admitted defeat. How could he not have expected that this young monk would be in a similar profession as Zilin? He quickly found the corresponding information in his mind. Venerable Contemplative Lohan in Buddhism, another powerful hidden profession. This side of Songshan, is it possible that it's not all Rohan venerable professions? The referee teacher nodded slightly when he saw that Lin Feng had chosen to admit defeat. Being a college leader is a qualification to admit defeat in place of a member. When the young monk saw this, his eyes also returned to normal, and he glanced at the pale and pretty girl across from him, a slight smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. With that, he directly turned around and volunteered to get off the field, not intending to continue the challenge. Zilin came down from the stage at this time with a trance-like face, sitting dumbly in a chair with a slightly dull and numb look. What's wrong with her? When the few people from Sacred Chime saw this scene of Zilin, they couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Lin Feng also had absolutely no idea what was going on with Zilin. His gaze became icy cold and he directly turned around and headed toward Song Mountain, stopping void silence. You don't have any disarming skills? Amitabha Buddha. The little monk didn't understand what you were saying? Void Jing looked at Lin Feng flatly and said, don't play dumb. Why hasn't Zilin returned to normal? Lin Feng's face grew colder and colder. She has a destiny with my Buddha. Don't worry, she will recover. After saying these words, Void Jing no longer paid attention to Lin Feng and directly walked back. Lin Feng vaguely felt that something wasn't right, but this Songshan High School was too mysterious and unknown, and he couldn't find a clue for a while. Su Mengmeng had already come over and released healing and spirit restoration spells on Zilin, but found that they didn't have much effect. She seems to be in a meditative state, so she looks muddled. Su Mengmeng said. Yi Xiang recovered at this time, and when he saw this scene of Zilin, he immediately found the answer from the Tao collection and opened his mouth. She should be trapped in a spirit world similar to the one in the inner landscape, and that monk tried to normalize her before. That skill effect hasn't worn off yet. Is there a solution? Lin Feng walked back at this time, and when he heard Yi Xiang's words, a coldness suddenly rose in his eyes and he opened his mouth to inquire. Of course he understood the meaning of the Buddha's degree, but that young monk, how did he dare? It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Yi wanted to frown. I need to enter her spirit world and open the interview. How do I need to help you? Lin Feng asked directly. No need to help me. Just take a little time. Yi wanted to nod his head. It hadn't been many days since he had gotten the exact circumference of the stars from Ming Zai last time, and he hadn't forgotten about it. Yi wanted to walk in front of Zilin, and after closing his eyes, a Bagua Yin and Yang diagram unfolded from him, surrounding the two of them. With that, he directly opened the interview to merge into the spiritual world of the two. In a flash, Yi Xia entered Zilin's spiritual world. Senior Sister Zilin, I'm here to help you. Don't resist, Yi Xiang said calmly as he stood at a hazy edge. In the next moment, the spiritual world in front of him opened a mouth. Yi wanted to know that Zilin was recognizing it and directly stepped in. As soon as he entered his eyes, he saw a large golden bell with dense Buddhist scriptures in Sanskrit surrounding a figure. See this scene. As expected, that young monk was planning to forcibly sensitize Senior Sister Zilin. If she really waited for her to wake up on her own, maybe the senior sister would have gone off to practice Buddhism with one mind. He didn't understand if that young monk had an ulterior motive for doing so, or what. A college competition actually played this trick. Influencing a person's innermost being is indeed a means often done by illusionist professions. However, forcing the cultivation of Buddhism like this can be much more problematic than simply affecting one's state of mind. Totally just a different person from the inside out. Is this the Buddhist sect? Yi wanted to narrow his eyes slightly. At this time, he had already walked to the golden bell, looking at the dense Buddhist scriptures in Sanskrit on the large golden bell in front of him that looked like an impregnable. Yi Xiang, however, had an unimpressed look on his face. High school seems to train them from a young age, right, to know this bit of sutra in their 20s? The corners of Yi Xiang's mouth were slightly flicked as he pinched up his magic technique and lightly tapped between his eyebrows, directly releasing all 3,000 Dao caches in his mind. In an instant, it was like a sea of books, with countless scripture lines covering the entire spiritual world. That Buddhist scripture Sanskrit immediately reacted and tried to stop these Taoist scriptures, and the Buddha's light flourished. However, they were outnumbered, and in the blink of an eye, they were completely submerged by the 3,000 Dao zones. You little punk, you want to play with me? At the same time, the originally calm-faced void silence in the outside world violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Looking in the direction of the holy chime with disbelief on his face, he was revolted by his own dharma. In the inner scene, losing the support of the Buddhist scriptures and Sanskrit, the big golden bell also collapsed steeply and turned into a sky of stars floating down and scattering. Yi Xiang, dressed in a green shirt and Taoist robe, walked over from the roiling star points and extended his hand to look at Zilin snidely and said, Zilin, senior sister, what are you still staring at? Are you really going to become a nun? Zilin looked at Yi Qian in a daze. Her eyes gradually regained their vigor and reached out to grab Yi Qian's hand to get up. Thank you, schoolmate Yi. Yi wanted to nod his head, and after carefully looking at it, he said, it's still a bit short, so as to save any further accidents. Good. Zilin obediently stood in front of Yi Xiang. At this moment it was as if Yi Xiang was the senior and she was the elementary school sister, but there was a whole 11 levels difference between the two. Yi wanted to look at her eyes and said, chant with me, true standing should always be true. True standing should always be true. Often should always be quiet. Always be pure. Zirin nodded and read along. After reading it, Yi wanted to tap her forehead with his finger. This Tao scripture was like an auxiliary skill that made Zilin's entire body instantly comfortable and cool. The Buddhist scriptures in Sanskrit that had previously occupied her mind full of thoughts instantly disappeared into thin air, and her entire body instantly became incomparably more comfortable. Without realizing it, Zilin hugged Yi Xiang and fell asleep. When Yi wanted to exit the inner scene, he saw Lin Feng, Chenhuani and Shijian and the others looking at him with strange faces. Looking down, he realized that Zirin had fallen asleep with her arms around him. Leaf think. After gently pushing Zilin away and handing her over to Chenhuani, she looked at Lin Feng and said, Senior, I'll take the next one. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and then said, they are all hidden heritage Lohan venerable professions. Buddhism is mysterious and powerful. Your low level will easily suffer. Are you sure? Yi wanted to grin. I know thunder magic. Right, electrocute these bald heads. Too shady. Shijian couldn't help but say. The crowd could not help but look towards him. He was the only one here who had been electrocuted by Yi Xiang's lightning method. Alright, a few is a few if you can fight a few. Yi Xiang said casually. The referee teacher also seemed to realize that there was a problem on Holy Chime's side and wasn't in a hurry. On the stage, a young monk had long been waiting up there, seemingly completely unconcerned about who Holy Chime's side would send up first. This young monk, chanting with one hand, held a black bowl in the other. He wanted to walk up the stone stairs to the stage. At the signal of the referee's teacher, you may begin. The young monk directly raised the black bowl in his hand without saying anything and threw it towards Yi Xiang. The black mantle moves very fast and arrives in the blink of an eye, and at the same time there is the sound of the mantle swirling around, shocking the mind. You wanted to immediately understand which aspect of this means of the other party. Taoist priests also have, is the means of refining weapons. Human immortal patterns immediately appeared on his body, and he raised his hand to directly smash the black bowl back. The bam shock was heard by everyone in the audience. You wanted to shake his hand. Damn, it still hurt. With a forceful stomp of his feet, he directly flew towards this young monk. All of this guy's skills are on this black mantle, and his main body's strength is definitely not high. As expected, when he saw Yi Xiang approaching, this void brightness monk directly stepped back and pulled away, and once again threw the black bowl towards him. This time it was faster and more forceful. A cold smile spread across the corners of Yi Xiang's mouth, and after fully energizing his human immortal body, he held the black mantle in his arms. The young monk frowned slightly when he saw the scene. Just how strong was this guy's body? He hastened to control the black bowl to retract it. But how could Yi Xiang let him have his way? Directly pinching up the spell, his eyes transformed into golden pupils. Surging golden light surged out all over his body, and after covering the madly struggling black bowl, the golden light divine incantation instantly cut off the other party's connection with the black bowl. Voidmind's face changed. What kind of Tao is this? Can you still play like that? He wanted to knock the black mantle in his hand. It was quite sturdy. Can't help but look up to the young monk and say, Yo, Not yet to the new year. Just send me a gift. Also quite good. I accept. One day the holy chime can't mix up. This mantle I can still ask for food to use. The young monk exploded in anger. How could he Buddhist heavy treasure exorcism holy mantle be used to ask for food? However, how could Ji Xiang also let him go just like that? The golden light on his body instantly pounced towards him. Voidmind's face changed and he hurriedly tried to run. But with his speed he simply couldn't outrun the golden light. Directly entangled in his body by the golden light, Yi Xiang's body hand clenched, and the golden light instantly pulled him over. It had to be said that this golden light spell was getting better and better as it leveled up. Void Ming was bound by the golden light and barely had the ability to struggle. He was pulled directly in front of Yi Xiang, and before he could come back to his senses, Yi Xiang took the black mantle and smashed it down on his bald head. Bam! You guys like to play dirty, don't you? Hiss. This bald hand is pretty comfortable to knock on. Yi wanted to resist slamming it harder again. Bam! Two large bags immediately appeared on Voidmind's head, and his entire body was smashed so blindingly that he couldn't even stand up. Having lost his sacred mantle artifact, his fighting ability was directly zero. The more Yi wanted to knock, the smoother and harder he knocked. Bam 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 bam, rattled on and on. In the blink of an eye, this bald monk had already been knocked by Yi Xiang with a head full of blood bags, and it was not too much to say that it was a head corner. This miserable scene, watching the stage of the false bamboo finally could not help but stand up, announced to admit defeat. You wanted to skim, this has not knocked enough, and then surrendered? Clap your hands, get up and walk away. Vermilion was finally relieved, only to feel his head full of hair and confused trying to walk off the stage. Seeing him in this state, Void Bamboo said without a trace of anger, "Aren't you going to get your mantle back?" Only then did Voidmind react and turn his head to look at Yi Xiang. "Sure master, please return the bowl to me." Yi wanted to frown. What mantle? This black mantle material was extraordinary, and he also planned to melt it for the future refining of the Heavenly Master's ancestral seal. My Buddha's important treasure of exorcism holy mantle. So many people have seen you snatch it, and still want to play tricks? Voidmind on the stage said with an ugly expression. He turned his head to the referee teacher. "Teacher, I still hope for justice." Ha! You wanted to laugh. These young monks played dirty earlier, and now they want to say justice. Their cheeks are really thick. The referee teacher frowned slightly and after thinking for a moment, he looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Comrade Yi Xiang, you can snatch the opponent's weapon during the match, but you have to return it after the end." Okay. Yi wanted to nod. He also knew that the black mantle of retention was unrealistic, but if the other side came to the dark side, how could he not play the dark side himself? Wait a moment, Yi Xiang said as he took out the black bowl. In a flash, Samadhi flame surged in his hand, directly refining the black mantle. All the Buddhist scriptures and Sanskrit texts in the bowl were quickly melted and disappeared by the Samadhi flame. Seeing this scene, the several senior monks on the side of Songshan changed their expression. Voidmind was even more filled with panic and rushed forward. "What are you doing? Stop it." However, it was still a step too slow. The Samadhi true flame, as one of the divine flames of the Taoist family, alchemy and refining weapons was completely out of the question. This black mantle in the Samadhi fire, not a moment later really became a useless waste mantle. Nah, give it back. You wanted to directly throw the black mantle to Voidmind, with some Samadhi flame still remaining on it. Voidmind wanted to take it, but didn't dare. Still, he reached out his hand and the black mantle fell into it, and the Samadhi flame instantly penetrated through his palm, searing his divine soul. Voidmind's pupils shrank as the burning that penetrated deep into his soul caused him incomparable pain, but he still tugged the black mantle tightly with a deadly grip and turned to leave. After walking off the stage, that one senior monk got up and walked over to Voidmind, Buddhist light radiating from his hands. In the blink of an eye, he got rid of the Samadhi flame on top of the black mantle, and restored the pain of the Voidmind's burning divine soul. The senior monk looked at the demon-repelling sacred bowl that had lost all of its Buddha nature, and his gaze became incomparably deep as he raised his head to look at Yi Xiang on the stage. It's really Samadhi fire. Yi Xiang had a calm face as he stared at him, half feeling that he had done wrong. These monks came to the dark side and hit hard, destroying a Buddhist treasure to teach a lesson. These people hold powerful legacies and yet they do such things? Yi Xiang stood on the stage and had no intention of going down. A young and stout monk had long since been unable to resist, and directly stood up and walked towards the stage. Void Bamboo frowned slightly, but after thinking for a moment, he didn't stop it. He wanted to look at the Kuwei monk who came up, much stronger than Chen Wanyan, covered with tendon meat, and surprisingly young to have a beard. At first glance, it was clear that it was going the way of melee combat. The referee teacher nodded when he saw that the two were ready and raised his hand to signal that they could begin. The young lanky monk stood in place and simply made a Zen seal gesture. his body steeply emanating Buddhist light that enriched his entire body. Yi Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt the power of the physique from this stout monk. Human immortal lines also quickly emerged on his body. Golden light surfaced all over his body, and his eyes transformed into golden pupils. Both of them moved at the same time. A very dry punch and kick. A powerful burst of power that made everyone in the audience couldn't help but hold their breath. You wanted to finally break through the defense. A fist ruthlessly smashed on the other party's chest, but it was like smashing on a golden bell. The arm immediately came from the recoil force, shaking it off. A hint of surprise crossed his eyes. Golden bell? Void's mouth smiled. Schizo? Why don't you stop fighting? Ugh, what a pain in the ass. You wanted to sigh and lazily rolled up his sleeves. In the next moment, the entire person's aura changed. Hands up. A Taiji shadow slowly emerged on his body. Lin Feng immediately recognized this hand of Yi Xiang's and couldn't help but nod his head. Taoist Taijiquan. It seems to be able to restrain the golden bell. Void frowned slightly and tentatively stepped straight forward to slam a straight fist down at Yi Xiang. You wanted to sidestep and dodge easily. Follow the step to swing the palm as a leg. Virtual step to close the hand. Hands rolled. Void immediately felt his body out of control in general, losing his lower center of gravity, not waiting to react. The collapsing palm fell steeply. Boom! Knock! That powerful force clearly didn't break through the golden bell shield, but all the strength penetrated the Void chest. Put! Void sprayed out a mouthful of blood and shriveled up, half kneeling on the ground. He looked at Yi Xiang incredulously. What kind of fist is this? Want to learn? I'll teach you. Yi wanted to raise his hand, flowing like a cloud, transforming the cloud hand avalanche strength into thousands of things. Void gritted his teeth. He wasn't going to admit defeat just like that. With a loud shout, the Buddha light on his body steeply transformed into an angry lion fiercely charging towards Yi Xiang. A glint crossed Lin Feng's eyes, recognizing the occupation of the monk on the stage. Laughing Lion Rowan. This fourth turn of powerful attack skill, Yi wanted to take a deep breath. Of course, will not be stupid to stand in place and hard to receive. The golden light on his body was instantly compressed to the extreme, and thunder law possessed him. In a flash, the entire person transformed into a white thunder, instantly dodging this angry lion. How could he know that this angry lion would even turn around and catch up? Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang quickly condensed brilliant lightning in his hands. Everyone in the audience couldn't help but stare at the audience at once. What a thunder law! There's no need to chant the lightning spell yet. A ball of tyrannical palm lightning instantly blasted out, instantly exploding with the raging lion's roar. In an instant, the powerful energy on the stage erupted in a rampage, shaking even the boundary at the edge. However, Yi Xiang did not stop. His hands once again condensed thunder light and slapped his palm on the ground. Thunder law ground binding. The berserk lightning was like a spider's web, instantly coming in front of Void. Void was just about to jump to his feet, but Lei Fa was too fast to react. The raging lightning instantly ran through and paralyzed the entire body, and the Buddha's light broke and dissipated. Ah! The Void was instantly shivered and screamed by the lightning method. For a moment it was as if the crowd could still see bones that had been electrified out of shape. Shi Jian watched the familiar scene with great empathy. Yi Xiang's body was flickering with lightning at this moment, instantly arriving in front of the Void. His white eyes were cold, and his hand once again condensed a palm lightning. Seeing this scene, Void Bamboo hurriedly got up to admit defeat to stop it, but it was still a step too slow. The Lei Fa possessed Yi Xiang was so fast that it was too late to react. With a boom, Yi wanted to directly use his palm thunderbolt to blow the Void out. This time, the golden bell shield broke straight through. The young monk flew straight off the stage like a parabola, landing right in front of the Songshan High School and the others. Seriously injure him. And don't think of getting up until you've been laid up for 10 days and a half months. Yi Xiang's body slowly displayed a purple Dao robe, his long hair flowing, and his white eyes majestic, coldly gazing at the monks of the Songshan High School on the stage. Unbeatable. Go on? In the audience, Hong Chang looked at the spirited figure on the stage, couldn't help but smile. This hidden Buddhist sect was finally unable to sit still and wanted to come out. Who would have thought that they would meet this little Taoist? In the face of Yi Xiang's provocation, several young monks bowed their heads and recited Buddhist scriptures. Monk Void Bamboo, on the other hand, turned his head to look at his master. The senior monk nodded slowly. After receiving the affirmation, Void Bamboo did not hesitate and directly got up and stepped onto the stage. Looking at Yi Xiang and questioning, destroying my Buddhist sect's heavy treasures and seriously injuring my senior brother. Don't you think it's too much? You guys forcefully used Buddhism with the intention of transforming my senior sister. How do you explain this matter? Yi Xiang asked indifferently. My senior brother isn't wrong. He's doing it for the good of that girl. Having the wisdom of Buddha's destiny, if she can comprehend Buddha's dharma and switch to the bodhisattva profession, it would be a great opportunity for her. Void Bamboo explained. When he said this, the young monk had a calm and soft face, as if he was truly a monk with profound Buddhist teachings. He thought that he had no concept of Buddhism before, but now how can he hear that these people are shameless? It's all bullshit. Forcing others to be enlightened is a chance? Laugh your ass off. Are you fighting or not? If you don't fight, go on. Buddhism and Taoism are originally one family, and you are also very much related to our Buddha. Void Bamboo said. What? Do you fancy my golden light divine incantation or thunder technique? Simple. If you want to learn it, worship me and I will definitely teach you. Yi Xiang couldn't help but laugh, not bothering to continue to dilly-dally with the other party. He wanted to now have no good feelings towards the so-called hidden Buddhist sect. One heart's eyes are really many. The heaven and earth unkindness Tao intent mind realm surfaced on the center of his brow. Yi Xiang's aura steeply became high and mysterious. When the senior monks on the stage saw this scene, a hint of shock spread in their eyes. You've comprehended the true will at level 30? No wonder. No wonder why this little Taoist was able to enter the Ace Chopper team. The god of war Hong Ching and the Heavenly King were both so concerned about this person. Is the Taoist fortune still intact? Is this going to bring the dead back to life? Void Bamboo realized the change in Yi Xiang, but not having comprehended the true meaning, he didn't understand what it really meant. After reciting a Zen phrase in a low voice, Buddhist light surged from his body, and in the next moment, a brilliant and majestic golden dragon materialized from his body. Dragon bucking Lohan. Unbeknownst to him, in the next moment, Samadhi true fire and thunder magic also surged out from Yi Xiang's body, rushing up to the sky and transforming into Dragon Thunder True Fire, a green fire dragon roaring up. The two dragons quickly battled it out in the sky above, with thunder and fire and Buddha's light constantly appearing. The following Yi Think and Void Bamboo didn't hold back anything either. One Taoist, one Buddhist, Taijiquan and Dragonfall Palm technique kept blasting against each other. However, in the Taoist state of mind, Yi Xiang was completely suppressing Void Bamboo's fight. You should know that Void Bamboo is level 45. Hidden legacy profession, dragon bucking Luohan, but it's just being pressed by this guy. Void Bamboo was on the verge of vomiting blood from the depression of the beating. How could this little Taoist be an ordinary Taoist profession? But how else can you explain it if it's not a Taoist priest, but it's using all the Taoist methods? Void Bamboo couldn't understand it and could only grit his teeth and hold on, relying on his high level. He didn't believe that the other party could maintain this state all the time. Hiss! In the sky, a dragon roared. Void Bamboo's face suddenly changed and he raised his head to look, only to see his golden dragon being devoured by the other party's thunder dragon True Flame. The entire group froze in place. Dharma is broken. How? Possible. The high priests on the stage finally saw what was going on. With complicated eyes, he looked at the purple-robed Taoist priest on the stage. He should have recognized him long ago. The Taoist heavenly master, who had disappeared for 100 years, was not expected to reappear. The Thunder Dragon True Flame returned to Yi Xiang's hand, transforming freely and possessed by the Thunder Law. The Samadhi Flame casually flung itself around and drew a scorching young talisman in the air. Yi Xiang calmly walked towards Void Bamboo, his eyes rippling with the Taoist intent. He no longer cared at all who the other party was. Void Bamboo gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. He couldn't lose. How could he stop there when the Buddha sect came out, spewing out a mouthful of blood? He forcibly activated the dragon subduing Buddha Dharma again, and a golden dragon once again emerged. His entire body also rushed towards Yi Xiang along with the golden dragon. Yi Xiang looked at him indifferently and raised his hand to pinch the spell. The scorching sun talisman swept up in a ball of flame, wrapping the golden dragon. Then he raised his hands, and the Tong Tian talisman was cast with full force. The 18 talismans instantly displayed in front of his body. Edict. Thunder Sword. Shasta. The 18 sword talismans transformed into white mangled thunder swords and whistled towards Void Bamboo, arriving in the blink of an eye. The thunder sword was so sharp that with a single thought, it would be able to decapitate the young monk. Without a doubt, the referee teacher directly declared the verdict that Holy Chime Yi wanted to win. He wanted to retrieve the 18 thunder swords and slowly dissipated after hovering around his body. After withdrawing from the state of mind, a relaxed smile slowly spread across the corners of his mouth, and with his hands clasped on the back of his head, he lazily and casually said, "Next, damn, handsome." In the distance, Feng Miaochuan's blood boiled as he watched, and he directly wailed. The audience applauded. Almost everyone was incomparably shocked as they looked at the purple-robed little Taoist on the stage. That battle just now was completely unlike something that a student at the 40th level stage would fight. Not only the students, even the senior tutors couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was important to realize that all of the tutors at level 50 and up in the 3 top colleges wouldn't be able to comprehend the true meaning of their profession by more than half. But Yi wanted to be only level 32. but he had mastered the true meaning of the profession. Is this kid going against the grain? Void Bamboo walked off the stage with a pale face, obviously also badly injured. Seeing this, a young monk immediately couldn't wait to get up, but was stopped by Void Bamboo, who shook his head and said, "You can't beat him. Void Jew, you go." The young monk whose name had been called slowly rose. His eyebrows were characteristic and long, surprisingly hanging down like hair. As strong as he is, he's still only level 32. It's impossible for him to remain without consumption, Void Bamboo said. Void Jew nodded, indicating that he knew what to do. He walked up to the stage with a hand on his staff and a hand on his Buddha beads, with a calm and steady air. It's level 44 again. The average level of this Songsan High School is even higher than Holy Chime. Their profession is also certainly not as simple as martial arts monks. When did Songsan High School become so strong? I've heard that Songsan High School has been in contact with Buddhist scripture study since the age of 6, although it's the same as a 12-year-old transfer. But the way of early inheritance cultivation is really mysterious and there's usually not much movement on their college's campus network. At this time, there were already quite a few people who had noticed the strength of these young monks from Songsan High School, not to mention the others. Just now that battle, when placed in the 3 major colleges, it also belonged to the top level. At this moment, the long-browed young monk came onto the stage and looked at Yi Xiang with a slight nod of his head and a serene expression. "You may begin." The referee teacher spoke. As soon as the words fell, the Buddha beads in the hands of the long-browed youth slowly levitated. It was then that the crowd noticed that his 108 strings of Buddha beads were not strung together. There was a force that held them from dispersing. Phew! A Buddha bead flew directly towards Yi Xiang swiftly. Golden light quickly emerged from Yi Xiang's body, turning into a barrier to protect his surroundings, which knew that this Buddha bead instantly attacked the golden light spell, slowing down just a little. Yi Xiang only had time to dodge sideways, and the bead flew past his shoulder by a fraction of a second. Still, there was a fiery pain coming from his shoulder. Yi Xiang couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Could this Buddha bead not be another heavy treasure? A single Buddha bead is that powerful. Right at this moment, the Buddha bead that originally flew back steeply, aiming straight at Yi Xiang's back heart. However, with Yi Xiang's perception ability nowadays, even without turning around to look, he could clearly feel the presence of that Buddha bead. The golden light mantra flew out as a golden blade, instantly cutting that Buddha bead in half. Buddha bead split into 2 fell down. You want to breathe a sigh of relief. The 2 halves of the Buddha bead suddenly and in the air, even flew in 2 directions respectively, after a circle, once again towards you want to rush. What the hell is this? It still plays like that. Yi Think couldn't help but frown. The speed and force of this Buddha bead was very severe, and unlike the black mantle, the golden light spell couldn't wrap it and cut off the connection. It was the same imperial art, and this young monk was clearly quite a bit more powerful than the previous monk. Or perhaps it was because he wanted to snatch the black bowl away directly at the beginning, not allowing that monk to utilize his true strength. After the Buddha beads were cut, it was equivalent to 2 Buddha beads attacking Yi Xiang. After 3 consecutive fights, although the first one didn't consume much, the last one almost used up most of his spiritual energy, which was why Yi Xiang didn't continue to use his lightning method. In order to conserve spiritual energy, one could only use stance walking to avoid the attacks of the Buddha beads. The Buddha beads occasionally fell short and landed on the ground, directly smashing a deep pit out. There was no doubt that if this Buddha bead landed on his body, it would definitely be a bloody hole. But the attack trajectory of this Buddha bead was all straight ahead. After getting used to the way the Buddha beads attacked, it was much easier for Yi Xiang to dodge. But in his afterglow, he kept staring at the young monk who stood motionless not far away. At this time the young monk had been chanting with his eyes closed, and the 107 Buddha beads in front of him were slowly rotating. After Yi wanted to dodge the attack of the Buddha beads again, he raised his hand and drew a divine walking talisman, sticking it on his leg. The speed accelerated instantly, charging straight towards the young monk, which knew that in an instant, dozens of Buddha beads exploded out towards him at the same time, as if they were just waiting for Yi Xiang to take the initiative to approach. Yi wanted to be startled indeed, pinched up the spell and urged the golden light with all his might. The surging golden light was like a golden liquid wrapping him up. After dozens of Buddha beads all burst in, it immediately delayed the speed quite a bit. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiang's eyes glowed with a hint of essence, hiding such a handful of outbursts, just waiting for this time. Squeezing up the spell, he chanted softly, "There is thunder within, and the god of thunder is hidden in name." Boom! Powerful golden light exploded directly on these Buddha beads. The purpose was clear. Since they couldn't cut the connection of the imperial objects, they would destroy these beads. In the instant the golden light broke, Yi Xiang's figure disappeared in place as a thunderbolt and was not affected by the explosion of the golden light divine spell. The effect was remarkable. Those dozens of Buddha beads directly shattered with the golden light into a powdery mist and all of them dissipated. Void Ju immediately opened his eyes, and the remaining dozens of Buddha beads flew out irregularly, wanting to lock onto that thunderous figure. However, Yi Xiang under the possession of Thunder Law was so fast that even the speed of the rosary could not catch up at all. In a flash, the lightning turned behind Void Ju. The only remaining spiritual energy condensed into palm lightning and slapped down at Void Ju's back. Monk Suju did not react slowly. Knowing that it was too late to turn around, he did not hesitate to raise his staff and pestle the ground with force. Dang! Like a muffled bell, Buddhist light appeared around Monk Void Ju at first glance. Boom! The palm thunder roared and exploded. But the expected situation did not occur. What came into view was actually a Buddhist light boundary. Although it was densely covered with cracks, it managed to resist Yi Xiang's palm lightning. Yi Xiang couldn't help but frown and couldn't retreat in time. Those dozens of Buddha beads behind him once again chased after him. Chime side of the stage. Lin Feng immediately stood up. He could tell that Yi Xiang's spiritual energy had been exhausted, as evidenced by the fact that the power of that thunder spell just now was only half of what it was earlier. If the fight continues, Yi Xiang is likely to get hurt. Right at this crisis point, the human immortal patterns on Yi Xiang's body were steeply much clearer, and all of them surfaced on his arms and face. He didn't care about the dozens of Buddha beads that were raging behind him, but instead raised his fist and smashed it directly into the Buddha light boundary. Seeing this scene, Void Ju froze, obviously not expecting Yi Xiang to do this. With a bang, the Buddha light boundary was smashed by a punch. The fist landed hard on the monk's face, directly smashing him away. Everyone only paid attention to Yi Xiang's thunder method, completely unaware that Yi Xiang cultivated the human immortal body the hardest every day. Stepping into the third layer of the human immortal body gave him a physical quality no less than that of a level 50 warrior. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his nose. I'd forgotten he's good in melee too. Monk Void Ju was directly smashed in the face by Yi Xiang's punch, and before he could land, Yi Xiang had already chased after him and lifted his leg to kick him in midair once again. The rosary beads that had lost control had been scattered all over the floor. Monk Void Ju was still trying to attempt to control the rosary, and he wanted to take a jump and join him in the air. The two of them glanced at each other, only to see Yi Xiang clasping his hands and throwing his arms down, moving to stop the whammy. With a booming thud, Monk Void Ju's body exploded down and slammed hard into the ground. When he landed, he directly sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and his expression withered. Yi Xiang then also landed on the ground, his purple robe floating up and down. The expression was cold and calm, but it was this composure that showed his extraordinary nature more and more. The referee teacher couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and was in a trance for a moment before raising his hand and announcing that this holy Chime Yuana had won. Boom! The room applauded. In that earlier scene, everyone thought that Yi Xiang would lose, and completely did not expect him to be able to turn the tide against the wind. Monk Void Ju was lying on the ground, spitting blood from his mouth as he looked at the purple-robed teenager incredulously. This man, why, will it be that strong? For a moment, Void consciousness was shaken by his own dharma. After practicing Buddhism for more than 10 years, was he even inferior to a Taoist priest from a downtrodden Taoist sect? And Yi Xiang didn't even look at him. The purple robe on his body slowly concealed and disappeared, revealing his original green shirts and Taoist robes, rubbing his shoulders while lazily walking off the stage, as if he would always have that look of not having woken up from sleep. Lin Feng was completely relieved at this point. 5-2. Almost no pressure against MT. He looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Well played. School brother is really great." Chen Wanyi couldn't help but praise as well. That punch was just awesome. Yi think, I want to marry you and have 10 monkeys. Behind them in the audience, Feng Miaochuan shamelessly helped all the young girls shout their hearts out. That long-haired, purple-robed young man's figure had been reflected in countless hearts, powerful and dashing. Feng Miaochuan felt that if she were a girl, she would definitely be in love with Yi Xiang. However, when Yi Xiang heard Feng Miaochuan's words, he raised his hand and 3 talismans flew towards him. Wang Jun and Chen Wanyan's faces changed when they saw this, and they hurriedly retreated. In the next moment, those 3 talismans directly transformed into a small waterfall and smashed onto Feng Miaochuan, shutting him up. After Yi Xiang returned to his seat, he began to meditate to recover his spiritual energy. Facing a big deficit, MT Hai did not admit defeat, but came up with another young monk, now just 1 game away from victory. Lin Feng didn't have any hesitation to go straight up to the stage, not intending to give Songzhan a chance at all. At the referee's teacher's signal, the 2 men began to strike. In an instant, the shadow of a huge statue appeared behind that young monk with infinite power. Lin Feng frowned slightly and quickly recited an incantation. A time spell formation appeared under the young monk's feet. The young monk immediately felt everything around him slow down a lot at once. until everything became frozen. Lin Feng immediately let out a long sigh of relief. As a time mage, he had mastered time spells that were perverse in the sense that once they were locked in place, it was almost impossible to disarm them at the same level. However, the solidification time would be very short, and the rate at which it consumed mental energy and mana was terrifying. Just as he was about to go over, the divine image in that void abruptly solidified. Such a hefty thing, only to see its long snout flinging and roaring. It directly charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face changed. It was definitely too late to hide. He could only continue to recite the incantation. His eyes surged with a mysterious gray mist. In front of him, a circle of ripples like the surface of water spread out and, time to slow down. As expected, the speed of that divine elephant became much slower all of a sudden after it rushed over. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief after easily dodging the divine elephant, continuing towards the young monk. After fumbling in his pocket, he took out a small knife and was just about to aim it at the young monk's neck. That divine elephant's feet buckled high, and with a loud thud, it stomped heavily on the ground. God's elephant in prison. In an instant, the entire ring collapsed. Lin Feng couldn't dodge in time and directly fell down with the young monk. It was also the moment when the time spell was forcibly lifted. The young monk's eyes became icy cold as he slammed his fist directly towards Lin Feng. He could see that the other party was a pure mage profession and didn't have much melee strength at all. Lin Feng sighed slightly and had a bit of a headache. He took a pocket watch straight out of his pocket, and the moment his fist was about to fall, he whispered, "Reverse casting time." As soon as the words fell, the power of time erupted from his body, and the time on the pocket watch in his hand was steeply set back 10 seconds. In an instant, it was as if the entire ring was reversed in time. As the two men came back up and the ring was restored to its integrity, and the divine elephant raised its front hooves high once again, everyone looked incredulously at the scene in front of them. This time spell was too amazing, truly a step back in time. However, Saint Chan Chung Qianhua frowned deeply. This is a forbidden spell of the time spell category. Definitely a spell or skill that has to be used at an irreversible cost. Why use a forbidden art to turn back the clock when a loss is just a loss? Although she didn't know what price Lin Feng had paid, it was definitely unmeasurable. The young monk also froze at the scene as his body was re-imprisoned and the time-freeze spell resumed once more. This weird feeling was too much for him to get used to, and Lin Feng directly rushed forward this time and kicked him out of the ring. Now, he regretted very much why he didn't go to the gravity room to work out like Yi Xiang. Shit. Standing and letting him kick, it barely moved. With a thud, the young monk looked like a statue falling down the stage. His head was knocking blood, and he didn't even move a bit. So you can imagine how perverse this time-fixing spell really is. The divine image behind him then dissipated and disappeared. The referee teacher nodded and directly declared St. Chime the winner. In an instant, the students in the Holy Chime audience were incredibly happy. This MT High is simply a scary dark horse. The weakest of the whole team is level 44, and Void Bamboo is even level 45. And at a glance, we know that they are not ordinary professions. There is a real concern that it won't be able to hold on to its name as a top college and will be pulled down. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief at this moment and walked back with a pale face. Is it worth it to use forbidden techniques? Chen Wanyi looked at him in disbelief and said. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. It's just one less year to live. I also look at those monks with displeasure. Back then, when the foreigners invaded the Buddhist sect, as the ancient heritage of the Chinese human race, directly chose to go into hiding. And now they're running out for what? Just have to let them continue to dish it out. Yi Xiang couldn't help but open his eyes and look at him at the words. Senior, can life expectancy be made up? Con, this really can't be made up. It's fine. There's not much difference between living 1 year less and living 1 year more. Lin Feng said calmly. While a year of life might not be worth it in the long run, his future self would certainly regret not using the forbidden art to win this one. Cost and regret. Lin Feng chose cost. Soon, 10 people rejoined the stage and the two colleges would honor each other. However, this time, the crowd clearly did not have the slightest intention of shaking hands, and their gazes fell on the monk called Void Jing. Everyone wanted to thug it out but didn't get the chance, and the guy went straight down after his win over Zirin. However, at this time, Void Jing's face was also very unattractive, and he kept his eyes closed as he chanted the sutra. The corner of Yi Xiang's mouth curled slightly. He was using the 3000 Dao song to break the other side of the Buddhist Dao. This guy must have suffered a backlash. Not only that, his brain is also full of chaotic and unbearable Dao Sutra words at this time. He'd like to see how long this shameless monk could last. False-heartedly went through the motions, pressed not to say a word more directly away. Is a discerning person can see, both sides of the gunpowder flavor is very thick, especially on the side of Songshan. Two were directly seriously injured by Yi Xiang, and one was knocked full of sideburns. Although the swelling subsided quite a bit after treatment, It was still very obvious. Yi Xiang had just planned to go to his dormitory room to cultivate when Zhuang Chu sent a communication request at this time. After clicking agree, Zhuang Chu's somewhat tired face appeared in the screen. He looked at Yi Xiang and said, 3 days later, you and Lin Feng will come to the base together. The college competition is playing well. Are you sure you can take the first place? Okay, I'll try my best, Yi Xiang said. Zhuang Chu couldn't help but smile. Too much modesty is pride. Is there anything you want to ask? He wanted to sniff and ponder for a moment before opening his mouth and asking, Lieutenant, are you guys on the southern front? Well, how did you guess? I met Elder Hung yesterday and said that the herbs were all in the south, so I probably guessed something. Elder Hung? After Zhuang Chu froze for a moment, he then realized and looked at him with a strange face. You call Elder War God a senior? Zhuang Chu was just about to say something when heavy armor steeply emerged on his body, holding a huge sword and directly decapitating a horned ghost fey on the ground that had suddenly risen up. With a poof, the horned ghost's head flew high into the air, and some of the spewing blood landed on the lens of the auxiliary intelligence. Apparently, Zhuang Chu was still on the battlefield and seemed to have only just finished a fight. He wiped the camera and after a moment of silence, he still said, the choppers lost a member. Yi Xiang froze and couldn't help but raise his head. Thoughts had raced through his mind about the ones he had seen. You haven't met him yet. Zhao Jie, the Ice Knuckle Master. Just like you. Just joined the choppers not 2 months ago. And he's coming back in 3 days to sort out his belongings for him. Have you thought about it? After all, you are only 16 years old now. Once you really go into battle, it will be a lifetime. Zhuang Chu looked at Yi Xiang and said, 3 days is it? I know. After Yi wanted to nod, he directly hung up the communication. Zhuang Chu froze for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth twitched. The kid was still the first member of the team who dared to hang up on his comms voluntarily. But thinking that he even casually called the war god Hung Chang, it didn't matter. After all, he was still young, and having a casual nature wasn't a bad thing. He wanted to hang up the communication, looked up at Lin Feng and said, you should have passed the chopping reserve team's examination. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Then it seems like it was worth it for me to change the price of this forbidden art. I should be going to the memorial service in 3 days. Yi Xiang looked at him and calmly said. Lin Feng froze for a moment and nodded as he instantly understood. Aha! The big high school competition isn't over. And there could be another bad fight tomorrow. It's not necessarily a good fight against Moro's mechanical armor, but it's not as hard as MT. Hi. On the other hand, MT. High school chose to go straight back after it was over. It wasn't going to wait for the college competition to come to a successful conclusion, which caused many people to be a bit surprised. In the face of media interviews, those monks also completely ignored, got into the car and left straight away. Inside the car, the atmosphere of the young monks all looked incredibly dull. Being of the Rohan inheritance, their first time out on the mountain, they had ended up in such a haphazard manner. The senior monk took one look at their deadpan appearance, and with a stern face, said directly, meditate on the Prajna Heart Sutra, and do not stop until you return. The young monks sniffed without any comment, folded their hands and recited the scriptures silently. Monk Void Jing was still fighting those confusing Taoist scriptures in his head with all his heart and soul, when the noisy heart scriptures abruptly resounded around him again, completely disrupting the rhythm. Another large mouthful of blood sprayed out, and his face became pale to the core. It was much more seriously injured than his 2 senior brothers looked. A few monks around him were immediately startled by him. Void silence. Void Jing painfully opened his eyes and looked at the senior monk and said, Master, Master. The senior monk quickly walked in front of him, the Buddha's light on his body displayed, and in an instant, only behind him, a Buddha's eye slowly opened. With just a glance, the high priest knew what the problem was. Raising his hand, he slapped his palm on the void pure heavenly spirit cover. The palm seemed to open a gaping hole. In an instant, countless shadowy Tao scripture words rushed out from that gap and dissipated in the blink of an eye. This scene left the remaining few young monks dumbfounded. Somewhat incredulously, he looked at Void Jing. As the professional inheritor of the contemplative Lohan, Void Jing had mastered such a depth of Buddhist teachings that even his eldest senior brother, Void Bamboo, did not dare to debate with him. However, at this time, he was actually tortured by these Tao scriptures to such an extent that his Buddha nature was disappearing at a rapid pace. Void Silence's entire level also dropped rapidly from 44 to 30 before stopping. When all the words of the Tao scripture had disappeared, the senior monk raised his hand, his brow furrowed. That young Taoist not only mastered the position of Heavenly Master, but was rumored to have mastered all 3,000 Taoist treasures as well? Thank you, Master. After Void Silence's face recovered, he said in a hurry, in the future, don't do this kind of fostering. If you really have a destiny with our Buddha, Why do you need to be fostered? The senior monk looked at Void Jing and said. Void Jing bowed his head. Disciple knows his mistake. The senior monk looked at him silently, and without saying anything more, turned to leave. After all, he was young and his heart was still much worse. He didn't point out Void Silence's true intentions of wanting to degree that young girl. Falling in rank might be a good thing for him as well. On the other side, Yi Xiang had just planned to go back to cultivate. Feng Miaochuan then sent a communication over and said, Brother Yi, you fought so handsomely today. Aren't you even going to treat us to dinner? It's been a while since we all got together for dinner. Okay, where to eat? He. Of course it's that barbecue restaurant outside our Holy Chime School. Feng Miaochuan said. Well, I'll be right over. Yi Xiang nodded his head in agreement. It was true that he hadn't eaten since replenishing his daily consumption with a nutritional potion. Okay, we'll all meet you at the front of the school. After hanging up the communication, you wanted to turn around and walk towards the entrance of the War God School. With that green shirt and Dao robe, many people from the War God Academy recognized him at a glance. Now Yi Xiang was already the man of the hour in this session, and on the campus network, it was full of video footage of him fighting, especially when releasing the thunder spell. Although the eyes couldn't see clearly, after slowing down a dozen times, they still clearly filmed what Yi wanted to look like when fighting. That was covered in brilliant thunder light, clear and cold. This powerful and handsome feeling instantly attracted many teenage fans to like it. Soon, Yi wanted to come to the school entrance. From a distance, he saw Feng Miaochuan, Wang Jun, Chen Wanyan and Xin Yue Sonya, 5 people. After Yi wanted to organize his emotions, he looked at Yue and smiled. Let's go. Aha! Soon, a group of 6 people arrived at that barbecue restaurant. Feng Miaochuan directly ordered a large table full of them, almost ordering a plate one by one. Just this is still afraid that Yi Xiang is not enough to eat a full meal. Feng Miaochuan also tentatively asked Yi Xiang after ordering, Yi, do you think it's enough to eat? Hearing these words, the boss's wife instantly looked at the clean-cut teenager with a shocked expression. Yi wanted to roll his eyes. Not enough, I have nutritional potions. Oh, then I'll start. Everyone ate happily together. I have to say that time flies, and in the blink of an eye 2 months have passed since school started. Halfway through eating, Chen Wanyan couldn't help but raise his head and say, Yi think, I'll definitely be able to join the chopping team as well. Well, wait for you. Yi Xiang said somewhat helplessly. When this topic was mentioned, Wang Jun couldn't help but ask, doesn't Brother Yi need to carry out missions after joining the chopper team? It's going to be a mission, and I'm going to leave the school temporarily for a trip in 3 days. Yi Xiang nodded his head and said. Upon hearing these words, several people could not help but freeze. Where to? Didn't you say there's no more fighting? Feng Miaochuan looked puzzled. Xin Yue had already put down the chopsticks in her hand at this time, and her gaze fell firmly on Yi Xiang. She knew how dangerous it really was to be under the glory of the Ace Chopper team, a team that could only be joined with a minimum level 50 start, and had to be a hidden profession. And just how hard will the task they perform be? Xin Yue was already working very hard on her cultivation, practically cultivating in the meditation room during the day, and absorbing the moonlight at night to automatically cultivate as well. She was already progressing very fast, but she still couldn't catch up with Yi Xiang's pace. Confidential, Yi thought with a smile. Well, there's no need to think too much. I'm still just a reserve member of the choppers. It's not as dramatic as you think. You wanted to say this mainly because he didn't want to make Yue think too much, but several had been on the front lines of battle through their mechanical puppets and knew what the front lines were like. Even the simplest of sentry duty is extremely dangerous in the event of an alien attack. Wang Jun realized that he had said a topic that he shouldn't have said, and quickly picked up his beer and punished himself with a drink. Feng Miaochuan then changed the topic, talking about the Morrow High School that Saint Chine needed to face tomorrow, and what powerful guys were in the War God High School and Judgment High School. The barbecue took a full 2 hours to finish. Between the laughter, several people returned to St. Chime's High School, while Yi Xiang had to go back to the Battle God Gravity Room to cultivate. On the way back, everyone tacitly agreed to give Yi Xiang and Xin Yue alone time. The two walked on the side of the road, and the people passing by looked at the two with great envy. Yi think, Xin Yue seemed to finally gather her courage and spoke, which knew that just as he said it, he was flicked on the head by Yi Xiang with his finger. What, rebellious? Not going to call brother anymore? Xin Yue instantly looked aggrieved, and ultimately kept that in her heart. Be careful yourself when you're on a mission, Brother Yi. Yi wanted to hold the back of his head with both hands, lazily looking at the sunset in the sky, and casually said, don't worry about it, the foreigner who can kill me hasn't been born yet. Seemingly thinking of something, he reached out and rubbed Xin Yue's head. You've grown quite a bit lately. I guess it won't be easy to rub your skull after a while. Yi wanted to grow taller quickly, mostly because of the human immortal body. However, It seems like every time young Vivian gains a new skill or transfers, her form changes slightly. Both skin and appearance have also changed quite a bit from their previous days in middle school. In the past, it could be said to be pretty and spiritual, but now Xin Yue could be completely called a goddess. The breeze blew across her skirt, and the sunset caressed her flawless face. You wanted to also realize for the first time that Young Wei had already grown so beautiful. After separating, you wanted to directly enter the war god's gravity room and start cultivating. Tonight's task was mainly to brand the spleen's human immortal pattern. The power of the human immortal body had been displayed in every aspect. After branding the heart, it subconsciously changed the qualifications. And after branding the human immortal pattern on the lungs, when cultivating the inner elixir, the amount of violet chi absorbed was several times more than before. It was equivalent to the speed at which he cultivated his inner elixir also increased a lot. Without hesitation, after you wanted to jump the gravity to 5 times, he directly entered into meditation and began to brand the human immortal patterns of the spleen. After 20 minutes, the stamina was exhausted, the gravity was adjusted down, and the meditative practice continued. Many of the surrounding War God High School students noticed Yi Xiang, but no one came forward to disturb him. After all, the unlucky one before was still in confinement, and the college competition couldn't even come out to see it. There were also people who were curiously observing Yi Xiang, and it was only when they didn't look that they realized that this guy was actually meditating while carrying 5 times the gravity. Upon learning about the way you wanted to cultivate, these War God High School students were stunned. Is this guy a mage or a warrior? Is this how the Taoist profession was originally played? Soon, the photo of Yi Xiang cultivating in the gravity room was uploaded to the campus network, and the 5 times gravity shown on that regulator directly shocked the students of War God High School. Knowing that even the God of War High School only touches 5 times gravity training above level 40, just how terrifying was this guy's physical quality? Yi Xiang then cultivated in the gravity room until midnight, when the gravity room lost its operation, before he got up and left. Returning to the dormitory, Thunderstruck continued to meditate on branding, and although there was only one spleen, the difficulty of branding was not at all comparable to that of the heart. As time passed little by little, the human immortal pattern of this spleen section was finally finished branding before dawn. In an instant, the entire Violet Mansion Dantian changed. A marvelous earth-shen chi surged into the Dantian from the spleen, and the Violet Mansion instantly became incomparably solid as if it had a foundation. You wanted to continue reading for half a day, and realized that there would be little else to change. Counting the minutes, he got up and walked out of the room to the balcony. As expected, the early sun was like a golden rooster breaking through and lifting the curtain of the night. Yi Xiang did not hesitate and directly operated the ancient breathing technique, and after his abdominal cavity resonated, he took a deep breath. At the same time, the human immortal lines on the lungs emerged. This mouthful directly sucked in dozens of strands of violet chi falling into the Violet Mansion. This feeling of a big mouthful is different. The violet goldan within the Dantian began to spin rapidly, absorbing the violet chi. 10 minutes later, you wanted to end his cultivation, only to turn his head and realize that Lin Feng and the others had also woken up and were watching him cultivate with interest. Good morning, schoolmate Yi. Zilin took the initiative to greet him. Yi wanted to nod. Aha! Lin Feng clapped his hands and looked at the crowd and said, today against the mechanical armor of Sanluo High School. Everyone don't be lax. You want to serve as a base card today. You can go on the field without rushing. You wanted to naturally have no opinion. Anyway, sitting in a chair to meditate on branding for a day does not affect. After a brief cleanup, the group headed out and downstairs. The audience seats, which had long been filled at this point, were looking forward to today's sparring match. Holy Chime High School versus Morrow High School, Warlord High School versus Beiyang High School, and Judgment High School versus Xinhua High School. The first one started soon after. St. Chime Side chose to put Shijian in the ring to test the strength of this year's Morrow Collegiate first. The opponent came up with a level 46 auxiliary mechanic. Generally, auxiliary professions like this one upgraded in a much faster way than combat professions, but for them, leveling wasn't very important, and skills were much more important instead. After opening the silver iron box in his hand, that young man from Morrow pressed a button, and then a whole set of silver mechanical armor was automatically put on him. Seeing this scene, Feng Miaochuan on the stage couldn't help but stare blankly. Crap, that handsome? Seeing that it was ready, the referee teacher nodded and announced the start. Boom! The mechanical armor erupted with waves of flaming air, obviously not intending to give Shijian time to recite the incantation. He drove at full power and charged straight towards him. That's the limitation of the mage in the ring, and it's rare for anyone to be stupid enough to let the mage recite a spell before making a move in the opening round. There were almost no situations like the previous one where you wanted the wood mage to play perfectly. Shijian directly raised his hand. and a reinforced wall of earth surfaced in front of him, then quickly pulled back and recited a long incantation. In the next moment, the massive titan surfaced in the ring, the signature skill of a level 40 specialized earth mage, a type of the Jedi howling treehugger from back in the day. It is a specialized bodyguard for mages, and can be recovered indefinitely as long as it has enough mental power to not be destroyed instantly. Soon, the titan took the initiative to charge up towards that silver armor and slammed his fist down. After looking at it for a while, he wanted to feel a little bored and closed his eyes to meditate and cultivate. This mechanical armor has shades of the mechanical puppets, though it has a distinctly unique style based on the characteristics of each individual, but overall, moderate. However, turning a support profession into a combat profession, it was already a very big breakthrough for the Morrow High School to be able to do this. As expected, the battle on the stage went on for a long time, with Shi Jian finally using a quagmire to bury his opponent's mechanical armor in a mud puddle, winning the match by a narrow margin. It could be seen that the strength of Morrow was good, but it was still weak compared to the holy chime of the most top-tier colleges. After Morrow had lost 3 games in a row, the opposing team's captain, Lopin, couldn't sit still and stepped up. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before letting Chen Wanyi take the stage. When Luo Ping displayed his golden mechanical armor, everyone noticed that behind this mechanical armor of his, there was a pair of 6-winged plates. It looks conspicuous and I don't know what it's for. But soon, they knew the answer. The moment Luo Ping activated the mechanical armor, the 6-wing plate behind his back steeply unfolded its dazzling light wings, and the entire person directly levitated. You can fly? The students in the audience were instantly overwhelmed with amazement at this scene, realizing that unless it was a hidden profession with flying skills, there was no way for normal professions to fly at all. However, Morrow High School had already researched mechanical armor that could fly. Chen Wanyi looked at the scene in front of her. The corners of her mouth pursed slightly, and the expression on her face did not change in any way. As long as they were in this ring, even if they could fly, they were just living targets in her eyes. In her hand, she slowly condensed a white longbow, and after pulling the string, sharp arrows of light steeply condensed. No need to recite a spell, no need to prepare arrows. With a swoosh, it fired directly in Luo Ping's direction. The speed of the light arrow was very fast, like a bright light that arrived in the blink of an eye. Luo Ping frowned slightly, and after realizing that he couldn't avoid it, he directly opened his shield. The light arrow shot accurately and with a boom. It even exploded directly. TSK, Sister Wanyi is getting more and more powerful, borrowing the bowstring to release magic arrows, not to mention the power, but most of all, it doesn't need to recite incantations, it's simply more terrifying than an assassin on the battlefield. One of the girls in the Holy Chime group couldn't help but lament. Lin Feng nodded, but the only thing you need to be careful of is that you can't let the other party get too close, or else the power of the light arrows won't be able to be exerted, and she'll also injure herself. Will Sister Wanyi give the other party a chance? Sun Luo, this captain, is also really unlucky. If he can fly, he would definitely be able to restrict the others, and as a result, he is now used as a living target. Zilin also couldn't help but laugh. Just as she had said, the ball of light had just finished exploding, and Lupin hadn't rushed up in his mechanical armor yet. Another arrow vector of light flew through and still didn't have time to dodge, exploding with a boom. Luo Ping gritted his teeth and forced himself to stabilize his body, silently staring at the girls on the stage. It was true that you couldn't underestimate SA Chime's people after all, but he didn't expect to be restrained when he took the field. Looking at the shield's constantly decreasing breakage value, it wouldn't be able to withstand 3 more arrows at most. He directly turned on the holographic simulation and the projection spread. In an instant, in the sky, a dozen identical golden mechanical armor appeared, flying up irregularly. Disturbance occupies the entire ring. Shit, what kind of skill is that? Many people were stunned by these technological techniques of Sun Luo. So as an auxiliary mechanic, he could still play like this? Chen Wanyi also couldn't help but frown. She couldn't tell which one was true for a moment. Soon, a dozen or so pieces of mechanical armor surrounded her, doing the same, and a slice of sharp scimitar was unleashed towards her. Chen Wanyi quickly dodged and the scene became instantly precarious. The Holy Chime students also raised their hearts nervously at once. Chen Wanyi was recognized as the most powerful girl representative among the students of St. Chime. Could she lose tomorrow? After dodging over a dozen sharp scimitars, Chen Wanyi realized that she definitely couldn't keep dodging, and that only one of these roaming scimitars was actually real. Thinking of this, she turned around violently, pulling the string quickly, facing a piece of curved blade that flew at a gallop, without any fear in her eyes. On the bowstring, 9 light arrows appeared at once, but they didn't have to be enchanted. They were just light arrows that mimicked arrows with a single piercing. Shoo 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 shoo. 9 light arrows instantly flew out, each hitting their targets. From this, one could see just how precise and terrifying Chen Wanyi's archery skills were. Despite the innate hidden profession, normally, her training in archery never stopped. The light arrow emitted light, and steeply, the 8 refracted false machines directly disappeared. One of them was hit by an arrow of light and bounced off the grunt. Chen Wanyi immediately reacted, her eyes locking onto that mechanical armor. Once again, the bow was strung, and the 3 light arrow vectors were aimed. Luo Ping also realized that it was not good and unfolded his twin swords, knowing that he had to fight quickly. Maneuvering the mechanical armor, he charged directly towards Chen Wanyi. The speed is rapid. In a flash, 3 light arrow vectors flew over. Luo Ping was simply unable to dodge with his walking position, and could only hold on to his shield to resist. Only 10 meters away from Chen Wanyi, the light arrow pierced through the shield and instantly erupted with a powerful magical force. In a flash, the shield shattered, but he was still able to operate. The golden mechanically armored figure rushed out from the burst of light, and the chilly twin blades pointed straight at Chen Wanyi. Chen Wanyi also didn't expect her opponent's defense to be so high, shooting 5 light arrow vectors in a row, but she was still able to act. She knew she would be too late to retreat. What can be done is simple. Pulling the string, he once again coalesced a path of light arrows. In a matter of milliseconds, the 2 knives fell, but the light arrows also bloomed out immediately. Chen Wanyi even used the power of the bowstring to do a backflip to avoid the 2 knives by a fraction of a second with her stance. In an instant, the arrow of light struck Luo Ping and the light exploded. At this moment, both those in front of the TV and those in the audience were amazed by this scene. Chen Wanyi's extreme stance, her incomparable and overwhelming calmness was simply not too beautiful. Chen Wanyan looked at this scene in a daze. He completely did not think that his sister, who he had always despised, had such a valiant and beautiful side. Feng Maochuan reacted furiously and looked at Chen Wanyan and asked, "She's your sister, right?" Chen Wanyan nodded dully. "Crap, your sister's so good looking you didn't fucking say so?" The explosion of light disappeared, revealing a battle-damaged piece of mechanical armor, the power nuclear energy having been destroyed and incapacitated for combat. Luo Ping helplessly lifted his transformation and raised his head, still looking at Chen Wanyi with a shocked look in his eyes. That action of hers just now was indeed like a stroke of God's hand, and it was simply impossible to do so without absolute calmness. "I lost." Luo Ping looked at the referee teacher and nodded. The referee teacher nodded. "That's good enough. And from you, I can see that Moro is on the right track." St. Chime and Moro came to 4-0 against each other and Lopin lost as captain. After the next 2 slight releases, the 2 colleges will simply end the game. Although Moro had lost, their progress was evident to all, thoroughly proving that the auxiliary department also had the heart to fight. Yi Xiang had been sitting in his seat meditating and practicing, and was not too surprised by the outcome of the match. "Next, we're going to challenge judgment colleges and war god colleges. This year, try not to take third again." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Despite drawing 2 of the top-tier colleges in the countdown, it was a thrilling keeper. As the captain of the squad, Lin Feng was still under a bit of pressure, and at this time, he could finally relax a little. But tomorrow is the real college competition. Whether it's the God of War College or the Judgment College, every one of them is a difficult bone to chew on. Take a good rest today. Whether we can get rid of the 10,000-year-old 3, depends on tomorrow. The crowd nodded earnestly. Fighting. The only one who sighed with a lazy face was Yi Xiang. This laborious grand competition was really too much of a waste of time to cultivate. He was now immensely looking forward to the frontline battlefield 2 days later. Lin Feng could also see Yi Think's lack of interest, so he couldn't help but smile. "Yi Think, don't be too lazy. Whether or not Sacred Chime can turn over or not, we really have to count on you. Try your best to do your best." Yi Xiang nodded his head and said, "After all, 20,000 battle credits could be exchanged for some more herbs to refine pills for cultivation." Suddenly his eyes lit up. Now that the frontline battlefield was in the southwestern part of the country, he could totally go and find the herbs himself. But unfortunately, he was only a reserve member now and could not stay on the front line all the time. After returning to the gravity room, he continued into his cultivation. Shijian and the others had long been accustomed to Yi Xiang's devilish cultivation habits, and had hardly ever seen him stop. In the dormitory where the war god colleges were competing, a few people had investigated all the data of a few people from the trial colleges and the Holy Chime colleges. Nothing much has changed on the trial side. The professions are pretty well rounded. Gotta just watch out for the professions they put on the field. It's not a big problem. Lu Changhua, as the leader of the war god squad, said with a calm expression, "But this year's Holy Chime High School is definitely not to be underestimated. Especially these 3. Chen Wanyi, you guys have seen it today. That high burst and accurate magic arrows. Once you are pulled away from the body, you will be in an absolutely passive state. You can't top it. You can only admit defeat. Su Feng, your profession favors assassination stealth. The ring is not much of an advantage, but I am relieved to hand Shenhuani over to you. The boy whose name was called smiled confidently at the corner of his mouth. Against long-range professions, he was good at it. Lu Chengwei continued. Lin Feng, the hidden profession is a time magician, specializing in spells within time. Although there is no killing ability, but based on the few skills he has used so far, time solidification, time slowing, time subtraction spells, and even has the forbidden art of time reversal. Even if I go up against him, I don't have the intention of surely winning, but a one-for-one swap is not much of a problem. Using forbidden techniques is unlikely, even if the cost is small. It would be an irreversible cost. The only girl among them shook her head. Lu Chengwei nodded. Aha, boss, won't the third one be Yi Xiang? One of the boys couldn't help but laugh. I really don't think it's necessary. Even if he can do thunder magic, he's only a level 32, and his opponents are all too weak, so it just looks strong. Hearing these words, Lu Chengwei looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. So, you're thinking that the ace choppers are for anyone to get in? The boy shut his mouth at once. The ace chopper team was directly related to Heavenly King Luozhuan, and Heavenly King Luozhuan also walked out of their War God High School. Lu Chengwei didn't pay any attention to him and continued. The last one is indeed Yi Xiang. According to the information so far, what he is best at is thunder spells that don't require a long time to recite incantations, as well as talismans that are similar to spells that cause damage. But that's just the surface. The fact that his body can withstand 5 times the gravity to practice means that his strongest means is melee combat. Everyone here doesn't need me to tell you what the concept of 5 times gravity is, do they? The crowd nodded silently. Well, the rest of the few people a little bit to understand the occupation on it. After all, are all mage department? St. Chime just need to keep an eye on these 3 people and defeat them. Then they this year still have to lie honestly in the 3rd position. Meanwhile, the trial college's side is similarly analyzed. Although they were already paying a lot of attention to Holy Chime, their main goal was still Battle God High School. After all, it wasn't a matter of a day or two if they wanted to take the first place. The night passed quickly. The battle between the 3 top colleges was about to begin. But since Hongyang College had one empty round, they were able to choose a college to play at random. Just when everyone thought that they would choose Holy Chime as their opponent, they actually chose Trial High School. This choice was indeed surprising. Even the people from Trial High School were confused for a moment. So today's matches became Hongyang versus Judgment and Warlord versus Holy Chime. Seeing this match come into town, the Warlord colleges cheered, and there was some silence on the Holy Chime side. After all, everyone knows that it's very likely that St. Chime will be out of the tournament today, and if Hongyang still wins, won't they still fall out of the top 3? You wanted to look up at the big screen with a calm gaze. With 1 day of cultivation, he had already finished branding the liver part as well, and without any surprises. It would probably take another 7 or 8 days for this 3rd layer of the first human immortal pattern to be branded. From the Taoist scriptures, he knew that the internal organs corresponded to the 5 elements, and that the human immortal pattern could develop the potential of the internal organs and change one's innate qualifications. It was important to realize that Thunder Law was transformed from the air of the 5 viscera, and the stronger the 5 viscera were, the stronger the Thunder Law was. Not only that, when he mastered the Qi Men Dun Jia, he could also completely use the 5 internal spells through each of his 5 organs, multiplying the power of the 5 elemental spells. The first half was a battle between Hennessy Collegiate and Trial Collegiate, which others watched with immense attention. Yi Xiang, on the other hand, continued to meditate on branding, and currently the heart, liver, spleen, and lungs had already been branded, leaving only the kidneys to be completed. After the branding of the human immortal pattern in the kidney was completed and the 5 elements of air flowed, perhaps it would be the metamorphosis of this layer of the human immortal body. However, in the eyes of many people, Yi Xiang, the little Taoist priest, was like he had been sleeping every day as if he could not wake up. In front of the TV, Shun's father and mother watched Yi Xiang's performance. Although happy, they were also a little helpless. Doesn't this kid know how to pay a little attention to his image? Even if he's really practicing, he has to have a meditation posture, right? You want it this time due to the reason that it is branding the kidney part of the human immortal pattern. The whole person is like lying on a chair, legs and waist straight. The posture is indeed some. It's not right. Zilin Shenhuani and the remaining 2 girls all looked at Yi Xiang somewhat strangely. There's really something unique about the posture of the schoolmates' meditation practice today. At least you can tell that the waist is pretty good. Yi Xiang's was indeed branding the human immortal tattoo on his kidney right now, tingling every now and then. and his waist subconsciously trembled. The few women who watched couldn't help but think a little bit. Cough. Yi Xiang. Lin Feng shouted helplessly. Did this guy completely forget that it was nationally televised? Yi Xiang opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Can you exercise a little restraint in your practice today? Yi wanted to touch the back of his head, and only then did he react to the fact that his position of branding his kidney was indeed a bit out of place. Then I'll go to the gravity room and practice first, before it starts anyway. It's okay. Lin Feng nodded. On the stage, the students of Hongyang High School have fought with Trial High School. After Yi wanted to look up, he suddenly noticed a familiar tusked boar in the audience seat at the very top of the Trial High School. That huge body was much larger compared to before, and his skin had become dark and his fangs were sharp. The tusked boar also saw Yi Xiang and subconsciously shivered, instantly remembering that dark time. Even shook his head. An illusion. It must be an illusion, which knew that the next moment, that demonic teenager actually walked straight towards it. The tusked boar was on the verge of tears and rushed to the side to ask for help from his master. Song Xinrui was watching the battle between Judgment High School and Hongyang High School with her eyes, and being a bit impatient with the boars pushing and shoving, she raised her hand and snapped it in the face. Okay, don't move. Move again and I'll make Blackie eat you. In other times, when Song Xinrui said this, the tusked boar would definitely not dare to mess around. But this time it actually didn't work, and the tusked boar made more and more effort. It would rather be eaten than meet that teenager. What for? Song Xinrui turned her head without a trace of anger, but he happened to see a familiar figure, which was none other than Yi Xiang. Yi Xiang looked at the trembling tusked boar with a smile, then raised his head to greet Song Xinrui. Long time no see. Song Xinrui guffawed. It's been a long time since I've seen Yi Xiang. I still owe you a thank you. If it wasn't for you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to get into the trial college. You wanted to notice her level. Level 23. In the same grade. The progress wasn't too slow. I can't say thank you. It was thanks to you. The pig. That killing monsters went so smoothly in the first place. You wanted to habitually want to kick this guy, which knows that before touching. The killing pig's squealing miserable sound suddenly rang. Song Xinrui and Yi Xiang both had black lines on their heads at the same time. Has this guy always been this timid? Yi Xiang couldn't help but ask. Song Xinrui shook her head. Since the end of the college entrance exams, this guy relying on the small black panther can be dejected. The trial of the college and the courtyard of exotic beasts. Everyday fox and tiger arrogance is very arrogant. All dared to go to provoke a saber-toothed tiger. You wanted to know that the little black and little panther in her mouth were the two-headed auger snake and shadow panther respectively. Nodded and continued. There's something I need to discuss with you. Well, you name it. I'll help if I can. Song Xinrui immediately said. She had never contacted Yi Xie during this period of time, but she was paying attention to what was happening to Yi Xie. On the first day of school, I heard that I fought with the number one guy in Yuhang, and then on the military training, I even witnessed you wanted to take off step by step and take 60,000 battle credits. And later on, I even joined the Ace Chopper Reserve. You have to know that this is the Ace Special Force that all young people in the whole of China dream of wanting to join. Being in the same middle school, Song Xinrui had a very intuitive feeling about Yi Xiang's rapid growth. Those classmates who thought he was a waste in the beginning were afraid that they wouldn't even have the qualifications to look up to him now. Hearing Song Xinrui's promise, he wanted to drop his gaze to the level 23 tusked boar shivering on the side, and the corner of his mouth curled up. It's not a hard favor. I need to go on a mission in a few days. How about lending me this guy for a while? Hearing this, Song Xinrui hadn't said anything yet. The tusked boar shook his head frantically. It doesn't. It's going to refuse. It would rather die. Master, you won't watch me die, will you? The tusked boar looked at Song Xinrui with teary eyes. Yeah, of course there's no problem. Song Xinrui directly nodded her head and agreed. Then he turned his head and looked at the tusked boar with a disgusted face. You don't even know how much it eats every day. The school side is reacting to me to change the summoned beast. This guy really eats too much, and his combat power is still low. Hearing that his master had decisively just sold himself, the tusked boar became petrified and collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face, as if he had already seen the dark pig life to come. However, decades later, it had already become a generation of Demon King, but it was incomparably nostalgic for the days when it had wailed and messed around killing with the Heavenly Master. Tianchi is responsible for the messy killings. It is responsible for. Forget it, there's no point in reminiscing about those dark times. You wanted to look down at the tusked boar pretending to be dead, and couldn't help but smile. Okay, I'll pick it up in a couple days. After briefly saying a few words, Yi Xiang turned around and went to the War God Gravity Room to cultivate. The morning ended quickly, and Lin Feng sent a communication saying, "It's our turn." Yi Xie opened his eyes and nodded. come over right away. Taking off his protective suit. He had to fight later anyway, and he didn't bother to rinse off his sweaty body and walked directly towards the direction of the big competition. When he arrived, in the ring, Holy Chime had already begun his match with the God of War. On Chime's side was a girl, Chen Shi, hidden profession, level 43 poison mage. Lin Feng hadn't let her go on before, just to take her by surprise. The God of War's side also put on a warrior to try out, also a level 43 sword warfare profession, with a one-handed sword in hand. The overhand flew stomping directly towards the Holy Chime girls with a quick burst of speed. Chen Xixi's eyes were calm as she backed away while chanting an incantation. In the next moment, a purple-black spell formation surfaced in front of her, and densely packed poisonous bees rushed directly towards the other party. The poisonous wasp attack didn't do much damage, but with such a large number, it was enough to eat a pot, not to mention the toxicity of paralyzing nerves. Lu Changhua, who was on the side of War God High School offstage, saw this scene and couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, not realizing that Saint Chime even had a poison mage card. Facing the densely packed poisonous wasps, the young warrior couldn't help but stop in his tracks, and his one-handed sword directly cast his skill. In an instant, dozens of sword lights spread across the sky, decapitating all the poisonous bees that flew over, scattering them all over the place in bits and pieces. But with such a delay, Chen Xixi had already retreated dozens of meters away and kept chanting incantations. In an instant, countless purple poisonous mists swept out from around her, enveloping the entire ring in the blink of an eye. And if it wasn't for the boundary protecting her, these poisonous mists would probably still be able to float to the audience. This kind of indiscriminate ranged skill was still terrifying. When the young warrior saw this scene, he knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he hurriedly took a deep breath and discarded breathing. But the purple mist was still obscuring his vision, and he now had no idea where the girl had gone. Very clever, utilizing line of sight, in the ring, directly dissolving the limitations of a mage's vulnerability, and even grasping the initiative. Lu Changhua couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, and under the poisonous fog, Xia Song Yuan's time is limited. You're going to lose the first game? The rest of the War God members couldn't help but frown. At this moment in the ring, densely packed poisonous creatures flew towards Xia Song Yuan, poisonous spiders, poisonous snakes, and so on, all of which were things that were conjured up by spells. Xia Song Yuan was trying to find Chen Xixi's figure while also having to deal with these poisonous mists, and as time passed, he became anxious. Already completely unconcerned about Do Qi consumption, he kept swinging his sword Qi to attack in all directions. But after these poisonous mists were chopped out of a piece, they crowded up in the blink of an eye, and could not be expelled at all. This feeling made Xia Song Yuan feel incomparably stifled, having empty strength but not being able to utilize it at all. 10 minutes later, he finally couldn't hold his breath and was completely exposed to the poisonous fog. Chen Xixi still didn't show up, still using poisons as a means of attack and harassing him non-stop. Soon, Xia Song Yuan felt less and less able to exert his strength, and his nerves became numb. At that moment, a poisonous snake burst up steeply. Xia Song Yuan still wanted to resist, but his body could no longer keep up with his thoughts, and the viper bit directly on his wrist. Venom injected. In an instant, the entire arm was completely out of commission, and the one-handed sword crashed to the ground. The entire person also half-kneeled on the ground and helplessly raised his left hand, signaling his admission of defeat. For the students outside, they could only see a cloud of purple mist, and the scene inside was somewhat uninteresting as they couldn't see anything, completely unaware of how shocking the battle inside really was. The purple mist blew away, and with it, the vipers and poisonous spiders dissipated into purple and black spell runes, revealing her pretty schoolgirl figure. Chen Xixi walked over to Xia Song Yuan and threw a purple and black candy bar at him. Just eat the candy and you'll be fine. Xia Song Yuan looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, but his pupils slightly shrunk. Remembering the battle just now, he was very distraught. Sure enough, Mom wasn't lying. The prettier the girl, the more dangerous. After Chen Xixi came off the field, several girls were all happy to congratulate her. After all, she was facing the War God High School, and it was very exciting to win her first battle. However, the reason for not continuing to choose the challenge was also because Chen Xixi herself had consumed quite a lot. Maintaining the poisonous mist for so long and constantly using poisonous insects to attack was also very consuming in terms of mana. It's no longer enough to sustain playing the next game. Since it was Chime's side that took the first game, the next game was on their side with the first man up. Lin Feng pondered slightly. Now that he had taken the first game, he would try to make the score bigger next, so that the pressure would be much less later on. There was no doubt about the overall strength of Battle Spirit High School, and it was definitely a vicious battle. Thinking of this, he dropped his gaze on Yi Xiang or Chen Wani. When Chen Wani saw his look, The corner of her mouth guffawed. I'll take this one. Lin Feng didn't hesitate too much and nodded. Try to take it. Aha. Chen Wanyi nodded. She stepped onto the stage, her proud figure under a decent and elegant chime white uniform making many boys a little hot. Short skirts and long legs, child's face and huge breasts. Not bad for carrying the holy chime girls. Yesterday, Chen Wanyi brought a stunning scene and attracted a lot of fans. And seeing her on the stage again today, the audience was directly filled with popularity. Even on the side of War God High School, there were quite a few boys who were quite indisputably cheering for Chen Wanyi. Truly, seeing that the Chime auditorium was full of girls, there were already quite a few students who were shaking their heads and considering whether or not to join Chime. It doesn't matter what the resources are, the main thing is to get rid of the singles. Lu Chenghua was not very surprised to see Chen Wanyi on the court in the second game on the Holy Chime side, and guessed the intention of Lin Feng of Holy Chime, who was planning to increase the score in one breath. He turned his gaze towards Su Feng. Su Feng nodded and got up from his chair, walking towards the stage. Lin Feng, on the other side, narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the young warrior on the war god side who had walked onto the stage. This man had barely been on the field in the earlier matches, and the only time he had been on the field was yesterday when he fought against Hong Yang, displaying a sword-fighting profession. But it was obvious that this guy was definitely not a sword-fighting profession, as a single skill hadn't been released, politely letting go of a game to lose to Hong Yang High School. War god colleges wouldn't be unaware of Chen Wanyi's strength, and since she dared to take the field, it must not be simple anymore. At the signal of the referee's teacher, the match begins. Chen Wanyi's magic longbow quickly surfaced in her hand, and she was just about to aim at the other party, but she didn't know that the next moment, the other party's figure strangely disappeared in place. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but stare blankly. Surprisingly, it's the nemesis of professions such as law ranges and the assassin profession. Isn't that a perfect restraint? The moment Chen Wanyi lost her target, she quickly retreated, and without hesitation, the light arrow in her hand shot out steeply. The light arrows exploded steeply as they were shot a general distance away, turning into hundreds of light rain arrows covering an area. Unfortunately, however, there was no sign of the other party, who had apparently left that location. Once the assassin's concealment was on, it was almost hard to find the other party unless he or she revealed his or her flaws. And once the other side does it, it's bound to be a thunderous blow. After Chen Wanyi took a deep breath, the bowstring in her hand once again shot out 3 light-splitting arrows, constantly judging the opponent's position. Not only could she not see it, but the people in the audience couldn't see it either, and it was a feeling that was really disturbing. However, for a high-ranked mentor to see through the war god student's concealment with a single glance, it could be said that Chen Wanyi's judgment was still accurate, constantly using her light-splitting arrow to preemptively seal off the location of his attack. But the most important thing for the assassin profession is patience. The ring was large enough that it was impossible for Chen Wanyi to cover all of it or release her skills all the time. The young assassin stood right at the edge of the ring, quietly looking at Chen Wanyi, a smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, the many tutors knew that the end was doomed. Saint Chime's side hit a poison profession, and Warlord's side hit an assassin that specialized in restraining original long-range professions such as mage archer. There was still a setup in place. Right at this moment, Chen Wanyi suddenly made a move that made everyone puzzled. She once again condensed an arrow of light, only to shoot it towards the sky. In an instant, the light arrow exploded, and a ball of bursting light persistently stayed in mid-air, like a flashlight, incomparably blinding. Even with the boundary separating them, everyone in the audience couldn't help but squint their eyes. It was just too blinding. The assassin youth's face changed, immediately realizing that something was wrong. His concealment skill was to use optical refraction for stealth, and with such a strong light, it was likely to be exposed. As expected, Chen Wanyi instantly noticed keenly that not far from the edge of the corner, an unnatural small piece of shadow appeared to be refracted. Normally, if you don't pay attention to it, you definitely can't see it, but at this point, it was still rather conspicuous under the piercing eyeballs. Without any hesitation, a direct trio of magical light arrows were fired to lock the opponent's position. As expected, the assassin youth realized that he was exposed and directly released his skills, dodging in a hurry. But an exposed assassin, that's not an assassin anymore, that's a brittle. Between the flickering of the shadows, he nimbly dodged 2 arrows of magical light, but he was still hit by a locked arrow. Bang! The light arrow exploded with a sound. The assassin youth was directly blown off the stage, his clothes becoming tattered. Yet the people in the audience and also in front of the TV were completely unresponsive, realizing that the match had actually ended the moment the ball of light exploded. It was only at this point that the blinding ball of light in midair gradually dissipated, and the line of sight returned to normal. The referee teacher nodded and announced that S.A. Chime had picked up another point. Unfortunately, Chen Wanyi's consumption wasn't small either. She kept releasing her skills and her mana almost bottomed out. Unable to continue, Lin Feng raised his head at this time and looked at Yi Xiang. Are you sure you can take another 3 points? If I can take 3 points, I'll fight to use another forbidden spell and take Battle God High out 6-0. The Warlord High School had been number 1 for 20 or 30 years in a row. There was no need to save face. You wanted to touch his nose. I'll try my best. When the crowd heard this, they were overwhelmed with anticipation. He does his best, and that really never disappoints. You wanted to get up from his chair, and after stretching slightly, he just walked onto the stage before abruptly remembering that he hadn't eaten anything after the morning's cultivation. Unable to help himself, he looked to the secondary intelligence and held out his hand. The auxiliary intelligence also understood at once and handed over 2 nutrient potions. You wanted to directly open the nutritional potion and gulp it down in one gulp. On the War God High School side, Lu Chunghua couldn't help but freeze when he saw this kid eating 2 nutritional potions at one meal. For an ordinary warrior, 1 nutrient potion was good for 3 days. And even for a combat profession, one would be able to handle 2 days. This guy's 2 sticks a meal? The rest of the War God High School students were also no strangers to nutritional potions, and their eyes glazed over when they saw the scene. Crap, it's not real, is it? That was a nutritional potion, wasn't it? Drinking 2 of them as water? Seems like, before in the military training seems to be rumored that this guy eats a lot. Completely unexpected. Actually can eat so much. Yi Xiang didn't care about his image at all and nodded with satisfaction as he let out a long burp. Lifting his head, he looked towards the War God Academy and calmly said, Xiao Dao counted with his fingers. Today's luck is not bad. I can win 2 or 3 games in a row. What's a dowsing profession pretending to be? Many students of War God High School said with sourness and jealousy. I'll try him. In the team, the youth who had previously looked down on Yi Xiang immediately stood up. Lu Chunghua frowned slightly, and just when he was about to say something, that guy had already walked straight up. Shall we pull him down? The youth to the side asked. Lu Chunghua shook his head. He's on it all. Let him be on it. Su Chun walked onto the stage at this time, looking at Yi Xiang with an icy gaze and said, Kid, don't get beaten up later and scream for mercy. You wanted to look at him with interest. Putting out trash talk was still relatively rare. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn his head to Lu Chunghua and ask, Can you change it? This guy is so vegetable. To be honest, Lu Chunghua really wanted to go along with Yi Xiang's words and put someone else in the ring. However, the rules don't allow for that. And once on stage, personnel are not allowed to change. The referee teacher looked at the two with a calm face. Okay, start when you're ready. As soon as the words fell, blue fluctuating doqi steeply erupted from Su Qing's body, and with a flash of his figure, he directly swung his fist towards Yi Xiang. The speed and the harshness of the punching wind caused all the spectators to suck in a breath of cold air. So fast. However, Yi wanted to raise his hand, easily blocking the punch, sidestepping, and slapping down a palm aimed at Su Qing. It looked like a light palm, but the collapsing force contained in it was very terrifying. Su Qing was completely unaware of the strength of Taijiquan and subconsciously raised his hand to resist. A palm slapped down, and his entire body suddenly retreated several steps violently, his pupils shrinking as he looked at Yi Xiang with some incredulity. How powerful is this guy? Really? Even with the refuge of Do Qi, the entire arm was in fiery pain. Yi Xiang's body was emanating human immortal patterns. His starting style was cloudy-handed, his long hair was flowing, and a yin and a yang Taiji silhouette was slowly emerging on his body. Exactly Tai Chi. Su Qing's face was heavy with hostility, and his profession was a blue fist fighter. Playing boxing, he didn't believe he would lose. The blue fighting chi on his body steeply exploded in a single burst, charging towards Yi Xiang at a much faster speed, blinking and arriving with a swooping straight punch. You wanted to bend over backwards to avoid it, and in the meantime, he kicked over. Su Qing flung his elbow down, his gaze icy cold, his moves vicious, intending to break this leg of Yi Xiang directly. You wanted to anticipate something wrong and sidestep to close his legs. An elbow fell short. Su Qing didn't intend to give Yi Xiang a chance to catch his breath, frantically connecting strikes and landing punch after punch. The human immortal patterns on Yi Xiang's body were becoming more and more conspicuous, and with one hand, his cloud palm steeply interrupted Su Qing's center of gravity, and then followed up with a palm towards his chest. But this time Su Qing reacted quickly and directly retreated a few steps to avoid it, his eyes staring deathly at Yi Xiang. Nowhere to go. What a strange punch. Is this really a Taoist profession? The fighting chi on his body once again exploded, and his hands gathered a blue light to cover his fists, doubling his power. However, you wanted to have been too lazy to continue playing with this guy. raised his hand and instantly cast 18 talismans floating in front of him in the air. Raising his hand, he cupped the spell. Edict. In an instant, 18 spirit chains flew towards Su Qing. Su Qing subconsciously wanted to dodge, but the number of spirit chains was so large that it directly occupied a small half of the ring, and under the inescapable, he smashed his fist hard on the ground, and a stone wall collapsed and bounced up. A dozen or so spirit chains landed directly on the stone wall, and Su Qing was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. The corner of Yi Xiang's mouth curled up. The function of the Tong Tian talisman could be the ability to manipulate talismans. With a slight lift of his fingers, a dozen or so spirit chains circled the stone wall directly from above. Su Qing couldn't help but be stunned, and before he could react, he was bound all over by the spirit chains. He hurriedly tried to break free of these spirit chains, and Yi Xiang raised his hand and yanked all of them with a force, instantly binding Su Qing all over his body. Yawning with great boredom, he shook his head. That's all the strength? It's so meaningless. Su Qing was still struggling, but Yi Xiang's eyes steeply glowed with golden light, and a golden light divine incantation surged out from his body, like a golden rope, following the spirit chain to bind him once again. Then with a forceful fling of the spirit chain, it was like flinging a gyroscope, flinging Su Qing to keep smashing the ground. Not to mention, the people of the War God High School were really resistant to smashing, and froze for a dozen times, but they were actually still struggling. The blue-mangled doqi on Su Qing's body was becoming more and more raging, and he gritted his teeth just as he was about to explode his skill. The golden light on the spirit chain steeply disappeared. Su Qing instantly had an unsettling premonition that the moment this guy's golden light was steeply invisible on his body every time, it was not disappearing, but rather transforming into thunder magic, as expected. In the next moment, brilliant thunder light came out steeply from the spirit chain. Facing the thunder law, which was the first of all the laws. The raging thunder light directly electrified Su Qing's body, which was convulsing and smoking. Yi Xiang nonchalantly flung his spirit chain and directly threw him off the stage. A pair of golden eyes transformed into thunder eyes, looking in the direction of the War God High School and said flatly, "Keep fighting." Lu Chengwa. Several people silently looked at the ground as black charcoal like poor egg, thought that there is a possibility of losing, but did not expect to lose so bad. We can't lose again. It's already 3-0. The students of War God High School furrowed their brows, feeling the pressure. This term's holy chime is not normally strong. I'll do it. The youth in the group, who had been keeping his head down and gloomy, said. At his waist was an unsheathed long knife. Lu Chengwei nodded. Yes, he had planned to put Wang Qing on the field, and this Su Qing jumping up on his own was simply giving away his head. Piggyback. Wang Qing got up and took off his jacket, tying it around his waist, revealing his strong upper body. His expression was cold, his eyes were gloomy, and he looked like a complete ruthless man. In the God of War High School, Wang Qing had received guidance from the God of War, Hong Cheng, and had a deep understanding of the art of the sword, just as Chen Wani had for her archery. Even if the profession was an ability in this area, the latter must be practiced diligently. When Wang Qing got on the stage, he slightly raised his head, and the pair of gloomy eyes under his bangs gazed at Yi Xiang. I'm only going to make 3 slashes. If I can't win, I'll admit defeat. Leaf think. Good man. So good at pretending? You won't only be able to make 3 slashes, right? Yi Xiang couldn't help but ask. Wang Qing didn't respond, but just looked at the referee teacher, signaling that he could start. The referee teacher looked at the 2 young men in front of him, still explaining, the use of weapons must not be toward the vitals. No, he won't die. Wang Qing still forced himself to blandly say, I don't know why, but you wanted to step on this guy? After the referee teacher announced the start, a powerful blade intent was abruptly released from Wang Qing's body. Yi Xiang instantly narrowed his eyes slightly. This feeling was somewhat similar to when he was standing behind Elder Hung, but the two are naturally worlds apart. Wang Qing placed his hand on the handle of the long sword at his waist and lowered his head. The aura on his body became more and more oppressive and terrifying, and before he could even make a move with his blade, the boundaries around the ring all began to shake slightly. In the War God Academy, of the students who were the most powerful with swords, there was only Wang Qing. In an instant, the blade was sheathed, and only a rivaling blade light was seen sweeping and chopping out. This slash could definitely be described as astonishing. Yi Xiang's expression was grave, and his body also steeply erupted with extreme lightning, and his hands quickly condensed a ball of palm lightning to burst out towards the blade light. Boom! The moment the palm lightning landed on the blade light, it exploded with a loud bang, but it still didn't stop the powerful blade light. Yi wanted to frown slightly. There was really a brush. His figure steeply disappeared from his original spot, and the thunder law possessed him, dodging it by a fraction of a second. The powerful blade light slammed hard into the boundary with a loud click. Although the blade light dissipated, the wind of that blade blew away Yi Xiang's long hair and scattered it. Yi wanted to glance at the boundary behind him, raised his hand to straighten his hair, turned his head to Wang Cheng and said, "It's really powerful. Does this count as the first blade?" There was no doubt that this blade definitely exceeded the power of level 50, otherwise it was impossible for Lei Fa to resist it. Wang Cheng lowered his head and didn't say anything. Both hands rested on the long blade, somewhat similar to the old warlord's Tang Yokozuna system. It was over a meter long and the handle was over 30 centimeters. The momentum of the blade on his body was still accumulating and climbing, far exceeding the aura of the previous blade. Without wind, a layer of swirling blade deities visible to the naked eye appeared on the blade. This time, you wanted to feel the sensation of being locked by the chi. It was a strange feeling, as if no matter how much one dodged, there was no way one could avoid the feeling of this blade. The gaze steeply became serious. From the first slash, one could tell that this guy did have real skills. Without sitting back and waiting for death, he raised his hand and drew a divine walking talisman to land on his leg, and with the speed of the thunder law possession, it would also be a bit faster. Everyone looked at Wang Cheng who was accumulating his blade momentum. They were all a bit frightened. This guy was really a bit scary. This time, an even more terrifying blade deity swept up, and the ground was torn in half in an instant. No wonder I felt that I couldn't hide, so there was no room to hide at all. Yi Xiang jumped violently, like a thunderbolt, and with a boom, he once again dodged the knife narrowly and dangerously. Wang Cheng raised his head and looked at Yi Xiang indifferently. For this move of his, it seemed half unexpected, as if he had counted on it. An even more powerful blade power erupted out. This blade, far quicker and more powerful than the previous two blades that had been stored up. It was as if the previous two slashes were all just paving the way for this one. And with Yi Xiang in midair, there was no way to avoid it. Knife Gang is incomparably solid and majestic. You wanted to indeed see a trace of Master Hang's shadow from this guy, and it looks like he has learned something. If you can't avoid it, then you don't hide from it. Yuan's densely packed human immortal patterns were on display, and the Berserk Thunder Law was converted into surging golden light, like a ball of golden light wrapped around his entire body. Not only that, lifting his hand in the air, he drew 18 talismans, and the heaven and earth unkindness Taoist intent appeared in the center of his brow. Yi Xiang's aura changed abruptly, and his eyes filled with divinity. He raised his hand and pinched the spell, and a Dao scroll containing the incantations of the heavy water talisman slowly surfaced in his mind. The indifferent voice shook his ears like thunder. Do what you have to do. Rainmaker Edict. As soon as the words fell, the 18 talismans trembled slightly, meditatively allowing countless water spirit forces between heaven and earth to fall on these talismans. At that moment, it was like a waterfall of 9 heavenly xianshui sweeping down from the sky. This terrifyingly majestic rushing momentum was not weaker than the terrifying blade astral deity that was charging into the sky and chopping. At this scene, everyone couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, even holding their breath as they looked at the purple-robed teenager in the sky, as if he was truly like an exiled immortal descending to the earth. In an instant, this sword astral deity flowed against the current and slowly cut through the 9 heavenly waterfalls. Boom boom! The earth crumbled and the soil and rocks shattered. The entire ring was directly swept away by the waterfall that split in half. However, Wang Qing's attention was only in the sky above, and with the help of the talismanic heavy water, Yi Xiang stood steadily above the waterfall and watched the blade chopping. Dozens of meters in height, the light of the blade slowed down from the swiftness at the beginning. All of a sudden, in the end, it was submerged in the Xianshui waterfall and didn't even come to Yi Xiang's front. When you wanted to see this scene, the corner of his mouth smiled slightly as he slid down the waterfall and rushed straight down towards Wang Qing. After 3 cuts, it's my turn then, right? Which knew that Wang Qing decisively wanted to raise his hand to admit defeat, and with 3 slashes, he had no power to fight again. How could Ji think as he wished? Without saying a word he pinched up the spell and a talisman appeared in his hand, then quickly turned into a spirit chain and flung it down. Wang Qing's face changed as he raised his sword in an attempt to cut the spirit chain, which knew that after the spirit chain shattered, a golden light hidden within it steeply bound him. Tramp, have you fought enough to surrender? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiang rushed up and kicked him to the ground. Wang Qing's pupils shrank, realizing Yi Xiang's sinister intentions, and he hurriedly said, I've recognized. Without saying a word Yi Xiang directly grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and flung it into his mouth. Pretend you're a 3-pronged knife, you're just a 3-pronged knife. If this anger is not taken out, the heart of the way will not be stabilized. Yi Xiang began to frantically stomp on Wang Qing, not forgetting to exaggerate. He said, what a powerful sword technique. It's just horrible. But you are really hurting me too much like this. How can you lay such a heavy hand between classmates? Seemingly feeling that stomping wasn't enough, you wanted to start using his fists to explode wildly with hammers. In the blink of an eye, the somber and handsome Wang Qing turned into a nose and face, spat out the mud in his mouth, no longer caring about pretending, and hurriedly shouted, "I admit defeat, teacher, I admit defeat." You wanted to take the opportunity to ruthlessly punch several more times, and the referee's teacher helplessly stepped in front of him and coughed hard. It was only then that Yi Xiang seemed to hear what Wang Qing said with a surprised look on his face. "What? Oops, it's me being reckless. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Saying that, he even pulled Wang Qing up with a fake gorilla. Wang Qing's face was suffocating. I said your grandmother's leg." Picking up the long knife on the ground, he got up and left without a good reason, which knew that before taking a step out, the whole person fell to the ground again with a poof. Wang Qing looked towards his feet in pain, only to realize that his feet were still bound by the golden light. Ye think, oops, forgot. Look at my memory. You wanted to laugh lazily. Be as unapologetic as you want. It's so good to be out of this. The referee teacher shook his head helplessly and raised his hand to declare Yi Xiang the winner. In the next moment, everyone in the room couldn't help but stand up and resound with booming applause. Everyone was shocked by this demonic teenager, and that earlier scene simply engraved their hearts. Rainmaker's Edict. 9 Heavenly Falls. When the fog floats up, the Tianchi Jr. is like standing in the clouds. Immortal flavor. The future of China. If all young people are like this, the foreigners have nothing to fear. Hearing the thunderous applause, Yi Think couldn't help but raise his head. At this time, he finally realized why the country placed so much importance on the college competition, even going so far as to cover up the battles on the front lines. As opposed to fighting and killing on the front lines, it would be better for them to see these spirited young men and have more hope for the future. Only after Wang Qing went down did the crowd notice that Yi Xiang was still on the stage, and everyone couldn't help but stare. This little Taoist, does he really want to fight 3 times in a row? You should know that the opposite side is the god of war college. Mana consumption almost still have to fight is certainly a sure loss. This kid, he's not really going to win 3 games in a row, is he? Someone couldn't help but stare. With the help of one of the tutors, the ring was quickly restored to full integrity. After all, it was just a stone platform that could be restored with a single spell. The other team, Lin Feng, isn't on the court yet. I'll take this one. On the side of the War God Academy, the youth who was beside Lu Changhua opened his mouth. Lu Changhua frowned slightly, then shook his head. I'll do this one. You'll be on last. With that, he slowly got up and walked towards the stage. When the crowd saw that it was Lu Changhua himself, they couldn't help but be a little surprised. But thinking about it, the score of the God of War was already 0-4, and if they lost another game, there was a real possibility that they would be beaten by the Holy Chime to make it 0-6. Although Lu Changhua had long guessed that it wasn't a good fight with Saint Chime, he also didn't expect it at all, but it was actually this crushing. Lu Changhua took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage. Looking at Yi Xiang, he said, worthy of being able to enter the Ace Chopper team, it's indeed very impressive. He wanted his gaze to fall on the young warrior in front of him. The first feeling was cleanliness, inch hair, ordinary appearance, and the tone of his speech was old, not like students, but rather more like soldiers who are often on the front lines. Are you a soldier? You wanted to ask directly. Lu Changhua couldn't help but laugh. I was indeed discharged from the front line and served as a soldier for 3 years. Hearing these words, Yi Xiang stood in awe and arched his hand and clasped his fist at him. Lu Changhua froze for a moment, helplessly said, the whole cannot come to your set. I was a soldier, so the hand will subconsciously a little heavy. You pay attention. Okay, no problem. You wanted to nod his head, able to understand. On the battlefield, if you don't play dead, you die. As expected, after Lu Changhua entered the state, an iron-blooded aura swept over his body, and although there was no killing intent, the fury hidden in it could still be seen. Lu Changhua has been on the front lines and has actually decimated foreigners. Don't you use weapons? Yi Xiang couldn't help but ask. Since he's been to war, he must have weapons. Lu Changhua shook his head. Aren't you useless too? You wanted to touch his nose. He was completely unnecessary, and whatever. After the referee teacher signaled that it was okay to start, both men charged forward at the same time, each pairing punches. Yi Xiang did not hold back any strength. His human immortal body was utilized to the extreme, and his powerful strength exploded out. However, this time, he retreated several steps straight back, completely outmatched by his opponent in terms of power. Lu Changhua stood still, but couldn't help but feel some surprise on his face. No wonder Wang Qing couldn't stand up after being hammered by you. Your physical fitness is quite a bit stronger than I thought. He took a step and rushed towards Yi Xiang once again without any extra movements. Clean, sharp, murderous, punching hard and smashing. You wanted to raise his hand and start a style, performing Tai Chi fist. Yun hands kept unloading the opponent's force. After all, in terms of strength, he was completely at a disadvantage. A level 45 combat professional, or a guy who's been grinding on the battlefield for 2 years. No wonder the War God High School would let Lu Changguo become the squad leader. Knowing that when the rest of the colleges were studying the War God High School, Lu Changguo appeared as if out of nowhere. No one knew his strength and he hadn't appeared at all earlier. Very interesting Taijiquan, worthy of being handed down from the old ancestors. After Lu Changguo saw that all his attacks were all followed by Yi Xiang with the 4000 gene, he could not help but nod his head. This Taijiquan was indeed very powerful, but as soon as the words left his mouth, a dark and handsome Locke's armor emerged from his body. This Locke armor is enchanted military battle armor, much more expensive to build than enchanted clothing. It was important to know that this set of Locke armor, which belonged to the military exclusively, was only equipped with the rank of first lieutenant. Be careful, schoolmate Yi. I'm going to get serious, Lu Changguo said as he looked at Yi Xiang. In the next moment, something violently broke through the barrier in his body, and a powerful force abruptly erupted. In the high-level ward, He Yuaru, who was watching Yi Xiang's match, couldn't help but frown. Isn't this a trick by the War God Academy? The battle physical arts learned from the military actually ran back to the school to participate in the grand competition. Lin Jun, who was on the side, nodded. You think this will be a difficult fight? I have some impression of this Lu Changguo. He has beheaded a level 50 Bloodthorn King alone. It's not easy for a level 45 normal combat profession to do that. At this time in the ward, there are only a few people. Feng Yuan and Lu Yan slightly recuperated, then discharged to continue the mission. Only Lin Jun and a few of the more seriously injured White Tiger Tincture members were recuperating in the hospital room. Lin Jun's right arm was crushed and fractured, his ancient sword was broken, and he had lost half of his sword skills, so if he wanted to recover perfectly, he could only recuperate. Ho's pair of mechanical legs were still adjusting their data to perfectly match the nerves in his thighs, and it would take some time. At this point several people were staring at the screen watching the college competition as a way to relax. It was completely unexpected to actually see someone who would use the battle technique body technique at the grand competition, which was an explosive battle technique skill with great side effects, stripped down from the ancient martial arts 8-gate acupuncture points. It can only be learned by good officers who are at least level 40 and have reached the rank of captain. In a short period of time, the potential of the body explodes and several times its own strength is utilized. Lu Chengguo's occupation is that of an ordinary warrior, but the true strength of a man is not measured by occupation alone, but comprehensively, as in the iron will of the soldier. Being able to perfectly master the military's battle method and withstand the immense pain brought about by cultivation. Even when facing the foreign races and the so-called geniuses, one could still defeat them. In terms of career, Lu Changguo is not a genius, but in the army, he was the king of soldiers. Several times more powerful power directly exploded. Lu Changguo instantly came to Yi Xiang and threw a punch. It was still the same military-style fighting maneuvers, but faster and with more force. A golden light spell quickly surged on Yi Xiang's body. However, the surging golden light spell was unexpectedly broken by Lu Chengguo's punch, which ruthlessly smashed on his shoulder. Yi wanted his body to retreat. If not a human immortal body, just now that hit, the shoulder at least have to fracture. Lu Chengguo didn't intend to give Yi Xiang a chance to catch his breath, and intended to fight a quick battle. With a stomp of his feet, his figure was so fast that a stump appeared. Yi Xiang took a deep breath and his golden eyes steeply turned into white pupils. After the golden light on his body was instantly suppressed to the extreme, brilliant lightning appeared. In an instant, Yi Xiang's speed also disappeared in place. In the next moment, Lu Chengguo appeared in his original position. His eyes fell on that thunderbolt, and after predicting the trajectory, his figure steeply transformed into a stump once again. In the blink of an eye, the two of them instantly collided again. But Yi Xiang in the state of tyrannical thunder law's attack was not weaker than Lu Chengguo at all. Like a thunder fist, the two men clashed with one another. Thunderbolt. Lu Chengguo endured the pain of the lightning method penetrating his body and continued to punch ruthlessly against Yi Xiang. There is no such thing as a jutsu. No such thing as a move. The most direct killing move. The most direct method of warfare. Yi wanted to do the same, and he knew that this was how the frontline fighters fought. They charged to the front and top of the line. What's pain? What's the point of bleeding? If you fall down, you get up again. If you are blind, then you rush to the front and kill like crazy. The two fought harder and harder. Yi Xiang's body carried a thunderous light, and Lu Chengguo's body erupted with energy that looked like blood qi, hammering each other without holding back. A true rivalry is one that brings out the full force. At this moment, whether it was in the audience or on the TV, many people couldn't help but be shocked as they watched the scene. There were no flashy spell skills, no compelling auras. All of them were fighting with desperation, and from them, It was as if they could see the shadows of the frontline fighters killing each other. In the end, it seemed that Yi Xiang's spiritual power was exhausted, and the thunder spell on his body gradually dissipated. And because there was too much of a difference in level, Yi wanted to quickly fall into a disadvantage. After Lu Chengwa smashed him several meters away with a punch, he stopped and looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Admit defeat. It's pointless to fight any longer. You can't beat me. Well, it's really hard to win against you just by relying on physical skills." Yi Xiang also couldn't help but nod his head in acknowledgement. He raised his hand, and instantly 3 talismans floated in front of him and landed on his arm. In a flash, the arms that exerted the 1000 June talisman pinched the talisman in the palm of one hand and rushed towards Lu Chengwa. Lu Chengwa squinted his eyes slightly. This Taoist talisman. From the looks of it, he simply couldn't tell what type of spell effect it was, and he didn't dare to try it out. Was it the earlier spirit chain or something? This guy's spiritual energy should be almost depleted. Otherwise he wouldn't have given up on using the most powerful lightning method. There was also a limit and side effect to the amount of time he could use his own battle technique, and he definitely wouldn't be able to hold on to it for a long period of time for the second round. But seeing that this guy did not have the slightest intention of admitting defeat, Lu Chengwa knew that he had to fight quickly. Looking at Yi Xiang who was rushing towards him, Lu Chengwa once again rushed open a few major acupoints in his body, and powerful blood-colored energy surged up, with the powerful force brought about by activating his potential quickly radiating throughout his body. His strength once again multiplied. The foot stomped hard and met it with even more speed. The wind whistled and the figures blurred. Seeing this scene, he wanted to say softly without any hesitation, "Edict." Chaotic flower-covered eyes. The talisman in his hand disappeared abruptly and fell onto his body, quickly appearing as 5 doppelgangers identical to him. Lu Chengwei instantly broke a detachment. The moment the remnants surfaced, the 5 split up and surrounded him, with rows and rows of talismans floating in front of each of them at the same time. Yi Xiang's brow once again surfaced with the Dao Heart Realm, and a pair of golden eyes filled with divinity. Lu Chengwei instantly had a bad feeling and wanted to break through, but he didn't know which he thinks split was the real one. In an instant, dozens of spirit chains flew towards him, but only 6 of those spirit chains are real. Bind. Hundreds of spirit chains were all placed on Lu Chengwa, firmly binding him. Lu Chengwa immediately erupted his blood chi and broke all the spirit chains, seemingly locking onto Yi Xiang's position as he slammed his fist fiercely, which knew that the familiar lightning suddenly came into view once again. Lu Chengwa could not help but be stunned. This guy actually still has mana? Yi Xiang smiled towards him, then struck the ground with a palm of lightning. Thunder Law ground binding. At such a close distance, even if Lu Chengwa was faster, he couldn't be faster than Lei Fa. In an instant, the lightning method that looked like a spider's web instantly enveloped Lu Chengwa's body, paralyzing his entire body. He wanted to sigh in relief and flirted. "It's not easy to finally catch you." Without any hesitation, he directly pinched up the spell, and a golden light spell surged forth, wrapping the other party up and tugging him towards the edge of the ring with a relaxed face. Lu Chengwa wanted to struggle, but his body was entangled by the lightning method, and his chi and blood couldn't work. Abominable. Why is this guy able to use Thunderbolt before level 50? And play so disgustingly? Lin Feng and the others were also dumbfounded as they watched this tawdry maneuver of Yi Xiang's. The reversal is so quick that it's almost impossible to react. Lu Chengwa was still struggling. He didn't believe that if he lost as well, then the god of war colleges and universities ironically lost. Even if you can't play a second game, you have to win this one. Not to mention that there was also a Lin Feng on St. Chime's side. Thinking of this, Lu Chengwa gritted his teeth and simply gave up. The blood chi in his body directly impinged on the heavenly pivot great acupuncture point. Boom! The terrifying chi and blood directly broke through the thunder law and golden light, which knew that the next moment, Lu Chengwa directly fell down from mid-air. Both men looked at each other a little dumbfounded. He wanted to be shocked that this guy could actually explode, and Lu Chengwa is shocked himself. How to the stage? White inspired? The referee teacher was a bit helpless and raised his hand. Yi Xiang wins. For a moment, the atmosphere of the entire room froze. Everyone could see that Lu Chengwa could still fight, but the problem was that he was so focused on breaking through the restraints himself that he completely forgot that he had already been yanked into the air above the stage by Yi Xiang with a golden light. Just broke through the golden light and fell off the stage with a poof. Yi Xiang folded his sleeves with both hands and paused at the edge of the ring, giving him a thumbs up. "It's still you. I'm not going to fight you anymore. Save your strength for the front line to kill the foreigners." There was a silence on the War God High School side. Looking at the lazy and begrudging expression of this guy Yi Xiang, Lu Chengwa fell silent as the terrifying blood aura on his body gradually dissipated, then turned around and walked towards the War God High School team. He already had a premonition of how many people would scold him in the future when War God High School lost so badly this time. After Yi wanted to walk off the stage, All the female students of SA Chime High couldn't help but scream at once. Countless auxiliary auras fell on him, healing his injuries, restoring his mental strength, and so on, contrasted with Lu Changhua, but mainly also the War God College side without assistance. Yi Xiang seemed to guess that Lu Changhua would have very serious side effects after using the military battle technique. He couldn't help but look up at the many girls and said, "No need to give me recovery. Give it to Lu Changhua. He's a real soldier with a big injury." The many girls froze for a moment at the words, and then obediently released a whole bunch of recovery skills for Lu Changhua, only to see dozens and dozens of circles of aura surfacing on his body. Countless halos fell on his body, instantly causing Lu Changhua to almost turn over in pleasure, an experience like no other. Seeing this scene, countless students of the War God Academy also looked at him with incomparable envy, being able to experience being collectively restored by the sacred Chime Sisters for once. This loss of one game also earned a lot. Lu Changhua came back to his senses, gave a thumbs up toward Yi Xiang, and exclaimed, "Yi Xiang, you fought well, but I'll be waiting for you on the battlefield." Yuanta here cannot help but look at Lu Changhua with a strange face. Their own immediately on the front line. This guy still have to half a year to graduate it. In the end, who waited for who? Suddenly, Yi Xiang's afterglow glanced at the corner of his eye when he saw this guy Feng Miaochuan standing up from his chair again. Immediately, he wanted to fling out the talisman, before remembering that the spiritual energy in his body had already been exhausted. So without saying a word, he grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and flung it directly into Feng Miaochuan's mouth. No yelling, shut up. Everyone knew that the pattern among colleges was probably going to change this year because of Yi Xiang. In the next match, Lin Feng clearly didn't intend to give the War God Academy a chance to let off steam and walk straight onto the field. The intention was to end the game 6-0 straight away. Fighting against the War God Academy, there was no need to let go of water to give face. The opponent couldn't help but feel a little helpless when he saw that Lin Feng was on Chime's side. Chime really didn't give any way back. The students of the War God Academy couldn't help but fall their gazes on Yi Xiang. This guy is so strong, especially in melee strength. He can fight the king of soldiers who came down from the army. But this guy chose Holy Chime. Why not Warlord? What's the point? However, very soon, when they saw the hundreds of white short-skirted uniformed Holy Chime girls, they couldn't help but burst into tears. And if they could do it again, they would also choose Holy Chime. After Lin Feng took the field, he faced a person who also walked up, an old rival. The other party held a halberd, a dark green decent school uniform, a handsome and icy look, a very powerful look, not much worse than Lin Feng. It was Li Xiao. Before Lu Changhua retired from the army and went back to school, he was the most powerful presence in War God High School. This hand of halberd, just as Wang Qing had been instructed by the god of war Hong Chang, he had also been instructed by the heavenly king Luo Zhuan, and since he grew up worshipping Tenno before trying to get into Battle Spirit High School, he didn't hesitate to choose the halberd as his weapon. As Li Xiao watched Lin Feng walk up, he couldn't help but say somewhat helplessly, "You Holy Chime really don't intend to let go of the water? 0-6 would be too bad for us to lose." Lin Feng smiled. "It's fine. After this fight, when you guys play against Trial Academy at night, won't it be fine to beat them back 6-0? It's not like we have a sick guy like Yi Xiang here. How are we going to beat 6-0? The two were like friends simply exchanging. But invisibly, the aura had opened. The referee teacher glanced at the two men before raising his hand to signal the start. Just as his hand fell, Li Xiao violently threw out his halberd and threw it directly towards Lin Feng. After all, they were old rivals and had fought more than once or twice, and their winning percentage had always been 50-50. It was simple. As long as he pressed this guy and didn't give Lin Feng half a chance to cast a time spell, he could win. Can't press it, he loses. Lin Feng did subconsciously want to instantly send out spells. How could he know that this guy was so shameless and threw his halberd over with his upper hand? There was no way out, so he had to duck sideways. Li Xiao saw the corner of his mouth. His body shape exploded, instantly came to Lin Feng's body, also regardless of the halberd, directly smashed a fist down towards him. Very easy. Also did not forget to chat and flirt at the same time. I heard that you intend to go into the decapitation team? The people who can enter it are all people who are good at both near and far combat. You a guy who pulls his crotch in close combat. Can you enter it? He had a smug look on his face when he thought he had a sure win. But when he saw Lin Feng take out that pocket watch directly from his pocket, his face changed. Grass, you motherfucker, come up here and use a forbidden technique? He subconsciously rushed back, but he didn't know that Lin Feng was just bluffing. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he quickly recited an incantation. In an instant, the power of time erupted from him, only to see a time spell rapidly fall on Li Xiao's body, not giving a chance to react at all. Time retarded, time frozen, time confusion. The battle ended quickly, but that was the way it was with this Lin Feng guy. You either won quickly or lost quickly, purely because his profession was so disgusting. When Li Xiu's expression was completely frozen and motionless, Lin Feng walked up to him and flashed his pocket watch and laughed. Look, I told you to read more, but you preferred to go pig farming. I'm just scaring you, and besides, I've already passed the Ace Decapitation Reserve Team's examination. Speaking here, the body hand patted his shoulder. In the words of Lu Changhua, I'll be waiting for you on the battlefield. The college competition doesn't really mean much. Looking at that smug look, if his eyes could kill, Li Xiu would have already put 1,000 holes in Lin Feng. Lin Feng acted as if he didn't see it, picking up the halberd on the ground and placing the blade on Li Xiu's neck before turning his head to look at the referee teacher. Sensei, I won, didn't I? The referee teacher nodded his head. Although he was a teacher of the Battle God High School, a loss was a loss, and Holy Chime's overall strength this year was indeed far superior to previous years. The War God Academy had been winning for so many years that the ethos had actually been somewhat arrogant. One bad loss is a wake-up call. Holy Chime versus War God. 6-0. Holy Chime Academy wins. When on the big screen, Holy Chime's white school emblem appeared. The students of Holy Chime Academy, collectively, were excited and happy. The girls stood up, as if they had been trained long ago, and cast their spells, the bright light of the sky blooming in unison. The War God students, who were originally still a bit disappointed, drooled very indisputably when they saw the long legs that were flush across the room. It doesn't seem like a bad idea to lose, and in past years there wasn't this kind of scenery to look at. The viewers of the TV were happy along with them, no matter who lost or won. They were the future pillars of Huaxia, and seeing that they were all so good, they were all looking forward to the day when they could defeat the alien race. 2 hours of rest and a night of Battlestar Galactica versus Judgment. If Trial Academy wins, then there will be one more game. But if Trial Academy loses, this year's college competition is over. Everyone is looking forward to see if Trial Academy will shine. But soon the crowd realized that something was wrong. The entire War God Academy had a heavy killing aura. The 10 men staring at Trial Academy had one goal in mind, and that was to get their face back 6-0. After all, I heard there was a military order to shave my head directly if I couldn't beat 6-0. As expected, the night's fighting was extremely vicious. The War God Academy spread all the aggression received on the Holy Chime side on the Trial Academy, especially Lu Changhua, who directly opened his physical battle technique and picked 3 in a row. The blood energy and ironic style allowed students to see military combat, and the military battle method attracted the attention of countless combat professions. Trial Academy put up a fight at the end, but fell short after taking 2 draws. This year's ranking of the 3 top colleges and universities has finally changed. The 10,000-year-old Holy Chime has bucked the trend to reach No. 1, and major media outlets are scrambling to cover the story. Among them, Yi Xiang's outstanding performance had changed people's view of the Taoist profession. After the tournament was completely over, all the college students left one after another, and that night, the Holy Chime campus network was directly crowded, full of posts with information about Yi Xiang's fight. And Yi Xiang, who had originally planned to go back to cultivate, suddenly received a message from his vice team, Zhuang Chu, that at 10 p.m., he would go to the coordinate location together with Lin Feng. Pitch black night. Yi Xiang and Lin Feng came to a martyr's graveyard. As soon as you walk in, an atmosphere of silent solemnity sweeps over you. A line of soldiers watched them. Yi wanted to raise his head, but realized that only one person stood in front of a row of tombstones filled with white flowers in the distance. It was none other than the Heavenly King, Luo Jin. The faces on each headstone photo are extremely young. Some were cold and serious, some had sweet smiles, and some had calm faces. Zhao Jie, level 52, member of the Ace Chopper team, 2nd Lieutenant Governor Officer, age of sacrifice, 21. Lu Xiu, level 48, a member of the Ace Tingshu, 1st Class Governor Lieutenant Officer, age of sacrifice, 22. Shen Wei, level 50, a member of the Ace Tang Snake, 3rd Class Supervisory Lieutenant Officer, age of sacrifice, 23. Lin Hao, level 51, a member of the Ace White Tiger, 3rd Class Supervisory Lieutenant Officer, age of sacrifice, 23. Wang Tao, level 52, a member of the Ace White Tiger, 1st Lieutenant Officer, age of sacrifice, 24. Heavenly King Luo Jin lifted the head of that level 70 horned ghost and placed it in front of these tombstones, shouting, "Fire the gun, salute!" Yi Xiang and Lin Feng looked solemn and saluted together. After the funeral, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan brought Yi Xiang and Lin Feng back to the base and looked at the two of them and said, "I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. I just finished the game, so relax." Yi Xiang and Lin Feng looked at each other. After experiencing the funeral just now, The two of them had the same idea. They only wanted to go to the front line to kill the foreigners with their hands. At that moment, the cafe receptionist lady from before handed over 2 sets of Chopper's uniforms. A whole set of them in a serious black style. This set of uniform. You wanted to not see the rest of the people through. Before the military training, saw Feng Yuan several people beheading the Bloodthorn King, but also their own style of dress. It is considered to be the privilege of the beheading team. After Yi wanted to receive the uniform, he noticed the rank of first-class special officer on it. It's a silver diamond star. Lin Feng hadn't gained any war honors, so he didn't have a rank yet. But after entering the chopping squad and accumulating enough, he was also a first-class special officer to start with. The Heavenly King Luo Zhuan looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Well played, 20,000 battle merits have been recorded. But there is one thing, your alchemy technique must be kept secret. Don't disclose it to anyone except for the insiders you know?" Yi thought for a moment, then nodded and did not think about it in detail. "Alright, go back and rest. When you go to the battlefield, follow all the instructions and don't act rashly. Especially you Yi Xiang, don't mess around like you did in military training. You wanted to be somewhat helpless. Don't worry, I'm very life-saving." Luo Zhuan looked deeply at Yi Xiang. "It's not a matter of cherishing your life. It's a matter of not wanting you to die too early. Leave think." The two then left the base and headed back towards Holy Chime. The atmosphere on the road was a bit silent. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. "I can see that the Heavenly King holds you in high regard. I can get into the beheading team. It should also be because of you. Otherwise with my crotch-pulling melee strength, I really wouldn't be qualified to get into the beheading team yet." He was, after all, already 20 years old, and level 45 was considered impressive in the college, but it really didn't rank well in the chopper team. Time spells were indeed rare, but the limitations were the same as curses, with distance requirements and level limitations, and with his melee strength, it was easy for the person to be gone before he could cast the spell. You wanted to give him a flirtatious look. "The big deal is to use 1 year of your lifespan to reverse time. In my eyes, you've earned it by exchanging 1 year of your lifespan for a powerful alien race." Lin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. "That's true. I'm 20 now. I'll have no problem living to 80, right? I'll have to replace it with at least 60 alien kings. From the moment you decide to go to war, life and death are already out of your hands." You wanted to send a text message to Song Xinrui to come to the entrance of the Trial Academy tomorrow morning to pick up the tusked boar on the front line. Song Xinrui didn't ask more questions. She just nodded her head and sent a no-problem emoticon. After returning to the dormitory, he wanted to close his eyes and cultivate, branding the human immortal pattern on his kidney. Suddenly remembering that he had gained another 20,000 battle merit, he raised his head and looked at the auxiliary intelligence and said, "Help me prepare 10 more medicinal ingredients for the marrow cleansing pill." The auxiliary intelligence nodded at that. "It has been declared for you. It will take 3 hours to deliver." Deducting 26,000 battle points. Yi wanted to nod. With the help of the marrow cleansing pill, the progress of the human immortal body could be accelerated by quite a bit. Without the pills and the gravity chamber, the cultivation speed was indeed too slow. It's been so many days, and only half of the human immortal patterns have been branded for the first time on this 3rd level. Closing his eyes, he continued to cultivate and meditate on branding the human immortal pattern. It was glowing with a zephyr glow, arcane and complex. 3 hours later, the assistive intelligence took the initiative to leave the dormitory to collect the medicinal herbs that were delivered over, and did not disturb Yi Xiang's cultivation. A little bit of time passed, and another 2 hours or so passed. Yi Xiang's body kidney part human immortal pattern, finally branding completed. In an instant, the 5 viscera simultaneously emitted the human immortal pattern seal, flowing with the spiritual air of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. He wanted to open his eyes and utilized his spiritual energy, urging his 5 viscera. In the next moment, he only saw the 5 elements of air slowly emerge from his hands. These 5 elements of air are mutually reinforcing in the body, invariably changing one's qualifications. Most importantly, in conjunction with his spiritual power, he could now not only use lightning techniques, but some of the 5 elemental Dao techniques could be attempted as well. In his mind, some corresponding 5 elemental Dao scrolls appeared in front of him. He wanted to raise his hand and a flame appeared in his hand. Unlike the Samadhi flame, it is an ordinary flame. With a thought, the flames transformed back into a mass of water, unhindered. But more importantly, what about the changes in the thunder law after the transformation of the 5 organs? He wanted his eyes to turn golden. The golden light spell surged and then suppressed to the extreme. And in an instant, brilliant lightning surfaced in his hands, illuminating the entire dormitory with one light and one dark. As expected, You wanted to be able to feel that the power of Thunder Law had also gotten a little stronger, although it was not very obvious, but it had indeed gotten stronger. And as the 5 viscera get stronger, the lightning method becomes stronger. All laws are connected, and it's true. After the Thunder Law dissipated, Yi wanted to return to his usual self, and the auxiliary intelligence flew over, handing over a small packet and said, "Comrade Yi wanted, the medicinal herbs have been prepared." Yi Xiang nodded and opened the small bag, revealing the familiar herbs. As before, there were 10 portions each of 100 years Hishou Wu, 100 years ginseng, blood essence grass, chalcedony cheese, and Yulan dew. These herbs, if converted into money, would undoubtedly be astronomical. Yi Xiang did not hesitate and directly cast the samadhi flame to start refining the pills. After all, it had already been refined once. It was very familiar, and in a short while, 10 pills of fragrant marrow cleansing Dan were refined, and raised his hand to the auxiliary intelligence for safekeeping. Yi Xiang stood up, walked out of the room and came to the balcony. After taking a deep breath, he felt the flow of the 5 viscera in his body, and the whole person's temperament unconsciously became much milder. In the Tao scriptures, he had now transitioned from external refinement to the realm of innate internal refinement, and you wanted to notice that, under the flow of the 5 elements of the air, the human immortal pattern on that 5 viscera, surprisingly, was also branding on its own. Only the speed was very slow, even less than 1/10 of the speed of the usual active cultivation, and without paying attention to notice, it was almost impossible to feel it. At that moment, dawn broke, the golden crow in the sky leapt up, and 10,000 rays of sunlight showered the earth. Yi Xiang did not hesitate to take a deep breath, and immediately dozens of strands of purple qi surged into the dantian. When the cultivation was over, he turned around and saw the trio of Feng Miaochuan, Wang Jun and Chen Wanyan. After all, it was already known that Yi Xiang was going to go to the frontline battlefield for a mission today. "Brother Yi, come back earlier, don't die. I'm still waiting for you to come back to take me to find a girl." Feng Miaochuan spoke up. Wang Jun nodded. "Yi, go for it." Chen Wanyan had long regarded Yi Xiang as his pursuit goal. His gaze was resolute as he said, "Yi Xiang, don't die. Wait for me to join the chopping team as well." Yi Xiang was a bit helpless and looked up at these 3 people without any good intentions. "Fuck off. It's early in the morning and all you can talk about is death. Can you guys not be so bad luck? Hey, good. I wish Brother Yi a victory and a triumphant return." Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but shout in excitement. Wang Jun reached out and hastily covered his mouth. "Brother Yi said it's a secret mission, so don't shout so loudly." Yi wanted to walk out of the dormitory, and under the watchful eyes of the 3 people, walked out of the school gate. "My intuition tells me that Yi is going to take off." Feng Miaochuan couldn't help but say. Wang Jun nodded. He felt the same way. But that said, which side is at war, the ice demon Fei in the north? Feng Miaochuan was a bit puzzled. Chen Wanyan frowned steadily, and after pondering for a moment, he still opened his communication to inquire from home. But when he saw Jingzhou, his pupils suddenly shrunk. The territory of the Hitomi nightmare Fei. Feng Miaochuan's expression instantly became wonderful. "Crap, then Brother Yi has had a great time." "How?" Wang Jun and Chen Wanyan looked up at him with puzzled faces. "What do the pupil nightmare Fei specialize in the most?" "Curses. But that golden light skill that Yi mastered is immune to curses. It struck me down for a long time at that time." Hearing these words, both Wang Jun and Chen Wanyan couldn't help but stare blankly. They were aware of how difficult Feng Miaochuan's curse was, and it was absolutely disgusting if they leveled up. But Yi Xiang was surprisingly able to be completely immune. If we can follow Brother Yi into battle, we should be able to mix up a lot of battle credits, right? Wang Jun rubbed his chin and thought, that does take off with a pig in the head. Chen Wanyan nodded. If he could really be immune to the curse, then Yi Xiang would be the nemesis of the entire pupil nightmare Fei race. At this time, Yi Xiang had already arrived at the entrance of the trial academy, waiting for Song Xinrui to come over, and the passing students saw him at a glance. After all, with a familiar green shirt and long hair, it was hard not to recognize him. Several girls from the trial academy couldn't help but get excited when they saw him. Even though they were dropped to 3rd in the rankings this year, and were also beaten by the God of War with a 0-6 and 2 draws. The God of War was also 0-6, and the draws weren't even close to being too humiliating. After all, when it comes down to it, the 3 top colleges, it's still them. "Hello you, can I get an autograph?" A budding girl walked up to Yi Xiang and couldn't help but ask. Yi Xiang couldn't help but stare and rubbed his nose. He wasn't an idol, so what was the point of signing? Could be. "Ah, that's wonderful." The girl was very excited and hurriedly took out a book and pen, and he wanted to take the hand and sign it. Just after signing, I saw a tall figure standing not far away, and beside her, It was the fat and constantly quivering tusked boar. "You're pretty hot right now," Song Shinrui couldn't help but say. "They've all started signing autographs." Where you wanted to not hear her flirting. His gaze fell on the tusked boar and he calmly said, "Resist again, and I'll slaughter you for dinner tonight." The tusked boar instantly tightened its body, stepped on its stiff hooves and walked to Yi Xiang's side, then looked at its master with a face full of desperate tears. However, Song Shinrui acted as if she didn't see it and just looked at Yi Xiang and nodded. "Pay attention to safety." "Aha." Yi wanted to nod. With a casual wave of his hand, he turned away with the tusked boar. Just as he turned around, he saw Xin Yue, who was dressed in a long floral dress, looking at him from a short distance away. Yi Xiang couldn't help but smile and unfolded his hand. Xin Yue was slightly stunned, and then a nice smile spread on her face, and she ran directly over and jumped into his arms at once. The two of them are just like when they were kids and have never changed. 10 minutes later, Yi Xiang had brought the tusked boar to the cafe. Lin Feng looked at the fat head and dark tusked boar beside him with a curious expression. "A summoned beast? What are you doing with a level 23 tusked boar? I'm afraid I won't eat enough on the road. This guy has a lot of meat," Yi wanted to say flatly. Hearing his words, the tusked boar instantly slumped to the ground in a lifeless state. Lin Feng, on the other hand, remembered that Yi Xiang drank 2 nutritional potions in one breath and couldn't help but nod his head. "Indeed, you've eaten quite a lot." That's when a helicopter gunship flew in front of the two men. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan got off the plane and looked at the two men and said, "Ready? Come up when you're ready." However, just as he finished the sentence, he noticed the tusked boar beside Yi Xiang. The gods couldn't help but look a little strange. "Yi think what are you doing leading a pig?" "Rations," Lin Feng explained. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan sniffed and laughed a little. "Although the conditions at the front line are difficult, it's not so bad that you'll starve to death. Jingzhou is full of mountains and forests, and there are many foreign beasts. It can attract out them, and the meat smells so good that I guess even the foreigners won't be able to resist." He wanted to directly state his purpose for bringing along the tusked boar. Hearing that it was the same old thing again, the tusked boar was instantly energized. As long as it really isn't eating itself. Fae are actually those beasts that evolved in the past, and not only humans, but some Fae can also eat these Fae. However, the Fae were very capable of reproducing, and without any care in the wild, they could quickly reproduce a colony. Once the two men and the pig were on the airplane, they headed straight for the southwest. On the airplane Yi Xiang was cultivating with a calm face. On the contrary, Lin Feng appeared to be a little nervous. He was indeed going to the frontline battlefield for the first time. "Aren't you even nervous?" Lin Feng looked at Yi Xiang and asked suspiciously. Yi wanted to shake his head. Looking out the window, he remembered the soldiers who sacrificed their lives during military training and said softly, "There is nothing to be nervous about." The helicopter gunship flew for roughly 2 hours, all the way from Kyoto to Ningxuan, directly deep into Jingzhou. Looking down at the bottom, Yi Xiang instantly saw a number of temporary fortress battle lines made up of earthen stones and wooden stakes, like a nail stuck on Jingzhou. Swear to die. Soon the helicopter gunships landed in front of a fortress. At a glance, you wanted to see that the fortress had the chopper team's logo on it. Just after getting off the plane, he saw the familiar faces of the choppers. After Feng Yuan saw Yi Xiang, he could not help but laugh. "Yo, this kid has finally come." Lu Yan looked at Yi Xiang with some curiosity. "I haven't seen you for a few days. Why do you feel that your little brother is handsome again?" Everyone's attention was on Yi Xiang. After all, it was through Zhuang Chu's personal examination, and the strength was recognized by everyone. So on the first day Yi came here, everyone had already treated him as a teammate. As for Lin Feng, several people had looked at the information, and the talent levels were all average. However, as a rare-time mage, he still broke into the chopper reserves, and could be converted when his level exceeded 50. Yi Xiang's gaze, on the other hand, landed on He Dai, who didn't say anything on the side. She, who used to like to wear skirts, changed into a clean and sharp military uniform, the amputated mechanical legs under cover. He wanted to walk to her and took out a talisman from his pocket and handed it to her. "Hokage, this is my gift back to you." Hiyueru couldn't help but stare, but still took the talisman and looked at it carefully. "Thank you, Hokage. What kind of talisman is this?" Tai Sui charm, also known as amulet. Carrying it close to the body has the saying of transforming the evils and eliminating the disasters. Yi wanted to explain. He had drawn it according to the Taoist scrolls, and it had a spiritual effect that sheltered him, and as long as the talisman didn't break, it stayed effective. A few people were stunned when they heard this. Yi wanted to be a Taoist profession, so the talisman drawn must be useful. Feng Yuan immediately came up and cheekily asked, "Did the same year senior prepare one for me as well?" Yi wanted to shake his head. "There is no preparation. He came up with it on the spur of the moment." so he only drew one. Feng Yuan couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. This is pretty meaningless. You're a Taoist priest. You wouldn't be a big fan of sex, would you? Speaking here, he reached out his hand to take Yi Xiang's shoulder and questioned. Don't you dare bully your elementary school brother. He came up and pushed Feng Yuan straight away. Oops, just kidding, that won't work either. The crowd couldn't help but feel relieved at this moment when they saw a smile on He Yueru's face once again. After all, for a girl who loves to look good, losing her legs can be devastating. But we all still hope that he won't lose his old personality. The heavenly king Luo Zhuan walked over and looked at the crowd. The troops have stabilized the first front in the past few days, and although we have carried off the counterattacks of the pupil nightmare Fei and the horn ghost Fei for 3 days in a row, our mission is not over. Luo Zhuan's auxiliary intelligence unfolded the entire geographical landscape of Jingzhou at this time, dividing the entire Jingzhou into 4 fronts. Currently the first front is 509 kilometers long horizontally and 120 kilometers longitudinally, with a total of 150,000 fighters stationed at the various fortress defenses. Luo Zhuan looked at the crowd and said, the next area of our battle line is to continue to push westward vertically for 120 kilometers, and just like before, all level 50 or higher foreign alien beasts in this area are to be cleaned up, but in addition to the Tang Snake Force and the White Tiger Force assisting us, this time the Vermilion Bird Force will also come. Upon hearing these words, the gazes of the crowd suddenly looked towards Zhuang Chu. You should know that Zhuang Chu's daughter-in-law was the schoolgirl of the trial at the beginning, and is also the vice squad of the Vermilion Bird Force today, and both of them are very good. Looks like our sister-in-law is coming. A certain captain is going to be happy. Feng Yuan couldn't help but snicker. Zhuang Chu turned his head to look at him at that, and calmly asked, what, so you want to practice for an extra 2 hours today? Feng Yuan shut up at once. Luo Zhuan smiled. Then his gaze fell on Yi Xiang and Lin Feng. His expression became serious. Because you are still reserve members, assist your teammates on your own when you have a mission. Don't have any adventurous behaviors. Reserve members also belong to the assessment stage. Chopping team is not allowed to make the slightest mistake, or else I will not hesitate to expel you. On the battlefield, any risk-taking could result in huge losses or even the sacrifice of teammates. Yi Xiang and Lin Feng nodded, indicating that they were clear. Alright, wait for the operation order to come down, and be ready to act at any time. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan turned around and left after saying that. Everyone raised their hands to show that they understood. At this time, Yi Xiang's communicator was officially connected to the Ace Chopper Team channel, and the Chopper Team's privileges allowed them to see all the commands on the battlefield. These data commands, which were often seen during military training, are kinda nostalgic, but at this moment, Lin Feng looked at the frontline data that the communicator kept refreshing, losing a little bit of his usual calmness as the student council president. All he could think about right now was whether or not he, who was only level 45, would slow down the members of the decimation team. Soon after, the order was given on the comms for the Ace Tengu's unit to go to the second area to probe. The crowd's expression became serious, with the exception of the Ace Choppers, whose numbers were the smallest. The rest of the Ace Troopers were organized in formations of 49 people, and that was still the regulars, with a much larger base of reserve members. They were basically people who graduated from the 3 top colleges and universities, dividing the troops appropriately based on their occupations, and the members who were able to join the Ace Troop were, without exception, the most outstanding elites of the current human race. Just as the crowd was staring at their comms ready to greet the command, the sound of snoring came steeply from the helicopter. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned and looked up before noticing that there was also a large black pig lying in the cabin. Feng Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up and he turned his head to look at Yi Xiang. Kid, not bad, knowing that the front line is full of nutrient potions. Actually thinking of bringing a pig up to improve the food. You can. After saying that, he directly drew his sword and walked towards the tusked boar. The tusked boar was weak, but it was like a talent point for danger approaching. Immediately opening his eyes, he immediately saw a terrifying young man carrying a long knife towards him, and was so frightened that he hurriedly scurried out of the cabin and frantically fled. They're all liars. What attracts beasts and foreigners, but also want to eat pork? Yi Xiang held his forehead with a helpless face. Don't chase it. I'm keeping it to be useful, not for eating. Hearing this, Feng Yuan froze. What can this pig do? The crowd also looked curiously at Yi Xiang. Yi Xiang smiled. It's very simple. You can use it to attract foreign beasts or foreign races and enter a trap ambush. Hiss. Feng Yuan stroked his chin and really pondered seriously. His eyes looked towards the tusked boar and he couldn't help but nod his head. Not to mention, tusked boars that grow this fat are still relatively rare in the forest. He Yueru couldn't help but giggle at his words, and walked up to appease the tusked boar, saying, alright, there's no need to be afraid. don't eat you. From now on you're also a part of the chopping team. After Zhuang Chu glanced at the tusked boar, he also felt that Yi Xian's idea might actually be good. Just then, Yi Xian's auxiliary intelligence suddenly flew over and spoke. Comrade Yi Xian, the instruction has been given. Please proceed to the target point. At the same time, Li Qin, who had been standing in the corner watching the crowd, had her auxiliary intelligence ring out command alerts at the same time. She slowly put on the silver mask, her gaze instantly became icy cold, and she directly entered the combat state, leapt up and disappeared into place. Feng Yuan looked at Yi Xiang and couldn't help but smile. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and follow up. If you are slow you can only see the enemy corpses. This bitch is fierce. Yi wanted to nod his head, although he couldn't see Li Qin's figure. He just had to follow the coordinates to get there. After determining the location, Yi wanted to directly cast the golden light mantra, and in a moment, his eyes turned into white pupils again, and the moment the lightning method surfaced around his body, the whole person disappeared in place as lightning. Seeing this scene, Feng Yuan could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, looking at the position where Yi Xiang had previously stood, and said with a surprised expression, "This kid's speed, it seems to be faster. I almost didn't even react." Zhuang Chu walked up to Lin Feng at this time and looked at him. "There's no time to test your strength right now, so next our commands are bound together. Move with me." Lin Feng knew that Zhuang Chu was the vice team of the chopping team and nodded. "Got it, Team Chu." Zhuang Chu seemed to see Lin Feng's nervous state of mind and couldn't help but smile. "Don't be too nervous. In response to the fact that you're a reserve member, the orders given to you by the commander will be taken into consideration within the scope of your strength." At this moment, on the other side, Yi Xiang's figure was like a thunderbolt flying through the jungle. His speed was indeed much faster than before. It was about 16 kilometers from the command coordinates location, and with his current speed it would probably take about 2 minutes, but having been using the thunder technique, his inner elixir was depleting very quickly, and he still didn't know if he would be able to catch up with the girl. Li Qin, as a shadow assassin, traversed through the woods like a ghost without disturbing any foreign beasts or foreigners, and her speed was still agile and light. She didn't like taking on new people because she didn't think she could take them on well, so she planned to get the mission done as soon as possible, which knew that the next moment, a thunderbolt instantly crossed underneath her, pointing straight in the direction of the mission coordinates. Li Qin froze, then realized that it was Yi Xiang, and couldn't help but clench her teeth in anger as she hurriedly chased after him with all her might. "This idiot, why are you running so fast? Want to take out a level 50 target by yourself? Soon." Yi wanted to come to the coordinate location, and as soon as he entered his eyes, he saw a level 50 Curse Nightmare King, and his eyes narrowed slightly. There was no sign of the masked woman from earlier, but her profession was that of an assassin, and she should be in the shadows looking for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow. She hadn't made a move yet, so she should be waiting for her own initiative to appear to attract attention. Nice ploy. Thinking of this, the thunder light on Yi Xiang's body once again flourished. His body emanated a brilliant light of thunder, and without saying a word, he directly rushed forward at a rapid pace. Not far away, the members of Tang Snake who had been waiting for the arrival of the decimation team were dumbfounded to see a thunderbolt charging directly towards the level 50 spell Nightmare King, etc. "Didn't we say we'd wait to gather and move together?" The cursed Nightmare King also violently noticed the movement at this time and immediately turned around. And when he saw a flash of blinding lightning, the large eyes on his chest quickly opened wide as a strong sense of crisis struck him. Lei Fa, a human level 50 mage? In the yellow pupils of the eyes, the black vertical pupils were violently dilated and rounded, instantly becoming blood red. A blood red cursed aura instantly locked on, and the palm lightning that had long been condensed in Yi Xiang's hand also steeply erupted. Splendid thunderbolts boomed at first, startling the entire mountain forest. Hearing the commotion and thunder from afar, Li Qin gritted her teeth in hatred. This guy really had the guts to do it. Not caring about sneaking camouflage, he directly exposed his figure and rushed up with his speed skyrocketing. And at this moment, Yi Xiang had already entered the battle state completely. One hand pinched up the spell, and the purple robe and long shirt of the enchanted clothes appeared, and the eyes instantly turned into golden pupils, and the heaven and earth were unkind to the Dao heart seal in the center of the eyebrow. The power of the golden light divine incantation Dao was directly multiplied. The blood-red cursed aperture landed on him and was quickly dissolved by the golden light. Completely useless, but the moment Yi Xiang's figure flashed out, that Tang Snake member was even more shocked. It's a teenager and still only level 32? What's with the choppers? But when he noticed that she wanted to get rid of that curse, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Surprisingly, it directly solves the blood plague spell. It is important to know that those who have been hit by this curse have blood spots appearing all over their body within 10 seconds, covering their entire body, and then seeping into their body. blood plaguing their internal organs. An ordinary person could be killed instantly. Even a warrior profession of the same level, who could barely resist with energy, would not last 30 minutes if not treated in time. The frontline fighters were not afraid of death, but to be tortured to death by such a horrible curse was very desperate. This blood plague curse, on the other hand, was merely a single curse of the pupil nightmare Fae, which could be almost instantaneous. A curse falls, a warrior falls. The truly terrifying thing about the spell Nightmare King was the group curse, an army that came forward and was able to harvest lives in pieces. You wanted to see that the golden light curse could dissolve the curse of the cursed Nightmare King. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but spread a smile. As expected, it could be resisted. However, he probably figured out the time for the ablation, and with the Tao intent mind enhancement, if more than 20 curses landed on him at the same time, the ablation speed of the golden light curse would not be able to keep up with it at all. The cursed Nightmare King was also stunned for a moment when he saw that the curse had actually failed. Something like this had never happened before. Hastily releasing 6 or 7 cursed auras flew over and landed on Yi Xiang. Red, black, purple red, black purple, black red. Curses that creeped people out just by looking at them all fell on Yi Xian in one breath. For a moment it seemed to hide the golden light. Seeing this scene, that Tang snake member gritted his teeth and directly rushed out, charging towards the cursed Nightmare King. After the opponent had cast a whole set of curses, there would be a short period of stagnation, and during that time, it was the best opportunity to strike. This was also the reason why facing the pupil Nightmare Fae would be so difficult, often requiring serious injuries in exchange for a life, or even a life for a life. However, at this time, a speed came even faster. A mat of black shadow instantly rushed over from the distance, just like a black cat. 2 daggers with cold light rampant instantly penetrated through the spell Nightmare King's neck and the back of his heart, ruthlessly penetrating through. Bloodline cuts. 2 blood horizontal chopping cuts. In an instant, the hideous triangular head flew high into the air, and the large eyes on his chest were directly cut in half. The fact that the blood spirit hadn't surfaced yet meant that this guy wasn't dead, and just then, the lightning method ran over, instantly cracking that head. Li Qin and that Tang snake member could not help but turn their heads to look at Yi Xiang in a daze. Only a golden light emanated from his body, and his golden eyes were filled with divine indifference. All those previous curses were cleared away with no effect at all. The moment the blood spirit surfaced, Yi Xiang's eyes regained their calmness and looked at Li Qin and smiled. Impressive, the timing of the strike was perfect. Li Qin, however, with a cold face, came directly to Yi Xiang, raised his hand, and a hand knife knocked hard on his head. Knock. Why don't you wait for someone to act directly? The instruction clearly said to act together, Li Qin said with an angry face. Ha? Yi Xiang froze, then looked at her with a confused expression. I thought you had arrived and were looking for an opportunity to make a move. So I thought I'd take the initiative to expose the move and then you'd make a move to backstab. Wouldn't that be a perfect match? The corner of the mouth of the Tang snake member on the side couldn't help but twitch. He knew that recently the Chopper team had recruited a 30th level high achiever, and it was more than likely this teenager in front of him. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Li Qin helplessly held her forehead. How was she to know that this guy was so fast? Faster than her. She walked to the blood spirit and looked at Yi Xiang and said, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan greeted us in advance. You can't devour the blood spirit to forcibly raise your level until you have upgraded to level 40. You wanted to helplessly nod his head. He to feel nothing. The blood spirit of the foreigners he can be converted into spiritual power through the inner Dan, has been suppressed not to upgrade is, and does not affect their own potential. After Li Qin raised his hand and devoured the blood spirit, the level on his body didn't change. It was still level 52. With a final nod with that member of the Tengus, he intended to leave. When he wanted to also intend to follow along and go back, his eyes suddenly landed on the corner next to a piece of tree. It was actually a blue lucerne grass, which was the main herb of quite a few third-turn pills. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly walked over to pick it. Before he could get up, he saw another chalcedony cheese. You wanted to be dumbfounded. This alien domain that he had not stepped into for 100 years would actually have so many medicinal herbs. Without saying anything he hurriedly picked it, then his eyes looked elsewhere, and as expected, he saw the rest of some medicinal herbs, hurriedly walked up, like a diligent little Taoist priest, and kept picking flowers and grass. There is also a fishy snake mushroom there, which can be refined into an antidote type of elixir and is also effective against curses. You wanted to point out that there was a mushroom that looked like a snake not far away and said. The auxiliary intelligence immediately understood and flew over to pick it off. Just in this area, you wanted to pick more than 10 entire medicinal herbs that could be used for alchemy. There weren't a few beads of precious ones, but they could be enriched with some elixirs. When Li Qin returned to the base, many people couldn't help but stare at her furious appearance. What is the situation this? Feng Yuan couldn't help but ask. Where is Yi Xiang? Picking herbs back there. Li Qin didn't have the heart to say. The mission wasn't completed? Did the target run away? He came over and was also a bit curious. After all, it was Yi Xiang's first actual combat mission, and everyone still cared more about his performance. Moreover, the quest target was just a level 50 pupil nightmare foreigner who had missed the order. Li Qin alone could completely solve it perfectly, and by definition there were no accidents. Li Qin rubbed her hair and said helplessly, he ran faster than me. This guy thought I had arrived at the coordinates to ambush him, and went up to do it. Ying Zai frowned at that. He's only level 32. Will he be fine against a level 50 pupil nightmare fae? Just then, Yi Xiang walked in from outside with a smile on his face, his pockets and hands full of various kinds of medicinal herbs. Li Qin gave him a look and shook her head helplessly. Does he look like he's up to something to you? Feng Yuan walked to Yi Xiang, with a surprised face. You kid. Deep hidden level 50 curse nightmare king can't take you? Yi Xiang nodded. I have a skill that can dissolve curses. The crowd looked at him with shocked faces as soon as those words came out. Really immune to curses? Feng Yuan couldn't help but ask. It was important to know that against the pupil nightmare fae, they were not good at dealing with them even as an ace decapitation team, either killing them in one hit or remotely decapitating them. Those cursed individuals don't dare to fight hard at all. It's a real killer. However, if someone could carry a set of curses from the pupil nightmare alien race, with their scummy melee ability, it would be a direct messy kill. Yi Xiang hesitated for a moment before nodding as his gaze fell on the tusked boar. That's why I'm bringing it. After the human immortal body broke through the third layer, he could cast the golden light spell onto his opponent. As long as the tusked boar was given a layer of the golden light divine spell, it would also be able to resist the curse. Those who were able to enter the chopping team were not fools, and hearing Yi Xiang's intentions at once, Feng Yuan could not help but have his eyes light up. Not bad, good law. He turned his head to the tusked boar, and the more he looked, the more his eyes lit up. Just then, several people's communicators rang with commands. Among them were Zhuang Chu and Lin Feng. Without any hesitation, they directly got up and left. After Yi wanted to pack up the medicinal herbs, he handed them all over to the auxiliary intelligence for safekeeping, which was as convenient as a mobile baggage. There were a lot of medicinal herbs, but they were all scattered, and they couldn't come up with a single suitable ingredient for an elixir yet. After Yi wanted to meditate to recover the previously consumed spiritual energy, he took the marrow cleansing pill and began to cultivate the human immortal pattern. With the cooperation of the elixir, the speed of cultivation increased a lot at once, and perhaps the human immortal lines in the 6 internal organs parts were all simple, and the branding speed was very fast. After only an hour of cultivation, the human immortal pattern branding of the bile section was completed. Just as he was about to continue, the command followed. This time, without waiting for the auxiliary intelligence to remind him, he wanted to directly open his eyes, stop cultivating, and after glancing at the coordinates, he directly dragged up the tusked boar that was still dozing beside him to get up and walk out of the cultivation room. The effects of the elixir hadn't ended yet, and he wanted a quick battle. What she wanted not to expect was that the one who cooperated with him this time was a calm young man, who looked at Yi Wanted and nodded his head and said, My name is Zhang Shi, profession Earth Mage. We should consider this our first meeting. The mission coordinates aren't too close, and we'll have some white tiger troopers transporting us over to the mission in fighter jets later. Yi wanted to understand. Good. As expected, just as Zhang Shi had said, an obviously modified armed fighter jet flew over from a distance, and then quickly landed in front of the two men with a smooth set of movements. Come on up too. Get a grip. The White Tiger Force member in the driver's seat looked at the two and said. Zhang Shi nodded and stepped up with Yi Xiang. It was only after getting on the plane that Yi Xuan noticed two other people on the side, a man and a woman, both equally in their 20s. Both were shocked to see Yi Xiang bring a tusked boar up. You wanted to look at the Firebird uniforms on them and saw that they were members of the Ace Vermilion Bird Force. The Ace Vermilion Bird unit specializes in fire suppression, so the entire force is almost entirely elite mages. Brother Zhang, long time no see. As soon as the two came up, the youth from that Jubilee troop handed over a cigarette and greeted them. Zhang Shi shook his head no smoking on missions. Khan, Brother Zhang really hasn't changed at all, still as serious as ever. Wang Changji smiled awkwardly. He landed his gaze on Yi Xiang again. Not exactly a stranger. After all, some time ago, the college competition, the Vermilion Bird Troopers would occasionally take a look at it during their leisure time. If I remember the name correctly, your name is Yi Xiang, right? Lei Fa plays very well, but why did you bring the head pig up here? Wang Changji continued like a chatterbox. Smoothly, he handed over another cigarette. He wanted to shake his head and refuse. If he smoked, Shen Mother would also beat him without mercy. Instead of wasting time talking to him, he continued to meditate on the branding with his eyes closed. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. The fighters flew for a full 10 minutes before finally reaching their destination at the mission coordinates. When all four of them got off the plane, their gazes went to the building that looked like a tribal group not far away. These were the targets of their mission, the gathering groups of the pupil nightmare fae. The four approached cautiously, without speaking. Soon, a small cluster of pupil nightmare alien tribes came into view. There were roughly more than 20 pupil nightmare fae, and among them, there were 3 pupil nightmare fae that were over level 50. The rest were all in the 30th and 40th grade range, but the problem was that the positions of all these foreigners were too spread out, and if a wave didn't finish the other side off and let them react, there was a chance that something was going to happen. Zhang Shi suddenly turned his head to Yi Xiang and pointed to an open space not far away, then whispered, "Can you draw them all to that location?" "You can try." Yi Xiang nodded his head. The other 2 vermilion bird troopers looked puzzled. What could they do by a level 32 little Taoist? But after all, this squad mission was dominated by Zhang Shi, so he didn't ask much. Yi Xiang, on the other hand, his eyes were flooded with golden light, and the surging golden light was directly added to the tusked boar. For a moment, the tusked boar felt different. "You've heard everything that was said just now, right?" Yi wanted to look at the tusked boar and asked, without waiting for it to respond. Yi wanted to kick it out. "Ow ow ow." A mournful hog squeal rang out. At once, a tusked boar covered in golden light flew into the tribal group. The many pupil nightmare fae couldn't help but freeze at the sight, and all of their gazes fell on it in unison. Without any hesitation, one of the pupil nightmare fae directly cast a curse to land on the tusked boar, which knew that the curse had just landed on the tusked boar and dissipated abruptly. Seeing this scene, the pupil nightmare fae looked at each other and came to be interested, immediately getting up and chasing towards it. It's quite rare to see such a fat boar. How can you pass up such a good meal? The group of pupil nightmare fae instantly became excited, and one by one, all of the curses were thrown towards the tusked boar. The tusked boar wasn't stupid and fled quickly. Smooth snakeskin walk and knows how to use cover to avoid it. A large pile of curses froze. It dodged 7 or 8. The remaining some curses fell on it, quickly dissolved by the golden light. Nothing happened at all. Seeing this scene, the 2 vermilion bird troopers beside him couldn't help but stare in astonishment. What skill is that golden light? It can actually not be eroded by the curse. Apparently, the golden pig had attracted the attention of all the pupil nightmare fae, and the curse was surprisingly useless. Seeing this scene, those 3 level 50 plus spell nightmare kings couldn't help but rise. Seeing that the curse was useless, the rest of the pupil nightmare fae all chased after it, intending to surround this strange golden pig and see how it did it. The 2 were even more shocked when they saw that the tusked boar was really running towards that clearing with a group of pupil nightmare fae. Zhang Shi immediately said, "Prepare to do it. Don't hurt that pig. It's also a member of our decapitation team." Hearing these words, the corner of Wang Changji's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Pigs make the choppers. So what are they? The 2 of them didn't freeze, and they both began whispering incantations, their powerful 5-turn spells ready at a moment's notice. Soon the golden pig came running towards them full of misery, wailing and grunting. You wanted to see as a head of black lines. This guy, how the higher the level the smaller the guts. Obviously the pupil nightmare alien touch did not even touch it. Just as a group of pupil nightmare fae led to that clearing, Zhang Shi directly launched his spell. Earth Dragon rolls over. In an instant, the patch of earth in the distance steeply cracked, and before the pupil nightmare aliens could react, they all directly fell down. Among them, there were also those who reacted faster and hurriedly grabbed the edge to try to climb out, which knows that a fireball like a meteorite suddenly appeared in the sky and crashed down towards that big pit. The black pit was pitch black, but this meteorite magic definitely inflicted huge kills. At this time, the woman also finished her incantation, and dozens of wind blades appeared out of thin air, wreaking havoc and strangling in the pit. Angry screams came steeply from the pit as an aura of curses surfaced, but there was no semblance of defense. However, all 3 of them knew that without the complete destruction of the head and eyes, these pupil nightmare aliens would soon be able to recover. Yi Xiang, your lightning method, Zhang Shi reminded. Yi Xiang nodded. The golden light on his body was directly suppressed to the extreme, and in an instant, tyrannical thunder light swept up. Wang Changji couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly, alarmed. Although he could also use lightning magic, it seemed to be less powerful than this level 30 teenager, unless he was a specialized lightning mage. Yi Xiang quickly condensed a ball of thunder in his hand, and palm lightning instantly burst out towards that black pit. Boom thud, the lightning burst, and all those hissing noises disappeared. Zhang Shi then closed his hands without any hesitation. The large pit quickly closed up, burying all of the pupil nightmare fae, but from that undulating surface, It was clear that Zhang Shi was still crushing the ground to make sure everything was okay. Soon, a blood spirit emerged from the ground, and the three largest of them were incomparably conspicuous. Wang Changji couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. His eyes fell on the boar lying flat on the ground. For the first time, he faced so many pupil nightmare aliens and easily solved them all. And the biggest contributor to all this turned out to be a pig. Wang Changji immediately couldn't wait to get up to devour the blood spirit, but he was pulled back by Zhang Shi. Wait a while. Wait for what? Those blood spirits are quickly dissipating. Wang Changji frowned slightly. When he still had to say something, suddenly a black-robed cursed nightmare king appeared not far away. His gaze dead set on that previously large pit, that large eye revealing incomparable hatred. Seeing that figure, Wang Changji's pupils shrunk. Level 62. Cold sweat immediately flowed down his forehead. Fortunately he didn't go out just now or he would be dead. Zhang, withdraw. Level 62 can't be carried by just a few of us. One curse down and we're dead. Wang Changji looked at Zhang Shi and said. Zhang Shi glanced at him and calmly said, I've actually always looked down on you for this reason. It's not as good as a girl. Wang Changji's face was a bit ugly, and he wanted to say something to explain. Zhang Shi, however, was already too lazy to bother with him, his gaze falling on Yi Xiang. Are you sure you can carry the level 62 curse of the spell Nightmare King curse? Yi wanted to shake his head. Not sure. I asked about it. Zhang Shi looked down at the tusk-raising boar. The boar couldn't help but sniff and come back. He wanted to hesitate for a moment before shaking his head. It can't be blocked. Separating the golden light on the boar was much less powerful and invariably depleted. As could be seen from earlier, it could barely hold up to the 5-turn curse and some scattered low-level curses. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Shi chose to evacuate first. After all, after decapitating 3 level 50 spell Nightmare Kings, he had already accomplished his mission with excellence. Who knew that just as he was about to say evacuate, that level 62 spell Nightmare King violently released a dark aperture curse towards the sky. That dark circle of light transformed into hundreds of blood-colored crows and spread out in all directions. These crows kept dropping blood red worms as they flew. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shi's face changed. Realized that it will be discovered. Directly recite the incantation and cast the spell. A wall of earth surrounded the trio from all sides, sheltering them. As expected, the crows were quick to spot them as well. A swarm of them all flew this way. Fortunately, Youngsik had already gotten the earth and stone fortress right. The densely packed blood-red bugs were all fended off. The three of them hid in the darkened fortress and heard those dense bugs outside gnawing on the stone and earth walls. And they couldn't help but panic. Compared to Wang Changji's panic, Zhang Shi remained calm. A red flame flared steeply in Yi Xiang's hand, illuminating the surroundings. Only Zhang Shi recited the incantation without haste, and a hole in the ground appeared steeply on the ground. As a level 58 hidden profession Earth Mage, even if you can't beat it, running is still considered easy. Go, leave from here, Zhang Shi said as he walked in first. Wang Changji didn't even think about it and hurriedly followed closely behind, fearing that those blood-red worms would drill in and not be able to run away. You should know that those blood-red bugs were Curse Nightmare King, a 6th turn curse skill. These blood-red worms devour every living thing in sight and are terrifying, cannot be destroyed because they are themselves a form of the curse. At this time, outside the stone fortress, the black-robed level 62 Curse Nightmare King had already arrived in front of him, and the densely packed blood-red bugs instantly gnawed holes in him. Yet when the stone fortress disintegrated, there was no sign of the semblance of a figure. The large yellow eyes on that chest swiveled around, and countless bugs quickly swooped in and dug out the covered hole in the ground. Seeing this scene, the Cursed Nightmare King didn't even think about it and directly walked into the hole in the ground. Unbeknownst to him, it triggered a hidden magic left behind by Zhang Shi, and the surrounding soil instantly became sticky, turning into a swamp intended to submerge him. Zhang Shi seemed to sense it and turned his head to look behind him, raising his hand to directly flood the entire passage behind him. Then he clapped his hands and said, "Okay, go back. Doesn't that Cursed Nightmare King need to be taken care of?" Yi Xiang couldn't help but ask. Zhang Shi shook his head. "The risk is too great. Unless you're sure you can withstand its curse, I'd rather retreat. There's no need to be in a hurry. I've already posted the coordinates location. The rear commanders will have the judgment." Which knew that just as the words fell, a steep alert came from several people's communicators. Comrades Zhuang Chu, Mo Xiu, and Lin Feng are on their way to provide support. Please make sure to resolve the level 62 spell Nightmare King target. The four of them couldn't help but look at each other. The instructions were given really fast. Wang Changji was somewhat helpless. A level 62 spell Nightmare King, even if someone from the chopping team came over, it would be easy to die when they got involved. The girl on the side frowned slightly. "Wang Changji, don't say such things. If that guy isn't resolved, our people will only die more." I know. Wang Changji helplessly raised his hand. I didn't say I wouldn't go. Yi Xiang suddenly stopped his footsteps. His eyes crossed a glint of essence, and he turned around to look behind him. What's wrong? Zheng Shi noticed Yi Xiang. There was no feeling that Yi Xiang's low rank could be ignored. From the fact that he had passed Zhuang Chu's examination, it could be proved that he was strong. After Yi wanted to break through the third layer of internal refining of the human immortal body, his perception was once again improved quite a lot, and it was not much worse than some professional skills such as scouting detective at all. Sensing the movement behind him, the amazing aura of resentment and curse, Yi wanted to reply too late. His eyes instantly turned golden, and surging golden light surged from his body, covering the passage behind him. In the next moment, the earth wall behind him directly collapsed, and tens of thousands of densely packed blood-red bugs swept over. This terrifying scene, directly looking at Wang Changji's back heart-chilled, forcibly holding back his fear. The tusked boar was also trembling in fear beside Yi Xiang. Zhang Shi did not expect these cursed worms to be so fast. He obviously still cut off the hole in the ground halfway while also making several fake holes in the ground to confuse the line of sight, but he was still caught up by these cursed worms. The surging golden light was quickly covered by tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of blood-red bugs, and surprisingly, they would not dissolve, but were devouring them. Yi Xiang frowned slightly. Wouldn't this cursed bug of the sixth turn be afraid of golden light? No, it should be that one's golden light wasn't strong enough, but it could withstand it for a while. With one hand, he pinched up the spell and frantically urged his spiritual energy, only to see a steady stream of golden light emerge. Zhang Shi frowned as he asked directly, how long can it last? 10 minutes or so. The spiritual energy is exhausted, Yi Xiang said. When Wang Changji heard this, he was pleasantly surprised and quickly said, Comrade Yi Wana, I'll leave this place to you. We'll evacuate first to look for rescue and come over to help you. Hearing these words, Zhang Shi's eyes went cold. We choppers won't give up on any of our teammates. Burn these bugs with pyromancy. Wang Changji's face changed, and after gritting his teeth, he eventually did not disobey Zhang Shi's order. The girl on the side had already recited a spell, and powerful wind blades ran straight out, which knew that after the wind blade penetrated the golden light, as if the power also became much stronger, the surface covered with a layer of golden light, flying burst out, instantly eliminating a sea of blood-red bugs. The three of them keenly noticed that the cursed bugs, which could not be killed at all, had actually disappeared. What skill is this golden light? Does it also have the effect of increasing the curse of breaking evil? Wang Changji immediately stared with wide eyes, somewhat shocked. Yi Xiang did not say anything. The golden light mantra, as one of the Tao sect's divine mantras, was naturally all-powerful and extraordinary. Zhang Shi, as an earth mage, had an advantage in this underground itself, and with the time Yi wanted to buy, he quickly recited the incantation, only to see the passage behind him steeply turn into a huge space. A war fortress was constructed quickly, far thicker than the one he had casually made before. Wang Changji also flew to recite spells at this time, and the raging fire burned out the blood-red bugs in pieces with the help of the golden light. He couldn't help the smile that spread across his face. It couldn't be a better feeling. However, Yi Xiang's spiritual energy was also depleting at a rapid rate. Each of their skills would cause a lot of golden light to be lost, and the rate of depletion was not much slower than that of the blood-red bugs. Okay, you guys hurry up and get over here. Zheng Shi spoke at this time. The tusked boar swooshed in. Wang Changji also did not hesitate to stop when he heard the words and quickly turned around to hide in the war castle. Worthy of being an earth mage, this speed is fast. The girl hesitated and Yi wanted to shake his head. It's fine, go over there. The girl nodded, before turning and retreating. Yi wanted to look at the densely packed blood-red bugs in front of him still gnawing on the golden light. The corners of his mouth could not help but spread an icy smile. As the golden light of a divine spell, how can it be that tasty? All had enough, huh? He only saw purple Taoist robes emerge from his body, and the golden light on his body abruptly disappeared. Countless blood-red bugs swept towards him in an overwhelming manner. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shi and the three of them couldn't help but be stunned. Yi Si thought the power was exhausted? At this moment, Yi Xiang pinched up the spell with a calm face and said softly, there is thunder within, and the god of thunder is hidden in name. In an instant, the blood-red bugs that had previously just nibbled on the golden light emitted bursts of golden light from within their bodies, only to see a blood-red bug that was about to get close to Yi Xiang's body explode with a bang. It was as if this was just the beginning, as the dense firecracker blast swept up at once. In the blink of an eye, the golden light pierced their eyes, and the three people behind them couldn't help but squint their eyes, unable to look straight ahead. He could only look at Yi Xiang's handsome back with a purple Taoist robe. The entire hole in the ground cleared a long vacuum at once. But the next moment, a black-robed cursed nightmare king rushed out. The large eyes of hatred on that chest stared deathly at Yi Xie, directly instantly firing 3 or 4 cursed auras after locking on. Without saying a word, Yi wanted to directly cast Thunder Law Possession, turning into a ray of lightning and quickly dodging back to the fortress. Without the slightest intention of hardening himself against the curse, Zhang Shi also quickly closed the war fortress the moment Yi Xiang came in, constantly reinforcing it. The next moment, there was a boom. The earth cracked open, and a 10-meter-high war fortress rose up. Then he grew arms and legs and retreated towards the back step by step. The cursed Nightmare King, whose body was like a black plague, also rushed up. And after that ugly triangular head seemed to whisper and read a sentence, countless black poisonous vines like withered hands appeared on the ground, immediately entangling all of the legs of the war bastion. How terrifying is the curse of a level 62 spell Nightmare King! In an instant, the legs of the war fortress giant collapsed, and countless poisonous vines penetrated the fortress, drilling through the layers of defense. Even though there was only a few levels of difference between Zhang Shi and the cursed Nightmare King, there was a world of difference between the 5th and 6th revolutions. There was nothing his earth spells could do to stop the curse. It was all just stalling. Zhang Shi, can you hold up? Over the communication came Zhuangchu's calm voice. A few people were already on their way here when the mission orders came down, but the distance was really a bit far. Just then, the white tiger fighter in the distance flew this way despite its exposure. Originally, he was only responsible for transportation, so there was absolutely no need for him to get involved in the battle. But now that he saw that a few people were in danger, how could he possibly stand by and do nothing? The Ace White Tiger unit is good at maneuvering support just because they are almost all outstanding graduates of Morrow High School who are good at mechanical operations. Despite possessing a certain amount of combat power, there wasn't much that could be done against the Southwest Pupil Nightmare Fae. There was no way for the mechanical armor to block the power of the curse, and once the curse penetrated the armor, their bodies were as dead as ordinary people, straight to death. There was no chance of healing at all, and in the end, mechanical support professions were not combat professions, and there was no energy in their bodies to resist the curse. But at this moment, that fighter jet drove directly over and sprayed dense psychic energy bullets directly at the level 62 spell Nightmare King. The spell Nightmare King just looked up at him, and the black mist that looked like foam unfolded, and those psychic energy bullets that vented out were corroded and lost their momentum just as they entered. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shi frowned tightly and maneuvered the fortress giant's hands to rip apart the vines before remodeling his legs and charging straight towards the spell Nightmare King. Yi Xiang, the cursed bugs of the 6th turn carried it. I think you should be fine. Try it? Zhang Shi asked. Yi Xiang nodded without hesitation. He understood what Zhang Shi meant by that. All four could see that that white tiger member was planning to use his life to get them off. But what was the point? Or die together. Either that or go back together. Then let's gamble, Zhang Shi said with a heavy tone. If you die, don't worry. I'll stomp the cursed Nightmare King's head to pieces. If one was familiar with Zhang Shi, at this point, it would be hard to believe that he, who had always been calm, would say something about gambling, but that's just the way it is. Not everything is 100% certain. Yi wanted to smile. Brother Zhang, I also want to stomp his head off. Without saying anything more, the castle opened a gaping hole, and all of a sudden, the poisonous vines that were growing wildly were about to climb up. Yi wanted to steeply emerge from his hands with azure-colored flames, instantly burning all of these cursed vines. Just like when he was in the ring, in the blink of an eye a dozen-meter-high Jedi Howling Tree Man burned cleanly. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shi's heart was slightly certain. It seems that all the skills that this kid has mastered are indeed very restraining to the curse system. Whether it was the golden light from earlier, or these flames, Yi Xiang did not hesitate. A strip of golden light bundled on the war castle, like a swing, and directly leaped and flung himself towards that cursed Nightmare King. Purple Taoist robes emerged with a clatter, and the teenager, with a pair of majestic golden eyes, dropped down from the sky above. In an instant, 18 talismans surfaced around his body, transforming into 18 long sword shadows. The triangular head of the cursed Nightmare King instantly looked towards Yi Guan, and seeing that familiar golden light, without saying anything, he directly aimed at him, and a blood-red cursed aperture erupted out. Yi Xiang was fearless, just like a small sun, exploding bright golden light in the air. Dozens of kilometers away, many people saw the blinding golden light, and in the haze, it was as if they saw a purple-robed figure. The teenager cupped one hand and bellowed, "Edict, kill the evil." In an instant, 18 long swords turned into golden swords instantly flew through. The blood red seemed to cover the golden light in this instant, hazily concealing it, but it only lasted for tens of seconds. Just like the dawn breaking, countless golden lights pierced through the cursed aura and all dissolved. Seeing this scene, the few people on the fortress couldn't help but stare in disbelief. He He can really be immune to the curse of the level 62 Curse Nightmare King? Wang Changji was filled with shock. The Curse Nightmare King still has 5 more curse skills. When he uses them all, there will be a short period of time. So during this period, cut him down. A trace of excitement also crossed Zheng Shi's eyes, but he quickly calmed down and said in a fixed voice. The 3 of them nodded, while Yi Xiang, who had carried over a cursed aura, controlled those 18 golden swords to pierce through the cursed fog and ruthlessly stabbed at the body of the level 62 Curse Nightmare King. That golden light broke through the evil and made a rolling, bared sound. The Cursed Nightmare King hissed in pain, and in the next moment, he dissipated into black mist. Within moments it coalesced again from the other side of the black mist, and the large eyes on his chest transformed from yellow to red, covered with blood and glaring at him, looking hideous and terrifying. After locking onto Yi Xiang, 5 consecutive evil curse auras of different colors all flew towards him. It's now! Without any hesitation, the 3 mages in the fortress directly recited incantations, and Zheng Shi also controlled the fortress giant towards the direction of the spell Nightmare King. He was also the first one to finish the spell, and in an instant, a prison-like magic sealed off the spell Nightmare King. Ground prisoner killing jail, only to see countless sharp stone thorns instantly penetrate the cursed Nightmare King's body in the prison. The moment the earth surged to the top, the girl opened her eyes, and a spirited wind eagle flew out of her hand, so fast that it flew directly into the prison cell, instantly transforming into countless wind blades sweeping and exploding, and finally Wang Changji's musket penetrating magic. The swoosh ran through the cursed Nightmare King's body, exploding and burning. When the wind helped the fire, the power was even more multiplied, which was why the two were teamed up. At this time, Yi wanted to fall from the air to the ground. The golden light had become completely invisible, and a layer of creepy cursed aura enveloped his body. Zheng Shi unlocked the prison magic and a blood spirit came into view. The level 62 spell Nightmare King was undoubtedly dead. Even if it was terrifying, after losing the curse ability, it was a lot better to kill than the Ice Demon Inferno Slaughter class of foreigners of the same level, and it was done with a set fire. Wang Changji looked at the blood spirit and was a bit greedy, but he also knew that the allocation of the blood spirit was based on the conversion of the Auxiliary Intelligence Analysis Team's contribution. Soon, the result of the conversion came out. The blood spirit of that level 62 spell Nightmare King belonged to Comrade Yi Xiang. Wang Changji's expression was wonderful all of a sudden. However, he also knew that there was nothing wrong with the Auxiliary Intelligence conversion results. He just felt that there was an unrealistic feeling that a level 32 teenager had performed the most outstandingly. Whether it was in the hole in the ground where you wanted to use his golden light to fend off the densely packed cursed bloodworms or just now using himself to attract the curse of the Cursed Nightmare King's curse. The two contributions were both very large. Zheng Shi did not even glance at the blood spirit, his gaze falling firmly on Yi Xiang. Then he directly opened his communicator and said, "The mission target, level 62 spell Nightmare King, has been obliterated, and the biggest contributor is Yi Xiang. But for now, immediately demand that the healing department personnel come over." After a few moments of silence, Zhuangchu asked in a heavy tone, "How is Yi Xiang's situation?" Yi Xiang's talent was in everyone's eyes, so naturally they didn't want anything to happen to him. He's got 5 of the curse of the Nightmare King's 6 turns curses on him. Hearing Zhang Shi's words, in the chopping team, everyone fell silent. "What the fuck did you do? Let a newcomer go out and carry the curse?" Feng Yuan said directly. In the distance, He Yuedao's eyes had risen to mist, tears swirling in their sockets. A level 60 curse Nightmare King? Even one random curse was not good, let alone 5. In the face of the entire team's accusatory crusade, Zheng Shi hastened to have Auxiliary Intelligence take pictures to explain. Obviously, without realizing it, everyone cared about this new teenager. Nothing about his talent, but the casual and self-effacing temperament of Yi Xiang, which was actually what everyone had always aspired to. Just like the innocent smile that guarded He Dai. Yi Xiang's casual ease was just as so. It was scary to see Yi think entangled in a circle of black and unsettling cursed aura, even if it didn't land on his body. When Zhuangchu saw this, he immediately frowned, intending to go back and bringing Zio with him. As a diviner, she also has some auxiliary ability to purify and exorcise evil spirits. In the black orb of the cursed aura, he wanted to realize that his golden light could not dissolve the curse of this level 62 curse Nightmare King and could only resist it. Now it was up to you to see how much of your spiritual energy could last. Once the golden light disappeared, these curses would simply wrap around your body. Realizing this, Yi Xiang sort of knew where his golden light curse limit was. After all, the level 62 curse Nightmare King's level difference was too great, and it was naturally impossible to achieve complete immunity to the curse. Luckily, though, there was still the Tao intentional mind realm. In an instant, an ancient text mark appeared on Yi Xiang's brow. The golden eyes instantly lost all emotion as a human and filled with divinity and high spirits. He thought that when he first realized the Tao and chose heaven and earth unkindness as the Tao intent state of mind, it was to abandon human nature and incarnate heaven and earth, so that he could bring the Tao to its fullest extent. Heaven and earth are not kind to take all things as ruminants. The golden light on his body steeply doubled in strength, and the creepy and terrifying cursed aura finally dissolved away. Zhang Shi, who was still enduring the rantings of his teammates, suddenly noticed Yi Xiang's change, and without saying anything, he directly asked the auxiliary intelligence to shoot at him. In the next moment, just like ice melting, the majestic surging golden light directly penetrated the cursed black circle and quickly disintegrated it all. Seeing this scene, even Jiang Wan, who was still on a mission, could not help but stop slightly, a trace of surprise crossing his eyes. This kid, he's kind of interesting. Soon, half of the curse around Yi Xiang was invisible, and a pair of golden eyes filled with divinity looked towards the several people. With just a glance, several people couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The Yi Xiang at this moment was obviously different from before. The eyes were indifferent to the extreme, as if they were like looking at animals, not allowing others to look directly at him at all. Just by looking at him, Wang Changji almost collapsed inside, his face full of shock. What kind of a creep did the choppers recruit? Is it hard to believe that the rumors are true? Is this kid really the top pillar of the human race after the god of war Hongqing and heavenly king Luozhuan? Even Zhang Shi felt the terrible pressure. Obviously only level 32. He was level 58. This pressure was simply incomprehensible. At this moment, he wanted to walk towards that blood spirit. Zhang Shi frowned slightly and spoke. The heavenly king said you can't devour blood spirits at this stage, and that you simply can't withstand blood spirits above level 60. It will. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xiang had already swallowed the blood spirit. Zhang Shi, you want a blood spirit into the abdomen. Just about to burst, a purple gold dan directly emitted hazy purple gas will include it. Do not give half a point of opportunity to burst. Like a cocoon, fast spinning devouring, converted into spiritual energy after the influx of purple gold dan. And in Zhang Shi's eyes, after this guy swallowed a grade 62 blood spirit, he looked as if he hadn't eaten anything at all, and looked at him with a calm face. The grade half fluctuates. Even Zhang Shi, who had always been calm, couldn't understand Yi Xiang's situation anymore. Blood spirit into the stomach will be directly transformed into berserk power. So only take blood spirit that cannot be higher than their own 10 levels, otherwise the body cannot withstand. If one swallowed a blood spirit that exceeded the 10th level, it was likely that one's roots would be destroyed or even explode. And this kid, who ate a whole blood spirit that exceeded his own level by 30, didn't budge a bit. In this scene, not only did Zhang Shi see it, Zhuangchu he got a few people couldn't help but stare in disbelief at Yi Xiang in the screen. A level 62 spell Nightmare King blood spirit that doesn't go up even one level when you eat it? At this time, he wanted to exit the Tao intentional mind realm. The divinity in his eyes disappeared, and he also knew that he had devoured the blood spirit just now. But in the Taoist state of mind, it was natural to eat it, because there was indeed no harm in it for oneself. On the contrary, it was all good. That blood spirit was within his own dantian, being devoured little by the purple gold dan, and could be used as a spare blue vial when his spiritual power ran out. He wanted to look up at Zhang Shi and said with some embarrassment, "Brother Zhang, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't think that much in that state." Zhang Shi couldn't help but smile. "You're really a monster. It's fine. Just eat it. In itself this blood spirit conversion allocation is yours." Yi think, what about that blood spirit? He Dui's voice came from the communicator. "In my stomach," Yi wanted to say directly. "Didn't it blow up with a bang?" He Dui continued to ask curiously. "No." Although the crowd was puzzled as to how Yi Xiang did it, they didn't ask too many questions once they thought of the other party since it was an ancient Taoist profession. After all, there had always been a lot of talk about this profession. After pondering for a moment, Zhuangchu spoke. "Let's evacuate first. The commotion is so big that it has already attracted attention." Zhang Shi and the others nodded their heads and quickly left in their fighter jets. This time, the operation seemed to have a scare, but if it wasn't for Yi Xiang, this time, it was likely that something would have happened, and even one or two people would have died. After returning to the base, the effects of the elixir still had less than an hour to go. Yi Xiang did not waste it and continued to meditate and cultivate. Inside the dantian, because of the blood spirit, even if it wasn't in the early morning, it was refining and absorbing little by little, and the previously consumed spiritual energy had long since been replenished. You wanted to do some calculations. At this rate, the inner Dan that originally needed more than a month to break through, with the help of the blood spirit, it could break through in a week, and it would not have half the impact. The reason why Luo Zhuan didn't allow Yi Xiang to absorb the blood spirit before level 40 was precisely because forcibly leveling up would end the process without many potentials being realized. An hour later, the mission orders were given again. Yi wanted to open his eyes and quickly got up. This time he was acting with the Lin army. Obviously, the commander was trying to get Yi Xiang to integrate into the chopper team as soon as possible, so it wasn't the same person on every mission. And this also precisely showed that Yi Xiang had only come for the first day and had already completely kept up with the rhythm of the chopper team's mission. In the jungle, Lin Jun and Yi Xiang raced towards the mission coordinates one after the other. Although Lin Jun is usually humorous and witty, he seems like a different person when he enters battle. Yi wanted to pay attention to the long sword in his hand. It was obvious that Lin Jun hadn't repaired that ancient sword after it broke before, and in his hand was just an ordinary titanium steel-made longsword, but it was still very sharp. He seemed to remember something and turned his head to Yi Xiang and asked, "I've seen your matches before and know that you can use the sword technique, as well as that means of wielding the sword to kill the enemy, and although the play is good, it's actually almost interesting. How can you play with swords without comprehending the true meaning of sword intent?" Yi Xiang nodded at his words. He probably guessed that Lin Jun's profession must be a hidden profession of the sword warfare department. With a sword, it's undoubtedly strong, and being level 58 himself, his level wasn't much lower than Zhuang Chu. He didn't know how many juniors from the sword warfare department hoped to be guided by Lin Jun. The Lin family, like Chen Wanyan's Chen family, belonged to the ones that had some inheritance in them. Lin Jun had been practicing swords since he was a child. He didn't just start learning swords after switching professions at the age of 12. Something like the true meaning of professions was something that was comprehended for him when he was over level 40. Soon, the two arrived at the quest coordinates, and what met their eyes was a level 59 horned ghost king. A stout body with a red horn on his forehead symbolizing his status. Soon, the Tang Snake members in charge of scouting saw the arrival of the choppers and signaled what to do. Only one? Lin Jun opened his mouth and asked. The members of the Tengus nodded slightly. "Alright, you can leave. There's nothing else going on here," Lin Jun casually said. He held his longsword without any fear and walked directly towards that horned ghost king. He wanted to act as a mage this time, responsible for long-range assistance. Lin Jun seemed to remember something, turned his head to Yi Xiang and said, "You're still a big pair. That shouldn't know yet. As long as you chop off that red horn on the horned ghost king's head, then they won't be able to use the blood ghost technique." Hearing Lin Jun's undisguised voice, the horned ghost king violently turned his head over and gazed dead at the two people in front of him. "Human, seek death." The corners of Lin Jun's mouth spread out in a smile, and without hesitation, he directly executed the true meaning of profession, his body steeply erupting with a terrifying sharpness. Invisibly, it was as if there were countless sword chi raging. He wanted to stop and looked at Lin Jun with some shock in his eyes. Awesome! The surrounding field of sword chi that was close to 10 meters could not get any closer. He keenly noticed the sword marks floating densely on the trees around him. "Watch this kid. My sword intent is called Extreme Dao." Lin Jun's expression was calm and he said without looking back. The horned ghost king in front of him immediately realized the danger, and without saying a word, he immediately cast the blood ghost art. He was seen to have grown much larger all of a sudden, with several sarcoma-like growths on his neck and body. With a puff, 2 heads and 4 arms grew steeply out of his body. "Oh yo! 3 heads and 6 arms. Are you insinuating that we are 1 head and 2 arms? Lin Jun's eyes narrowed slightly. "Kill!" The horned ghost king let out a low roar and charged directly towards Lin Jun, his aura hideous and terrifying. Who knew that in the next moment, Lin Jun's figure disappeared into thin air. In Yi Xiang's eyes, only a sword light appeared, which instantly penetrated the horned ghost king's body, and Lin Jun's figure appeared behind the horned ghost king. The members of the Tang Snake who hadn't yet traveled far turned their heads to see the scene, and their pupils shrank. Shit, so tough? The choppers really are full of perverts. The horned ghost king stood motionless at that moment, his gaze dull. Then with a poof, his body fell to the ground and crumbled into countless pieces of flesh, blood flowing all over the place. After a fatal sword strike, countless sword chi churned the horned ghost king's body to pieces. A blood spirit surfaced, and after raising his hand to absorb it, Lin Jun clapped his hands, looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Call it a day." Yi Xiang touched his nose and nodded. It's okay to earn a handful of battle credits for doing nothing. On their way back, Lin Jun took out a book of color portraits and looked at it with great interest. Seemingly remembering something, he turned his head to Yi Xiang and said, "Next time, I'll let you make the first move." Yi Xiang's mind had been pondering the moment he had struck his sword. It was really fast. The instant it erupted, it was several times faster than his thunder law possession. There was absolutely no chance to dodge. Hearing Lin Jun's words, Yi Xiang shook his head. "I can't beat that horned ghost king." He had planned to use the binding talisman to help, but it turned out that it was completely unnecessary, and Lin Jun solved it easily by himself. Just then, both men's communicators went off at the same time. Command issued. Please proceed immediately to this fortress garrison, under attack by horned ghosts and aliens, with heavy casualties. The two men's expression changed. Lin Jun directly put away the photo magazine, looked at Yi Xiang and said, I know you're fast. Hurry over first. Yi Xiang nodded without hesitation and continued to rush towards the commanded coordinates after thunder light surged from his body, roughly 20 kilometers away. 3 minutes later, Yi wanted to be the first to arrive, but was still slow. All the warriors of the entire fortress garrison were sacrificed, and thousands of horned ghostly fae could be seen reveling inside. Feel free to rip apart the warrior's corpse and eat it in one bite. In the rear command room, Zhou Jing angrily roared. Who's keeping an eye on this data in Area E? Such a large number of horned ghost fae are approaching without a single movement? Are you looking at the data without a brain? Sir, the perimeter scouts are all dead. This isn't right. The commander who was scolded also reddened his eyes, but still immediately raised his head and said, the nearby decimation team has been notified to rush in to check the situation. It is suspected to be a horned ghost king with special blood ghost techniques. The entire fortress garrison was an instant of all losing resistance to silence without sending a single call for help signal. I also checked it out after noticing that the fortress garrison over here hadn't reported data for a 15-minute interval. He, too, nearly collapsed, and just as suddenly, the fortress garrison of 800 warriors, all dead. Zhou Jing took a deep breath and quickly calmed down, his gaze icy cold as he said, immediately find out that horned ghost king. In the air above the perimeter, countless drones scouted and flew past. All the numbers of the horned ghost fae were photographed, and the exact number was quickly scanned out. 1,200 horned ghost fae, most of which were level 30, but there were 36 level 40 horned ghosts, and one level 65 horned ghost king. He seemed to sense the drone's prying eyes and raised his head to look overhead. The corners of his mouth spread into a weird smile, his gaze became gloomy, and the red horns on his head emitted red light. A powerful magnetic disturbance erupted in a flash, and all the drones immediately lost control and crashed down. Seeing the screen instantly go black, Zhou Jing's eyes deepened. These brutal horned ghosts of the Fae were able to evolve blood ghost magic that could target human technology? No wonder not a single signal came from the entire fortress garrison. Soon, the screen resumes its picture, only to stop at the last scene captured. Suddenly, Curtin jerked up and looked at a figure at the bottom right edge of the screen. Ye think? The picture immediately zoomed in, and sure enough, that green-shirted teenager. Who is it if not Yi Xiang? At this moment, Yi Xiang's voice appeared in the chopper team channel, and his cold voice could be heard in the command room. I have arrived at the command coordinates. All the warriors on this side of the fortress garrison have been sacrificed. He wanted to reply in a low voice. Zhuang Chu fell silent, as if he could hear the restrained killing intent in Yi Xiang's voice. We'll be there soon. Prioritize your safety and strike. Zhuang Chu spoke. Yi Xiang nodded without any hesitation, and his body erupted with blinding lightning, directly charging into the horned ghost Fae. He condensed a thunder sword in his hand, instantly decapitating 7 or 8 level 30 horned ghost Fae. They didn't react at all, and they felt a heavenly rotation, and their bodies fell to the ground. Yi Xiang was now level 32 and faced these level 30 horned ghosts without any pressure at all. Even if the horned ghost Fae noticed him, they simply couldn't catch him. Horned ghost Fae are pure warrior Fae, and like the human race, they are flesh and blood. Not only are they powerful, but the high-level horned ghost Fae even possess a not-so-low level of intelligence, and after level 50, they are more like human beings, and they will awaken a powerful ghost art skill. This was also why, when it was clear that the human race was attacking Jingzhou, the horned ghost Fae on the side did not hesitate to choose to support them. This could not have happened to any of the other Fae, and the conflicts between the Fae were not much worse than those of the human race. But the horned ghost Fae are well aware that the lips are cold and the teeth are dead. Jingzhou was taken down by the human race. Then next, it will be their turn. And in itself, the pupil nightmare Fae and the horned ghost Fae belong to each other. After all, similar to a mage and one similar to a warrior, the two Fae got along well, completely different from the rest of the Fae who fought each other to death. For example, if the Ice Demon Fae clan and the Yen Tu Fae clan, the Pupil Nightmare Fae clan and the Snake Sha Fae clan, and the Blood Beast Fae clan and the Horned Ghost Fae clan met, they wouldn't hesitate to choose to do battle. It was rumored that even the mysterious royal family had conflicts. These Horned Ghost Fae realized that they couldn't catch Yi Xiang at all, and they were even confused by him. Often, with a flash of lightning, several, or even a dozen, horned ghost heads flew up. The bursts of blood couldn't even stain the green shirt. Don't try to stop Yi Xiang without restricting the speed of his thunderbolt possession, especially after devouring a level 62 blood spirit. Yi Xiang was no longer worried at all about the consumption of using the thunder method. The purple gold Dan was spinning rapidly to devour the energy of the blood spirit before transforming into spiritual energy to recover. Zhou Jing directly switched the viewpoint to Yi Xiang's auxiliary intelligence. And on the large screen, his reckless killing lightning methods also instantly surfaced. In a matter of moments, hundreds of horned ghost fae had already been killed, and the battle credits continued to accumulate. Looking at this familiar scene, the commanders, for some reason, always had a feeling of blood surging. The kill was simply too good to be true. Boom! On the screen, a palm thunderbolt landed in the middle of the densest location of the horned ghost fae, and the thunderbolt exploded. This time, dozens of horned ghosts were directly electrified and fell to the ground with scorched black bodies. Yi Xiang's figure finally appeared and stood in place, looking at the thousands of horned ghost fae around him rushing towards him, the corners of his mouth spreading into a smile. Today, it is appropriate to execute the demon. A ball of thunderous light erupted from his hands and he pressed them to the ground. Thunder law ground binding. The lightning was like a spider's web, spreading out with Yuana as the center. In an instant, hundreds and hundreds of horned ghost fae were electrified and trembled in place. Their bodies were entangled in lightning spells, so painful that they couldn't even scream. Right at this moment, raging Samadhi true flame and the fusion of thunder law surged out of Yi Xiang's body again, turning into a dozen-meter-long thunder dragon true flame sweeping up in the blink of an eye. With a dragon's roar, the thunder dragon true flame ferociously and incomparably slammed into these horned ghost fae. The horned ghosts that were swept by the thunder dragon true flame immediately screamed in agony as their souls and fleshly bodies suffered inhuman burns at the same time. Right at this moment, a level 50 horned ghost fae directly performed the blood ghost technique. Its feet swelled up, and with a jump, just like flying, it turned viciously from Yi Xiang's rear. With extremely fast speed, Yi wanted to immediately perceive the danger. Golden light surged out of his body. Taoist intent emerged from his eyebrows. Using Taijiquan, the yin-yang taijita shadow emerged in front of his body. However, this 50-horned ghost king was flinging his legs to attack, and his powerful force erupted in the air with a loud ringing sound. The surging golden light was directly hammered through, before running through the Taijiquan and landing hard on Yi Xiang's arm. A level 50 horned ghost king is not a level 50 spell nightmare king, and the powerful blood ghost spells and melee damage are very fierce. He wanted to be directly kicked out more than 10 meters away, and long gullies were cut under his feet. Even though the human immortal body had broken through to the third layer, he felt a sharp pain like his ribs were about to break, but his internal organs were almost fine, and the human immortal tattoo glowed, which prevented his internal organs from bleeding. It could be said that you wanted to be able to withstand the attack of a level 50 horned ghost even with his physical qualities. He raised his head and saw this level 50 horned ghost king's thick legs crouch as a powerful force erupted and charged towards him once again. Yi Xiang's eyes were filled with divinity at this moment, and he cupped the spell with one hand. The thunder dragon true flame quickly flew over in this direction and ruthlessly slammed into the horned ghost king. Then using the Tong Tian talisman, his hands drew 18 talismans floating in front of him in the blink of an eye. In Yi Xiang's divine golden pupil, he once again recited that immortal text Taoist language. At once, countless water spirit power between heaven and earth converged on the 18 talismans, emitting immortal blue light. Boom! Heavy water like a flood was released from the talisman. Thunder Dragon True Flame had just been torn apart by the Horned Ghost King at this time, and his body was covered with traces of thunder fire burns, and before he could come back to his senses, he was rushed over by the flood waves, swept into the waves, and turned into a rolling vortex that rolled recklessly. With the pressure of heavy water, even a rock would be crushed to pieces. After the heavy water became a whirlpool, it was like a millstone, trying to crush this Horned Ghost King. Inside Yi Xiang's body, the violet gold Dan was rapidly rotating and devouring the energy of the blood spirit, and at this time, the consumption of spiritual energy was horrifying. However, the power of the talismanic affiliation was still much worse, and after the heavy water dissipated, the Horned Ghost King was drenched in blood as he looked at Yi Xiang with a ferocious and hideous gaze. The legs once again erupted with powerful strength and charged up again. Yi Xiang was just about to use the golden light divine incantation to stop it when a blazing sword light arrived. The Horned Ghost King that was still in midair was directly chopped into two halves, with all the sharp sword chi cutting it into pieces again. Yi wanted to look up, and as expected, Lin Jun had already rushed over. Elementary school brother, well played. In the sky, a wisp of clear wind wrapped up a figure, and he appeared in midair. Qinya, Zhuang Chu, Lin Feng, Zhang Shi, Feng Yuan and the others. Almost all the members of the decimation team arrived. In the distance, that level 65 Blood Ghost King, seeing these people, his face changed and he couldn't care less about watching the show. Turning around and running, these human elites he still recognized, and then just a few steps away, Bang, a gunshot. The powerful psychic sniper bullet went straight through his calf and poof exploded into a cloud of blood. Hundreds of meters away, the corner of Mo Xiu's mouth spread into a smile. Still want to run? The heavy psychic sniper rifle in his hand began to gather energy once again. He can usually only hit 2 such attacks, and after that, he loses all his battle power. All his power coalescing through his psychic firearms. This time, the position he aimed for was the Blood Ghost King's head. Lock on, take a deep breath. The reason he didn't aim for the head in the first place was because a Blood Ghost King of this level reacted very quickly and would subconsciously have a sense when they felt death coming. Wasting an attack for nothing. Horned Ghost alien race is recognized in addition to the royal family. Fighting consciousness is the most powerful alien race. Once came to the hard consumption fight, the loss is incomparably heavy. It often took several warriors to take a Horned Ghost Fey away, and it wasn't that the Chinese warriors didn't have enough will. This was why Huaxia preferred to choose to attack the Pupil Nightmare Phase Jingzhou instead of the Horned Ghost Phase Ba County. Ba County, where the terrain is treacherous, far more complex than the Jingzhou terrain. Want to recover back? A dozen commanders projected that it must be a heavy price to pay, and attacking Ba County would undoubtedly be more difficult with the addition of the Pupil Nightmare Fey. However, if we knock down Jingzhou first, and then nibble away at Ba County a little bit, then the result will be different. Mo Xiu looked at the Blood Ghost King in the scope, and the moment he adjusted his breathing, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Spiritual energy bullets erupted. The powerful spiritual energy bullets instantly cut through space, leaving long trails. The level 65 Blood Ghost King was still reveling in the pain of his broken leg and subconsciously sensed the danger and raised his arm. Boo! The arm instantly exploded. The level 65 Blood Ghost King stared with wide eyes as he watched his arm being broken and bursting. A petite black shadow found an opportunity to swoop in. Cold shots, sneak attacks, and backstabs were nothing as long as they could decimate the Fey. The sharp dagger pierced through the Blood Ghost King's chest and was just about to cut. The level 65 Blood Ghost King roared as a powerful burst of strength opened up, sending Li Qin flying out. The red horn on his forehead glowed, and his broken right leg and left arm sprouted sarcomas that seemed to want to recover. Ying Zai took out a tarot card. As a decimation team, it was naturally impossible for them to be just a support profession, and a death reversal was flipped over. The dark aura quickly enveloped the Blood Ghost King, cutting off the opponent's ability to recover. Zhuang Chu, dressed in pitch-black heavy armor, came before the Blood Ghost King with a huge sword in his hand. In an instant, it was like nightfall and endless darkness enveloped the two. The trial is final. Although the crowd couldn't see what was going on inside, they didn't have any worries and instead began to harvest the other Horned Ghost Fey. Zhuang Chu dared to dislike even a level 70 Black Bone King, let alone a level 65 half-crippled Blooded Ghost King. With the cooperation of the decapitation team, more than 1,000 Horned Ghost alien races were killed without sparing a single head. In the end, even with the support of the Blood Spirit, Yi Xiang's spiritual power was almost exhausted, and he used his human immortal body to hammer down the Horned Ghost. The original green shirt was stained with the blood of many Horned Ghosts. Everyone had a heavy killing aura, including Yi Xian himself. He knew he was a Taoist priest, but when he saw the bodies of the warriors on the ground, he couldn't help but kill. How could he not? At that moment, a dark field disappeared in the distance. Carrying the head of the level 65 Blood Ghost King, Zhuang Chu slowly walked out of the darkness, opened his helmet, looked at the auxiliary intelligence, and said, "The resident alien has been cleared. Please leave 3 men to man the fortress garrison. A team will soon arrive to man it." In the command room, Zhou Jing responded by directly connecting to the auxiliary intelligence. Zhuang Chu nodded and looked up at Feng Yuan, Lin Jun, Zhang Guan and the 3 of them and said, "You guys stay here. Yi think, recover as soon as possible." Yi wanted to nod his head to show that he understood. There was no doubt that right now, on the entire front, it wasn't easy for the human race to advance into the second regional front of Jingzhou, and the foreign races obviously weren't sitting around waiting for their turn to die, and were also raiding the human race's fortresses and strongholds. Yi wanted to meditate on the spot to recover. This whole day, although he didn't cultivate much, the progress of the human immortal patterns didn't fall behind, and it was even quite a bit faster than the usual cultivation. In conjunction with the battle, the human immortal body progressed much faster all of a sudden. Half an hour passed, and when Yi Xiang recovered well and opened his eyes, the crowd had already left. By this time, the sky had also descended, and the entire fortress garrison looked even bloodier. The 3 of them, Feng Yuan, Lin Jun, Zhangguan, were organizing the remains of the warriors in silence. Hundreds of men were completely wiped out, something that didn't even happen on the first front. Magnetic field interference. All silent. Not a single distress signal was sent. It's as if no matter how much humanity develops technology, the Fae always evolved the ability to restrain it and deliver the killing blow. He wanted to walk to the remains of these warriors, and after a moment of silence, he softly recited, "The way of man is small, the way of immortality is vast, and the way of ghosts is joyful. When one is born, the immortal path is noble in life, and the ghost path is noble in death. The way of the immortals is always auspicious, the way of the ghosts is always evil. The beauty of the spirit on high, the sadness of the song in space. I wish that the way of heaven be fulfilled, not the way of man." Feng Yuan. 3 people are curious to listen. Did not disturb ye think? These Taoist scriptures have never heard before. Do not know why. Listening to a kind of inexplicable heart-fixed feeling. Leaf misses finishing. Feng Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Yi Xiang, what are you reciting here?" "The scripture of degrees." The 3 of them couldn't help but look at each other, obviously not having heard of it. Just then, several military trucks drove by from a distance. Hundreds of fighters got off neatly from above without any instructions and organized the remains of the fighters in an orderly manner. From now on, they will carry on the will of these warriors and continue to die in this position. After the 4 left, Feng Yuan suddenly remembered something and looked at Lin Jun and said, "Brother Chu will be leaving the chopping team soon, right?" Lin Jun nodded after calculating the time. "In a month, Team Chu's service time will be over." Feng Yuan couldn't help but feel a little envious. It's too comfortable. When you leave and enter the system, you'll be at the rank of General Colonel at the very least. Why are you leaving? He wanted to be a bit puzzled. It's the system where the chopping team is 26 years old or above level 60 to enter. Otherwise, where do you think our human races level 60 and above have gone? Lin Jun explained. Actually, according to the past, Zhuang Chu could have applied to enter the system 3 months in advance, but he didn't, presumably because he is relieved to see us. Jiang Wan, who was walking at the very back, spoke up. Yi Xiang was slightly silent. If the human race has experts, why was there no one to support the Northern Front in the first place? And only Elder Han went over? When that level 59 Ice Demon King was on the battlefield, it was like being invincible. Lin Jun glanced at Yi Xiang. Don't forget, the total attack of the foreigners is the Southern Sea. If the South Sea can't be defended, what's the use of defending the North? Moreover, the god of war Hong Chang is sneaking over there. This is something no one expected. You only need to remember one thing. Our Chinese human race, on the surface, at most, appear to be level 60 elites. As for the god of war and the heavenly king, they are as the leaders of the human race's warriors, and they don't need to be hidden. While the true underbelly, naturally, is not something that is casually shown to the foreigners, unless the throne himself descends. But speaking of thrones, the last time you solved the bone throne, or a Taoist priest just like you, but he struck out and simply disappeared. Do you recognize Yi Xiang? Lin Jun asked suspiciously. You wanted to know that Lin Jun was talking about old senior Qing Yunzi, and thought for a moment. I've seen him once, but his old man is used to traveling in the clouds and wild cranes. It's worthy of being a Dao sect. Lin Jun was somewhat emotional. I suddenly looked in one direction, pointing at that location. We are only 200 to 300 kilometers away from the Buddhist sect's hidden inheritance here, and we have already fought for so many days, and we haven't seen a single monk. Yi Xiang didn't say anything, but he also didn't have any good feelings towards the Buddhist sect. Is there still action at night? Yi wanted to ask. You think it's the same as when you were in military training? It also gives you rest time, and you don't have these concepts when you go to the battlefield. Feng Yuan rolled his eyes. And it's at night that we have the opportunity to attack. The corner of Lin Jun's mouth curled up. Although the foreign races are powerful, their habit is that they will rest at night. This is the advantage of our human race. In terms of art of war, these foreign races are far worse. That's why the captain told you to recover. There's definitely something big going on tonight. You wanted to understand and didn't ask again. For him now the priority is still upgrading cultivation, frontline strategy and other such things. The commanders with the chief will have to choose. But speaking of chief, Yi Xiang then remembered that he hadn't taught Chief Taijiquan after military training. Upon returning to the chopper's base, as expected, the crowd was rested. After a full day of work, Yi Wana was also covered in sweaty odor. First, he took a shower, and just as he walked out, he saw Lin Feng smoking at the door. Yi Xiang was slightly stunned. Lin Feng turned to look at him and smiled. I saw the scene where you devoured a level 62 blood spirit today. It was very impressive. However, Yi Xiang noticed a handful of white hair on his head. Did you use a forbidden technique again today? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. When I really go to the battlefield, I can't control that feeling. I really envy you. What happened? You wanted to realize that Lin Feng was a bit off. Lin Feng was silent for a moment before saying, a warrior sacrificed himself to save me. I immediately used a forbidden technique at that time, but I didn't save him even after I used a forbidden technique 6 times. You wanted to be stunned. He didn't know what to say. 6 times? It meant that 6 years of life had been used, but that warrior wouldn't lose out if he was saved. But if he hadn't been saved, even if he gave 6 years of his life, Lin Feng might never forget it. What's his name? Yi wanted to ask. Chen Shangrong, 19 years old. He's not even as old as me. Lin Feng was silent for a long time after taking a deep drag on his cigarette. Yi Xiang also didn't expect that the outstanding Holy Chime Student Council president in front of him would turn out like this. Then live well with that young warrior's faith. Or at least don't let him think he'll regret saving you. You wanted to pat his shoulder before saying anything more. He also saw the sacrifice of many soldiers today, but this was the front line. The only way to let the fallen warriors rest in peace is to kill the enemy. After returning to the separate sleeping room, Yi Xiang continued to meditate and cultivate. The human immortal tattoo was branded into the small intestine area, and the inner Dan was absorbing the energy of the blood spirit without stopping. At this time on the front line of the second battlefront, all of the Ace Ting snake troops were mobilized, taking advantage of the late night to map out all of the pupil nightmare alien tribal strongholds. At that moment, densely packed data was transmitted into the large rear command room. Looking at the positions of all the pupil nightmare alien tribes on the second front on the screen, Zhou Jing's expression was incomparably calm. Unlike the pupil nightmare Fae and the bone Fae, the bone throne only needs one order and the bone Fae will never tire of carrying it out. But the Hitomi nightmare Fae need to sleep, and there is no such thing as an army sentry system. The reason why it took a week to get a foothold on the first front was because of all the hard nails that were pulled out at night. An hour later, after the Tang snake members had investigated all the tribes in the second front area, Zhou Jing's eyes emitted a starry glow as his brain raced. Then he lifted his hands and clicked quickly on the screen. The command room seemed incredibly quiet at this time, and no one disturbed Zhou Jing. On the front line command, the people in the command room, the responsibility is very great. Of course, cannot all be pounced on the southwest front. The north and south of the sea still have commanders to keep an eye on. Time passed little by little, and soon, a complete battle plan was finalized by Zhou Jing. Which tribe to uproot first was something that had to be thought through, and throughout the entire second front area, there were a total of more than 300 pupil nightmare Fae tribal clusters, numbering from hundreds to 1,000 in the larger ones, and dozens in the smaller ones. In total, there were estimated to be more than 20,000 pupil nightmare Fae, and almost any tribe that exceeded the number of 50 Fae would have a pupil nightmare Fae of level 50 or above. A group curse of the 5th turn could easily spell a large group of warriors, so it's a very large amount of work on how to assign fighters to fight. However, Zhou Jing quickly gave the battle plan and sent it directly to the commander's screen on the southwest front, looked up at the time again, and spoke. 10 minutes to add details. Start the operation at 3 a.m. Codename, Yilong. Yes. The commanders nodded their heads with immense seriousness. The battle sheet in front of them represented the next direction of the southwestern front. The 10 minutes were over quickly, and the commanders in charge of the southwest theater of operations added all the detailed data to the combat table. Zhou Jing nodded after checking it over and took a deep breath before finalizing the battle plan. In an instant, all the fighters on the front line rang with the alert of the auxiliary intelligence. Orders have been issued. Combat code name, Yilong. All the data according to the auxiliary intelligence in an orderly manner to each person to assign instructions tasks. Yi Want is no exception. The auxiliary intelligence flew in front of him and looked at him and said, Comrade Yi Think, please cooperate with Ing Zai and proceed to the command coordinates immediately. He wanted to open his eyes and get up straight away. Opening the door, everyone on the chopper team happened to all come out as well. The people looked at each other and smiled at each other. Zhuang Chu calmly said, the entire team of 15. Before dawn, I hope all of you can return safely. Ha ha, small point. Feng Yuan said with a smile. You wanted to look at Ing Zai. This time she had changed into a black solemn killing team uniform. Less mysterious in the past, a pair of stunningly beautiful eyes like stars had been covered by gauze. Everyone, I'll see you tomorrow then, he said with a smile. The figure left the base as a wind. The group traveled to the tribes in the second front area on a mission based on different command coordinates. Lin Feng was still moving with Zhuang Chu. Almost everyone had noticed that his state was a bit off, but with the current wartime situation, there wasn't anyone who had the time to be able to enlighten him. It happens when new people come into the choppers and can't get acclimated down. But Lin Feng had Zhuang Chu by his side after all, so everyone wasn't too worried. If Zhuang Chu can't do anything about it, then there's really nothing anyone can do about it. He wanted to look at the tusked boar shivering on the side and rolled his eyes. Alright, you sleep tonight. After all, it's a decapitation mission. Leading a pig is a bit of a stretch. It would be appropriate to lead monsters and such. He wanted to take a look at the command coordinates location. A straight line distance of more than 50 kilometers would definitely require a fighter jet to pick up and drop off. He walked onto the platform with Ingzio, and soon several fighters flew down, one of which came in front of the two of them. Coincidentally, it was again a member of the White Tiger who had intended to die with the level 62 spell Nightmare King during the day. He also couldn't help but smile when he saw Yi Xiang. Yo, I have a number in my heart when I see you. This guy's level 32 hard resistance to 5 turn 6 curse skill farts didn't matter. Worthy of being the demon of the decimation team, it was simply shocking. Big brother, let's just fly the airplane this time. Just don't mess around. Yi Xiang looked at him and laughed. Ha ha, okay. Yi Xiang and Ingzio boarded the plane and flew directly towards the command coordinates. 50 kilometers of road were reached in minutes in front of the fighters, but they landed at a long distance for the sake of concealment. Hit the flare if there's danger. I can see it. The White Tiger member handed Yi Xiang a flare gun and said. Yi Xiang nodded and left after Ingzio. Although Ingzio was a supplementary profession diviner, it was naturally not that simple to be in the chopper team, or level 57. After approaching the coordinate group, Ingzi said softly, we'll just be responsible for decapitation. We don't need to care about anything else, and when we complete this command mission, we'll start the next command. Yi wanted to nod his head, signaling that he knew. Ingzio took out a tarot card and after silently reciting an incantation, the tarot card was flipped over. The wise man is in the right place. In an instant, Ingzi's gaze looked into a wooden hut in the deepest part of the tribe and spoke. Level 56 spell Nightmare King. It's right there. She then pulled out 2 more tarot cards and flipped them over. One for the hermit and one for justice. After Ingzio recited the hidden one incantation, the two of them became steeply transparent. Ethan can't help but stare at this. He was still aware that there were a whole 72 tarot cards. So wouldn't that represent 72 effects? Ingzi smiled lightly and said softly after landing the Justice Tarot card on Yi Xiang. Alright, righteous schoolboy. Start your show. Leaf think. The two walked right into the horde, and it was quiet around them, apparently not noticing them. Yi wanted to carefully push open the door, but with such a dinky movement, the cursed Nightmare King who was lying on the bed snapped his eyes open. The large yellow pupils of the eyes on that chest were staring dead ahead in the direction of the door to the room. Yi Xiang and Ingzio stood still and did not move. The effect of the tarot card's hermit did not fail. It was reasonable to say that the cursed Nightmare King would not be able to see them, but the spell Nightmare King clearly sensed something was wrong and stared dead at the half-open door of the room. He slowly got up from the bed and approached the two of them step by step towards Yi Xiang. Yi Xiang slightly sidestepped and blocked in front of Ingzi, slowly raising his hand and pinching the spell. When this cursed Nightmare King was still 2 meters away, Yi Xiang would not hesitate to make his move, which knew that the other party even suddenly stopped when he was 3 meters away. His triangular ugly face flooded with a cold smile. In an instant, a blood-red cursed aura erupted directly from that yellow eye. The cursed Nightmare King had thought that it was a human assassin lurking in, so he did not hesitate to strike, which knew that the next moment, a golden light appeared before his eyes, directly dissolving and lifting the dark red cursed aura. Before the cursed Nightmare King could react to what was going on, the golden light rushed in front of him. Ingzio also flung out a death tarot card at the same time, and a black light enveloped the cursed Nightmare King. As a level 57 hidden profession diviner, she could easily manage to make this spell Nightmare King lose its ability to resist. With a pfft sound, a long sword of golden light easily penetrated through the cursed Nightmare King's chest. After doing this hand, Yi Xiang hastily backed away. Squeezing up the spell, he said softly, "There is thunder within, and the god of thunder is hidden in name." With a loud boom, the golden light exploded directly inside the cursed Nightmare King. The large yellow eye bead was instantly blown to pieces, but at this time, the cursed Nightmare King was not dead. Dragging his half-crippled body, he tried to plan to rush out. However, just at that moment, the death god's shadow above his head slowly raised its black scythe. Ingzio spoke. Death reversal, misfortune, calamity, pain, darkness, death. As the words fell, the scythe fell. The black scythe slashed across the spell Nightmare King's neck, but as if it were a shadow, nothing touched it. The cursed Nightmare King also had black smoke coming out of his body in an instant, and was also a bit palpitating, not having thought that Ingzio was also good at curses. In the blink of an eye the cursed Nightmare King was in agony as all sorts of wounds and sores surfaced on his body. Yi Xiang then realized why he had chosen to let him and Ingzi to work together as a team. That's too much weakening power. Why are you still frozen? Ingzio said as she turned her head to look at Yi Xiang. Yi wanted to touch his nose. Sorry, a little surprised. Raising his hand, the azure-colored samsara flame floated into his hand. It then transformed into a scorching sun talisman and lightly landed on the level 56 cursed Nightmare King. And with a boom, a blazing fireball appeared and burned it to the ground. There was such a big commotion in the house, but not a single pupil nightmare alien heard it outside. It was entirely because High above the horde, there was a tarot card, radiating light, pale starlight spilling down, and all of the Hitomi Nightmare clan slept in a deathly sleep. Inside the room, a level 56 blood spirit emerged from the corpse of the Hitomi Nightmare King. Intelligent Aid quickly split the affiliation. Ingzio. However, Ingzio looked at Yi Xiang and said, "You eat." Yi wanted to shake his head. "I haven't absorbed the last level 62 blood spirit cleanly yet. I can't use this one for now." Ingzai sniffed and extended his hand to open his mouth to devour this blood spirit. Soon after, the secondary intelligence communicated the second command task. On the other side of the white tiger could not help but smile. Following the action of the members of the decapitation team is comfortable. Nothing to do, so quickly white-whoring a war credit. But having said that, everyone in the entire army knew that the missions carried out by the decimation team were not for anyone to go whoring around. Yi Xiang and Ingzai returned to the landing site, and the two of them did not lift their stealth. But the White Tiger members seemed to sense something and turned their heads to look at the back box. "Coming? Well, it's good to go." Ingzio's voice was always so gentle. The night was destined to seem long, and the night was dark enough to hide all the scent of death, but not the smell of blood and horror. Zhuangchu led Lin Feng out from a tribe that numbered several hundred pupil nightmare foreigners, both of them covered in blood, especially on Zhuangchu's black heavy armor. The blood was as if it had solidified, sticky and dripping slowly downwards. Behind them lay a field full of corpses. Lin Feng was gasping for air, obviously exerting himself somewhat. Zhuangchu glanced at him and said, "Retreat back." Zhuangchu was still relatively satisfied with Lin Feng's performance. Lin Feng belonged to the same type as Ingzai, and the stronger his teammates were when the time spells worked together, then Lin Feng would be able to exert a greater advantage. As a newcomer, joining the chopping team at this stage was indeed a bit reluctant. After all, coming up to this kind of wartime mission. But the gap was huge compared to Yi Xiang's relative comparison. Hearing what Zhuangchu said, Lin Feng shook his head. "I still have mana. I won't drag you down." Zhuangchu smiled helplessly and patted his shoulder. "Don't keep comparing yourself to Yi Xiang. There is also a big difference between genius and genius. Your advantage lies in your own spell profession. Cultivate well. The more time spells play a role in the later stages, the greater the role will be." At this moment, Lin Feng's level had come to level 46. Naturally upgraded because he had devoured a few blood spirits. Lin Feng knew that his potential was definitely not enough compared to the members of the decimation team, but as Zhuangchu said, as long as his rank was high enough, then he would not be dragging his feet anymore. The members of the decimation team themselves, apart from wartime situations, would all choose to cultivate to raise their levels. After all, level 50 or 60 was just the beginning. The more one kept using the blood spirit to raise his level, the more one raised it. The slower one's progress in cultivation would only be in the later stages, but as long as the foreigners kept existing, then there was no problem with killing them all the time. The confusion in Lin Feng's eyes had long disappeared after he thought about these things and determined his direction. Zhuangchu looked at Lin Feng's change and nodded slightly, not saying anything more. As a little bit of time passed, a level 50 or higher alien was pulled up from the ground. However, just as the sky was about to dawn, Li Qin's voice appeared on the communicator. "Command coordinates information is incorrect. Found level 72 prison pupil king." All the members of the chopping team couldn't help but freeze for a moment, their pupils shrinking slightly. "Retreat immediately," Feng Yuan said anxiously. "Idiot," Li Qin scolded gently. Her stealth was instantly exposed in front of the level 72 prison pupil king, and in front of this kind of existence, there was no chance of escape once she was discovered. At this moment, all the members paused to carry out their commanded tasks, and without any hesitation, they all rushed towards Li Qin's coordinates. Not far in front of Li Qin, a lanky, close to 3 m tall pupil nightmare alien with a huge black eye on its chest was staring at her. Li Qin was pretty sure that she was in a state of stealth and was still in the middle of the dark night, yet that eye of the other party saw her clearly and unmistakably. "Human, you are struggling without power." The prison pupil king quietly looked at Li Qin and said. Seeing that he had already been exposed, Li Qin simply revealed his figure and looked at the prison pupil king without fear as he asked rhetorically, "In front of the heavenly king, do you dare to say that?" At this moment, in the command room, Zhou Jing was staring at the screen dead on. The closest member of the decimation team to Li Qin was Feng Yuan, who was also madly rushing towards this side, but it would take at least 10 minutes for him to get here. And at that moment, a thunderous light instantly surpassed Feng Yuan's figure. After seeing this scene, Feng Yuan froze for a moment before immediately reacting. He hurriedly shouted, "Yi Xiang, save my daughter-in-law. I'll call you brother from now on." Everyone on the whole team can see that Feng Yuan has a crush on Li Qin, but the clumsy guy will only do the routine of purposely pissing her off. But this time, he finally couldn't help himself. At the same time, the figure of the heavenly King Luo Jin came flying in a speedy flight through the night sky. The black vertical pupil eyes on the prison pupil king's chest stared at Li Qin, and in an instant, a dark cursed aura flew towards her. Extremely fast, Li Qin directly used the shadow split skill, his figure quickly splitting into two dark shadows, one in front of the other and disappearing stealthily. That dark cursed aperture lassoed into one of the black shadows and directly engulfed it. Li Qin breathed a sigh of relief. With a 1 in 2 chance of surviving, she had won one of her bets, quickly pulling away. Even if it was a level 70 prison pupil king, it was impossible to ignore the distance and use a curse. She was only level 53 and could only run for her life in the face of this terrifying existence. The advantage of being able to be stealthy as an assassin when leveling above level 10 or more, all but vanished. A trace of surprise crossed the eyes of the prison pupil king, and seeing Li Qin trying to escape, his figure steeply turned into a black mist and chased after him. Li Qin also knew that stealth was useless, and simply did not stealth. As an assassin, a certain amount of perception is still there. She could feel the nightmare-like threat of death behind her, and it was getting closer. Li Qin gritted her teeth. As an assassin, with 5 skills, 3 of them had skills about stealth. She knows there's a good chance it won't run. Watching the black mist getting closer and closer, Li Qin directly turned around and raised the black blade dagger. In a flash, the figure deftly turned around and exploded sharply as a black shadow. Li Qin instantly passed through the black fog, and in the blink of an eye, his figure was revealed once again. The black-bladed dagger was quickly corrupted by countless invisible cursed worms. She stood frozen in place, and from within her body, came a feeling as if she was being devoured. The sharp, icy eyes gradually turned lifeless. In just an instant, Li Qin's vital features disappeared. All of the members of Team Chopper stared at her avatar in death, and Feng Yuan couldn't help but growl up to the sky. The Hell Pupil King's figure transformed from black mist into a solid body, silently looking at the already dead corpses on the ground. After a moment of silence, he turned away. However, just a few steps in, he turned around violently, and a purple-black cursed aura flew towards the pair of bodies. In an instant, the corpses' shell shattered. Shadow Assassin. False death. However, under the corrosion of the Hell Pupil King's curse, but it was impossible for even a corpse to exist, which was why he suddenly reacted. Li Qin looked at the purple and black cursed aura reflected in her eyes, and a black moon seal steeply surfaced in her brow. Assassination of truth. The prison pupil king's face changed, and at this moment, he couldn't even feel this human, but she was clearly right in front of her. Pust. A sharp wound appeared steeply on the prison pupil king's neck. If he had reacted slower, his neck would have been chopped off, but he still didn't feel Li Qin's presence. The prison pupil king roared angrily as powerful black energy erupted, transforming into countless existences that were even tinier and more terrifying than blood-red worms, drilling into nothing. However, the tiny bugs were spread all over the circumference of 100 meters, but they still did not find Li Qin's figure. That not so far away, she was like a mirror, not real at all. The prison pupil king reacted steeply, a sardonic smile spreading from the corners of his mouth. Lifting his head to look overhead, as expected, a black moon floated silently overhead. It wasn't Li Qin who disappeared, but rather, the prison pupil king was deceived by his surroundings. All of the tiny black insects all rushed towards the sky above, and in just a moment, they tore the black moon night curtain apart. The moment the illusion disappeared, Li Qin had already arrived in front of him, and the black-bladed dagger ruthlessly stabbed into the large black vertical pupil eye on the prison pupil king's chest. The prison pupil king let out a cry of pain, raised his hand and grabbed Li Qin's arm as he opened his mouth and sprayed out a large mouthful of black mist bugs. Li Qin also gave up resisting, struggling until now she had done her best. However, right at this moment, she saw a thunderous light violently emerge behind the prison pupil king. In a flash, he wanted to come to the front with the speed of running thunder, lifted his knee, and viciously kicked at the back waist of the prison pupil king. Ow! The prison pupil king's eyes widened at once, and his body tilted back in pain. He wanted to raise his hand as a golden light fell on Li Qin. The golden light extended and rose. A thin line threw her in the air, leaped, stepped on the trees and dragged up the wrist and ran. That's all that's bad. Thunder Law is the golden light suppressed to the extreme transformation, which means that when he uses Thunder Law, he can't use golden light, but to carry the curse with the golden light, the thunder possession can't be used. The two of them were wrapped in thick golden light as they stepped on the top of the canopy and ran forward quickly. After Li Qin turned her head to look at the black mist following closely behind her, she frowned slightly and looked at Yi Xiang and asked, "Don't you need to run with lightning?" At this time, the surface of the golden light, dense and tiny black bugs constantly devouring the golden light, completely unable to disperse. The level gap is really too big, but if they didn't use the golden light, The two of them would have been eaten cleanly by this 7 turns cursed bone eater in the blink of an eye. Can't use it. Yi Xiang shook his head. That won't get away. Li Qin said. Keep running. I'll be there soon. Draw him toward the coordinates. Just then, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan's voice appeared in the communicator. The two of them let out a sigh of relief. Being chased by a level 72 prison pupil king, the feeling of oppression was simply incomparable. You wanted to glance at the coordinates before determining the direction to run directly towards that location. However, after running for a short while, Li Qin directly pulled Yi Xiang on his back with force and said, You're running too slow. Focus on using the golden light skill. I'll run on your back. Oh, well. Leaf thought for a moment, then nodded. Although Li Qin is an assassin, but at least it is also a warrior profession. Carrying Yi Xiang this weight to run a little bit of effort. Speed rubbing up, as expected. In terms of speed, Li Qin was much faster without the use of thunder possession, and was even able to use instantaneous shadow to speed up from time to time behind Yi Xiang's back. It's just one meal at a time, and it's kind of hard for Yi to think about it. Concentrating on using the golden light divine incantation. The golden eyes also steeply filled with divine indifference. The golden light on the two men's bodies immediately doubled in strength, directly shocking all those tiny bone-eating insects around them away. Not far away, the black mist transformed into the prison pupil king, who pulled out the two black-bladed daggers on his chest eyes and stared dead at the blinding golden light in the distance. After locking on, it directly erupted into 3 terrifying cursed auras that flew over. Once locked, the curse aura wouldn't disappear, which was why the pupil nightmare fae were so difficult to deal with. Even if they were killed, the curse still existed, and in the paths where this 7-turn curse flew through, the trees all withered, and the snakes, insects, birds, and beasts on the branches instantly turned into white bones, terrifyingly incomparable. After Yi wanted to turn his head to see the scene, his divinity occupied his eyes to remain calm. Raising his hand instantly drew 18 talismans around his body. Between the 18 talismans surrounding them, a divine walking talisman was affixed to Li Qin's leg, and the entire person's speed steeply increased. After Li Qin froze slightly, she opened her mouth and said, If I can survive, I don't want any amulets. Give me 100 or so of these talismans. However, at this time, Yi Xiang, who was in the state of divinity, refused without hesitation. No, drawing talismans delays my cultivation. 17 talismans were suspended behind him, and with a pair of golden eyes, Yi wanted to read in a cold voice, Brilliant heavenly might, Fire God Edict. As soon as the words fell, it was as if a gotcha answered from the heavens and earth. Instantly countless fire chi swept over and landed on these talismans in front of him, emitting an intense fiery red glow. The talisman hadn't even been activated yet, and Li Qin could feel the burning sensation around her. Boom! In an instant, hot flames erupted like a fiery red dawn, illuminating the surrounding kilometers. On the battlefield, many warriors and pupil nightmare fae looked that way. The 17 scorched young talismans transformed into a fire dragon more than a dozen meters long and slammed towards that 7-turn cursed aura. Attached to the power of heaven and earth, fire dragon is like a living thing, fierce and fierce, spraying a mouthful of dragon inflammation, whistling. The cursed aura that crashed head-on instantly passed through Long Yin. The dark red curse seemed to dim a little, but it was completely useless. The level difference was too great. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon was covered by a 7-turn cursed aura and disappeared in midair, bursting without even exploding for a second. Other than the golden light divine spell, any Dao law appeared powerless in front of the curse. Just slightly useful though, at least it slowed things down a bit. Without any hesitation, Yi Xiang completely disregarded the consumption of his spiritual energy, and his hands blossomed with spiritual light, utilizing the Tongtian talisman to the extreme. In the blink of an eye another 18 talismans were drawn in the air, but this time it wasn't the heavy water talisman nor the scorching sun talisman. He wanted to pour the golden light from his body into the talismans, filling all the lines before raising his hand and flinging all the talismans out. The talisman landed in front of the cursed aura and with a poof, it turned into golden light and burned. It was the most basic exorcism and blessing pure talisman, and after filling it with golden mana, it really did intercept this cursed aura for a few moments, and it was more effective than the previous fire dragon. Most importantly, the net talisman consumed very little mana. It wasn't even as much as the mana consumed by using the Tongtian talisman itself. He wanted to raise his hand and another 18 pure talismans, infused with golden light to fill in the veins, clattering towards the back. Without looking at the effect, he lowered his head and continued to draw charms in the air. Li Qin took the time to look back and couldn't help but be stunned when she saw the roiling talismans flying. Is it useful for this guy to draw so many talismans? She looked toward the distance, just in time to see the 7 turns cursed aura, which was actually covered by layers of talismans to hide its light. The flight was literally more than twice as slow, And not only that, she could clearly see that the first cursed aura had gotten much smaller. A trace of incredulity flashed in Li Qin's eyes, realizing that this was a level 75 cursed aura. How many levels is Yi Xian? She couldn't help but slow down a bit, but she knew that just as she slowed down a tiny bit, Yi Xiang in his divine state frowned slightly and said, "Don't slow down. I don't have much mana left. Li Qin, this guy is like a different person every time he uses career truth. He's not good at all anymore." But she could also feel that this time Yi Xiang was the most trustworthy time. Behind the cursed aura, the prison pupil king followed closely behind in a cloud of black mist, clearly not intending to let these two humans go. The large eyes of the black vertical pupils violently once again burst out a curse aura, but this time in order to catch up with Yi Xian Li Qin two people, the curse power obviously became much smaller, but the speed is several times faster. Even if it was much weaker, it was not something that the two could resist, and in the blink of an eye, it flew in front of the two, and the curse was about to fall on Yi Xiang for a moment. A figure in an old Taoist robe steeply appeared in front of Yi Xiang. It was none other than Qing Yunzi. At this moment, even Yi Xiang, who was in the state of divinity, could not help but freeze for a moment. The old Taoist priest, Qing Yunzi nodded slightly, looking at the cursed aura in front of him, his body steeply unfolding purely like a materialized Taiji Bagua. With a wave of his hand, the cursed aura was wrapped up by the Taiji Bagua diagram, and a powerful white light appeared at first. That terrible curse was lifted in the blink of an eye. Qing Yunzi raised his hand once more, and talismans emerged from the sky. You wanted to quit the Daoi at this time, staring wide-eyed at this diffused talisman. Good. Much better. 10,000 at the most. Right? All the talismans transformed into a Jinwu demon-slaying sword with spiritual light. Qing Yunzi's eyebrows manifested the true martial Dao intent and he raised his hand to point. Chop! The true martial demon-slaying sword instantly broke those 7 revolutions cursed aura, then chopped straight down towards the prison pupil king. The prison pupil king couldn't stop his heart from trembling at the sight of this old Taoist. A strong person of the 9th turn of the human race. It wanted to run, but the powerful aura had locked on, and it realized that it couldn't move at all. The true martial demon-slaying sword instantly fell. With a poof, he turned into black mist and tried to escape, but noiselessly, they were all chopped up. A level 75 prison pupil king blood spirit emerged peacefully. After chopping out a sword, the talismans that made up the true martial demon-slaying sword dissipated. Yi Xiang stared at this scene in a daze, despite guessing that the old Taoist master was very strong, having cut down the bone skeleton throne with 3 swords, but the only way to realize how powerful it really is to actually see it. Senior, Yi Xiang said as he cupped his fists. Only then did Li Qin come back to his senses, guessing that the old Taoist elder in front of him was the one who had previously beheaded the bone throne, the reclusive senior of the 9 revolutions. At this time, the heavenly king Luo Zhuan flew over and could not help but sigh in relief after seeing that Yi Xiang and the Li Qin were both fine. Thank you, senpai. However, Qing Yunzi looked at heavenly king Luo Zhuan with an unpleasant expression on his face and inquired, "Is this how your army spoils geniuses?" If he hadn't made a move just now, the two wouldn't have been able to carry the curse. Even if you don't die, you'll be severely maimed. Heavenly King Luo Jin was silent for a moment before saying, Senior, any situation can arise on the battlefield. No one can guarantee it. People always die in wars. Qing Yunzi sighed. His eyes fell on Yi Xiang. The future of the Taoist sect was such a soul seedling. If something really happened, could it not be possible to wait for another 100 years? The human race doesn't even know if it can last another 100 years. When he first struck out, he had actually been silently acting as Yi Xiang's protector in the dark, but as a heavenly master, it was naturally impossible for him to shelter him everywhere, and he naturally couldn't make a move until he was in a crisis. With regards to Qing Yunzi's existence, Heavenly King Luo Jin had always been aware of it, and he could only maintain a basic respect for such a godly and reclusive powerhouse. Senior, going to the front line is my choice. Yi Xiang spoke up at this time. Just, whatever. Qing Yunzi shook his head helplessly. As Heavenly King Luo Jin looked at Qing Yunzi, his eyes suddenly lit up as he opened his mouth and inquired, Senior, how about the two of us combining our efforts to decimate the pupil nightmare throne? Hearing these words, Qing Yunzi looked as if he could see through Luo Zhuan's physical condition. Frowning, he said, You don't want to live, do you? Luo Jin, the Heavenly King, smiled helplessly. As long as we take down the southwest, the chances of the human race rising up will be a bit greater. So what if we die? Enough people have died. Can you finish killing the throne of the Fae? What was the use of my Dao sect beheading all 9 thrones back then? Facing Qing Yunzi's questioning, the Heavenly King Luo Jin fell silent. He also knew about the sacrifices of the Dao sect 100 years ago, but if the human race wanted to take the entire southwest, the pupil nightmare throne was something they would definitely have to face. He raised his head and looked at the old Taoist master. If we can kill another throne, Huaxia will be able to breathe again. It's not as good as it was 100 years ago, and the resources are already far from enough. Hearing these words, Qin Yunzi's gaze was placed on Yi Xiang. The heavenly king Luojin also then dropped his gaze on him. Yi Xian could not help but stare. What are the two big shots looking at him for? Yi Xiang, do you know how to make pills? Qin Yunzi could not help but open his mouth and sniff when he smelled the scent of Dan on Yi Xiang earlier. Yi wanted to nod and acknowledge it. Qin Yunzi wasn't surprised. He had seen Yi Xiang use the Samsara flame at the collegiate grand competition. As one of the divine flames of the Taoist family, the Samadhi true flame was a breeze to use for both weaponsmithing and alchemy. Back then, before the destruction of the Tao sect, there weren't many legacies that Qin Yunzi had learned, and among them, there was no Dan Dao. The only way for the Taoist profession to regain its heritage is for the celestial master to reappear. However, this requirement was the 9 revolutions heavenly master, and in order to achieve this requirement, Yi Xiang clearly still had a long way to go. Alright, then go and behead the pupil nightmare throne. Qin Yunzi nodded his head and agreed. This sudden reversal caused Heavenly King Luo Zhuan to almost not react. Qin Yunzi didn't explain anything, and Heavenly King Luo Zhuan didn't ask, just nodded and said, "Going now?" Qin Yunzi turned his head to Yi Xiang. "Can you refine a third-turn heart-protecting pill? I'm afraid that this kid will die halfway." Although the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan was highly prestigious in the human race, to Qin Yunzi, who had lived for more than 100 years, Luo Zhuan was an uncompromising junior. The herbs for refining the heart-protecting pill quickly appeared in Yi Xiang's mind and he nodded. It's not a big problem if there are herbs. After all, he had already refined a 4th rotation Jiu Yan Hui Dan before, and although the medicinal effect was only at the level of a 3rd rotation elixir, for a 4th rotation elixir, it was already very good that it hadn't been refined into a wasted elixir. This requirement was far higher than refining a 3rd turn elixir. Qin Yunzi couldn't help but smile with satisfaction at his words. This is full of medicinal herbs. Are you still afraid that there won't be enough medicinal herbs? Mainly, is there a Dan formula? The heart-protecting pill needs the 2 main herbs, lotus heartseed and aqua grass, and I happen to have the rest of the herbs. Yi Xiang nodded and said, "But why do we need to refine the heart-protecting pill?" he asked with some confusion. Qin Yunzi looked at Heavenly King Luo Zhuan. The heart fire is nearly extinguished. He's almost fallen from the 9th turn to the 8th turn. He's used more than one forbidden technique, right? The 3rd turn heart-protecting pill can reduce the cost of you using forbidden techniques. Hearing these words, Heavenly King Luo Jin's eyes instantly lit up as he looked at Yi Xiang incredulously. Is this true? If there was no price for using the forbidden technique, then what was wrong with killing 2 thrones in a row? Not to mention one? Yi Xiang shook his head. I can practice the 3 turns heart-protecting pill, but I'm not too sure about the cost of forbidden techniques like Senior said. You'll know if you probe. Qin Yunzi said. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan was not polite, directly extending his hand and placing it in front of Yi Xiang. It's fine. Feel free to look. He wanted to place his hand on the wrist of Heavenly King Luo Zhuan, and soon felt Heavenly King Luo Zhuan's heart after his spiritual energy seeped into it. It was a piece of dead air. Half of the heart was lifeless, which if it was an ordinary person, you wanted to simply not believe that the other party was still alive. The effect of the heart-protecting pill could protect the heart, which meant that the forbidden technique used by Heavenly King Luo Zhuan must have been at the cost of the heart. It could be said that Heavenly King Luo Zhuan's problems were far greater than those of War God Elder Hang. Yi thought that there was something inexplicably difficult in his heart. The strongest person of the human race. Just how much pressure he was under. How long does it take to refine the pills? Luo Zhuan looked at Yi Xiang and asked. If the herbs are all together, you can immediately refine the pills. Hearing these words, Luo Zhuan instantly reacted to why Qin Yunzi had suddenly agreed to him. This southwest is the least short of medicinal herbs. You want to think about growing up faster. This southwest must be fought down. Soon after, the commander gave the order to look for herbs. In just the past 2 hours, these 2 rare herbs were found and delivered by special airplane. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan looked at Li Qin and said, "Go back and take a rest. Have everyone wait for me at the base." Li Qin nodded and turned to leave after glancing at Yi Xiang. As a result, he happened to see Feng Yuan running over, and although he had already known that Li Qin was no longer in trouble, it was only when he saw her again that Feng Yuan as a whole was relieved. Feng Yuan stood in front of Li Qin not knowing what to say. What? Li Qin looked at him suspiciously. Hey, it's good that you didn't die. It's good that you didn't die. Feng Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. Then he looked up at Yi Xiang and gave a thumbs up. Yi Xiang, from today onwards, you are my brother. Feng Yuan and Li Qin were just like Yi Xiang and Lin Feng, who had joined the chopper team together a year ago. and had always been in a state of secret love for this externally cold and internally hot Chuan girl. Yi thought as if he didn't hear. At that time, that situation, he naturally thought of saving people first. After taking out the rest of the herbs from the auxiliary intelligence, he began to refine the pills directly in front of Qin Yunzi and Heavenly King Luojin. The azure-colored samadhi flame surfaced in his hands, and several medicinal herbs were quickly refined into essence liquid form in the flames. Qin Yunzi pressed back the excitement in his heart and carefully watched Yi Xiang's technique of practicing pills. Dan Dao all the way is not as long as the three true fire can be refined successfully. Each kind of medicine fire, refining time, and the final step into the Dan. A slight error, the whole Dan will be wasted. However, Yi Xiang's performance was as if he had alchemized pills thousands of times. Each step was perfected without a single mistake, and the alchemy was like a flowing stream. Seeing this scene, Qin Yunzi nodded slightly. You wanted to indeed get the inheritance of the Taoist Heavenly Master. Otherwise it would be impossible to alchemize Dan so purely, without a single mistake, as if a Dan Dao highly accomplished Taoist priest. Although Heavenly King Luo Jun couldn't understand it, it was rumored that the Taoist Dan art of the Taoist sect, which captured the creation of heaven and earth, was very magical. Soon, the alchemy came to the final step of forming the Dan. Yi Xiang pinched up the spell in his hands, still without the slightest delay. All the essence liquids coalesced together and concentrated a little bit in the samadhi flame. In an instant, a pill with 3 Dan lines coalesced. The moment the samadhi flame disappeared, the refreshing Dan fragrance filled the air. There was no need to look to know that Yi Xiang had refined this one pill without any flaws. He wanted to hand the refined elixir to Heavenly King Luo Jun, and after taking a long sigh of relief, he said, "The effect of the heart-protecting elixir is only 30 minutes. Luo Jun looked at the elixir in his hand. His eyes moved slightly and he nodded. 30 minutes is also enough. Senior, are we moving now? He raised his head and looked at Qin Yunzi and said, "Not yet." Qin Yunzi shook his head. His gaze landed on Yi Xiang, and he arched his hand in a salute. Zhenwu Guan Qin Yunzi, I implore the Celestial Master to teach the Samadhi True Flame. Yi Xiang looked stunned and rushed forward. Old-timer, you don't have to tell me, I'll teach. Don't keep scaring me. Although the Taoist sect is gone and the legacy is broken, these rituals cannot be lost, and as a Celestial Master, one must also understand these truths. Qin Yunzi spoke. Yi Xiang sighed and didn't hide anything, directly telling Qin Yunzi about the heart method of the Samadhi True Flame. If one wanted to learn the Samadhi True Flame, at the very least, one would have to refine Qi to the point of ascending to a higher level. But with the old-timer's 9th turn in rank, there was surely no problem. As expected, it was only a few moments after Yi wanted to speak the heart technique. Qin Yunzi then understood the gist and raised his hand, the Samadhi flame burning up in his hand. However, Yi wanted to clearly feel that it was the same Samadhi flame, but the power of his predecessor's Samadhi flame was nowhere near as high as his. Qin Yunzi obviously understood this, but was not surprised. He looked at Yi Xiang and said, Samadhi True Fire is the fire of the divine soul that is united with the essence of the whole body. You have a human immortal body secret technique. Your cultivation realm isn't low, is it? Yi wanted to understand and nodded. It's fine. Samadhi True Flame is also a very powerful Dao now, and I'm comfortable using it. Senior, if it's done, let's go now. Heavenly King Luo Jun was already a bit impatient and pressed again. After all, it had been over 20 years since I'd killed a throne, so I was still in a bit of a mood. Qin Yunzi gave him a somewhat helpless look. Can the pupil nightmare throne still run away? It will only be delayed for a moment. After saying that, he didn't pay attention to Luo Juan, turned his head to look at Yi Xiang and said, You've already mastered Taijiquan, but the Taoist sect has another palm technique that is also very powerful when combined with the internal method. What palm technique? Yi wanted to be a bit puzzled. The old-timer really does have something personal. Wandering Bagua palm. Qin Yunzi said softly. Yi Xiang's eyes lit up. Senior, I want to learn. Qin Yunzi nodded. This will teach you. The wandering 8 trigrams palm is different from Taijiquan in that it is based on the 8 pile techniques as a palm technique. The heavenly King Luo Juan helplessly nodded his cigarette and waited. Watching this old man and young man teach boxing, the eyes looked into the distance, and they were deep. He wanted to be unforgettable by virtue of the fact that whenever there was something about the Taoist sect, Qin Yunzi just played the Bagua palm once, and he completely memorized it. Bagua palm is indeed more combat-oriented than Taijiquan, with varied palm techniques, while Taijiquan mainly uses spiritual power to drive the yin and yang clouds and softness. But Bagua Zhangquan emphasizes the body of the fast-step spirit like a dragon swimming in the air, twisting and turning to go around the palm method of infinite variations, out into a move, rigid and flexible, kicking, punching, wrestling and holding into one, twisting, wrapping, drilling and turning, avoiding the positive and hitting the diagonal. circling and hitting the point. There is no end to the cycle. You wanted to get started very quickly, and Qing Yunzi in each other's palms. The two of them were like traveling dragons flipping and flying, with many changes. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan looked for a while. His expression became serious all of a sudden. After a lifetime of fighting, he felt the subtlety of this bagua palm all of a sudden, especially this step change. It seems that he can apply it to his halberd as well. After hesitating for a moment, he also cheekily walked over and said, "Senior, this palm method also teaches me." It wasn't long before the sky grew hazy and bright. However, Jingzhou has a lot of rain and fog. You wanted to not see the sunlight, and could not feel the purple qi. Slightly frowned. "Senior, if it's cloudy and rainy, can't we cultivate the inner Dan method?" Yi Xiang looked at Cheng Yunzi and asked. "Cloudy and rainy days, thunderous days, they can't be practiced. Otherwise why does cultivation emphasize a good cave?" You wanted to recall the first time he met Cheng Yunzi. The environment there was indeed good. Forget about it. It's fine if there's no purple qi. You can break through by devouring the blood spirit anyway. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan also mastered the basic essentials of bagua palm at this time, and the next step was to spend time familiarizing himself with it. This time there was no need for Luo Zhuan to urge him. Qing Yunzi nodded and said, "You may rise. Senior, be careful," Yi Xiang said seriously. Qing Yunzi smiled. "It's fine. There is a very good monument in this Jingzhou called the Dragon Field. You might be able to comprehend something by going there." Dragon Field? He wanted to be a bit puzzled. The auxiliary intelligence, however, had already marked the location, right at the junction of the second front area and the third front, the core location of the entire Jingzhou. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan nodded slightly. According to history, 1,000 years ago, it was rumored that there had been a saint who enlightened the Tao at the Dragon Field. Saints? Leaf thought for a moment. Then there is some silence. If there really is a saint, China will not come to such a state. I will make a trip. Yi Xiang nodded his head and said. At this time, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan opened the light screen, and Zhuang Chu and the others had long been waiting at the base. "I need to be gone for a day, so follow orders today and protect the Jubilee forces as they clear the second battle zone. Vermilion bird troops as firepower." The whole team of 40 to 50 level mages, group mage skills, with the warriors attacked to pull out a tribe, re-establish the fortress station to advance. It only takes 3 days for this second front area to be completely taken. The crowd nodded that there was no problem. After all, the Heavenly King Luo Zhuan was usually not on the team, and it was Zhuang Chu who was in charge. When cleaning up the operation, it is also important to note that it doesn't exclude all the high-ranking Fey that have been cleaned up. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan hung up the communication after a few brief instructions. "Alright, you think? You go back to the base now. Can you absorb this blood spirit?" Luo Zhuan handed over that level 75 prison pupil king blood spirit and asked. Yi wanted to shake his head. "No problem." After picking the blood spirit up, he directly swallowed it. The blood spirit fell into the abdomen, and before it could explode, it was enveloped by the purple aura of the violet gold Dan. Luo Zhuan couldn't help but nod his head when he saw that Yi wanted to swallow a level 75 blood spirit without any reaction. "It's outrageous. Alright, hurry back." Yi wanted to smile and got a level 75 blood spirit, enough to be a blue bottle for a long time. Waving his hand, he turned to leave. The two of them looked at Yi Xiang's back. Luo Jin couldn't help but ask, "Are all of you Taoist sects such demons?" "He is a heavenly master," Qing Yunzi calmly returned. In the next moment, the two of them rose into the air without any concealment, directly crossing over Jingzhou and flying towards the depths of the southwestern pupil nightmare Fey. With that terrifying 9 revolutions aura, all the foreign races couldn't help but raise their heads with fear in their eyes. The heavenly kings they recognized, but the old Taoist master on the side was very unfamiliar. Has the Chinese human race produced another strong man? On his way back, you wanted to see fighter jets flying through the sky non-stop, and all the pupil nightmare alien tribes in the entire second front area were bombarded one by one by the ace vermilion bird troops with magic. Without high-level pupil nightmare aliens, the fighters were overhead, and there was no way for them to use the curse to lock on to their purpose. In a matter of moments a horde of pupil nightmare foreigners was leveled to the ground, and the warriors following close behind quickly began to set up a fortress garrison. There were a number of armored puppets among them, and it was clear that the value of the armored puppets was completely validated at the end of the test. It began to take to the battlefield one after another, but because of the high cost of construction, at most 10,000 mechs were built in a year, but as long as the core was not damaged, the researchers could repair it. In the large rear command room, one by one the same alien tribes transformed into green fortress symbols. Some tribes, numbering in the thousands, are still trying to organize counterattack support. However, under the special care of the 3 Kingpin elite warriors, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Tongue Snake, they were instantly killed or injured. The decimation team had already decapitated over level 50 plus curse nightmare kings, basically level 30 or 40 pupil nightmare fae, and as long as they weren't locked by the curse, there was little danger. But because the second front area is also large, there are bound to be leaks, so it's time to be vigilant. Let the vermilion bird troopers bombard it with magic first, and the tang snake and white tiger troopers cooperate with the warriors to clear it. Between the foreigners and the human race, there is no mercy, all of them are killed. This land, itself, belongs to China. You wanted to pick herbs all the way back, and almost every time he walked for a while, he could see a plant. After returning all the way back to the base, they began to meditate and cultivate, while the rest of them began to go out again to carry out their orders and decimate some of the leaky high-level foreigners. There was very little time for rest. As for Yi Xiang, after fighting all night, if it wasn't for the level 62 blood spirit holding him up, he would have long ago been unable to support himself. After recovering, he took the 2 nutrient potions handed to him by the auxiliary intelligence and drank them in one go. This third layer of the first time of the human immortal patterns, also branded to the end, only 2 parts of the small intestine and Sanjiao remain, all branded to the end. The level can also be raised. With the elixir, it only takes 2 days. 2 hours later, the auxiliary intelligence flew in front of Yi Xiang and spoke. Comrade Yi Xiang, the instruction has been given. Please proceed to your destination to carry out the mission. Yi Xiang subconsciously opened his eyes at the words and directly got up to open his address book. What he didn't expect was that this mission was teamed up with his vice team. Zhuang Chu, walk out of the lounge and into the hall. Zhuang Chu was checking the data in his chair, and Lin Feng was there as well, summarizing the shortcomings of the night's mission. After seeing Yi Xiang come out, Zhuang Chu nodded his head, got up and said, "Let's go. Escort you to the dragon field." Since it was the old Taoist master's suggestion, the commanders would naturally take the advice seriously. The chopping team, as the elite of the human race, helping them to improve their strength was also a kind of mission directive. Just like Lin Jun's ancient sword, Zhuang Chu's heavy armor, being a top elite, naturally the top privilege to cultivate, which is why so many young people aspire to the chopping team. Being in the same ace troop, chopper team member privileges are above all. Everything is prioritized. But they were also the group of people at the forefront. Heavenly King Luo Zhuan had originally planned to take Zhuang Chu and the others deeper into the pupil nightmare fae to decapitate the throne together. But thinking that the second front area hadn't been completely stabilized yet, and that there was still an old-timer by his side, he put down this intention. With the help of the auxiliary intelligence, the location of Dragon City was easy to find, and although 100 years had passed, history was recorded after all. It is the location of the Jingzhou Xiuwan of 100 years ago, which was known as Longchang in ancient times. It's still deeper into the danger closer to the third front area. Naturally, it is not possible to rest assured that you want to go alone. Escorting the task falls on Zhuang Chu. From this point can be seen, you want to unconsciously, already has a very high importance, completely as a future human top pillar in the cultivation. Because of the alchemy, the auxiliary intelligence of the warriors now corresponded to the medicinal herb system, which would remind or even automatically pick the herbs whenever they were scanned. Things like picking herbs used to be reserved for the pre-war physician profession. Approaching over 100 kilometers down the road, a white tiger member in a fighter jet landed in front of the trio. You wanted to glance at Lin Feng and realized that he had leveled up by 3 levels and was already level 48, obviously because he had devoured the blood spirit. The whole person's temperament has also changed a lot. His gaze has become resolute and calm, just a little more silent compared to before. After the 3 of them got on the plane, the White Tiger members took off straight away and went over towards the coordinates location. Zhuang Chu sat in front of Yi Xiang, flipping through the pages of information, and after organizing them, he looked at Yi Xiang and said, "After landing at the location of the dragon field, Lin Feng and I will go ahead and scout the third region by the way, and you'll just be at the dragon field." Yi wanted to nod. Okay. He was also a bit curious about the dragon field that the old Taoist master was talking about. After all, it was rumored to be the place where saints enlightened their way, and it was also a very famous place 100 years ago, 100 kilometers away. The fighters were there in 10 minutes. To one's surprise, there was no pupil nightmare fae tribe here, and after the 3 of them landed down, they all felt that the surroundings were a bit different, and they all felt very comfortable when they took a deep breath. You wanted to feel this feeling for the third time. The first time was at the Hunter's Fishing Harbor, the second time was at the ruins of Senior Qing Yunzi's Zhenwuguan, and the third time was here. Cultivating in such a place was, without a doubt, naturally twice as effective. In Jingzhou, which is full of mountains and forests, the sightlines here are still kind of open, with cliffs, trees, water streams and flowers, a rare beauty. the auxiliary intelligence that a few people used spread and scanned around the area for a while, but did not find any alien figures. Zhuangchu was a bit surprised that there was no pupil nightmare alien tribe in this kind of place. After making sure that there was no danger, he looked at Yi Xiang and said, "Cultivate well. The environment here is indeed good, and when the time comes, we will move our first front's base here." After Zhuangchu finished speaking, he led Lin Feng to the third battlefront area to explore. After Yi Xiang watched their figures leave, he couldn't help but let go of his hand and closed his eyes, feeling the natural scent around him. No wonder there were once saints who enlightened themselves here, and after carefully feeling the active aura around him, he even had the idea of wanting to cultivate here for the rest of his life. Yi Xiang made a steep leap to the canopy of the tree, stepped on the cliff face, a talisman was attached to his leg, and easily arrived at the top of the cliff. Looking at the cloudy sky, Yi wanted to look back. His excellent vision could clearly see the fighters dozens of kilometers away gradually clearing the area of foreigners. The mission of the choppers may have come to an end, but the fighters are just getting started. Countless magics appeared at first glance, and the warriors went forward, fighting frantically with the pupil nightmare foreigners. For the first time in 100 years, the human race was so determined to counterattack. At the end of the heavenly change, the resources have reached the point of exhaustion. The Chinese human race, there is no more retreat. The only way to reclaim your land and home is to kill. It's only in exchange for the breathing room that comes next. Most of the people still do not know. Jingzhou, this battle. China, if you lose, the consequences are unimaginable. The system bottom card has long been stupid. 100 years ago, the failure of the Taoist sect represented the fate of the human race going to failure. If Jingzhou fails in this battle, it will represent the complete defeat of China. For more than 5,000 years up and down the line, facing foreign nations, China has lost, but always rises again and again. But the enemy was a foreign race, and once they were completely defeated, it would be extermination. It is impossible to know whether other countries still exist. There had been an organization of the most elite fighters that had tried to travel to the rest of the big countries on the map for support, but in the end, they had all gone nowhere. The human race's internal appearance was calm and stable, but in fact, a single piece of data was reminding that the Chinese human race could not support it for much longer. That's why, just after a battle in the South China Sea, it didn't take long to hoof it and turn the majority of the legions of warriors, turning their heads to attack Jingzhou. Zhou Jing knew it, God of War Hong Chang knew it, Heavenly King Luo Zhuan knew it, and Huaxia Chief Zhouan also knew it. The human race has been tormented in the fires of hell. Whether or not it can be flipped, it's at this step in Jingzhou. The answer is here. Whether or not it can be recaptured, it's just one step away from being finalized. This was also why Heavenly King Luo Zhuan requested that Senior Qing Yunzi be allowed to travel with him to the depths of the pupil nightmare Fey, itching to decapitate the pupil nightmare throne right away. The Chinese human race can't afford to lose. Yi Xiang, who had inexplicably entered the state of Taoist penetration, thought about these things and couldn't help but cross a trace of shock in his eyes. He always thought that even if the sky fell, it would still be far away, but he never realized that it was so close. He wanted to turn his head to look to the other side, which belonged to the third front area or even farther. The densely packed pupil nightmare Fey were already mobilizing, and the loss of the Fey in the second region had made them realize that something was wrong. This time, the human race was definitely not an ordinary attack, but under the whole world, all the horror, drowned in the jungle, appeared as calm as death. This tranquility matched the gloomy sky, and whether it was the human race that fought or the slain pupil nightmare Fey, the mentality was yet the same. Anxious, manic, frantic, lonely hearts. The tragic great power of the human race was perceived more and more clearly by Yi Xiang in this penetrating Taoist intent, but it was as if the waves were trying to swallow him up. Defenseless? Will he hold up? Yi wanted to resist covering his heart. Incomparably difficult. Subconsciously wanting to enter the heaven and earth unkindness of the Tao heart realm, wanting to let himself break free from this kind of like a swamp. Celestial Master. What is Celestial Master? Suddenly, in the underworld, as if at the bottom of his heart, and as if it were the whole of heaven and earth, an inexplicably appearing voice reminded him. In this instant, Yi wanted to enter the state of enlightenment, but it was different from the last time when God traveled in the Taishu and was at ease. This time, it was as if every second was torture. The 3,000 Tao caches appeared in front of him once again, but in Yi Xiang's eyes, it was as if each of these individual words were questioning him. Are you worthy of becoming a celestial master? What should one do as a celestial teacher? With those who have gone before us to show the way. This moment is an eternity. A Tao intense state of mind that was the complete opposite of heaven and earth's unkindness erupted from Yi Xiang's body. The unkindness of heaven and earth represents divinity. Then what Yi wanted to comprehend at this time was to pull absolute divinity into human desire. It is the unity of knowledge and action. To live by heaven's law and destroy man's desires? No. The divine principle is human desire. I am circling with me, and the principle is in my heart. At this moment, the Tao heart seal on Yi Xiang's brow gradually changed, and the two extremely extreme-looking Tao intentions were fused together. The way of the celestial master, naturally, should go out of its own way. No matter how much he learns from his predecessors, he will not be able to learn the heights they reached. After a long time, Yi Xiang slowly opened his eyes. He subconsciously glanced at the time. The last time he was enlightened. It only felt like a moment had passed, but it turned out that a day and a night had passed in reality. But an enlightenment is really an ordeal. Every second is extremely painful, and it is not too much to say that the days are like years. But when he glanced at the time, he realized that only 1 hour had passed. The heaven and earth are not benevolent state of mind can multiply the Tao, and the unity of knowledge and action is Tao Ming, that is action. With the flow of air in his body, he wanted to raise his hands, and with a single thought, one hand surged with golden light, and the other hand with thunder law, perfectly eliminating the gap between the Tao and the chanting spells. All Tao are performed in a single thought. Inside the violet mansion, the violet gold Dan, which was surrounded by a large and a small blood spirit, steeply shook as its spiritual energy swept up. During the 2 hours you wanted to realize the Tao, the violet gold Dan had been rapidly devouring energy to transform spiritual power, and there was no aftermath during this period. Between the rapid climb, he directly broke through the middle stage of the first turn and stepped into the late stage of the first turn realm. The spiritual energy became purer and purer like a stream, and the quantity increased so much that it could be clearly seen that the purple gold Dan was a little bit bigger than yesterday. After breaking through the realm, the level increased accordingly, finally reaching level 33. You wanted to waste no time. This environment is too suitable for cultivation. Directly took out the marrow cleansing pills and took them. Sat in meditation to brand the human immortal pattern. And meanwhile, inside the cliff mountain, at the other place, surprisingly, villages of thousands of people survive in this valley. With earthen houses, crops, and fruit trees, they can barely provide for themselves. And in a square stood a stone statue of a saint, Wang Yangming. When you wanted to realize the unity of knowledge and action earlier, this stone statue of a saint also emitted light at the same time. The questioning voice that appeared in the mind of the previous person showing the way was guided by this very sage. Even though 1,000 years have passed, the ideals of this saint are still alive and well. Between the cliffs and valleys, an earthen house with a study hall resounds with the sound of children reading. An elderly man in hemp clothes walked out of the study room, his eyes looking at the stone statue of the saint with a slight shock. Here, as the only place of inheritance for Confucianism today, the person who comprehended the heart law was even outside? After pondering for a moment, Wang Lu turned around and walked into the book hall, looked at the dozen or so children and said, "Classes end early today, but don't forget your homework for tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir." The kids were full of joy and of course couldn't have been happier to mention that school was out. On the cliff, Yi Xiang sat down on the ground and practiced quietly. The human immortal pattern on his body was hidden, and his entire aura looked divine. I don't know if it was because I had just comprehended the Tao intent. The human immortal pattern was branded very quickly, and I felt certain that I would be able to finish drawing this first human immortal pattern today. However, just at this moment, like a rippling boundary, a figure appeared out of thin air not far away. It was the old gentleman who taught earlier. The last lineage of Confucianism left its legacy here, hidden amongst the pupil nightmare Fey, precisely because of this natural large formation shielding the outside world. In the past 100 years, no pupil nightmare Fey had ever discovered them, and with this place being so good, it was only natural that a tribe chose to establish here. But for some reason, once a pupil nightmare tribe survived here, there would always be all sorts of natural disasters and calamities. Once you leave, nothing happens. After a long time, this location would no longer have any pupil nightmare foreigners come over to survive. Instead, they avoided it and dared not approach. After Wang Lu stepped out of the boundary, he noticed Yi Xiang who was practicing on the cliff at a glance. Feeling the Taoist intent that had not completely faded from the other party's body, as well as the Taoist robes on his body, Wang Lu became more and more surprised in his heart. Teenage Taoist? Is there anyone left in the Taoist sect? Seeing that the other party was a Taoist priest, Wang Lu instead realized that it was no wonder that he was able to understand the saint's Taoist intent. Although Wang Yangming belonged to the Confucian saints, he was also very knowledgeable about Taoism, and Confucianism and Taoism were originally one family. Wang Lu didn't disturb Yi Xiang's cultivation, and just observed the teenage Taoist monk from afar. Yi Xiang also did not perceive the other party at all, concentrating on his cultivation. Time passed little by little, and after 2 hours, the human immortal pattern on Yi Xiang's body steeply bloomed open. The human immortal pattern of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels in the body were finally all branded complete, and the 5 elements of the air transformed into a big circumference, surrounding the purple mansion around the corresponding phases. Yi wanted to open his eyes, containing the 5 elements within, and when he raised his hand, the air of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth flowed randomly. The level he had just broken through had also risen again, coming to level 34, equivalent to 2 consecutive levels today. However, right at this moment, Yi Xiang snapped his head up, and his gaze landed on an old scholar dressed in hemp in the distance. He looked at Yi Xiang with a look of admiration, his gaze filled with marvel. Seeing that Yi wanted to finish his cultivation, he then took a step, and for a few hours, there was not a hint of disturbing this young Taoist monk's cultivation. Yi Xiang also couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. Good lord, another senior? Old senior Qin Yunzi was blending into nature, completely imperceptible. The old scholar in front of him, on the other hand, was like a plain, ordinary teaching man, all bookish and just plain. In just a few steps, he actually shrank into an inch, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yi Xiang. Wang Lu looked at the young Taoist monk and couldn't help but ask, "Little friend, are you comprehending the true meaning of knowledge and action?" He wanted to nod his head and looked at the old scholar with some puzzlement. "And you are, old man?" "Confucianism, Wang Lu." Wang Lu directly opened the door and said, "You wanted to be a little surprised that the Confucianism and Buddhism, 100 years ago, the Taoist lineage was severed, the Buddhist sect went into hiding, and Confucianism disappeared into thin air. Dare I ask what Mr. Teach?" You wanted to arch his hand and salute, having doubts and asked, "I don't dare to be able to comprehend the true meaning of heart study. Confucianism is only you besides me. Do you have any plans to understand Confucianism, little friend?" Wang Lu looked at Yi Xiang expectantly and asked. The more he looked at Yi Xiang, the more satisfied he felt. He wanted to cry and laugh a little. He really couldn't learn it, shook his head and politely refused. "Taoism can't even finish learning the 3,000 Tao collections. I really don't have the energy to add Confucianism to it." Wang Lu sniffed with some regret, but also nodded his head. Being able to see someone comprehending the science of mind, or a teenager who was so outstanding, he was considered to have one less thing to worry about. He turned to look into the distance with a complicated gaze. After more than 80 years, is China finally going to recover Jingzhou? Wang Lu mimicked. "In the morning, I saw 2 of them heading southwest, but I can't rest assured that this place is the last seedling of Confucianism, after all. But seeing that you comprehended the true meaning of the heart technique, I also let go of my heart. Although you are not a Confucian scholar, I hope that I will see a good seedling in the future and will not begrudge him or her teaching. I, Wang Lu, pay my respects to the heavenly master and go." At the end of his words, the old gentleman bowed towards Yi Xiang with a serious expression, and at the same time, he recognized his identity. Yi Xiang froze, not yet understanding what this old gentleman meant. Wang Lu then steeply rose up in the air, hemp clothes and plain cloth, just like a countryside crop farmer, but that a dusty scholarly spirit. But how can not hide? You wanted to watch him fly away dumbfounded. Another 9-turn bigot, or a Confucian predecessor. Humph. 3 9th Revolution's bigwigs to decapitate a pupil nightmare throne should be fine, right? Tell a fortune? Yi Xiang pondered for a moment and then shook his head helplessly. The difference in level was just too big to be counted, but soon fell silent again, eyes narrowing slightly. He clearly saw in the interview that he had snapped the eyes of the Hitomi Nightmare Throne in the future, which meant that the Hitomi Nightmare Throne could not die. Is there a change of heart? He wanted to glance at the time and realized that it was almost nightfall, and Vice Team Zhuang Chu and Lin Feng had not yet returned. Open your address book and contact Lin Feng. The other side quickly picked up and Lin Feng appeared in the screen, looking at Yi Xiang and said, "I'll be back soon. Don't worry, did you get anything from the dragon field?" Zhuang Chu's voice appeared on the other side and inquired. Yi Xiang nodded. "Well, a small breakthrough." Zhuang Chu was just about to say something when suddenly the communication was interrupted. In the next moment, Yi wanted the auxiliary intelligence to pass on the command, "Retreat immediately." Zhuang Chu would never have expected to meet the throne in the territory of the pupil nightmare Fey no matter what. Horned ghost throne. It sat so ordinarily on a boulder not far away, with its back to the stream, its stout, lean body carrying a powerful sense of oppression. The horned ghost throne had 2 long red horns on its head, covered in black and red veins, and cold, teasing red eyes, quietly gazing at the 2 humans in front of it. Somewhat interesting, it turns out that the human race is hiding so many experts. In addition to the heavenly king Luo Zhuan, there is also an old Taoist monk, and just now there was also an old Confucian scholar in the past. Ha ha, what a surprise. Zhuang Chu stared at this horned ghost throne in front of him with a deadpan stare. having no perception at all earlier, or the other party actively revealing a terrifying aura before reacting. Lin Feng was already covered in cold sweat at this point, and even though he guessed that possibility in his heart, he still subconsciously couldn't believe it. Captain, is it really a throne? Aha! Zhuang Chu nodded slightly. The horned ghost throne laughed and got up and down from the rock. He was close to 4 meters tall, and his terrifying body exuded a terrifying aura, and the two could not help but tremble just from the locking of his aura. At the same time, Heavenly King Luozhuan quickly turned around and flew towards Zhuang Chu, his gaze incomparably gloomy. Horned ghost throne. Without looking back, Zhuang Chu said, "You can say any last words. Smart intelligence will send back the background data." Lin Feng also didn't expect this day to come so soon. A mocking smile. There's something to be said for that. Right at this moment, a linen-clothed old man appeared in front of the two, a ruler in his hand and an old book. The horned ghost throne looked at the old man in front of him, his expression unsurprised. "The Hitomi nightmare has been looking for you guys for so many years. Finally willing to come out? I, Confucianism, am not to be denied," Wang Lu said with a calm expression. He used a ruler instead of a pen, and a sharp verse unfolded in front of him. 10 steps kills a man. The killing intent is infinite. A shocking sword chi, with the verse as its backbone, majestically chopped out. Lin Feng also quickly recited an incantation and the time spell locked onto the horned ghost throne. Zhuang Chu lifted the huge sword in heavy shield, took the initiative to block in front of the old gentleman. The Confucian profession, which is also considered to be a category of mage, as a warrior, naturally blocked in front, facing the shocking sharp sword. The corner of the horned ghost throne's mouth flooded with disdain. The black lines on his body slid and flowed, and the pitch-black bizarre ability covered his whole body. A fist ruthlessly smashed the sword light. Boom! The earth shook and a deep pit was stomped out by the horned ghost throne. Although Zhuang Chu couldn't capture the throne's figure, he knew that it was definitely charging towards them. With a solemn expression, heavy armor took a step forward. Immovable Hades, a layer of black curtains surfaced on his body, his powerful defense on display. But faced with a gap of 40 levels, the moment the horned ghost throne appeared in front of him, the giant shield was as fragile as a piece of paper, and that fist penetrated through. With a poof, it went straight through Zhuang Chu's body. A time spell formation surfaced on the horned ghost throne, but it was still a step too slow, and Zhuang Chu sprayed blood furiously, but still held his body together and didn't take a step back. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Feng's eyes were furious and shocked. Without saying anything, he directly took out his pocket watch and cast a forbidden spell. Reverse casting time. No! A ring ruler directly interrupted Lin Feng's forbidden technique. The target of the ban exceeds its own level. That's how many times you need to pay for it. Although Wang Lu didn't know what the cost of Lin Feng's use of forbidden techniques was, the cost of a 100-level throne was not something he could afford, and using forbidden techniques was tantamount to suicide. Zhuang Chu looked at the horned ghost throne in front of him and smiled miserably. In his dreams, he wanted to fight the throne, but it turned out to be this powerful. Countless darkness swept around from him, instantly drowning the two. The trial is final. Stripped of all sense, imprisoned in endless darkness, the horned ghost throne looked at everything around it, and the corners of his mouth spread in mockery. Playing with this pedantry? Human boy. Good talent, but plays sparingly. Only the pair of red horns on the head of the horned ghost throne emitted light like a mirage, and blood-red drum towers emerged layer by layer in this darkness. The horned ghost king sat on a high platform, looking down at the heavily armored figure below the stage. The difference in strength was not comparable at all. Zhuang Chu also knew this very well and raised his head, his eyes fearlessly looking at the horned ghost throne. Lifting his huge sword, he raised his steps and charged forward. Kill! One of the horned ghost throne's faces grinned. He liked nothing better than this kind of suicide that he thought was courageous. Outside, the true meaning of the heart dharma emerged from Wang Lu's brow, and the ruler in his hand kept writing down the poetic scriptures. The pen falls to startle the rain, the world shakes, and the poem becomes a weeping ghost. Powerful pressure enveloped the surroundings. The sages said, if God makes a mistake, you can live, but if you make a mistake, you can't live. The word ink exudes a pure and righteous aura that will disintegrate the judgment end. The scene that came into view caused the two men's expressions to change. Lin Feng looked at Zhuang Chu's figure in a daze, gripping his heart until he clenched his palms. Captain! In Zhuang Chu's chest, a large hole was broken out, and all the internal organs were invisible. The smile on the horned ghost throne's face was playfully hideous. He raised his hand and removed the head of Zhuang Chu's corpse. Looking at Lin Feng's agonized eyes, he opened his mouth, revealing a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. Without hesitation, he swallowed Zhuang Chu's head in one bite. Human geniuses! What a delicacy! A familiar and rich dark aura appeared on the horned ghost throne. In an instant, the shadow of the immovable underworld king appeared behind the horned ghost throne. And the powerful defense was completely different from when Zhuang Chu used it. Lin Feng's pupils shrunk. Or he didn't know that the horned ghost throne had devoured the captain and gained his skills. The horned ghost throne looked up indifferently, looked at the majestic and vast Confucian text, and raised his hand to shatter it with one punch. In conjunction with Zhuang Chu's immovable underworld ability, his battle power, surprisingly, had risen a lot more. The heavy armor on Zhuang Chu's tattered body had nearly all shattered as he fell to the ground. As the horned ghost throne fought against the text, it kicked at Zhuang Chu's body, and his entire body instantly exploded into a mist of blood. It was as if the time spells on him were not restricted at all. Lin Feng was still strongly holding on to the time condensation spell, blood spewing out of his mouth in huge gulps, and he kept getting backlashed. In front of him was a real throne, not the teenager who had borrowed the power of the bone throne in the first place. He can't bind. Wang Lu sighed slightly, turned around and waved his hand, directly pushing Lin Feng a dozen meters away. With a calm demeanor, he said, "Let's go. If we let the boy hold on any longer, he will also be revolted to death." Wang Lu lifted the ruler in his hand, his gaze sorrowful. "For 100 years, I have studied 10,000 volumes of books, but I have only lived here. The world has suffered tribulations for a long time, and the student's incompetence is really a shame to the forefathers and the saints." The 11 characters on the ruler blossomed with amazing vastness, and with just a glance, the always confident horned ghost throne suddenly changed its face. Although he couldn't read it, he felt an extremely terrifying threat. Benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, faith, courage, sincerity, forgiveness, loyalty, filial piety, and fraternity. These 11 words did not fly towards the horned ghost throne, but instead landed in Zhuang Chu's blood mist. As expected, the words turned out to be perfectly integrated, and the blood mist was instantly remodeled. Lin Feng, who was in the distance, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement when he saw a familiar figure slowly walking out of the blood mist. Confucianism and sacred learning, which preserves Zhuang Chu's spiritual wisdom and recreates the realm of extremes. How much holy learning one conformed to, how much power one could obtain. Yet the 11 big words were a perfect match for Zhuang Chu. This most outstanding genius of the human race at the moment had never possessed the qualities of a sage. At this moment, Zhuang Chu surpassed 100 levels and rivaled saints. Powerful strength erupted from him, and without a moment's hesitation, he directly charged towards the horned ghost throne. A throne, a body of a killer saint. The roar shook, but in just a moment, the horned ghost throne was crushed by Zhuang Chu, punching after punching, ruthlessly smashing into the horned ghost throne's face. Teeth chipped and eyes popped. If reason doesn't work, then virtue will. Wang Lu closed his eyes and recited the Confucian sacred science, and the ruler left behind by his ancestors was slowly dissipating. Suddenly, the red horns on the horned ghost throne's head emitted light, and his body expanded steeply, instantly transforming into an even more hideous and gruesome humanoid monster, 12 meters tall, 9 heads, and arms all over the upper half of his body. Like a terrifying ghost, 10 pairs of eyes, staring dead at Zhuang Chu, roared and took the initiative to charge up. Zhuang Chu raised his hand. The tiny poetic scripture words were his bones, and the heavily giant sword coalesced in his hand. Aspirants do not seek life to harm benevolence. They kill to fulfill benevolence, Wang Lu said softly. The sword exuded majestic white light as it chopped down, instantly cutting the charging horned ghost throne in half. The giant sword then transformed into countless words that scattered, densely landing on the horned ghost throne's body and penetrating deep into the depths. The two bodies collapsed on the ground were in immense pain. Zhuang Chu did not give the opportunity to directly step forward, and in his hands he coalesced another ordinary wood-chopping axe. An axe fell. The 2 red horns on his forehead fell off at once, as if they had lost their power, and the body of the horned ghost throne quickly returned to its original state. No longer struggling, the horned ghost throne raised its ghastly half-face and reached out, struggling to try and get the red horn back. The axe fell again, and both of the horned ghost throne's heads hit the ground at the same time. A level 100 crimson blood spirit surfaced.